This is a sect filled with stunning fairies and no men, because the sect's founder would refine all strong men into cultivation cauldrons. Yet when you were captured, instead of being afraid, you were overjoyed, all because you possessed the supreme immortal treasure, the purity pearl. As long as you kept interacting with the opposite sex, you could absorb their spiritual power for your own use. Just as the sect's holy maiden was about to study human anatomy with you, you effortlessly turned the tables and subdued her instead. The moment you opened your eyes, you saw red curtains before you. You realized your limbs were bound by 4 black ropes, spread out in a starfish shape, lying flat on a red bed. Your clothes were nowhere to be found, with only a thin, soft white cloth covering your waist. You were stunned. Were you about to be violated? You were a young Taoist priest. After your master passed away and the temple lost its patrons, you nearly starved to death. With no other choice, you took the temple's divine artifact, the purity pearl, and prepared to beg for food in the mortal world. On the way, you encountered bandits. You hid the purity pearl in your mouth, but unexpectedly, a heavy blow to the back of your head knocked you unconscious and you accidentally swallowed the pearl. You felt a warm current flow from your abdomen throughout your body. Just as you were recalling your ordeal, the door suddenly swung open. Through the red curtains beside the bed, you caught sight of a slender, fiery figure. Judging by her silhouette, she wasn't a burly mountain bandit but a tall, seductive woman. The woman stepped forward and pulled aside the red curtains. Your eyes widened as you took in her appearance. She wore a tight-fitting crimson silk dress that accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous figure. After admiring her breathtaking physique, your gaze traveled upward to her exquisitely beautiful face, delicate features, fair skin, and those upturned fox-like eyes brimming with allure. You recognized her attire. It was the signature style of the Harmony Sect. This woman was a disciple of the Harmony Sect. No wonder she was so irresistibly enchanting. Young master is so handsome. I saved your life. How do you plan to repay me? Lu Ruyan's voice was soft and melodious. How to repay a life-saving grace is a philosophical question. If the savior were unattractive, one might promise to serve as a horse or ox in the next life. But when the savior is beautiful, the natural response is to offer oneself in marriage. You swallowed hard and said, "Thank you, kind benefactress, for saving my life." Enough nonsense. Before you could finish, Lu Ruyan pounced. Startled, you soon felt your mouth sealed and limbs bound, powerless to resist. After what felt like an eternity, just as you were about to lose consciousness, Lu Ruyan finally released her grip. You quickly pleaded, "Benefactress, please calm down. This humble monk is a proper man, and what's more, I haven't eaten in days. Have mercy, even if you wish to take advantage. At least let this poor monk have a meal first." Lu Ruyan slightly furrowed her brows. She had been stuck at the 9th level of foundation establishment for a long time, and the only way to attempt forming a golden core was through the dual cultivation technique of the Harmony Sect. After much difficulty, she had finally found a cauldron that was pleasing to the eye and not repulsive. She had planned to take a gamble tonight to see if she could break through the bottleneck, but at this critical moment, the cauldron before her was clamoring to eat. "Am I not enticing enough to feast upon?" Lu Ruyan asked with a light laugh. "Fair lady, you are indeed a peerless beauty, but that truly cannot serve as a meal," you replied honestly. "Moreover, as the sages have said, one must be well fed and warm before thinking of other matters. Besides, this humble Taoist is weak from hunger and may not perform at his best, which could affect your cultivation experience." Hearing your words, Lu Ruyan lightly frowned again, considering that you had a point. She then called out toward the door. "Attendants!" 2 maids with flawless figures entered and asked, "What are your orders?" "Young mistress, bring some wine and meat," Lu Ruyan ordered. "Yes," the maid replied before withdrawing. "Lady benefactor, could you untie me first? After I've eaten my fill, you can tie me up again," you tentatively asked. "I was thinking of feeding you myself," Lu Ruyan said, tracing circles on your body with her finger. "You're too kind, lady benefactor." In the end, Lu Ruyan still untied you. 2 maidservants brought up wine and meat, and you immediately lowered your head to devour the food ravenously. After all, you were starving. The 2 young maids were stunned. The young mistress's furnace consumes food so fiercely, one wonders if he's just as fierce in bed. Soon, you were full and satisfied, rinsing your mouth with tea, when Lu Ruyan grabbed your hand, pressed you onto the bed, and tied you up tightly again. As a mere 2nd-level chi refining cultivator, you were no match for Lu Ruyan, who was at the 9th level of foundation establishment, and couldn't resist at all. "Lady benefactor, I was just being polite earlier, but you really tied me up again." No, lady benefactor, calm down a bit, let's have a heart-to-heart talk first." "Lady benefactor, no, not there." A clear teardrop rolls down from the corner of your eye. A clear tear flowed down the corner of Lin Yuyao's eye. He had actually been used by a woman to force himself. "My virgin body," aggravated Lin Yiwu in his heart. But suddenly Lin Wu felt the delusion-breaking bead within his dantian begin to rotate. It was as if Lin Yuan could clearly perceive several orifices within Bai Xiushan's body. In the next moment, Bai Xiushang felt the rapid loss of spiritual energy within her body, and her beautiful eyes suddenly opened roundly. That's not what's recorded in the secret record of Acacia. Shouldn't I be the one absorbing his Yuan Yang? How come my spiritual energy is being sucked by him? In the next moment, Lin Wu snapped his eyes open. Break! With a low gulp, the sound of something breaking inside Bai Xiushan's body instantly came out. Bai Xiushan let out a humming sound and directly went limp, lying on Lin Yuan's chest. Chapter 2: The Hearth Contract, the Body of the Intense Sun. Bai Xiushan hadn't thought that the breaking of the realm would come so suddenly. Bai Xiushan also didn't understand why the feeling of breaking through to the Jindan stage was completely different from what she had imagined. This is a breakthrough? The limp Bai Xiufan mumbled as she lay on Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yuyo also felt a stabbing pain coming from his mind, and his dantian had a feeling of being emptied. And the majestic spiritual energy that he had just inhaled was still stirring in his body. Lin Wu didn't expect the delusion-breaking bead to be so effective. In one go, it had opened an orifice in Bai Xiushan's body. But since Lin Yao and the delusion-breaking bead were merged into one at this moment, the massive amount of spiritual energy absorbed by the delusion-breaking bead was filling Lin Yao's entire body at this moment. Lin Yao felt like his entire body was about to explode. Lin Yao hurriedly closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, suppressing the restless spiritual energy in his body. And listening to Lin Wu's still strong heartbeat, Bai Xiushan faintly froze and sat up with her hands propped up on Lin Wu's chest. Hee, you're actually not dead? It's not like what's recorded in the Acacia secret records. According to reason, after the yin-yang harmonization, the furnace tripod would be drained of its yuan-yang and die. Why are you fine? Bai Xiushan asked suspiciously. What? Your previous stove tripods were all sucked to death by you? Lin Ichio asked. Bai Xiushan gently pinched Lin Wu. What are you talking nonsense about? We only encounter bottlenecks that are difficult to break through, and only as a last resort will we gamble on chance and choose to find a furnace pot to cultivate. Hearing this, Lin Yuyo nodded. So that's how it is. Bai Xiushan, however, frowned, but according to the Acacia secret record, as well as the personal experiences of a few of my senior sisters, the stoves will indeed be sucked to death. For yin-yang dual cultivation, there is only less than a 20% chance of breaking through the realm. But the mortality rate of a stove tripod is almost 10%. But when I double cultivated with you, not only did I manage to break through, you surprisingly didn't die either. Bai Xiushan's brows became tighter and tighter as her eyes looked straight at Lin Yuyo, wanting to see what was so special about the man in front of her. At this moment, Lin Wu had barely suppressed the restless aura in his body. It was impossible for Lin Yuyo to tell Bai Xiushan that his dantian had already merged with the delusion-breaking pearl. Wanting to suck up his own dantian and suck up his own yang qi was simply a fool's errand. The secret of the delusion-breaking bead had to be concealed. Just in case someone with a heart wants to kill the chicken to get the eggs. So Lin Wu had to open his mouth. In fact, you don't know, female cultivator, but Poverty Road is the legendary fiery yang body. The body of the fiery sun has the power of the fiery sun. As long as the female cultivator's body injected into the power of the fiery sun, under the yin and yang harmonization, can help the female cultivator to break through the realm, the effect is extremely good, and there is no harm done. Only that this blazing sun power is precious and incomparable. It can only generate a little bit every day, and usually you have to use precious materials and precious medicine to maintain the blazing sun body. Only then can it last. Lin Yuyo finished speaking and secretly lamented in his heart that he was truly a genius. Bai Xiushan was obviously also bluffed by Lin Wu. After all, the process of reconciling yin and yang today was too unexpected. Everything that happened tonight was different from the process recorded in the secret record of harmony. The path of cultivation was mysterious, and in this continent it did possess many strange body types. The body of the fiery sun, the power of the fiery sun? That means for female cultivators, you're still a rare treasure? Bai Xiushan's mouth smiled, her eyes bubbling with light. It can also be said that way. Lin Wu could only admit it through gritted teeth. After all, at this time, Lin Yao had to bow his head under the roof. Lin Yao was afraid that if he had no more use for himself, he would be directly unloaded. His own strength was too weak nowadays, but as long as he was still useful, he wouldn't die. I don't know if this fiery sun body and fiery sun power of yours have any effect on stabilizing your cultivation? This. Lin Yuyo hadn't had time to answer, but Bai Xiushan didn't give him a chance. "I Lu, good boy, no." Another drop of clear tears flowed from the corner of Lin Yuyao's eyes. He could only silently try to help Bai Qiu Frost stabilize the small jindan that had just been condensed and generated. Fortunately, with the help of the delusion-breaking bead, Lin Yuyao will be restless in the body, full to the point of exploding spiritual energy, secretly injected into the body of Bai Qiushang, part of the body, to help it stabilize the realm, stabilizing the jindan. Outside, the sky was already gradually brightening. Bai Qiushan finally lay contentedly in Lin Yuyao's arms. "I can't believe that you're so powerful. The golden dam that I just condensed is already roughly stabilized. Do you still have this blazing sun power?" Bai Qiushan's arms, as white and slender as white lotus roots, wrapped around Lin Yiwu's neck. Lin Yiwu, on the other hand, shook his head with a lifeless look. "No more, really no more." He, then you can take care of it." Bai Qiushan smiled daintily and gave Lin Yiwu a kiss on his cheek. A nice-looking lip print was imprinted on Lin Yiwu's cheek. Due to the large amount of spiritual energy that had been absorbed in his body, even though he secretly gave some back to Bai Qiuzhuang. However, it still allowed Lin Yiwu's realm to directly skyrocket from the second level of the Qi refining stage to the fifth level of the Qi refining stage. Lin Yuanyue also finally understood that due to the fusion of the nuclear delusion-breaking bead, he could absorb the other person's spiritual energy just by touching it. And the larger the area touched, the more ruthless the speed of spiritual energy absorption. After a night's fusion, Lin Yuyo was finally barely able to control the speed of the delusion-breaking bead's absorption of spiritual energy. Otherwise, let's say that Cloud Rain with Bai Xiushan last night. If he hadn't been able to barely control the delusion-breaking bead, he would have exploded from absorbing it. After entering the Jindan stage, I'm an inner disciple of the Acacia Sect. I still have to go to the Yuanyang Valley to meet with the elders, so be good at home. I'll have 2 maidservants serve you. Bai Qiushang said and kissed the other half of Lin Yiwu's face again, then got out of bed. Just after getting out of bed, Bai Qiu Frost was unsteady and directly fell to the ground. Lin Yuyao froze. What's going on? Then she saw Bai Qiu Frost climb up with a blushing face, then fiercely twisted at Lin Yiwang's waist. "I blame you." Lin Yiqiu was all confused. Who had taken the initiative last night? He himself had already been tied into such a position where he was at the mercy of others and let her do whatever she wanted. "Why don't you untie me first?" Lin Yuyo said with an aggrieved face. "It's fine if you want to untie it," said Bai Qiushang as she grabbed Lin Yiwu's index finger and bit it. What are you biting me for?" Lin Yiwu frowned. A drop of Lin Yiwu's blood was silently suspended in the air. In the next moment, Bai Qiushuang slipped on her own fingertip again. Another drop of blood floated up in the air. The 2 drops of blood merged in the air and then flew to Bai Qiushang's fingertip. Bai Qiushang then used this drop of fused blood to write something on Lin Yiwu's chest. Lin Yiwu looked down and his face changed. "You gave me a blood contract?" Bai Qiushang smiled delicately. He, little Taoist, in the future, you'll be my Bai Qiu Frost's furnace. Be good and obedient, or else you'll be worse off than dead when my mind moves, yo. Chapter 3, Is this furnace tripod body so great? Scarlet-colored complex inscriptions flickered on Lin Yiwu's chest. Lin Yiwu frowned tightly. He had actually been put under a spell by the demoness in front of him. A furnace contract? Wasn't this a slave contract? Little brother, don't be unhappy. Although it is a master-slave contract. But as long as your realm of strength can surpass me, at that time, you will be the master and I will be the slave. How about that? A great beauty like me might become a slave who will do whatever you say in the future. Are you instantly motivated? Bai Qiushan put on her clothes, and at this time, having been promoted to the Jindan stage, she had an extra touch of majesty and holiness about her. But her face still wore a pouty and flirtatious look. Hearing Bai Qiushan's words, Lin Yuyao's heart let out a huge sigh of relief. With the existence of the delusion-breaking pearl, surpassing Bai Qiu Frost in the realm of strength wasn't a done deal? Even though Bai Qiu Foam was now at the Jindan stage, while he was just a small shrimp at the Qi practicing stage. The future is promising. Thinking that at that time, Bai Qiu Frost, who was so high and mighty, would become a slave who obeyed his words, Lin Yiwu's heart couldn't help but be excited. However, on the surface Lin Yao Yao still had to pretend to look sad. You are already at the Jindan stage now, and with a cauldron like me, your cultivation in the future will be unstoppable. And I'm only at the Qi practicing stage today, how can I possibly surpass you? Saying this, Lin Yiwu's face revealed a mournful look. Hearing this, Bai Qiushang also laughed happily. What Lin Yiwu said was exactly what she had in mind. In Bai Qiushang's opinion, it was simply a pipe dream for Lin Yiwu to surpass her in the realm of strength. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, good brother, let's make you be good and obedient, sister will cover you. Sister will keep you safe and free. Bai Qiushang laughed and touched Lin Yiwu's face. With a wave of her hand, the black leather rope that bound Lin Yiwu was also untied. Lin Yao Yao rubbed his sore wrists. Bai Qiushang tenderly rubbed Lin Yu Yao's wrists and coaxed with smiling eyes. Don't be aggravated, you can walk around freely within the mansion, sister, I won't treat you badly, I'll find a few great beauties to serve you well. The beauties that come to serve you are all my people, if you have the heart, you can also bestow a little bit of pure yang power to them, they are all my men, and what they enhance is all my strength. And my strength is the umbrella that can ensure that you get away with it. After hearing these words, Lin Yu Yao could only nod mournfully. Now that he was weak and under a roof, he had to bow his head. He could only sell his color. Master in heaven, never blame the apprentice. The apprentice also has no choice but to commit to these beautiful demonic women. Lin Yiwu thought silently in his heart. Everyone in the mansion except for me is your slave, you can do whatever you want and command as you please. Bai Qiushang left after giving Lin Yiwu another kiss. Lin Yu Yao, who had tossed and turned all night, was ready to take a nap. Taking away the white cloth that was padded under his body. Looking at the brightly colored plum blossom mark on it. I can't believe it's really a virgin. Lin Yao Yao then threw away the white cloth. It's a pity that my virgin body. Never mind, it's not a loss after all. After dawn, Lin Yiwu woke up. He was startled when he opened his eyes. It was because there were two beautiful maidservants dressed in white standing next to him. The looks and body weren't as good as Bai Qiushang's, but they were still first-rate. Moreover, Lin Yao Yao fixed his eyes on them and realized that these two beautiful maidservants actually looked exactly the same. Surprisingly, they were a pair of beautiful sisters. You're awake, my lord. The slave girls are waiting for the prince to change his clothes. The two maidservants said in unison. Their voices were melodious. What are your names? Lin Yu Yao sat up. The slave girl's name is Ji Yun. The slave girl's name is Jia. Lin Yiwu nodded at his words. Rhyme, yer, good names. Lin Yu Yao was then served by Ji Yun and Jia, somewhat rawly putting on the new clothes Bai Qiushang had prepared for him. Lin Yiwan, however, did not realize that there was a figure lurking in the sycamore tree outside the house. The appearance and figure were extremely similar to Bai Qiushang. This was none other than Bai Qiushang's own sister, Bai Dongxue. Sister's stovepipe didn't even die? It's not right. Sister has clearly broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the Jindan stage. But why? Bai Dongxue stared, her heart very puzzled. There must be some hidden secret in this. Lin Yu Yao inside the room was able to clearly sense Ji Yun and Jia's realms. The two were surprisingly both at the first level of the foundation establishment stage realm. And this master of his own was only at the fifth level of the Qi practicing stage. So Lin Yao Yao directly grabbed Ji Yun and Jia's hands. The two girls looked submissive and allowed Lin Yiwu to knead their hands. This Gongxi has a special physique that can help female cultivators harmonize their yin and yang, helping them break through and grow their cultivation. Yesterday, your eldest miss also instructed me that if I have time, I can also help you. I don't know if the two of you are willing? Lin Yiwu grinned broadly and sat on the stool. Ji Yun and Jia glanced at each other. The two nodded their heads. Back to my lord, slave girl is willing. Lin Yiwu then hugged Ji Yun and Jia with one hand and sat the two on his lap. Lin Yu Yao thought that he wasn't taking advantage of the two little girls, but in order to utilize the delusion-breaking pearl to cultivate, so he had to expand the area of contact with women. It might be a bit uncomfortable in the early stages, but it will get better later on. Lin Yu Yao said to the two little girls in his arms. The two little girls nodded in unison with blushing faces. Lin Yiwu then began to utilize the delusion-breaking bead to absorb the spiritual energy from the two little girls. The two little girls felt that their bodies were starting to lose strength and their bodies were getting softer and softer. The two little girls leaned their heads on Lin Yu Yao's shoulders. The spiritual energy had almost been absorbed, and Lin Yu Yao felt a swelling sensation in his body again. Afterwards, Lin Yu Yao began to purify and cleanse the spiritual energy from the delusion-breaking bead, leaving enough for what he wanted, and re-injecting all the rest into the two little girls' bodies. This was the pure spiritual energy after being purified by the evolution of the delusion-breaking bead. The moment this pure spiritual energy was injected into the two little girls' bodies, the two little girls trembled and instantly stared incredulously. It was important to know that the reason why the human body's orifices were blocked and the reason why there was a bottleneck in cultivation was because there were too many impurities in the spiritual energy. So to have no cultivation bottlenecks, the quality of spiritual energy was important. But it was nearly impossible to have completely pure spiritual energy. The spiritual energy that cultivators absorbed was absorbed from between heaven and earth, as well as from within the spirit stones. So naturally, there was no guarantee of quality. However, the delusion-breaking bead within Lin Yuyao's body possessed the ability to completely transform ordinary spiritual energy into pure spiritual energy. The two little girls were so surprised by the pure spiritual energy that suddenly appeared within their bodies that they cried out in surprise. "Yeah! Gongzi! Gongzi is so powerful!" While Bai Dongxue, who was lying on the sycamore tree and preparing to leave, was frowning, listening to the sounds coming out of the house and wondering. What's up with Sister's stove? Is the body so great? Chapter 4, What's so special about this male stove? Soon the voices of Ji Yun and Jia, two little girls who were crying and laughing, came from inside the house. Bai Dongshue's frown deepened. Really? So powerful? The doors and windows of the house were closed tightly, so Bai Dongxue couldn't see the situation inside the house clearly. She could only hear the two little girls, Ji Yun and Jia, the cries and laughter filled with surprise, ecstasy, shock, and sighs of admiration. How could Bai Dongxue know that Lin Yuyo had absorbed the spiritual energy in these two little girls' bodies, and after purifying it with the delusion-breaking bead, he had returned a portion of it to the two little girls? These refined spiritual energy, in the body of the two little girls, rampage. It broke through the blockages in the meridians and the qi and blood irregularities in the two little girls' bodies. Ji Yun and Jia could clearly feel that this strong, thick pure spiritual energy in their bodies was impacting their blocked meridians. The breath of the two little girls was skyrocketing. Soon the duo reached the second level of the Foundation Establishment Stage realm. Even the gateway to the third level of the Foundation Establishment Stage realm was about to be broken through. How could this make the two little girls not be excited? One had to know that if one cultivated normally, even with the aid of the spirit gathering pill and spirit tempering pill, breaking through the realm would require more than 3 months if everything went well. And being cradled in Lin Yuyao's arms, the speed of breaking through the realm could be said to be instantaneous. Gongzi is truly a man of God. The little girl, Ji Yun, directly hugged Lin Yuyun's face and kissed him, trembling with excitement, gasping for breath and shouting. The slave girl has never seen a man as divine as Gongzi. Jia also shouted with excitement. Bai Dongxue, who was currently lying on the sycamore tree outside the house eavesdropping, was filled with shock and doubt above her pretty face. What the heck? How could it be so divine? Ji Yun, Jia, but the big maids besides sister, are also used to seeing big scenes. To think that it could shock the two of them to such an extent that they are blowing it up to the sky. What exactly is so divine about this furnace? Bai Dongxue felt like she was scratching her heart. She couldn't wait to kick the door in and take a look. After all, exuberant curiosity was a woman's nature. Just then, two ecstatic and satisfied screams came from inside the house. Ah! It turned out to be that the aura in Lin Yu's body had already absorbed almost all of it, and there was that swollen feeling all over his body again. Lin Yuyo was ready to end it as soon as possible. Chewing too much was not good enough. If the spiritual energy was absorbed too much, don't give your meridians a burst. So Lin Yu gritted his teeth and maneuvered the two thick strands of pure spiritual energy in Ji Yun and Jia's bodies to break through the third level of the Foundation Establishment Stage barrier in the two little girls' bodies. After feeling that they had actually broken through two small hurdles in a row and reached the third level of the Foundation Establishment Stage, the two ecstatic little girls couldn't help but scream out with trembling excitement. Lin Yu also let out a sigh of relief and paralyzed in his chair, asking breathlessly, "Now you two are satisfied?" The two little girls, excited and moved, directly bent over and knelt down. The slave girl is willing to be driven by the Gongzi in this life. Ji Yun and Jia knelt down in unison and said, "It's nothing more than a show of hands, it's not worth mentioning." Lin Yu waved his hand feebly. Manipulating two streams of essence spiritual energy at the same time consumed a lot of Lin Yu's mental energy. However, Lin Yu discovered through his dual cultivation with Bai Xiushan last night that as long as he performed yin and yang reconciliation, his spiritual energy could be quickly replenished. Lin Yao thought in his heart, as long as he waited for Bai Xiushan to come back, and he performed yin and yang reconciliation with her, his spiritual energy would be restored. The priority now was to digest the spiritual energy that had just been absorbed in his body as soon as possible. The feeling of swollen meridians bloated all over his body was very uncomfortable for Lin Yuyao. Gongzi, Missy has selected 4 beauties for you, for Gongzi to relieve his boredom. If Gongzi needs it, we can send those 4 beauties. Ji Yun, who was kneeling on the ground, said. Ji Yun saw that Lin Yuyao looked tired and wanted to bring those beauties for your son's pleasure. Of course, it's fine for the 2 of us sisters to serve Gongzi. Jia also added with a pretty red face. 4. Lin Wu froze. Plus the 2 of you? 6. Lin Wu felt some hidden pain in his backside. At the same time, he was secretly grateful in his heart. Luckily, he had mastered the usage of the delusion-breaking pearl, otherwise, so many women would be in close contact with him. This small body of his wouldn't have been burst off. Feeling the swollen spiritual energy in his body, Lin Yuyao waved his hand. No need for now, I also need to stabilize my realm, don't disturb me before noon. You guys go down. Lin Yao Yao rubbed his brow. My lord, if you need to summon a slave girl, just call out with this sound transmission jade. Ji Yun respectfully handed over a jade pendant with both hands. Lin Wu took it. The slave girl leaves. Ji Yun and Jia faced Lin Yuyao and retreated. Only after closing the door to the room did they turn around and leave the courtyard. Lin Yuyao let out a sigh of relief and climbed onto the bed to sit on it, preparing to start refining the excess spiritual energy absorbed within his body. Last night, Lin Yuyao didn't know much about the usage and effects of the delusion-breaking pearl, which caused him to spend the night helping Bai Xiushan break through her bottleneck. Nowadays, Lin Yuyao was confident that he would be able to help Bai Xiushan break through the Jindan through the rush of essence spiritual energy in just 1 hour. Bai Dongxue, who was lying outside the house, detected the surrounding aura. Determining that there was no one else around, and that Lin Wu was the only one in the house. Bai Dongxue pursed her lips. Since childhood, the 2 sisters, Bai Xiushan and Bai Dongxue, had fought over everything. The 2 of them chased after each other and fought for each other, both wanting to overpower the other. Bai Dongxue had originally been stuck in the bottleneck of breaking through the Jindan with her own sister, Bai Xiushan. But now, his sister did not know where to pick up a mysterious man. With his double cultivation for one night, even directly broke through the bottleneck that had shackled her for many years. Directly into the Golden Dan realm. Will her sister far behind? You should know that in cultivation, if you don't enter the Jindan realm, you're still an ant. Everything has to be divided with her sister to compete. Where can Bai Dongxue stand this? Isn't it just a good cauldron? But why should you be the only one to enjoy such a good pot? Muttering under his breath, Bai Dongxue drifted down to the ground of the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, the robes on his body turned into the Bai Xiushan style. In the next moment, Bai Dongxue directly pushed the door open. Lin Yuyao, who had just started refining the excess spiritual energy in his body, frowned and opened his eyes. Why are you back? Lin Yuyao asked suspiciously. I missed you. Bai Dongxue tried her best not to let herself reveal any cracks. Sizing up the man in front of her, he was indeed very handsome. Remembering the shouts, cries and laughs of Ji Yun and Jia, the 2 little girls before, Bai Dongxue couldn't help herself. The untouched Bai Dongxue still couldn't help but blush slightly. At the same time, there was a hint of anticipation in her heart. She wanted to see just how divine the man in front of her was. In the next moment, Bai Dongxue resisted the shyness in her heart and gritted her teeth and pounced towards Lin Wu. Chapter 5, Don't struggle, sister husband, I'm my sister. You only had your fill last night, why are you so monkeyish now? Lin Yuanyue felt that there was something strange about Bai Xiushan in front of him. But the 2 sisters, Bai Xiushan and Bai Dongxue, looked extremely similar. With their clothes on, Lin Yao Yao really couldn't quite recognize them. However, Lin Wu still detected that the refined acacia liquid earrings hanging from Bai Dongxue's earlobes were different from Bai Xiushuang's. Lin Wu frowned. Something wasn't right. However, Lin Wu, who had sensed that something was wrong, was still unable to resist. After all, Bai Dongxue was also now at the Foundation Establishment Stage Grand Circle realm. Now Lin Yuyao, who was only at the 5th level of the Qi practicing stage realm, naturally couldn't turn over Bai Dongxue's palm. Lin Yuanyue was tightly suppressed on the big bed by Bai Dongxue using spirit pressure. His body was arranged in a zigzag shape. Bai Dongxue's movements were raw as she tore at Lin Wu's belt. Lin Wu's frown deepened. Vaguely Lin Yao Yao saw the red mole on Bai Dongxue's chest. Lin Yuan was instantly struck by lightning. If the difference in the style of the acacia leaf earrings had made Lin Yuyo suspicious, then now after seeing the red mole on Bai Dongxue's chest, Lin Yuyo was certain. The person in front of him was definitely not Bai Xiushan. Last night's hearty and passionate lovemaking had made Lin Yuyo clearly remember that the red mole on Bai Xiushan's chest was on the left side. While this woman in front of him, who looked almost exactly like Bai Qiu Frost, the red mole on her chest was on the right side. You're not Bai Xiushan, who the hell are you? Lin Yuyo remembered that back then in the Taoist temple, his master had once told him. Among the demonic beasts, there were some demonic beasts that were able to change human form. The most famous one was the nine-tailed white fox. It was able to perfectly replicate changing human form. Lin Yao suspected that the woman in front of him could be the nine-tailed white fox, and was even more horrified in his heart. Bai Dongxue also didn't think that Lin Yuyo would be able to recognize that she wasn't Bai Xiushan. The movements of her hands were stuttered. Then looking down at the red mole on her chest, Bai Dongxue also understood. This man had clouded and reigned with his own sister last night, so he must have been able to notice the difference in the location of the birthmark. But even if he knew that he was not his sister, what could he do? Now the desire to break through to the Jindan stage occupied Bai Dongxue's mind. Bai Dongxue would definitely not allow herself to be pushed down by her sister. Who the hell are you? If you don't stop, I'm going to call out to someone. Lin Yiwu struggled unsuccessfully and could only export threats. And Bai Dongxue directly covered Lin Yuan's eyes. Brother-in-law, don't struggle, I'm my sister. Saying this, she lowered her head and rawly blocked Lin Yuan's mouth with her mouth. Lin Yuyao's heart was aggravated. It turned out that this person was actually Bai Qiushang's sister, no wonder she looked so much alike. Although these two sisters were both beautiful and gorgeous, why did they both like to use force on themselves? Then why did they both like to use force on themselves? Not first talk about heart? Should not first talk about ideals, talk about freedom, talk about the construction of the immortal world, first cultivate a little affection? Up on the monkey rush straight into the subject? Completely as greedy for their own body. Forget it, since I can't resist, I'll just enjoy it. Lin can feel out Bai Dongxue is obviously also an untouched. 1 hour later, Bai Dongxue fell limply onto Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuyo had a face of raw emotion. Luckily, he was able to barely manipulate the delusion-breaking bead, otherwise, the excess spiritual energy within his body hadn't been digested yet, and if he absorbed any more spiritual energy, he might explode. Ha! Bai Dongxue climbed to her feet, her waterfall-like silky long hair sliding down as she frowned and carefully sensed her body. Why is there no effect? In the next moment, Bai Dongxue twisted her head and stared angrily at Lin Yiwu. For his part, Lin Yiwu directly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Seeing this scene, Bai Dongxue was furious. Directly riding back on Lin Yiqiu, she pinched Lin Yiqiu's neck and shook it frantically. You big liar. Cheating my body and then not having any effect at all. It was a good thing that Bai Dongxue closed her hand, but if she used 20% of her strength, Lin Yuyo would have been easily choked off. I'm the one who was forced to do it, okay, you pressed me here to do whatever you want, and now you're even asking me back that I have no effect. What effect do you want? Even though Lin Yiwu couldn't catch his breath from being pinched, it still didn't affect him from spitting. Why didn't I have a breakthrough? Bai Dongxue huffed. You didn't make a breakthrough, why are you asking me? Do I have the responsibility and obligation to help you break through? Lin Yiwu asked back. You bully. Bai Dongxue's eyes reddened all of a sudden, her eyes red, and her voice took on a sobbing tone. Lin Yuyo froze. Alright, don't cry. Lin Yiqiu took hold of Bai Dongxue's shoulders. Bai Dongxue huffed and puffed and shook it off, turning her head away to sulk. Looking at Bai Dongxue's appearance, Lin Yiqiu sighed helplessly and opened his mouth. You want a breakthrough, you just say it. I am the body of the blazing sun, and every day my body produces a limited amount of the power of the blazing sun. The strong yang power in my body can harmonize with the yin qi in the female cultivator's body to help her break through the bottleneck. After listening to Lin Yuyao's explanation, Bai Dongxue was amazed in her heart. Is there really such a powerful and strange physique in the world? When it really was 1,000 worlds, there was nothing strange. Bai Dongxue's bright eyes stared at Lin Yiwu. But then once she thought that she hadn't made a breakthrough, she turned her head away with a puffed up mouth. This power of the blazing sun is counted every day, it can't be inexhaustible, you also have to give me time to slow down. Let's put it this way, if you want to make a breakthrough, then wait for me to slow down and save up before you come back to me. Lin Yuyo lightly patted Bai Dongxue's back and coaxed her. Bai Dongxue's heart was relieved when she heard Lin Yiwu's explanation. So that's how it is. But Bai Dongxue still pretended to be puffed up. Then you have to leave some for me, you can't give it all to my sister. The voice took on a petulant tone. Just tell your sister. Lin Yiwu laughed. My sister and I grew up fighting over everything and grabbing everything, she definitely won't agree. Bai Dongxue was bitter with a small face. Now that she has you ruthlessly pressing me, she will definitely hide you tightly. Hearing this, Lin Yayao also helplessly spread his hands and said, then there's nothing that can be done. After all, I'm now nominally your sister's cauldron, what can I do if your sister doesn't agree? Hearing these words, Bai Dongxue pouted and stuck up, hugging Lin Yiwu's arm and shaking it. Aya, brother-in-law. The voice was gentle, soft, and charming. Let's not tell my sister now? Let's sneak. Aya, brother-in-law, you promise people well. Bai Dongxue stared with two big, watery, innocent eyes, looking up at Lin Yiwu. All right. Lin Yuyue really couldn't stand this abrasive little goblin Bai Dongxue. Brother-in-law is the best. Bai Dongxue smiled joyfully and pressed Lin Yiwu onto the big bed again. What are you doing again? Lin Yuyo froze. Brother-in-law, your fiery sun body generates a number of fiery sun power every day. Bai Dongxue hugged Lin Yuyo tightly. That means as long as I squeeze hard, I might be able to squeeze out a few drops. Saying that, Bai Dongxue blocked Lin Yiwu's lips again. Chapter 6 Law Enforcement Elders Shock. No wonder sister hid you. Bai Dongxue's entire body couldn't wait to hang on to Lin Yiwu. 2 times of double cultivation. She felt that the cold chi that had been accumulating in her body for many years was stirring, and a breakthrough was imminent. This feeling made her indescribably excited. As long as she broke through the Jindan, she could also be rightfully promoted to inner Sect disciple. Dongxue, I said, this power of the blazing sun is limited, you. Lin Yuyo was pestered and had no choice but to open his mouth. The words hadn't even finished. It was blocked by Bai Dongxue's unique fragrance and aggression, and the girl's red lips printed up with irresistible power. Alas, Lin Yuyo sighed in his heart, feeling like a piece of driftwood on the sea, wrapped in the waves, unable to do anything. Bai Dongxue was as passionate as fire, as if she wanted to melt his entire being. Lin Ichio was a bit resistant at first. Damn, how come it's this trick every time? But gradually, the delusion-breaking pearl in his body began to heat up slightly. A warm current flowed throughout his body, causing him to respond involuntarily as well. This time, the temperature in the room skyrocketed. The breaths of the two of them also mingled more closely together. Suddenly, a strong swirl of yin and yang auras erupted. Centered around the two, the curtains around the bed and couch were blown around by this force. The delusion-breaking bead at Lin Yiwu's dantian was, at this moment, emitting a dazzling white light. At the same time, the yin and cold chi that had been accumulating in Bai Dongxue's body for many years surged crazily towards Lin Yuyo. As if it had found a vent. The delusion-breaking pearl came and went, like a greedy gourmand. It devoured all of this cold and gloomy chi. Converting it into pure spiritual energy, it fed back to Lin Yuyo and Bai Dongxue. Bai Dongxue clearly felt that the shackles of many years had directly broken the mirror under this powerful impact. I broke through. Surprised, she opened her eyes. The powerful strength of the Jindan stage made her ecstatic, and as she hugged Lin Yiwu, she excitedly kissed Lin Yiwu on the cheek. Thank you, brother-in-law. Before Lin Yiwu could respond, he felt that a radical change had also occurred within his body. After the delusion-breaking pearl had absorbed a large amount of yin and cold chi, it fed back to him a stream of pure energy. This energy rushed across his body and eventually converged into his dantian. 7th level of chi refining? Lin Yuyo hurriedly looked internally at his dantian. Holy, his own cultivation level had unexpectedly broken through as well. This unexpected joy made him freeze. After Bai Dongxue broke through the Jindan, her entire body glowed as if she had been transformed. Her eyes looked at Lin Yiwu with even more fervor and were filled with possessiveness. Brother-in-law, you are truly my lucky star, she said and wrapped herself around again. Before Lin Yuyo could refuse, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Bai Xiushang stood in the doorway, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she was even more furious. Bai Dongxue was disheveled, and almost her entire body was hanging onto Lin Ichio. While Lin Ichio had a helpless look on his face, letting her hug him. "Bai Dongxue, what are you doing?" Bai Xiushan's voice was like cold ice, freezing the air in the room. However, Bai Dongxue was undaunted. Instead, she provocatively raised her chin and flaunted. "Sister, I broke through the Jindan stage. Thanks to my brother-in-law." "You!" Bai Xiushan was so angry that she was trembling. "Liniwu is my stovepipe, how dare you?" "Stovepod?" "Sis, that's too hard for you to say." Bai Dongxue laughed daintily, getting off of Lin Yuyo and walking over to Bai Xiushan, stretching out her slender jade finger to gently point at her chest. "We're all sisters, there are good things to share together, don't you think so, brother-in-law?" Saying that, she looked at Lin Ichio with winks again. Lin Yuchang was sandwiched between the two sisters. He only felt that he had two big heads, and hurriedly advised. "Both of you, have a word, don't make a move." However, his dissuasion was useless. Bai Xiushan's willow eyebrows rose up as she angrily shouted, "What kind of thing are you? Also worthy of staining my furnace cauldron? Get lost." With that, she was about to swing out a spiritual force, trying to blast Bai Dongxue out. Bai Dongxue wasn't willing to show weakness either and sneered, "Sister, you're being too overbearing, aren't you? This furnace cauldron isn't yours alone, so why shouldn't I touch it?" She similarly mobilized her spiritual energy and prepared to meet the battle. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Lin Yaoyao's scalp tingled and he said in his heart, "Oh my god, are all the women in this immortal cultivation world so tough? They start fighting at the drop of a hat. I'm caught in the middle and I'm not a person." Boom! The two powerful spiritual forces collided in the room, stirring up a stream of air, and the tables, chairs, and benches were blown to the ground. The entire room was a mess. Lin Yuyo was shaken by the airflow and almost fell into a dog's poop. Right at this moment, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the two sisters' spiritual energy. A middle-aged woman wearing a plain robe with a gentle temperament appeared in the doorway. She had picturesque eyebrows, and her eyes carried the majesty of a superior person. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Seeing this, Bai Xiushan and Bai Dongxue hurriedly collected their breath and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Lu." This woman was none other than the Acacia Sect's law enforcement elder, Lu Qing. She had always been known for her impartiality and strictness, and she possessed great prestige within the sect. And there was a rumor that this elder Lu had never searched for a Taoist couple even after cultivating for more than 30 years. Of course, this was only a legend. After all, no one had the guts to ask. Lu Qing swept a glance at the mess in the room. "Xiao Frost, tell me, what exactly happened?" "Elder, Bai Dongxue broke into my room privately, snatched my stove cauldron, and even attacked and injured people." "You!" Bai Dongxue angrily rebuked, "It was clearly you who hijacked your brother-in-law and prevented me from..." Halfway through her sentence, she realized that she had slipped up and hurriedly changed her words. "Not allowing me to cultivate with him." Lu Qing's gaze landed on Lin Yuyo. "You're the cauldron?" Lin Yiwu stiffly stepped forward and saluted, "I am exactly that." Without waiting for him to continue, Lu Qing's gaze once again looked to Bai Dongxue's side. "What exactly is going on? You should both be well aware of the law enforcement hall regulations." When these words came out, the two sisters immediately shivered. Bai Xiushan hated to slap her own indisputable sister to death at the moment. If it wasn't for her, Lin Yiwu wouldn't have been exposed like this. She had thought of hiding the other party in her small courtyard in the future and practicing night after night. At that time, her strength would definitely skyrocket. But now, as Bai Dongxue told the matter one by one, Lu Qing's expression changed from indifference in the beginning to surprise and even shock in the end. She was well aware of the Acacia Sect's gong method. But whenever one practiced it with a man, then the other person would definitely be drained to dryness. But now this man called Lin Yiwu not only didn't, but instead helped the two sisters successfully break through to Jindan. Chapter 7, Bad, Can't Be a Communal, right? It's true that you have a special physique that can help others break through bottlenecks? Lin Yiwu secretly said in his heart that it was bad. If this matter was spread out, wouldn't he become a communal cauldron for the entire Acacia sect? He hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Kid does have some special abilities, but it's not everything. Oh? Lu Qing glanced at him with a wry smile. Bai Dongxue just said that you helped her break through to the Jindan stage? Bai Dongxue hurriedly nodded, 1,000 times true. I had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment before, and it was my brother-in-law who helped me break through. Lu Qing's gaze swept back and forth between the two sisters, already having a few guesses in her heart. She faintly said, "This matter is of great importance. I need to report to the Patriarch for a decision. Before that, the three of you shall not leave the Acacia Sect by half a step." After saying that, Lu Qing turned around and left, leaving the three of them to look at each other in dismay. Bai Xiushan's face turned blue as she glared fiercely at Lin Ichio. "It's all because you caused this." Bai Dongxue, on the other hand, had a smug look on her face and made a face at Bai Xiuxing. Slightly, who made you want to dominate your brother-in-law alone?" Lin Yuyao screamed in his heart. What kind of thing was this? He himself had inexplicably become the center of contention between the two sisters. My path to immortal cultivation, why is it so bumpy? It wasn't long before Lu Qing went and returned with a grave expression on his face. Patriarch summoned, "The three of you come with me." The three of them didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly followed behind Lu Qing, heading to the Patriarch's hall. Along the way, Lin Yuyao's heart was in a state of flux, and he even began to fantasize about whether he would be locked into some dark little black room, working day and night to drain the last ounce of his energy. Just as Lin Yao was imagining things, a woman in a long fiery red dress stopped their way. This woman had a voluptuous appearance, a hot body, and a head of red hair like a waterfall added a few points of enchantment. The corners of her eyebrows and eyes were all tinged with charm, and her knitted brows and smile were all tantalizing. "Elder Lu, where are we going?" The woman's voice was delicate, like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Lu Qing slightly owed her body. "I've met Senior Sister Chu, the Patriarch has summoned these three people." Lin Yiwu, who was following behind the crowd, was startled when he saw this scene. The woman's identity he didn't know, but to be able to make Elder Lu have this attitude, her status in the Hahuan sect was definitely not low. As he expected, the woman was none other than the chief disciple of the inner sect of the Acacia sect, Xu Hongso, who was also the sect master's personal disciple. Her beautiful eyes glanced curiously at Lin Yiwu. "Is this the furnace that allowed Cho Frost and Bai Shui to break through the Jindan?" As soon as Bai Dongxue heard this, she puffed out her chest in triumph. "That's right, it's him. Senior Sister Chu, I'm telling you, he's awesome." Bai Xiushang hurriedly interrupted her. "Dongxue, don't talk nonsense." This girl was really talking out of her ass. Chu Hongsleeve covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Looks like the rumors are true. TSK, looking so clear-eyed, no wonder it's possible for you two sisters to fight over your heads." As she spoke, her gaze once again looked at Lin Yuyao. "Little brother, how about it? Are you interested in coming under my door?" Lin Yuyao shivered when he heard this. This woman's eyes were too revealing, it was almost as if she wanted to eat him alive. He couldn't help but take a step back and hide behind Lu Qing. Seeing this, Chu Hongso smiled even more charmingly. "Yo, the little guy is still quite shy. Don't worry, elder sister doesn't eat people," she said, slowly walking closer, stretching out her slender jade finger, gently picking up Lin Yuyao's chin. Lu Qing coughed lightly. "Hongsleeve, the Patriarch is still waiting." Hearing this, Chu Hongsleeve then withdrew her palm. "All right, then I'll let you off first. But if there's a chance, elder sister would also like to have an in-depth exchange with younger brother." Listening to the explicit words in his ears, Lin Yuyao lowered his head as if he hadn't heard them. He wasn't stupid, the contracts on his body were all by Cho-chan's now. To put it bluntly, it was also by Dongxue who was the younger sister. But if Lin Yiwu himself dared to mess around, he would have already activated the prohibition and directly obliterated him. Bai Qiushang seemed to have seen what Lin Yiwu was thinking. The corner of her mouth actually lifted up a trace of an arc on her face that had originally shown annoyance. The group continued to head to the Patriarch's hall. Lin Yuan's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Arriving at the entrance of the main hall, Lu Qing stopped and respectfully said, "Patriarch, disciple has brought the three people. Come in." A charming female voice came from within the great hall. Lin Yiwu felt his soul tremble with it. "Don't talk nonsense when you go in, answer whatever the Patriarch asks you, understand?" Lu Qing's voice rang in his ears, bringing back Lin Yuan's floating heart. Seeing that none of the three were saying anything, Lu Qing nodded. "Go in." The Patriarch's hall was resplendent with gold and smoke. Right in front of it was a huge red tent, and below it was a large bed of several meters. On the bed, a woman wearing a purple gold robe lay on top. Lin Yao secretly surveyed the woman in front of him. Gorgeous. This was his thought at the first sight. If the pair of long legs under the purple golden robe were placed on the Blue Stars network, there would definitely be people commenting below, play years. But when Lin Yuyao saw the other party's pair of eyes, suddenly, he felt that those contrasts he had seen before were absolutely crushing compared to the one in front of him. The tear mole under the corner of the eye, the fox-like eyes, just by looking at them alone, Lin Yuyao had the feeling of wanting to submit to the woman's feet. This woman was none other than the Acacia Sect Patriarch, the Red Eyebrow Fairy. The Red Eyebrow Fairy was lazily reclining on the bed couch. In her opinion, Lin Yiwu was just another furnace pot that had been sent to her door. When Lu Qing reported back, she listened carelessly. What was Foundation Establishment or Golden Dan was nothing more than that to her. In order to break through Jin Dan, she had sucked a handsome gentleman dry. The taste of that was still very memorable now. However, Lin Yiwu's situation was a bit unusual. After being sucked by the Bai sisters for so long, he was actually still alive and kicking, and his cultivation had even refined quite a bit. This made her think of some of the secret stories recorded in the secret ancient books of the Acacia Sect. The Acacia Sect in the ancient times did not have only female cultivators. Instead, male and female disciples practiced together, harmonizing yin and yang, and double-crossing. Which was like this now, like captive livestock. Interesting, really interesting. The Red Eyebrow Immortal let out a light laugh, her voice as clear as a silver bell, yet with a seductive charm. Little fellow, raise your head and let this sovereign take a good look. Lin Yiwu heard this and slowly raised his head, but he didn't dare to look directly at the Red Eyebrow Immortal and only stole a glance. That glance caused his heart to tremble. The Red Eyebrow Fairy had a stunningly beautiful and charming appearance, and her knitted brows and smile exuded the charm of a mature woman. It was far from the youthful allure of the Bai sisters. Chapter 9 Elbow, follow me into the house. It was a good thing that Bai Xiushang didn't agree. That disciple touched his nose and snapped back. However, the others had no intention of leaving just like that. The many female disciples directly surrounded Bai Xiushuang. There were big, burly men as well as handsome gentlemen with faces like jade, with cultivations ranging from Qi cultivation to Foundation establishment. Bai Xiushan refused all of them, but those female disciples didn't die. They even began to soften their words, hinting that they could be exchanged in other ways. Lin Yiwu looked at the lively scene in front of him and cried and laughed in his heart. He felt like he was a commodity placed on a shelf to be picked by anyone. Get lost, all of you. Bai Xiushan was completely enraged. She was at least considered to be at the Jindan stage of cultivation now. Within the Acacia Sect, she was already considered a core disciple of the inner sect. Not only were these people not afraid, that stomping attitude made her very unhappy. Seeing Bai Xiushan in this state, the crowd wisely did not come forward again and dispersed. It was only the whispers as they left that continued to buzz like mosquitoes, drilling into Lin Yuyao's ears. Oh, what chaste martyr. But yes, slow play and will not break, what is the hurry? Waiting for their sisters to go out on a mission, do we want to come over? He. Bai Xiushan's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be able to drip ink. She was already domineering and strong, and now that she had been promoted to Jin Dan, it was a time of great vigor, so how could she tolerate such contempt from these fellow disciples? A long sword with a snow-white body suddenly appeared in her hand. In dare to bull a word, kill. Bai Xiushan let out a chirpy cry, her long sword waved, and a powerful sword she swept out, ruthlessly chopping on the ground. Boom! Dust flew up and debris splashed everywhere. Where that sword she passed through, a gully several feet deep appeared on the ground, as if it was going to split the entire courtyard in two. Those female disciples who were originally still whispering were instantly frightened by this sudden turn of events, screaming and running in all directions. The air was filled with a choking smell of dust, and Lin Yixu couldn't help but stutter as he watched the scene before him. This woman, she was really ruthless. Bai Xiushan closed her sword and stood, coldly scanning the surroundings. Those disciples who were originally spectators had long since run away. Only then did she turn around and said to Lin Yiwu and Bai Dongxue, let's go inside. The three of them returned to the room, and Bai Qiusheng still had a sour look on her face. Bai Dongxue cautiously came over to Bai Qiusheng's side and whispered, Sister, don't be angry, they're just jealous of you. Bai Qiusheng snorted coldly, jealous of me? They deserve it too. Lin Yuyao stood on the side. Silently listening to the conversation between the two sisters, his heart was calculating another matter. He vaguely felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some sort of change. Whether it was good or bad was unknown though. Lin Yuyao, how much of the power of the blazing sun have you saved up? Bai Xiushan's voice interrupted his thoughts. What? Lin Yiwu froze. Just now, he was still looking like he was fighting for his life. Why did the picture suddenly change? While he was pondering how to answer, Bai Xiushan had already impatiently yanked his arm and dragged him towards the house like a small chicken. Elbow. Come back to the house with me. Lin Yuyo stumbled. Before he could protest, he was dragged into the room by Bai Xiushan. With a bang, the door to the room was slammed shut. Outside the door, Bai Dongxue originally wanted to open her mouth to say something, but was startled by the sudden slamming of the door. Immediately afterward, Ji Yun and Jia walked out from the small room next to them. Second miss, you should go back. Bai Dongxue was harboring a fire in her heart. Originally, she had planned to discuss with Bai Qiu Frost about sharing this precious cauldron of Lin Yuyo in the future. However, she didn't expect that Bai Qiu Frost would actually directly shut her out. Humph, Lin Yiqiu also has a share of me. Bai Dongxue secretly gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She wasn't a good person, having suffered a loss, she naturally had to think of ways to get it back. Inside the room, Bai Xiushan rode on top of Lin Yiwu. Reaching out, she ripped open Lin Yiwu's lapel, revealing his fine and strong chest. Little thing, I'm going to drain you dry today. Lin Yuyo sighed helplessly. This woman, she was really overbearing. However, he wasn't very resistant is all. Ever since fusing with the delusion-breaking bead, this kind of thing was more like cultivation for him than torture. Bai Xiushan's hands roamed over his chest, igniting a cluster of fires. Lin Yuyo felt a warm current rise from his dantian and quickly flow throughout his body. Bai Xiushan let out a soft murmur and leaned down, kissing Lin Yuyo's lips. It was a domineering kiss, with predation and possession. Lin Yuyo passively endured Bai Xiushan's passion. As Bai Xiushan's movements became more and more intense, the spiritual energy in his body began to surge. Lin Yuyo felt a stream of pure spiritual energy. It was pouring into his body in a steady stream, being purified and absorbed by the delusion-breaking bead in his body. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiushan finally went limp on top of Lin Yuyo. Remember, in the future, no matter what, you have to provide me with the power of the blazing sun. Lin Yiwu smiled and didn't say anything. He felt that his cultivation had refined by another point. It was getting closer to breaking through to the next realm. Bai Xiushan's breathing gradually stabilized, and she curled up in Lin Yuyo's arms like a lazy cat. Lin Yuyo didn't dare to move around. From the beginning he had been clear about his position. The position of a stove din in the Harmony sect was very underground. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an offer to swap male pets with Bai Xiushan. However, this charming picture was unknowingly caught by a pair of eyes. In the back of the Acacia sect's main peak, an inconspicuous bamboo house was hidden amongst the verdant bamboos. Inside the bamboo house, a woman wearing a green-colored Taoist robe sat cross-legged, and it was none other than Lu Qing. In front of her, a crystal ball was suspended. In the crystal ball, it was the scene inside Lin Yiwu's room. Lu Qing's gaze was tightly locked onto Lin Yuyo. As Bai Xiushan's movements became more and more unrestrained, Lu Qing's breathing increased sharply. She felt her body heat up, and a hot, dry aura was running amok within her. This brat, there really is some gateway. Lu Qing muttered. She had originally been ordered by the Patriarch to secretly observe Lin Yiwu in case he made any movements. However, she didn't expect to see such a scene. Lu Qing's heart was like a river turning over, and her originally calm state of mind was now flooded with ripples. As the Acacia sect's law enforcement elder, she had never encountered a bottleneck even after cultivating all the way to the peak of Jindan because of her exceptional talent. Therefore, she hadn't moved to find a stovepot. But until these few years, she had stayed at the peak of Jindan for 8 years. It wasn't that Lu Qing hadn't thought about finding a cauldron either, but she was just like Bai Xiushan. She was bent on finding one that she could see eye to eye with. And the manly aura emanating from Lin Yuyo's body made her heartstrings, which had been silent for many years, rattle once again. How is this? This supposed to be good? Lu Qing felt like she was about to lose control of her emotions. Chapter 10 Shu Hong Sleeves Party. Lu Qing stayed awake all night. The scene in the crystal ball played over and over in her mind. Lin Yiqiu's lean body, Bai Xiushan's licentious posture, intertwined into a blush-inducing picture. The yin and cold shackles in her body were also stirring her mind. The next morning, Lu Qing came to Bai Xiushan's side yard in the name of inspection. Of course, at this moment, Bai Xiushan had already gone out on a mission. Inside the small courtyard, only a few maids and Lin Ichio remained. When Jiyun and Jia saw that it was Lu Qing who had come over, they hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Lu Qing nodded expressionlessly. "Well, you guys and back off, I'll personally check this place out. No one is allowed to enter without my order." Although the two women were puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey Lu Qing's order and only bowed and retreated. Moreover, even if Bai Xiushan was there, she would probably have to follow orders. When the two of them walked away, Lu Qing looked at the house where Lin Ichio was with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a long time, as if he had made up his mind, he walked straight in. Inside the house, Lin Iwu, who was getting dressed, suddenly heard movement coming from outside. He was puzzled and was just about to pick the window to look outside when the door to the room was pushed open. "Elder Lu? Why are you here?" Lin Yao Yao looked at the other party in surprise. He didn't know if he had misread the situation. Lin Yao Yao only felt that the Lu Qing in front of him seemed to be different from before. As for where, he couldn't say. Lu Qing didn't answer. A white silk thread flashed in his hand, and between swings of his hand, the white silk bound Lin Yuyao's palm. "Lu, Elder Lu, what are you?" Lin Yuyao was a little confused. At the moment his entire body was tied up on the bed in a large zigzag shape. Lu Qing still didn't say a word. The close proximity allowed her to more clearly feel the masculine aura emanating from Lin Iwu's body. This aura, like a blazing fire, burned her cold body. Lu Qing only felt a hot current surging to the top of her head, and her breathing became rapid. Just as she was trembling her hands, wanting to undo Lin Yuyun's clothes, a crisp voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Jiyun, Jia, didn't I tell you guys to look after that brat? Why are you all out?" Lin Yuyao's heart thumped, and he said something bad. Didn't this woman go out on a mission? Why did she suddenly come back? Lu Qing's pretty face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She hurriedly placed her fingers on her lips, signaling Lin Yuyao to keep quiet. Afterwards, she took the silk thread away from Lin Yuyao's hands and dodged into the nearby closet with a flash. Before Lin Yuyao had the chance to speak, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. The next moment, the door to the room was pushed open. Bai Xiushan's figure walked in from outside. "Eldest miss? Why are you back? Elder Lu came just now?" Bai Qiuxing asked without answering. Lin Yao Yao knew very well that Ji Yun and the others must have told Bai Qiu Frost about what happened. So there was no hiding it either. "Well, just came here to turn around a bunch and left. I don't know what she wanted to do." Hearing this, Bai Qiu Frost did not suspect anything. No matter how much more, Lu Qing was also a dignified figure in the Heping sect. It wouldn't be so bad as to snatch a furnace pot from her, an inner disciple. "Forgive you for not daring to lie to me. Pack up and come with me to a party later." "A party?" Lin Iwu was a bit puzzled. What kind of party? This woman had made a move on herself the last time they met. Not a good thing at first glance. This time, inviting Bai Qiu Frost to a party, she might be holding back some bad water. Bai Qiuxing glanced at Lin Ichio and seemed to have read his mind. "You better be honest, don't cause trouble for me, do you hear me?" Yes, I understand." Lin Iwu nodded his head like pounding garlic, but in his heart, he was casting aspersions. "Lousy Hall 7-foot man, sooner or later one day will take you." Bai Xiushan's willow eyebrows rose, a chill came over her. Lin Iwu immediately shut up. He was now a lamb to be slaughtered in front of her. It was better to clamp his tail and be a man. "All right, let's go." Saying that, Bai Qiushang stretched out her arm. Lin Yuyao hurriedly assisted the other party to get up, living like a little eunuch. After waiting to walk out of the small courtyard, Bai Qiuxing then pulled Lin Ichio up into the air. There were no words along the way, and they soon arrived at the back of the Acacia Sect's mountain. Lin Iwu looked down. Should he say it or not, this place was really beautiful. This was the first time he had overlooked the Hahuan sect. The major peaks of the Acacia sect were surrounded by clouds. As Bai Xiushan landed, the two of them arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. As soon as they came down, Lin Iwu felt countless gazes fall on him. At a glance, within the courtyard, there were at least 36 female cultivators of the Acacia sect, warbling and swallowing. And the looks were all 60 points upwards. The problem was, each and every one of these women hated to eat him alive. Just when Lin Yao Yao didn't know what to do, Bai Xiushan's voice rang in his ears. "Remember what I told you." After saying that, she pulled Lin Yuyao towards a gazebo. There were already a few flamboyantly dressed female cultivators sitting in the gazebo. One of them, a woman dressed in red with a hot body and a hint of Ingqi between her eyebrows, was none other than Chu Hongso. Yo, isn't this senior sister Bai? I thought you weren't coming. Chu Hongsleeve saw Bai Qiushuang and immediately greeted her with a smile, but her gaze intentionally or unintentionally darted towards Lin Yiwu. Senior sister Chu was joking, you're the busy one. Bai Qiushuang smiled faintly and the two exchanged pleasantries. Lin Yuyo stood behind Bai Qiushuang like a wooden man. By the way, go to the opposite side courtyard, I'll call you when there's a need. Hearing this, Lin Yichou's expression was delighted. Staying here, he was really afraid that these women would eat him to the bone. However, when one was under the roof, one had to bow one's head. He obediently responded, then turned around and walked towards the side yard. This remote courtyard was not big, but it was crowded with male cultivators. Each and every one of them had a face like a vegetable, shriveled up, living like a frosted eggplant. Without having to ask, Lin Yaoyao knew what these people were doing. Hearts for the female disciples of the Acacia sect. As soon as he went in, a strong smell of fat and powder hit his nose, mixed with the sweaty odor of man hormones, which almost didn't send him away. There were about 20 to 30 men in the courtyard, all of them pale and weak-footed, looking like they had been drained of their essence in a pitiful manner. Yo, isn't this brother Lin? How come senior sister Bai is willing to let you out today as well? Which one are you? Lin Yuyo looked at the man in front of him suspiciously. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he felt, but how could he not recall where he had seen him before? My name is Zhao Hai, Zhang Chunyan Zheng's senior sisters. Furnace Cauldron. Zhang Chunyan. Lin Yichou suddenly realized, that's not true. Wasn't this the burly female cultivator who had swapped herself with Bai Qiushuang earlier? Ah, so it's brother Zhao, long time no see. Lin Yuyo arched his hand, but secretly muttered in his heart. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Zhao Hai, secretly admiring him in his heart. What a man! I also don't know how this guy withstood Zhang Chuanyan's titanic passion. Chapter 11, Li Chenfeng. Zhao Hai seemed to have noticed Lin Yuyao's gaze. His face was a bit embarrassed and he forced a smile. Brother Lin is really lucky to be under senior sister Bai's door. Senior sister Bai not only has a high level of cultivation, but also... He paused, as if searching for the right adjective, and treats people gently and is easygoing. Lin Yaoyao almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Gentle? Easy-going? This Zhao Hai might have some misunderstanding of gentle, right? That woman Bai Qiushuang was clearly a tigress. Lin Yuyo could only smile and say, brother Zhao overpraised me, senior sister Bai did. Treat me well. Zhao Hai sighed, envy showing in his eyes, unlike me, alas. He didn't continue, but Lin Yiwu already understood what he meant. I guess this Zhao Hai had a hard time under Zhang Chunyan. Right, brother Zhao, what exactly is this party for? Why is everyone like a frosted eggplant? Zhao Hai sniffed and his face was a bit ugly. Death match. Death match? Lin Yiwu froze and turned his head to look at the others. He only saw that all of these people's faces were numb and helpless. Zhao Hai gulped and was rather helpless. It's actually a gamble for those masters. Later on, a maid will come over to take names, and those who get their names, it means that their own masters have placed bets with the other disciples. At that time, we, the hearth pots, will have to go over there, regardless of whether we live or die. Lin Yiwu understood. Isn't this just like fighting in a black box, letting your men go out and fight for their lives, and then counting your own money at the back? There were really no human rights. But if it was before, maybe Lin Yiwu would still be a little worried. But now, he was at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, and looking at the people around him, most of them were around the 5th level of Qi refining, and they were not a threat to him at all. But there was one that attracted his idea. In the middle of the crowd, there was a man sitting on his knees, a country face with a hideous scar at the corner of his eye, but his eyes were not as godless as the other stoves. What's more, this man's cultivation was actually already at the 9th level of Qi refining. Lin Yuyao's heart was flabbergasted. This guy was a formidable enemy. This brother, I'm Lin Easy, dare I ask your name? Lin Yiwu walked up to the man, arched his hand and asked. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked Lin Easy up and down. My name is Li Chenfeng. Brother Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yiwu was similarly sizing up the other party, although this guy had a high level of cultivation. But it didn't seem to have that disheveled aura that the other stoves had, instead it had a hidden sharpness. Brother Lin, you're new here too, right? A word of advice, mind your own business. Li Chenfeng said indifferently. Lin Yiwu smiled, Brother Li is wrong, it is precisely because I'm new here, I'm not familiar with everything here, that's why I need to learn more about it. But these words seemed to have annoyed the other party. Li Chenfeng snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Lin Yiwu, and closed his eyes to rest. Lin Prosperity wasn't annoyed either and turned back to Zhao Hai. Brother Lin, why are you messing with him? That guy is a notoriously ruthless character. There was a Foundation establishment stage furnace in that fought him to the death before, but ended up dying in his hands. Besides, he's not the same as us. Lin Ichio immediately became interested. Different? Then why is he here? Zhao Hai was just about to explain when a maid in a pink dress walked in. In her hand was a tray with a few slips of paper on it. Gentlemen, the roll call will now begin. Those whose names are called, please follow me. Shan Hu. Zhao Hai. The maid's voice cut through the stagnant air of the remote courtyard. Zhao Hai beside Lin Yiwu's body's face suddenly changed, uglier than eating a fly. He followed Zhao Hai's gaze and looked towards a strong man with a tiger's back in the crowd. That burly man was also staring viciously at him with a fierce light in his eyes. As for the others, they all looked as if they were not concerned. Life and death have their own destinies, and wealth and riches are in the hands of heaven, so that's probably how it is. Chen Hu, who was named, stood up, craned his neck, and walked towards the maid step by step. As he passed by Zhao Hai, Chen Hu intentionally bumped into him. Zhao Hai staggered a few steps and almost fell. Waste. Chen Hu spat out 2 words contemptuously and followed the maid out. Zhao Hai steadied himself and helplessly said to Lin Yiwu, Brother Lin, take care. Lin Prosper nodded and was about to say something when he saw Zhao Hai approach him. Don't trust anyone. After saying that, he followed the maid without looking back and left the side courtyard. Lin Yuyo looked at Zhao Hai's back, pondering over the other party's words. And within the entire remote courtyard, with Zhao Hai and Chen Hu's departure, it once again fell into dead silence. Lin Prosperity wasn't looking for anyone to talk to either, sitting alone in the corner. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Yaoyao's heart also gradually sank. About a quarter of an hour later, a miserable scream suddenly came from the next courtyard. This was followed by the clanging sounds of weapons clashing, as well as the clamor of the female cultivators. Lin Yaoyao's heart tightened. That miserable scream was clearly Zhao Hai's. He wanted to go over and take a look, but the others weren't moving. If he went over, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Immediately after, the door to the side courtyard was pushed open. The maid who had just been named walked in. In her hand was a tray, and on the tray was a note. Lin Prosperity, please follow me. Lin Yiwu got up, and the gazes of the other hearthpods clung to him like flies. Compared to Zhao Hai, who hadn't returned, Lin Prosperity's reputation in the Acacia sect was resounding. A furnace cauldron that had female disciples swooning over him was simply a great curiosity in the cultivation world. However, he didn't care about these gazes and followed the maid straight out of the side courtyard. Just as soon as he left the courtyard door, Lin Yiwu couldn't help but ask. This sister, how is Zhao Hai? The maid froze for a moment, as if she didn't expect him to care about this kind of thing. Perhaps it was Lin Yuyao's clear face that did the trick. The maid was quick. Dead fight, what's a dead fight if no one dies? That used to be expression seemed to say, what's there to ask? Lin Yaoyao's heart thumped. He couldn't figure it out. He was now Bai Xiushan's treasure for cultivation. How could she let himself participate in a deathmatch? It was too late to think about it. The maid had already brought him to the courtyard. On the green stone slab in the center of the courtyard, Zhao Hai's body was being carried away. The blood was still wet. And the burly man named Chen, who was currently standing in front of a female cultivator beside Bai Xiushan. With a fawning face, he waved his arms like an earth dog inviting credit. That female cultivator, Lin Yuyo, had met him once before. It was the inner disciple of the Acacia sect, Sun Mayor. And right now, Bai Xiushan was looking at herself with a worried face. Sun Mayor, who was sitting beside her, immediately sneered. Senior sister Bai, what, is this heartache? Your precious stove cauldron, don't get played out here. Bai Xiushan's complexion was cold as she turned her head and sneered back, mind your own dog, don't go around biting people, or else it might become a dead dog at some point. Chapter 12, Deadly Fight. Sun Mayor's face suddenly changed, and the color of resentment flickered. Huh, is that so? Shan Hu. You should know what to do, right? Shen Hu sniffed and immediately bowed. Don't worry, master, I will definitely make this brat's life worse than death later. He craned his neck, and a ferocious light showed in his eyes as he stared deathly at Lin Hai. And when Lin Yao saw the scene, he immediately stepped forward and lazily asked, "Missy, how do you want him to die?" Although he didn't know what kind of enmity there was between Bai Xiushang and Sun Meier. But as Bai Qiu Frost's person, it was natural to be on this side. Bai Qiuxing also didn't expect Lin Yiwu to suddenly open her mouth. However, she immediately understood what the other party meant and the corner of her mouth raised in a smile. "It's just a dog, you see to it." Compared to Sun Meier and Chen Hu, who had just put out harsh words, it was the two of them whose words were truly contemptuous to the extreme. Sun Meier's face turned blue, but she could only hold back her anger and turned her head to look at Chu Hongso. "Senior sister, the people have arrived, can we begin?" Chu Hongsleeve sniffed and nodded slightly to the serving girl beside Lin Yiwu. The maid instantly shouted loudly, "Lin Yiwu, yes, Chen Hu." As the words fell, a clamor resounded around them. All sorts of spirit stones, pills, and magic weapons were thrown into the arena. "I'm betting on Chen Hu to win. Even though this kid's physique is wrong, Chen Hu's strength is there for all to see. I'm betting on Lin Yiwu. Haven't you heard? This kid is a stovepipe that impresses even senior sister Bai, he must have some skills. I'm betting on Lin Yiwu being knocked out by Chen Hu with a single punch. This is a death match, not a game." The voices placing bets rose and fell. Lin Yiwu walked slowly to the center of the courtyard, sweeping his gaze over the surrounding crowd, secretly sneering in his heart. These people, what did they take him for? A plaything? A tool? He wasn't a pawn to be manipulated. Chen Hu also walked over from Sun Meier's side. He looked at Lin Yiwu with a fierce smile. "Kid, aren't you very popular with women? Unfortunately, you're going to turn into a corpse today." With the end of the betting, the death match officially began. Chen Hu roared, ferociously lunging towards Lin Yiwu, his huge fist heading straight for Lin Yiwu's face. Lin Yiwu didn't dodge or avoid. Just at the moment when Chen Hu's fist was about to hit him, he made a backward move and directly dodged it. Boom! Chen Hu's fist fell short and smashed heavily on the lapis lazuli plate with a loud bang. He froze for a moment and looked around, but he couldn't find Lin Yiwu's figure. "Are you looking for me?" A teasing voice came from behind Chen Hu. Chen Hu turned around violently, but he saw that Lin Yiwu had appeared behind him at some point. It was looking at him with a smile or a laugh. "You?" Chen Hu just wanted to open his mouth. Lin Yiwu kicked him at his dantian. Powerful spiritual energy instantly surged into his body, destroying his meridians. "Ah!" Chen Hu screamed miserably and fell to his knees, covering his stomach. He could never have imagined that Lin Yiwu was so fast. Lin Yiwu looked at him condescendingly, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. "A piece of like you're worthy of calling out to me?" After saying that, he raised his foot and stepped on Chen Hu's face, crushing it with force. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and Chen Hu's nose instantly collapsed as blood gushed out. How is this possible? Sun Meier looked at the scene in the center incredulously. In her opinion, it was absolutely easy for Chen Hu to pinch a Lin Yiwu to death. But now, before he could even exert any force, he was actually directly beaten to death. My god! This kid is actually at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. It seems like Bai Qiu-chan didn't give this kid a lot of spirit medicine. How else could he have improved so quickly? Sun Meier felt raucous as she listened to the sounds of talk coming from her ears. No one had expected that this deadly fight would end in such a way. Lin Yao slowly retracted his feet and patted the dust on his body before turning to look at Bai Qiushang. "Missy, are you satisfied?" Bai Qiushang let out a light laugh, her eyes full of teasing. "Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. However, aren't you hitting a little too hard?" Lin Yiwu shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face. "He was the one who provoked me first, I was just acting in self-defense." Justifiable defense? Bai Qiushang covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "I like this expression." She paused, then turned her head to look at Sun Meier. "Senior sister Sun, the talking thing, isn't it time to hand it over?" Sun Meier's face went red for a while and white for a while. Reluctantly, she pulled out a fire spirit Ganoderma from her storage bag. Bai Qiushang let out a light laugh and took it over, scrutinizing it carefully and pocketing it with satisfaction. "Senior sister Sun is really generous. I think with this, I'll soon be able to break through to the 2nd level of Jindan." The surrounding disciples were still talking. A furnace cauldron at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement was able to defeat Chen Hu, who was at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement, with a single move. This was simply unheard of. What is this kid's origin? He's so powerful. 7th level of Qi refining defeating 9th level of Qi refining, this is too heaven-defying. Could it be that Bai Xiushan gave him some kind of elixir? I don't think so, the speed and power of his strikes are not at all like an ordinary 7th level of Qi refining. Listening to these comments, Bai Xiushan grabbed Lin Yuyao's wrist and pulled him out of the courtyard without a second thought. Stay close to me, don't let those flies get on you. Lin Yuyao let Bai Xiushan pull him, feeling the warm touch coming from his wrist, but there were no waves in his heart. He was like an outsider, watching all of this with cold eyes. Sun Mayer looked at the backs of the two as they left, her eyes filled with resentment. Just a stovepipe, how dare you make my mother lose face? If I don't get you killed, I won't be called Sun Mayer. She stomped her foot fiercely and turned around to leave. Bai Qiushan brought Lin Yiwu back to her mansion. Ji Yun and Ji Yun had long been waiting at the entrance. Seeing the duo return, they immediately greeted them. Eldest Miss, Mr. Lin, you're back. The two naturally knew what they had done on this trip. Seeing that Lin Yuyao had returned safely, they were also overjoyed. After all, they were also relying on Lin Yiwu to cultivate. Bai Qiushan nodded. You guys retreat first, I have some things to talk to him about. The two of them sniffed and immediately turned their heads and retreated. Lin Yuan followed Bai Qiushan into the house. Bai Qiushan closed the door to the room and then reclined straight onto the couch. You did well today, I'm satisfied. It's good that eldest miss is satisfied. Lin Yuyao replied indifferently. Bai Qiushan let out a light laugh. What, are you unhappy? Lin Yiwu didn't say anything, just looked at her calmly. Bai Qiushan stood up and walked over to Lin Yiwu, stretching out her slender jade finger and gently picking his chin. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. What do you think you are? A mere stove, how dare you pose in front of this young lady? Lin Yiwu remains silent. Chapter 13, The Secret Realm of the Back Mountain. Bai Qiushan was a little exasperated, and the smile on her face tightened. I know you're a little resentful, don't you just think that I let you participate in a death match? You think I want to? Sun Mayer is the daughter of Acacia Sect's third elder, Sunling, and her father is the sixth elder of the Demon Sect, so in the inner sect, almost no one dares to mess with her. Before, she has been trying to buy you over, and was even willing to pay 100 golden spirit pills. I didn't agree, so she harbored a grudge, and this time, the deadly fight, was a setup that she deliberately set up. 100 golden spirit Dan. Lin Yao's heart was secretly staggered. This Sun Mayer, she was really rich and generous. However, the fact that Bai Qiushan actually refused such a generous reward for his sake was a bit surprising to him. Then why didn't Missy agree? 100 golden spirit pills is not a small amount. Bai Qiushan blankly glanced at him, selling you to her, what am I going to cultivate with? Do you think that a random stove will be able to help me raise my cultivation like you? So, this time, you've kind of helped me for once. If it wasn't for you winning Chinhu, I'm afraid I would have to be blackmailed hard by Sun Mayer that. Say it, what reward do you want? Lin Yuyao didn't even think about it and spoke directly, foundation building pill. Bai Qiushan was slightly stunned, then laughed. I thought you wanted some rare treasure, but it turns out it's just the foundation building Dan. That's fine, as long as you are obedient, there will be no shortage of benefits for you in the future. After saying that, she took out an elixir that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance from her storage bag and handed it to Lin Yuyao. Lin Yuan took the pill, it was warm in his hand and a pure spiritual qi came to him. He was contemplating on what excuse to sneak out and cultivate when Bai Qiushan suddenly pushed him down on the bed. My good brother. Bai Qiushan's charming eyes were like silk, and her voice was so delicate that it could almost drip water. Don't you want to order some other reward? This woman really flipped her face faster than a book. Just a moment ago, she was a towering queen, but now she had turned into a flirtatious and charming little goblin. Without waiting for Lin Yuyao to say anything, Bai Qiushan had already pounced on her. The red candles swayed and the tent hung low. Bai Qiushan's jade-like skin glowed with an attractive luster under the candlelight. Her slender jade hands roamed around Lin Yiha's body, tantalizing every nerve of his. Even though Lin Yuyao was passive on the surface, he was secretly running the delusion-breaking pearl in his heart, greedily absorbing the pure spiritual energy within Bai Qiushan's body. The spiritual energy within Bai Qiushan's body surged into Lin Yuyao's meridians. At the same time, the delusion-breaking bead also fed back a stream of pure energy that flowed into Bai Qiushan's body. This energy, like a trickle, nourished Bai Qiushan's meridians, making her already powerful spiritual energy even more pure and condensed. Bai Qiu Xuan clearly felt the increase in her cultivation. This feeling made her incomparably excited and made her even more enamored with Lin Yiwu. Lin Yuan secretly laughed in his heart. This woman, she was really a cultivation fanatic. However, this was good. The harder she worked, the more benefits he would get. As he absorbed the spiritual energy, he secretly observed Bai Qiushan's reaction. In his mind, he was calculating how he could maximize her use. I don't know how long it took, but Bai Qiushan finally went limp, dripping with fragrant sweat, looking at Lin Yiwu with charming eyes, and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, you're really powerful." Lin Yiqiu smiled faintly. Missy is being overly complimentary, little brother is just doing a little bit of good. Bai Qiushan pouted, still calling Missy? How unfamiliar, just call me sister in the future. This woman, she was really good at climbing up the pole, but there was nothing to lose by calling her sister. Then, little brother will respectfully follow your orders. Bai Qiushan nodded in satisfaction, then remembered the main event. Right, younger brother, lately you'd better be careful, don't go out of the mansion if you're not doing anything. Lin Yuyao's heart fluttered, knowing that she was afraid that she would be retaliated against by Sun Mayor, so he nodded. I know, sister. Bai Qiushan was cozy for a while longer before she got up and left. Lin Yuyao waited for her to leave and immediately sat down on his knees, running his gong methods and stabilizing his cultivation. After this double cultivation, his cultivation had refined by another point, and he was one step closer to the foundation establishment stage. Within the next half a month, Lin Yao stayed in his room to cultivate. Other than Bai Qiushan, there was no one else to disturb him. Every day, apart from cultivating, he was studying the gongfu that he had received from Bai Qiuxing, and his days were quite fulfilling. One day, Bai Qiuxing suddenly came to his room with a somewhat gloomy expression. Brother, the secret realm in the back of the mountain is going to open. Lin Yuyao was meditating on his knees. When he heard this, he slowly opened his eyes, but his heart was in awe. He had also heard some things about the Harmony Sect from the Zhiyan sisters during this period of time. The secret realm in the back of the mountain was a secret realm opened by the Acacia Sect itself. Many spiritual herbs were planted in it, and every year, they would send their hearth tripods in to pick them. But under normal circumstances, most of the time, the foundation establishment stage stove tripods were allowed to go in there, and now the other party had personally come over to tell him. Lin Yuyao's heart thumped, secretly said it was not good, but on his face, he pretended to be puzzled. Junior brother's district chi refining realm, what does this back mountain secret realm opening have to do with me? Bai Qiushan walked to his side and sat down, her slender fingers gently crossing his cheeks. Speaking of which, it's still Sun Mayor's woman who messed up. Originally, this secret realm can only be entered by a foundation establishment stage hearth. But the third elder didn't know what kind of madness he was having, and insisted that it wasn't easy to cultivate foundation establishment stage furnace cauldrons, and that he wanted to let you chi refinement stage ones go in to collect herbs. Saying that even if you die, the sect won't feel any pain. Hearing these words, how could Lin Yiwu not understand that this was forcing him towards death? But for some reason, not only did he not feel scared, instead he was a little excited. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Bai Qiushan was a bit puzzled. You're not afraid? Scared, but if I'm scared, I don't have to go in? Lin Yiwu asked in return. Bai Qiushan sighed and drew back her hand. I don't want you to go either, but I don't dare to disobey the third elder's order. But... She took out a jade pendant and a small porcelain bottle from her storage pouch and handed it to Lin Yuyao. This jade pendant can withstand one fatal attack below the Jindan stage, and this bottle of elixir can temporarily boost your cultivation, although it's only for half an hour, it might be able to save your life at a critical moment. Lin Yuyao received the jade pendant and the elixir and wasn't surprised. During this period of time, he had sort of figured out the other party's temperament. Knife mouth, tofu heart, what came out of his mouth was often the opposite. Otherwise, when he was cultivating with Bai Dongxue, he was afraid that he would have killed himself long ago. Many thanks, sister. After you go in, be careful and try to follow the others, don't act alone. Lin Yiwu nodded. Seeing this, Bai Qiushan didn't say anything else and turned around to leave the room. Perhaps she also wanted Lin Yiwu to get a good rest so that he could deal with the secret realm tomorrow. Chapter 14 Digging 3 feet into the ground. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan was brought to the back of the mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a black mass of chi refining stage disciples. Most of them had yellow faces and were thin, and they looked like they had been oppressed for a long period of time as hearth pots. Lin Yuyao stood in the crowd, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Although he didn't have a high cultivation level, his temperament was outstanding. Coupled with the fact that he had been nourished by Baiqiushan with elixirs these days, his complexion was rosy and full of spirit. It was a stark contrast to the depleted disciples around him. Some disciples recognized him and cast envious and jealous gazes. Isn't this Baiqiushan's furnace? I've heard that he's exceptionally gifted and can make a woman want to die in bed. Baiqiushan is precious to him. What's the use of being good looking? He's still not going to be sent into the secret realm to die. Lin Yiwu turned a deaf ear to these comments. He swept his gaze over the crowd, and suddenly, his eyes stopped at a corner. He only saw Li Chenfeng standing there, quietly looking his way. As his four eyes met, the eyes in Li Chenfeng's eyes were like a pool of deep water, making Lin Yiwu unable to see through them for a moment. He was just about to step forward when he was interrupted by a sudden cacophony. Only to see that above the sky, several elders of the Acacia sect, like cranes high above, drifted down in front of the crowd. Lin Yiwu saw Sun Meier standing beside one of the elders at a glance. Those spiteful eyes shot straight at him. There was no need to guess that the beautiful woman beside her was none other than the third elder, Sun Ling. Sun Ling stood at the very front and announced the rules for the opening of the secret realm in a patronizing tone. This time, when the secret realm on the back of the mountain opens, you need to pick 10 mature spirit grasses to be considered as completing the task. Otherwise, they will be disposed of according to the clan rules. 10 spirit grasses? Lin Yiwu laughed coldly in his heart. The secret realm on the back of the mountain would open every year, so the spirit grass at the edge had long been picked. If you wanted to complete the mission, you had to go deeper into the secret realm. There was a lot of crisis there, and for a disciple at the chi refining stage, it was simply a life of 9 deaths. As expected, just as the words fell, the surrounding hearth pots couldn't help but spit out at once. 10 spirit herbs? Is this old pious woman planning to feed us all to demonic beasts? Keep your voice down. If the elders hear you, you're dead. What are you afraid of? It's a death either way. Even if I die, I'll pull a few cushions with me. Baiqiushan, who was watching from afar, did not look good either. Of those disciples who used to pick medicine, the most they could add was 5 plants. But this Sun Ling was so vicious that she directly doubled it. Even a foundation establishment stage stovepipe would only need to pick 3 spirit herbs under normal circumstances. This was clearly an attempt to put Lin Yuyao to death. Third elder, isn't this a bit too much? Baiqiushan couldn't help but speak. She didn't dare to directly confront Sun Ling, so she could only politely object. Sun Ling gave her a sidelong glance. What? Senior nephew Bai, are you questioning this elder's decision? Baiqiushan bit her lip, anxious and angry in her heart, but she didn't dare to say anything else. Sun Ling was just deliberately targeting her and taking a stab at Lin Yiwu. Rules are rules, no one wants to be special. Sun Ling snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Baiqiushan, and turned to the crowd. Did you all hear me clearly? At this time, Sun Meier suddenly pointed at Lin Yiwu. Third elder, I've heard that this Lin Yiwu is exceptionally talented. Maybe he can overachieve. Is that so? Since this kid is so capable, let's pick enough 20 spirit herbs and come out again. The surroundings were in an uproar. 20 spirit grasses. This wasn't a mission at all, it was a clear send-off. Even some foundation establishment stage disciples didn't dare to boast such a promise. Anger churned in Lin Yiwu's heart. He had never felt such strong killing intent towards a person before. This old demoness, she was really more disgusting than a stone in a latrine. He only wanted to cultivate quietly and improve his strength, but there were always these fly-like characters that buzzed around him. Baiqiushan couldn't hold back any longer, anger burning in her chest. Third elder, you are going too far. My master is in seclusion, you're targeting me like this, aren't you afraid that her old man will come after you when he comes out of seclusion? Sun Ling snorted disdainfully, as if she had heard some kind of joke. Hee, it's just a stove tripod. Even if a mortal Z-Ling comes out of seclusion, what can she do to me? The big deal is to compensate her for some resources. You. Baiqiushan was trembling with anger. She knew that Sun Ling was deliberately targeting her, using Lin Yiwu to humiliate her. But her master was still in seclusion now, and there was no way to back her up. Sun Ling no longer paid attention to Baiqiushan, but directly threw out a token. The secret realm in the back of the mountain is now open, everyone go in immediately. Remember, if you don't pick enough of the prescribed amount of spirit herbs, you will be dealt with according to the clan rules. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light shot out from the token. A huge curtain of light formed in the mountain stream. The light curtain slowly rotated like a portal to an otherworldly world. The surrounding furnace tripods were fearful, but they didn't dare to disobey, and one by one, they walked towards the light curtain with their heads hanging down. Lin Wei also followed behind the others and lined up to go in. There would be a long time to come, and it was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Just as he was about to step into the light curtain, a soft hand pulled on his sleeve. He turned around and saw that it was Bai Xiushang. "Be careful." Bai Xiushang whispered, her eyes filled with worry. "I'll find a way to help you." Lin Yiwu's heart warmed, although it was said that after entering the secret realm, life and death had a destiny. But Bai Xiushang having this heart also made him feel very satisfied. "Don't worry, I'll come out." As the words fell, Lin Yuyao pulled Bai Xiushang's hand down and turned around to enter the secret realm. The curtain of light was like a wave of water, and the strand that Lin Yuyao stepped into immediately felt a cutting sensation. Opening his eyes again, he looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart immediately went cold. Good guy, although he had already prepared himself to go deeper into the secret realm. But seeing that the edge of this was the same as having 3 feet of ground scraped, he still couldn't help but spit out. Really just dug up 3 feet of ground? The others seemed to be subdued by the scene before them as well. After all, this was everyone's first time coming in. Looking around, the originally lush and green mountain forest. At this moment, it was as if it had been overrun by locusts, and it was bare. Not to mention spirit grass, not even a root could be found. This is too much, isn't it? We're not in the wrong place, are we? How can we find spirit grass with this? We're dead. The surrounding stoves panicked. Lin Yiwu was also annoyed. This situation was even worse than he had imagined. Damn, these grandsons, wool gathering doesn't have to be this ruthless. I should have known that I should have inquired properly first. What exactly is the situation in this back mountain secret realm? Now it's good, both eyes are in the dark, and I don't know what to do at all. Chapter 15 Black-Scaled Thunderhorn Leopard. What are you all standing around for? Why don't you hurry up and find the spirit grass? At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. A short and fat male cultivator walked over. Whoever fails to complete the task will wait to be fed to the demonic beasts. The crowd was so intimidated by him that they didn't dare to say anything more and started searching for spirit herbs in this barren land. Lin Yuyao also sighed, and could only tough it out. He didn't believe that this secret realm could really not have a single spirit grass. Thinking of this, Lin Yuyao immediately revolved his body's spiritual qi. Raising his perception to the extreme, he began to search carefully. Is it really possible to return empty-handed? Just at this moment, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual qi, coming from not far away. Lin Yiwu's heart was delighted as he followed the direction where the aura fluctuation came from. He only saw a spiritual grass with a crystalline body, emitting a faint spiritual light, growing quietly in the middle of a rocky crevice. This is the spirit-gathering grass? Lin Yuyao's eyes lit up and he instantly recognized the origin of this spirit grass. Spirit-gathering grass, although it was only the most common lower-grade spirit grass, it was the main medicine for refining qi condensation scatter. Lin Yuyao carefully pulled it up, and immediately felt a burst of fresh spiritual qi on his face. His spirit was invigorated. This place, finally, did not come to the trip in vain. But before he had time to be happy, a rush of footsteps approached behind him. Kid. Good luck. A stovepipe pointed at Lin Yuyao with an unkind tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyao cursed, what bad luck. Although this spirit-gathering grass aura fluctuation was weak, in this area that had been scoured clean, it was as bright as a searchlight. Could it not be noticeable? I found it first. Lin Yuyao clutched the spirit-gathering grass tightly. Bull. What's in the secret realm is for everyone who sees it. Why should you take it all? Another lanky stovepipe also surrounded him. Right. Together, grab it. Lin Yiwu knew that it wasn't good. If he really fought, he was bound to lose out. But now it was no longer up to him. Fight. Just as he was about to fight, an earth-shattering roar came from the distance. Roar. This roar, like a thunderbolt, confused everyone present. What commotion? It seems like a demonic beast. Run away. The crowd's faces changed drastically, scattering as birds and beasts. Lin Yiqiu was also startled and pulled his legs out to run, but he caught a glimpse of the short and fat male cultivator, who was taking advantage of the chaos to slip away. Want to escape? No way. Lin Yuyao was quick, grabbed the short and fat male cultivator by the back of his collar, and directly lifted him up. What are you doing? Let go of me. The short and fat male cultivator struggled desperately, his fat flesh trembling. Let go of you? It was hard for me to find a spirit herb, but before I could warm it up, I let you bunch of bastards set their eyes on it, and now you want to run away? Dream on. With a sardonic laugh, Linnywood took the short and fat male cultivator as a shield. Roar. There was another roar that was deafening. A black-scaled thunderhorn leopard with a huge body type appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Just by looking at the size, at least 2 meters, coupled with that scale armor, it was not something to be messed with at a glance. My goodness! Black-scaled thunderhorn leopard. Second-order demonic beast. The crowd's souls were scattered and fled in all directions. Linnywu naturally also noticed the situation over here, but this didn't go after those who fled. Instead, he stared at the spirit grass in Linnywo's hand with a deadly stare, saliva dripping down his fangs. He hurriedly stuffed the spirit-gathering grass into his storage bag and violently pushed the short and fat male cultivator towards the black-scaled thunderhorn leopard. Give Master death. No! The short and fat male cultivator let out a miserable cry as his obese body crashed into the black-scaled thunderhorn leopard. This completely enraged this. It roared up to the sky and its sharp claws slapped down fiercely. Click! The sound of bones shattering, the short and fat male cultivator's chest collapsed and blood sprayed wildly. Linnywu took this opportunity to turn around and run. Help! Don't leave me behind! The screams of the other Hearthings came from behind him, but Lin Yao Yao turned a deaf ear to them. As he ran, he glanced back. He only saw that the black-scaled thunderhorn leopard had already pounced on several stovepipes and was frantically tearing into their flesh and blood. Lin Yuyao ran wildly with all his might, his lungs were on fire and his legs were as heavy as lead. The angry roars behind him were far away and close, like hypnotic drumbeats, pounding his heart one after another. Damn, dead fatso, causing me to run my legs off. Lin Yuyao gasped for air. Just as he was pondering how to get away, a cave entrance that was almost hidden between the cliffs appeared in front of him. If he hadn't fled for his life to this point, it would have been difficult to discover it. The sky is the limit. Not caring about the pitch blackness inside the cave, Lin Yuyao dashed in with a flash. The cave wasn't big, and a putrid odor mixed with dampness went straight to Lin Yuyao's nose. After only a few steps, he realized that something was wrong. This cave wall is smooth, obviously man-made excavation, unlike natural formation. There were also scattered gravel on the ground. Someone has been here? Lin Yao Yao's heart thumped. He eased his footsteps, held his breath, and walked carefully with every step, afraid of disturbing something that shouldn't be disturbed. After walking for a few more minutes, the cave opened up and came to an end. Only to see in front of the stone bed, sitting cross-legged, a figure. The cave entrance above his head let in light that shone right on that person. What the hell? Lin Yao Yao almost shouted out. If not for the fact that he really didn't have the strength after running all the way, he would have definitely turned around and ran. The figure was motionless, like a statue. Lin Yuyao braced himself and moved a few more steps forward, and through the light, he finally got a good look at the person's appearance. The dry skin was tightly attached to the bones, the eye sockets were deeply sunken, and the empty sockets seemed to be staring at Lin Yao Yao. What is this? It can't be some old monster sitting down, right? The dry corpse's hand was jagged and bony, but it was holding a jade slip tightly. This jade slip was crystallized and was not a mortal object at first glance. Lin Yuyao stretched out his hand and carefully broke the fingers of the dry corpse. Crunch! With a crunching sound, the dry corpse's fingers snapped. Lin Yuyao hurriedly retracted his hand and stared nervously at the dry corpse, but fortunately, the dry corpse didn't move in any way. Only then did he reach out again and took the jade slip from the dry corpse's hand. The jade slip was warm in his hand, and a warm current surged down his palm into his body. Good stuff. Lin Yuyao couldn't wait to probe his divine sense into the jade slip. Soon he realized that the things recorded in it were actually the Acacia Sect's town technique. What's more, this Yin Yang Gran technique actually contained most of the Acacia Sect's martial arts. There were even some precautions for dual cultivation, such as how to stimulate acupoints, how to channel spiritual energy, and so on. Boy, this is good stuff. If this stuff was spread out, it would definitely cause the entire Acacia Sect to shake. Linnywu was so excited that he was trembling all over. With this Yin and Yang technique, wouldn't he be able to be a fish out of water on the path of dual cultivation and soar all the way to the top? Just at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside. Chapter 16? Linny, I'm the target of the mission? Not good, someone is coming. Linny Wu's heart was startled. He hurriedly put the jade sketch into his storage bag, then hid behind the stone bed. Before the person arrived, the sound arrived first. Are you sure that kid ran here? Don't worry, just now I was keeping an eye on him. That kid is like a rabbit, he got into this hole in a puff of smoke. Oh, good. As long as we can kill him, at that time, senior sister's son will definitely reward us heavily. Maybe even let us. Ha ha ha. Hiding behind the stone bed, Linny Wu heard this conversation and laughed coldly in his heart. Sun Mayor, really afraid that I won't die. Actually bought these people to kill me. The two figures walked into the cave one after the other. With the light coming through the cave entrance, Lin Yuyao could see their appearance. One of them had a skinny figure, just like an overindulgent person. The other one was a big man with a big waist and a lot of tendon meat. As soon as the two men came in, they were also startled by the dead bones in the cave. The thin man even shrieked and almost jumped up. Holy! What the hell? The other man was also startled, but quickly calmed down and cursed. Damn bad luck, why is there a dead man in this hellhole? Lin Yuyao held his breath and hid behind the stone bed without moving. He could already tell the cultivation level of the two men. The thin man was at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm while the other was at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. With his current strength, a hard fight would definitely not do him any good, and he might even lose his life. This cave is eerie, that kid wouldn't be hiding, right? The thin man looked around vigilantly. What are you afraid of? This hole is so big, where can he hide? Hurry up and find him, directly do him. The strong man said impatiently. Lin Yuyao's mind flickered and his gaze fell on the thin man. 8th level of the Qi refining realm, although he was one level higher than himself, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance of winning. As long as one person was dealt with first, then dealing with the other would definitely be a handful. The strong man looked around and didn't notice Lin Yuyao behind the stone bed. The thin man, on the other hand, seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes kept glancing over to the stone bed. Hey, what are you looking at? Is there something over there? The strong man noticed the thin man's abnormality. No. Nothing. Right at this moment, Lin Yuyao suddenly stormed up and scurried out from behind the stone bed. In his hand, he had a sharp stone in his hand at some point and ruthlessly stabbed at the thin man's throat. Ah! Caught off guard, the thin man let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground covering his neck. Blood gushed out from his fingers, staining the ground red. You seek death. The burly man was furious at the sight, waving the large knife in his hand and slashing towards Linny Wu. Lin Yuyao was prepared and dodged the attack with a sidestep. Then taking advantage of the burly man's frozen moment, he kicked him in the crotch. Ow! The strong man let out a pig-like scream and fell to his knees covering his crotch. Lin Yuyao took the opportunity to grab the large knife on the ground and pressed it against the other man's neck. The burly man's neck was cut by the blade, and a splash of crimson blood flowed down the blade. Don't kill me! Lin Yuyao looked down on the burly man from above. What favor did Sun Mayor give you guys to make you want to kill me so badly? The large knife in his hand was slightly harder, and the blade embedded itself a few points deeper into the burly man's skin. The burly man was also truly afraid, and brainlessly told everything. Don't, I'll say. Sun Mayor didn't just tell us, in fact, many people also know that no matter who kills you, you can get a copy of the Foundation Building Pill, and you don't have to pick spirit herbs. Foundation Building Pill? It's really bloodthirsty. Getting the news he wanted, Linny Wu didn't hesitate any longer. His hand rose up and killed the burly man in a clean cut. Blood spurted out and splattered all over him. He expressionlessly shook off the blood on his blade. Removing the storage bag from the strong man, he then walked over to the thin man and removed his storage bag as well. He inspected the two storage bags, and there was nothing else of value in them other than some Qi refining scatter distributed by the Sect, and a few broken spirit stones. As for spirit grass, there was none. Still really treating killing me as a mission? Linny Wu smiled to himself. In fact, if he had a different target, perhaps he would have treated that person as a hunting target just like the others. After all, if one searched for spirit herbs, one would have to fight demonic beasts. Whereas now, by simply killing himself, he would be able to obtain a reward and would not have to risk going deeper into the secret realm to search for spirit herbs. Thinking about it, it was still important to raise his strength. It would be best to advance to the Foundation establishment stage before leaving the secret realm. He poured out the chi refining scatter from the 2 storage bags, swallowing it all in one gulp. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth and turned into a stream of pure spiritual chi that surged into his dantian. Lin Yaoyao sat on his knees, revolving the yin-yang grand technique that he had just obtained, and began to refine and absorb this spiritual chi. After about an hour, Lin Yaoyao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. Still a little bit short. He clenched his fists, feeling the slightly increased spiritual energy in his body, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Although he had absorbed the refined chi scatter of 2 chi refining 8th level cultivators. However, the distance to the foundation establishment stage was still like being separated by a turbulent river. If he wanted to quickly raise his cultivation level, he would have to find another method. Lin Yuyao got up, the smell of blood in the air reminding him of what had just happened. Walking to the entrance of the cave, he glanced back at this brief hiding place. In order to avoid someone following and finding this place, Lin Yuyao revolved his spiritual energy and slammed down hard on the stone wall above the cave entrance. Rumble. There was a loud bang, and debris flew. Lin Yiwu patted the ash on his body. Now he also figured out that the lure of the foundation establishment pill was enough for those cultivators at the peak of the chi refining realm to lose their minds. Instead of being passively beaten, it would be better to grab individual kills. Not to mention that if others could rob him, he could also rob those who had ill intentions towards him. After figuring this out, Lin Yiwu didn't hesitate. He quickly swept towards the depths of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the sun was shining brightly, a stark contrast to the barrenness within the secret realm. Bai Xiushang stood at the entrance to the secret realm, a touch of worry lingering in her heart. Demonic beasts were rampant in that secret realm, and there were crises all around, and although Lin Yiwu had some eccentric skills. But in the end, he was only at the 7th level of chi refining, in case something untoward happened to him. Senior sister Bai, don't worry, that little lover of yours can't get out. A snarky voice rang out behind Bai Qiushang. Bai Qiushang turned around violently. She saw Sun Mayor standing behind Third Elder Sun Ling with a gloating expression. Bai Qiushang glanced at her coldly and paid no attention. Seeing her look, Sun Mayor was even more pleased in her heart and continued to say in a conspiratorial manner. Senior sister Bai, you don't really think that brat will come out alive, do you? Oh, might as well tell you, I've issued a reward, as long as whoever can kill him will receive a foundation establishment pill. Hearing this, Bai Qiushang couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her across the face. Sun Mayor couldn't dodge, and a bright red palm print was left on her face. You dare to hit me? It's you that I'm hitting. Bai Qiushang said angrily, I'm warning you, Lin Yiwu is not something you can covet. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. You. Sun Mayor was trembling with anger, but she didn't dare say anything else. Seeing this, Third Elder Sun Ling's face sank as she stepped forward. Bai Qiushang, you're too unbridled. How dare you assault a fellow disciple in public? Bai Qiushang met Sun Ling's gaze without fear. Third Elder, I respect you as an elder, but you shouldn't go too far. Sun Mayor has provoked me 3 times, what's wrong with me teaching her a lesson? Chapter 17, Solo Battle with the Red Phosphorus Snake. Sun Ling's face was so gloomy that it could wring out water. From joining forces with the one from the demon sect in the beginning, to the subsequent descent of Sun Mayor. In this Acacia sect, she could clear the sky even when she said so, and crack the earth when she said so. Those who are not convinced, in the way of the background of the demon sect, can only secretly mutter a few words, no one dares to move the reel. But now, a junior dared to contradict her. How could she swallow this breath? Sun Ling felt anger burning in her chest. Very well. Today, I'll teach you the rules on behalf of senior sister Ziling. As the words fell, she slapped her palm down at Bai Qiushang. Bai Qiushang only felt a shocking pressure pressing down on her, and her entire body's movements felt like they were frozen. The palm power condensed into a white handprint, biting like a sword, and came straight at her. In a flash of lightning, a silhouette arrived with great speed and blocked in front of her. Stop! Lu Qing's figure appeared at an unknown time. Although her realm was stuck at the peak of Jindan. But for a strike like Sun Ling's that was not at full strength, she defused it with a light block. Seeing Lu Qing block her attack, a flash of suspicion swept through Sun Ling's eyes. Lu Qing sovereign's person, or a law enforcement elder, within the sect, she did indeed speak with a lot of weight. Elder Lu, what do you mean by this? Sun Ling's tone was morose and rather unpleasant. Me? Lu Qing's gaze faintly swept in. As a law enforcement elder, shouldn't I be in charge of the matter of clan elders bullying the young by the big? Joke. Bai Xiushan contradicted the elders. It's only right that I teach her a lesson. Backstabbing? Lu Qing raised her eyebrows, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Elder son, you can't say this nonsense. How exactly did Bai Xiushan contradict you? You tell us clearly instead. Sun Ling's speech stagnated. How could she say this kind of reason? Could she tell Lu Qing that the cause of the incident was that Sun Mayer had suffered a defeat and she was too angry to strike? Wasn't this the same as revealing her own shortcomings and losing face? Seeing Sun Ling's silence, Lu Qing sneered. Elder son, I don't want to be nosy, but Liniwu was someone that the Patriarch personally asked for. I'm not afraid to remind you that the Patriarch cares a lot about his existence. If the Patriarch knows that you're targeting him, consequences, you weigh it yourself. Sun Ling's face instantly clouded over. She had naturally received the news, and at that time, she had similarly become interested in Liniwu. It wasn't enough to get in the way of the one from the demon sect, and she couldn't come directly and blatantly. Lu Qing looked at Sun Ling's cold face and said casually, Elder son, if there's anything else you don't understand, you can continue to make your move, it's just that when the Patriarch asks, I'll tell him the truth. Hearing these words, Sun Ling only felt that the anger within his body had nowhere to flare up. Humph. Since the Patriarch has given his word, what else do I have to say? But if he dies in the secret realm, it's not my elder's fault. After saying that, she turned around and left straight away. Seeing this, Sun Mayer hurriedly ran a few steps tighter and followed, and gave Bai Qiushang a fierce glare on her way out. Looking at the backs of the two who came and left, Lu Qing turned his head to look at Bai Qiushang by his side. Is everything all right? Bai Qiushang gently shook her head, a pang of fear in her heart. Thanks to Elder Lu for his timely help. If it wasn't for Lu Qing's hand, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have been spared this suffering today. Lu Qing smiled faintly, it's nothing. I have a great friendship with your master, she is temporarily closed, so it's only right to help look after her. However, you still need to be vigilant in the future. Sun Ling is not a person to be feared, but her husband is a tough nut to crack. At those words, Bai Xiushan fell silent. Although she had the Bai family behind her, the Bai family was only a second-rate family. Compared to a top-tier power like the demon sect, it was simply a mayfly shaking a tree. Helpless, Bai Qiushang sighed. I'll be careful. Seeing her face, Lu Qing was also saying something and nodded, turning to leave. Time flashed by and 3 days passed. Lin Yuyao, who was currently in the secret realm, had already arrived at the center area of the secret realm. Compared to the desolate outside, this place was simply two worlds. Spiritual qi was abundant, not to mention that all kinds of spiritual grasses could be found everywhere, but some of them were not mature. So he could only pick and take. It wasn't as if Liniwu hadn't met those stovepipes that were involved in chasing after him. But fortunately, they were all singles, with the boost from the delusion-breaking bead, and the yin-yang grand technique that he had just obtained. Back and forth, he resolved 6 of them. The task of 20 spirit herbs, it looks like it will be completed tomorrow. Liniwu wore a happy face and happily pocketed a reddish-colored red flame grass. This was the 9th spirit grass he had found. Just as he was about to move forward, a sound of "oh-oh" at it came from Lin Yuyao's ears. Immediately afterward, a sound of air braking came whistling. Without even thinking about it, Lin Yaoyao's body instinctively lunged forward and rolled out in a sorry state. The next moment, a muffled sound came from behind him. He looked back in shock. He only saw a bucket-thick red phosphorus snake coiled in place, covered in bright red scales. Lin Yuyao was just glad that he had dodged a bullet. That red phosphorus snake, however, attacked once again, and the fishy odor hit his face. The huge snake's tail was like a steel whip, and with a sound of breaking air, it fiercely lashed over towards the side. Holy! Lin Yuyao rolled to the side to dodge. The red phosphorus snake missed with a single strike, and the snake's body coiled up, raising its head high. Lin Yuyao finally had a chance to catch his breath at this moment and hurriedly took out the large sword he had gotten earlier. Although it wasn't a spiritual weapon, he had gotten used to using it over the past 3 days. Humph! Do you really think that I am made of clay? As the words fell, the spiritual energy in his body revolved and poured into the greatsword. Along with the white light flashing on the greatsword, Lin Yuyao's arm swung violently. Die for me! The greatsword hit the red phosphorus snake squarely in the head, but to his surprise, the greatsword only left a shallow white mark on its scales, not causing any substantial damage at all. This S scales are so hard. Lin Yuyao was shocked in his heart. The red phosphorus snake was enraged and attacked even more fiercely, the snake's tail constantly waving, forcing Lin Yuyao to retreat back and forth. Lin Yuyao dodged while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The red phosphorus snake's speed was extremely fast, and he also needed to guard against the other party's poisonous fangs. If he really got bitten, he probably wouldn't need to fight back and just wait for death. This won't work, we must find a way to break through its defense. Lin Yuyao was anxious in his heart. If he couldn't find the red phosphorus snake's weaknesses as soon as possible, he would sooner or later be exhausted. But soon, he realized that when the red phosphorus snake attacked, its eyes were always closed intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be that its eyes are a weakness? The red phosphorus snake seemed to have sensed the danger, and its body swayed, wanting to retreat backward. Break it for me! How could Lin Yuyao let go of such a good opportunity? He slashed out, the blade accurately hitting the pair of snake pupils. Hiss! The red phosphorus snake let out a painful hiss. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuyao slashed onto the red phosphorus snake 7 inches. Chapter 18: The 9 Underworld Orchids. Pooh! This time, the greatsword pierced through the scales of the red phosphorus snake without any hindrance. The red phosphorus snake's body convulsed violently for a few moments before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud and no movement. Phew! Lin Yuyao let out a long breath. He walked over to the red phosphorus snake's corpse and was about to put it away. A thumb-sized snake gall caught his eye. This is something good. Lin Yuyao looked at the snake gallbladder at 7 inches. He vaguely remembered that his master had once said that when a demonic beast cultivated, it would store its aura in an important part of its body. And when the demonic beast broke through to the 3rd stage, this part would then condense into an inner elixir, just like a human cultivator's gene dan, containing a huge amount of spiritual energy. Although this red phosphorus snake hadn't reached the 3rd stage yet, this snake's gallbladder had obviously stored quite a bit of spiritual energy as well. For the current him, it was definitely a great tonic. After putting both the snake gallbladder and the red phosphorus snake's corpse into the storage bag, Lin Yuyao clapped his hands and turned to look at a large tree not far away. Sneaky, come out. Otherwise I'm going to attract all the surrounding demonic beasts. Actually, when he was tangling with the red phosphorus snake, Lin Yuyao felt that something was wrong. The timing of this appearance was too coincidental, as if he had calculated that he would pass by there. Moreover, he had obviously only arrived 3 minutes ago. Even if there was a demonic beast close by, he should have noticed it. But this red phosphorus snake was able to silently touch behind him. If he did not react quickly, I am afraid that he would have already become the snake's belly. As expected, before Lin Yuyao could make a move, a figure slowly walked out from behind the tree. Lin Yuyao looked at the person and his pupils shrank. Li Chunfeng? Li Chunfeng walked slowly with surprise on his face. I really didn't expect that in such a short period of time. You're already at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm? What do you mean? Lin Yiwu clenched the large sword in his hand. Li Chunfeng stopped and spread his hands. Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you, otherwise, I would have done it just now when you were fighting the red phosphorus snake. Lin Yiwu didn't answer. He just looked at him quietly, waiting for his next words. Li Chunfeng also seemed to have seen Lin Yuyao's wariness. Not caring either, he said to himself. I came here this time to talk to you about a cooperation. As long as you agree, I can help you gain a firm foothold in this Harmony sect. What about the conditions? Lin Yuyao asked bluntly. Brilliant. Li Chunfeng gave Lin Yiwu an appreciative glance. I need you to help me find a spirit herb. The 9 Underworld Orchid. This grass grows in the land of extreme Yin and is vital to my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyao sneered. He had also heard of the great name of the 9 Spectral Underworld Orchid. It grew in the land of extreme Yin, and there was only one place in the secret realm of the Back Mountain. That was the forbidden place in the center of the secret realm. It is difficult for ordinary people to get close to it, not to mention picking it. Li Chunfeng himself didn't dare to go, but wanted him to take the risk. What a good calculation. Lin Yuyao pretended to ponder. 9 Underworld Orchid? That grows in a place of extreme Yin. It's full of crises, my current strength. Brother Lin doesn't have to worry. Li Chunfeng didn't wait for him to finish and directly interrupted. I will help you. Moreover, as long as you help me find the 9 Underworld Orchid, I guarantee that no one will dare to mess with you in the Acacia sect. Listening to these words, Lin Yuyao was helpless in his heart. He knew very well that if he didn't agree, this guy would probably make a direct move. If he hadn't just fought with the red phosphorus snake, counting the life-preserving elixir given by Bai Xiushang earlier, he might still have a fighting chance. But now, he didn't want to gamble with his life. Alright, I promise you. Lin Yiwu pretended to reluctantly agree. Ha, brother Lin is really a smart man. Li Chenfeng was overjoyed. Don't worry, follow me and I'll definitely let you eat and drink. Didn't Sun Mayor offer you a reward? I guarantee that those people will definitely not do anything to touch a single hair on your head. Lin Yiwu responded with a smile on his face. He didn't believe Li Chenfeng's bull. When he found the 9 underworld orchid, maybe this guy would flip out. Let's go, take you to meet some people. Li Chenfeng waved his hand, signaling Lin Yiwu to follow. Lin Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't move on his face, obediently following behind Li Chenfeng. The two of them went through the jungle one after the other and arrived at a valley. In the valley, there were surprisingly a dozen or so stovepipes gathered, all with cultivation levels above the 7th level of the qi refining stage. When these people saw Li Chenfeng, they rose and saluted. Senior Brotherly! Senior Brotherly! Li Chenfeng waved his hand, signaling the people to sit down, then pointed at Lin Yiwu and said, "This is Lin Easy, Senior Brother Lin. In the future, everyone take care of each other." When the crowd heard this, their gazes fell in unison on Lin Yiwu. They were naturally aware of Lin Yiwu's great name, being able to make a foundation establishment female cultivator successfully conjugate Dan. This kind of thing wasn't something that could be achieved with just dual cultivation. Although these people didn't say much on Li Chenfeng's face. But Lin Yiwu could already be sure that as soon as the 9 underworld orchid arrived, these people were afraid that they would pounce on themselves like mad dogs. But now that they had gotten on board the ship of thieves, they were afraid that it would take a lot of wasted effort to head down. Li Chenfeng certainly noticed the gazes of these people. One by one, their eyes were dribbling, itching to eat Lin Yiwu alive. The lure of the foundation establishment pill was simply more enticing to these qi refining stage furnace tripods than the thighs of the holy maiden of the Acacia sect. But he just sneered and didn't point it out as he waved his hand. Everyone's here, let's go. A group of people followed Li Chenfeng with great vigor, heading deeper into the valley. Lin Yuya walked at the end of the group, observing the surroundings, as well as those people in front of him. After walking for about an hour, Li Chenfeng suddenly stopped. Pointing to a dark cave ahead, he said, "The 9 underworld orchid is in this cave, but there are some dangers inside, so everyone be careful." Dangerous? Senior Brotherly, what's so dangerous inside? A male cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining asked cautiously. Li Chenfeng smiled in a mysterious manner. "It won't hurt to tell you guys, there is a guardian spirit beast inside. Its strength is probably around the late 2nd stage. However, as long as we work together, we can definitely take it down." 2nd rank? The faces of the crowd changed. That was a demonic beast comparable to a peak foundation establishment. It wasn't something to fool around with. One slip up and they would lose their lives. Lin Yiwu was also muttering in his heart. This Li Chenfeng really didn't have good intentions. He clearly wanted them to be cannon fodder. But Li Chenfeng just seemed to expect this scene and pulled out a few yellow talismans from his pocket. "Don't be afraid, I have a few Vajra talismans here that can withstand an attack and save your lives at a critical moment." The crowd received the talismans and were instantly relieved. Go! Go in! Li Chenfeng took the lead and walked into the cave. The crowd followed closely behind, and Lin Yiwu also pretended to look scared and followed him in. Chapter 19 Spirit Mist. The cave was pitch black, unable to reach out and see. There was only a faint light coming in through the cave entrance, barely able to see the path beneath their feet. "Be careful, the terrain in this cave is complicated, it's easy to get lost." Li Chenfeng's voice rang out in the darkness. The crowd moved forward cautiously. But just before they walked out for some time, a shout suddenly came from the front. "Senior Brotherly, there seems to be something ahead." Li Chenfeng's face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone be careful." Without waiting for the crowd to react, a black shadow sprang out of the darkness. The man who had just signaled the warning couldn't dodge in time and was directly bitten by the black shadow on his neck. "Ah! Senior brother, save me! Seek death!" Li Chenfeng roared angrily, sheathing his long sword in his hand, and between the swings of the blade, a sword chi slashed towards the black shadow. The black shadow seemed to sense the danger, and flickered backward to open the sword chi, and then once again lunged towards the crowd. The crowd dispersed one after another. But the other party was too fast. After a few muffled grunts, a few more people fell to the ground. Lin Yiwu deliberately shrank behind the crowd. Through the faint light, he finally saw the true face of the black shadow. A huge bat with a wingspan of 2 feet. It exuded a palpitatingly cold aura all over its body. A pair of blood-red eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness. Li Chenfeng was worthy of being at the peak of qi refining. Facing this late second-stage demonic beast, he was surprisingly not the least bit afraid. Lin Yuyao's eyes were sharp and he realized that there was a hidden fluctuation of spiritual energy on that long sword. It was actually a spiritual weapon. No wonder this Li Chenfeng was so confident. It turned out that he had prepared for this. The others also sacrificed their own weapons or talismans and joined the battle. In the cave, swords and talismans flew about. It was intertwined with the hissing sounds of the giant bats. One of the disciples named Wang Ping had been paying attention to Lin Yuyao's movements. Seeing that he didn't charge forward, even so, he actually retreated backwards. At once, the person was not sneering. "Hey! That brat! What's the point of hiding at the back? Get out if you're afraid of dying." Lin Wu glanced at him and ignored him. Just kidding, these people were clearly trying to use him as cannon fodder. He wouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and die. The attacks of the spirit beasts became more and more violent, the crowd was gradually outmatched and people began to fall to the ground with injuries. Wang Ping was not spared either, his shoulder was scratched by a claw of the giant bat and was dripping with blood. "Senior brotherly! This is too powerful, we are no match." Seeing this, Li Chenfeng knew that if he were to use his bottom card, he would probably have to fold here. "Disperse." The crowd heard this and retreated backwards. A talisman suddenly appeared in Li Chenfeng's hand. The talisman had hidden flashes of lightning on it, emitting a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Thunder Talisman. Shun. With a loud shout, Li Chenfeng threw the thunder talisman in his hand towards the giant bat. The lightning talisman drew a golden arc in the air and instantly struck the giant bat. Rumble. With a loud bang, the cave was as bright as day. The giant bat was struck by the lightning talisman and let out a mournful scream. The huge body fell heavily to the ground, struggled for a few moments, and then ceased to move. When the crowd saw this, they let out a sigh of relief. Senior brotherly is mighty. Senior brotherly is really powerful. All sorts of compliments were heard. However, Lin Wu had a cold face just when Li Chenfeng used the lightning talisman just now. He keenly captured the heartache that flashed through the other party's eyes. "Oh, what a bunch of fools. If you all die, where will the cannon fodder come from if you continue to go deeper?" And at this moment, Li Chenfeng had a smug look on his face as he put away his long sword. Walking over to the giant bat corpse, he began to inspect it. Lin Yuyao also slowly walked over and pretended to be curious. "Senior brotherly, is this the guardian spirit beast?" Li Chenfeng glanced at him. "That's right, the bloodthirsty bat, a second-rank demonic beast, but because it doesn't like sunlight, it will only stay in the shadows. Otherwise, with its blood-sucking cultivation trait, I'm afraid that it would have already broken through to the 3rd rank." As he spoke, he had already set aside the corpse of the demonic beast and took out a ping-pong ball-sized demonic dan from inside. This was the demonic pills of a second-rank demonic beast, and it could be taken out and sold for a good price. He looked around and found that apart from Lin Wu, all the other disciples were carrying more or less injuries, all of them hanging their heads like frosted eggplants. All cheer up. This is just where it's at, the real treasure is still behind. Li Chenfeng patted his chest in a pretense of bravado, with an experienced look. The cave guarded by this bloodthirsty bat is more than just the 9 underworld orchids. My brother has already told me that if there is no accident, there should be another spirit pool inside. At that time, everyone will be able to cultivate inside together, and perhaps even break through to foundation establishment in one fell swoop. When the crowd heard this, they were immediately energized. Lin Wu said in his heart, really able to draw a big pie. It wasn't that he doubted the other party, but even if they really did, it was still uncertain how many people would be left by then. All right, keep moving. Li Chenfeng waved his hand and took the lead towards the depths of the cave. The crowd saw this, although some of them were already unwilling to go deeper. But as the people around them followed one by one, it was not good for them to retreat, so they could only take steps to catch up. Lin Yuyao was still walking at the end. He wouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and become cannon fodder. Moreover, these people might do something at some point. He had to be on guard. After walking for about an incense stick of time, a bright light appeared ahead. The crowd's spirits were lifted and they accelerated their steps. Passing through the narrow passageway, a bright light opened up in front of them. A huge cave appeared in front of the crowd. The top of the cave was inlaid with dots of fluorescent stones, emitting a soft glow. What was even more amazing was that wisps of white mist continuously seeped out from the rock walls, carrying a rich spiritual chi as it filled the cave. This is spiritual mist. Wang Ping exclaimed, could it be that this place? A trace of ecstasy flashed in Li Chenfeng's eyes. That's right. It's a spirit stone vein. And it's still naturally formed. The crowd breathed heavily, greed in their eyes. Spirit stones were to immortal cultivators. Like gold in the eyes of mortals, they were essential resources for cultivation. Lin Yuyao didn't move as he observed his surroundings. The delusion-breaking bead trembled slightly within him. It resonated with the aura in the cave. Getting rich. Wealthy. The crowd couldn't wait to rush towards the rock wall and start digging for spirit stones. Don't all grab. Dig out the spirit stones first and distribute them later. That was what he said, but no one in the crowd was paying attention to him at this point. Li Chenfeng yelled and joined the scramble. Lin Yuyao was still standing in the same place, the delusion-breaking bead in his body trembling more and more. An invisible force pulled him towards the depths of the cave. He was startled and tried to resist, but he realized that the force was impossible to resist. What's going on? The others were only focused on grabbing the spirit stones, and didn't even notice Lin Wu's strange behavior. Chapter 20, enough playing, it's my turn to serve. Lin Yuan was pulled by this force, through the layers of spirit mist to the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was surprisingly a pool of crystal clear water. In the center of the pool water, there was a huge cluster of spirit stone crystals growing. The force that was pulling him was coming from this cluster of spirit stone crystals. Lin Yuyao was pulled into the pool water by a powerful suction force. The pool water was warm and cozy, containing an extremely rich spiritual chi. He felt as if his body was melting, becoming one with the surrounding spiritual chi. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, 4 large golden characters emerged. Nourish the body with beads, clear the dirt body. A powerful energy surged into his body. It continuously flushed his meridians and washed his body. A stream of pure energy continuously surged into his body, and the aura vortex within his dantian rotated crazily, almost condensing into substance. The delusion-breaking bead greedily absorbed the surrounding aura within his body before transforming into a more pure energy to feed back to him. 9th level of Qi refining. Lin Yuyao was ecstatic in his heart. This speed, it was simply faster than riding a rocket. The delusion-breaking bead seemed to have had enough to eat and drink as well, letting out a contented buzz and then quieting down. However, Lin Yuyao realized that it was no longer passively waiting for the aura to enter like before. Instead, it was actively absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi, like a small black hole, wailing away at the spiritual mist that filled the cave. This. Lin Yuyao was shocked in his heart. The delusion-breaking pearl had undergone a mutation. Wouldn't this mean that his cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds in the future? Inside the cave, Li Chenfeng and the others were busy scrambling for the spirit stones. One by one, they were like hungry wolves pouncing on food, itching to empty the entire vein. This piece is mine. Wang Ping roared excitedly, grasping a fist-sized piece of spirit stone in his hand. Get lost, this is mine. Li Chenfeng looked on with cold eyes. These fools, only focusing on the small profits in front of them, but not realizing that the real treasure has already been taken by him. Wait, where's that kid Lin Wu? He looked around, but there was no sign of Lin Wu. Where did that kid run off to? Who knows, maybe it's already been eaten by some demonic beast. Wang Ping said carelessly, his eyes still staring at the spirit stones on the rock wall. Li Chenfeng always felt that something was not right. As time passed, the spirit mist in the cave gradually dissipated. The spirit stones on the rock wall also became less and less, and eventually dried up completely. What's going on? Where are the spirit stones? How come it's gone? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief before realizing that something was wrong. A trace of suspicion rose in their hearts as they remembered that Lin Yuyao had stayed in the same place before and hadn't moved. Could it be that Brat has discovered some secret? Li Chenfeng felt like he had been tricked by Lin Wu. Just like a little cutie. Like, working here for nothing. Go find that kid. The crowd searched in the direction that Lin Wu had disappeared in, and eventually found the spirit pool hidden in the depths of the cave. Seeing the empty spirit pool and the huge remains of spirit stone crystals. The crowd instantly understood that it was Lin Prosperity who had absorbed the energy of the spirit stone crystals. Damn Lin Prosperity! He actually swallowed all the opportunities alone. Chase! We must kill him and take back what belongs to us. The crowd sacrificed their magic treasures and chased after them towards the depths of the spirit pool. And at this moment, Lin Wu was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the spirit pool, feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body. Is it finally here? He suddenly opened his eyes. The mutation of the delusion-breaking bead had caused his perception to increase dramatically. He could clearly sense that many scents were rapidly approaching. Lin Yaoyao slowly stood up and took out the large sword from his storage bag. Let's show you guys what it means to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Nowadays, he was already at the peak of the chi refining realm, and with the addition of the martial arts skills from the Yin Yang Grand Technique, even if it was the foundation establishment stage, he would still dare to fight. Moreover, even if he wasn't defeated, he could use Bai Yushan's life preservation talisman and that elixir to escape. Lin Ichio. You insidious bastard, how dare you swallow the spirit stone crystals all by yourself? Li Chunfeng roared thunderously, his voice slamming straight over with anger, those eyes practically spitting fire. Behind him stood a group of cultivators. Each one of them had a face like iron, closing into a circle, blocking Lin Yuyo under the spirit pool, leaving no way back at all. Lin Yuyo laughed coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he was so scared that his legs trembled and his lips shivered. Senior brother Li, I can't help it. The energy within the spirit stone crystals is too strong, I can't hold it up. Can't hold up? Do you take me for a little cutie? Wang Ping smiled coldly and took a step forward, the long sword in his hand was chilling. Be a good boy and hand over the rest of the spirit stone crystals, or I'll make sure you die a neat death. Lin Wu's body slightly trembled, his eyes rolled fast, but in his heart, he laughed openly. With your IQ, how dare you play with your heart's eyes? It was his appearance that made the crowd feel even more superior. Looking down was not enough, but a few more points of contempt. Toast to the wind, let's see if I don't clean you up today. Wang Ping roared angrily, his long sword was stored with a spiritual light, heading straight for Lin Wu's face. The sword had just arrived in front of him. Lin Yuyo let out a shriek, staggered several times in a row, and finally escaped by grazing the sword light, almost losing the tip of his nose. With such a little skill, how dare you presume to monopolize the chance? The corner of Wang Ping's mouth hooked, and his sword strokes became even fiercer. He approached step by step, his sword blade's spiritual light dancing about, his killing aura revealed. Enough playing around, it's my turn to serve. Lin Wu finally didn't bother to pretend and silently recited the mantra. Yin Yang Dafa. As the voice fell, spiritual energy flowed crazily. The aura fluctuations of his entire body spread out violently, even the water of the pool under his feet shook and swayed. The large sword that had been acting as if nothing had happened suddenly buzzed and rested. Yin Yang Blade Technique. As soon as the words fell, the blade light appeared. A black and white blade chi broke through the air and went straight at Wang Ping. Wang Ping was full of thoughts, what else can this goon turn over? As a result, there was no time to think about it, and the knife chi came down head-on. In the next second, he fell straight to the ground, his body sliced in half, blood gushing out, coloring the spirit pool red. How is this possible? The others didn't dare to breathe, their faces that were still complacent just a moment ago were all replaced by horror at this moment. But without waiting for them to come back to their senses, the entire bottom of the spirit pool suddenly filled with a bizarre blood mist. The mutation of the delusion-breaking bead stirred up the spiritual energy. Invisible blade shadows were released with Lin Yaoyao as the center. A miserable scream rose and fell as several cultivators fell to the ground, their hands covering their chests in death, blood flowing between their fingers. The lifeblood has been cut. What kind of monster is he? Fear consumed everyone's nerves. The entire scene was frighteningly quiet, and anyone who was standing had weak legs. Only Li Chenfeng, apart from shock, his face was more angry, so indignant that his veins bulged. Taking the chance that belongs to me, you deserve to die. The flying sword vibrated in his hand, a hot red light stabbing straight at Lin Wu's heart. Lin Wu snorted coldly, holding the greatsword in his hand and advancing instead of retreating. The blade swept across, cleaving that red light coming right through. Clang! A loud sound of sparks splashed everywhere, the sword and knife were in a stalemate. The two men each took a few steps back, both shaken to the point where their chi and blood surged. Lin Yuyo coughed up blood and covered his chest to catch his breath, his eyes not leaving the opposite side for a moment. Chapter 21 Chi Refining Extreme Realm. This kid, he's really something. Li Chenfeng cursed in his heart. Originally, he thought that it was just a waste that relied on a woman to be able to cultivate. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to battle with himself to such an extent. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, and the anger in his heart grew even more. This group of trash, dying had wasted so many of his spirit stone crystals. Red flame sword technique. Li Chenfeng roared angrily. The long sword in his hand ignited into a blazing flame. A fire snake rushed towards Lin Wu. Lin didn't dare to be careless. This red flame sword technique was Li Chenfeng's best trick. Its power was not trivial. His mind moved and the power of the delusion-breaking pearl surged into his body in a steady stream. The yin-yang grand technique was operated to the extreme, and the black and white light on the great sword flashed alternately. It transformed into a yin and yang fish and met that one. Boom! With a loud bang, the bottom of the spirit pool shook violently as if it was an earthquake. The water in the pool tumbled and the water mist filled the area, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. When the water mist dispersed, the figures of Lin Yuyo and Li Chenfeng reappeared. Li Chenfeng's face was pale, with a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered a dark loss in the fight just now. On the contrary, although Lin Yuyao's breath was slightly unstable, there were no obvious injuries on his body. How is this possible? Li Chenfeng looked at Lin Wu incredulously. This kid had only just risen to the peak of qi refining. How could he possibly block his own full force strike? Brotherly, you can't do it. With this much skill, you still want to monopolize the spirit stone crystals? The corner of Lin Wu's mouth hooked into a sneer. He had the upper hand now, and victory was only a matter of time. Damn trash, you're nothing more than a stovepipe. Li Chenfeng was infuriated. I'm a stove tripod? Saying the same thing as you aren't? Lin Ichio sarcastically replied, both are equally stovepipes. Big brother still doesn't talk about second brother. However, Li Chenfeng, who heard this, froze for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it seems like you don't even know my identity. Let me tell you, my brother is a core disciple of the Acacia Sect. Li Chen Shang. Now I'll give you a chance. Immediately hand over the spirit stone crystals. I can spare you from dying, and before I go out, I'll also help you deter those who want to kill you with that bounty. How's that? What the hell? The core disciple of the Acacia Sect is Li Chenfeng's brother. Lin Yaoyao was a bit shocked. No wonder no one dared to take a shot at him. No wonder the other party knew that there was a chance here. So that's how it turned out. Everything was right. But Lin Yaoyao wouldn't believe that the other party would be so kind. Now that they were evenly matched, plus Li Chenfeng hadn't found the so-called 9 underworld orchid yet. Saying this now was probably just stabilizing himself. When they really got out of this secret realm, this fellow would definitely let Li Chenshang kill himself at the first opportunity. Hee, you're favoring the words of a 3-year-old child. If you want to fight, try to let your horse come over. Don't be like a woman where you are. Grating. Lin Yaoyao's words had obviously angered the other party. Especially after saying act like a woman. Annoyance and madness flashed across Li Chenfeng's face. In fact, what he didn't know was that even though Li Chenfeng was Li Chenshang's younger brother, it was because of his talent. In the beginning, the Acacia Sect had no intention of accepting him in at all. Later on, he was begging his grandpa and grandma and kept pestering Li Chenshang. Until the other party got tired of the whole thing, the person directly came to a sentence. If you are a woman, I will immediately report to my master and let you become a disciple of the Acacia Sect. But what Li Chenshang did not expect was that this kid was also a ruthless person. The next day, he removed his own Hui Zhen. It was also because of this that Li Chenshang had a guilty heart towards this younger brother. Although he later joined the Acacia Sect, he did not become a disciple as he wished. But with Li Chenshang's position in the sect, Li Chenfeng was also considered to be making a good living. And now, being mentioned in pain once again, viciousness flashed in his eyes. From his storage ring, he took out a red elixir the size of a dragon's eye. Kid, it seems like you really don't know what it means to have a high heaven. Today, it doesn't matter whose cauldron you are, and it doesn't matter if you've been named by the Patriarch or not. I, Li Chenfeng, will not be a man until I kill you. Lin Wu watched the other party's movements and his heart flinched. Although he didn't know what kind of elixir it was. But there was a similar elixir in the life-preserving item Bai Qiuxing had given him earlier that could briefly raise his cultivation level. It seemed like this Li Chenfeng was planning to fight for his life. Red flame skill, open. Li Chenfeng roared angrily and swallowed the red elixir in one gulp. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a violent energy exploded within his body. Only to see that all over his body, his veins were bulging. There were even places where his veins were cracked, and a mist of blood enveloped his entire body. Ha 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 ha. Take your life. Li Chenfeng was like a madman, his eyes red as he waved his longsword and rushed towards Lin Yuyao once again. Lin Yao didn't dare to be careless. He could clearly feel Li Chenfeng's aura rising. It had far exceeded the qi refining stage. It had even vaguely reached the foundation establishment stage. This is troublesome, Lin Yuyao said in his heart, although he had the help of the delusion-breaking pearl. But after all, he had only just stepped into the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. If he wanted to defeat the current Li Chenfeng, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. Old me also has pills. Lin Yiwu took out the elixir that briefly boosted his cultivation from the storage pouch on his waist. With one hand, he stuffed the elixir into his mouth. In the next moment, the elixir melted away in his mouth, and a raging spiritual energy instantly surged into his entire body. Boom! Just when he thought he could also experience the thrill of a half-step foundation establishment, the delusion-breaking bead within his dantian began to rotate. Nope. Lin Yuyao secretly said that it was bad. If it was usual, this thing would just absorb the spiritual energy. It would feed back to itself in time anyway. But now in this situation, it was the time to fight with others. It was to rely on this spiritual energy to raise his cultivation. Stop it for me. Lin Yao tried his best to control the delusion-breaking bead. But this guy was a dog that ate meat, not spitting out a single ounce. Hee, it looks like you don't want to use this elixir. Li Chenfeng saw the change in his face and seemed to understand something. This time, the heavens are on my side. Die for me. The red inferno skill revolved and a dozen basketball-sized fireballs surged towards Lin Yiwu's side. You're trying to get me killed. Lin Yao was about to be stupid at this moment. What a great situation originally. But he didn't expect that in the end the delusion-breaking bead that had been used by him as a bottom card had pitched a hand at a critical moment. Right at the moment when that was the fireball pouncing close. Lin Yuyao had already closed his eyes. However, the delusion-breaking bead had no intention of stopping its operation, and those fireballs that came close were as if they had encountered some kind of natural enemy. Just as they touched Lin Yuyao's body, they directly disappeared, turning into a channel of spiritual energy that entered his body from his 7 orifices. It was also at this moment that the spiritual energy transformed by the delusion-breaking bead began to feed back. 9th level of qi refining peak. 9th level of qi refining perfection. Qi refining extreme realm. Chapter 22. The 9 Underworld Orchid arrives. This sudden breakthrough surprised Lin Yuyao. The delusion-breaking pearl was really powerful. What shocked him even more was that the delusion-breaking bead seemed to be absorbing the raging spiritual energy emanating from Li Chenfeng, converting it into pure energy to feed back on itself. Doesn't this mean that the crazier Li Chenfeng is, the stronger he is? Li Chenfeng on the opposite side had completely fallen into a state of madness, his body covered in blood mist as he wielded his longsword and slashed madly. Die! Li Chenfeng hissed, his sword qi streaking across, chopping the surrounding trees and rocks into pieces. Lin Yuyao didn't dare to take it hard. He could only keep dodging with his nimble stance, secretly operating the delusion-breaking pearl to absorb Li Chenfeng's attacks. You brat! Only dodge? Seeing that Lin Yuyao kept dodging, Li Chenfeng's attacks became more and more furious, completely disregarding the backlash brought about by the elixir. Lin Yuyao sneered as he dodged. What's your hurry? Play slowly and see who finishes first. As time passed, Li Chenfeng's medicinal effect gradually weakened, and the power of the backlash came with it. It's now! Lin Yiwu seized the opportunity and condensed a spiritual force in his hand, fiercely blasting it towards Li Chenfeng. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Li Chenfeng, his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Right at this moment, a ghostly light suddenly lit up from the depths of the secret realm, illuminating the entire cave. The two of them looked up at the same time, only to see within the ethereal light a strange plant emitting a ghostly blue light loomed. 9 Spectral Underworld Orchid. Li Chenfeng's eyes instantly lit up. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he struggled to get up. Seeing this, Lin Yiwu sneered, want to grab it? Dream on. With a flash of his figure, he instantly blocked in front of Li Chenfeng, and in his hand, he condensed an even more powerful spiritual energy and blasted it over without hesitation. Get out of the way. Li Chunfeng roared angrily and swung out a sword with all his might, trying to force Lin Yuyao back. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. How could he withstand Lin Yiwu's full force strike? Bang! Li Chunfeng was once again blasted out. Lin Yuyao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to quickly rush to the 9 underworld orchid, the ghostly blue light flickering in his palm. Li Chunfeng was shocked and furious as he watched the treasure he had gotten his hands on fly away. But soon, the anger on his face turned into panic. Because Lin Yiwu was walking towards him step by step. If you die in the secret realm, no one should know, right? Lin Prosperity's voice was like a hypnotic talisman, sending chills down his spine. He didn't expect Lin Prosper to actually move to kill. You can't kill me. My brother is Li Qianshang. If you kill me, he definitely won't spare you. Li Chunfeng moved his backer. Lin Yiwu was amused by his words. Saying it like if I don't kill you, you'll let me go? People like Li Chunfeng, even if you let him go, he would still stab you in the back. No, I won't. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you cultivation resources, and also, there's also the storage ring you can take. Li Chunfeng panicked and removed the storage ring from her finger. Lin Yiwu took the storage ring and swept his divine sense. It was indeed filled with all sorts of cultivation resources, pills, and spirit stones. There were at least 3 bottles of light chi condensation scatter 10 per bottle and more than 300 spirit stones. It seemed like this Li Chunfeng hadn't raided the people's wealth on a regular basis. That's all? Lin Yiqiu raised his eyebrows and pretended to be dissatisfied. Li Chunfeng's face stiffened, gritted his teeth, and pulled out another jade slip from his pocket. This is the Xian grade martial skill my brother gave me, Blazing Sun Hand. Lin Yiwu weighed the jade slip in his hand and didn't say anything else. Instead, he bent down and picked up the longsword that Li Chunfeng had dropped. What are you going to do? Li Chunfeng's voice trembled. Lin Yiwu played with the longsword in his hand and said carelessly, Of course I'm going to kill you. You don't keep your promises. Li Chunfeng's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Lin Yiwu snorted, You gave me all these things yourself, it's not like I forced you. Li Chunfeng wanted to say something else, but he saw a cold flash of light from the longsword in Lin Yuyao's hand, instantly piercing through his heart. Li Chunfeng's eyes widened roundly, a vague whimper escaping his throat as his body slowly collapsed. Lin Yao watched him fall to the ground expressionlessly. It wasn't until he was sure that the other party was completely out of breath that he breathed a sigh of relief. He then transferred all the contents of the storage ring to his own storage pouch. The empty ring was then thrown next to Li Chunfeng's corpse. As for the spirit weapon longsword, he didn't want to be chased by Li Chunfeng's brother just after he went out. It was better to destroy the corpse. After doing all this, Lin Yuyao carefully inspected the cave again. Only after confirming that there were no living souls or traces left behind did he turn around and leave with peace of mind. As for the matter of going out of the secret realm, now was not the time to go out, because the moment they stepped out of the secret realm, there would be special disciples checking their storage bags. That's why Lin Yiwu planned to take the 9 underworld orchid inside before going out. And the pills and spirit stones inside the storage bag, when the time comes, it can be said that it is given by Bai Tsushan. After all, this woman is also considered a famous little rich woman within the Hahuan sect. I believe that after disposing of those disciples who had a relationship with Sun Mayor, the others would not make things difficult for him. Walking out of the cave, Lin Yuyao found that the center area of the secret realm was quiet, and he didn't even see a ghost shadow. Thinking about it, in addition to Li Chunfeng's gang of guys who were fooled and crippled, which stovepipe will have nothing to run to this dangerous place. Sending death is not such a way to send awe. This place is full of spiritual chi, it's just right for cultivation, maybe I can even use it to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yuyao stroked his chin and pondered, his heart itching. Foundation establishment, that was a realm that how many chi refining stage cultivators could only dream of. If he became one, he would be able to harden his back in the future, at least he wouldn't have to be used as a cultivation tool by those female cultivators all day long. Thinking of this, he picked a direction, toes tapped the ground, the body will be like an arrow out of the string shot out. Between the flights, the rich spiritual chi continuously surged into Lin Yuyao's body, making him feel relaxed all over. This secret realm was worthy of being a heavenly paradise, the richness of the spiritual chi was far from being comparable to the outside world. Lin Yao even had the illusion that as long as he was willing, he could break through here in situ at any time. Finding a location that looked flat, Lin Yaoyao sat down on his knees and pulled out the 9 underworld orchid from his storage bag. As soon as he put it into his hand, he felt like he was holding a piece of 1,000-year-old ice, freezing him to the bone. I didn't pay attention just now. I didn't expect this thing to be so cold. How was he to know that this 9 spectral underworld orchid was not an unusual spirit herb? Taking it directly could kill a person. Ordinary cultivators, taking the 9 spectral underworld orchid would need to neutralize the cold with a fire attribute spirit herb and refine it into a foundation establishment pill before they could take it. Like Lin, free to swallow directly raw, not without. Only to end up with a cold gas into the body. Go into the devil. Chapter 23, I finally built my foundation. Lin Yiwu didn't care. He operated the little bit of pitiful spiritual energy in his body, guiding the medicinal power of the 9 underworld orchid into his body. Strangely enough, as soon as that piercing coldness entered Lin Yuyao's body, it was absorbed and transformed by the delusion-breaking bead in his body, turning it into pure spiritual energy that surged into his dantian. Hey, it really works. Lin Yuyao only felt a sense of relief all over his body. But this soothing energy didn't last long before Lin Yaoyao realized that something was wrong. The spiritual energy in his body was like a floodgate opening, madly surging into the dantian. However, the dantian was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Holy, what's going on? Lin Yiwu's face changed. But then it occurred to him that he had built his foundation at the extreme realm of the 10th level of qi refining. So it was simply impossible to break through the foundation establishment in an unusual way. At this rate, he would have to die of spiritual energy exhaustion. Bean-sized beads of sweat seeped out from Lin Yiwu's forehead as he clenched his teeth and pulled out the foundation establishment pill given by Bai Xiushang from his storage bag, swallowing it in one gulp without even thinking. Success or failure is here. Lin Yuyao shouted in his heart as the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill quickly dissolved. It intertwined with the medicinal power of the 9 underworld orchid. Lin Yaoyao only felt as if there were millions of ants tearing at his body. Just when Lin Yaoyao was about to be unable to support himself, the delusion-breaking bead within his dantian suddenly shone brightly and a powerful suction force came. It sucked in all of the spiritual energy that had stormed out of his body. Immediately afterward, the delusion-breaking pearl fed the pure spiritual energy back into Lin Yuan's body. It nourished his meridians and repaired the damaged dantian. Lin Yaoyao felt the tearing pain in his body gradually lessen. It was replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. He slowly opened his eyes, only to feel refreshed and filled with strength. It's done? Lin Yuyao was ecstatic in his heart as he looked internally at his dantian. He only saw that the originally dry dantian was now filled with liquid spiritual energy. Foundation establishment. Old me has finally built my foundation. Lin Yuyao couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, which echoed through the valley, startling a flock of flying birds. Foundation establishment stage. Even though he couldn't fly with a sword like the Jindan stage, he could at least briefly experience what it was like to fly. Not to mention that he was an extreme realm foundation establishment, his lag time was much longer than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking about it made him a little excited. However, Lin Yuyao didn't rush to try flying, but instead pulled out the jade slip that recorded the Yin Yang Gran technique from his storage bag. This was something that he had hurriedly skimmed before and hadn't studied it carefully at all. Inside, it recorded various dual cultivation techniques and martial arts. Previously, his cultivation level was too low, and he was unable to cultivate many profound techniques. Now that he had built his foundation, he naturally had to study them. Yin Yang blade technique, it's really powerful, but with this small body of mine right now, I'll have to take off my strength after swinging it twice. It's not practical. Lin Yiwu flipped through the booklet while muttering to himself. I have to find a technique and martial art that is suitable for foundation stage cultivation. Lin Yuyao's eyes quickly swept over the jade slips. The names of those feats were one more eccentric than the other. What Yin Yang harmony technique, double dragon playing with pearl secret technique, and 9 heavenly Shin nun picking technique. Seeing him blush, he exclaimed that the Acacia Sect was worthy of being the Acacia Sect. This path was really wild. In the end, he picked a basic technique called Yin Yang vomiting technique. The introduction said that it could not only enhance spiritual power, but also increase it during battle. The most important thing was that cultivation was faster when practicing dual cultivation. Lin Yuyao couldn't help but secretly rejoice. This was simply tailor-made for him. After choosing a technique, the next step was martial arts. Lin Yuyao's eyes fell on the Yin Yang hand. The name sounded a lot more advanced than the fiery sun hand that he had gotten from Li Chenfeng before. Although there was no grade labeled on the jade slip, Lin Yuyao vaguely felt that this thing was definitely not simple. As for the footwork, he instantly fell in love with the heaven, earth, and human three gates transportation technique. The name sounded lofty, and it would definitely be useful when escaping. Let's try this so-called heaven, earth, and human three gates transportation technique first. Lin Yuyao couldn't wait to stick the jade sketch to his forehead, and a stream of information surged into his mind. The heaven, earth, and human three gates transportation technique was divided into 3 layers, corresponding to the heaven, earth, and human gates. The first layer, the human gate, could instantly move a distance of 3 feet. The second layer, the earth gate, could instantly move a distance of 10 zhang. At the third level, the heavenly gate, the instantaneous distance was as high as 100 feet. This footwork was simply an excellent tool for escaping. Lin Yuyao didn't hesitate and immediately followed the records in the jade slip, running his spiritual energy and mobilizing the orifices in his body. At first, he only felt awkward all over, like he was dancing to the wrong beat, and several times he almost fell into a dog's poop. But he didn't give up. Trying again and again, he kept adjusting his posture and the route of his spiritual energy. Finally, after tens of attempts, Lin Yuyao felt his body lighten up and the scenery in front of him instantly changed. He had actually moved a distance of 3 feet. It's done! This was a truly marvelous feeling for Lin Yuyao. He continued practicing and gradually mastered the human sect escape technique, and the distance he instantly moved became more and more stable. And when he was about to perform the earth sect shield technique, he hadn't even performed it yet. A sense of emptiness spread throughout his body. I'll go. It's so spirit energy consuming? Although the earth sect shield technique was only one word different from the human sect, there were more orifices that needed to be mobilized, and equivalently, the amount of spiritual energy consumed had doubled several times. It seems that this Earthgate shield method is something that needs to be performed at the Jindan stage. Lin Yuyao muttered, then took out a chi condensation scatter and swallowed it into his mouth, sat down on his knees, and operated his gong method to recover his spiritual energy. A moment later, he got up and glanced at the secret realm. It's about time to go out. I just don't know if that woman by Xushang is worried about me. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm. At this moment, most of the other Hearth Cauldron masters had already left. This was because they knew very well that if they didn't come out in 5 days' time, the odds were that they would die inside. And the secret realm would be opened for a total of 7 days, and if they didn't come out within 7 days, the secret realm would close. Those who didn't come out, even if they didn't die inside, they would still accept the sect's punishment after coming out because they didn't find all the spirit herbs. Even if they carried through the punishment, they would still be an invalid by then. Instead of wasting resources on this kind of person, it would be better to find a new furnace cauldron. Bai Xiushan was still standing near the exit of the secret realm, and she had barely moved an inch in the past 2 days. Sun Mayer came from a short distance away, and when she saw Bai Xiushan, who was still looking around, she immediately sneered. Still waiting for your lover boy? Bai Xiushan was already in a bad mood, and at this moment, seeing this woman, she was even more directly angry. I said why I suddenly smelled a tawdry odor, so it's the vixen that's here. When these words came out, Sun Mayer's face was unsightly. Humph. Just keep your mouth shut, there are still 2 days left, I see. That kid will inevitably die inside. After saying that, she didn't continue with her sarcasm. She had already been reprimanded by Sun Ling before, and recently her father, the one from the Devil Sect, was in a death retreat. If anything really happened, the mother and daughter duo's status in the Harmony Sect would definitely drop. At that time, they were afraid that many incidents would arise. Chapter 24, Your Mission, have you completed it? Seeing Sun Mayer turn her head to talk to the others, Bai Xiushan didn't pay any attention to the other party. Her eyes stared straight at the exit. Every time the exit of the secret realm flashed, it represented a person coming out, but the figure she was expecting never appeared. Could it be that something has really happened? Bai Xiushan gazed at the exit of the secret realm and muttered. In the past 2 days, she had already lost hope. After all, Sun Mayer had issued a bounty, and other people would inevitably treat Liniwu as a target to hunt. It was the same as she had imagined. At this moment within the secret territory, the vicinity of the exit was already surrounded by cultivators. These people were all hearthpots who hadn't picked enough spirit herbs, and there was only one purpose for gathering around here. That was to rob. As long as they grabbed enough 10 spirit herbs, they would be able to live. Of course, this time they also had one more option, and that was to kill Lin Yuyao. As long as they could kill Lin Yiwu, then when they went out, not only would they be exempt from the spirit herb task, they would also be able to get the Foundation establishment pill. These people naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. One by one, they stared at the exit like hungry wolves. Lin Yiwu didn't know what was waiting for him. He walked towards the exit in a leisurely manner. But the moment he arrived at the edge of the secret realm, everyone's eyes focused on him. It's Lin Prosperity. He really isn't dead. Quick, grab him. Kill him and the Foundation establishment pill is mine. Lin Yiwu looked at the group of people who were pouncing on him like mad dogs. He was first stunned, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was worried that he couldn't find anyone to practice on, and these people came to his door. Human Sect transportation technique. Lin Yiwu's figure flickered and instantly appeared 3 feet away, dodging the first wave of attacks. This kid knows body techniques. Don't let him escape, surround him. Seeing this, the crowd immediately changed their strategy and surrounded Lin Yiwu. Lin Yiwu looked at the hideous faces around him. Just with you losers, you want to kill me? Yin Yang hand. Lin Yuyo waved his hands, a black and white spiritual energy pike shot towards the crowd like a poisonous snake. Ah! My hands! My legs! Lin Yiwu's attacks were fast and vicious, and in the blink of an eye, several people fell to the ground. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but feel a bit chilled in their hearts and their attacks slowed down. How is this kid so strong? Isn't he at the chi refining stage? How could he have such a strong attack? The crowd was puzzled in their hearts, but Lin Yiwu didn't give them time to think. Since you guys want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Lin Yiwu's figure flashed once again, and every strike was accompanied by a miserable scream. Ah! Don't kill me! I was wrong, I won't dare again. This kid is evil. How does his spiritual energy feel strange? A cultivator said with a pained face as he covered his arm that had been scratched by Lin Yiwu's spiritual force pi. He felt a burning sensation coming from the wound, and the operation of the spiritual energy in his body became stagnant. It's the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Yiwu has succeeded in building his foundation. Suddenly, someone shouted out, originally still holding on to their luck. The crowd that wanted to reap some benefits from Lin Yiwu suddenly fell into an ice cave. Most of those present were at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining, and in front of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, they were like ants. Foundation establishment realm, that was an existence that could externalize spiritual energy. No wonder just now when Lin Yiwu performed his martial skill it was so powerful that they couldn't resist it at all. Fear spread like a plague, and the crowd that was so aggressive just now. At this moment, each and every one of them were as pale as dirt, and they all retreated, wanting to run away from this furious god. Want to run now? It's too late. Ah! My dantian. A cultivator covered his abdomen and fell to the ground in pain. His dantian had already been shattered by Lin Yiwu's palm, completely reduced to a wasted man. Spare my life. Master Lin, spare your life. The other cultivator knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy, with no trace of his previous arrogance. However, Lin Yihe didn't pay the slightest attention to their pleas for mercy, and his hands were unrelenting. Yang hand. Between his hands, black and white spiritual energy intertwined. It transformed into a powerful attack, knocking all the remaining few people to the ground. Near the exit of the secret realm, there was a lot of wailing. Lin Yuyo stepped over the wailing cultivators on the ground and stepped out of the secret realm. As soon as he stepped out of the secret realm, Lin Yuan saw many people gathered outside the secret realm waiting. Easy. Bai Xiushang saw Lin Yiqiu walking out of the secret realm at a glance, her joy overflowing as she shouted loudly. This voice of hers instantly attracted the attention of everyone around her. Even though Lin Yuyo was only a stovepipe of the chi refining realm, he was a very big name. Especially Sun Mayor, the smile on her face instantly froze as if she had eaten a fly. She had just finished mocking Bai Xiushang, saying that Lin Yuchang would surely die. As a result, in the next second Lin Yuyao came out alive. This face slapping came so fast that it caught her off guard. Missy. Lin Yiqiu also saw Bai Xiushang in the crowd and responded in a hurry. Before the two of them could say more, Sun Mayor walked over with a catwalk and interrupted in a conspiratorial manner. Wait. Bai Xiushang secretly said in her heart that it wasn't good, this Sun Mayor was definitely going to be a demon again. Sure enough, Sun Mayor walked to the exit and said with a leathery smile. Hee hee, I really didn't expect that you could actually come out alive. What a great life. Lin Yaoyao didn't have half a good feeling about this woman and disliked her unceremoniously. Just lucky, what, is it hard to believe that I have to die inside to suit you? Sun Mayer's face changed slightly, then she covered it up. It doesn't matter if you die or not, the main thing is your mission. Did you complete it? If you can't finish it, it's useless to come out alive. Hearing this, Bai Qiushan's face was a little ugly. She had just gotten too excited. Forgetting that Lin Yuyo had to collect 20 spirit herbs to complete his mission. Everyone else also looked over. Of course it's completed. Lin Yiwu said, pulling out a blood-stained bag from his storage bag and throwing it at Sun Mayer's feet. Do you want to check it? Sun Mayer looked at the bag at her feet and her face clouded over. She bent down to pick up the bag and opened it to see that it was filled with spirit herbs, the quantity far exceeding the mission requirements. Count yourself lucky. Sun Mayer unwillingly threw the bag back to Lin Yuyo and turned to leave. It would be a real shame to stay any longer. Seeing this, Bai Qiushan was secretly pleased in her heart and walked over to Lin Yiwu. Easy, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Lin Yiwu smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry about it, Missy. Bai Qiushan looked Lin Yiwu up and down, confirming that he really wasn't injured before she let go of her heart. She noticed that Lin Yuan's cultivation seemed to have refined. Your cultivation has broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Lin Yiwu nodded and didn't hide it. I got some chance in the secret realm and got a lucky breakthrough. Chapter 25 Climbing to Another Branch. The first level of the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yuyo replied with some uncertainty. Bai Qiushan was pleasantly surprised when she heard this, and grabbed Lin Yuyo's arm with such force that she almost crushed his bones. Really? You really built your foundation? Lin Yuyo grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to show it, and could only accompany him with a smile. Thanks to Missy's blessing, I got a lucky breakthrough. Bai Qiushan then realized that she had lost her temper and hurriedly let go of her hand. Hee, it hurt you, didn't it? Don't worry, this time when we go back, I'll get you some basic techniques to cultivate. The commotion here naturally could not be hidden from the surrounding female cultivators. What, this stove tripod actually succeeded in building a foundation in the secret realm. I really didn't expect that this guy's luck is actually this good. AI, people are more angry than people, and goods get thrown away than goods. The female cultivator who said this glanced at the shriveled up furnace cauldron beside her. You fellow! Can't you grow some ambition? All day long, you think about soliciting pills from my old lady. The furnace cauldron shivered as he looked at the female cultivator in front of him, who was even stouter than himself. But he didn't dare to say anything, and only had to accompany a smiling face. After all, one still had to rely on others for food. However, such a thing didn't just happen on this side. The other female cultivators were furious after seeing the appearance of their own stovepipes. It really was true that without comparison, there was no harm. For a time, many stovepipes held a grudge against Lin Yihai. As for Lin Yuan's side, after surrendering the mission spirit grass, Bai Qiushan immediately pulled him back to his residence in the inner sect. Compared to the outer sect, the courtyard arranged by the inner sect was more than double the size of the previous small courtyard. The aura was also several times stronger than it was in the outer sect. Bai Qiushan beautifully introduced all the benefits of the new residence. Lin Yuyo, however, was a bit distracted. He recalled Li Qinfeng's words, even though he had already taken care of the tale. But as long as one had the heart to inquire, one could still ask something. For example, the matter of him searching for the 9 underworld orchid with Li Qinfeng, there were quite a few stovepipes that passed by at that time. And now he was the only one in the entire group to come down alive. If it was Lin Yaoyao himself, he would have suspected the one who survived. Even if it wasn't far off. Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao was prepared to probe first. Missy, isn't there a male disciple within the sect? Bai Qiushan's footsteps lurched and glanced back at him. What, this has only just built the foundation and you're thinking of climbing another branch? Lin Ichio hurriedly waved his hands. No, just curious, doesn't the Acacia sect not accept male disciples? That's for the general public. Bai Qiushan walked over to the stone table and sat down, pouring herself a cup of spirit tea and taking a light sip. If you are gifted, even if you are a male, the sect will make an exception. What, you want to emulate him? Lin Yuyo secretly said in his heart, it's true. As if she had read his mind, Bai Qiushan put down her teacup, her tone carrying a few warnings. I advise you to die of this heart. Since you are already my cauldron, you can only be mine. Even if you try as hard as you can't change this fact, do you understand? Understand, naturally understand. Lin Yuyo was obsequious on the surface, but in his heart, he was secretly slandering. Furnace tripod, just no furnace tripod. When I surpass you in cultivation, let's see who is whose tripod. It's good that you understand. Bai Xiushang nodded in satisfaction, her eyes becoming ambiguous again. However, you've been in the secret realm for so long, so you must have accumulated quite a lot of the power of the blazing sun, right? Isn't it time to surrender it? Lin Yiwu was instantly a bit confused. But without waiting for him to say anything, Bai Xiushang had already pounced on him. However, just as he was also about to try out the yin-yang exhalation technique that he had just acquired. However, Ji Yun's voice came from outside the door. Elder Miss, Elder Lu is here. Bai Xiushang was enjoying Lin Yiwu's service. She was about to reach the critical moment, but was interrupted by the sudden voice, and a nameless fire rose in her heart. However, after all, Lu Qing had just helped her, so it wasn't good to directly turn her away. Unable to do anything else, Bai Xiushang could only gather the clothes on her body together to hide the sight of being enveloped in holy light. Then she opened her mouth and replied, "Please come in." Lin Yuyo also took the opportunity to climb up from the bed and straighten his messy clothes. After Lu Qing entered the room, he saw the two men sitting by the bedside at a glance, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Looks like I came at a bad time. Bai Xiushang hurriedly explained, Elder Lu was joking, it's already wrong for Xiushang to not greet them in advance. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Qing waved his hand, not minding in the slightest. I just came over to take a look. I heard that Lin Yiwu broke through to the foundation establishment stage, congratulations. What, is there any plan to let him participate in the gate examination? Lin Yuyo originally wanted to play dead, but when he heard the words intra-door examination, he immediately became energized, and his ears perked up. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, like Chiu Frost, this dead nymph didn't even mention it to him, compared to something that would be beneficial to him. Bai Xiushang showed a difficult face and said hesitantly, he just built his foundation, his roots are still not solid, disciple intends to let him sharpen his skills again. Lu Qing looked at Bai Xiushang with a smirk. Oh? Sharpening? I see that you can't let go of your precious stove tripod, right? Bai Xiushang blushed slightly and snapped, Elder Lu, you're making fun of me again. Lu Qing walked to the stool in the room and sat down, crossing his legs. Chiu Frost, you are now a Jindan disciple. If you want to obtain more as resources, you can't rely on yourself alone. Now that Lin Yiwu has been elevated to the foundation establishment stage, it's time for you to let him go to the southern mountain to experience the world. Besides, didn't you make a contract with him? Are you still afraid that he'll run away? Bai Xiushang was a little reluctant in her heart. She still wanted to enjoy Lin Yiwu for a while longer. However, Lu Qing's words also had some truth to them. If Lin Yuyo could enter the South Mountain, it would be a good thing for her. After thinking about it for a while, Bai Xiushang finally nodded her head and agreed. Then let's follow Elder Lu's words. Lu Qing smiled with satisfaction. Alright, then you can talk to him about the matter about the southern mountain in the next 2 days, and 3 days later, I will come to pick him up. Saying that, he got up and walked towards the door. Lin Yuyo noticed that just now, when Lu Qing said that he should go to South Mountain. Bai Xiushang clearly revealed a dissatisfied look, but she seemed to have thought of something else, which made her agree. Hee, it's as you wished, isn't it a happy one? Lin Yuyo was pondering what exactly Nanshan was, when he suddenly heard Bai Xiushan's teeth-grinding words. He was instantly jolted. No! How could it be? Missy, you can't think of me like that. Whether it's you or not is clear in your heart. Today you must make up for what you owed me before. As Bai Xiushang spoke, she waved her hand and the door to the room closed. Soon, a sound of extravagance came from inside the room. Chapter 26. As the clouds closed in, Bai Xiushang lazily lay in Lin Yichou's arms, her index finger drawing circles on his chest. Feeling the lingering afterglow, she suddenly furrowed her brows. Easy, how do I feel that? Today is a little different from the past? Lin Yiwu's heart jumped and he secretly let out a cry of badness. This woman was really perceptive. He quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and snorted. Is it? Maybe it's because I've been figuring out some new techniques lately. Hey, how about it? It feels pretty good, right? As he spoke, he cheekily rubbed against Bai Xiushang. Bai Xiushang really didn't think much more about it, but instead, she winks and blanks him. You're the one who's poor. Say, where did you learn these crooked ways? He, this is not the last time with Zhao. Ah bah, with the other stove tripod chat, heard some experience. Lin Yiwu almost set out of turn and hurriedly changed his words. Oomph, less fool me. However, it does feel good. Seeing that she was no longer pursuing the question, Lin Yiwu secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Taking advantage of Bai Xiushang's happy mood, he hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, Missy, the southern mountain that Elder Lu just mentioned, what exactly is that place? Bai Xiushang then remembered the main event and sat up, straightening her messy clothes. South Mountain, in the past, it was actually called Male Mountain, a place specialized in cultivating furnace cauldrons. Male Mountain? Cultivating stove tripods? Lin Yuyao froze, this name was too straightforward. That's right. Bai Xiushang nodded. In the past, there were often mortals who couldn't afford to eat, or cultivators who were being hunted down and killed who escaped to the Harmony Sect, and landed on the Male Mountain to cultivate. It's just that when it came to the later part of the year, they would be selected by the higher echelons of the sect to become furnace cauldrons. Then how did it change its name later? Lin Yiqiu asked curiously. Bai Xiushang sneered, it wasn't because there were too many men. Once there were too many men in the Male Mountain, the entire Acacia sect went haywire. Later on, in order to control the number of men, the sect kicked out all the ugly-looking ones with no spiritual roots, which is why it was renamed South Mountain. Lin Yiqiu listened to staggering, this Hawan sect is really unique. He couldn't help but ask, then what's the use of South Mountain now? Now South Mountain has turned into a place for the hearthlings to practice. Bai Xiushang explained, as long as one reaches the foundation establishment stage, one can enter the South Mountain to participate in the trials. If one has good talent and performs well, it is possible to become a male disciple of the Acacia sect. Male disciple? Lin Yiwu's eyes lit up, this was a good opportunity. Don't be too happy. Bai Xiushang splashed him with cold water. There's only been one case of this kind of situation in 100 years, and that's Li Chen. It's hard as hell for you to become the second one. Lin Yuyao bristled, but in his heart, he was secretly more energized. Only one case in 100 years? Then I'm going to become the second one. But Bai Xiushang's words turned. For you, this is a good opportunity. Although the Southern Mountain Trial is dangerous, it's also a good place to quickly improve your strength. If you can come out of it alive, you might even be able to make me more satisfied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyao was somewhat speechless. It was said that women were tigers, this wasn't even old enough yet, why was it like this? Flip-flopping was faster than turning over a book. Seeing that Lin Yuyao didn't say anything, Bai Xiushang's interest was lacking, lazily stretching her waist, her perfect body curves hidden under the muslin. Stay well in these 2 days, if you need anything, let Jiyun and Jia do it, Sun Mei or the Tai Fox definitely won't let up, I don't want her to catch a hold of me. After saying that, Bai Xiushang walked straight out of the room, leaving Lin Yiwan with a shapely back. Lin Yaoyao looked at the other party's back as she left and silently sighed. This woman, use it up and throw it away, really ruthless. However, it's good to have peace and quiet. Then he shouted at the door, Jiyun, help me make some soup. It needs to be a 10% tonic. A clear answering voice came from outside the door, yes, Your Excellency. Meanwhile, inside the residence where the core disciples of the Acacia sect lived. A man was staring at the shattered soul plate in his hand in a daze, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. This man was none other than Li Chenfeng's older brother, Li Chenshang. Previously, he had been in seclusion to impact the 7th level of Jindan, and it was only yesterday that he came out of seclusion. He was just about to go and deliver some pills to Li Chenfeng, but he didn't expect to hear that the other party had entered the secret realm in the back of the mountain. Originally, he had planned to wait for the other party to come out before going to deliver it. But what he waited for was indeed the other party's soul plate shattering, which meant that the other party was already dead. At first, he thought that the back mountain secret realm was already full of crises, and even if he really died, perhaps it was just bad luck. But after inquiring, although the task this time was heavy, with the elixir he gave the other party and that spirit weapon to protect him, collecting 10 herbs was not a problem at all. Who the hell is it? Who killed Little Feng? Li Chenshang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were almost embedded into his flesh. He stood up violently, and a powerful spiritual pressure instantly swept through the entire room. Little Feng, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find the murderer. 2 days later, Lin Yuyo was leisurely basking in the sun in the courtyard. In his hand, he was holding a copy of the secret history of the Acacia sect that he had shunned from Baixiushang, reading it with great interest. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, and it was Baixiushan's maidservants Jiyun and Jia. "My lord, eldest miss wants you to go to the law enforcement hall," Jiyun said respectfully. Lin Yuyo closed the book and was a bit puzzled. "Law enforcement hall? What's the point of going there?" Jiyun replied, "I don't know, it seems that someone is suing." Upon hearing this, Lin Yiwu frowned. With doubts, Lin Yuyo got up and followed Jiyun as she led Lin Yuyo through several corridors. He came to a solemn hall. On the vermilion red gate hung the 3 hot gold characters of the law enforcement hall. Lin Yuyun followed Jiyun into the hall, only to see Lu Qing sitting in the center dressed in a black robe. The whole person carried a sense of intellectual beauty. On both sides of the hall stood several law enforcement disciples. And Baixiushang was arguing with a man in the center of the main hall. The man's back was facing Lin Yuyo and he couldn't see his face, but from the back, he was tall and had an extraordinary aura. "Li Chensheng, your brother's death has nothing to do with Lin Yiwu. You're being unreasonable." "Unrelated? The last person my brother saw before his soul plate shattered was him. How do you expect me to believe that he had nothing to do with Little Feng's death?" The man turned around violently, and it was only then that Lin Yuyo could see his face clearly. Sure enough, it was Li Chensheng. Li Chensheng similarly saw Lin Yiwang, who had just stepped into the law enforcement hall. "You're the one who killed my brother. Today, I want you to pay for his life." In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he even directly struck out at Lin Yiwang. Lin Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes as a powerful spirit pressure came to meet him, and he didn't have time to react. The entire person was slapped out and fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. Chapter 27, Dead Without a Proof. "What are you doing?" Baixiushang shouted angrily, flying in front of Lin Yiwu, her beautiful eyes full of rage. Lu Qing also stood up fiercely and said sternly, "Li Chensheng, this is the law enforcement hall. It's not a place for you to spread your wildness." Li Chensheng didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself. Instead, he pointed at Lin Yuyo. "This kid killed my brother, I want him to pay for his life." Lin Yuyo struggled to stand up, but it felt as if his bones were falling apart. The pain was unbearable. He cursed in his heart, this Li Chensheng's hands were too hard. However, he didn't get up immediately, but instead smoothly lay on the ground, covering his chest with an agonized look. When Baixiushang saw that Lin Yuyo's injuries were not light, her heart was even more enraged and she turned her head to angrily rebuke Li Chensheng. "You're spitting blood. Lin Yuyo had no motive to kill your brother at all. You're planting evidence to frame him." "Planting evidence to frame him? He entered the cave with my brother and a team of stovepipes to look for spirit medicine. Why is he the only one who came out? And now he has even broken through to the foundation establishment stage. To say that there is no relationship, who would believe it?" Li Chensheng roared angrily. "You?" Baixiushang was momentarily speechless, although she believed that Lin Yiwu wouldn't do such a thing. But now that Li Chenfeng was dead, there was no proof of death, and she couldn't find evidence to prove Lin Yuyo's innocence for a while. Cough cough. Lin Yuyo coughed twice at the right time and said weakly, "Senior Brotherly, I have no grudges against Brotherly, why did I kill him? I still ask Senior Brother to be clear." When Li Chensheng heard this, he became even more enraged and took a step in front of Lin Yuyo, looking down on him condescendingly, killing intent in his eyes. "You're less pretentious. Do you dare to let me check your storage bag?" When Lin Yiwu heard these words, his heart was instantly relieved. It was fortunate that he hadn't filled in that spiritual weapon in the first place. Otherwise, this time it would really be in the gutter. He forced himself to endure the pain and lifted his head, looking at Li Chensheng with an innocent expression. "I don't know what has provoked you, but you said that I killed your brother. This is something that I will inevitably not admit." As he said this, Lin Yao directly removed the storage bag from his waist and handed it to the other party. As soon as Li Chensheng grabbed the storage bag, his divine sense probed into it. But soon, his face turned gloomy. Inside the storage bag, there was nothing but a few wilted low-grade spirit medicines and some raggedy contraptions. There was nothing of value, let alone his brother Li Chenfeng's things. "You must have hidden it, right? Tell me." Seeing this, Baixiushang glared at Li Chensheng. "Li Chensheng, that's enough from you. Don't mess around here if you can't find any evidence." Although Li Chensheng was annoyed, this was the law enforcement hall, not his Li family's backyard. Kid, you better pray that you don't fall into my hands, otherwise. Lin Wu laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face, he put on a shivering appearance. Senior brotherly spare your life, disciple really doesn't know anything. Lu Qing was also a bit unable to look away and coughed lightly. Li Shang, without evidence, don't climb up and disrupt the order of the law enforcement hall, or else I will truthfully report to the Patriarch. Hearing this, Li Shang's anger subsided for the most part. He seemed to be afraid of the Patriarch, but soon he regained his previous demeanor. Just wait. Don't let me find evidence. The words fell and he directly walked towards the outside of the law enforcement hall. Bai Xiushang angrily stared at this other party's back, then came to Lin Wu's body to help him up. Are you alright? Lin Wu coughed twice in a feigned weak manner. Missy, I'm fine, it's just some superficial wounds, it won't get in the way. Seeing his pale face, Bai Xiushang was still a bit uneasy. Taking out a healing elixir from her storage bag, she fed it into his mouth. This is the healing pill issued by the sect, run your spiritual energy to absorb it. The pill instantly melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly flowed throughout his body. He also obediently leaned against Bai Xiushang. With a weak and powerless look, he enjoyed this rare tenderness. Bai Xiushang couldn't help but feel sweetness in her heart when she saw him relying on herself so much. She turned her head to Elder Lu Qing and said, Elder Lu, since this matter has been put on hold for the time being, let's also put off the matter of easy going to the southern mountain to collect medicines for a while, and wait until his injuries have healed. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. After all, just now she had seen it all in her eyes. Li Shang is a Jindan cultivator. Under the full force of the blow, Lin Wu would have suffered serious internal injuries even if he didn't die. Also good, during this time, you just recuperate well and don't need to worry about other things. Returning to the cave, Bai Xiushang helped Lin Yuyao recline on the bed couch and gently untied his blood-stained clothes. On the white skin, several hideous wounds were shocking to the eyes, and it was heartbreaking to see Bai Xiushang. She took out her treasured jade skin cream. Carefully applying it on Lin Yuyao's wounds, the coolness of her fingertips made Lin Yuyao unable to resist trembling lightly. Hiss. Pain. Just now, he hadn't felt anything, but this time Lin Yuyao only felt that just now, Li Qinshiang seemed to have inflicted something when he did it, and the wound hurt like hell. Serves you right. Who let you show off? That dog Li Qinshiang's hand was really hard. If you were in the law enforcement hall, your life would have to be accounted for there today. Lin Yaoyao grabbed Bai Xiushang's hand and placed it on his chest. Missy, I'm not doing this to protect you. He dared to speak out against you. I naturally have to teach him a lesson. Bai Xiushang's pretty face slightly reddened as she gently drew back her hand and continued to medicate him. Oily mouth. Next time you dare to be like this, see how I'll clean you up. With that, Bai Xiushang instructed Jiyun to take care of Lin Yuan without moving an inch. Of course, she herself came over to take a look when she had nothing to do. Lin Yuyao was also happy to enjoy this feeling of being cared for, and from time to time, he pretended to be pitiful to gain Bai Xiushang's sympathy. Under the attentive care, Lin Yuyao's injuries healed fast. A few days later, the injuries on his body had already recovered to a great extent. Missy, my injuries have healed, there's no need to trouble you anymore. Lin Yiqiu stretched his waist, in a good mood. Bai Xiushang, however, had a sad face. Elder Lu came looking for me again today. She asked me to make sure I send you to South Mountain as soon as possible. Lin Wu sniffed and his heart tightened. The trip to South Mountain was treacherous, not to mention that Li Qinshiang was still watching from the shadows, so I'm afraid that this trip would be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. But Li Qinshiang. Bai Xiushang sighed. I know, I'm also worried about your safety, but Elder Lu is determined this time, he must want you to go. Lin Yaoyao pondered for a moment and had an idea in his heart. Go, the rules of the sect, otherwise, it will also implicate you as well. But you. There's nothing but, I'll just be careful on the South Mountainside when the time comes, big deal, I'll just run back. Lin Yuyao spread out his palms with a resigned look. In fact, he had already planned it out. If Li Qinshiang pushed hard, the big deal was that he would just run straight from South Mountain. Moreover, he could also see that Bai Xiushang had some affection for him now. It was said that a husband and wife for a day had 100 days of kindness, not to mention that he was also the other party's first man, so the significance was naturally different. This was also the reason why he was also a hearth cauldron, but was treated differently from the others. Chapter 28 Arriving at the Southern Mountain. But the more Lin Yuyao was like this, the more Bai Xiushang felt uncomfortable in her heart. Obviously, being her own stove tripod, but looking like she was going to die for herself, it made her heart mixed. She bit her lip and pulled out a plain-style ring from her storage pouch. This is a beginner's storage ring, although it's not worth much, it contains the things I prepared for you. Seeing this thing, Lin Yuyao instantly felt that the Bai Xiushang in front of him was truly his lucky star. No wonder those people once wanted to evening a rich woman, this feeling, don't feel too good. He hurriedly took the ring and put it on his hand, his divine sense probing into it. The internal space of the storage ring was not large, only a few feet square, and there were a few bottles of pills and a few sets of brand new clothes inside. Lin Yuyao picked up a bottle of pills and uncorked it. A rich medicinal aroma hit his nose and refreshed his heart. This is the spring recovery pill, you bring it with you just in case. Bai Xiushang explained. Lin Yuyao's heart warmed. Although this woman was domineering and strong on the surface, she actually still cared about herself. He heatedly smiled. Thank you, Missy, for your concern, I will definitely come back alive. Bai Xiushang gave him a blank look. Don't be poor, I just don't want you to die out there, and then I'll still have to bother to find a new furnace pot. Lin Yuyao put away the pills one by one and changed into his new clothes, feeling refreshed. Walking over to Bai Xiushang, he bowed deeply. Eldest miss, this trip is dangerous, please take care of yourself. Bai Xiushang looked at his serious appearance, and a ripple ran through her heart. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Lin Yiwu's cheek. You too, be careful. He couldn't help but hold Bai Xiushang's hand and place it on his chest, saying with deep emotion, Missy, when I come back, you'll... Cough. A light cough interrupted Lin Yuyao's confession. The two of them turned their heads to look, only to see Ji Yun standing in the doorway, looking at them with an embarrassed expression. Bai Xiushang hurriedly drew back her hand, her pretty face scarlet as she blurted, Ji Yun, when did you come? Ji Yun lowered her head and whispered, the slave girl has always been there, it's just that Missy and Mr. Lin were too involved and didn't notice the slave girl. Lin Yuyao touched his nose in embarrassment. This girl had come at a really bad time, spoiling his own good deed. Bai Xiushang glared at Lin Yiwang, then said to Ji Yun, go get ready, I'm going to send Yiwang to South Mountain. Yes, Missy. Ji Yun answered and turned to leave. South Mountain, located 100 miles south of the Acacia Sect, was originally just a mountain range that was rarely visited. However, after the Halwan Sect had developed it in recent years, it was also considered a holy land for cultivation. Bai Xiushang brought Lin Yiwu and Ji Yun with her, taking a flying magic weapon and flying all the way to the south. On the way, Bai Xiushang remained silent. Lin Yuyao didn't dare to say much either, just quietly admiring the scenery outside the window. After flying for 2 days, he finally arrived at South Mountain. South Mountain, it really lived up to its name. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range couldn't be seen at a glance. Below was a forest of wooden houses. In the center of these wooden houses, just as Lin Yuyao expected, a magnificent hall rose up from the ground, magnificent, and on the plaque, the 3 gilded words South Mountain Hall shone brightly. Bai Xiushang brought Lin Yuyao with her to the tip of her foot, just like 2 leaves floating down to the ground, steadily stopped in front of the hall. Someone inside the hall seemed to have noticed their arrival. A young woman dressed in Acacia Sect's outer disciples' clothing quickly stepped out to welcome them. This woman was born with clear eyebrows, it was her face that carried a flattering look. Seeing Bai Xiushang in the exclusive clothing of an inner disciple, she immediately piled on a fake smile and respectfully bowed. Senior sister. Bai Xiushang nodded slightly as a response. With a wave of her veiled hand, she pointed to Lin Yiwu beside her. This is my furnace cauldron, who has just built his foundation and has come here to practice. You take good care of him for me, and there will be no shortage of benefits for you. If anything happens to him? Bai Xiushang didn't continue. But the chill in her eyes was already enough to make that outer disciple shudder. The outer disciple hurriedly nodded his head like pounding garlic. Don't worry, senior sister, I will definitely take care of this gentleman properly. She sneaked a glance at Lin Yiwu and muttered in her heart. It's just a stove tripod, building a foundation is great? Senior sister actually valued it so much, could it be that this brat has something special? Lin Yiwu took out a bottle of pills from his storage ring and threw it to the disciple. This is your payment first, take care of it, and... The disciple hurriedly took it. You can rest assured, Dongxue will definitely arrange the best accommodation here, and the tasks won't be too heavy. Hearing this, Bai Xiushang then nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lin Yuan. You just stay here and cultivate well, and talk to her if you lack anything. I'll also come to see you if I have time. Don't worry, I'll be good. Lin Yiwu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Bai Bai Xiushan was also amused by this scene of his. Alright, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and turned around to directly rise up in the air. Only Lin Yuang and the smiling outer disciple were left behind. Lin Yuyo looked at Bai Qiushan's faraway back. This time, it was possible that this would be the last time the two of them would meet. Of course, if Li Chenqing didn't come over to hunt him down, then he naturally wouldn't leave. Instead, a small life was important. My lord, my name is Wang Yan. Please follow me and arrange a place for you to stay. That outer disciple saw Bai Qiushan leave and walked straight to Lin Yiwu's side. Lin Yuan nodded and followed Wang Yan towards the rows of wooden houses. Originally thinking that he would be placed in some overcrowded group dormitory with a bunch of smelly brown men, he didn't expect that Wang Yan would lead him straight past those wooden huts to a small independent courtyard with a tranquil environment. The small courtyard is surrounded by bamboo forest, dense aura, birds, and flowers. An exquisite wooden house was located in the center of the small courtyard. 2 red lanterns hung under the eaves, gently swaying in the breeze. My lord, how is the environment here? Lin Yuyo was slightly stunned, then smiled. Not bad, much better than what I imagined. It's good that your son is satisfied. Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and continued. This small courtyard was originally the residence of the sect's disciples, and recently the disciples were all called back to the sect, so it was left empty. Senior sister specifically instructed me to take good care of Gongxi, so I arranged for this place to be given to Gongxi. Lin Yuyo laughed in his heart. It seemed that this bottle of elixir hadn't really been spent in vain. Have a heart. Lin Yao casually pulled out another bottle of elixir and handed it to Wang Yan. This is for you, take care of it more in the future. Wang Yan received the elixir, her eyes narrowed into a smile. Don't worry, sir, in the future, if there's anything, just come to me. If I can do it, I'll definitely do it. If I can't, I'll try my best to do it. Chapter 29 Merit Points. After Wang Yan left, Lin Yuan surveyed the small courtyard. The small courtyard was full of aura, just right for cultivation. TSK, nice needle. Lin Yiwei entered the house. The inside seemed to have been cleaned regularly and was not dusty. The furniture was all complete as well, and it looked as if the previous owner seemed to be very good at enjoying life. Cultivate. Lin Yuyo clenched his fists, then sat on the bed with his knees crossed and operated the yin-yang vomiting technique. As the gong method operated, the surrounding heaven and earth aura began to slowly converge towards him. However, as he stepped into the foundation establishment stage, the delusion-breaking pearl seemed to be a few points more powerful than before. Not only did it absorb spiritual chi faster, it also channeled spiritual energy faster during dual cultivation. The spiritual energy that Bai Xiushan had left in his body before had actually begun to slowly merge with his own spiritual energy at this moment. It formed a more pure energy that nourished his meridians. After a night's cultivation, Lin Yuyo felt refreshed and his cultivation had slightly improved. He pushed open the wooden door and stretched, ready to breathe in the fresh morning air. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard. The woman was wearing a white dress, and her appearance was almost identical to Bai Xiushan. It was just that her brows were a bit less heroic and a bit more feminine. Dongxue? Why are you here? Lin Yuyo asked tentatively. The woman covered her mouth and smiled, her voice delicate and melodious. Not bad, I didn't expect brother-in-law to be quite vigilant. As Bai Dongxue spoke, she had already entered the small courtyard. That being said, sister is still really good to you, and actually spent money to find you a single small courtyard. I say Dongxue, don't come over here and snark at me, Missy is just looking at me as pitiful, besides, isn't everything I have Missy's? Lin Yao spread his hands helplessly. Bai Dongxue was unimpressed, is that so? Then what if I were to rob it the hard way? As she spoke, she had already released her Jindan stage spirit pressure. What are you? Lin Yuyo only felt a wave of stiffness in his body and cursed in his heart for not speaking of martial virtues. Bai Dongxue walked in front of Lin Yuyo, stretched out her slender jade finger and gently picked his chin. Brother-in-law? Lin Yuyo screamed in his heart. He was only at the first level of foundation establishment, how could he resist the pressure of the Jindan stage? If you can't resist, then you can only lie down. Lin Yuyo simply closed his eyes. Seeing that he was so sensible, Bai Dongxue nodded in satisfaction. She leaned down and whispered in Lin Yiwu's ear, brother-in-law don't worry, I'm gentler than my tigress. A fragrant wind came to her nose. This Harmony Sect's women really were all sirens. Lin Yuyo only felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and the spiritual energy in his body surged uncontrollably. The delusion-breaking bead in the dantian was even spinning crazily, emitting dazzling white light. The white light traveled along the meridians, absorbing all the spiritual energy that Bai Dongxue had invaded into his body and converting it into pure energy to feed himself. At the same time, Bai Dongxue also sensed the difference. A marvelous cycle was formed between the two of them, the spiritual energy mingled and was unending. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Dongxue's delicate body trembled. A powerful aura erupted from within her. She had broken through, reaching the second level of Jindan. And Lin Wu also benefited greatly, his cultivation breaking through to the third level of foundation establishment in one fell swoop. Bai Dongxue's pretty face was scarlet and her charming eyes looked at Lin Iha. Brother-in-law, you're really a treasure boy then. Lin Ichio let out a bitter smile. What kind of treasure is this? It was clearly a mobile charging treasure. Just at this moment, a knock sounded. Wang Yan's voice came from outside the door. Senior brother Lin, are you there? Bai Dongxue's face changed, and she hurriedly straightened out her clothes, resuming her usual high-flying appearance. Lin Yao sighed helplessly and got up to open the door. Wang Yan froze when she saw that Bai Dongxue was also in the house. Senior sister, didn't you just leave yesterday? What? Bai Dongxue changed her previous charming demeanor and said coldly, don't ask what you shouldn't. Then she turned around and walked over to Lin Yuyo and deliberately said in a voice that only two people could hear, brother-in-law, I'll be coming to mourning you in a couple days. After saying that, he also intentionally used his fingers to gently cross Lin Yuyo's palm, then raised his hand and left. Lin Yuyo looked at Bai Dongxue's departing back, and cried and laughed in his heart. This woman, changing her face faster than turning over a book. Wang Yan's heart at the moment had already brainstormed 800 images. She had already recognized Bai Dongxue as Bai Xiushan. Obviously, she had just left yesterday, but she had appeared in the room early this morning. Could it be that Lin Wu had magic powers in that area? It actually made the Jindan stage senior sister so addicted. When she thought of this, Wang Yan had a trace of curiosity in her eyes when she looked at Lin Iha. When Lin Iha turned his head, he happened to meet the other party's eyes, and seeing that look on the other party's face, there was no way he didn't know what she was thinking. Cough cough, senior sister Wang, is there something you want to explain? Wang Yan slapped her head. I almost forgot about the main matter. The sect has released a new mission that requires the collection of a spirit medicine called Moon Spirit Grass, and the location is in the Moonflower Valley in the southern mountains. An elder has named you to go. Moonflower Valley, located 300 miles from the southern mountain range. Lin Yao's heart thumped. An elder named him to go? Could it be third elder's son Ling? If that was true, then wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth if he went to that kind of place as a small rookie at the third level of foundation establishment? But when he saw Wang Yan's expression, the words that came to his lips turned. Senior sister Wang, can you tell me which elder told me to go? Wang Yan didn't know about the recent happenings within the sect and only thought that Lin Wu was asking an unusual question. It's third elder son Ling. The elder also specifically explained that since it's by name, the pay must be doubled. As she spoke, she pulled out a white jade vial from her storage pouch and handed it to Lin Yuyo. The cork was pulled off the bottle, and a rich medicinal scent hit his nose. It was precisely the chi condensation pill that was essential for foundation stage cultivators to cultivate, a notch higher than chi condensation scatter. Lin Yuyo looked at the elixir. It's really what you fear, this is good, completely jumped into the pit of the third elder, that old demoness. Wang Yan saw that Lin Yuyo didn't take the elixir and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? You don't think you don't want to go, right? Can I not go? Lin Yuyo asked tentatively, cursing Bai Dongxue in his heart for running away faster than a rabbit. If she was still there, she might be able to help herself think of a way to get out. Now it was bad, it was hard to ride the tiger. The elders named you to go, where is the reason not to go? Each elder only has the right to assign missions 3 times a month. Of course, if it's too dangerous a task, you can definitely refuse. But this medicine-picking mission is just the lowest level, not to mention that people also added your payment. Wang Yan explained, with a face that took it for granted. Go, can't I go? Lin Yuyo helplessly interrupted her, reaching out to take the elixir, but his heart was as hard as swallowing a fly. That's right. Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction as she saw him agree. This bottle of elixir will be given to you first, and you will be credited with merit points when you return from the mission. Chapter 30 The Prince's Palace. After sending Wang Yan away, Lin Yuan stood in place, playing with the jade bottle in his hand, but his heart was like an ant on a hot pan. Third elder son Ling wasn't a good person. There was no telling how many male disciples in the sect had been victimized by her. He was a rookie at the third level of foundation establishment. If he went to Moonflower Valley, he would still be at her mercy. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and cold sweats seeped out of his back. No way, have to think of a way. But at this time, Wang Yan suddenly returned from outside. Seeing this scene, Lin Wu originally thought that things had slowed down. But he didn't expect Wang Yan to just come to remind him. I just forgot to tell you, this mission is a 3-day deadline. If you don't complete it, there is a need to deduct merit, and when the merit is negative, you will be sent to the Gongxi Palace. Lin Yuyo was a bit puzzled by the other party's reference to the Gongxi Temple. Gongxi Palace? What is that place? Wang Yan, you can think of it as the Mortal Realm's greenhouse. Lin Yao? Hoping that if you don't go, you'll be sent as a cackle? Lin Yuan glared fiercely at Wang Yan's distant back and cursed in a low voice. What a bull elder, clearly trying to take advantage of me. The prince's palace? I'm not going to that kind of place. Going to the Gongxi Palace would be better than going to Moonflower Valley to die. At least the latter had a chance of survival. After arriving at the Duke's Palace, I'm afraid that I'll only be able to work as a cow or a horse for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Lin Yao sighed and resignedly opened the map given by Wang Yan. On the map, the Moonflower Valley was marked within a red circle, surrounded by rolling mountains that looked quite treacherous. This place, why does it feel like it's specialized for ambushing people? Lin Yuyo muttered, put the map away, recognized the direction, and swept away. With the human sect escapes enhancement, in about 2 hours, Lin Yuan saw a valley from afar. This is the Moonflower Valley? Looking at the valley in front of him that was surrounded by thick fog, Lin Wu instantly felt that something wasn't right. This place, it was a little too quiet. From that Wang Yan, he had learned that there weren't any powerful demonic beasts present here, but was it demonic beasts that he was afraid of? He was afraid of Sun Ling, that old hag, or whichever mischievous one the other party sent over to ambush him. Mother, come all the way. Lin Yao clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, and walked straight towards the inside. What's more, he had no choice at all right now. The figure gradually disappeared into the thick fog. And the moment he disappeared, a figure walked out from where he had just stood. That person had an enchanting figure, a light step, and a playful smile on her face. Hee, I really didn't expect that, but you really dared to come over. I thought that you would be a shrinking turtle. If Lin Yao was still here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the person coming was none other than Sun Mayor. Sun Mayor giggled and licked her lips. This time, I'll see where you run. Besides, Lin Wu, as soon as he entered the Moonflower Valley, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This mist, it was so thick that it couldn't be melted, and the divine sense was greatly restricted here, almost only being able to see a distance of 3 feet around. This old demoness definitely doesn't have a good heart. Lin Yao cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to be careless. As he walked, he followed the instructions on the map and searched for the lunar spirit grass required for the quest. This moon spirit grass was a kind of spirit grass that grew in dark and damp places. It had a faint blue color throughout its body, and under the light of the moon, it would emit a glow. It was said that this moonflower grass had the effect of clearing the mind and clearing the eyes, condensing the mind and calming the qi, and was a must for refining certain special pills. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Yao still didn't find any traces of moonflower grass. Instead, he felt that the fog around him was getting thicker and the temperature was getting lower and lower. Something's not right, there's something wrong with this mist. Lin Yuan stopped and frowned. He felt that this mist seemed to contain a special kind of energy that was constantly eroding his body. Although this erosion was slow, it would definitely cause damage to his body over time. This old demoness is trying to use this method to consume my strength. Lin Wu's mind moved, and the power of the delusion-breaking pearl was quietly released. Immediately, an invisible force, centered on him, spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the mist seemed to dissipate as if it had met its nemesis, revealing a clear sky. Ha! This kid actually has this kind of tactic. Sun Mayor, who was hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but be a little surprised. Originally, he thought that with this misty formation, he could easily trap Lin Wu. But this brat had broken through her formation so easily. It seems that I still underestimated him. However, even if you break through my formation, so what? It's still not going to fall into my hands all the same. As the words fell, he swept straight towards the direction where Lin Yiwu was. And at this moment, Lin Yuan was slowly advancing forward with his delusion-breaking bead. Soon, he realized that there was a moon spirit grass swaying in front of him. Found it! Just as he was about to go forward to pick it, suddenly, a sweet fragrance drilled into the tip of his nose. Running quite fast. A delicate voice exploded against his ears. The hairs on the back of Lin's neck swished up into steel needles, and the human door recluse directly pulled full flash 3 meters away. Turning back, he saw Sun Mayer sitting on a tree branch with her legs crossed, and her tulle skirt was splitting to the root of her thighs, making people dizzy. Sun Mayer? When did this woman come over? Lin Yayi's heart shouted frantically. Just now, the mist-breaking array was too loud? Or was she being watched from the moment she entered the valley? Thinking about it, but the action in his hands was not slow. His right hand quietly touched the talisman bag on his waist, but his mouth snorted. Senior sister son, why do you have to get on my nerves as a stove? If I do something wrong you say, can't I change it? But Sun Mayer clearly didn't want to give him any chance. Swinging her arm, a pink silk thread smashed down like a rainstorm. Lin Yuyao exploded into stubble on the spot, and the ground he was originally standing on was instantly plugged with twisted threads. Those ghostly things would actually still turn corners, chasing after his spiritual trajectory all over the field. Cam. Think I'm an embroidery needle? Lin Yuyao was forced to the corner of the rock wall and threw out 2 young palms with his backhand. His astral energy blasted out a fire dragon scroll, and the fan threads turned into ash when they touched. The charred smell of burning plastic wafted through the air. Sun Mayer also didn't expect Lin Yuyao to have this kind of tactic, and the movements in her hands slowed down by a few points. Hee, it seems like that woman by Qiushang didn't give you a lot of things to keep you alive. She subconsciously assumed that it was the life-preserving item that Bai Qiushang had given Lin Yuyao. Come to think of it, a foundation stage cultivator could actually resist her Jin Dan stage attack. But, can you block it next? Hearing these words, Lin Yiwu was instantly on guard. Only to see the other party suddenly shaking the silver bell on her wrist, and a tinkling chaotic sound came into her ears. Lin Yao's brain instantly boiled. This is the Acacia Sect's signature soul regenerating bell. Chapter 31 Green Tea Interpretation. Lin Yao's brain was dizzy at the moment. The sound of the soul regenerating bell was like countless needles stabbing his head, causing his eyes to go black for a while. But he knew in his heart that the more times like this, the more he couldn't panic. When Sun Mayer saw Lin Yuyao standing shakily, she thought that the effects were starting to kick in, so she walked slowly with her long legs. Hee brat, sister will give you another chance, follow me, I guarantee that you'll be 10,000 times more comfortable than if you followed Bai Qiushang. Pills, techniques, whatever you want, sister can give it to you, how about it, want to think about it? Follow you? Lin Yuyao sneered in his heart, this old demoness thought beautifully. On her face, standing naked in front of him, he had to weigh whether it was worth wasting his precious power of the sun ability. But now his brain was that broken bell made a mess, can only go along with the other party's words. Senior sister, do you really want me to follow you? Lin Yiwu put on a look of being flattered and stammered, his eyes fluttering, living like a little daughter-in-law who was forced to be a whore. Sun Mayer obviously didn't expect Lin Yiwu to react this way. She had thought that this brat would fall under her pomegranate skirt like other men and couldn't wait to climb into her bed. Of course it's true. If I, Sun Mayer, say something, it's water that's thrown out. As long as you are good and obedient, I guarantee that you'll eat good food and drink hot water, countless times better than following that woman by Qiushang. Sun Mayer said, reaching out and picking up Lin Yuyao's chin. Lin Yuyao held back the nausea in his heart and let the other party touch his face. But that demoness by Qiushang she'll kill me. Lin Yiqiu cowering a bit in feigned fear, but out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a flash of impatience in the other party's eyes. The opportunity had come. As expected, Sun Mayer raised the corner of her mouth and spoke with a mocking face. Just rest assured. Follow me and see what that woman by Qiushang can do to you. Lin Yiwu immediately put on a look of excitement, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at the other party. Senior sister's son, really? You won't trap me, right? How would I pit you? Sun Mayer hummed lightly, then her tone pretended to be intimate. As long as you serve me well, even if it's by Qiushang, or that old man Li Qinshang, it won't be a problem. After saying that, she also puffed out her chest, that posture full of self-confidence, minutes written I have capital a few big words. Lin Yaoyao suppressed a gust of retching, but his face was full of flattery. Senior sister, you are really great. Hey, that Bai Qiu Shang all day long cultivating like a block of wood, to me and do not take care of, but also do not move. He pretended to pause, looking embarrassed like he was stuck for words. The opposite side of the Sun Mayor really on the set, a face of interest to follow up, still not moving how up? You quickly say. Just. Lin Wu pretended to stammer, as if there was a heavenly secret pressed in the bottom of his heart, dawdling for half a day. You brat, don't stammer. Have something to say quickly. Sun Mayor frowned, revealing impatience. Alright, don't spread it out, senior sister. Lin Ichio sneaked a glance at her and clenched his teeth before speaking. By Tsushang, she said that if I don't listen, she'll send me to Elder Wu. After saying that, he even shook his shoulders exaggeratedly. Hearing the words Elder Wu, Sun Mayor's face froze on the spot for a few seconds. Good lord, this old hag was in existence that everyone in the Acacia sect had palpitations about. Sucking yang qi to cultivate the crooked way, favoring to toss the young cultivator. Brainstorming about that terrible end. Sun Mayor subconsciously looked at Lin Yuyo with a little more pity. TSK, you kid is also too miserable. After saying that, she even touched Lin Wu's head with her hand. Immediately, Lin Wu put on a look of gratitude with snot and tears almost smeared all over his face. Senior sister is truly my benefactor. Now I can save my life. Before he finished speaking, he made a lunge and directly zipped into Sun Mayor's arms, his arms still holding the other party in a death grip. You are. Instead. Sun Mayor was shocked by this sudden movement, her body lurched and reflexively pushed outward. In the next second, she stopped her movement again, a hint of a triumphant arc wiped across the edge of her mouth, not panicking. However, right at the moment of her complacency, her face suddenly changed. The moment she got close, she felt a scorching hot yang energy seeping out from Lin Yuyao's body. The jumping energy burned her like a blazing fire. You. Her voice was trembling a little, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes after the shock. What are you up to? Lin Ichio lifted his face and said in a serious manner, Senior sister, the Bai Qiushang sisters were able to advance to the Jindan stage all because of the power of the fiery sun that they obtained from me. I don't want to owe you, so I will make up for a favor today. Don't you mess with me. Sun Mayor wanted to refuse, but her body felt like it was being pressed down so she couldn't move, and struggling twice was useless. Lin Wu slowly approached, with the breath that seemed to be burning fire step by step. Sun Mayor's heart is messed up, the more intricate the moment, the more powerless to resist. Lin Iha felt the burst of softness coming from his arms, his heart did not have the slightest ripple, and even wanted to laugh a little. If it wasn't for saving his life, little master wouldn't bother acting with you here. His thoughts silently probed into the storage ring. The next moment, a small talisman was pinched at his fingertips. It was precisely one of the life-preserving items that Bai Qiushang had given him, the earth-shrinking talisman. This thing could instantly move 100 feet, an excellent tool for escaping. Before he did not use, because Sun Mayor after all, is a Jindan cultivator, the divine sense is strong, once found him to escape, instantly can catch up. Now well. He. The remaining light from the corner of Lin's eyes glimpsed Sun Mayor's eyes tightly closed, a look of letting the king pick her up. It's really anyone. He carefully took a step back and confirmed that Sun Mayor was unaware. Only then did he violently grab the moon spirit grass next to him. Bye within you. Then without hesitation, he activated the earth-shrinking talisman. Buzz. A flash of light flashed by, and Lin Yuyao's figure instantly disappeared in place. Sun Mayor's reaction couldn't be described as fast. Right at the moment that Lin Yuyao retreated, she sensed that something was wrong. Her instincts from years of cultivation caused her to instantly open her eyes. When she saw that there was only a residual shadow left where Lin Wei had disappeared, everything was already too late. A lousy product. Still want to try to get little master? Think nothing of it. In the air came Lin Yuyao's laughter with a strong sense of mockery, like a sharp thorn, ruthlessly piercing into her heart. Lin. Easy. Yao. Sun Mayor was so angry that she was trembling all over. She had never expected that she would be fooled by a small furnace tripod at the Foundation establishment stage. A strange shame. If this were to spread, how would she be able to gain a foothold in the Harmony sect in the future? What annoyed her even more was that moon spirit grass. As long as Lin Yiwu didn't take it away, then all she needed to do was to wait for a rabbit. Or if the other party didn't come, then all she needed to do was go to the Duke's Hall. But now, everything was a lost cause. Chapter 32, Come Back When You Can. Bastard. I'm going to catch you, extract your soul and refine your spirit, so that you can't live forever. Sun Mayer's chest rose and fell violently, itching to immediately shatter Lin Yiwu into pieces. Suddenly, there was a surge of qi and blood in her body, and the spiritual energy in her dantian became disorganized. Put. A mouthful of blood gushed out, staining the sash on her chest. Damn it! Just now, she had been shocked by that sudden burst of yang qi from Lin Yuyao, and now that her anger was attacking her heart, her injuries became even more serious. You can't run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple, Lin Yiwu. As long as you're still in the Hahuan sect, you can't escape from me, Sun Mayer. And at this moment, Lin Yiwu, who had already escaped 100 feet away, was leaning against a large tree. Who? Damn, almost planted. He palpitated and patted his chest with a pang of fear. Fortunately, he was resourceful enough to escape from the tiger's mouth. However, it was worth it this time. Lin Yuyao looked down at the moon spirit grass in his hand. With this thing, even if Sun Ling personally came over, she couldn't do anything to him. Lin didn't dare to stop for a moment. Sun Mayer's phrase extracting the soul and refining the spirit wasn't just a joke. The Acacia Sect's techniques are very evil. In case he is really caught, I'm afraid it will be worse than death. While running, he cursed in his heart, "Bitch, when I'm rich, let's see how arrogant you are." After recognizing the direction, he scattered and ran towards South Mountain. After all, the South Mountain also had regulations. The disciples of the Acacia Sect could not enter it without reporting it. And if they really took action against the cultivators inside, there was also a very heavy punishment. Otherwise, the entire southern mountain would have been in chaos a long time ago. But he didn't realize that after he left, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows. This person was dressed in black with a bucket hat on his head, and his face was covered with a black cloth, making it impossible to see his face. However, judging from the figure, it should be a woman. It's a bit interesting. Surprisingly able to escape from Sun Mayer's hands, it seems to have some skill. Meanwhile, inside the Acacia Sect, Li Chen Shang had been paying attention to Lin Yuyao's movements and naturally received the news the moment he arrived at the southern mountain. This kid, he's really capable of causing trouble. It's only been a few days and he's already run to the southern mountain. But this is good, it saves me the trouble. But the Red Eyebrow Immortal gave the order for him to make a good breakthrough in seclusion ahead of time. This made him very puzzled, and vaguely, he also bore a grudge against Immortal Redbrow. What's wrong with Master? Could it be that he really has moved on that brat? But suddenly he seemed to think of something. Incoming. Before the words fell, a female disciple ran in. Senior brother, what are your orders? This female disciple was quite good looking, but it was a pity that there was a fawning look in her eyes. It was obviously caused by practicing the Acacia Sect's gong methods. Who else is in the group that followed me in the South Mountain back then? Li Chenxing asked. Upon hearing this, the female disciple froze for a moment, and then thought of the matter of Lin Yiqiu killing Li Chenfeng, which had recently caused a storm in the Acacia Sect. She asked cautiously, Senior brother, you're talking about those who have. I understand what you mean. Li Chenfeng said coldly, I only want the ones that are alive, understand? The female disciple trembled in fear and hurriedly lowered her head, yes, senior brother. I'll go and check now. Li Chenshang looked at the female disciples departing back. Lin Prosperity, do you think you're safe just because you're hiding in the southern mountain? I'm going to make it hard for you to fly this time. South Mountain, inside the mission hall. At this moment, Lin Yaoyao suddenly felt that this place was really so peaceful, it was simply his haven, alright? Wang Yan was sitting at the submission place of the mission hall. When she saw Lin Yuyao return, she couldn't help but be surprised. So fast? Lin Yuyao said in his heart, can it not be fast? Laozi had even used the earth-shrinking talisman that was used to save his life. Here, this is the moon spirit grass. It seemed that he could see that Lin Yuyao's face was not right. Wang Yan was also a bit displeased. What? Releasing such a simple task for you and still picking on it? Lin Yuyao reacted. Before Wang Yan had acted too fawningly, he had forgotten that he was now his top boss. I'm sorry, senior sister Wang, something just happened. If I didn't react in time, I guess I wouldn't be able to come back. Hearing this, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised. Moon Spirit Valley, but it's already been cleared by the sect elders, how could it be in danger? Of course, Lin Yiwu couldn't say that it was because he had bumped into Sun Mayor. Otherwise, if Wang Yan hooked up with Sun Mayor, he would really have no good fruit to eat in the future. He could only say vaguely, "Hey, don't mention it, it's hard to explain." Saying too much is tears. Wang Yan saw that Lin Yuyao didn't say anything and didn't pursue the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and she wasn't bored to that point. "Alright, since you've completed your mission, I'll register you." Aha! Lin Yiwu nodded, then he saw Wang Yan take out a token and start recording it. "Alright, you can go now." "Thank you, Senior Sister Wang." Lin Yuan arched his hand, then turned around and left. "Wait." Wang Yan suddenly called out to him. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yiwei asked suspiciously. "This is for you," Wang Yan said, taking out a scented capsule from her storage bag and handing it to Lin Yiwang. "What's this?" Lin Yuyao took the scented capsule and asked curiously. "I made this with my own hands. I put some insect-repelling herbs in it. You can avoid being harassed by some poisonous insects if you bring it with you," Wang Yan explained. "Ah? How is this good?" Lin Yuyao said with some embarrassment. "It's nothing, just consider it as a little token of appreciation from Senior Sister me," Wang Yan said with a smile. Well, then thank you, Senior Sister Wang." Lin Yuyao thought about it and finally accepted the scented pouch. "Well, then you go, and in the future, when you have time, come and sit here at Senior Sister's place more often," Wang Yan said. "Okay, definitely. Lin Yuyao hurriedly nodded his head and agreed, then fled as if he had left the mission hall. Looking at Lin Yuyao's departing back, the corner of Wang Yan's mouth rose slightly. "Interesting fellow, I hope you can live longer in the southern mountain." After Lin Prosperity left the mission hall, he didn't immediately return to his residence, but instead wandered around the southern mountain. Speaking of which, it had been 2 days since he had come to the southern mountain, so it was reasonable to say that he should have familiarized himself with everything around him a long time ago. However, he had been so busy cultivating and doing tasks that he hadn't had time to take a good turn. Now that Sun Mayor's matter had also woken him up, familiarizing himself with the terrain, at the very least, he wouldn't run the wrong way when escaping. What's that? Suddenly, Lin Yiwu's gaze was attracted to a mountain peak in the distance. Only to see that mountain peak towering into the clouds, the top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, and vaguely, it seemed that the outline of a palace could be seen. Lin Yiwu's heart stirred and he walked towards that peak. Chapter 33 Empty Void Sun. On top of the mountain peak, the clouds and mists were dense, and there was no imagined sight of an immortal atmosphere. It was even less like a place where some great person resided. What came into view was a dilapidated thatched hut. Sparse thatched roof cannot even cover the wind and rain, a few holes are shocking. In front of the thatched hut, a big fat yellow dog was lying on the ground, indifferent to Lin Yuyao's arrival. Not far away, a bony old donkey chewed hay in a simple hayloft. This scene is a far cry from the fantasy of the world's high priest's hermitage in Lin Yuyao's mind. It is simply a world of difference. Could it be that this is the legendary return to simplicity, on purpose? Lin Yuyao consoled himself. After all, a person who could occupy a place in the South Mountain, how could he not be an idle person, right? He was about to open his mouth to ask if there was anyone, when a figure walked out of the thatched hut. The person's clothes were full of stains, his hair was disheveled, and his face was full of stubble, so he didn't know how long he hadn't trimmed it. His body exuded a disheveled aura. Where was half a bit of a nobleman's demeanor? Lin Yiwu immediately felt incredibly ridiculous, like he had carefully prepared a performance, but the audience turned out to be a bunch of monkeys. The scruffy man noticed Lin Yuyao and his cloudy eyes swept over him. "You are?" Lin Yuyao wanted to turn around and leave, but since the other party had asked, wouldn't it be too rude not to answer? "I'm a South Mountain disciple, passing by and casually looking around." "South Mountain disciple?" The man's face revealed an expression of "I see. You're a new stovepot who came to train." Lin Yuyao cursed in his heart. Why did this old man speak so harshly? He responded with a smile on his face, "Elder is joking, I'm just taking a casual look." The old man didn't seem to notice Lin Yuyao's displeasure. "Kid, just be content, here at least you don't have to deal with those women, save your heart." Once Lin Yuyao heard that the old man didn't seem to be afraid of the Acacia sect, his curiosity grew even more in his heart. "Dare I ask who the senior is?" The old man slanted a glance at him. "Want to know?" "You kid, You are not qualified enough. You. Lin Yuyo stopped talking, turned around and left. This old man was inexplicable and shifty, not a good thing at first glance. Kid, not amused are you? The old man called out to Lin Yuyao, who was about to turn around and leave. What's the point of teasing me? Tease you the hell. Lin Yuyao slandered, impatiently turned back. What's up? The old man rubbed his hands together, yellow teeth exposed. He. I see your bones are clear and strange. The hull of the seal is bright, is a piece of material to cultivate immortality. Do you want to worship cultivate immortal? This kind of behavior? Lin Yao almost laughed out loud. It can't be that he wants to find a free laborer, right? Not interested. Don't, kid, reconsider. Let me tell you, the old man is. The old man was still trying to brag about himself, when Lin Yiwu directly interrupted. Forget it, I'm really not interested in picking up trash. Lin Yiwu showed no mercy and turned around to leave. Hey, you kid, how do you talk? The old man blew his beard and glared. I'm a dang. Tantang what? A bad old man who lives in a shabby grass hut and raises skinny donkeys and fat dogs? Lin Yuyo nonchalantly poked him. The old man was suddenly speechless, his old face reddened, pointing at Lin Yiwu couldn't speak for half a day. Lin Yao's heart was secretly happy, and he was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt a powerful pressure coming from the old man's body, pressuring him to gasp for air. This old man, could it be that he was really an expert? What you're practicing, is it the yin-yang spitting technique from the yin-yang grand technique? Lin Yuyao froze in place, his mind buzzing. The yin-yang grand technique was something he had gotten from the secret realm in the back of the mountain, and aside from the delusion-breaking bead, it was his biggest secret. This scruffy old man actually saw through it with a single glance. Who the hell are you? The old man sniffed and withdrew his intimidation, returning to that smiling demeanor. Want to know? Not telling you. Lin Yao secretly gritted his teeth. If he could fight, he really wanted to slap this old thing to death. The old man had a smug look on his face and shook his head, as if he was admiring Lin Yuyao's deflated expression. A moment later, he finally spoke. I won't tease you anymore. This seat is the 76th sect head of the Acacia sect, Empty Void Sun. The sect head of the Acacia sect? Empty Void Sun? Lin Yao almost laughed out loud. How does this name sound immodest? It's like a regular customer of some greenhouse. This old clapper didn't have a word of truth in his mouth. Don't believe me? Let me tell you, the current head of the sect, Fairy Red Eyebrows, is this seat's disciple. Emptiness Z had a serious face. Lin Yao originally didn't believe it, but when he thought about that pressure just now, it obviously wasn't something that could be found at the Jindan stage, so that could only mean that this old man in front of him was at least at the Yuaning realm as well. But if it was really according to what he said, the previous patriarch of that clan was actually a man? I can tell you, the opportunity is not to be missed. It will not come again. If you miss this village, there will be no more this store. Empty Void Z was not flustered, and slowly sat down on a rocking chair to the side. Not knowing where to feel out a bushel fan, he just looked at Lin Yiwu. Lin Yao's doubts intensified. Then why did you accept me as your disciple? Emptiness Z shook the bushel fan and said with a smile, I've just said that you're a piece of material for cultivating immortality, and I want to take you as my disciple. Is that so? Kid, don't be ignorant. The old man was. Back then. Back then what? Back then the scenery was boundless, now you're down and out like this? Lin Ichio added. Empty Void Z stood up violently, pointing at Lin Yiwu, his fingers trembling. You old man, get out. Get out. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation. Lin Ichio turned around and ran away, leaving Empty Void Z alone in the courtyard cursing into the air. It wasn't that Lin Yao didn't believe him, but this old man was clearly out of place. If he really was the previous head of the Acacia sect according to what the other party said, then why would he be in South Mountain? And looking at the other party that way, he seemed to have been here for a long time. Most importantly, why was it him? Lin Yiwu didn't believe that something falling from the sky would fall on his head. What's more, what's with the bone surprise, just go to the side and die. On the way down the mountain, Lin Yao also secretly pondered, when he went back, he must ask about the things on the South Mountain. At the very least, first make clear why Empty Void Z is here. Back at the foot of the South Mountain, it was already evening. Lin Yuyao saw many men in stovepipe costumes coming back from outside. Those men were instantly a little curious when they saw Lin Wu. Are you new here? As he was walking, a man suddenly walked towards him. Lin Yuyao turned his head to see that the man in front of him had a clear face, and if he compared it to that, it was similar to that little puppy dog they talk about on Blue Star. Yes, today is the second day. Lin Yuyao casually responded, but his eyes couldn't help but survey the other party's body. This outfit. How to look how Li Qi. Chapter 34 Offbeat Rumors. My name is Lu Qingfeng, and you? The little puppy seemed to be very self-acquainted, smiling and stretching out his hand towards Lin Yuyao. Lin Yuyao wasn't too keen on this type of self-acquaintance, but still politely shook his hand. Lin Yuyao. You're Lin Wu? Lu Qingfeng came closer, his peach blossom eyes darting around as if sizing up something rare. Lin Xia was a little uncomfortable by his look and touched his nose. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Qingfeng smiled ambiguously. I've heard a lot about your name, Brother Lin. I should say that there's not a single stovepipe that came to South Mountain to practice that hasn't heard of you. Lin Yuyao became interested and raised his eyebrows. Oh? I'm quite famous? That's not true, Lu Qingfeng squeezed his eyebrows. Being able to make two Peak Foundation establishment fairies break through to Jindan, and also making the third elder and that pair of sisters fight over jealousy, TSK, Brother Lin's methods are brilliant. Lin Wu almost jumped up when he heard this. Which unethical thing spread the rumor? Wasn't this obviously going to get him killed? Right now, that wife Sun Ling was worried about not having a reason to kill him. If she heard this, she would dismantle him? Wait. What sisters? What third elder? Who told you that? What is all this nonsense? Lu Qingfeng was astonished. Huh? Isn't this a fact? I heard that the Bai family sisters broke their heads over you, and the third elder even let it slip that whoever dares to touch a single hair on your head, she'll exterminate their entire family. Right now in the entire Acacia sect, who doesn't know your great name, Lin Wu? The veins at the corners of Lin Wu's forehead jumped. This rumor was spreading too outrageously. Just thinking about how to explain this damn rumor. Just then, he heard a rough voice explode. Yo-ho, isn't this little Qingfeng? What's the matter, starting to snub the new fat sheep again? Lin Yuyao looked around at the sound and saw a group of men dressed in stovepipe attire coming from the foot of the mountain. These men seemed to have just returned from a mission, and there was still the smell of blood that couldn't be removed from their bodies. As soon as Lu Qingfeng saw this group of men, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, a fawning smile piled up on his face as he nodded and ran over. He, third brother, you're back. Little brother missed you to death. Lu Qingfeng's doggy look made Lin Yuang a little nauseous to see. The man called third brother was 8 feet tall, with a big waist and a full beard, living like a brown bear walking upright. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qingfeng and hummed through his nostrils, seemingly enjoying this feeling of being blown away. Well, how was this month? When will you pay tribute? Lu Qingfeng blushed and stammered. Third brother, can we have less this month? Little brother, I've only saved 16 merit points now. 16? Third brother raised his eyebrows and slapped Lu Qingfeng in the face with a big slap, causing his eyes to glisten and blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. What the hell are you doing to a beggar? The old men were born to die, and you're fooling me with 16 merit points? Lu Qingfeng was beaten to the point that his eyes were glazed over, covering his red and swollen cheeks. Third brother, it's not that little brother doesn't want to get more, it's really because this month's mission is too difficult. Cut the ing crap. Third brother hooted over with another slap. You kids said the same thing last month. I'm telling you, if you can't hand in 30 merit points by the end of the month, I'll send you to accompany old Six. As soon as Lu Qingfeng heard the words old Six, he was so scared that he shivered. Lin Yuyao watched on the side and was confused. He understood the merit points. What was the situation with the tribute? As he was pondering, third brother's gaze suddenly landed on him. Yo, this kid's fine skin, what's his name? Lu Qingfeng's eyes rolled as if he had grabbed a lifesaver, pointing at Lin Yuyao. Third brother, you don't know, this is the recently rumored divine elemental physique in the clan, Lin Easy Lin brother. Lin Yuang's heart thumped, cursing this Lu Qingfeng for being a complete wallflower. 1 second he was calling himself a brother, the next he sold himself out. He had been thinking about whether or not to help this kid out, but now it seemed like a complete waste of feelings. You're Lin Wu? Third brother circled around him, that look in his eyes, similar to picking pork at a vegetable market. The group of burly men around him also came over. Kid, I've heard that you kid is pretty awesome, even the Bai family sisters and third elder are circling around you? That's right, if you're sensible, hurry up and hand over the good stuff, and save your brothers from having to do it. Lin Yao Yao sneered in his heart, want to rob? He also didn't look at how many kilograms he had. Want my stuff? Fine, let's see if you guys have the ability. Yoo-hoo, you're still mad. Wait. With a raise of his hand, third brother stopped the junior brother next to him and looked at Lin Yuyo with interest. Kid, I'll give you a chance, hand over half of the chi condensation pills you're carrying, I can consider letting you off the hook. Let me off the hook? Lin Yiwu laughed, on what grounds? Toast the wine and eat the punishment. Third brother's face sank, his ferocious light revealed, brothers, go. Several strong men swarmed up, waving their sandbag-sized fists towards Lin Yiwu. Lin Yuyo sneered, the human gate transportation technique was instantly activated, in the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 feet away, perfectly dodging the attack. What? A few burly men pounced, each of them dumbfounded in place. Lin Yuyo made a seal with both hands, yin and yang hands. Left hand yin, right hand yang, 2 very different forces converged in his hands, forming a ball of spiritual energy. Yin yang hand. The ball of spiritual energy came out of his hand and went straight towards the group of burly men. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of spiritual energy exploded, and the powerful shockwave lifted several burly men out. Third brother's face changed drastically, he never expected Lin Yiwu to be so strong. Kid, you dare to hurt my people, you're dead. Third brother waved his casserole-sized fist and smashed it towards Lin Yiwu's head. Lin Yiwu didn't panic and once again performed the human sect escape technique, easily dodging the attack. With a flash of his body, he appeared behind third brother and kicked him in the ass. Ah! Lin Ichio clapped his hands with a disdainful expression, with this much skill, how dare you come out and embarrass yourself? Third brother got up from the ground, infuriated, and was about to strike again when a cool voice suddenly came. Zhang Han. Are you tired of living? Do you want me to apply to the sect to kick you out? The crowd followed the voice and looked. They only saw a woman wearing the disciple uniform of the Acacia sect stepping into the air. The person who came was none other than Wang Yan, who usually nodded her head in front of Bai Qiushang. At this moment, however, her face was as frosty as ice, and she exuded a compelling aura. As soon as Zhang Han saw Wang Yan, the arrogant and domineering look on his face instantly disappeared, giving him the appearance of a pug. Hey, senior sister Wang, what brings you here? The group of burly men behind him were also silenced. One by one, they lowered their eyebrows and didn't dare to breathe, just like the look of Lu Qingfeng just now. There was even more than that. Chapter 35 The Strongest Male Cultivator in South Mountain. Lin Yuyo was surprised in his heart, this Wang Yan's slavish appearance in front of Bai Qiushang before was still fresh in his mind. Now that she was a different person, could it be that this woman was a double-faced sect? Wang Yan coldly swept a glance at Zhang Han. Zhang Han, what are you making a scene here? Don't you know that this is an important place for the sect? No, senior sister Wang, we're just sparring. Cold sweat oozed from Zhang Han's forehead, and he stuttered a bit in his speech. Cutting and sparring? Wang Yan sneered, I think you want to take advantage of the fire, right? Do you want me to apply to the sect and expel you from South Mountain? Zhang Han shivered in fear and hurriedly fell to his knees. Senior sister Wang, spare my life. Little one will never dare again. Only then did Wang Yan turn her gaze towards Lin Yiwu, the icy expression on her face instantly melting and replacing it with a gentle smile. Sir Lin, are you all right? They didn't hurt you, right? The speed of this change of face was so fast that it made Lin Yuyo gasp in amazement. It was a shame that this woman didn't go into opera. Thanks to senior sister Wang's concern, I'm fine. That's good. Wang Yan nodded, then returned to her cold as ice expression and glared at Zhang Han. Don't get lost yet. If I see you bullying Mr. Lin again in the future, I will not forgive you lightly. Zhang Han was as if amnestied, rolling and crawling as he fled, and the other strong men also scattered. Wang Yan walked up to Lin Yuyo. Duke Lin, let me send you back. Lin Yiwang agreed after a slight hesitation. On the way, Wang Yan shushed and cared for Lin Yiwang, acting like a gentle and considerate senior sister. Senior sister Wang, why are you helping me? Lin Yao Yao asked tentatively. Wang Yan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes flowing with flavor. Of course it's because senior sister Bai is giving too much. Seeing the other party's well-deserved expression, Lin Yuan was instantly curious. Didn't this woman just give Wang Yan a bottle of elixir at that time? But how was he to know that after that, Bai Dongxue had also given it, even more than Bai Qiushang? By the way, senior sister, I'm new here and know nothing about this southern mountain, can you shed some light on it for me? Oh? What does Mr. Lin want to know? A hint of cunning flashed through Wang Yan's beautiful eyes, as if she had already guessed Lin Wu's mind. I don't know if senior sister Wang has ever heard of Empty Void Z? Lin Wu observed Wang Yan's expression. Emptiness, son? Wang Yan's eyebrows knitted slightly, as if she was trying to remember. This name is so familiar, but it seems like I've never heard of it. The doubts in Lin Wu's heart grew even more. By all rights Wang Yan should know it. Could it be that there's some kind of hidden agenda? You've never been to the mountains? Lin Yao pursued. Wang Yan shook her head. I've been stationed at this southern mountain for 3 years, but when I came, the sect strictly forbade us to go up the mountain, saying that those who trespassed would be responsible for the consequences. She paused and seemed to remember something. I was once curious and sneaked up to the mountainside, but I was bounced back by an invisible force, and since then, I never dared to move up the mountain again. Lin Wu was even more puzzled in his heart. Clearly he hadn't encountered any obstacles when he went up the mountain. He decided to pry in a different direction. Then do you know anything about the previous sect leader? Wang Yan did not hesitate this time and nodded. I do know a little bit about this, but it's all from what I've heard from other senior sisters. It's said that the previous patriarch wasn't a woman, but a stunningly talented male cultivator. His cultivation was heavenly, and during his reign, the female disciples of the entire sect had to supply him with yuan daily for his cultivation. What? Lin Yuya was shocked in his heart. This empty void son was so ridiculous. Wang Yan continued, but later on, he even turned on his disciple, our current patriarch, the Red Eyebrow Immortal. In order to protect herself, the Red Eyebrow Immortal united with the other elders and suppressed him. What happened then? Lin Wei asked impatiently. Wang Yan shook her head. I don't know what happened afterward. Lin Yao wanted to ask again, but Wang Yan suddenly stopped. We're here. Lin Yuyo looked up and realized that he had already returned to his small courtyard without realizing it. I almost forgot about business. Wang Yan stopped and pulled out a jade token from her storage bag, tossing it to Lin Yuyo. This is your identity token. You need to complete 3 sect tasks every month. The third elder one counts as 1, you're still too short. She paused and added, the token records merit points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources in the mission hall. Lin Yuyo took the jade token. It was warm and moist in his hand. The words Lin Yuyo were engraved on it, and on the back was a blooming acacia flower. He arched his hand and thanked him. Thank you, senior sister Wang. Wang Yan waved her hand and smiled sweetly. It's a small matter. What senior sister Bai gave me is enough for me to strike 10 times. After saying that, she twisted her slender waist and left the small courtyard. Seeing Wang Yan leave, Lin Yao played with the jade tablet in his hand, but his thoughts drifted to Empty Void Z. A patriarch who had been suppressed by his own disciple was actually reduced to pretending to be a god on the southern mountain. What was the hidden agenda? As for the emptiness son want to accept him as a disciple, this matter, Lin Free did not take it seriously at all. Hell knows what this old man gourd selling medicine. In the South Mountain hearth-dinning residential area, a row of simple huts were crowded together, like a pile of rocks piled up in a mess. At this moment, Zhang Han's group was gathered in the courtyard, each of their faces gloomy, like frosted eggplants. What's this kid's origin? Even if he has a background as a stovepot, it's not like this. Zhang Han ruthlessly poured a mouthful of wine and said angrily. That Wang Yan usually has her eyes set high, but today, she's actually so polite to that kid. Which one of our brothers didn't lick blood from the edge of the sword, take refuge in this Thai place, and still have to fulfill our tasks every month and sell our lives to the Acacia sect? Why should we be pushed down by a stovepipe? That's right, I was at least a mountain king back in the day, but now I'm actually being ridden by a little white boy. How can I swallow this breath? The crowd grumbled, the anger in their hearts getting hotter and hotter. Third brother, why don't we show him some color? Hearing this, Zhang Han instantly narrowed his eyes. How? Just wait for that kid to go out and do a quest. At that time, when we brothers join forces, we're still afraid that we won't be able to clean up a stovepipe? The crowd also reacted, and their eyes instantly glowed. Yes, third brother, as long as that kid goes out, I don't believe Wang Yan can follow him every day. Zhang Han pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, there must be someone behind this kid, we can't do it openly. Then what should we do? Just let it go? Brother Zhang, whatever you say, the brothers will listen to you. Just as these people were discussing, they only saw a person walking outside again. The person who came was stout and had a cold face. A pair of hawk-like eyes swept over the crowd, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly filled the air. When the crowd saw the visitor, they stood up. Zheng Han was no exception, a fawning smile piling up on his face. Boss Ming. Boss Ming. The person who came was named Ming Long, one of the cultivators who had followed Li Qinsheng back then. Nowadays, some of the others had died, some had already left the southern mountain, and only he remained here. Other than Wang Yan, this person was the strongest male cultivator in the entire southern mountain. With an 8th level of foundation establishment cultivation, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 36, Geese Pulling Out Hair. Hee, where are all the brothers? Ming Long's gaze landed on Zhang Han. What are we discussing? So lively. Boss Ming, what are you doing in a Thai place like ours so late at night? If you have any orders, just let your brothers go over directly, and you're still bothering yourself to make a trip. Zhang Han nodded and hailed, his face piled with smiles, but in his heart, he cursed. Can't you come to see the brothers if you have nothing to do? Ming Long said with a smile, walked over to Zhang Han, sat down on his butt, picked up the wine pot on the table and tilted his head back to take a sip. I heard that you guys were taught a lesson today by a new stovepipe? Zhang Han's face stiffened and he forced a smile. Boss Ming, who did you hear that from? It's all a misunderstanding, just a little friction. Misunderstanding? Ming Long put down his wine pot and stared at Zhang Han with icy eyes. But I heard that Wang Yan personally protected that kid, and warned you guys not to find trouble with him anymore. What, you guys can't even handle a stovepipe now? Cold sweat oozed from Zhang Han's forehead, and he hurriedly explained, Boss Ming, that kid is a bit evil, Evil? Ming Long interrupted him with a disdainful cold snort. That 1-cent word, he must die, payoffs you guys don't have to worry about, but anyone who makes a move, 10 Qi condensation pills per person. Zhang Han's heart stirred as he opened his mouth and asked, that person is going to personally go down? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't worry, as long as you kill him, at that time, Wang Yan won't dare to find you guys in trouble. After saying that, Ming Long left the small courtyard straight away. And Zhang Han and the others who remained in the same place looked at each other in dismay. They naturally knew who the one Ming Long was talking about was, the only male disciple of the Acacia sect, a genius figure who had broken through the Jin Dan stage before the age of 30. Third brother, why do I feel that the reward isn't that good? A junior disciple beside Zhang Han couldn't help but speak up. Can I not know? But do you dare to refuse? Zhang Han glared at him. Although he had originally planned to get Lin Prosperity killed, but now that Li Chensheng had gone down, it made him feel weak in his heart. After all, in his eyes, these people were all big shots of the Harmony sect. These tiny foundation establishment stage of theirs, they probably didn't even count as a fart in people's eyes. Forget it, let's look for an opportunity. If we can kill them, if we really can't, it's not our fault. Zhang Han sighed helplessly, then picked up the wine pot at the side and prepared to take a sip. But as soon as he poured it, he realized that it was actually empty. Damn it, this damn Ming dog, what a wild goose. For 3 days, Lindy Wu didn't step out of the small courtyard even for a single step. He sat on his bed with his knees crossed, the yin-yang exhalation technique running for weeks and days, a trace of aura sinking into his dantian like a trickle of water. The delusion-breaking pearl trembled slightly within him, further purifying the inhaled spiritual energy. The pure spiritual energy nourished his meridians, making him feel relaxed all over. In these 3 days, Wang Yan had come a few times, but he was blocked by Lin Yuyo on the grounds of closed-door cultivation. Just kidding, it was not easy to find a chance to cultivate at ease, he did not want to waste it on double cultivation. Although it was said that dual cultivation could also enhance cultivation, it always felt strange, like a tool person. Phew! Lin Yuyo exhaled a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. He could feel that the bottleneck of the 4th level of foundation establishment had loosened, and he was just a foot away from breaking through. There are still 7 days left, we should be able to finish the quest. Lin Yuyo got up, put his clothes in order and prepared to go to the mission hall to receive the remaining missions for this month. And at this moment outside the small courtyard. Damn! Did this kid get the news? Why hasn't he gone out for 3 days? A scar-faced man looked dead inside the small courtyard. The youth beside him, however, shook his head. Brother Lu, don't panic, there are still 7 days left, this kid still has 2 more quests to complete, he will definitely come out. Before the youth's words fell, Scarface suddenly raised his hand. Sure, coming out. Lin Yuyo had just stepped out of the small courtyard when he noticed a line of sight, if any, sticking to him. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at a large tree not far away. Sure enough, two sneaky figures flashed past. Heh, jumping clowns. Lin Yuyo disdained in his heart, but his pace didn't stop as he walked straight towards the mission hall. Seeing that Lin Yuyo had recognized their whereabouts, those two no longer hid. Looking in the direction that Lin Yuyo left, one of them whispered, quickly go back and tell third brother that the kid went to take the mission." Soon, the two of them returned to the compound where the stovepipe resided and hurriedly rushed inside. "Third brother! Third brother!" The scar-faced man shouted at the top of his voice, which was so loud that it almost toppled the roof. At this moment, Zhang Han was lying on a rocking chair, holding a wine pot in one hand and fumbling in the lapel of his chest with the other. When he heard the shouts, he immediately cursed impatiently, "What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf." "Disturbing my good deed, let's see if I don't skin you." The scar-faced man's neck shrank at Zhang Han's sudden anger, and he hurriedly lowered his voice and said with a smiling face, "Third brother, that boy went to take the mission." "What?" Zhang Han violently bounced up from the rocking chair, and he couldn't care less about organizing the sash on his chest. He was also oblivious to the fact that he spilled wine all over his body and asked with glaring eyes, "What did you say? That kid went on a mission?" The two men were startled by Zhang Han's reaction, and it was the youth who had spoken earlier who had the courage to do so. He reported the matter of Lin Yuyo going to the mission hall one by one. "Good. Very good." After hearing this, instead of an angry look on his face, Zhang Han revealed a hideous smile. This brat, finally willing to show his face. "Quickly, get the brothers together, this time, we must take that brat down." At the same time, Lin Yuyo had already arrived in the mission hall. "Senior Sister Wang, what kind of missions are there lately?" Lin Yuyo asked lazily. Wang Yan, who was sitting behind the counter boredly, curling her dark hair with one finger, heard Lin Yihai's voice and immediately brightened up. Her original lazy look swept away, the whole person was like an injection of vitality, even her tone of voice became a few points more cheerful. "Yo, isn't this Mr. Lin? Why are you free to come to my place today? Can't it be that you miss your sister me?" Wang Yan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her pair of charming eyes like spring water, waves of light flowing, indescribably seductive. Lin Yiwu was a little embarrassed by Wang Yan's sudden enthusiasm and coughed lightly. "Senior Sister Wang is joking, isn't it true that I'm still 2 tasks short of finishing this month? It's almost the end of the month, so if I can't finish the tasks, won't I embarrass Senior Sister Wang?" Mr. Lin is really good at talking, no wonder Senior Sister Bai favors you so much." Wang Yan laughed jovially, and as she spoke, she took out a list of tasks from the counter and handed it to Lin Yuyo. "Here, this is the recently released quests, see if there's anything you're interested in." Lin Yuyo took the list of quests and casually flipped through it. Chapter 37, Throwing Yourself into the Net. Lin Yuyo's gaze swept over the list of tasks, which was densely filled with all sorts of tasks. Everything from searching for herbs to hunting demonic beasts. His gaze finally rested on a line at the top. Hunting and killing the late second stage demonic beast, the blue-eyed firefox. Quest condition, obtain the fur of the blue-eyed firefox. Publisher, Chu Hong Sleeve. Mission reward, 30 chi condensation pills. Chu Hong Sleeve? Lin Yuyo whispered the name, and an image of a woman with a delicate figure and stern eyes appeared in his mind. "That's it." Wang Yan sniffed, her almond eyes widened and the hair in her hand slipped down. "Mr. Lin, are you sure? This is a great quest. The blue-eyed firefoxes are not something to be messed with, they are born with their own seduction techniques, if you're not careful, you'll fall for it." Lin Yiwu waved his hand in disdain, "Don't worry Senior Sister, I have my measure." In his heart, however, he was secretly calculating. It was just the right time to take this turquoise-eyed firefox to teach Zhang Han's gang a lesson. Wang Yan persuaded a few sentences seeing that Lin Yiwu didn't change his mind, shrugged his shoulders and sighed, his tone tinted with some helplessness. "Alright then, anyway, be careful. After this mission is completed, you'll be free for the rest of the month, so you don't have to take on any more work." The corner of Lin Yiwu's mouth lifted as his eyes lit up. "There's such a beautiful thing? Beautiful thing?" Wang Yan hummed lightly, her eyes dangling. "You mind your own business. I don't want to have an extra tombstone shortly after arriving." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyo had a bit of a count in his heart. Wang Yan had a hard mouth and a soft heart, and he wasn't an ungrateful master. With a slight turn of mind, he responded with a slight flirtation. "Don't worry, Senior Sister. When the mission comes back, if I peel off enough skin, I'll make you a woolen scarf. Once these words came out, Wang Yan's expression loosened up, and a hint of a smile rubbed across her eyes. Yo, okay. But the prerequisite is that you have to come back safe and sound. Lin Wu nodded, and without further delay, he reached out to take the task list and turned his head to step out of the task hall. His footsteps weren't tight or slow as he made his way towards the southern mountain range, his afterglow glancing behind him from time to time. As expected. Before he could walk out far, he noticed several shadows circling furtively behind him. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he stifled a laugh. Followers, all quite persistent. And behind the big tree over there, Zhang Han's group was indeed squatting leisurely. Looking at the faraway Lin Wu, they couldn't hold back their murmurs. Third brother, he actually did go towards South Mountain. This is properly throwing himself into the net, isn't it? Scarface's hands rubbed together, the excitement under his eyes couldn't even be hidden. After all, counting the things on Lin Yaoyao's body, plus the reward given by Ming Long, they wouldn't have to work hard to earn merit points for at least 2 months. Zhang Han snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth twitching with a few moments of coldness. Heaven didn't go, but hell was a painful experience. This time, let's see where his path can run. In the South Mountain mountainous region, the mountains were high and densely forested, and demonic beasts were piled up. Even Foundation cultivators didn't dare to step into the depths at will. And Lin is free as a leisurely walk, along the way of the low-ranking demonic beasts, while walking and cleaning up, but seems to be at ease. He deliberately circled around a few times, but didn't show any intention of searching for the blue-eyed firefox. Third brother, this person circled around, is it possible that he saw us earlier? Scarface was slightly uneasy and asked with a frown. Zhang Han slanted a glance at him and slowed his tone. Impossible. This guy is only the 3rd level of Foundation establishment, how could he have that kind of ability? Probably, he's just trying his luck to find a trail. The sky was getting dark, and the ground was full of shadows. Lin Yiwang chose a valley, randomly picked a piece of dry stone, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Kid stood there for a night? Scarface expression Yao Yen big change, the end of the language dragged long, through a few points of skepticism. Zhang Han, head, eyes, look abruptly bright. I guess I found the demon fox nest. Wait and see, if that demonic beast comes out, we can still pick up a bargain then. The night was deep, the valley was silent, the rising and falling insects chirping accompanied by the wind. The surroundings were sultry and quiet. Lin Wu sat cross-legged on a stone pier. Suddenly, the grass emitted a fine rustling sound. Immediately afterward, 2 points of turquoise light ghostly lit up. A burning shadow slowly walked out from the grass. The fiery red fur was dazzling under the nightlight. The tail swept on the ground, actually having a flowing and unpredictable might. That was the target demonic beast, the late second-order blue-eyed firefox. Lin Yuyao leisurely got up. Can't you see such an obvious trap? He muttered in a low voice, while his gaze swept over a few large trees not far away, where Zhang Han and the others were hiding. The firefox let out a low growl, looking like it couldn't stand Lin Yuyao's contempt. It jumped violently and turned into a red shadow, pouncing straight at Lin Yuyao. At this moment, he didn't move a muscle. Waiting for the firefox to get too close, only then did he cast that Renren door recluse, narrowly dodged a bullet. Lin Yuyao pretended to be somewhat strained, looking as if he was going to be pounced on at any time. Third brother, this kid doesn't seem to be able to make it. Scarface lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. Let's go, don't let this fat sheep slip away. Wait a little longer. Zhang Han's eyes looked bright, let this consume his spiritual energy a little more. We want a solid result. One person and one fox appeared to be chasing after each other, but in reality, Lin Wu secretly manipulated. The firefox was slowly led in the direction of Zhang Han and the others. He occasionally let out a few cries of pain, making an appearance of being seriously injured. Go! Zhang Han, who couldn't bear it anymore, finally exploded and led his men to dart out from behind the trees, surrounding Lin Wu. Kid, your fate has come to an end. Zhang Han laughed, the long knife in his hand flashed with cold light. Lin Yuyao didn't panic at all, he was really afraid that these people wouldn't dare to come up. Finally hooked. As soon as the words fell, his left hand lashed out, a black light wrapping around the firefox's tail like a viper. At the same moment, the golden light of his right hand sword, slashing at Zhang Han and the others head-on. Yin Yang hand. The firefox was hit by the Yin hand, and even let out a mournful scream, its originally majestic aura instantly shrinking. On the other hand, Zheng Han and the others were like kites with broken strings, being struck by the yin and yang hands and falling heavily to the ground. This brat even pretended to be a pig eating a tiger. Zheng Han covered his chest, panic written all over his pale face. Lin Wu took advantage of the fact that they hadn't reacted yet, and once again performed the human Sect escape technique and rushed out in the opposite direction. The valley was surprisingly quiet. Zheng Han's group confronted the furious blue-eyed firefox. Not a single person dared to speak for a while. Lin Wu cats behind a boulder, his head lowered, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an indescribable smile. Let's see how you guys end up. The turquoise-eyed firefox hadn't slowed down yet. A pair of turquoise eyes glared round, fire dancing underneath them. The next moment, it raised its head and howled, its voice shrill to the ear. The flames on its tail leapt higher all of a sudden, like a moving fire snake. Zheng Han and the others rose from the ground in a sorry state, their faces as white as paper. This perverse turn of events scared them so much that their legs went weak. Chapter 38, The New Effect of the Delusion-Breaking Bead. Scarface rolled and crawled up from the ground, shivering as he pointed behind the rock. Third brother, that kid is over there. What should we do now? Shut up. Zheng Han glared at him, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Just as stupid as he was, at this moment, he understood that these people of theirs were deliberately lured over by Lin Wu. This third-level Foundation establishment kid had played hard to get and actually made them plant such a big head. At this moment, the fire in the turquoise-eyed firefox's eyes had long since gone beyond just anger, and was on the verge of frenzy. It set aside Lin Yu and completely took Zheng Han's people as the main culprits. Anger filled the air, and the flames were almost ready to devour them. It raised its tail and let out a low roar that made one's scalp tingle. Suddenly, the fire on its tail skyrocketed, like a gushing pillar of fire rushing straight toward Zheng Han and the others. Zheng Han didn't have time to think carefully. Crap! Duck! Before the words left his mouth, he violently threw out a spirit weapon shield. The turtle armor-shaped shield blocked in front of him as the fire pillar crashed into it viciously. Bang! After the loud sound, Zheng Han's entire body was shaken by the fire and rolled directly to the ground a few meters away. Scarface and a few other henchmen were even scorched by the fire pillar and screamed miserably. The defense spells in their hands were broken one after another, almost defenseless. People lay sprawled on the ground, and the air was filled with their roasted screams. Lin Yu half leaned against the boulder. This scene in front of him was as cool as it could be. Until those people could no longer stand up, he performed the human Sect escape technique and landed in front of Zheng Han's several people. A few friends, do you feel alright? Zheng Han was lying on the ground, looking at Lin Yu's face. Anger leapt to his head, cracking his mouth and cursing, Lin Yu. You're despicable and shameless. The hoarse voice was permeated with anger, but it seemed bottomless. He knew in his heart that they had originally come here to kill Lin Prosperity, and he had nothing to say even if he killed them. But he didn't want to die. Lin Wu spread his hands. How am I shameless? If you guys didn't sneak attack me, then not so many things would have happened. A light sentence blocked out everything Zheng Han wanted to say. Lin Ichio glanced at Zheng Han and the others who were paralyzed on the ground and grunting. These people were nothing more than stumbling blocks on the road. It all depended on their mood if they wanted to live or die. He turned around and walked towards the turquoise-eyed firefox. Man, that was a good performance just now, but you're still going to die. The turquoise-eyed firefox collapsed on the ground, the flame on its tail almost extinguished, with only a few wisps of wobbly afterglow remaining. A series of low whimpers came out from its throat. Its appearance made Lin Yu sneer in his heart. Trying to gain sympathy? No wonder Senior Sister Wang said that this demonic beast comes with a charm skill. This demon fox, its entire body could be a treasure. The fur was a top material, the demonic chi could refine spiritual energy, and there were bones for magic weapons. He raised his right hand, and a light golden light slowly sprouted in his palm. The yin and yang hand-yang palm in his hand gathered momentum and generated power. The firefox seemed to feel the oppressive feeling that pushed straight to the heart, and the fear in its eyes enlarged as far as the eye could see. It tried to hold up its body to escape, but found that it couldn't move, like it was locked up by some invisible force. Lin Yu slightly raised his eyebrows, his voice with a bit of cold sarcasm. Don't toss and turn, you'll be punished either way. His figure transformed into a wisp of shadow. Lin Yu had already swept in front of Firefox. The golden radiance in his palm became more and more eye-catching. He didn't say much, and his palm wind fell straight towards the firefox's heavenly aura. Ow! The firefox howled miserably, the roar so mournful that it almost pierced its eardrums. Its large body spasmed, as if it had been passed through by 100 hooks and 1,000 thorns. At the same time, the delusion-breaking bead at Lin Yiwu's dantian began to operate. His palm was like a black hole, constantly sucking in the firefox's violent demonic chi, while the power of the delusion-breaking pearl quickly purified this demonic chi into extremely pure spiritual energy, and then guided it back into Lin Yuya's body like a river feeding back. At that instant, he clearly felt the spiritual energy wash his entire body like a raging torrent, vaguely touching the bottleneck of the 4th level of Foundation establishment. This can also be absorbed? Lin Yuyao secretly smacked his lips, unable to hide his delight in his heart. If that was the case, then he would really be fighting monsters and upgrading in the future. Along with the demon fox slowly collapsing to the ground, Lin Yaoyao withdrew his palm. It seems like the ability of the delusion-breaking bead isn't just dual cultivation. It seems like we'll have to explore it properly in the future. At this moment, he felt like he could break through the 4th level of Foundation establishment at any time. On the other hand, Zhang Han and the others on the side had long been stunned. You can actually absorb demonic energy? What kind of evil art is this? Zhang Han looked at Lin Yiwu, his lips trembling. Lin Yiqiu turned his head to look at these people and snorted. Evil technique? Just a bunch of frogs in the bottom of a well. Zhang Han and the others choked on his words, each of their faces reddened, but they didn't dare to retort. Lin Yiwei walked up to them and looked at them condescendingly. Tell me, I don't believe that just one conflict is worth making you guys take the risk of coming over to kill me. Zhang Han and the others looked at each other in disbelief. It was obvious that he had guessed correctly. Not saying? Lin Yuyao didn't have a soft hand, taking out the large knife from before, and looking at the neck of one of the cultivators together. The cultivator didn't react at all, and even in death, he didn't expect Lin Yiwu to dare to kill directly. You! Zhang Han was afraid, he was truly afraid. In the past, he was used to bullying those Hahuan Sect stovepipes that came over to practice. Those people, who had long since been worn out of toughness in the Hexian sect, would honestly hand over spirit stones and pills even if they were extorted by him after they came. Zhang Han's face was pale, and the coldness of the blade made him feel like falling into an ice cave. He shivered his lips and said intermittently, "It is Ming Long. It's him, he sent us over to kill you." Ming Long? Lin Yiqiu frowned. This name was naturally not unfamiliar to him, a famous figure in South Mountain, rumored to be just 1 foot short of the threshold to step into the Jindan stage, becoming a powerful person that everyone admired. I have no past grievances with him, why does he want to put me to death? Zhang Han felt the blade on his neck get 1 point closer. He was so scared that he broke out into a cold sweat, and hurriedly explained, "You came late, so you don't know, Ming Long was a follower of Li Qin Sheng in the beginning, and this time he commanded it, it was actually instructed by Li Qin Sheng." Lin Yiqiu suddenly realized that this was the case. He then didn't hesitate and slowly walked towards the opposite side. You don't keep your word. It's clearly agreed. Zhang Han saw that Lin Yiwu had moved to kill, and was instantly shivering with fear. I'm not being faithful? What did I promise you? Lin Yiwei stopped and looked at him with a smile or not. Before the words fell, the blade flashed. Zhang Han didn't even have time to let out a scream before his head was cut off, blood spurting out and staining the ground. When the remaining few people saw this, their livers and guts cracked, and they all knelt down to beg for mercy. Spare our lives, we were also forced. For these people who wanted to kill him, Lin Yiwu wouldn't be flooded with a motherly heart. Lifting his greatsword, he beheaded all of these people without mercy. Chapter 39 Peak Foundation Building 4. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Lin Yiwei, however, acted as if nothing had happened, slowly and methodically collecting their storage bags. Then he shot out a flame and burned the corpses clean. After doing all this, Lin Yaoyao left without looking back. He knew in his heart that Ming Long would never stop since he had already sent Zhang Han and the others to kill him. Lin Yaoyao's footsteps were extremely slow, he wasn't in a hurry to return to South Mountain. Anyway, there were no other tasks this month. As long as the mission was handed over at the end of the month, it would be considered a success. Why bother rushing back? If that guy Ming Long was blocking him at the foot of South Mountain, he would really die without a burial place. After a lot of searching, Lin Yuyao found a cave. He approached and observed that the surrounding area was clean, no traces of demonic beasts. This is it. Lin Yuyao sat down cross-legged, unlocked the 5 storage bags on his body, and took out all the things inside. Staring at this pile of harvest, the corners of Lin Yuyao's mouth twitched. This time, the total harvest, 18 chi condensation pills, 3 spirit weapons, and a few recovery pills, plus a bunch of low-grade talismans. He knew with his toes that these things could only be used to fend off first-order demonic beasts. If they could withstand second-ranked demonic beasts, these guys should have used them just now. This guy is also too poor. It's even shabbier than old me. He couldn't help but spit in a low voice. Even though he had come to practice as a furnace, at least he had a delusion-breaking bead on him to hold up the door. Coupled with the pills given by Qiu Shang, he was also considered to not worry about cultivation resources. However, Lin Yiwang didn't know that this was still the resources that Zheng Han had been saving for a month. Lin Yuyuwa put away the pills, and then began to fiddle with the 3 spiritual weapons. A long sword, a dagger, and a special-looking hook. Although they were all inferior, how could they be better than the large sword that was used before? Lin Yuyao looked at the hook. The hook was made up of an ink-colored chain and a handle, and it looked as if it was a weapon that only women would use. Reaching out, the hook flew directly into his hand. Lin Yuyao played with the hook in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this thing was evil. I don't know what material it was made of, not to mention that it was black, but it was also cold and piercing to the bone. This thing can't be some kind of evil weapon, right? Lin Yuyao muttered, casually wanting to throw it into his storage bag. But right at this moment, the delusion-breaking bead in his body suddenly vibrated slightly. A stream of warmth flowed down his meridians and throughout his body, and the previous feeling of coldness instantly disappeared without a trace. Lin Yuyao froze, this delusion-breaking bead, since he swallowed it by mistake. In addition to a slight reaction when practicing, the rest of the time it was no different from a rock. What's going on today? Could this hook be some kind of treasure? He was instantly interested and once again injected his spiritual energy into the hook. This time, the hook no longer resisted, but instead greedily absorbed his spiritual energy. The originally dull and lifeless hook body also gradually lit up with a flash of red light, as if it was breathing, one bright and one dark. Lin Yuyao held the hook and waved it a few times, only to feel at ease with it, as if it was connected to his mind. It's a bit interesting. Although this hook was evil, it didn't seem to do him any harm, instead it could still be used by him. Since this was the case, let's keep it, it might come in handy in the future. He put the hook into his storage bag. Afterwards, he played with the long sword and dagger for a bit, and realized that these 2 spiritual weapons were moderate, nothing special. Lin Yuyao put all the things into his storage ring and sat down cross-legged. This time, I should be able to break through to the 4th level. From his storage bag, he fumbled for a chi condensation dan. Throwing the chi condensation pill into his mouth, the pill melted in his mouth and turned into a warm stream that slid down his throat and into his abdomen. Lin Yuyao hurriedly operated the yin-yang vomiting technique, guiding this medicinal power to travel through the meridians in his body. With the operation of the technique, the surrounding heaven and earth aura began to converge towards Lin Yuyao. At the same time, the delusion-breaking pearl in his abdomen began to vibrate slightly. Under the white light, the originally refuted heaven and earth aura was quickly purified. And then it was greedily absorbed by his body. Lin Yiwu's cultivation was already at the peak of the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and it was even more directly overflowing after absorbing the demon fox's demonic energy. Now that the chi condensation pill was being paired with it, coupled with the purifying power of the delusion-breaking bead, a breakthrough was already a matter of course. Time passed by minute by minute. Inside the cave, Lin Yuyao's body was wrapped in a layer of faint white light, like a silkworm chrysalis. I don't know how long it took, but a slight click sound came out from Lin Yuyao's body, as if he had broken some shackles. Lin Yuyao violently opened his eyes, and 2 streaks of light flashed out. 4th level of foundation establishment. But the rotation of the delusion-breaking bead didn't stop. A powerful suction force came from the bead. Nope. This broken bead is going to make trouble again. With the experience of almost being sucked dry last time. This time, Lin Yuyao, along with the inner elixir of the turquoise-eyed firefox, directly took out all the pills. The suction power of the delusion-breaking pearl was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Yuyao didn't dare to delay and directly stuffed a brainful of pills into his mouth. Boom! Spiritual energy exploded in his mouth. But it was only for a split second, the delusion-breaking bead directly absorbed all the spiritual energy. This doesn't work either? Lin Yuyao was confused for a moment, just now he had taken at least 30 pills. He held the demonic beast inner elixir in his hand. Fight! This was something he saved for when he broke through the 5th level of Foundation establishment, but he couldn't care less now. As the inner elixir was imported, an even more violent spiritual energy instantly erupted. It rushed across his body like a flood that broke the dike. Lin Yuyo stifled a grunt, only feeling that his meridians were about to be burst. Good fellow, this turquoise-eyed firefox's inner Dan was really overbearing. The delusion-breaking bead seemed to sense this violent energy and spun faster. The white light emitted was also more dazzling, greedily absorbing this energy. It was just that the energy of this inner Dan was too huge, and even if the delusion-breaking bead absorbed it with all its might, it was still unable to completely dissolve it. Damn demonic beasts, they can't even rest in peace when they're dead. Lin Yuyao felt like a balloon that was about to explode. He clenched his teeth and desperately operated the yin-yang vomiting technique, guiding this raging spiritual energy to follow the route of the technique to alleviate the pain. However, this energy was just too violent, pounding his meridians to pieces. Lin Yuyao felt as if his body was going to be torn apart, and the intense pain made him almost faint. No, absolutely can't faint, Lin Yiwu secretly said in his heart. He hurriedly mobilized a trace of Qingning Qi in his body to protect his heart and veins. At the same time, he controlled the delusion-breaking bead, feeding the absorbed energy back to himself to repair the damaged meridians. The delusion-breaking bead was worthy of being a Taoist treasure. The speed of absorbing energy was extremely fast, and the energy that was fed back was also very pure, rapidly repairing Lin Yuyao's damaged meridians. Only, the speed of this repair was far from being able to catch up with the speed of destruction. Chapter 40 Li Chen Shang's Dog. Lin Yuyao felt like he was playing a game of life and death. The slightest mistake would lead to the end of everything. Enduring the intense pain while desperately controlling the delusion-breaking bead, he tried to maintain his balance. I don't know how long it took, but the energy of the inner Dan finally started to weaken, and the delusion-breaking bead gradually took control of the situation. Lin Yuyao's forehead was covered in cold sweat, feeling as if he had walked through the gates of hell. He looked internally and realized that his meridians had long been repaired. Not only that, they had become even thicker and tougher than before, and the spiritual energy in his body was even more pure and thick. Peak Foundation Establishment 4th Level. Lin Yuyao slowly got up and struck a set of yin and yang hands. The spiritual energy in his body was as smooth as an arm. Compared to before, it was more than twice as powerful. This turquoise-eyed firefox's inner elixir, it's really strong enough. Lin Yuyao shook off his somewhat sore and numb hand and said in his heart. He looked at the bottles of pills scattered on the ground and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These pills were originally saved for when he broke through to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, by this delusion-breaking bead, it was all given to Huahua. However, it's worth it. Counting the days, there were still 4 days until the end of the month. It's also time to go back. Lin Yuyao walked out of the cave. At this moment, it was noon, and the sunlight spilled down, shining warmly on his body. Just as Lin Yiwu was preparing to rush on his way, suddenly a stern killing chance came from not far away, instantly locking onto his aura. What kind of person? Lin Prosperity's heart was startled and he violently raised his head to look. He only saw a figure wrapped in a strong wind, rapidly sweeping in from the distance. Ning Long? Lin Prosperity's pupils shrunk slightly, recognizing the visitor with a single glance. Although he hadn't seen the other party before. But just by feeling the other party's powerful pressure of the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he could understand who the visitor was. Among the men in the entire South Mountain, there was only Ning Long, a Foundation Establishment 9. Moreover, he had no enmity with the others, so the visitor could only be him. Damn! It's really true that what you fear comes to you. Without even thinking about it, Lin Yiwu turned around and swept in the other direction. The next moment, he heard an angry roar from behind. Lin Prosper! You stop right there! Hearing the voice, Lin Prosperity hurriedly revolved his entire body's spiritual energy, and his footsteps were 3 times faster. Stand, you horse's head! I'm standing and letting you kill me? Ning Long in the back didn't expect this guy to actually dare to curse himself. He became even more furious and his speed surged once again, like a black lightning bolt, chasing after Lin Yiwu. Zhang Han, this group of trash, actually couldn't even deal with a tiny 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Kid! This time, you're bound to die. Ming Long roared angrily. Lin Yiwu fled for his life while screaming in his heart. How could he not expect that he had already hid in these wild mountains, but he could still run into Ming Long, this fatal star. And looking at the other party's stance, it was obvious that they were not going to stop until they died. No, can't just sit and wait for death. Lin Wu clenched his teeth, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. Although he couldn't defeat Ming Long, it wasn't like he didn't have any cards. Thinking of this, Lin Wu violently stopped his steps and turned to look at Ming Long, who was chasing behind him. Ming Long, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Disdain flashed in Ming Long's eyes. In his opinion, dealing with a brat who had just entered Foundation establishment not long ago was simply a handful. He, then let me see what strength you have. As he spoke, a broadsword appeared in his hand. The body of the blade was thick and heavy. It looked shocking, Lin Yuyao concluded, but if this blade were to cut on his body, it would directly be split into two. Humph. Aren't you just Li Chen Sheng's dog? What's with the arrogance? Before the words fell, Lin Wu directly revolved his spiritual energy. Yin Yang hand. He only saw his hands forming a seal in front of his chest, and two rays of light, one black and one white, converged in the center of his palm. Just this? Fancy. Give me death. Ming Long waved his broadsword, carrying a strong wind, and slashed down towards Lin Wu's head. Boom! There was a loud bang, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Ming Long had a cruel smile on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of Lin Wu being split in half by him. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Wu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Where is the person? Ming Long was startled in his heart and hurriedly looked around. Ming Long, are you looking for me? A faint voice came from behind Ming Long. Ming Long was horrified in his heart, and without thinking, he backhanded a slash behind him. Clang! A sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Ming Long only felt a huge force hit him, shocking his tiger's mouth and causing him to take several steps back. How is it possible? Ming Long stabilized his stance and looked incredulously at the unharmed Lin Yuyao in front of him. This blade of his, even a peak Foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't dare to take it hard. How could Lin Wu, a 4th-level Foundation establishment cultivator, be able to catch it? Do you think that I'm still the same Lin Prosperity who let you slaughter me before? Lin Wu sneered. This period of time, he hadn't lived it for nothing. After the transformation of the delusion-breaking pearl, his physique was already far beyond normal. Coupled with the power of the yin-yang hand, even if it was a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of Foundation establishment, he had the confidence to fight. You seek death. Ming Long was instantly infuriated and waved his broadsword once again, attacking towards Lin Wu. Lin Yuan knew in his heart that the gap between himself and Ming Long was like a gulf. Fighting hard was undoubtedly suicidal. That exchange of hands just now was just a test of reality. Little Master won't play with you anymore. Human Sect transportation technique. Lin Wu pointed his toes and directly swept off into the distance with his footwork. When Ming Long saw this, he was even more enraged. He was like a clown, being teased by this kid over and over again. Kid, you can't get away. Lin Yao desperately urged his human sect escape technique, the wind whistling in his ears. But behind him, Ming Long's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Motherer, is this dog thing a dog? Why is it chasing so closely? Lin Yao cursed, his lungs were about to explode. His current realm was only the 4th level of Foundation establishment, even if the delusion-breaking pearl had transformed his physique. Spiritual energy was also stronger than cultivators of the same rank, but lasting combat was ultimately no match for a peak Foundation establishment cultivator like Ming Long. He counted the time and estimated that it would take 3 hours if he traveled from here to the foot of the southern mountain. And if he went directly towards the mountain where that old man, Empty Void Z, was located, it was estimated that half an hour would be enough. Lin Yao was originally unwilling to provoke this old man. After all, the way that old guy looked at him was like looking at a fine piece of porcelain, making him uncomfortable. But now that his life was on the line, how could he care about that? Old man, as long as you saved me this time, what's wrong with worshipping you as a teacher? Lin Wu clenched his teeth and changed direction, running towards the mountain where Emptiness Z was. Ming Long was in hot pursuit, and when he saw Lin Wu change direction, he even let out a sardonic laugh. Where do you want to run? You won't be able to fly today. Lin Yuyao didn't care about hiding his strength at this moment. He directly pushed his spiritual energy to the extreme. The human sect escape technique was utilized by him to the extreme. Seeing that Empty Void Z's mountain was getting closer and closer, a glimmer of hope rose in Lin Yao's heart. Chapter 41? Jump down, die outside. After a long time, Lin Yuyao finally saw the path that used to go up the mountain. But when he wanted to go in, he was suddenly bounced back by a prohibition. What the hell? Lin Yaoyao reached out and touched the air in front of him. It was clear that he couldn't see anything, but it was as if there was a wall in front of him. This old undead, he must still be holding a grudge from last time and deliberately set up a prohibition to prevent me from entering. Behind him, Ming Long's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Lin Wu was so anxious that he yelled at the top of his voice. "Senior! I know it's wrong. Your elder will be kind enough to forgive me. I'll kowtow to your elder in return to make amends." The thatched hut at the top of the mountain was silent, and it was as if Empty Void Z hadn't heard his shouts at all. Ming Long's figure appeared not far behind Lin Wu. He naturally heard Lin Yuyao's shouts. "Heh, playing God. There's always been a prohibition here, aren't you aware of that? Be a good boy and die." Ming Long was also aware of the situation here. Back then, he had also attempted to go up, but when he arrived here, he would be blocked by a prohibition. He had also heard some legends that said that the southern mountain was a forbidden place. The people below couldn't go up at all, and he had never heard anyone say that anyone had gone up there. "This time, I'll see how you can still run." Ming Long held his broadsword in both hands and slashed straight at Lin Wu. Lin Wu couldn't avoid it, so he could only harden his head. Yin Yang hand. Black and white rays of light intertwined in his hands and met Ming Long's broadsword. Boom! The black and white rays of light collided with Ming Long's blade chi. A powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the surrounding trees. Lin Yuyao flew out backwards, his internal organs were numbed by the shock. Ming Long wasn't feeling well either, he was shaken back a few steps by this powerful force, his tiger's mouth was numb, and his heart was horrified. Surely there are some tricks. Ming Long looked at Lin Wu incredulously. This kid's strength was clearly only at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, how could he possibly block his full force strike? But soon that shock turned into greed. This kid definitely has a treasure on him. The more he thought about it, the more absolutely right he became. Ming Long stared at the opposite side in death. Lin Wu struggled to get up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect the delusion-breaking pearl to explode at this time. Although it had blocked Ming Long's attack, it had also caused him to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. "Old thing, I'm telling you, today the old man is going to jump from here and die outside, and there's absolutely no way he's going to move a single thought of worshipping you as a teacher." Lin Yuyao roared angrily, directly catalyzing the power of the delusion-breaking bead, preparing to fight to the death. Right at this moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from the thatched hut at the top of the mountain. "Noisy, old me was just about to take a nap when I was disturbed by you little brats." Hearing this voice, a look of surprise flashed across Lin Wu's eyes. On the contrary, Ming Long on the opposite side was startled by the voice. What kind of person is pretending to be a god there? Get the hell out of there. Lin Yaoyao secretly laughed, really looking for death. The next moment, Empty Void Z floated out from the thatched hut, still with that bearded look. It was just that there was a hint of cunning in those eyes. He simply ignored Ming Long's shouting. With just a faint glance, he directly shook Ming Long out with a palm. Ming Long screamed miserably and fell heavily to the ground. He looked at the old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him in horror, and waves of shock rippled through his heart. "You, what are you?" Ming Long's voice trembled, clearly scared out of his wits by Empty Void Z's strength. However, Empty Void Z didn't pay any attention to him at all. He turned around and looked at Lin Yuyao, a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. "Still want to worship me?" Lin Wu's face reddened and he picked at his feet in embarrassment. Careless. It hadn't even been 3 seconds since he had just finished speaking, and people were coming out. At this moment, he was neither speaking nor not speaking. Luckily, Empyrean Z didn't dwell on what he had just said and took the lead. "Do you want me to help you kill him?" "Keep it, I'll do it myself when the time comes." Lin Yaoyao shook his head and glared fiercely at Ming Long, who was paralyzed on the ground. "Ah, it won't be the one I'm looking at." Empty Void Z laughed out loud, then his face turned cold as he looked at Ming Long, who was collapsed on the ground. "Hear that? I'm telling you, if the matter here is known by the 4th person, you should know the consequences. Of course, this disciple of mine has also said that I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you are fighting with him in a dignified manner. Even if you beat him to death, I won't stop you. At that time, whether you die or live, it all depends on life." Ming Long was scared to death. How could he dare to say more? Nodding his head repeatedly like pounding garlic, he promised that he would never do it again. Afterwards, he rolled and crawled down the mountain, fearing that Empty Void Z would change his mind. Seeing this, Empty Void Z snorted coldly before withdrawing his pressure. He turned his head and looked at Lin Yuyao, who was still frozen in place, and said in a good-natured manner, "Hey! Kid, why are you still standing there? Waiting for me to invite you in for tea?" Lin Yuyao was awakened by this sudden voice. Only then did he come back to his senses, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. "Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge." Once again, he came to the thatched hut at the top of the hill, and it was still the familiar dilapidated scene. Lin Yue couldn't help but feel curious. "Old man, with your strength, why do you want to live in such a hellish place? It's not even as good as a utility room at the bottom of the mountain." "I said kid, still calling yourself an old man?" Emptiness Z interrupted Lin Yiwu. "Call master. Know the rules?" Lin Yiwu skimmed his mouth and muttered in a small voice, "Haven't agreed to worship you as a master yet. What do you call master ah?" His words naturally couldn't escape the ears of Empty Void Z's ears to hear, and gave him a sidelong glance. "What? Not willing? If you're not willing to do it now, get the hell off the mountain and pretend I've never seen you." When Lin Yiwu heard this, he was instantly anxious. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to hug his thigh. Don't, master. Isn't it okay for me to scream? You're a generous person, don't be so mean to me." With this incident, he was also clear that if he wanted to mix in this immortal cultivation world, he had to have a reliable backer. This old man's strength was unfathomable. If he could worship him as his teacher, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the future in the Acacia sect? Only then did Empty Void Z nod his head in satisfaction and stroked his beard. "This place is not a ghost place, this is called a place of purification. What do you understand? Only by staying away from the hustle and bustle of the world can you better perceive the heavenly Tao and enhance your cultivation." Lin Ichio had a face of disbelief. Other people's places of purification were all clear and beautiful mountains. It was like a paradise. His place was good, not to mention a peach paradise. I guess he wouldn't be happy to let a mortal come and live here. "I think you are lazy, right?" Thinking about it, he didn't dare to say this, and could only accompany the smiling face. "Master is right. This place is secluded and elegant, it's simply a holy land for immortal cultivation." Empty Void Z smiled smugly, ignoring Lin Yiwu's flattery. He turned around and walked into the thatched hut. Lin Yuyao also hurriedly followed him in. The interior of the house was simple to the extreme. Apart from a worn-out wooden bed and a table with a missing leg, it was almost empty. Chapter 42? Murdering his own disciple. As soon as Lin Yuyao entered, he felt a sweaty odor coming from inside. "Apprentice, come here." Empty Void Z pressed Lin Yiwu on the bed. The musty odor instantly drilled into Lin Yaoyao's nostrils, choking him so much that he almost passed his back. This mattress hadn't been in the sun for I don't know how many years, and it was damp to the touch. Lin Yuyao really couldn't understand. This old man was obviously so strong, but he had to live in this Thai place. But did not wait for him to think about it more. He saw the void sun did not know from which corner turned out a worn wooden box. Once the box was opened, an even stronger stench hit his face. It smoked to the point that Lin Yiwu's eyes were on the verge of tears. "Old man, what are you doing? Murdering your own disciple?" Lin Yuyao covered his nose and asked with a disgusted look on his face. Emptiness Z, however, looked as if he didn't smell the stench, pulling out a black and unattractive thing from the box on his own, and handing it to Lin Yuyao as if offering it as a treasure. "Kid, open your dog eyes and see, what is this?" Lin Yuyao fixed his eyes to see. That thing is round, black, the surface is also stained with some unknown sticky material, looks disgusting. Said it was a potion. In fact, it was a small black ball similar to the potion. "What the hell is this? You pulled it out of the latrine?" Lin Yuyao subconsciously shrunk back, afraid that the thing would touch him. When Emptiness Z heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. "What the hell do you kid know? This is the treasure of the Heavenly Dog." Heavenly Dog's treasure? Lin Yuyao froze for a moment. A not-so-elegant image suddenly surfaced in his mind. A dog's treasure, or a round one, isn't that? Holy! You're making me eat this? Lin Yuyao was so scared that he directly jumped up from the bed and ran outside with his legs pulled out. "You kid, stop right there." Seeing this, Empty Void Z was so angry that he cursed. "I didn't even spare this good thing back then, now I'm giving it to you kid as a teacher worship gift. You're good, you still dislike it." Saying that, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire thatched hut. Lin Yuyao only felt his body sink, as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain. He couldn't move. Master! I was wrong. Isn't it okay for me to honor you properly in the future? You'd better keep this for yourself. But Emperor's son didn't give him any chance to resist at all, and as he pinched his chin, he directly threw the black pill in. Vomit, cough. As soon as the black pill went down, Lin Yuyao felt like he had swallowed a red-hot branding iron, and his internal organs felt like they were being scorched by a blazing fire. He rolled on the ground in agony, desperately trying to spit the thing out, but it didn't help at all. Brat! Quickly absorb it. This is all good stuff. Emperor's son looked at him with a face of hatred. This is a treasure that condensed inside the body of the heavenly dog after it devoured a gene stage cultivator. Containing that cultivator's lifelong cultivation in pure yang qi, you kid really got lucky to get it. How could Lin Wu listen to this right now? He only felt as if his body was being torn apart and was in agony. The delusion-breaking bead seemed to have sensed this power as well, and was running wildly. But even so, his pain didn't lessen in the slightest, but instead intensified. Everything in front of his eyes became distorted, and in the end, his eyes went black and he completely fainted. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Yuyao woke up in a daze. Opening his eyes, he realized that he was still lying in that dilapidated thatched hut. It was just that the clothes on his body were already soaked with sweat, emitting an unpleasant rancid odor. Brat, you finally woke up. Empty Void Z had sat on the edge of the bed at some point. There was also a bowl of medicinal soup in his hand, looking at him with an expectant face. I say, master, what is this? Can you not harm me? Lin Yuyao covered his nose and asked with a disgusted look on his face. Hey, I said brat. This is the tonic medicine that master specially boiled for you. Lin Yuyao gave him a suspicious look. This old man couldn't have added something strange in there again, right? What? You don't believe in master? Empty Void Z blew his beard and glared. Dare not dare not dare. Lin Wu hurriedly took the medicine bowl and pinched his nose as he drank it all in one go. Vomit. Just after drinking it, Lin Yuyao couldn't help but dry heave. The main reason was that the flavor of this medicine was too heavy. The black pill from before had fainted after eating it and didn't feel much. But this stuff was different, and it came with regurgitation. But before he could vomit, he heard Emptiness Z's voice in his ears. How is it? Doesn't it feel soothing all over? Lin Yuyao froze for a moment, avoiding the taste in his mouth. He could indeed feel a stream of heat flowing through his body. Moreover, the tearing pain from before had completely disappeared. Not only that, but now his cultivation had also managed to advance to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Hey! Master, what is this? This is nothing more than some ordinary herbs, only that it was boiled by master using a special technique in order to stimulate the potential in your body. Empty Void Z carried his hands behind his back, looking like a master of the way. If it wasn't for the clothes he was wearing and that dignified appearance, maybe Lin Wu would have really believed his bull. Empty Void Z didn't bother explaining to him and changed the topic. Disciple, since you've already worshipped me as your master, follow me and cultivate well, but I can say in advance that if you return to the Harmony Sect, don't say that you're my disciple. Why? Lin Yuyao was puzzled. Shouldn't this master pat his chest before accepting a disciple and guarantee that I'll cover you in the future? Why did the picture change when it came to him? The purpose of his worship is to find a backstage, but now the backstage actually said that they do not care about things? This is not looking for a lonely? Empty Void Z hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, lewdly scowling at Lin Wu. Why? If you kid wants to be drained by those women, just say so. Lin Yuyao recalled the gossip that Wang Yan had told him a few days ago. It said that the Red Eyebrows Immortal had united with a few elders to suppress Emperor's son here. Now it seems like there's something else going on here, I'm afraid. Could it be that this old guy was actually being? Brat! What are you pondering again? Hurry up and come over, run your gong method and let me take a look. Empty Void Z slapped Lin Yuyao on the door of his head, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Yuyao rubbed his head and obediently sat down cross-legged, running the yin-yang vomiting technique. As the technique operated, the surrounding heaven and earth aura began to converge towards him. A small vortex formed around him. Empty Void Z stroked his chin as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. This kid really is a diamond in the rough, it's just a pity. He shook his head and didn't continue. Master, what's a pity? It's a pity that your brat is too stupid, such a good physique, actually only the 5th level of foundation establishment. Empty Void Z had a look of disgust. Chapter 43? Yin Yang Technique, Outer Sect Mutations. Lin Yuyao bristled. It was estimated that it had been less than 3 months since he had been cultivating. 3 months' time to advance from the Qi refining realm to the 5th level of the foundation establishment realm. If this was set out, he was afraid of being treated as a monster. Alright, cut the crap, Master will now impart a new set of techniques to you. Empty Void Z said, pulling out a worn-out book from his pocket and threw it to Lin Yuyao. Lin Yuyao took the book, only to see 3 big words written on the cover: Yin Yang Skill. Yin Yang Skill? Isn't this the Acacia Sect's town technique? Lin Yuyao asked in surprise. Hee, don't worry about that, just cultivate it properly. Emptiness Z smiled mysteriously and didn't explain. Lin Yuyao opened the book and began to study it carefully. But soon he realized that this Yin Yang technique was like an upgraded version of the tumulus technique compared to the Yin Yang tumulus technique he was currently cultivating. Many of the things in it were very different from the vomiting technique, only that the follow-up was a bit more profound. It was enough to support his cultivation to the Yuaning realm. Empty Void Z saw that Lin Yuyao was mesmerized, twirling his sparse beard, and didn't disturb him. This brat is finally getting the hang of it. Lin Yuyao memorized all the contents of the Yin Yang technique in his mind. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to operate the technique. The spiritual energy in his body followed the route of the Yin Yang technique. It was a bit stagnant at first, but as time passed, it gradually became smooth. It wasn't until the next morning that Lin Yuyao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. It only felt soothing and indescribably relaxed. Looks like the old man really didn't lie to me. This Yin Yang technique was indeed much more profound than the Yin Yang exhalation technique. Just one night of cultivation made him feel like his cultivation had refined quite a bit. He walked out of the thatched hut and stretched, but he didn't find Emptiness Z's figure. The surroundings were quiet, with only the early morning birdsong echoing in the valley. Master? Old guy? Where did he die? Lin Yuyao shouted a few times, but there was no response. Doubts rose in his heart. This old guy was secretive, he wouldn't run off to fool around again, right? But on second thought, that old guy, in order to avoid the red eyebrows fairy those people hiding here, think also run not far. Forget it, we'll come back and see after a while. Lin Yuyao decided to go back to South Mountain first. After all, he still had a mission to complete right now. If he went back late, it wouldn't be good if that Sun Mayor caught hold of him. Sighing, Lin Yuyao resigned himself to his fate and headed down the mountain. If that old man was more reliable, he wouldn't have to be so scared and deal with the retaliation of Sun Ling's mother and daughter. Returning to the South Mountain, Lin Yuyao went straight to the quest hall, ready to hand in his quest. However, as soon as he entered, Lin Yuyao realized that something was wrong. Inside at the moment there were many more fresh faces, although they were wearing the costumes of the Furnace Din, but Lin Yuyao felt the flavor of the same clan and origin from these people. Moreover, there were a few more disciples from the Acacia Sect, and Wang Yan was naturally among them. It seems like a lot of things have happened during the time I was gone. Lin Yuyao thought silently, squeezing through the crowd and coming to Wang Yan's side. Didn't I just say that? The tasks are all written up there. Just pick them yourself and come over and submit them when you're done. Wang Yan lowered her head and explained with an impatient face. Senior sister, what's wrong with this? Who has upset you? Wang Yan jerked her head up when she heard Lin Yuyao's voice. The originally furrowed brows instantly stretched. You came back? Of course, I wouldn't dare to neglect what I promised my senior sister. Lin Yuyao answered with a smile, took out the corpse of the turquoise-eyed firefox from his storage ring, and casually threw it on the ground. As soon as the body of the turquoise-eyed firefox hit the ground, a faint smell of blood filled the air, and the people around them glanced sideways. It's actually a second-ranked blue-eyed demon fox. I'll go, who is this kid? So powerful. No, it seems like it's still in the late second rank. How many merit points must this be worth? The surrounding chatter grew louder and louder. Lin Yiwu, however, just shrugged his shoulders in disbelief and turned his head to Wang Yan. Senior sister, see if it's right. If it's right, I'll submit the quest. I'll help you split it up later. As soon as these words came out, before Wang Yan could open her mouth, those Acacia Sect disciples around her surrounded her. You! Senior sister Wang, who is this? He's quite handsome. A female disciple in revealing clothes said in a whiny voice, but her eyes kept wandering over Linniwu. This is a second-ranked demonic beast fur, and you're actually giving it away just like that? Senior sister, you are truly blessed. If these words were placed in the ears of an ordinary woman, she would have already blushed with shame. But Wang Yan was different. Instead of being shy, she cursed at those female disciples. All of you little wannabe hooves, give your mothers a chance to die on the side. This is senior sister by Qiu Shangbai's cauldron, so don't get any ideas, and this demonic beast is also a task taken on by Mr. Lin. It has nothing to do with you guys. With this scolding from Wang Yan, the air around them instantly quieted down. Those female disciples each looked at each other with scorn in their eyes. Although they were jealous of Wang Yan, they didn't dare offend Bai Xiushan. After all, Bai Qiuxing was an inner disciple of the Acacia sect, with powerful strength and a deep background. It wasn't something that they, the outer disciples, could mess with. Humph. A bunch of guys who have never seen the world. Wang Yan snorted coldly and turned her head to look at Linniwu. Don't mind if I do, Mr. Lin, these senior sisters don't know any better. Linniwu smiled, non-committal. Senior sister, you can check this turquoise-eyed firefox's corpse. If there's no problem, I'll go and submit the mission. Alright, you wait a moment. Wang Yan hurriedly took over the body of the turquoise-eyed firefox and carefully examined it. After confirming that there was no mistake, she brought Lin Yuan to the counter of the quest hall. Senior sister, did something happen recently? Why are there suddenly so many people in South Mountain? Lin Yuan handed his identity token to Wang Yan and asked in a seemingly casual manner. Wang Yan took the token and skillfully began to register, her mouth not idle. Don't mention it, 2 days ago the gang of hypocrites from the righteous path suddenly attacked the Blood Fiend sect and killed them by surprise. The Blood Fury sect's Patriarch happened to be recalled by the Sacred Sect, which was great. Those people exploited the gap and killed all the Blood Fury sect's elder disciples. Now these remaining disciples were divided up by other sects, and our Acacia sect also divided up quite a few, but most of them were men, and our Patriarch didn't want them to enter the sect, so he threw all of them to South Mountain. Lin Yuyao raised an eyebrow. The Bloodshed sect was destroyed? That was a big deal. But to him, it didn't seem to have any effect. Anyway, he only cared about being his own cauldron, and raising his cultivation was the right thing to do. Thinking of this, he urged, Senior sister, then I won't stay much longer, I still have to hurry and cultivate. Wang Yan blankly glanced at him. You just know how to cultivate. I don't know what elder sister Bai sees in you, all day long you just think about this. On her lips, her hands moved very quickly, and after registering, she handed him the token. Lin Yuyao got a lot of merit points, and returned to his own small courtyard in a good mood. Just pushing open the door, a rich fragrance came to his face, and after a careful sniff, it was actually the aroma of 100 Flowers brew. Yo, isn't this our busy man, willing to come back? A charming voice rang out. Bai Xiushan leaned against the stone table in the courtyard, playing with a white jade wine cup in her hand, looking at him with a smile or not. Lin Yuyao hadn't really expected Bai Xiushan to suddenly come over. Looking at the other party's long legs that were wrapped up in the light gauze skirt that was hidden underneath. Coupled with the fact that Empty Void Z had just given him so many tonic pills yesterday, an evil fire instantly rushed straight from his dantian to his head. Bai Xiushan looked at Lin Yuyao's face, reddening in shortness of breath, her heart bursting with smugness. Originally, she was still thinking that this kid would not be hooked up by those foxy girls in Nanshan. But now it seems that he is afraid that he has recently accumulated a lot of power of the blazing sun. Thinking of this, the corners of Bai Xiushan's mouth rose slightly. Seeing the other party's seductive look, Lin Yuyao's throat knots rolled a little, only to feel his mouth drying up. It's not that I miss my senior sister, as soon as I came back I rushed over to see you. Don't come this way, what do you think in your heart, I would not know. Bai Xiushan blankly glanced at him, but there was a hint of imperceptible pouting in her tone. Lin Yuyao didn't ink, walked straight over and wrapped Bai Xiushan into his arms. Bai Xiushan symbolically struggled for a bit, and then obediently fell into his arms. Senior sister, look at how late it's getting. Lin Yuyao said as he picked Bai Qiufang up by the waist and walked into the house. Bai Xiushan didn't say anything, she just gently leaned her head on his shoulder, the corner of her mouth hooked into a flirtatious smile. Cultivation? Dual cultivation is also refining. Early the next morning, Lin Yuyao felt a wave of back pain, especially in his waist, as if it was about to break. He secretly grumbled in his heart, even after taking so many great tonic herbs, he still couldn't top this ante. On the contrary, Bai Xiushan looked as if she was fine, refreshed and glowing. She lazily stretched her waist, her exquisite figure was on display. Looking at Lin Yuyao, her mouth was dry again. Little fellow, it seems like you still have some cultivation to do. Bai Xiushan let out a light laugh and reached out to pinch Lin Yuyao's cheek. What Missy said is true, I'll definitely try my best to cultivate. Lin Yuyao said with a smile on his face. Bai Xiushan nodded in satisfaction and got up to straighten her clothes. Right, don't run around lately, at most a month, I'll take you back to the clan. Bai Xiushan gathered the broken hair at her temples and said carelessly. Lin Yuyao was immersed in last night's tenderness and froze at his words. To be honest, he felt that staying in this southern mountain was quite good, the aura was abundant not to mention. There were also no two troublemakers like mother and daughter Sunling, and the days were free and easy. What's wrong? What happened in the sect? He asked curiously. Bai Xiushan picked up the 100-flower brew on the table and took a shallow sip. What else could there be? Those hypocrites are acting stupidly again, probably wanting to start a war with us. Start a war? With which sect? Lin Yiwu instantly became interested, he couldn't wait to find out. Just which ungrateful sect dared to provoke the Acacia sect? Bai Xiushan put down her wineglass, stretched out her slender jade finger, and gently tapped Lin Yuyao's forehead. You, don't worry about these things. When the time comes to fight, you just hide behind me. Lin Yuyao secretly slandered in his heart, hide behind you? With this fighting spirit of yours, hiding behind you would be even more dangerous. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud and could only smile sardonically. Senior sister is right, senior sister's cultivation is profound, those crooked dates are definitely not your opponent. Count on your kid's sweet mouth. Bai Xiushan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes flowing with flavor. However, this time, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Her tone suddenly became grave. Seeing this, Lin Yiqiu also put away his playful expression. What? Could it be that there are any more powerful characters on the other side? Bai Xiushan nodded, scorn in her tone. According to reliable sources, the one leading this time is most likely the 10,000 Sword Sect's young patriarch, Lu Qingyun. Chapter 44, Getting a Bargain and Still Selling Out. Hearing the words 10,000 Sword Sect's young patriarch, Lu Qingyun, Lin Yuyao couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Previously, when he was in the Breaking Delusion view, he had also heard a lot about the cultivation world from the mouths of his senior brothers who occasionally went down the mountain to pick up goods. The righteous path and the devil's path were incompatible, and the righteous path was led by the Xian Tian sect. The 10,000 Swords sect was also considered to be one of the first-rate forces in the righteous path. On the other hand, on the devil's side, the holy sect is the leader. However, the group of hypocrites in the righteous path always liked to call the holy sect the devil's sect, as if they were some kind of prestigious sect. Speaking of which, before being captured by Bai Xiushan, Lin Yuyao had also been quite critical of the demon sect. After all, the Breaking Delusion view was considered to be a righteous sect that had its roots in the right place. But now, the righteousness of the devil's sect, what else did it have to do with him? He is now eating the Acacia sect, drinking the Acacia sect, but also every day in the Acacia sect's beautiful sisters to explore the way of dual cultivation. If you say that he is a member of the righteousness of the road, that is not a bargain, is still a good boy. However, this Lu Qingyun young sect master's name, Lin Yuyao also heard about it long ago. It is said that this young patriarch is already at the 7th level of Jindan cultivation at a young age, and also mastered the 10,000 Swords sect's mastery of 10,000 Swords return to the sect. The strength is quite horrifying. Seeing his worried face, Bai Xiushan smiled and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Alright, don't worry about it, even if the 10,000 Swords sect's people do come over, the sacred sect side won't just sit back and do nothing. Thinking about it, Lin Yuyao stopped dwelling on the matter and turned to Bai Xiushan with a bad smile on his face. Senior sister, you see that it's still early in the day, why don't we explore it again? Bai Xiushan blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger, explore? Can't it be that you still have the power of the blazing sun? Lin Yuyao didn't retort, he just hemmed and hawed and giggled. Just as the two of them were flirting, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, the door to the room was pushed open as Ji Yun hurriedly walked in, looking panicked. Eldest miss, it's not good. The people from the 10,000 Swords sect have already appeared in Tianqing City, which is 100 miles away, and the sect side has already begun to gather their disciples and prepare to go hunting those people. What? Bai Xiushan's face changed and she stood up violently. How dare they? Who knows? But by the looks of them, they're not coming from a good place. Humph. So what if they're not coming from a good place? My Acacia sect is not one to be messed with. Bai Xiushan snorted coldly, let's go meet them too. Missy, I'm going too. Lin Yiwu followed suit and stood up, he really wanted to go out for a spin. After such a long time, he really hadn't gone out. Bai Xiushan glared at him and said in a bad mood, what are you going for? Add to the chaos? Stay here honestly and wait for me to come back. Lin Yiwu still wanted to fight a little more. However, Bai Xiushan had already left the room with Shiyun. Alas! This time there's no chance to see the legendary 10,000 swords return. Lin Yixiu shook his head with some regret and turned around to walk back to his room. Not long after Bai Xiushan had left, the sound of soft footsteps came from outside the small courtyard. Lin Yaoyao's heart burst with anticipation, thinking that she would fold back. He hurriedly rolled out of bed, put his clothes in order, and bumbled his way to the door. Once the door opened, he realized that it wasn't Bai Xiushan standing outside, and his smile instantly froze into ice. The person who came was actually Ming Long, who had been reprimanded by Empty Void Z, and his face was devoid of that previous flighty and domineering look, appearing pale and haggard. Come for what? Lin Yuyo asked coldly, his tone was guarded. Ming Long hurriedly waved his hand and explained, Brother Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to look for trouble, I'm here to deliver a message. Lin Yiwu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh after hearing this, not believing his words at all. Message? What could possibly make you make a personal trip? Ming Long laughed bitterly in his heart, he had to say that he was indeed afraid this time. To move against Empyrean Sun's disciple with murderous intentions was simply beating a lantern in the toilet looking for death. Li Chen-shang will personally come over to kill you. He finally spoke this news that shook Lin Yiwu. Lin Yaoyao froze, then felt a chill. Li Chen-shang, a Jindan stage cultivator, and an opponent that Empty Void Z had made it clear that he wouldn't make a move against a disciple of the Acacia sect. It seemed that he could only rely on himself. Gradually calming down, Lin Yixiu put on an appearance of not caring and said, so what if he comes? Would I, Lin Yiwu, not be afraid of him? Seeing him in this state, Ming Long was slightly relieved and felt in his heart that Lin Yiwu had accepted his good intentions. Brother Lin, I know that your master is very powerful and Li Chen-shang is definitely not your opponent, but to remind you, it's better to be on guard. Lin Yiwu reluctantly shrugged his shoulders and said, alright, I appreciate it. You and I won't owe each other anything in the future, let's go. Hearing Easy's words, Ming Long was relieved and hurriedly bowed his hands before quickly leaving. Lin Yuyao stood by the courtyard door, watching Ming Long fade away. In his heart, he knew that the other party didn't come here out of goodwill alone, he was more thinking about self-preservation. Anyway, having fewer enemies is a good thing, if we meet in the future, let's leave it to fate. With this in mind, he walked back to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Since Li Chen-shang is coming to look for trouble, he has to prepare properly, otherwise when the other party really comes over, then he will have to wait for death. In the purple smoke, the main hall of the Acacia sect emitted a wintry fragrance if nothing else. Inside the hall, the decoration was magnificent, but it revealed an indescribable sense of weirdness and coldness. At this moment, a middle-aged man was seen sitting opposite a woman. The man was no one else, it was the disappeared Emptiness son. If Lin Yaoyao were to see this scene right now, he would be shocked. This usually unkempt old man was actually sitting in the temple in human form. Green shirt neat, beard shaved, even hair are combed to be comfortable, living a fairy style. Feet also lying on the side of a golden old dog, from time to time to look up and look at the master. Opposite sitting a red beauty, it is the Acacia sect fairy red eyebrows. Her skin was snow white, with a little bit of vermilion sand on her eyebrows, enchanting. At this moment, her eyes were complex as she surveyed Empty Void Z, as if she was reacquainting herself with this person. Master, why did your old man accept that kid as a disciple? Immortal Red Eyebrows spoke in a strange tone. It wasn't because those hypocrites hit the door? You should know very well what those people are up to, but I've recently heard that you've taken a liking to the senior disciple? And you even snatched it from a disciple named Bai Xiushan? Empty Void Z's voice was clear and bright, which still had the hoarseness of the past. Immortal Red Eyebrows stood up and slowly walked over to the edge of the bed and sat down. Her fingertips caressed the brocade and said lazily, Master, don't you know what I want? If it weren't for you, I would have returned to the sacred sect long ago. Chapter 45, Cold Pool in Southern Mountain, come quickly. Ahem. Empty Void Z looked embarrassed, that's just it, just get ready. When the secret realm opens, just leave a place for that kid. You don't need to worry about the latter, I will let him break through Jindan ahead of time. He master is in a hurry to raise his cultivation. Is he afraid that he won't be able to handle me, or the other female disciples? I've heard that quite a few people in the clan have their eyes on him now. You girl, what nonsense! Emptiness Z's face turned red. Master is doing it for his good. For the good of the sect. The secret realm of celestials is so dangerous, without Jindan cultivation going in, isn't it just sending him to his death? Cluck cluck cluck, is that so? It seems that Master is still quite attached to this senior brother? The red eyebrow fairy laughed sweetly, glancing slightly teasingly at Empty Void Z as she glanced back, then left with a gentle stride, the air behind her seeming to be tinted with her aroma. Emptiness Z's face flushed red, his mouth cursing in a low voice, Egu, this awful body, it's a waste of the old Tao's decades of cultivation. At this moment, Lin Yuya was cultivating with his knees crossed, concentrating on the yin-yang skill. Suddenly, a rough voice split his head and drilled into his mind, brat, immediately get your ass over to the cold pool in the southern mountain. Speed. This voice scared Lin Yu's hands, secretly muttering, this bad old man, how come he's always a dragon? So sudden, is he really looking for trouble? South Mountain Cold Pool? That place is so cold that even a block of ice can freeze into steel. In his heart, he couldn't help but spit out, is it possible that I'm going to be frozen into a living popsicle? Despite all the doubts and resistance in his heart, he still climbed up, resigning himself to his fate and headed towards the South Mountain. The master's order was hard to disobey, there was no way, who let him worship a strange master. The closer he got to the cold pool, the more the chill in the air drilled into his bones like a knife. Without taking a few steps, he shivered and couldn't help but break his heart. This is killing me. When he raised his head, he could only see the mist filling the side of the cold pool, not losing its place on earth. But this icy place, it was hard to say whether it was a fairyland or a cold realm. By the side of the pool, Empty Void Z lay sitting on a rock, loosely leaning on his knees to doze off, living a beggar's appearance. At this moment, he had already switched from the immortal state of the main hall of the Acacia sect, instantly switching back to the form of a disheveled old man. Seeing Lin Yuyo arrive, Empty Void Z lazily waved his hand. Move faster, take off your clothes and get into the water. This was said as easily as peeling an egg. Lin Yu's body stiffened and froze for 3 seconds before he stammered. Master, this water looks so cold that it can freeze a cow to death, my tender flesh, I'm afraid it won't become an ice stick? Afraid of the cold? 5th level of Foundation establishment is still afraid of farting cold pool water. Hurry up, don't waste time. Empty Void Z didn't even bother to raise his head, his tone was full of impatience. Before Lin Yu could protest any further, he only felt his ass being kicked. The whole person flew out like a meteor, and then fell into the water with a plop sound. You big man. There was an angry curse from the water, and Lin Yuyo only felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his face and body were cold as if pins and needles were sticking out. On the shore, Emptiness Z's voice was so lazy that people hated their teeth. What are you howling for? Hurry up and run the yin-yang skill. Or else you won't blame me if you really freeze into ice. Lin Yuyo muttered in a small voice under his breath, the old thing is also a little too ruthless. However, before he could curse more, he was already busy mobilizing his spiritual energy. The water in the cold pool was so chilly that it broke his bones, and he almost retreated several times, but when he thought of the ridicule of that unreliable master on the shore, he had to insist even if he was hard-headed. Slowly, between the flow of spiritual energy, he actually felt a slight warmth welling up in his body. Emptiness Sun on the shore yawned, from time to time unscrewed the wine gourd to pour 2 mouths, a leisurely look of boredom. Lin Yuyo looked at the cold light flickering under the water and continued to silently recite the mantra, but in his heart, he couldn't help but cast aspersions. This old man is really not at all worried about me hanging on. I don't know how long it took for the cold to enter his body, the tendons and veins in his body began to twitch, and an intense pain surged into his entire body. He secretly screamed that it wasn't good, gritting his teeth and running the yin-yang skill with all his might, channeling this energy within his body. Rumble. A dull popping sound. Lin Yiwu's heart was ecstatic, the spiritual energy in his body broke through, the 6th level of Foundation establishment had arrived. He opened his eyes fiercely in excitement, but he froze in place, it was pitch black in front of him, he couldn't see anything. Lin Yiwu panicked, how did he become blind with his eyes open? Master! I'm blind! Empty Void Z wandered over, without saying a word he kicked Lin Yuyo back into the water, his voice full of helplessness. What's the point of howling? You don't even understand the reasoning behind breaking and then standing? Wait a little longer. When the two chi are completely fused, not only will your eyes recover, they'll be several times stronger than before. Break and then build? Lin Yuyao flopped in the water a few times before he calmed down, but in his heart, he cursed emptiness. This old guy, couldn't he have said something in advance? Causing him to worry for nothing. Don't play dead there, hurry up and continue cultivating. When will the spiritual energy in your body completely merge with the cold chi? When will you be able to come out? After emptiness finished speaking, he sat back down on the rock and continued to drink. Lin Yuyao had no choice but to continue to run the yin and yang skill, but in his heart, he was thinking that when he went out, he must properly honor this unreliable master. I don't know how long. Lin Free once again felt a strange movement coming from his body. This time, it wasn't pain, but a feeling of relief, as if the pores of his entire body had opened up, greedily absorbing the surrounding cold air. It's done! Lin Yiwu's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly opened his eyes. The world in front of his eyes became crystal clear, even more colorful and vivid than before. Not bad, the young eyes have been opened, finally my hard work has not been wasted. Empyrean Sun nodded in satisfaction. Now, it's time for the next step. Wait, hey. Lin Yuyao had just shouted out two words when he was lifted up by empty void Z like a chicken. The wind whistled in his ears and his face was scraped raw. Old thing, what are you mad about again? Lin Yuyao couldn't help but curse, but unfortunately the wind was too strong and his voice was instantly blown away. Empty Void Z turned a deaf ear, his toes tapped on the branches of a tree, and in a few rises and falls, he had already brought Lin Yiwu to the front of a volcanic crater. Go down. Empty Void Z's words were simple and concise, directly throwing Lin Yuan down. Old thing. You want to scald me to death. Lin Yuyao was so frightened by the sudden heat that he slurred his words and rolled and crawled backwards, only to realize that there was already a cliff behind him, and there was no way to retreat. Empty Void Z stood at the edge of the crater, shaking a wine gourd in his hand with a gloating look on his face. Kid, don't make such a fuss, where is this? If you want to open your eyes, you have to endure the tempering of this lava pool. Chapter 46, Master, I'm a success. Quenching? Why don't you just say cremation? Lin Yuyao could not cry, this old man clearly wanted to play with him. The bone-chilling cold of the cold pool hadn't slowed down yet, and now he was asked to jump into the magma pool. Who could stand the taste of fire and ice? Cut the crap. Hurry up and go down. Soak until the yin and yang are completely fused before you can come out. Otherwise, you'll be waiting to turn into a roasted chicken. Empty Void Z impatiently urged, as if Lin Yuyao soaking in the magma pool was some heavenly enjoyment. Lin Yuyao looked at the tumbling magma, and in his heart, he greeted all 18 generations of Emptiness Z's ancestors. This is not a master, it's clearly a ghost sent by the King of Hell. Is it okay not to go? Lin Yuyao cautiously tried, praying in his heart that Emptiness Z would be merciful and let him off the hook. What do you say? Lin Yiwu knew that today, in this magma pool, he had to jump even if he didn't. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and jumped into the lava pool as if he were dying. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the sky. Lin Yuyao felt like he had fallen into a frying pan, his entire body was surrounded by searing pain. He desperately ran the yin-yang skill to resist the terrifying heat, but it had little effect. Hold on. Kid. The day when the yin and yang chi merge is the day you shed your skin. Empty Void Z stood in the crater of the volcano, his voice seeming a bit fluttering in the heat waves. Lin Yuyao struggled painfully in the magma, feeling his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. Perhaps it was because he had been the first to absorb the extreme cold before in the cold pool. This time the quenching was much longer. Being burned again and again, the spiritual energy in his body frantically repaired the wounds. Over and over again, it was comparable to a lingering death. Just when he was about to be unable to hold on, a sudden movement came from within his body. The original delusion-breaking bead that had absorbed the extreme yin chi of the cold pool. At this moment, it unexpectedly began to resonate with the extreme yang chi in the magma. A powerful force surged out from the delusion-breaking bead and intersected with the residual cold chi in his body, forming a marvelous cycle. The two chi of yin and yang flowed through his meridians like two swimming dragons, entwining with each other. Lin Yuyao felt that his body was undergoing some sort of change. He violently opened his eyes and two streams of refined light shot out from his eyes. One was as black as ink, and the other had a rampant golden light. Like two sharp swords, they pierced through the magma barrier and shot straight into the sky. The magma tumbled like a boiling red beast. Wave after wave of scorching heat slapped the pool wall. Suddenly, a golden light shot up from the center of the magma. Immediately afterward, a figure broke through the lava and hovered in midair. Lin Wu was naked, his body radiating golden light, just like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. He opened his arms and raised his voice to the sky. "Ha, Master, I've become a success. I've become." Empty Void Z stood in the crater of the volcano, looking at the scene in front of him, his jaw dropping. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it before muttering, "You actually opened your yin yang eyes in half a month's time?" In the beginning, it took him a whole year to barely open a half-decent one. This little brat of his, he managed to do it in less than half a month. Where would he put his face as a master? Lin Yao Yao shook his body and flew towards Empty Void Z, and he couldn't help but yell under his breath, "Master, isn't this very impressive of me?" Empty Void Z, on the other hand, immediately put on a cold face. "Isn't it great when it's done? Old me, I managed to accomplish something in 3 days back then. You actually took so long, what is there to be proud of?" Lin Wu's smile instantly froze. He looked at Emperor Z's old face that was pretending to be calm, and in his heart, he couldn't help but spit. "Old fellow, here comes this again." "Ahem." Emptiness Z cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. "Since your yin and yang eyes have been opened, let's feel its power." Lin Wei looked curious. "How do I try?" Emptiness Z nodded at the patch of jungle at the foot of the fire mountain. "Have you seen it? Use your yin and yang eyes to see what's special." Lin Yuyao immediately operated his yin yang skill and his eyes released a black and white light. Gazing at the forest, he immediately realized that the trees in front of him had become transparent and translucent, and even the roots and whiskers could be seen clearly. As his eyes shifted, Lin Yuyao suddenly froze. In the depths of the jungle, only a crimson tiger filled with hostility could be seen, looking at their side. "Master! There's a crimson-red tiger in that forest." Lin Wu pointed at the dense jungle at the bottom of the mountain. He had only just made a breakthrough and ran into such a vicious character, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't weak. Emptiness Z stroked his beard, but his face didn't show the slightest worry. Instead, he revealed a pleased smile. "Easy the teacher is about to talk to you about this matter. This red flame tiger was specially prepared for you by Master." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's face turned green. "Prepared for me? Master, are you old man serious? Apprentice, I just got out of the wolf's den, and you're pushing me into the tiger's den again?" Emptiness Sun laughed loudly. "Brat, you just realized the yin and yang eyes, mustn't find a live target to practice? Don't worry, the master is here to watch, won't let you die too ugly." Before the words fell, a deafening tiger whistle came from the jungle. The red flame tiger with crimson flames burning all over its body rushed out. It was huge, more than 3 feet tall, and its pair of tiger eyes were ferocious, staring at Lin Yuyao as if it was going to tear him to pieces in the next second. "Master, you're looking down on my disciple too much." Lin Yuyao couldn't help but burst into foul language, but he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hurriedly worked his spiritual energy. The red flame tiger didn't give him much time to think, roaring angrily. Opening its bloody mouth, a ball of flame was jetted towards Lin Wu. "Break it for me." Lin Yuyao didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly operated the yin-yang skill. His left hand was yin, his right hand was yang. Only to see that his left hand was as black as ink and his right hand was brilliant with golden light, 2 very different kinds of power intersecting and fusing in his hands. Facing the incoming flames, Lin Wu didn't dodge or avoid, his yin hand gently waved. A yin cold air instantly wrapped the flames. The flames unexpectedly looked as if they were frozen, stagnating in mid-air for a moment before directly extinguishing. "Ha!" Lin Yuyao was delighted in his heart. The effect of this yin hand dissolving the flames was surprisingly so remarkable. The red flame tiger saw that the blow did not work, and became even more furious, waving its huge tiger claws, pouncing over towards Lin Yuyao. Lin opened his yin-yang eyes and the red flame tiger in front of him instantly became transparent. He could even clearly see the route of the demonic power within the red flame tiger's body. So this is it. It seems like this is the true usage of the yin-yang eyes. Lin Yuyao's heart instantly realized that the yin-yang eyes could not only see through falsehoods, but also insight into his opponent's weaknesses. Seeing the right moment, he directly executed his yang hand. A golden light shot straight at the red flame tiger's abdomen. There was precisely the key node where its demonic power operated, and where the opponent's demonic elixir was located. Ow! The red flame tiger screamed miserably, its huge body staggered a few steps, and a charred black wound appeared on its abdomen, with blood gurgling out. Chapter 47 Going Down the Mountain, Tianqing City. Lin Yuyao rode on his victory, alternating between his yin and yang hands. The yin hand defused the red flame tiger's flame attacks, while the yang hand attacked its vitals. Empty Void Z stood in the crater of the volcano and couldn't help but nod his head as he watched the battle below. Discovering the role of the yin and yang eyes so quickly, not bad. Along with the battle, Lin Yuyao's use of the yin yang eyes and yin yang hands also became more and more skillful. Yin yang hand. Yin demon. Break. Boom. The red flame tiger's huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, out of breath. Lin Yuyao stood panting, looking at the red flame tiger that had fallen to the ground. A second stage top-tier demonic beast? Nothing more than that. At the foot of the volcano, Lin Yuyao looked at the steaming vat in front of him. The vat was a head taller than him, and the mouth of the vat still had rolling white smoke coming out of it, emitting a rich meaty aroma that made one's fingers tingle. I say, master, your old man really puts everything in there. Lin Yuyao looked at the crimson liquid rolling around in the tank, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Inside there was clearly the red flame tiger that he had just finished off, which was currently being stewed to a crisp, with even the bones exposed. What do you kid know, this is a great tonic. Empty Void Z looked like he hated the iron, pulled out a bowl from his bosom that was bigger than his head, served a bowl full of it, and handed it to Lin Yuyao. Quickly taste it, this is Laozi's unique secret recipe, I wouldn't give it to ordinary people. Lin Yuyao looked at the tiger bone and tiger meat floating in that bowl, as well as a variety of unnamed spiritual herbs, and couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. This fragrance, it was just too overbearing. He also no longer hesitated, picked up the bowl and gulped it down. Just as soon as he entered the mouth, Lin Yuyao felt a raging spiritual energy explode in his body. Master, another bowl. Lin Yuyao licked his lips and said with an unfulfilled desire. Know the benefits. Emptiness Z smilingly served him another bowl. After drinking several bowls in a row, Lin Yuyao felt that his stomach was a bit full and the spiritual energy in his body had reached saturation. Master, why aren't you drinking? Lin Yuyao looked at Emptiness Z and asked curiously. This is your prey, how can Master be so kind as to grab it from you? Empty Void Z stroked his beard and said with a smile, You brat, hurry up and find a place to refine the medicinal power, and strive to break through to the 7th level of Foundation establishment in one fell swoop. Lin Yiwu nodded, sat on his knees and began to refine the medicinal power in his body. Empty Void Z looked at Lin Yiwu. This kid is really a good seedling for cultivation. As night fell, Lin Yuyao slowly opened his eyes, and 2 streaks of light flashed from his eyes. 7th level of Foundation establishment. Finally a breakthrough. Lin Yiwu clenched his fists, a flash of excitement appearing on his face. Congratulations, disciple, your cultivation has gone to the next level. Empty Void Z came over smilingly. It's thanks to Master's tiger bone soup. Lin Ichio heatedly smiled and stood up. Alright, don't be poor, pack up, we should head down the mountain. Empty Void Z waved his hand. Go down the mountain? Where to? Lin Ichio raised an eyebrow and glanced at the vat with some reluctance. Empty Void Z cast a sidelong glance at him and said in an unkind manner, Just know how to eat. Can't you be a little good at something? You're at the 7th level of Foundation establishment and you still think about eating all day long. Lin Yuyao heatedly smiled, scratched his head, and said, It's not that you, Master, are good at craftsmanship. This tiger bone soup, it's simply delicious on earth. Less flattering. Empty Void Z laughed and scolded, then said, Master is preparing to take you to Heavenly Green City. Tianqing City? Lin Yuyao froze for a moment, what's the point of going there? Only some time ago did he learn from Bai Xiushang that Tianqing City was now a battleground between the righteous and the devilish. What for? How long have you been here? Aside from having fought with those human stovepipes, who else have you fought with? Hearing these words, how could Lin Yuyao not understand that this was for him to go and practice? To be honest, he had long been tired of staying in this Thai place, all day long to a bad old man. In addition to cultivation is to eat tiger bone soup, or fast fade out of the bird. Outside the world, warbler, swallow, flower world, think about it, let a person's heart surge. Thank you for cultivating, Master. These words were said by Lin Yiwu from the bottom of his heart. At first, he thought that this Empty Void Z was going to pit him and refine him like some kind of elixir immortal grass, but now it seems that this old man, except for not loving to take a bath and being a little bit scruffy, in other aspects there's nothing else that can be said, and he can be described as pouring out his heart and lungs. It's almost like being closer than his own father. Empty Void Z froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Liniwu to say this. This kid was usually smooth-talking, and to suddenly be so serious was a bit uncomfortable. Alright, don't be melodramatic, hurry up and get lost. Just don't die at the hands of those people, or else my efforts for this period of time will be wasted. After saying that, Empty Void Z waved his sleeve and rather disgustedly pushed Liniwu down the mountain. Lin Yuan heatedly smiled and didn't care. He knew that this was his master's way of caring for him. After descending the mountain, he glanced back at the southern mountain. His heart was still a bit reluctant to let go. When he came to the point where he was 100 miles away from Tianqing City, Empty Void Z stopped his footsteps. Kid, ahead is Tianqing City, go there by yourself, I won't accompany you in. Liniwu froze. Master, you're not going in? Nonsense, why would I go in? To escort you? Empty Void Z rolled his eyes. Tianqing City is now a place where the righteous and the devil are at war. You kid, go in and be careful, don't die. Master, don't worry, disciple will be careful. Alright, hurry up and get lost. Empty Void Z waved his hand impatiently. Remember, don't disgrace the old man. Liniwu nodded and turned towards Tianqing City. However, he also kept an eye out. Bai Qiushang had been sent to Tianqing City, so maybe Li Qinsheng and Sun Mayor would also be in the city. If they bumped into each other at that time, would they not chop themselves up? Thinking of this, Lin Yuyao nimbly took off his own clothes and changed into an ordinary cultivator's clothes. Afterwards, he used the transfiguration technique and the Yin Yang Grand technique to transform himself into a face that couldn't be found even if he was thrown in the crowd. This should be about right? Lin Yuyao looked at the small mirror in his hand. This thing was still left inside when Bai Qiushan gave him his storage ring. He didn't expect it to actually come in handy at this moment. At the same time, inside Tianqing City. At this moment, Tianqing City had been split into two sides. The disciples of the righteous path were converging in the east of the city, while the disciples of the devil path were converging in the west. The righteous side proposed that in order to not hurt ordinary people, let both sides send their disciples to fight to the death every day in the ring in the city. Whoever won, then they could pick the other side's location as their territory. For this reason, these people also divided the entire heavenly green city into 20 regions. However, due to the devil's way supporting them quickly enough, now that the righteous side had lost, there were only 5 regions left. Chapter 48. Who else is there? Beneath Tianqing City, bustling crowds of people kept coming in and out. However, most of them were the people of the city, and Lin Yuyao estimated that these people were fleeing for their lives. After all, the battle that the cultivators had fought earlier, for them, ordinary people, to be affected was one word: death. After entering the city, Lin Yuyao realized that the situation inside wasn't the same as he had imagined. Although it is also very desolate, but it is not the kind of broken walls and corpses all over the scene. So he immediately dragged a person who was walking outside. Hey, big brother, what's the situation in the city now? The man looked him up and down to make sure that the other party wasn't here to pick a fight, before answering. Brother, you're not a local, right? Recently in Tianqing City, the righteous path and the demonic path have been fighting in the dark, and every day, they are tossing and turning in the center of the city. No, look at the recent construction of a ring. Lin Ichio was busy feigning a look of shock. Ouch. It's actually so scary? What about the people in the city? The passerby sighed heavily and shook his head in reply. What else can they do? Run away. Those who don't run can only listen to heaven's fate. I advise you, hurry up and leave, save your life earlier. After saying that, that person peeled away Liniwu's hand and ran straight to the city gates. Looking at that appearance, it was obvious that he was still afraid of being implicated. However, Lin Yuyao was not worried, thinking that even if these people broke the sky, as long as they don't show their faces, then there's no problem. Besides, who would idly find someone they didn't know to trouble? He quickened his pace and headed towards the east side of the city. After all, that was the territory of the righteous cultivators. Although most of them were hypocrites, they would more or less say something good on the surface. But after walking for a while, he realized why these people were leaving. He only saw that in an alleyway, there were bodies of cultivators lying all over the place, both righteous and devilish, obviously dying in a group battle. Lin Yuyao was secretly dismayed, his mouth chanting. No wonder I had to run. If this is implicated, there's really no place to talk about it. Reciting in his heart, he rubbed his chin and accelerated his steps. At the eastern street corner of the city, cultivators gathered in groups. Some people stomped their feet, while others clenched their fists, seemingly already unable to suppress them. He slipped into the crowd and put up his face to listen to the murmurs around him. The devil Dao has provoked again. These devil cubs, they're bullying people too much. We have to show them some color. And at this moment, on a ring in the center, the righteous and devil paths had each sent someone to compete. On the left side of the stage was a man dressed in white with a long sword. At first glance, he was a disciple of a large sect. And on the opposite side was a man dressed in black power suit. Holding a black blade in his hand, he exuded a chilling aura. Heavenly Spirit Sword Technique. The white-clothed cultivator shouted angrily, sword chi slashing out from the blade as he swung his long sword. Rubbish! Demon blade! Chop! The black-clothed demonic cultivator's blade erupted with blood mist, a blood pattern surging above the blade. Die for me! The two exchanged blows, blades glowing and sparks flying. This is what you call the world of immortal cultivation. It's 100 times better than those petty fights with mediocre moves. Lin Yuyao couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the battle on the stage. Previously, he had fought against those foundation stage cultivators, and now the Jindan cultivator before him was fighting. The impact on him could not be described as great. Just as Lin Yuyao was mesmerized by what he was watching, the black-clothed cultivator suddenly caught a break in his opponent and roared. Blood-stained blade. Open for me. The white-clothed cultivator obviously didn't react and hastily resisted. The sound of weapons colliding rang out, and the white-clothed cultivator's long sword was directly shaken off, while he himself was knocked off the ring. The surrounding clamor. And that devil Dao cultivator was arrogant as if he had just finished the annual championship match. Just this. Also dare to challenge me, Emoching? Don't know the heights of heaven. He swept around openly and shouted. Who else? Who dares to come up to the stage to fight me? Around the ring, the cultivators of the righteous path immediately looked ugly. After all, the strength of that white-clothed cultivator just now was there. Even he lost miserably, wouldn't they rush up and give away their heads for nothing? Suddenly, a furious cry suddenly came from the crowd, I'll do it. The owner of the voice had sword brows and a sword at his waist, and he stood out with a crisp and clean aura, extremely dignified. It's the 10,000 Sword Sect's young sovereign, Lu Qingyun. It was unknown who called out from the crowd. Lin Yiwu heard it from the back and was instantly shocked. He had heard about this person from Bai Qiushan before he came, and he didn't expect to run into him just after arriving. A big shot from the 10,000 Sword Sect. This is going to be a good show. Lu Qingyun pointed his toes and his figure seemed like a light boat paddling on water, instantly leaping onto the ring. In an instant, the sword chi around him surged like a storm, and the three zhang of green aura seemed to turn into a pike lingering around his body. The devil blade in Mo Qing's hand, the blood mist that was still permeating just a moment ago was actually pressed to return to the blade as much as possible. Good guy, worthy of being the young sovereign of the 10,000 Sword Sect, this appearance comes with special effects. Of course, he's a heavenly spirit root, and now he's even reached the 8th Jindan realm, and since he was a child, he's been known as a once-in-a-century sword Dao wizard. Lin Yuyao stood in the crowd, the corner of his mouth twitched, thinking in his heart. Okay, people and people really can't be compared. Lu Qingyun, this guy is simply enlightened. Just as he was having mixed feelings inside, the two people in the ring had already started exchanging blows. Sword light and blood mist intertwined, and the aftershocks of spiritual energy crashed into the protective shield around the ring, stirring up a ripple. Some of the lower-ranked cultivators who were close by were obviously not prepared. The aura spread out, and instantly, their internal organs were shaking from the shock. Lin Yiwei watched and his eyes lit up. It was better to see more battles at this level. After all, battles between top geniuses like this were not rare. Although it wouldn't bring him any increase in strength, the purpose of his visit this time was to see more. Otherwise, if he really fought with these Jindan stage people, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? He took a look around and activated his human sect escape technique, quietly slipping to the front row. A first-class excellent perspective. Lin Yiwei stood in the front row and almost didn't burst out in joy. It was so close to the ring that he could see the beads of sweat on Lu Qingyun's face. The dark pleasure lasted no more than 3 seconds before he made a move. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw two familiar figures swaying in the pile of devil Dao cultivators across the street. Immediately, Lin Yuyun's alarm bells went off, and it was none other than Bai Qiushan and Bai Dongxue. The two sisters were leaning over there, staring intently at the ring. Lin Yaoyao's heart thumped, and he was close to reflexively finding a corner to hide in. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, it was just that if they were recognized, it would be some more trouble at that time. What's more, there weren't just his own people here, there were also his enemies who were in the city. If they were found out, they would still try to kill themselves. He stole a glance at Bai Xiushan. This woman was wearing a fire-red dress today, her black hair was pulled up high, and her face still had a cold expression on it. That charming look when she was double cultivating with him was simply like a frosty goddess. Suddenly, a familiar figure drilled into his line of sight. A man wearing a green shirt and holding a folding fan stood on the other side of the crowd. Slightly raising his eyes happened to meet his. Lin Yiwu's face turned green when he saw this person. Li Chengsheng? Why is this kid also here? If the other party found out about him, he was afraid that he would kill himself even at the risk of being punished by the sect. He hadn't forgotten the scene that happened in the law enforcement hall earlier. The fact that this guy could make a move in front of Lu Qing meant that he really didn't put the other party in his eyes. Luckily, Li Qinshan only swept a glance before looking towards the ring, not noticing him in the slightest. Lin Yichou's heart was relieved, but he still couldn't help but curse. Bad luck. Chapter 49, If you don't run it this time, what better time to wait? The fight escalated in the ring, sword chi transformed into wild winds and danced about, the surroundings dyed with layers of blood mist. Lu Qingyun stood floatingly, his sword light was like a dragon, unrivaled in its agility. At this moment, the opposite side of Mo Qing was covered in black gas. His blood veins were bulging like they were about to explode out of his flesh, and he was as vicious as possible when he wielded his magic blade. Especially the blood vessels all over his body were bulging, the whole person was like a madman. Mo Qing is giving up his life. Before the words fell, Mo Qing roared up to the sky, and the dense black gas climbed dramatically. It actually condensed into a huge black skull that ruthlessly rushed towards Lu Qingyun. Hiss, this is too fierce. Lin Yuyao could not help but suck in his breath, staring at the ring with wide eyes in death. Lu Qingyun, on the other hand, just turned his long sword around, drawing a sword flower as if it was sparse. Abruptly, the sword hummed. Sword rising wind and cloud. Lu Qingyun's entire person floated up, his clothes fluttering, giving the impression that he was like a sharp sword that was poised to strike, ready to break through the air and unsheath at any time. Sword intent. This is the most coveted realm for sword cultivators. Lu Qingyun has actually learned it. I don't know who shouted out, immediately causing a huge wave of shocked murmurs. Not only was there an uproar on the righteous camp's side, even the people on the Devil's Path's end were silent. Quick, hurry up and make Mo Qing admit defeat. The person in the team who was also wearing black robes hurriedly shouted at the stage. Brother, don't be a hero, surrender immediately. Lu Qingyun. If you're not afraid to die, try your hand. Unfortunately, all this shouting was half a beat too slow. Lu Qingyun's sword had already fallen, and his low voice shook the mind. Breaking army. A dazzling sword she cut through the sky, so fast that it was as if even time had stopped for a moment. It traversed through, and even the air was torn apart with cracks, emitting an explosive chirping sound. The black skeleton on the opposite side was as brittle as a piece of paper under the sword chi, instantly falling apart. The sword chi did not stop, charging straight at Mo Qing. Bang! There was a loud bang, accompanied by a mouthful of spewed blood. Mo Qing flew backwards as if he had been hit by a car, smashing heavily into the edge of the ring. The entire person fell limply to the ground, life and death unknown. The scene was instantly silent, everyone was dumbstruck, not even closing their mouths. If it was me in the ring just now, I guess I'd already be in two halves, right? Lin Yiwu looked at the overly confident Lu Qingyun on the stage, and he couldn't help but venture a thought. But he didn't wait for him to make any moves, only to see the Devil Dao side directly explode. Deceiving people too much. Attention fellow Taoists. Follow me to kill these hypocrites. Before the words fell, dozens of figures rushed straight towards Lu Qingyun in the ring. Lin Yiwu immediately retreated backwards. Nay, the righteous side had all rushed out as well. Before he could take a few steps back, he was wrapped up in the ring. The trash of the devil's way. A loss is a loss. What's there to argue about? That's right, if you can't afford to lose, get out of Tianqing City. The two short sentences were more like lighting a fuse in a bomb. The righteous and devilish paths had already been feuding for a long time, so how could they still care about moral rules? Lin Yuyao's heart skipped a beat, he only wanted to eat and watch the show, who would have thought that it would develop to such a state? This is too chaotic, right? He didn't want to be caught up in a battle of this level, one slip of the tongue and his life would be over. No way. I have to hurry. One must know that these people in front of him were at least Jindan stage cultivators. If he was a small foundation stage, amongst these people, he would still be cleaned up as a side piece. There was a loud bang. A fireball almost grazed his scalp and the house not far away was instantly blown to pieces. Lin Yao was so scared that he broke out into a cold sweat and cursed in his heart. All a bunch of lunatics. Kid, where to run? A demonic cultivator with a face full of horizontal meat brandished a large sword and slashed down towards Lin Yu's head. When it was too late, Lin Yuyao's spiritual energy worked and a flash appeared behind the other party, not forgetting to taunt. With this speed, you still want to chase your grandfather me? Dream on. The demonic cultivator was enraged and was just about to chase after him, but before he could make a move, a sword light flashed by and he was instantly cut off at the waist. Blood spurted out furiously, spilling all over the ground under his feet. Lin Yuyao turned his head at the sound of the voice and saw a young sword cultivator in white clothes holding a long sword in his hand, standing proudly. But wasn't it Lu Qingyun? The demonic cultivator was disposed of by Lu Qingyun, and his gaze swept over the chaos of the battlefield, finally landing on Lin Yuan. He frowned as if he was a bit worried about his situation. However, Lin Yuyao was busy evading attacks and didn't even notice the dude's line of sight. Not running at this moment. What's the better time? Swoosh. The sound. A sharp sword chi was like a poisonous snake, soundlessly attacking Lin Yuyao's back. Alarm bells went off in his heart. A strong sense of crisis instantly surged through his heart. Could it be that I'm going to be accountable here today? Just in the nick of time, another sword light appeared like lightning, dispersing the incoming sword chi. Lin Yuyao's heart palpitated and he couldn't help but turn around, only to see Lu Qingyun already standing in front of him. Fellow Daoist, be careful, these people of the Devil's Path will bully the small with the big. You're only at the foundation establishment stage, withdraw first. Many thanks for saving your life, fellow Daoist. Lin Yuyao hurriedly thanked him, but in his heart, he couldn't help but spit. Laozi also wanted to withdraw. The problem was that these people were like mad dogs, they didn't give him any chance to withdraw. Lu Qingyun sniffed and didn't pay any attention to him, but he looked towards the crowd. He only saw a figure rushing towards his side. Lin Yiwu gave the same gaze. It didn't matter if he looked at it, it instantly made his heart clench once again. Why is this woman here as well? Red shadows flickered, flame-like and colorful. That enchanting figure was particularly eye-catching in the crowd, and behind her were two coolly dressed female cultivators of the Acacia Sect. Shu Hong Sleeve? Lin Yuyao narrowed his eyes and surveyed. This woman walked with the wind, her body was full of seductive energy, a stark contrast to Lu Qingyun's iceberg face. Yo, young Patriarch Lu, what kind of decent person are you pretending to be? Shu Hong Sleeve's silver bell-like laughter echoed. Who doesn't know that you righteous disciples, with your mouths reciting scriptures, can't do anything behind your backs? Her eyes flickered and she suddenly glanced at Lin Yuyao. Today, I'm going to slaughter this kid in front of you. Holy! This is a big game. Lin Yuyao's spine went cold. If he had known that the devil's way was so fierce, he wouldn't have come to the righteous side to hang out. This demonic woman's voice, the eyes of the entire audience focused over. Lin Yangyu could not wait to strip the rags off his body, revealing the Heping Sect's inner disciple uniform. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyun was right next to him. Daring to expose his identity was the same as directly putting his life in Lu Qingyun's hands. Lu Qingyun frowned. Shu Hong Sleeve, you Acacia Sect is going to start a war with my righteousness? Hee, so what if we start a war? Shu Hong Sleeve snorted. Is it hard to believe that my Acacia Sect is still afraid of you? The first genius of the 10,000 Swords Sect? Come on, let sister see what you're capable of. You. Lu Qingyun was furious. Lin Yiwang hurriedly tugged on his sleeve. Then you guys fight? I'll go first? Well, you withdraw, I'll do it. Without finishing his words, Lin Yiwang ran away. Just kidding, if you don't run it this time, when will you wait? Chapter 50, I'm my own person. Humph. Want to run? The red damask broke through the air. Shu Hongsleeve shouted, it's not that easy. I'll go. This is playing for real. Lin Yiqiu was so scared that he hurriedly activated the recluse method and instantly disappeared in the same place. Where can you run to? Shu Hongsleeve was just about to give chase when Lu Qingyun blocked in front of her. Your opponent is me. Lin Yiwu's feet felt like they were smeared with oil. Taking advantage of Lu Qingyun blocking Chu Hongsleeve, he hurriedly slipped away. Those cultivators who were still in the melee had their eyes glazed over. This brat, running away is quite fast. Someone couldn't help but curse out, but they didn't have the time to chase after him. What a joke, that was a Jindan stage cultivators duel. These little shrimps of theirs couldn't even get enough of a ringing sound when they got together. And at this moment Lin Yiwu couldn't care less, running for half an hour in a row. It was only when the commotion behind him was so small that he couldn't even hear it without listening carefully that he stopped. What's going on here? How is it that everywhere you go, trouble is pestering you? Shaking his head, he shook off these chaotic thoughts. It's important to save your life at this time, so don't get distracted. Just when he wanted to find a place to hide properly, suddenly a piercing chill came from his back. Not good. Lin Yuyao subconsciously rolled on his lazy donkey, narrowly avoiding the overbearing sword chi. Rumble. The sword chi missed and exploded a large crater in the ground, debris flying everywhere. Lin Yuyao raised his eyes, only to see that Chu Hongsleeve had already chased after him at some point. Running quite fast. Chu Hongsleeve covered her mouth and laughed softly, but she couldn't hide her icy cold killing intent. Lin Yiwu's heart thumped with apprehension. Such a character, but a Jindan expert. He was a novice at the foundation establishment stage, how could he fight? Don't kill me. I'm innocent. Innocent? Chu Hongsleeve edged closer, murderous aura in her eyes. No one can escape from the person I, Chu Hongsleeve, want to kill. Lin Yiwu saw that there was no room to hide, so he could only reveal his identity. Don't. I'm one of us. Chu Hongsleeve stopped walking and somewhat curiously sized him up. She wanted to see what this person in front of her could do in order to stay alive. As the other person in front of him stopped moving, Lin Yuyao hurriedly started to take off his outside clothes. What are you doing? What? Lin Yuyao didn't react. Just like you can't even top those low-level stoves of our Acacia sect. Lin Yuyao sniffed and understood that Chu Hongso had mistakenly returned to him, and hurriedly explained. Me, I'm the Hahuan sect stove tripod. Pulling off his clothes, he revealed the furnace tripod costume inside. This was followed by the removal of the transfiguration technique, revealing his original face. Lin Prosperity? Chu Hongsleeve stopped in her tracks, her eyes swept over Lin Yiwu's entire body, and her face was replaced with a smile. Isn't this our Hahuan sect's precious lump? The senior sisters are chanting about you every day. Lin Yuyao scratched his head. He knew very well, don't look at the other party smiling now. But if he didn't have a reasonable speech, the other party would definitely decapitate himself at the first opportunity. Thinking of this, Lin Yuyao spoke, Senior sister, I was ordered to come. Is that so? Then tell me, who sent you? Chu Hongsleeve raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. Lin Yiwu immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head, a serious look on his face. The sect recently sent some missions in the southern mountains, and I took on a mission to spy on the movements of the righteous path. I also hope that senior sister will keep it a secret. He had been observing the other party's expression as he said this. If the other party were to send someone back to the sect to ask now, they would definitely know that he was lying. But this was the moment of the great battle between the two sides, so he bet that the other party would not send someone back to ask. Chu Hongsleeve stared at him just as tightly, until Lin Yuyao's heart grew a little fuzzy, but the other party suddenly let out a poof of laughter. Alright, I'll believe you this time. Seeing that you're acting so hard, sister will help you out. However, you have to owe me a favor. Lin Yuyao nodded vigorously, secretly relieved. It was good to muddle through, owing a favor was better than losing one's life. Thank you, senior sister. Your great favor, little brother will remember it. Alright, don't talk too much. Chu Hongsleeve waved her hand and turned to leave. Do your mission well, don't disgrace our Acacia sect. Remember, don't forget to return the favor. Looking at Chu Hongsleeve's back in front of his eyes, Lin Yuyao secretly touched a sweat, but at the same time, there was some despondency. Raising his head to look at the sky, he did not dare to stay too long in the same place. He hadn't forgotten that there were quite a few people who had just seen him fleeing this way. If someone wanted to curry favor with Chu Hongso, they would definitely follow him over. He didn't want to be blocked in the alley, and then he wouldn't be able to hide the news that he was in Tianqing City. While he was bellyaching, he quickened his pace and walked towards the outside of the city. Lin Yiwu didn't realize that just after he had left his original spot, a figure had silently appeared there. Lin Prosperity? What a surprise, you actually dared to go out of the southern mountain. That person looked at the direction Lin Prosperity had left, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Lin Prosperity arrived at a small, remote courtyard. The original main family should have fled for their lives, and a layer of thin gray had fallen on the outside of the house, not even a ghost shadow. He also had the peace of mind to live in. Moreover, most of the whole city are cultivators, who would have nothing to do with cultivators coming in to search people's houses. Thought so, but the accident came soon after. Lin Yuyo was just about to meditate to recover his spiritual energy when suddenly a person appeared in the small courtyard. Li Shang? Seeing the man in front of him, Lin Yao's heart twitched. It was said that good fortune and misfortune were mutually dependent, and that there would be blessings after a great calamity, but how could he be the cause of all the misfortunes? Lin Yuyao, you made me look for you? Li Shang on the opposite side had a warm smile on his face. If it wasn't for the heavy killing intent in his eyes, others might have thought that the two of them were friends. This fellow Daoist, did you recognize the wrong person? Lin Yuyo had just left with a new disguise. He didn't believe that the other party could recognize him. Otherwise, he would have made his move in the ring earlier. Why wait until now? But soon he had another answer. Humph. If it wasn't for Chu Hongso, I really wouldn't have been able to spot you. The smile on Li Shang's face withdrew, and the pressure of the 6th level of Jindan instantly enveloped the entire small courtyard, like a titanic mountain pressing down on him, causing Lin Yiwang to almost gasp for air. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Yao's heart thumped, cursing his carelessness. The other party must have been staring in the shadows just now when he was talking to Chu Hongso. Run! This was the only thought that ran through Lin Yao's mind. He didn't dare to have any delays and directly executed the human Sect escape technique, managing to avoid Li Shang's powerful strike. Snort! Although he had dodged the fatal blow, Lin Yuyao's lapel was still cut through by the sword chi. A bloodstain appeared on his chest. Damn, this kid still has some moves. Chapter 51 Shadow Emperor. Seeing this, Li Shang was a bit surprised, then he let out a cold laugh. However, do you think that you can escape from me just like that? A flame flashed in his hand, and amidst the flame, a flying sword with a reddish body slowly appeared. Above the sword body, there was a hidden firelight flowing, emitting a scorching aura. Go! The intrinsic flying sword transformed into a red stream of light and headed straight for Lin Yuyao. But before the spirit sword could hit the other party, another figure descended from the sky. Fellow Daoist. Are you alright? The person who came was dressed in 10,000 Swords Sect attire, and it was Lu Qingyun, who had saved Lin Yuyao in the ring earlier. Before the words fell out of his mouth, he saw that Li Shang was holding a flying sword, murderously aiming at Lin Yuyao. You Devil's Way scum! Have the guts to come at me. What kind of skill is it to take a shot at a foundation stage cultivator? Lu Qingyun blocked in front of Lin Yiwu with righteous indignation, and a green-colored longsword also appeared in his hand. Above the sword, there was a hidden sound of wind and thunder whistling. Just now, Chu Hongsleeve had asked the others to entangle themselves, while the other party came over to chase after Lin Yiwu. But those people were not Lu Qingyun's opponents at all, and he was soon broken free. In fact, he could have paid no attention to Lin Yiwu's death, but he had already promised to help hold these people back. So even if Lin Prosperity was just dead, he still had to come over and take a look. Lin Yiwang also didn't expect the other party to come over, and without waiting for Li Chenxing to open his mouth, he immediately shouted. Fellow Daoist. This person is a devilish evil cultivator, specializing in absorbing women's yin yuan to cultivate. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingyun became even angrier. Lu Qingyun? What are you doing? When Li Chenxing saw Lu Qingyun, his face immediately sank. He was only at the 6th level of Jindan. If he really wanted to start a fight, Terror was not Lu Qingyun's opponent. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Lu Qingyun was not the least bit afraid. The long sword in his hand shook, and a green-colored swordlight went straight towards Li Chenxing. Li Chenxing was furious. What a thing to call this. Do you know who the person you are protecting is? The moment Lin Yiwu, who was hiding by Lu Qingyun's side, heard that the other party was going to take about his identity. Where would it be as he wished? Before he could finish his words, Lin Prosperity's eyes rolled and he immediately cried out in tears. Fellow Daoist. You must save me. It was him who killed my family back then. Even my sister, who had just turned 18, was humiliated to death by this scumbag. He wiped his non-existent tears and choked as he continued. Now I can finally cultivate. I vowed to avenge my family's death. But this devil has a high level of cultivation, I'm no match for him at all. Li Chensheng directly froze. But Lu Qingyun really ate this up, plus he didn't have much goodwill towards people in the devil's path in the first place. Now that he saw Li Chensheng being so ruthless, laying such a cruel hand on a foundation establishment stage cultivator, his heart was even more disgusted to the extreme. Looking at Lin Yuyao, although his crying was a bit exaggerated. But the grief and anger seemed genuine, and Lu Qingyun couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy rise in his heart. Devil's Path scum. You want to cut off the roots? Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Today, I, Lu Qingyun, will definitely avenge this blood feud for you. Lu Qingyun shouted angrily, and an overpowering sword intent instantly enveloped Li Chensheng. On the other hand, Li Chensheng on the other side was about to go crazy with anger. This kid was too capable of making things up. When did he kill his entire family? It was clearly his own brother who died in this kid's hands. This is simply a bloody mouth. He just wanted to explain, but Lu Qingyun didn't give him a chance. Only to see Lu Qingyun swing the long sword in his hand, a green-colored sword light chopped towards Li Chensheng like a train. This sword was more powerful and swifter than any other time before. Lin Yiwu watched from the sidelines in disbelief. Strong. Too strong. Previously, when Lu Qingyun fought those people, he clearly still had some strength left, and now with this sword, he had shown his true strength. Li Chensheng cursed in his heart and hurriedly offered his intrinsic flying sword to resist. But Lu Qingyun's sword intent was simply too strong, and his flying sword was only supported for a few moments before it was chopped in two by the green-colored sword light. Put. Is this sword intent? A mouthful of blood spurted out from Li Chensheng, and his face instantly turned pale. Seeing that Lu Qingyun's second sword was about to fall, Li Chensheng knew in his heart that he would definitely not be able to block this sword. Lin Prosperity. Count yourself lucky today. You remember, don't let me see you again. In the next moment, white light flashed in his hand, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. A third-ranked earth-shrinking talisman? Lu Qingyun frowned, and after his thoughts flew around a few times, he didn't intend to chase after him. He couldn't be more clear about the power of a third-ranked earth-shrinking talisman. It could teleport a person 100 miles away in an instant. What's more, a Jindan stage cultivator, as long as he was bent on escaping, there was nothing he could do to him. He slowly sheathed his sword and his gaze turned slightly, stopping on Lin Yiwu. Fellow Taoist, not hurt, right? Lin Yuyao was originally crying, but when he heard this, he immediately changed his face, and waved his hands with an innocent look of just recovered a life. No, really nothing. Thank you for pulling out your sword to help me. If it wasn't for you arriving in time, I'm afraid that this little life of mine would have to be accounted for in that devil's hands today. Lin Yiwu said this with a genuine and cozy feeling, and out of the corner of his eye, he didn't forget to sneak a glance at Lu Qingyun. Seeing the other party's brows stretching without a suspicious look, his heart was happy. Lu Qingyun saw that Lin Yiwu looked normal, there was indeed nothing wrong with him, and only then did he let go of his heart. This demonic path, it's simply lawless, even fellow Foundation establishment stage practitioners are not spared, their hearts are so vicious. Fellow Taoist, where do you plan to go next? When Lin Yiwu heard this, a light flashed in his head, this was an opportunity for a turnaround. Only to see him rubbing his face, putting on a bitter look and speaking. Alas, I was originally from the east side of the city, who knew that my family was destroyed and I was the only one left to survive, nothing left now I can't even find a place to rest my feet, how can I still have a road to go? Lu Qingyun heard a heartbeat, thought for a moment, felt a little inappropriate. It would have been fine if that Li Chensheng hadn't run away just now, but now that he had fled, Lin Yiwu would definitely be hunted down again if he just left. Fellow Taoist, Tianqing City is in such a mess nowadays, there are many crises everywhere. Why don't you come with me and go to the temporary refuge in the east of the city, at least it's safer. The corners of Lin Yiwu's mouth twitched, but on the surface, he still had to pretend to excuse himself. It doesn't seem too good to let me, a casual cultivator, trouble you guys, right? Lu Qingyun sniffed and waved his hand, we cultivators, what we practice is the righteous path. Getting rid of demons and defending the path is our duty, you and I are both in the righteous path, we should help each other out, so stop excusing yourself. Being blocked by these words, Lin Yuyao's heart was happy, but his mouth immediately put on a grateful stance. AI, then thank you for your righteousness, fellow Taoist. Chapter 52, Staying in the Gathering Place of the Righteous Path. The eastern side of Tianqing City. Compared to the dilapidated compounds Lin Yaoyao had seen outside the city earlier, the environment here was considered much more eye-pleasing. At least those houses were still standing properly, not half collapsed. Following Lu Qingyun all the way around, Lin Yuanyuan finally stood in front of a mansion. The gate of the mansion was simple and solemn, and it looked like the city lord's mansion back in the day. But nowadays, this place had become the territory of the righteous cultivators at a glance. Lin Yuyao subconsciously skimmed his mouth, casting aspersions in his heart. Saying it's a refuge, it's rather like a righteous cultivator's own clubhouse. It's not just a bigger place to pile up. Taking a look outside the door, the pillars and walls were still majestic, and had nothing to do with the war. Lu Qingyun brought him into the mansion, but inside the door was a different scene. The cultivators were gathered in twos and threes, talking and laughing. And in the corners, there were still some ordinary people mixed in. These people were in rags and dusty, or was the mighty strength of the old days. As for those cultivators, they paid no attention to these fallen dignitaries and gathered together in groups of 3 or 5. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuyao scared inside in his heart. It's true that it's still a matter of strength. No matter how bullish you usually are, when you get here, you're still like the 3 grandchildren? And when they entered the mansion, a group of cultivators immediately surrounded them. All of them smiled more brightly than chrysanthemums and greeted one another attentively. Brother Lu. Back? Did you have any battle results today? Tell me about it. Lin Yuyao glanced a few times and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It's really just like seeing your own father. Lu Qingyun was bland and just nodded slightly, pulling Lin Yuang forward. He then opened his mouth to introduce, "Gentlemen. This is Lin Prosperity, Brother Lin. He was tragically poisoned by the demonic path before. None of his family members survived, and he is now alone. I'll make the decision for him and let him join us temporarily, hoping that everyone will take more care of him." Hearing his words, how could the others not know what Lu Qingyun meant? Immediately, they began to show their loyalty. "Don't worry, Brother Lu. This Brother Lin is in our hands." "That's right, Brother Lu's friend is our friend." Lin Easy wasn't a little cutie either. Naturally, he had to match the performance. "Many thanks to all of you Taoists, and thanks to Brother Lu's generous treatment, Mr. Lin is grateful." Lu Qingyun scanned the circle and nodded, then patted his shoulder, speaking with a few words of relief. "Don't worry, just stay here at ease, don't worry about those cultivators from the Devil's Path coming over." He then brought Lin Yiwu to meet the steward of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, how Lin Yuyao looked like a middle-aged greasy man from a play. His face was round, his eyes rolled like thieves, and his mouth was full of perfunctory pleasantries. "Mr. Lu, why are you here? What are your orders for your great visit?" Lu Qingyun didn't talk nonsense and spoke directly. "This Brother Lin is my new friend. I want to arrange a quiet room for him, you see." As soon as the words left his mouth, the steward's eyes flashed with realization and he nodded repeatedly. During this period of time down the line, Lu Qingyun actually didn't just lead back Lin Prosperity alone. Just looking at those ordinary people, most of them were also led back by him. Otherwise, how would some ordinary people appear in places where cultivators gathered? Good to say, good to say. What fellow Taoist Lu has explained is naturally the top priority. You wait a moment, I'll go and do it immediately. With that, he hurriedly ran away. A long time later, the steward returned and brought the two to a small courtyard. Lu Qingyun stopped from the shabby wooden door and turned his head to pat Lin Yiwu. "Brother Lin, this courtyard is simple, but it's enough for you to stay and cultivate. If you have any needs, feel free to come and find me." After hearing this, Lin Yiwu hurriedly arched his hand in thanks. Brother Lu is indeed righteous, great kindness, Easy will never forget it. Lu Qingyun waved his hand, his face slightly flushed, as if he was a little embarrassed by his compliments. "It's not a big deal, besides, cultivators of my generation should help each other. Since there's nothing going on, I'll leave first. Those people from the Devil's Way are dead set on attacking, they might sneak in at some point." Lin Yiwu didn't stay with the other party and nodded. "Then Brother Lu will be busy first." After the words Lu Qingyun left, he watched the other party's back disappear from view. Only then did he slowly close the courtyard door and began to survey his new home. The small courtyard was situated directly behind the city lord's mansion, so there was no need to worry about anyone sneaking up on him. After all, the front was the gathering place of the righteous path, which devil cultivator would have nothing to do but come over and send himself to his death. Lin Yiwu stroked his chin and muttered to himself in satisfaction. It's barely enough to mingle for a few days, and it saves me from having to go out and look for a place again. Just as he was about to make a good recovery, a sudden burst of footsteps came from outside, accompanied by the sounds of conversation. Have you heard? Lu Qingyun actually got back another loser. Forget it, just look at those ordinary people he got back. I think that kid is most likely rushing towards Lu Qingyun's power. Hearing the sounds of the conversation outside, Lin Wu was not annoyed. In his opinion, this was merely a place for him to temporarily cultivate. When the storm in Tianqing City passed, he would still have to return to the Harmony Sect. But not only did these people not leave, they started chatting outside his door anyway. By the way, did you guys see that there was a woman from a member's family earlier? She looks really fantastic. How about it, any interest, brothers together tonight? Don't, if Lu Qingyun's kind finds out, he'll definitely look for trouble. What's the point of looking for trouble? Big deal, I'll go back to the clan. I don't believe this guy would dare to kill me. When Lin Wu heard this, he didn't have the heart to cultivate anymore. He quietly walked out of his room and made his way over the fence a bit to the outside. He only saw 3 cultivators talking. The words were all obscene and unpleasant. No wonder Chu Hongshou called you hypocrites. If these people's words were to spread out, they would simply be more devilish than the devil's path. Lin Yuya watched those people leave, and after thinking for a moment, he still decided to follow them up and take a look. Far behind the trio, Lin Yaoyao followed them all the way to the secluded alley. Damn, this Lu Qingyun has been pretending all day. Does he really think he's a pillar of the righteous path? Only in the sect, which female cultivator isn't rushing to serve us, and it's just this Thai place. One of the sharp-tongued cultivators cursed. His words were filled with disdain for Lu Qingyun. Lin Wu couldn't help but sneer as he followed behind. If you have the guts to say it to Lu Qingyun's face, you'll be done if you see him do it or not. Moreover, the other party he had also met when he entered the city lord's mansion, it seemed that his name was Zhang Junshan, a disciple of the Open Mountain Sect. All in all, it was a second-rate force. Shoo! Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. Another person lowered his voice to remind, but with a lecherous smile on his face. But then again, the woman from that member's family does bring it on. Tonight our brothers will have a good time. The 3 of them glanced at each other, impish smiles rippling across each other's faces. Lin Yiqiu hid in the shadows, looking at these 3 moralistic guys. With this kind of demeanor of yours, do you deserve to be called cultivators? The 3 of them made their way to a gorgeously decorated mansion. On top of the high wall, 2 big scalding gold characters shone with an icy light under the moonlight. Zhao Mansion. Chapter 53, Redundant. This is it, brothers, do it. Zhang Junshan rubbed his hands together and couldn't wait to rush in. Wait. Another person pulled him back and looked around warily. Don't be in a hurry, first look around to see if there's anyone else. What are you afraid of? It's the middle of the night, they're all practicing, let's make it quick. Zhang Junshan was a little impatient, but unable to resist his companion's caution, he still followed his companion's advice. The 3 of them released their divine sense and carefully probed. How's it, no discovery, right? No, let's go in. The 3 of them smiled at each other and rolled over to leap into the courtyard wall, disappearing into the night. Seeing this, Lin Yaoyao also quietly followed them in. Inside the Zhao mansion, the wigwam pools and marshes, the pavilions, looked exceptionally quiet under the moonlight. The 3 of them lightly avoided the patrolling guards and arrived outside a brightly lit room. Through the window, it could be clearly seen that a beautiful woman wearing a light veil was sitting in front of the dressing table, removing her makeup in front of the mirror. The woman's appearance was absolutely beautiful, her skin was snowy and her eyebrows were like a painting. A head of long black hair poured down like a waterfall, further accentuating her delicate beauty. TSK, this Mr. Zhao is really lucky to have married such a beautiful woman. Later on, our brothers will also be able to taste this stunning flavor. The 3 of them hid outside the window, looking at the woman inside the house, their breaths becoming short. Lin Wu hid in the shadows, taking it all in, and couldn't help but feel some disgust in his heart. This bunch of people actually wanted to lay hands on a weak woman. He wanted to step in and stop it, but on second thought, he was new here, so it was better not to meddle. Just at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from inside the room. Who? The woman seemed to have sensed something and turned around violently, her pair of beautiful eyes looking around vigilantly. Not good, it's been discovered. Zhang Junshan's face changed. Quick, don't let him shout out. The three of them no longer concealed themselves and directly smashed the window. Ah! In an instant, the entire room was blocked off by Zhang Junshan's direct use of spiritual energy. The woman's face hung in shock as she looked at the three strange men approaching towards her in front of her. Hee hee hee, little beauty, don't be afraid, brothers will love you well. Zhang Junshan had a lewd smile on his face, reaching out to tear the woman's clothes. And at this moment, Lin Yaoyao's entire body was bad. Seriously, he also knew very well that this was the immortal cultivation world. Mortals and cultivators have an insurmountable gap, although he is also deep in the gullet, but see the scene in front of him still cannot help but anger. However, the people in front of him were all at least at the peak of foundation establishment cultivation, and among them, Zhang Junshan was also a Jindan stage cultivator. If he were to reveal himself now, he would definitely be directly killed and silenced. Damn it! Lin Yaoyao cursed. No, have to think of a way to do it. Thinking in his heart, an aura flashed, and a harmony pill appeared in Lin Yaoyao's hand. This was still from the hands of Zhang Han and those people before. At that time, he couldn't use it, but now. Lin Yiwu quickly read the harmony dan into powder, and then exerted his spiritual power, blowing the powder towards the interior of the room. The three people inside were completely attracted by the woman, and didn't even realize that something had drifted into the room. Just as the three were about to take the next step, Lin Yiwu shouted, "Devil Dao scum! Don't go!" In the next moment, a white light flashed in his hand and a spiritual force struck the wigwam. Rumble! A dull sound rang out, and the entire wigwam suddenly exploded. The people inside were suddenly startled by the sound outside. Although they said on their lips that they didn't care, what they were doing now would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire righteous path if their fellow disciples saw them. These damn demonic cultivators! Specializing in spoiling my good deeds. Zhang Junshan cursed, but the movements on his body were not slow, putting on his clothes in 3 tries. The 2 cultivators beside him also followed him, quickly dressing up before following the other out of the room. As for Lin Yiwu, he had already hidden in a room with no one in it before the other party came out. To say why he used the harmony elixir, it was because although the harmony elixir was an aphrodisiac elixir, but if dissected out, then its other effect was to destabilize one's emotions. If there was no such thing, perhaps at the first moment Zhang Junshan's reaction would not be to leave. Instead, he would have opened his divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation before making a decision. It was because of this item that the other party subconsciously thought of something bad. Lin Yaoyao looked at the backs of the 3 leaving and hurriedly ran to the woman's room. But when he entered, he was instantly not going to be whole by the scene in front of him. Bad. Just now, he only thought about how to get the 3 to leave, forgetting that the woman seemed to be mesmerized by the harmony dan as well. The woman in front of him was currently flushed red and her body was drenched in sweat. "Sir, save me." The woman naturally saw Lin Yaoyao's entry, and seeing that it wasn't the 3 people from just now, she hurriedly called for help. Lin Yaoyao was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Save, how to save? It was really just taking off his pants and farting, superfluous If he does it now, how is it different from the 3 people just now? No, the dead horse is a living horse. Lin Ichio gritted his teeth, then without hesitating, he came behind the woman and ran the yin-yang technique. Empty your mind. Don't think. The woman in front of him moved towards him. Lin Yiwu turned her around and placed his hands on the other party's back and started to run his spiritual energy. Delusion-breaking bead. Absorb it for me. After all, the acacia pill in which the medicinal power was also considered a type of aura. As long as it was a spiritual chi, then the delusion-breaking bead could be transformed and absorbed. But very quickly, Lin Yaoyao was helpless. This delusion-breaking bead was as if it was dead. Which time before hadn't it tried to suck itself dry, but now, it was as if it had died inside. Dongxue! Please save me. The woman didn't know where she got her strength from, and actually broke free from his suppression as a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and directly rolled over and jumped on Lin Yiwu. It was only at this moment that Lin Yaoyao realized that the woman's body was as hot as a boiled prawn. Please. Lin Yaoyao was also clear that if he didn't make a decision before, the woman would have to be tortured to death by this medicinal power. He. I'm also trying to save people. Lin Yaoyao didn't resist anymore. In order to make up for his own faults, he let the woman have free rein to do whatever she wanted. At the same time, he also kept using his spiritual power to give the other party a degree of enlightenment, easing the medicinal power in the woman's body. Until the woman completely passed out. Lin Yaoyao put on his clothes and silently climbed up from the bed, preparing to leave. If those people reacted and returned again, they were afraid that they would directly kill him. And odds were that the woman would also leave Tianqing City because of today's events. I also don't know what the reaction will be when I wake up tomorrow morning. Chapter 54, The Righteous Cultivator is Inferior to the Devil. Walking out of the Zhao mansion, the sun was gradually rising outside at the moment. Lin Yiwei didn't dare to delay and quickly left the place. But what he didn't see was that not long after he left, Zhang Junshan and the two cultivators from last night were speeding towards the side. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, the old man will have his ass handed to him. The three of them immediately realized something was wrong when they went back last night. Their bodies were hot and dry, not to mention that they were bloated down there, and if they hadn't used their spiritual power to suppress and relieve it, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out of the door right now. This is not, just relieved almost, brought people to find over. But when they looked around, they froze and didn't find any other cultivators. Impossible. Someone must have been outside last night. Zhang Junshan's face was ugly as hell. The cultivator beside him, however, looked towards the woman's room last night. Boss, should we go in and check? His words woke up Zhang Junshan. Go. Go in and ask. It's just as well to taste that woman's flavor. Zhang Junshan stepped towards the woman's room with greed on his face. Bang! A foot kicked open the door of the room. Only to see that a woman inside was putting on her clothes with teardrops on her face. When the woman saw these three people, she was once again terrified. You guys, what are you doing? What for? Oh, little lady, tell me, who spent the night here last night? Zhang Junshan looked at the woman with an evil smile. The woman shrank in fear and hastily mentioned the clothes on her body. But this action fell in their eyes, it was almost like a lamb about to be persecuted. It aroused the wolfishness of these people even more. It seems like you won't say anything unless you're put on some tricks. Zhang Junshan said, signaling the two behind him to go wait outside. When the two saw this, although they were reluctant, they could not help the fact that Zhang Junshan was the one with the highest cultivation here. The two walked out of the room and before they could close the door, they heard a shriek from inside. Ah! You delusional cultivator! Ah, you rotten bastard! Still saying that you didn't leave anyone behind last night. What's this bloodstain on the bed? Zhang Junshan's voice arrived inoculated. But the next moment, they heard the woman's screams turn inside. Me! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. As the words fell, Zhang Junshan's angry curses came from inside. Stinking woman! Die without giving it to me! Footsteps came and the door of the room was opened, only to see Zhang Junshan with blood on his body. The person on his left couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Zhang Junshan waved his hand and didn't seem to care, instead, he had a disgusted look on his face. Dead, damn, this. What bad luck! Lin Yaoyao returned to the city lord's mansion and started poking around for news about Zhang Junshan. After all, this guy could still tell who went out last night if he checked. But soon he found out a very bad news. Zhang Junshan had gone out early in the morning. It can't be that he went to the Zhao mansion, right? Lin Yaoyao thought in his heart and his feet moved fast. But when he had just walked out every distance he saw the three of them, Zhang Junshan, coming from a short distance away. Seeing the blood on Zhang Junshan's body, a bad premonition enveloped Lin Yiwu. He walked forward and greeted the other party. Fellow Taoists, what are you guys? As he said this, his gaze was fixed on the blood on the other party's body. Zhang Junshan opened his mouth with an obscure face. Hey, don't say anything, the three of my brothers just went to the south of the city to explore the situation. Who knows that we ran into a group of demonic cultivators before we even got there, but fortunately, these people weren't very strong. I chopped off two of them, and the others all fled. Lin Yuya watched the three people. Zhang Junshan's face was nothing, but the eyes of the two people behind him were obviously a bit evasive. This made him even more certain of what was in his heart, but his face didn't dare to show it. Fellow Taoist is still really powerful, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back if I ran into it. Hearing his compliments, Zhang Junshan's face revealed an arrogant look. Humph, just a bunch of scum. If I were to run into that Harmony Sect's Chuhong sleeve, I would definitely decimate her. Lin Yiwu sniffed and said, just wait, I'll tell her when I turn around. But now was also not the time to ink with the other party, he had to hurry up and go to the Zhao mansion. So he made up an excuse. Since that's the case, then I won't be long-winded with a few of you. Just now, fellow Taoist Lu gave me a mission to probe the situation on the demonic cultivators side. Alright, go ahead, but there's no need to check the south side of the city. Zhang Junshan reminded in a pretense of calmness. After saying that, he didn't linger and led the two behind him towards the city lord's mansion. Lin Yuyao looked at the other parties back as they left until they disappeared around the corner of the street, and only then did he quickly swept in the direction of the Zhao mansion. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Lin Yaoyao's figure appeared in the Zhao mansion. But when he entered the woman's room again, his brain buzzed as if it had exploded. There was a hairpin sticking out of the woman's heartseat, her face still wearing a look of shock, her eyes rounded. At this time, he was noticing the crimson color on the bedsheets, like peach blossoms. However, at this moment, Lin Yuyao felt as if that hairpin was stabbing at his heart. It was as if it was starting to be difficult to even breathe. Zhang Junshan. Lin Yuyao clenched his teeth in death, and 3 words popped out from between his teeth in a hard voice. From the time he started cultivating until now, this was the one person Lin Yiwu hated so much. A righteous cultivator is inferior to a devil, the righteous path. Is this the so-called righteous path? Lin Yiwu didn't notice that his expression had begun to distort. Anger, regret, incompetence, all of these emotions that represented negativity were intertwined on his face. Even up until now, he didn't know what the woman's name was. Coming to the woman's side, he slowly pulled out the hairpin that was stabbed in his heart, and blood left down the hairpin onto his hand. Lin Yuyao didn't care, instead his other hand, which wasn't stained with blood, stroked the woman's eyes shut. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Putting the woman back on the bed, Lin Yaoyao didn't linger as he had heard footsteps coming from outside. It seemed to be the other party's family. When he stepped into the Zhao mansion, a pained male voice came from within the mansion. Linger. My Linger. Damn devil cultivators. It must be them. Didn't we agree not to lay hands on ordinary people? Go. Come with me to seek justice. Soon after, Lin Yuyao saw a group of people rushing out from the Zhao mansion. The leader was a middle-aged man, and the direction they were going was none other than the west of the city. Lin Yuyao came out from the corner and looked at the direction those people left. He knew very well that these people were afraid that they wouldn't be able to come back. The devil's way, the devil cultivator, they didn't care to explain themselves, but it didn't mean that someone could defame them. But because of this, many things were held against the devil cultivators. Lin Prosperity's state of mind changed at this moment. Perhaps before, he would still consider himself a member of the righteous path. Even when he entered the Sky Green City, he still subconsciously came to the side of the righteous path. But at this moment, he felt that he was wrong. Among cultivators, it wasn't the righteous path and the devil's path that distinguished everyone. Zhang Junshan, if you don't die, I, Lin Yiwu, will not live. Chapter 55, Beheading the Demons and Removing the Devils. Return my heavenly green. City Lord's Mansion. Lin Yaoyao had just returned when he received news. The Zhao family in the south of the city had been slaughtered by demonic cultivators, and the Zhao family's young lady had been abused to death by the demonic cultivators. And at this moment, Zhang Junshan and the others were standing in the crowd and blabbering. Hee, the devil's way is the devil's way, a dog can't change its ways. The duo behind him seemed to be a little embarrassed, not saying anything but not retorting either. But following Zhang Junshan's words, the other cultivators who were kept in the dark also spoke out. We must eradicate all these demonic cultivators. Right. These people don't deserve to cultivate. Cultivators of my generation should rid the people of evil. As a levy was issued. The anger of the crowd was also ignited, and even those ordinary people who had taken refuge in the city lord's mansion joined the levy. Behead the demons and get rid of the devils. Return my Tianchang. Behead the demons and get rid of the devils. Return my Tianchang. Behead the demons and get rid of the devils. Return my Tianchang. Lin Yuyao saw that the corners of Zhang Junshan's mouth were clearly pressed with a hint of a smile. He was tempted to say what he knew. But in that case, he would definitely be beaten backwards by the other party, or even killed to silence him. Just wait, you won't live long. Lin Yiqiu muttered, turning around and walking towards his small courtyard. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out to him. Brother Lin. What are you doing? Lu Qingyun had just returned from outside when he heard the commotion inside. Seeing that it was him, Lin Yuanyun stopped in his tracks. What happened? Lu Qingyun took a few quick steps and arrived in front of him. Speaking of which, he still sympathized with Lin Prosperity, otherwise he wouldn't have specially arranged a small courtyard for him, much less introduced him in front of so many people. When Lin Yao heard the question, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He wasn't sure if the person in front of him would be the same as Zhang Junshan, but the other party had asked, so he couldn't not say anything. So he simply recounted the version that the crowd had told him. But what surprised Lin Yuyun was that Lu Qingyun didn't show an angry expression when he heard it. Instead, he was a bit puzzled. This made him a little surprised. What's wrong? Isn't it like that? Lu Qingyun didn't say anything, as if he was in deep thought. It was only after a moment that he answered Lin Yiwu's question. Perhaps a leaky fish escaped. However, these words made Lin Yiqiu come to be interested. What's the matter? It's hard to believe that there was a movement on the side of the Devil Dao last night as well. Lu Qingyun didn't have any intention of hiding it and immediately began to explain. Last night I went to guard the south side of the city along with the clan's brothers and sisters and didn't find any demonic cultivators entering. I originally thought that these people would be a little more peaceful, but I didn't expect that there was still a mistake. As he said this, his face was tinged with remorse. Lin Yuyo looked at the expression on the other's face not as a do-over, but instead was really just guilty because of his own faults. Could it be that Lu Qingyun was the good guy in the righteous path? However, he didn't tell the whole truth about what he knew. Brother Lu doesn't have to blame himself, but if Brother Lu has time, he can come to my place at night. I have some cultivation problems that I want to ask Brother Lu to point out. Hearing this, Lu Qingyun did not refuse, the remorse on his face converging. Right now is fine, this will be guarded by someone and I won't be needed. Lin Yiwu thought about it and led the other party back to his small courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, Lin Yiwu and Lu Qingyun sat opposite each other. Only after making sure that there were no other people around did Lin Yao speak. Brother Lu, have you ever thought that what happened to the Zhao family was done by your own people? As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingyun clearly froze for a moment, as if he didn't expect Lin Yiwu to say such a thing. But soon the shock on his face turned into suspicion. Impossible, my generation of cultivators, for the sake of upholding justice, how could they do such underhanded things? Is that so? Then what if I say that this matter was done by a cultivator within the city lord's mansion? Lin Yiwu stared at the other party and said word for word. No, never. The skepticism on Lu Qingyun's face transformed into irritation as he looked at Lin Yiwu. Brother Lin, don't forget, you were still saved by me from those demonic cultivators. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to live such a nourishing life right now. Lin Yiwu sighed, where he was not clear that Lu Qingyun had misunderstood. Brother Lu, don't be anxious, I naturally have evidence for saying this, and I didn't say that all of our people are bad people. But you have to be clear, as long as there are people, there will always be rat droppings that spoil a pot of porridge. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun calmed down, but still stared at him closely. I won't say who exactly, I'm afraid that you'll scare the snakes, but you can wait for my news. Since these people have done it once, they'll definitely do it a second time. I'll notify you when the time comes, and you'll naturally believe in what I'm saying at that time. Lin Yiwu finished speaking and slowly got up. I also asked Brother Lu to be patient. During this period of time you can pretend that you don't know anything, otherwise, I might be in danger as well. Originally, Lu Qingyun had planned to question him himself, but when he heard this, he immediately dismissed the idea. Alright, but I'll say the ugly words up front, if this kind of thing didn't happen, then you wouldn't be able to stay here. Lin Yiwu nodded his head, he was well aware of Lu Qingyun's thoughts. But letting him go alone to kill Zhang Junshan, that was basically an impossible thing. Not to mention whether he could beat it or not, even amongst the same realm, but if the other party had some life-preserving things on him, a flash and directly run back to his own mountain clan, it was hard for him to go to someone else's clan and kill them? So he needs to borrow strength. Lu Qingyun left. As for whether or not it would be spread out afterward, Lin Yuyo was sure that the other party would not publicize the matter. It seems like we need to add more fire to the fire. Lin Yao had no intention of cultivating, he turned around and walked out of the small courtyard, heading towards the location where Zhang Junshan had just been. The purpose of his going was naturally to find a target for the other party in. Otherwise, with the other party's nature, he was afraid that he wouldn't be in action for some time. Returning to the city lord's mansion, Lin Yuyao saw that the cultivators and ordinary people who were just denouncing the demonic cultivators were at the moment acting as if nothing had happened, each doing their own thing. It's really ridiculous, Lin Yuyao said in his heart. Soon, he saw Zhang Junshan, who was talking eloquently in the crowd. Taking a step forward, Zhang Junshan was currently talking about the fact that he had killed 2 demonic cultivators last night. That expression, that demeanor, it was just like the real thing. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yuya knew what the other party had done, he was afraid that he would follow suit and believe it. Brother Zhang. Zhang Junshan in the crowd heard someone calling him and immediately looked over following the voice. When he saw that it was Lin Yuyao, a trace of impatience clearly flashed in his eyes. Even if he hid it as well as he could, Lin Yuyao was the one who had been looking at him, so it was clear to see. So it's Brother Lin, I just saw you leave with Mr. Lu, has the mission been completed? Completed, can you come here for a moment? There's something I want you to talk to. Lin Yiwu waved his hand, making it look as if there was something very important going on. Chapter 56 Senior Sister Choose Furnace Cauldron. Zhang Junshan glanced at Lin Yiwu suspiciously, and although he was a little reluctant, he still followed Lin Yiwu to the corner. Brother Lin, just tell me what you have to do, I still have quite a few things to deal with here. Lin Yiwu laughed and said, you have a load of things to deal with. Brother Zhang, I have some good news for you here, I wonder if you're interested? Zhang Junshan raised his eyebrows, what good news? Tell me. Lin Yuyao came to Zhang Junshan's ear and said mysteriously, I heard that there will be a group of female cultivators from the Acacia Sect passing through here in 3 days, and most of them are at the Foundation Establishment stage cultivation. Hearing this, Zhang Junshan was first stunned, then a lustful light flashed in his eyes. The female cultivators of the Acacia Sect were all beautiful and attractive, and the cultivation techniques they practiced were also quite special. If one was able to dual cultivate with them, it would be greatly beneficial to one's own cultivation. Is this true? Zhang Junshan suppressed his inner excitement and asked in a low voice. Lin Yiwu patted his chest and said with conviction, of course it's true, can I still lie to you? If I wasn't not strong enough, I would have gone myself. Zhang Junshan was secretly happy in his heart, but on his lips, he said, Brother Lin, just now I saw you leave with Mr. Lu, did you not tell him about this? Quite cautious. Lin Yiwu waved his hand, pretended to be helpless and said, Lu Qingyan guy is an elm lump, do not know how to change, you also know, I was saved by him, now under him to do things, a lot of things cannot help but just now I told him about this thing, but this guy does not care to do these things, if you ask me, as long as it is a demonic cultivator, then there is a way to take the death, and these Acacia Sect's female cultivators are all very beautiful and beautiful. As female cultivators are all flamboyant, besides, they must have a lot of cultivation resources on them, if they can. Lin Yiwu didn't continue, but the meaning in his words was already obvious. Zhang Junshan's eyes rolled around, hemmed and hawed, and said, Brother Lin, what you mean is? You get it. Lin Yao gave Zhang Junshan a meaningful look. Zhang Junshan said excitedly, Brother Lin, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. When the time comes, the two of us brothers will share the benefits equally, how about it? Lin Yiwu immediately made a look of great joy. Then it's a deal, but this matter must be handled with care and caution, don't ever let the wind out of the sails, I'll let you know the exact location at that time, and I'll go snooping for information later on. Don't worry, Brother Lin, are you still not assured of my work? Zhang Junshan patted his chest and assured. Alright, then Brother Zhang, you get busy first, I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Yiwu didn't delay and turned his head towards the outside of the city lord's mansion. He naturally had to go and communicate with Chu Hongso, things naturally had to be done in full. At the very least, on the surface, he couldn't let anyone see any tricks. Zhang Junshan looked at Lin Yiwu's departing back and disdainfully skimmed his mouth. An equal share? You deserve it too. He had already thought about it, if what Lin Yiwu said was true, when the time came to snatch the things into his hands, before directly he killed him piece by piece. If others asked about it, he would say that he fought against a devil cultivator and was unfortunately killed. At this time, the two cultivators who had been following him walked over. Boss, what did that kid just ask you for? The one who spoke was called Wine Dagger, and was at the Peak Foundation establishment realm, which was also the information that Lin Yiwu had poked around after he came back. And the one who didn't speak was Lu Yu, also at the Peak Foundation establishment realm. It was just that this guy seemed to have a bit of a conscience, but not much. Acacia Sect's female cultivator, do you guys want to try it? As soon as these words were uttered, the two men's eyes instantly glowed. You're saying that the kid just now was delivering a message to you, boss? I've heard that the female cultivators of the Acacia Sect are all gorgeous, that taste definitely makes people want to taste it. Lu Yu also revealed a piggish expression at this moment. Alright, wait first, I don't know if what this kid said is true or not, this will go to spy on the information again, you guys can turn around and be polite to him, when the matter is over, it's still the same way as before, deal with this kid. Zhang Junshan finished speaking and turned his head towards the crowd. Ah, Mr. Lu, long time no see. At the same time, Lin Yuyo had already arrived at the location in the west of the city. Only just getting here he was in trouble. There were guarding cultivators on the side of the righteous path, and naturally, people from the demonic path had them as well. No, just as soon as he arrived, he was stopped. Dog of the righteous path? A tiny foundation establishment, hurry up and get lost. Or else I'll hack you to death right now. One of the Jindan stage cultivators who clearly carried a grudge said that he was about to draw his sword. Brother. Big brother. Owners. What own people? I'm not going to be friends with you hypocrites. Liniwei didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly took out his harmonious sect token. Look, I'm from the Acacia sect, I'm now lurking on the side of the righteous path, poking around for news. I have the most important news to report to Senior Sister Chu right now. The Hanyu froze for a moment, then sized up Lin Yuyao carefully. Fine skin and tender flesh, his looks were not ugly. Suddenly, the Hanyu seemed to think of something. Your Senior Sister Chu's cauldron? Liniwu cursed, you're the stove tripod, your whole family is a stove tripod. But he didn't dare to say this out loud, or else he could really hack him to death on the spot. You quickly go and inform, there really is something important to report. Although the Hanyu somewhat didn't believe what he said, Chu Honsleeve's name was here. Coupled with Lin Yuyao's good looks, if something was really delayed, he himself wouldn't be able to eat it. Lao Air. You watch him for me. Don't let this kid get away. The Hanyu instructed a cultivator beside him before he turned around and swept off in the direction of the west of the city. It wasn't known if Chu Hongso just happened to be at this location, or if it wasn't far away. Anyway, in less than half a quarter of an hour, the Hanyu appeared with Chu Hongsleeve at the location where Lin Yuyo was. Yo, isn't this little brother? As soon as Chu Hongsleeve saw that it was Liniwu, the frost on her face instantly disappeared, and with a flirtatious look, she looked at the two demonic cultivators beside her with their eyes wide open. Senior Sister Chu. Lin Yuyo immediately made an aggrieved expression and smoothly held the other party's tender hand. The Hanyu and the other person were confused. Was this still the Demon Road demonist Chu Hongsleeve they knew? To be held by a man's hand just like this? The last one who did this would have grave grass 3 meters high by now, right? Come with me. Chu Hongsleeve blankly glanced at Liniwu. How could she not know that this kid was borrowing his own momentum? However, she was too lazy to reveal it and pulled him towards the inside. Brother Wu? Did that kid just pull the witch's hand? Lao Air froze and looked at the back of the two departing. Brother Wu slapped him on the back of his head. Are you blind? Recognize this face. Just put it straight in when he comes in the future. Chapter 57, Men, It's All About Thick Skin. Inside a mansion in the west of the city. Lin Yuyo curiously surveyed the compartment in front of him. This place seemed to have once been a young lady's room, but he was truly surprised that Chu Hongsleeve actually liked this type, and the entire room was pink and tender. Tell me, what do you want me to do this time? Chu Hongsleeve sat on a stool to the side, looking at Lin Yuyo who was acting like a curious baby. Lin Yiwu sniffed and immediately revealed a pleasing expression. Senior Sister is really both beautiful and wise, she can see what I want to do at once. Seeing this, Chu Hongso came to Lin Yiwu with a flash and hooked his chin with her hand. Is that so? You haven't thanked me for the last time, and now you're here again. In fact, I'm very curious, why didn't you go to Baiqiu Fang and come to me instead? When Lin Yiwu heard about Baiqiu Frost, he immediately shivered. Didn't he want to? Wasn't he afraid of being hunted down by Li Qianshang after he went over? Senior Sister, you should know that so many people are trying to kill me right now. Third Elder, Li Qianshang, Sun Mayor, which one of these three can I mess with? If you can't afford to mess with them, could it be that I can? Chu Hongsleeve loosened her hand, sizing him up with a smile or not. Lin Yao Yao was silent. He had originally made two plans when he came here. The first was to find Chu Hongsleeve to cooperate. After all, the other party, as the chief of the Acacia sect, it was still possible to get a team of Foundation Establishment stage disciples to pass by at that time, but of course, if the other party didn't help, then he could only go to Baixiushang. Alright, tell me, what do you want me to do this time? Chu Hongsleeve waved her hand and withdrew the teasing on her face. Originally, Lin Yuyo was prepared to be rejected, but he didn't expect Chu Hongsleeve to suddenly loosen up, which made him very happy. It wasn't known if it was intentional on the other party's part. Anyway, Lin Yuyao's gratitude towards her in his heart became a few points heavier. The thing is like this. Lin Yuyao told what happened before and what he wanted from the other party, Zhang Junshan, one by one. I really didn't think that you kid is still a kind of affectionate and righteous? Shu Hongsleeve coiled her hair with her fingers and looked at Lin Yiwu with more than a hint of complexity in her eyes. Alright, I'll do this favor, but you'll have to owe me one more favor in. Many thanks, senior sister. In the future, what do you want me to do? Just say it, as long as it doesn't go against my bottom line. Up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, I'll do whatever you want. Lin Yiqiu nodded his head in a hurry. As long as Chu Hongsleeve agreed, then everything would be fine, but he still left a heart and soul. That was the bottom line. Is that so? Then what if I want your power of the blazing sun? Chu Hongsleeve suddenly changed back to her previous fawning appearance. When Lin Yiwu heard this, he was at a bit of a loss for words. It really was true that everything needed to be spoken with the power of the blazing sun? This, senior sister, you. What, didn't you just say that you would not hesitate to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire? Or is it that this matter goes against your bottom line? Chu Hongsleeve lifted up the hem of the skirt she was wearing, revealing those long white legs that were like jade lotus roots. Lin Yiwu's eyes immediately straightened. To say that Bai's Yushan was like a snow lotus, then the one in front of him at the moment was a peony. Colorful but not demonic, out of the mud but not stained. Ha ha ha, I won't tease you, quickly go back. Chu Hongsleeve's palm loosened and her skirt fell. Lin Yao Yao secretly said a pity. What, do you still really want it? It's not impossible. Saying that, Chu Hongsleeve made a move to close the door. Senior sister, junior brother, I still have important things to do. If I don't go back as soon as possible, I'm afraid that I'll be suspected by those hypocrites, so I can't afford to be delayed. Saying that, Lin Yiwu ran towards the outside as if he were flying. But due to the reason below, he could only bend over when running. It wasn't until he was back at the entrance into the western part of the city from the new, that Lin Yiwu suppressed the thoughts in his heart. When Wu and Lao Er, who were in charge of guarding the town, saw that it was him coming out, they immediately changed into a smiling face. Brother, going back? Lin Yiqiu was puzzled. The two in front of him could both be a Jindan stage cultivation, he himself was a small foundation stage. Even if he had Chu Hongsleeve's shelter, he shouldn't be showing this pleasing expression, right? Two big brothers, this is? Harm. It's fine, it's not to see that brother you have worked hard? Then undercover on the righteous side. Brother Wu waved his hand in a big brotherly manner, saying that he even took out a bottle of Qi condensation Dan from his own storage ring and handed it out. Big brother, no merit, if you have anything you want to ask or want me to help you, just say it directly. Lin Yiwu took a step back. He didn't dare to take it. Again, he gave a smile and gave pills. It would be a ghost if it was nothing. He, truth be told, old brother me this. Brother Wu scratched his head with an embarrassed look. The old second beside him couldn't stand to look at it anymore and spoke directly. Brother, just tell me, how did you take down Chu's sister? My oldest single this almost 40 years and no woman, want to learn from you. Lin Yiwu froze, feelings because of this awe. He looked up and carefully measured the other party's looks, small eyes, pits on his faceplate like a certain Yunpeng. Not right. Lin Yiwu suddenly thought of something. You are a devil cultivator, ah. There is no woman to grab a knot on the line? Play deep with me here? But he didn't say so. After all, people need face and trees need skin, and poles need cement. Big brother, truth be told, this thing should, probably, it needs talent. Of course, if big brother you meet a sincere favorite, go after it, man, it's all about thick skin. You can't wait for other girls to come over and pursue you, right? If you can't, use pills, use resources to smash them. I don't believe that as long as big brother you give your all, there is still a girl who can block big brother's offense. Oh? Thick skin? Smashing with resources? Brother Wu was as enlightened as if he had been enlightened. Lao Er also looked as if listening to the king was better than reading 10 years of books. That, big brother? Can I go now? Lin Yiwu reached out and waved his hand in front of the two. Can. Here, you take this, old brother, I can't use it now. I'll give it back to you to keep when I have it again in the future. Don't worry, if someone bullies you, you just come over and tell me, it can only be good. Brother Wu reached out and stuffed the Qi condensation Dan in Lin Yiwu's hand, then he and Lao Er hurriedly made way for Lin Yiwu. Good, then little brother, I'll be respectful, but big brother, you mustn't expose the fact that I've been here, otherwise little brother I'm afraid I won't be able to go undercover on the side of the righteous path. Alright, I'll pretend that today's matter never happened. Brother Wu smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. Lin Yiwei left straight away and swept in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 58 The Light of the Righteous Path. Lin Yiwu played with the chi condensation dan in his hand. I really didn't expect that there was an unexpected harvest. Thinking about the two people before, there might actually be something that can be used in the future. Soon, Lin Yuyao returned to the city lord's mansion. At the moment, it was midday, and the righteous cultivators inside seemed to have gone out to fight with the devil again. This allowed Lin Yiwu, who had originally planned to finalize things, to only return to his own small courtyard. Let's cultivate first. Returning to the house, Lin Yuyao sat down on his knees, took out the chi condensation pill and took it, running the yin-yang skill. Spiritual energy ran with the circumference. As the cultivation began, a surge of spiritual energy poured into his body. He didn't know if it was the change in his state of mind from before, but at this moment, he felt that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy seemed to be faster. Originally, a circumference took 2 hours, but now, it only took 1 hour to complete. Not only that, even the previous state of mind in the yin-yang technique seemed to have vaguely changed somewhat. Originally, yin and yang were harmonized, but now it had become yang-based and yin-based. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Outside also came the noisy conversations of the righteous cultivators. However, most of them were just talking about how many people had died today and how many demonic cultivators had been killed. Lin Yuyao's mind moved and broke free from his cultivation. The breakthrough was bad enough, but his body was filled with spiritual energy. Walking out of the room, Lin Yuyao came outside the small courtyard and was just about to go to the city lord's mansion to find Zhang Junshan and the others. Just then, he realized that this guy was walking towards him with his 2 little brothers. It seems like this guy is even more anxious than me. When people arrived, their voices arrived first. Ha 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 ha, brother Lin, just now I thought you hadn't come back. I couldn't find you even after searching for you, so I had to come here. Looking at Zhang Junshan's sickening expression, Lin Yiwu could only put on a look of extreme honor. Harm, why did brother Zhang even come over in person? Didn't I not see you guys after I came back? This just finished practicing and came out. I'm so sorry, I even landed you a special trip. As the 3 walked in, Zhang Junshan immediately lowered his voice. How are things? Is it stabilized? Lin Yuyao looked around, then his gaze landed on the 2 people behind him. Seeing his wary look, Zhang Junshan immediately opened his mouth to explain. Brother Lin, don't worry, these 2 are my fellow disciples, just don't worry, you definitely won't leak the news out. I see, I was overly concerned. Lin Yiwu pretended to be dazed, then continued, things are stable. Today I went on another trip, 3 days later, outside the West Gate, Jade Maple Forest. At that time, there will be a group of Acacia Sect's cultivators passing by from that side. At that time, we... Good. Brother Lin, don't worry, as long as the matter is accomplished, you won't be spared the benefits at that time. Zhang Junshan waved his hand in a big way, looking like a big brother caring about his little brother. He then looked behind him at the duo of Wang Dao and Lu Yu. Hear that? From now on, brother Lin is one of our own, so take care of him more if anything happens. The 2 revealed a smiling expression. Of course, from now on, brother Lin's matters are our matters. Yes, brother Lin, in the future, if there's anything you need help with, just open your mouth. Your blade brother, I'll definitely arrange it for you in a clear way. Lin Yiwu's face wore a flattered expression. Much thanks to the 3 brothers, don't worry, the 3 favors, little brother will remember. As the words fell, the 3 of them, Zhang Junshan, looked at each other in the same way. Zhang Junshan spoke, then in these 2 days, you should stay well in the city lord's mansion. When the time comes my 3 brothers will come and call you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyao sneered. This was because he was afraid that he would give the news to someone else again. Okay, I'll listen to big brother Zhang. Seeing that he was so sensible, Zhang Shan had a smile on his face and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, follow me, Zhang Junshan, and I guarantee that you'll be able to eat good food and drink hot water. After saying that, the 3 of them didn't linger. Lin Yiwu looked at the other party's silhouettes as they disappeared around the corner, a cold smile on his face. Hee, still really stingy. Thinking about the fact that the other 2, Wu and Lauer, had given themselves a bottle of chi condensation dan today with just some words. In comparing these 3 guys, there really was no harm without comparison. Lin Yao shook his head and didn't think too much. Now he had to quickly go and find Lu Qingyun to tell the other party about the matter. If he wanted to get Zhang Junshan killed, he couldn't do it without this one. It wasn't that he couldn't let Chu Hongsleep do it, but then he wouldn't be able to stay on the righteous side. When his identity was exposed, not only would Li Qianshang want to kill him, even the entire righteous path would put him on the must-kill list. On the way to find Lu Qingyun, Lin Yiwu avoided people all the way. After all, he had just finished revealing the news to Zhang Junshan, and this was going to find Lu Qingyun, so he was afraid that the little cutie all knew what he was up to. Even if he really hadn't told Lu Qingyun about the matter, with the nature of those people from Zhang Junshan, they definitely wouldn't be going to the Jade Maple Forest. Soon, Lin Yuyo arrived at the mansion where Lu Qingyun was. This place seemed to be exclusive to the 10,000 Sword Sect, and it was clear of 10,000 Sword Sect disciples. Those people didn't say anything when they saw Lin Yuyun enter. No matter what, he was also let in by Lu Qingyun, and when he came here, he was naturally looking for Lu Qingyun. Lin Yuyo stopped and looked at a cultivator beside him. This senior brother, which is Mr. Lu's room. That cultivator glanced at him, disdain flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Yiwu was just trying to evening out his thighs, so his tone of voice wasn't very good. Senior brother Lu's room is in the innermost one, you just walk straight to it, but if there's nothing going on don't run around, and don't disturb senior brother's cultivation, understand? Lin Yuyo spat in his heart, dog's eyes. He didn't reply and walked straight towards Lu Qingyun's room. But this appearance annoyed the cultivator. What a thing! It's a dog that knows how to wag its tail even after eating its master's food. Hearing these words, Lin Yiwu was truly enraged. What kind of thing am I? What am I is still better than a waste of space like you. What can you do if you're at the 8th level of Foundation establishment? Fight one-on-one. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Lin Yiwu regretted it. This is someone else's 10,000 Sword Sect's base camp. This will be quite, not looking for death? But the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Sure enough, his words attracted everyone's attention, not just the cultivators in the courtyard. Even the cultivators inside the house walked out one after another. Lu Qingyun also walked out slowly from the innermost house. The cultivator who had just scolded Lin Yuanyun had also not expected that he would actually dare to scold back. He was instantly a bit annoyed, plus with so many masters and brothers watching, if he didn't give Lin Yuyo a bit of color, he really wouldn't be able to get off the stage. Lin Yiwu eyed the other party's face reddening, and immediately added. Yes, I'm just a small casual cultivator, no background, no sect, and even more so, no one to protect, but my generation of cultivators should have their own pride, if even the courage to fight is not there, just to live and let live, but also talk about what cultivation? Still talking about getting rid of demons and defending the way. Chapter 59, 3 days later, we'll see what happens. Lin Yiwu's words could be described as positively glowing. Not only the people around him, even Li Du, who had just scolded him, was a bit ashamed. This kid is not bad. Quite talkative, but his strength is almost there. Senior brotherly, this is your matter, we can't interfere. Hearing the words coming out of his ears, Lin Yao used his afterglow to skim Lu Qingyun. Only to see that the other party was smilingly looking this way. Okay. What he was afraid of was that he would be ostracized by the entire 10,000 Sword Sect after he won against the other party. But now, sorry, brother. Even if he lost, he would still be described as a man with a backbone. On the contrary, even if the other party won, he would be disrespected by the others. Lin Yiqiao sneered as he looked at the Li cultivator in front of him. What, you don't dare? What would I, Li Quan, not dare to do? But I can say it in advance. This is something you asked for. As the words fell, the people around them immediately made an open space for them. Li Quan was also riding a bit of a tiger at the moment. He gave Lin Yiwu a hateful look. If his eyes could kill, at this moment Lin Yiwu would have died 100 times over. Come on, and don't say I'm bullying you. You don't have a weapon and I don't use a sword. That's what you said. Lin Yuyao grinned. After the Yin Yang skill and Yin Yang eyes, he had decapitated even the top second stage demonic beast, the red flame tiger. It could be said that as long as it wasn't a Jin Dan, he could go up and fight. Catch it! Lin Yuyao dodged and directly executed the human Sect shield technique, Yang Qi condensing in his hands. Yang hand! Between the flashes of white light, Lin Yiwu's right hand was wrapped in flames. Li Quan had originally looked down on him a little, but when he felt the threat from the wind of his opponent's fist, his pupils instantly shrunk. Not good, this kid is weird. In the next moment, Lin Yiwu's body had already arrived in front of him. His fist landed directly on Li Quan's face. Bang! Li Quan's entire face turned twisted. Ah! The sound of bones cracking resounded as Li Quan's body flew directly backwards. Holy, this kid is so strong? Ha ha, Li Quan was defeated, huh? Most of the surrounding were a bit shocked. After all, Li Quan was an 8th level Foundation Establishment cultivator. And Lin Yiwu was only at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Even if Li Quan didn't use his long sword, he wouldn't have lost so crisply, right? Kid, you seek death. Li Quan felt his face burning hot, and he didn't know if Lin Yiwu hit him or if he was ashamed. He directly took out his longsword from his storage ring, a second-rank spirit weapon longsword. Just as he was about to attack again, Lu Qingyun's voice rang out in the courtyard. Stop! In the next moment, Lu Qingyun appeared in the center of the crowd. Li Quan, you have already lost. Don't retreat yet. Li Quan was unconvinced. No, I didn't use my weapon, it doesn't count. But these words angered Lu Qingyun. Aren't you ashamed enough? Lin Yiwu's realm is 2 levels lower than yours. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Do you take your own words as a fart? Li Quan didn't speak anymore, but at this moment, the killing intent in his heart had reached its peak. It could be said that wherever he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Yiwu to vent his anger. But how could Lin Yiwu let him go just like that? Many thanks to Mr. Lu for administering justice. I'm a realm of casual cultivators. What virtue can I have that allows you to take care of me like this? And brotherly, just now it was me who was wrong. I apologize. From now on I'll be leaving Tianqing and won't appear here. As the words fell, he turned around and left without a single moment's hesitation. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Lu Qingyun's voice sounded behind him. Brother Lin, come back. It's not your fault. Li Quan, in the future, if you go looking for trouble from Brother Lin, don't blame me for not speaking of the love of fellow disciples. Hearing these words, Lin Yaoyao understood that it was a done deal. Other people weren't sure, but Lu Qingyun could know that the people of the Devil's Way were still chasing him right now. If he left just like that, he would inevitably suffer the pursuit of the Devil Dao. As far as on he was originally pulled back by Lu Qingyun, no matter what, he would be responsible to the end. But then again, Li Quan was also a disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect, so even if he didn't kill him at that time, it wouldn't be a handful to put a small shoe on him? But now is different. Li Quan not only can't find him trouble, even his friends around him can't be. Otherwise, it would be not giving face to Lu Qingyun. Lin Yuyao turned his head to look, only to see Lu Qingyun with sincerity on his face. Don't worry, if I said I would protect you, I will definitely do it. Li Quan, you are at least a disciple of the righteous path. Bullying the weak is what the Devil's Way does. Why don't you apologize to Brother Lin? Li Quan was about to go crazy at the moment. Just because he had said a word, he hadn't expected things to turn into what they were now. But as all the gazes around him turned towards him, he knew that this head, he had to lower it even if he didn't. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Lin Yiwu hurriedly made an appearance of being flattered. No, Senior Brother Li. Without waiting for Lin Yiwang to finish, Lu Qingyun directly interrupted him. Alright, don't mention today's matter to anyone anymore, you don't need to apologize either, come in with me first. Saying that, he walked straight towards the house. Lin Yiwu glanced back at Li Quan, playing with me? Can't die playing with you. He then hurriedly followed his footsteps and entered Lu Qingyun's room. The cultivators who remained outside were also looking at each other at the moment. Only Li Quan, his eyes were grim as he looked at Lin Yuanyun's back. He swore that he would definitely get this brat killed. Inside Lu Qingyun's room. Lu Qingyun opened the door. Is it true that there's an answer to that matter? Well, 3 days later, outside the West Gate, Jade Maple Forest, at that time, you will understand that everything I said is true. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun frowned. After all, the western part of the city was all the territory of the Devil's Way. It would be fine if someone else went over there, but if he went over there, he would definitely attract the attention of those Devil's Way cultivators. What do you plan to do? Lin Yiwu didn't expect him to ask this, and was a little short of words, but he quickly responded. I'll go with them when the time comes, you just need to watch from the shadows. Lu Qingyun didn't say anything more, before he might not believe what Lin Yiwu said. But now, looking at Lin Prosperity's condition, it was estimated that 3 days later, the truth would be laid out on his face. At that time, would he be soft-hearted and would he make a move against his fellow Taoists? At this moment, his Tao heart seemed to have loosened a little. Lin Yiwu instantly had a bad feeling when he saw this expression on his face. But he didn't say anything more, he knew Lu Qingyun's character very well. A person who possessed the heart of a bare-bones person, a person who made him even recognized in the righteous path. But now, the righteous path he was familiar with was about to do something that was undoubtedly the same as the devil's path. Then I won't disturb Brother Lu's cultivation. After 3 days, we'll see for ourselves. Chapter 60 Jade Wind Forest's Killing Chance. 3 days wasn't too long to say, and not too short to say, but for cultivators, once they entered cultivation, 3 days could be said to pass in the blink of an eye. With the sufficient chi condensation pills, Lin Yiwu's realm at this moment had already arrived at the peak of the 6th level of foundation establishment. Just one step away, he would be able to advance to the 7th level of foundation establishment. Early in the morning, Lin Yao slowly opened his eyes. Today was the day that he had agreed with Zhang Junshan as well as Lu Qingyun. Just as he was about to go out, Lin Yao heard a sound of footsteps coming from outside. One didn't need to think about it to know that it must be Zhang Junshan's trio. Still really anxious enough. Lin Yao opened the door to his room and met him face to face, seeing that Zhang Junshan's trio had already walked to the entrance of the small courtyard. Seeing him come out, Zhang Junshan immediately opened his mouth and said, "Brother Lin, how are you prepared?" "I have nothing to prepare, I can leave now." Lin Yao walked out of the small courtyard and closed the door. "Alright, then don't delay, this time you must be prepared for everything, otherwise, not only will we have made a trip for nothing, but your share of the resources will also go down the drain." Zhang Junshan was urging Lin Yao to hurry up, both inside and outside of his words. Although Wang Dao and Lu Yu didn't say anything, the impatience that surfaced in their eyes already revealed their mood at the moment. Still really rushing to their deaths. With that, Lin Yao nodded and followed the three of them as they swept off in the direction of the jade maple forest. Just a short while after they had just left, Lu Qingyun's figure appeared outside Lin Yihai's small courtyard. Looking at the direction the four had left, Lu Qingyun frowned tightly. Now he could completely confirm that Lin Prosperity had definitely not lied about what had happened before. However, he was still a bit unwilling. He didn't believe that a cultivator of the righteous path would do such a ridiculous thing. That's right, it was absurd. He couldn't even think of a more vicious word. "I hope I won't be disappointed." It wasn't known whether this was said to himself or to Zhang Junshan and the others. As the words fell, Lu Qingyun's figure also disappeared into thin air. Jade Maple Forest. As the path that the devil's path must take to enter the heavenly green city. At this moment, a pair of cultivators from the Acacia Sect were passing through here. On the other hand, Lin Yao and the others had already set up an ambush at the intersection of Jade Maple Forest and Tianqing City. It could be said that as long as they got out of here, they would be able to arrive at Tianqing City in half an hour. "I say, Brother Lin, it's almost noon, why hasn't anyone come out yet? Your intelligence wouldn't be wrong, right?" Wang Dao couldn't help but speak up. Lin Yao was also a bit puzzled. He had directly and clearly agreed with Chu Hongsleeve that he would arrive here before noon. But now, not to mention cultivators, there wasn't even a shadow of an ordinary person. Although Zhang Junshan and Lu Yu didn't say anything, the skepticism that showed in their eyes made Lin Yao's heart tighten. It won't be. Before I could personally hear a Jindan disciple of the Acacia Sect say that there will be a group of disciples coming over to deliver the supplies, there's absolutely no mistake. Lin Yiwu said with great certainty. Seeing him like this, the three could only wait patiently. Just when all four of them were a bit annoyed, a sparse sound suddenly came from within the jade maple forest. Immediately afterward, a sound of warbling speech came from the front. "I say, senior sister Lu Yun, how on earth did this grow on you? I heard that many furnished tripods like this pair of yours." "Senior sister Hua, those legs of yours are famous in the outer sects. I heard that some of the clan disciples below the sect are even willing to spend cultivation resources also want to have a spring night with you." Hearing the words in his ears, Zhang Junshan looked excited. Coming! Coming! All cheer up! Lin Yao also heard the voices of those people, as if they were doing it on purpose. The words that were said made him blush a little from hearing them. Wang Dao and Lu Yu were even more needless to say. Most of the fine chaff from before had been allowed to be eaten by Zhang Junshan. All that was left for them were some leftovers. Now that it was better, with so many Acacia Sect disciples, there would definitely be a share for them. On the mountain stream path in front of them, they only saw 6 female cultivators dressed in Acacia Sect disciple attire walking towards this side, talking and laughing. After taking a good look at their looks, the trio's eyes glazed over. Demonic, too demonic, each female cultivator was dressed very hot. Even though they had played with quite a few of the prettier ones among mortals, at this moment, they were compared to these female cultivators. It was simply a village girl and a fairy. After the female cultivators walked in, Wang Dagger was the first to hold back. Do it! Without waiting for Zhang Junshan to give the word, this kid actually rushed out against the wind. Zhang Junshan cursed, but this moment was not the time to talk about this. First, those female cultivators were important. Lu Yu was also not willing to show weakness. After both of them rushed out, he also performed his body technique to chase after them. After those female cultivators saw the three of them, they seemed to have reacted, and immediately fainted. Not good. It's a cultivator of the righteous path. Sisters, split up and go. Ah, little ES, you can't run away. Wang Dagger rushed out the earliest, and at this moment, he had already arrived at a position less than 30 meters away from them. Lu Yu, go to the back and intercept them. Zhang Junshan commanded, then came directly to the side, blocking the path of those female cultivators. Be good and cook your hands, otherwise, there will be no shortage of suffering. Seeing this scene, Lin Yiwu turned his head to look in a direction outside the jade maple forest. He was certain that Lu Qingyun would definitely come, he just didn't know where the other party was hiding. Big brother Zhang. Save one for me. Lin Yiwu revealed his piggy face and licked his face before rushing out. Meanwhile, the female cultivators had already been surrounded by the trio. Looking at the approaching trio, the women showed panic on their faces. It seemed like they didn't expect someone to ambush them here. You guys, what do you want to do? Lu Yun, who was previously described as a large mountain peak, said timidly. The main reason was that the other party's pair of headlamps were just too conspicuous, and any man would look at the other party at first glance. Doing what? Suppressing the demonic cultivators, of course. Hand over the cultivation resources you have on you. Lin Yiwu grabbed the first opportunity to speak, with an air of righteousness. However, the long-legged female cultivator among them suddenly spoke up. No, you guys are mistaken, we are loose cultivators. When these words came out, Zhang Junshan and the others immediately froze and simultaneously turned their heads to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan secretly praised, worthy of being the person arranged by senior sister Chu, his work was really on point. He had just been wondering how to explain to Lu Qingyun, well, there was no need to explain now. It is said that women are natural performers. Originally Lin Yuyo was still a bit unconvinced. But now looking at the expressions on the faces of the 6 female cultivators in front of him, it really was not too much to award a movie queen to each of them. A few gentlemen, the clothes we are wearing are all customized out, don't believe you guys, it's all fake. I heard that this side of Tianqing City is in chaos right now, and we don't dare to pass easily. The one who spoke was still that senior flower sister. Before the words even fell, the 6 people began to take off their jackets. As expected, there was still a layer of clothes inside. What made Lin Yiwu even more praiseworthy was that the first moment after the 6 took off a pair, they directly burned all of their original harmonious sect clothing cleanly. Chapter 61, Boss. I want this. Before his eyes, things turned out to be wrong. Not only did Zhang Junshan and the others not have the intention to leave. Instead, they revealed a puzzling smile. Lin Yuyo hurriedly spoke, Big brother Zhang, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't expect those people to actually lie to me. Zhang Junshan's reaction, however, caused Lin Yiwang to freeze. The guy turned his head and smiled at him before speaking, Brother Lin, you're too stupid, these are the demonesses of the Acacia sect, everything they just did was to confuse us. Before the words fell, the pressure of the Jindan realm manifested. The 6 female cultivators were immediately suppressed, while the duo of Wang Dao and Lu Yu walked straight to the female cultivators and started to go up and down. It looked like they were searching their bodies, but the tofu that should be eaten wasn't missing at all, and even Wang Dagger lingered on Lu Yun's headlamp for a moment. Lin Ichio looked outside the jade maple forest. This is still not coming out? He was naturally talking about Lu Qingyun, just after the female cultivator burned her clothes. Lin Yao had felt a line of sight that had been looking this way. This was all due to the benefits that Yin Yang eyes brought him. In fact, if Zhang Junshan hadn't been attracted to the female cultivator, he might have noticed it as well. But at the moment, his eyes couldn't wait to fixate on the female cultivator, so how would he care about his surroundings? Both of you bastards, get back here. Don't scare a few girls. Zhang Shan shouted angrily, then took a step in front of the 6 people. If one did not know who he was, it would be really easy to be mesmerized by this setup. As expected, when the female cultivators saw Zhang Junshan reveal his anger, they immediately thought that this guy had a clear conscience. Gongzi, this is our storage bag, can you let us go? Lu Yun had a pitiful look on his face. The others also looked at him expectantly, as if as long as he gave the word, these people of their own would be safe. Zhang Junshan enjoyed this atmosphere of being watched. Hee, you guys don't need to be pretending, a demonic cultivator is a demonic cultivator. I can feel that powerful evil aura from all of you. Today, I'm going to put you guys on the spot. With that, he waved his big hand and a white rope flew out from his storage ring. In the next moment, the rope bound the six as if it had an autonomous consciousness. When Wang Dagger saw the scene in front of him, his eyes went wide. It was too luscious. Those long legs of senior sister Hua, the light bulb of Lu Ruyan, the others were not as distinctive as the two. But they were all top-notch as well. Boss. I want this. Boss. I want this. Almost at the same time, the duo of Wang Dao and Lu Yu pointed at senior flower sister and Lu Ruyan respectively. Humph. Did I let you guys talk? Zhang Junshan snorted coldly, then looked at Lin Yiwu, who had been standing next to him. Lin Yuanyuan noticed that this guy had undisguised killing intent in his eyes when he looked at himself. Not good, this guy is still going to kill and exterminate. Subconsciously taking half a step back, the duo of Wang Dao and Lu Yu suddenly stormed out. Brother Lin, thanks for the information, but there are some things that it's better for you not to know. Yeah, don't worry Brother Lin, we won't let you die too painfully. Lin Yiwu coldly laughed, unloading a donkey isn't as dirty as the way you guys play it. Other people at the very least only do it after they have no use for it. These people were good, they were afraid that they would steal something. Two big brothers. Don't do it. I won't tell. Lin Yao pretended to be terrified and quickly ran towards where Lu Qingyun was. Damn, still not coming out, can't it be that I'm really looking at the wrong person? Just at the moment he was running away, a figure swept in from the distance. Stop. The voice was like thunder, carrying a shocking anger. After that the figure stood still, Zhang Junshan and the others instantly revealed a look of horror on their faces. Lu Qingyun? Nope. Lin Prosperity. You lied to me? Damn it. Boss, it must be this kid who made the trick. Wang Dagger was horny, but his brain was equally good, and he reacted at the first opportunity. Zhang Junshan hurriedly retrieved the ropes that had just bound the female cultivator, his face showing a straight face. Brother Lu, what brings you here? Lu Qingyun's complexion was gloomy as he coldly looked at the three. What are you guys doing? Us? We're suppressing demonic cultivators. Zhang Junshan was righteous as if those things just now were not done by him. Lu Qingyun was exasperated and laughed at his appearance. He really didn't expect that this guy would be so shameless. If it was normal, he might have believed it, even if a few people really killed the 6 female cultivators, he wouldn't have said anything. He had a sense of justice, but it didn't mean he was stupid. From the very beginning, he had been staring at everything that was happening inside. Even when Zhang Junshan was preparing to make a move on those female cultivators, he had no intention of coming out. But Zhang Junshan shouldn't have taken that white spirit weapon rope out and used it. Because that was precisely the spiritual weapon of a senior brother of the 10,000 Sword Sect. As to why he was so sure, that was because when that senior brother had just refined it, he had also given him an observation that a small sword was engraved on the rope. So after seeing the engraving on it, Lu Qingyun instantly couldn't hold back any longer. You Xiaochun, Zhang Junshan, you should have heard of this name, right? At these words, Zhang Junshan's face changed drastically. I don't recognize it. No, I do. Half a month ago, wasn't he killed by those demonic cultivators following him? Why is Brother Lu suddenly asking about this? Good. It's good that you admit it. Lu Qingyun gritted his teeth. Lin Yuya watched everything in front of him from the side. Although he didn't know what was going on here, he knew very well that the moment Lu Qingyun appeared, that meant that this guy had already made a decision. However, in order to deepen the disgust in Lu Qingyun's heart towards Zhang Junshan and the others, Lin Yiwu hurriedly opened his mouth. Mr. Lu. They were also the ones who did the killing of the Miss Zhao household 4 days ago. Zhang Junshan was stunned, then immediately retorted. Lin easy. You're spitting blood. I'm spitting blood? That's what I saw with my own eyes. At this moment, with Lu Qingyun in attendance, he wasn't afraid of the other party at all right. Just as Lin Yao was about to fight Zhang Junshan's mouth, it was as if Lu Yu behind him had just reacted. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock. The person who was outside that night was you? Well. Lin Yaoyao was truly surprised that Lu Yu would say this. It really was true that one wasn't afraid of god-like opponents, but was afraid of pig-like teammates. The collusion between cultivators and cultivators, even in the end, Zhang Junshan would have the opportunity to argue a bit. But this kind of action against mortals, and also personally pouring dirty water on the devil's way. What's more, because of Zhang Junshan, the entire Zhao family was slaughtered by the devil Dao. This touched Lu Qingyun's Dao heart. Good. Good ah. The righteous path, ha 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 ha, the righteous path. Zhang Junshan, people like you in the righteous path are simply a disgrace. Chapter 62 Beheading You. With the heart of the righteous path. Lin Yiwu's eyes were filled with Lu Qingyun's killing intent, so he hurriedly retreated backward. Coming to the side of the 6 female cultivators. Sisters, you must leave quickly. He didn't say this behind Lu Qingyun's back, instead, he intentionally spoke loudly. Because only this way could the other party not suspect him. Senior Sister Hua seemed to know his identity and asked in a low voice, "You're not leaving?" In her opinion, if Lin Yiwu stayed on, it was no different from sending him to his death. Lin Yiwu didn't say anything, he just shook his head, his eyes signaling the other party to leave as soon as possible. Seeing this scene, they didn't hesitate any longer and turned around to run in the direction they came from. Looking at the other party leaving, Lin Yaoyao turned his head to look at Lu Qingyun. Seeing that the other party didn't react to what he did, Lin Yaoyao sighed in relief. I hope I don't see something, otherwise, Tianqing City won't be able to stay. Unlike him, the 3 of them, Zhang Junshan, were about to be driven crazy. The 3 of them, 1 of them was at the 3rd level of Jindan and 2 were at the peak of Foundation establishment. But Lu Qingyun was an 8th Jindan cultivator, wouldn't beating them be like beating a child? Lu Qingyun. You can't move me. I am a disciple of the Open Mountain Sect. My master is the Grand Elder of the Kaishan Sect. If you move me, my master will never let you go. Zhang Junshan's face showed horror. Because Lu Qingyun had already drawn his long sword. What can your master do? Today, I will behead you. In order to correct my Taoist heart. Wind began to converge and thunder began to flash. The intent of wind and thunder condensed the sword body. This was Lu Qingyun's sword technique, the wind and thunder sword technique. Wind and thunder, destroy. Lu Qingyun slashed out with his sword, the sword chi wrapped in the power of wind and thunder cut through the sky. Zhang Junshan didn't expect that this guy wouldn't even give himself a chance to argue, he didn't even care about the clan behind him. Damned Lin Yiwu. When I go back, I'll be sure to behead you 250. When it was too late, Zhang Junshan grabbed the Wang blade by his side and threw it out. As the sword chi slashed through, the Wang blade's body did not even have time to let out a miserable scream before it was directly churned by the wind and thunder intent contained in the sword chi. Lu Yu's entire body froze in place, even forgetting to flee. The boss just threw out his brother water spirit like that? This was Lu Yu's last thought as Lu Qingyun's second sword chi had already arrived in front of him. Zhang Junshan kicked at Lu Yu's body. Just like the king's sword, it was instantly strangled. But because of this, it gave Zhang Junshan a chance to escape. But how could Lu Qingyun let his opponent leave like that? Shadow step. Lin Yuyo only felt a blur before his eyes as Lu Qingyun's figure instantly disappeared. It was then that he realized why many people feared this genius of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Even Li Qinsheng hadn't given him this much pressure when he was chasing him at that time. And when the other party reappeared, he was already blocking in front of Zhang Junshan. Killing you only serves to correct my Dao, you must die. Lu Qingyun didn't give Zhang Junshan any more chances, and with the long sword in his hand, the sword aura gulped. Die. As the cold words fell, Lin Yuanyun saw a white light flash by. A red line appeared right on Zhang Junshan's neck, which zoomed in and the head fell to the ground. Lin Yaoyao didn't say anything because he knew that Lu Qingyun would speak. Lu Qingyun looked at Zhang Junshan's corpse and fell silent for a long time, as if he was convincing himself or appeasing his heart. When he slowed down, his gaze went to Lin Yuyun, who was not far away. You. Just as the words reached his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Lin Prosperity sighed helplessly. He knew very well what Lu Qingyun was thinking at the moment. There was a scum in what he thought was the righteous path, and his heart was restless as he condemned himself. You did the right thing. There was no unnecessary nonsense, for simple words, yet it seemed to have touched Lu Qingyun's heart. Yes, he was just relying on his heart to do what he thought was right. Besides, people like Zhang Junshan should have deserved to die in the first place. Why should he blame himself? What qualifications did these people have to make him blame himself? Lu Qingyun gave Lin Yuanyun a complicated look and finally spoke, "Follow me back." Collecting Zhang Junshan's storage ring, Lu Qingyun flashed and swept towards Tianqing City. Lin Yuanyuan shook his head, still really doesn't know how to be flexible? It could be imagined that this fellow was definitely going to publicize the matter, yet return the things in the storage ring that belonged to Zhang Junshan to the Open Mountain Sect. The truth was just as he expected. The two had just arrived at the city lord's mansion when Lu Qingyun summoned the leading figures of all the major sects to discuss the matter. Xian Tian Sect, 100 Flowers Valley, Golden Buddha Temple, and 10,000 Dragons Mountain. Counting Lu Qingyun's own 10,000 Swords Sect, these 5 forces were considered to be the top existences in the righteous path. Among them, the Xian Tian Sect was the most important. Xian Miaozhen, a disciple of the Xian Heavenly Sect, couldn't help but frown after hearing what Lu Qingyun had told him. He didn't say anything, but in his opinion, weren't these things normal as a cultivator? On the other hand, 100 Flower Valley's Qi Muyu was indignant. After all, she was a female, all of them were still easy to empathize with in this regard. As for the Golden Buddha Temple and the 10,000 Dragon Mountain, both of them didn't open their mouths. But Lin Yuyao could see that the little monk named Ling Xin from Golden Buddha Temple was still conscientious. But the nameless guest from Soul Breaking Cliff showed disdain. "I say, Lu Qingyun, don't think that the entire righteous path is up to you? Even if Zhang Junshan was at fault, then the Open Mountain Sect should handle it themselves, right? What qualifications do you have to kill someone?" Lu Qingyun also knew that what he did was a bit too impulsive. But he didn't regret it. "Don't worry, I'll give everyone an explanation for this matter. Just before I do, I'm going to make this matter public." The moment these words came out, not only the nameless guest, but the others revealed unbelievable expressions. "Are you crazy? No, this matter absolutely cannot be publicized." The one who spoke was Xian Miaozhen, who was all too aware of how much of an impact this matter would have on the righteous path if it was publicized. He vaguely remembered that back then, there was a righteous cultivator who colluded with the Devil's Way and later killed an elder of the scattered Cultivator Alliance. It was because of this incident that the Devil's Path gave them the label of hypocrites. It was also because of this incident, from then on, the righteous path and the loose Cultivator Alliance completely broke up. Of course, Lin Yuyao didn't know about these things, otherwise he wouldn't have wondered why there were so few loose cultivators in Tianqing City. Although the others didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces already said it all. They were also unwilling to publicize this matter. "You guys?" Lu Qingyun was a little puzzled by what these people were doing. In his opinion, one had to admit to a mistake, and only by admitting to a mistake could one be warned not to commit it in the future. These were the truths handed down to him by his master, but why would these people object? Lin Yaoyao looked at the scene in front of him and secretly sighed. Before he came, he had guessed that this would happen. If Lu Qingyun had to announce it to the public, being ostracized might just be the simplest thing to do, just that people with a heart of gold would use this matter to backpedal. Even to the point of directly attributing everything to Lu Qingyun. "Gentlemen, can you listen to my words?" Lin Yixio stepped forward and spoke aloud. Chapter 63, The Former Head of the Righteous Tao. Inside the council chamber, as Lin Prosperity opened his mouth, the gazes of the crowd converged on him. Nameless guest looked at him with disdain. "What are you? What qualifications do you have to speak here?" Lin Yiwu's face remained unchanged as he looked at the crowd present with a smile on his face. "It doesn't matter what I am, but I have a proposal that should solve your problems." Although the crowd was not clear about Lin Prosperity's origin, probably following Lu Qingyun, they thought that he must be one of his important people. Seeing that the crowd did not interrupt him, Lin Yiwu continued. "Since you all feel that it's not good for this matter to be publicized, but senior brother Lu is insistent on doing so. If, can this matter be compromised?" Qi Muyu was a bit curious. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, first block the news. As for the Kaishan Sect's side to ask about it, I believe that all of you who are doing this have the ability to deal with it, and when the Tianqing City side of the matter is over, then the announcement will be made public, and then Brother Lu, or the 10,000 Swords Sect will make the decision. What do you guys think?" After Lin Yiwu finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. In fact, he saw it very clearly. Right now within Tianqing City, there are many forces. If you burst out of bad news about the righteous path here, it would be the same as saying that all the forces have been stigmatized. But it's different when it's separated and announced. Even if someone talked about it, they could say that it was the 10,000 Swords Sect and the Open Mountain Sect's own business, and that it didn't have anything to do with them. "Not bad. What's your name?" Xian Miaozhen was a bit surprised, not expecting that the matter he had just been having a headache over was just solved by the kid in front of him in just a few words. To be honest, he had just been ready to team up with the others to suppress Lu Qingyun. Lin Yiwu. Lin Yiwu arched his hand at him. No matter what, he was also a disciple of the first power of the righteous path. The respect that should be there should still be there. Alright, before you leave here, you can come to me for anything. Xian Miaozhen had an atmospheric look. However, Lin Yiwu realized that after the other party finished saying this, sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the nameless guest. Lin Yaoyao secretly said, "It seems like it's also a run-of-the-mill cargo." But he didn't care, anyway, he would only stay here for another month at most before leaving. By then, who knew who? Brother Lu, what do you think? Lin Yiwei could not forget about this rightful owner. But where he didn't agree, it was useless for others to think that he could say anything better. Lu Qingyun's face wasn't too good, but he also understood that Lin Yiwu was saying this in order to help him. I agree. Good, since that's the case, let's all disperse, everyone cultivate well in these few days. When the elders come, it's time to settle the score with those demonic cultivators. Xian Miaozhen got up and looked at everyone. Amitabha Buddha, in that case, little monk will go back. Ling Xian got up and turned his head to leave. Nameless guest was very unhappy in the slightest to be conversing with Xian Miaozhen and left without even looking at him. Looking at the backs of the two departing, Lin Yiwu was also ready to pull Lu Qingyun to leave. But right at this moment, Shi Muyu came behind him at some point. Hey! Lin Yiqiu was startled. Why didn't this girl make a sound when she was walking? Is there something wrong with Miss Qi? Nothing, let's go, it just so happens that I'm looking for Brother Lu for something. Shi Muyu took small steps, pawed her feet and walked towards the outside of the council chamber. Lu Qingyun was originally still troubled by Zhang Junshan's matter, and when he heard that the other party was looking for him for something, he was instantly attracted. After all, this was the granddaughter of the 100 Flower Valley's Grand Elder, her status was where it lay. Lin Yuyao was not thinking about what the other party wanted at the moment. Just now, he had clearly heard that in a few days, the elders of the righteous sects would come over. At that time, they would suppress the devil's side. No, there had to be an opportunity to tell Chu Hongso the news. Following Lu Qingyun's footsteps, Ling Yuan also left the council chamber. The entire council hall was also left with Xian Miaozhen alone. But as they left, a voice resounded within the council hall. Miaozhen, what do you think will happen to this 10,000 sword sect's first genius if he carries the reputation of slaughtering his fellow disciples? Xian Miaozhen smiled coldly, Senior brother, this matter still needs to be carefully thought out, otherwise, the 10,000 sword sect side won't recognize this. As the words fell, a youth wearing the same attire as Xian Miaozhen slowly walked out from the back. Xian Miaozai, Xian Tian sect's chief disciple. Peak Jindan cultivation, only one step away from the Yuaning stage. Hee, the 10,000 sword sect wants to shake my Xian Tian sect's position with a Lu Chanyan? It's really delusional. Lin Yiwu's small courtyard. At the moment Shi Muyu was sitting on the recliner that originally belonged to Lin Yiwu. Lin Prosperity was holding a wooden fan and was sitting with Lu Qingyun on a wooden pier to the side. Tell me, what are you looking for me for? Lu Qingyun was a little impatient. This was the first time Lin Yaoyao had seen an impatient expression appear on his face. Actually, it wasn't his fault. The main reason was that on the way from there, Shi Muyu had been talking non-stop. But not a single word was on point. When Lu Qingyun asked, the other party started pulling things out of proportion again. Hey, why don't you have some stamina? Shi Muyu sat up straight with an old-fashioned look as he snatched the fan from Lin Yuyun's hands. However, when he saw Lu Qingyun's movement to get up, Shi Muyu hurriedly opened his mouth. There's a question I want to ask? What question? Lu Qingyun stood up, ready to leave at any time. Don't you know that the Open Mountain sect is a subsidiary sect of the Xian Tian sect? Lu Qingyun didn't say anything, but Lin Yiwu's brain buzzed. Good lord, the Open Mountain sect was an affiliated sect of the other Xian Tian sect? Doesn't that mean that Zhang Junshan was hanging out with those people from Xian Miaozhen? Now that Lu Qingyun had killed Zhang Junshan and Xian Miaozhen didn't even show any indication, either he felt that Lu Qingyun had done the right thing or he had other plans. And Lin Yaoyao felt that the latter would be more likely. But Lu Qingyun, this nerd, just didn't seem to feel anything. So what? My master said, to do things, everything is based on the heart. Even if Xian Miaozhen confronts me, it's still his fault first. But have you ever wondered why he didn't even mention it? Shimu Yu continued to ask. It's because I did the right thing. Lu Qingyun spoke without hesitation. Wrong. Shimu Yu directly interrupted what he was about to continue saying. Before I came here, I heard my grandfather say that the 10,000 Sword Sect wanted to search for the sword left behind by the Sword Sect back then in the secret realm, and as for the purpose, I think it should be your righteousness leader, right? Lu Qingyun was a bit confused for a moment. He had never thought about this. No one had ever told him about the matter from returning to the head of the Orthodox road either. But he always had the feeling that this matter seemed to have gone beyond his expectations. Lin Yiwu listened to the words of the two, although he didn't say anything. But he already understood it all. Good fellow, no wonder the Xian Tian sect didn't want to release the news, no wonder Xian Miaozhen wanted himself to go over to him. It turned out that all of this was laying the groundwork for what would happen afterward. Chapter 64 The Paper Man's Eye Dotting Technique. So what do we do now? Lin Yuyo was also out of tricks. It would be fine if it was only the Xian Tian sect, but now it was clearly not just the Xian Tian sect's side. Shimu Yu, however, directly got up and threw the folding fan in his hand back. I'm only reminding you guys because Grandpa has some friendship with Lu Qingyun's master. As for what you guys do, that's not something I should care about. What the hell? You're just in charge of fanning the flames? Where could Lin Yiwu let the other party go just like that? If he didn't have anything to do with this matter, it would be fine. But now, as long as the people who have the heart to check can definitely find out, Zhang Junshan's death is he provoked. Maybe at that time, in order to save face, the righteous path would directly push him out as a scapegoat. Senior Sister Qi. Beauty Qi. Great Princess Qi. Lin Yaoyao shouted and chased after Qi Muyu, who had already walked to the entrance of the small courtyard. I said, this matter please, I will absolutely not get involved. Qi Muyu opened the hand holding her arm. Lu Qingyun also looked at him with some confusion. Brother Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Yuyun was really exasperated by this brat. People were all getting savvier the more they cultivated. Why did Lu Qingyun feel that cultivation had made people stupid? Senior Sister Qi, you can't see death and save up. Although I'm not a good person, but I also know how to repay kindness. Brother Lu saved my life, now he's going to be victimized. How can I stand by and watch? Since you can see through this, you must have a way, right? Just for the sake of Lu, Brother Lu's master, help him out. When Lin Yiwu spoke, it was with a deep sense of affection. It was as if it was all for Lu Qingyun's sake. Of course, Lu Qingyun had already revealed a complex and pleased look at this moment. However, Qi Muyu quietly attached herself to Lin Yuyun's ear. Is Zhang Junshan's matter related to you? Lin Yaoyao took a step back. Senior sister, you can't say this nonsense, it'll kill you. Did I talk nonsense? Qi Muyu looked at him with a smile. Lin Yaoyao was a little hairy from her look, but likewise, he confirmed one thing. There was a slowdown in Zhang Junshan's matter. Forget it, for the sake of Grandpa Li's face, I'll help you guys out, but it's limited to helping you out. As for how Xian Tian sect and Kaishan sect will deal with it, it's up to you guys to do it. Qi Muyu waved her hand, and after saying that, she turned around and directly left the courtyard. Looking at her back, Lu Qingyun couldn't help but ask. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Zhang Junshan was killed by me. It's not like you killed him. I'm one person doing one thing. I definitely won't implicate you. Lin Yiwu said, if your words work, I wouldn't have to beg my grandpa and grandma to beg others. Or the righteous path, but all are Lu Qingyun's generation, there is no need to be so. However, seeing the other party's serious look, Lin Yiwu still couldn't help but open his mouth. Brother Lu, just listen to me this time, otherwise, you won't be able to fall in favor, and I'm afraid I'll have to die in the hands of those people as well. At those words, Lu Qingyun sighed helplessly. AI, then you should rest in first, and don't go out for the next 2 days, wait for the elders to come over, you'll go out when it's safer. As the words fell, he also walked towards the entrance of the small courtyard. It's just that when Lin Yuyao looked at his back, he always felt that there wasn't the same voluminous aura that he had when he had just met the other party, but instead, there was more of a feeling of despondency. Can't it be that he can't take the blow? But the thought just flashed in his mind. What are you thinking about? People are at least the first genius of 10,000 Sword Sect. Even if something happened, the old monsters at home could watch him die? Moreover, he had more important things to do now. That was to find a way to tell Chu Hongso about the matter of the righteous sect elders coming. How should I get out? Lin Yiwu stroked his chin. The Xian Tian sect's people would definitely have people secretly watching him, one could think of that with one's ass. There. With a twitch of his expression, Lin Yaoyao glanced outside the small courtyard and turned his head back inside. Close the door? How were people going to stare at him if he closed the door? As the moon slowly rose, Lin Yaoyao broke free from his cultivation. He came to the window and opened a small crack. As expected, he only saw a figure swaying in the moonlight. But it was only for a split second, or Lin Yaoyao opened his yin and yang eyes to capture it. Hee, the Taoist is 1 foot taller than the devil, this is not a saying. Don't you like to stare at old me? Then let you stare enough. Lin Yiwu took out a paper figure from his storage ring. This was still something that he had previously fished out from those Nanshan stove storage bags. On its own, it might be seen through at a glance, but Lin Yiwu was the one who had the general outline of the yin-yang dharma. Although most of it was some dual cultivation techniques, there were still some side disciplines that had been collected within it. One of them was the art of dotting the eyes of paper people. Lin Yaoyao pulled off one of his hair and glued it to the paperman's head. Then he took out 2 spirit stones and replaced the paperman's eyes. Heavenly Father borrows the law, the soul is present, the spirit of all things, condense. The moment the words fell, Lin Yiwu hurriedly bit his finger and his own blood was dotted on top of the 2 spirit stones. In the next moment, 2 streaks of white light spread across the paperman's body with the spirit stones as the center. Then as the white light changed, coalesced, and dissipated, a living, breathing Lin Yiwu stood in front of him. It's quite a likeness. Lin Yiwu looked at himself in front of him, except for the fact that he couldn't speak. The entire paper person's aura, complexion, and even movements were exactly the same. Sit down. Lin Yaoyao gave the order, and the paperman made it to the bed with his knees crossed. If one were to just look at it from the outside, one wouldn't be able to see anything at all. Unless the power of the spirit stone was exhausted, but that would take at least 5 hours, and by that time he would have long since run back. After glancing outside the window once more, he made sure that the other party wasn't staring at him at the moment. Lin Yaoyao shielded his own aura and directly executed the human Sect shield technique, quickly running towards the outside. When he passed by the outside of the small courtyard, he happened to see a disciple wearing Xian Tian Sect's clothing picking his head to look into the small courtyard. What a look down on people. Lin Yaoyao sighed. Xian Tian Sect was considered a big sect at high and low levels. It actually only sent a cultivator of the 6th level of the Foundation establishment realm over. It's not just looking down on people. No longer thinking about it, Lin Yaoyao left along the back door that Zhang Junshan had taken him through before. The west side of the city, the courtyard. Chu Hongso, Bai Xiushan, and Bai Xiudong were sitting together. At this moment, Lin Yaoyao didn't know that he had been sold. Seeing that the 2 sisters of the Bai family had anger in their eyes, they were coldly staring at Chu Hongsleeve, as if they were about to move the next moment. I say 2 sisters, your precious stove tripod I did not touch, besides this is still the mission of the South Mountain, the root I do not have much to do with it, besides, are the people of the Acacia sect, he came over to beg me, can I not help? Chu Hongsleeve looked at the 2 sisters with a helpless face. Chapter 65, a big deal, a little life is hard to protect. It was fine if they didn't say this, but once they did, Bai Xiushang became even more angry. Truly speaking, she was at least Lin Yiwu's master, right? Minion accident, do not come to look for their own even if it is, but also found on their own opponent to help. Wasn't this a slap in one's own face? Is that so? Senior sister Chu was really understanding. Rather than Bai Xiushang's persona being cold as ice, at this moment, she somewhat had the posture of a young daughter who was jealous. Sister, you have a fever? Bai Dongxue looked at her own elder sister somewhat incredulously. Put. Chu Hongsleeve didn't hold back and burst out laughing. I say senior sister, can't you tell if I've done anything? Or do you want to check before you believe it? Bai Xiushang froze, having just focused on being angry. Hearing these words, she hurriedly scanned Chu Hongse's body, after all, they were both Harmony Sect disciples. It was still accurate to look at people in that area, and seeing that the other party did not look like she had lost her body, her heart could not help but feel happy. But it quickly turned into envy. I'm so envious of senior sister, so talented. Bai Xiushang sighed darkly, she herself needed the help of a stove to break through the Jindan. Whereas Chu Hongso was now at the 8th level of Jindan, perhaps she would only need to find a stove tripod when she broke through to Yuanying. On the side, Bai Xiudong was also silenced by his sister's words. Just as the 3 of them fell into a state of not knowing what to say, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Senior sister Chu. Something big is not good. The three of them looked outside at the same time, only to see Lin Yuyo being rushed this way by Wu Yunpeng. Wu Yunpeng was none other than the boss who had previously asked Lin Wu for advice on chasing women. It was still just learned. But just as soon as he entered, Lin Wu froze. Big deal? Oh, brother, you're in a small way now. Chu Hongsleeve smiled daintily and opened her mouth to tease. Although Wu Yunpeng couldn't chase women, he still had strength in his eyes. The three women in front of him, they were all famous figures in the Hahuan sect. The three were gathered together, and obviously all knew Lin Yuyanpeng. I say big brother still needs to hold down the fort, so he'll leave first. After saying that, Wu Yunpeng didn't even give Lin Wu the chance to open his mouth, turned his head and swept away. The entire scene became even more awkward. Lin Yuan didn't know what to say either. It was true that he had come to report a message, but the problem was that his own boss was right here. Not only did he not look for Bai Xiushang in the first place, he instead ran to Chu Hongsu's place. Who would be comfortable in his heart? In all conscience, Bai Xiushang is really nothing to say to him, again is the medicine and life preservation talisman. It can be said that there is no shortage of everything. Hee, little brother, you can really make my sister look at me differently. Bai Xiushang sneered. In her hand, she slowly touched out a long sword that emitted a cold aura. Although Bai Qiudong didn't say anything, a dagger had also appeared in his hand at some point. Sister. Two elder sisters. Listen to my explanation. Explain? Am I asking you to explain? Bai Xiushang made a starting move, her long sword slashed across, and Lin Ichio only felt a coldness in her neck. The long hair on his temples was directly sliced down a section. Gulp. Lin Yuyo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. For that instant just now, he really felt like he was going to die. Bai Qiudong looked at her with some surprise. Sister, I just thought you really didn't want him. Bai Qiushang didn't say anything, her eyes looking at Lin Iwang in death. How could Lin Wu not know that this was giving himself a chance? Missy, the South Mountainside is busy with tasks. Don't give me that mission. Bai Xiushang directly interrupted him. Lin Yaya was helpless and glanced at Chu Hongsleeve, but this woman didn't have the slightest chance of wanting to help. AI, when it comes down to it, I can only be honest. Actually, I'm just afraid of causing you trouble. Bai Xiushang frowned, adding trouble? What do you mean? Missy, have you forgotten? That guy Li Qinsheng has never given up on trying to kill me, and I also inquired before I came here. Sun Mayor is also here. What do you think the two of them would do if I came directly to Tianqing City to look for you? Lin Yiwu's words were not unreasonable. In fact, Chu Hongsleeve was also very clear that Lin Yiwu had come to look for herself. It was nothing more than the fact that she was the Red Eyebrow Immortal's disciple. Even if she was discovered, she wasn't afraid. The big deal was to go back to the sect. But the Bai family sisters were different. If they were found out that they had brought a stovepipe out with them, and even utilized the sect's resources to help a stovepipe do their job, wouldn't it become a joke if this was spread out? When the time came, the two of them, Li Qinsheng and Sun Mayor, would join forces to apply pressure, and even the Grand Elder wouldn't be able to wipe his face. Then what are you doing here this time? Although Bai Xiushang understood this in her heart, she was still somewhat unconvinced. Obviously, she was her own stovepipe, but she wasn't the first one to look for herself when something happened. How did this make her embarrassed? Didn't I just say that my mission is to spy on the righteous path, and this time I'm here to report the news? Seeing that her face had calmed down a lot, Lin Yiwu hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that the other party was misunderstanding. The taste of that sword just now, he didn't want to try it a second time. The three of them didn't interrupt him, and Lin Yao continued to speak. Yesterday I received news that the righteous side of the path estimates that in a few more days, elder-level figures will come to Tianqing City. I'm not sure exactly when, but it shouldn't be more than 3 days at most. Upon hearing this, the three of them glanced at each other, all seeing the surprise in their eyes. Lin Yiwu as a fringe character might not know the ways of it. The three of them could have been battling with the righteous side of the Tao, and it was now at a critical juncture. If there really was an elder-level character coming over, it would be fine if their side was prepared, but if they were not. At that time, not only would the disciples of the Devil's Path be slaughtered, it was estimated that the entire Heavenly Green City would fall into the hands of those in the righteous path. Are you sure the information is accurate? Chu Hongsleeve changed from her usual flirtatiousness and looked serious. Sure, as well as certain. These words came out of Xin Miaozhen's mouth. I believe he shouldn't be putting out empty words. Lin Ichio said with certainty. These hypocrites, they really aren't called wrong. Disgust flashed in Chu Hongsu's eyes. The Bai family sisters were also frowning. Easy, what do you plan to do? Do you still want to go back? Bai Xiushang asked. Of course I have to go back. If I'm here, I guess I don't need the righteous path to come and attack. These two, Li Qinxing and Sun Mayer, probably won't be able to stop. Lin Yiwu naturally wouldn't stay here. Firstly, the devil's path was really unsafe, and secondly, even though he wasn't a good person. But Lu Qingyun had helped him so much, if he really just walked away, there was really something in his heart that he couldn't bear. You come with me. Bai Qiushan came to Lin Yuyun's side and turned her head to look at Chu Hongsu and Bai Qiudong. You guys go ahead and make arrangements, I have some things to talk to him about. Lin Yiqiu was a bit puzzled. Things were all said and done, what was there to talk about? The main thing was that he had to hurry back yet, otherwise if that person from the Xin Tian sect touched in and took a look. Finding a dummy inside the house, it was estimated that the entire Xin Tian sect would be looking for trouble from him. But when he followed Bai Qiushan to the side room, he instantly understood. Eldest miss. You don't. Senior sister Chu and second miss are still outside. Chapter 66 Extremely High-Grade Qi Condensation Pill. 2 hours later. Bai Qiushan walked out of the side room in a refreshed state. Lin Yuyao followed behind him, like an aggravated little daughter-in-law. It seems like you really didn't lie to me, the power of the blazing sun is at least 3 times more than before. Bai Qiushan stopped and turned her head to look at him. Lin Yuyao was helpless, being in the middle of the enemy camp, except for that time when he saved someone's life, where would he dare to move his mind in this regard? Alright, drooping face for whoever, here you go. Bai Qiushan took out a bottle of elixir and a talisman. Lin Yiwu, who was originally still a bit depressed, saw this scene and his complexion was overjoyed. He, it's still Missy who's good to me. Saying this, he was about to reach out and take it. However, Bai Qiu Frost was the one who withdrew her palm, and Lin Yiwang instantly grabbed an empty hand. How could he not know that Bai Qiu Frost was still angry about what happened before? Missy, I really know I'm wrong, don't give me a general opinion, I promise you that I will keep my body like a jade when you're not around. Guard your body like a jade? Hearing this, Bai Qiushan bared her teeth and laughed out. Alright, I won't tease you, take it, but if there's anything in the future, you must tell me first, okay? You have to remember that you are my person. Bai Qiushan said, handing over the thing in her hand. Lin Yaoyao looked at the serious Bai Qiu Frost, he was really a bit confused. Could it be that the other party really liked himself? It shouldn't be, even if the other party was more capricious, it would be impossible to follow him. A Hearth, a Haoan sect inner disciple, this identity perception alone doomed the two of them to impossibility. Of course, the main thing was that Lin Yaoyao didn't have that kind of heart either. Many thanks, Missy. Receiving the elixir, Lin Yuyao didn't linger, after all, the Xin Tian sect side was still staring at him. If he was discovered sneaking out, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid another interrogation. Bai Qiushan looked at his back and suddenly felt someone coming from behind. Turning her head to look, she only saw Chu Hongsu looking at herself with a smiling face. What do you want to do? I should be the one to ask you this, right? Chu Hongsleeve asked back, you wouldn't really be attracted to this brat, would you? If Elder Ziling finds out, I'm afraid he'll be executed. Bai Qiushan had a bashful face. I'd fall for a stovepipe? You'd better worrying about the matters on the righteous side, the elders are on, and it's time for us disciples to get off the field. She wasn't talking nonsense with Chu Hongsu and turned around to leave. It was only the sweat that slightly appeared on the palms of her hands that made her heart unsettled. Tianqing City, behind the city lord's mansion. Lin Yiwu's figure was running quickly through the night. When returning to the small courtyard again, the Xin Tian sect disciple was still standing in the same place. Entering the house, the paper man didn't undergo any changes. It seems like no one has come in. Lin Yuyao recovered the paper man and hurriedly crossed his knees to where the paper man was just now. Cultivating with Bai Qiushan just now wasn't without any improvement. At this moment, he felt like he was only one step away from the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It seems like it won't take long to break through to the Jindan realm. Lin Yuan started the pills given by Bai Qiushan. An extreme quality qi condensation pill? Looking at the elixir in his hand, Lin Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. An extreme quality qi condensation pill, even if you use 10 ordinary qi condensation pills, no one would be willing to exchange them for you. I can only pay it back slowly in the future. Lin Yuyao took the pill, and as soon as he entered he felt something different. If an ordinary qi condensation pill was a first-ranked demonic pill, then an extremely high-grade qi condensation pill was equivalent to a demonic pill that was approaching the second-ranked demonic pill. No wonder no one is willing to exchange it. While thinking in his heart, his movements were dissatisfied and he revolved the yin-yang skill. It began to direct the flow of spiritual energy in the body, accompanied by the rotation of the delusion-breaking bead in the body. The medicinal power of the extreme qi condensation pill began to be absorbed by it, refined, and eventually turned into a more pure spiritual power that was absorbed by Lin Yuyao. Still a little bit short. Feeling the movement of the spiritual energy in his body, Lin Yuyao once again took out an elixir and took it. This time, the delusion-breaking pearl immediately fed back the spiritual energy. In the next moment, he felt the spiritual energy begin to converge, and his realm entered the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Promoted! Lin Yiwu slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but compared to the previous changes, he clearly felt the changes of the delusion-breaking bead in his body. It seemed that it was much more baishi than before. He didn't know if it was because he had filtered too much spiritual energy. But without having time to think about it too much, Lin Yuyao heard a footstep coming from outside. Raising his eyes to look, he realized that it was already dawn outside. Could it be the Xian Tian Sect's people coming? Getting up and looking out of the window, he saw 2 disciples wearing Xian Tian Sect clothing coming from outside. It's still true. Lin Yuyao secretly said that he was in trouble, then he heard an unfamiliar voice coming from outside the courtyard. Brother Lin, my senior brother has an invitation, please also come with us. Opening the door to the room, he saw 2 people standing at the door. One of them had a smile on his face as he greeted them. Brother Lin, I'm Lu Qing, and this is my senior brother, Wang Shanxue. Lin Yuyao sized up the 2 people in front of him. Wu Qing was nothing, but Wang Shanxue obviously didn't have a very good look on his face. I wonder which senior brother wants to see me. Hearing the question, Wu Qing didn't say anything, but Wang Shanxue was like a cat that stepped on its tail. I said, why are you kids so talkative? If you're told to go over there, you go over there, believe it or not I'll kick you out right now, and when the demonic Taoists come after you it won't have anything to do with us? Lin Yiwu could be certain that he definitely hadn't met with this person in front of him. But this inexplicable hostility couldn't help but make him speculate a little in his heart. Wang Blade, Wang Shanxue, could it be that these 2 were still related? Senior brother is not in a hurry, isn't junior brother curious? Lin Yiwu said as he closed the door to his room. There was no benefit to sniping with the other party right now, and he knew in his heart who wanted to see him. But he had also thought about it. Aren't you Wang Shanxue happy to bully people? Then let you see today, what is meant by inverting the Big Dipper. Along the way, Wang Shanxue sneered a few words from time to time. Wu Qing didn't say anything, so Lin Yuyao pretended not to hear. Following behind the 2 of them, he walked all the way towards the other courtyard where the Xian Tian Sect was located. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Xian Tian Sect's compound. Compared to the compound where the 10,000 Swords Sect was located, this place seemed even more luxurious. If one didn't know the insides, it really was a look of the head of the righteous path. Lin Yaoyao followed the 2 of them all the way to the back of the compound. At the moment, Xian Miao was truly sitting on the main seat, discussing something with the Xian Tian Sect disciples below. Seeing his arrival, he instructed the ones around him, you guys go down and get busy first, we'll talk about it when it's evening. The other disciples heard this and bowed and retreated. Within the entire hall there were only 4 people left, Xian Miaozhen, Lin Yiqiu, Wu Qing and Wang Shanxue. Brother Lin, do you know why I asked you to come over? Chapter 67 Xian Miaozhen's Invitation. Lin Yiwu smiled faintly and arched his hand. I think it's because senior brother Xian thinks I'm gifted and wants to invite me to join the Xian Heavenly Sect, right? Xian Miaozhen smiled with his palms. Brother Lin is really smart, he can see right through it. That's right, with Brother Lin's qualifications, staying in a small place like the 10,000 Swords Sect is really a waste of talent. Why don't you join my Xian Tian Sect, and I promise that I will definitely pour in all the resources to cultivate you, so that you can go even farther on the path of cultivation. Wang Shanxue snorted disdainfully from the side, just him? Also worthy of joining my Xian Tian Sect? Senior brother, don't be fooled by his flowery words. This kid is devious and cunning, he might be some devilish spy. Wu Qing hurriedly pulled Wang Shanxue's sleeve and whispered, Senior brother, be careful what you say. Lin Yiwu wasn't annoyed either, he just looked at Wang Shanxue with a smile. This senior brother seems to have a big problem with me? I don't know where I've offended senior brother, please clarify. Wang Shanxue stretched his neck and was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Xian Miaojin. Alright, Shanxue, don't be rude. Brother Lin is a guest, how can you be so rude? He turned his head to look at Lin Yuyo and smiled apologetically. Brother Lin, don't blame me, this senior brother of mine has a straight nature and speaks without thinking, please forgive me. Lin Yiwu waved his hand, no harm done, I wonder how senior brother Xian plans to pour out his resources to cultivate me? The light in Xian Miaojin's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, as long as Brother Lin is willing to join my Xian Heavenly Sect, I can make the decision to allow you to directly become an outer disciple, enjoying all of the treatment of an outer disciple, and you can receive 10 spirit stones per month, as well as a bottle of chi gathering pills. In addition, you can also enter the scripture cabinet to pick a yellow rank upper grade technique and a yellow rank upper grade martial skill. Lin Yuyao laughed coldly in his heart, this condition seemed generous, but in reality, it was a hidden trap. Outer disciples, to put it nicely, were actually existences like cannon fodder, and could be sent on dangerous missions at any time, where life and death were hard to predict. Moreover, 10 lower grade spirit stones and a bottle of chi gathering pill were simply a drop in the bucket for foundation stage cultivators. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then said, I appreciate senior brother Xian's good intentions. It's just that I have quite an affinity with senior brother Lu of the 10,000 Swords sect, so how can I renege on my word and join another sect? Xian Miaojin's face changed slightly, then he laughed. Brother Lin is overstating it, the cultivation world is inherently weak and strong, how can there be any such thing as backstabbing? As long as Brother Lin is willing, I can even help you get rid of the 10,000 Swords sect. Lin Yiwu's heart stirred, this Xian Miaojin was indeed aiming at Lu Qingyun. In his eyes, he was just a pawn that could be utilized. Oh? I wonder how senior brother Xian plans to help me get rid of the 10,000 Swords sect. Xian Miaojin smiled mysteriously, well, naturally, there are some means. However, it requires Brother Lin to show enough value to do so. He paused, his eyes burning as he stared at Lin Yiwu. How about this, Brother Lin, how about you spar with my untalented senior brother, Wang Shanxue? As long as you can beat him, I'll believe that you have the worth. Lin Yiwu looked at Wang Shanxue with a smile on his face. It seems that this senior brother Wang is eager to spar with me, huh? Wang Shanshui's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Later on, I will definitely make you look good. Really? Then I can take a good look at your methods. Lin Yaoyao's face was calm, and he even wanted to laugh a little. This guy had just been scowling at himself, making it seem like he owed him money. Now that he could rightfully beat up the other party, he was naturally in a good mood. The two came to the courtyard and stood opposite each other. But just now, Xian Miaojin had already dismissed the people of Xian Tian sect. So at this moment, only the four of them were with just them in the entire courtyard. Point to point, don't kill, everything is based on sparring, understand? Xian Miaojin spoke. Hearing this, Lin Yuyao nodded, but Wang Shanxue on the opposite side revealed a dissatisfied look. It seemed like these words shouldn't have been spoken to himself, but to Wang Shanxue. Hee, I'll make you look good later. Lin Yaoyao secretly said. The two of them, Xian Miaojin and Wu Qing, took a few steps back, leaving enough space for the two. Kid. Catch it. Tiger whistle. Wang Shanxue took the lead and swung out a fist. The majestic spiritual energy transformed into a fierce tiger, roaring and pouncing at Lin Yuyao. Hee, it's just a small skill. Lin Yishui raised his hand and met it with a palm, the forces of yin and yang met, and the young fist instantly erupted, instantly crushing the fierce tiger. Good boy. Wang Shanshui's face changed slightly. Not only him, even Xian Miaojin and Wu Qing who were watching the battle were somewhat surprised. After all, Wang Shanxue was a half-step Jindan level character. Together with the Xian Tian sect's secret method, even if an ordinary Jindan stage came, there was still a battle here. But now, he actually couldn't take down a 7th level foundation establishment, Lin Yuyao? How could this not surprise them? Xian Tian secret, human gate. Open. This time, Wang Shanxue used his full power, his realm instantly pulling up, reaching the realm of half-step Jindan perfection. Feeling the pressure around him, Lin Yuyao was not careless and hurriedly opened his yin and yang eyes. In the next moment, the changes around him became clear in his perception. So that's it, a secret method to increase strength for a short period of time? It seems like they really want to kill me. Lin Yuyao estimated that if he lost later, Xian Miaojin would still force himself to join the Xian Heavenly Sect. At that time, if he didn't agree, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out of the compound alive. What a good tactic. Only, little master is not a good bully either. Yin Yang hand. Yang extreme. Lin Yuyo let out a violent cry. The spiritual energy in his body was transformed into yang qi and condensed above his right hand. Right at the moment, when Wang Shanshui attacked in front of him, Lin Yiwu's figure flickered, performing the human sect escape technique, instantly appearing behind him. Open! As his fist fell, Wang Shanshui screamed miserably and flew out backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Although it was not enough to incapacitate the opponent, anyone with a clear eye could see it. Wang Shanshui had already lost. If Lin Yiwu had just used his weapon, it was estimated that he would already be a corpse by now. Lin Yiwu slowly landed on the ground and arched his hand at Wang Shanshui. Understood. Pa. Xian Miaojin clapped her hands and looked at him with a smile. I really didn't think that Brother Lin had such tactics. It's really an eye-opener. That fist technique just now was a Xian grade martial art, right? Lin Yiwu said in his heart, how would I know? The arts in the Yin Yang Grand Technique general outline didn't have a grade division at all. But he could be sure that at least all of them were Xian grade, otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared in there at all. Senior brother Xian is too kind. What I am using are all minor arts. Compared to you, they are not worth mentioning. Is that so? The secret technique that Shan Shui used just now is our Xian Heavenly Sect's untold secret. Could it be that, in Brother Lin's opinion, our Xian Heavenly Sect's secret techniques are not even as good as minor techniques? Xian Miaojin acted as if he hadn't heard Lin Yuyao's step. But all the same, the moment these words were uttered, they directly set Lin Yiwu up. Chapter 68, Impervious to all poisons since childhood. Lin Yaoyao didn't answer, because if he really answered this, then he would really be unable to get off the stage. However, what he didn't expect was that Xian Miaochen saw that he didn't answer and actually directly stated that he wanted to cooperate with him. What is senior brother Xian's intention? What is the intention? Can't you guess? If Lin Yaoyao hadn't promised Wang Shanshui just now, he might not have mentioned this matter back. But now it was different. Not only had Lin Yiwu promised, but it seemed that there was still room for more. Alright, don't beat a dead horse for me here. To tell you the truth, I want the other party, Lu Qingyun, and you need to help me testify that Lu Qingyun has an enmity with Zhang Junshan, and secretly pitched him against him. Xian Miaojin seemed to be a little impatient. Lin Yuyo was in trouble. If the other party didn't point it out, he could still play dumb. But now, it was estimated that if he didn't give a clear answer, there should be no way to get out alive. Senior brother Xian, even if I promise you now, but aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly backtrack? Backlash? Brother Lin, aren't you underestimating me too much? As Xian Miaojin spoke, he had already taken out an elixir from his storage ring. This is the heart-devouring pill. After taking it, your heart will ache like a strangling pain every 7 days, and you need to take an antidote to relieve it. If you agree to cooperate with me, I will grant you an antidote. How about it? Lin Yuyao cursed in his heart to use such underhanded tactics to force himself to give in. Senior brother Xian, this isn't too good, right? Do you think you have a choice now? A hint of killing intent flashed through Xian Miaojin's eyes. Lin Yuyao knew that he no longer had a choice. He took the heart-devouring pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and an icy coldness instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Yuyao felt as if his heart was being tightly clutched by a large invisible hand, and breathing became difficult. But in the next moment, the delusion-breaking pearl in his body began to operate crazily, purifying the toxicity of the heart-devouring pill. Although the heart-devouring Dan was overbearing, in front of the delusion-breaking bead, it was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, rapidly melting and disintegrating. Brother Lin, how does it feel? Xian Miaojin teasingly looked at him. Good, cold. Lin Yiwu hurriedly opened his mouth, and seeing that he didn't notice anything strange about him, his heart was slightly relieved. Just at this moment, a burst of noisy footsteps came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, Lu Qingyun broke through the door with a few disciples from the 10,000 Sword Sect. Xian Miaochen, what are you doing? Lu Qingyun saw Lin Yiwu, who had collapsed on the ground, at a glance. Came pretty fast. Xian Miaochen didn't even care about Lu Qingyun's anger at the moment and reached out to help Lin Yiwu on the ground. What, can't I invite Brother Lin to be my guest here? Lu Qingyun smacked his hand away, then pulled Lin Yiwu behind himself. Let me tell you, if you dare to make a move against Brother Lin, don't blame me for flipping you off. Hearing these words, Lin Yuyao couldn't help but sigh darkly. Big brother, still flipping out, people are planning to pick you to death. But right now, he wouldn't expose that he wasn't poisoned. After all, as long as he didn't expose himself, then the initiative was always in his hands. Brother Lu, I just came to be a guest. Just now I sparred with Wang Shanxue, senior brother Wang, and suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious. Xian Miaozhen saw that he was so sensible and took out an elixir from his storage ring. That's right, they've just finished sparring, so take this elixir as my compensation to you. Without waiting for Lin Yiwu to pick it up, Lu Qingyun knocked the elixir out of the other party's hand. No need. Xian Miaozhen was a little annoyed. A clayman still had 3 points of fire, yet Lu Qingyun refuted his face over and over again. Brother Lu, if you say you don't want it, you don't want it? Aren't you going to ask Brother Lin's opinion? With that, he turned his head to look at Lin Yiwu. What do you say? Brother Lin? Lin Yuyao knew in his heart that he guessed that this thing was just a momentary pain-relieving drug. Just now, the other party should have rewarded himself because he saw that he was sensible. If he didn't pick it up, it was estimated that the other party would probably guess something, just in case. Lin Yuyao still trembled and squatted down to pick up the elixir. Without even wiping off the dirt on it, he directly put it in his mouth. Anyway, he had the delusion-breaking bead, so he wasn't afraid that the other party was giving himself a moment of poison. Feeling the spiritual energy contained in the elixir, there was no toxin component. Lin Yiwu immediately pretended to have recovered a lot and arched his hand. Many thanks to senior brother Xian for giving the medicine. Lin Yiwu. What are you doing? Is it hard to believe that my 10,000 sword sect is worse off with this one pill? Lu Jia couldn't help but shout. This one was also an inner disciple of the 10,000 sword sect and was still in the same family as Lu Qingyun. During this period of time, he had also seen the other party no less than 5 times, and every time, he appeared with Lu Qingyun. So Lin Yiwu also remembered the other party. Lin Yaoyao didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he wanted to stabilize Xian Miaozhen, right? Then wouldn't what he did before all be for nothing? Lu Qingyun opened his mouth to stop Lu Jia, who was still about to speak. Alright, brother Lin, let's go. Remember, in the future, if someone is trying to find trouble with you, you come over and talk to me directly, or have someone else inform me. Lin Yiwu nodded his head in a hurry. Good. I'll remember. Lu Jia was furious when he saw this coy look on his face. Ouch. Alright, stop talking. Lu Qingyun pulled Lin Yiwu towards the outside. Lu Jia gave Xian Miaozhen and the others a hateful look, but had no choice but to follow and leave. Looking at the departing backs of the crowd, Wang Shanxue couldn't help but curse. Bah! What a thing! Xian Miaozhen sneered. Act according to the plan. 10,000 sword sect, Lu family, they can't pop Q for long. Walking out of the Xian Tian sect's separate courtyard. Only then did Lu Qingyun open his mouth and asked, what the hell just happened? Was there a problem with that koan? Lin Yuanyun glanced behind him and didn't make a reply. Let's go back first. Lu Jia and the others couldn't help but stare when they heard the conversation between the two. No matter how stupid they were, they understood that there was definitely a problem, and then they quickened their pace. A few moments later, the crowd returned within the separate courtyard where the 10,000 sword sect was located. Within the entire hall, all of them were the inner disciples of the 10,000 sword sect. Most of them were even surnamed Lu. Brother Lin, don't worry about it, all the people here can be trusted. Lu Qingyun sat at the main seat and looked at Lin Yiwu, who was sitting on his right-hand side. Xian Miaozhen gave me a carving of poison pill. Opening his mouth was a king bomb. Everyone was a bit shocked. Especially Lu Jia, this hot-tempered youth had even vaguely intended to sheath his sword. However, who this sheathed sword was to kill, Lin Yuyao didn't know, but the probability was to get rid of himself as a hidden danger. But I have a special physique, and I've been invulnerable to all poisons since I was a child. The crowd froze once again, and Lu Jia, who had just stood up, returned to his seat from new. Lin Yuyao didn't sell the story and recounted what had just happened in the Xian Tian sect's other courtyard in its original form. Chapter 69, The 13 Swords of the Divine Gate. Inside the hall, Lin Yiwu spoke eloquently. With the previous patting, the crowd quickly understood his intentions. So, now we have the initiative? The one who spoke was Zhang Wuxin, also known as Lu Qingyun's overly demonic talent. In fact, truly speaking, this one was once a genius figure of the 10,000 sword sect. Born with a sword heart, he reached the realm of human sword unity at the age of 12, and comprehended sword chi at the age of 26. Nowadays, he was a peak Jindan cultivator. It could be said that if it wasn't for Lu Qingyun, this one was definitely the proper protagonist template. Yes, right now you guys just act like you don't know anything, just wait for those people to pick a fight. I reckon that when the elder enters Tianqing City, those people will definitely deal with this matter first, otherwise, it would be impossible to focus on dealing with the Devil's Path. Lin Yuyo stated his guess. The others nodded their heads. It was just as Lin Yiwu said. Right now, among the Righteous Path, some people had already noticed Lu Qingyun's killing of Zhang Junshan. There were even many sects that had already submitted a joint petition to the Xian Tian sect, saying that Lu Qingyun's crime deserved to be punished for massacring the cultivators of the Righteous Path. However, due to the face of the 10,000 Swords sect, the Xian Heavenly sect had the elders investigate the original cause of the matter immediately after arriving at Tianqing City. If it was really Lu Qingyun slaughtering his peers, then he would naturally be punished. But if there was a cause in it, then it would be a different story. Alright, let's do as you say. Zhang Wuxin directly finalized this matter. Lu Qingyun wasn't saying anything either. The two people in front of him weren't talking, and it was even more unlikely that anyone else would be saying anything. Brother Lin, just stay here and recuperate for the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow the elders will come over, and at that time, you will be needed to testify. Zhang Wuxin spoke. Lin Yiwu nodded, jokingly, if he went out now, but if there was a traitor from Shen Tian sect in this group of people at the moment, he could say that he would die for sure. It would be better to stay here and wait for the elders to come and settle the matter of Lu Qingyun. He would directly run back to South Mountain to cultivate. As for what happened after that, it was none of his business. He was a foundation establishment stage, and the ones who could become elders were all Yuaning bigwigs, of course, except for that Lu Cheng. Soon, Lin Yiwu was brought to a room by Lu Jie. However, Lu Jie suddenly took out an elixir from his storage ring when he was immediately. Brother Lin, thanks a lot. Lin Yiwu looked at the elixir in his hand, the nourishing elemental pill. This was a truly good thing, it could make the spiritual energy in the body more pure. Even ordinary Jindan cultivators couldn't afford to take it. What's the point of being polite? Brother Lu saved my life, isn't it right for me to help him? The corners of Lu Jie's mouth twitched straight. If not for the fact that Lin Yuya took the elixir the moment he pulled it out, he would have really believed what the other party said. Then since that's the case, I won't bother much. I'll come over to call you the day after tomorrow. By then I hope that Brother Lin won't let us down. After Lu Jie finished speaking, he turned around and left, fearing that Lin Yiwu would say something about tigers and wolves. I'm just a foundation establishment, you're a Jindan, why do you make it seem like I'm bullying you? Lin Yiwu looked at his back and muttered. But then he smiled and opened the small box where the Yuan nourishing Dan was placed. As soon as he opened it, a stream of pure spiritual energy emanated from it. Hua! This box is also something good. Lin Yuyao didn't expect that this wooden box was actually still made out of special materials that could make the medicinal power of the elixir not drain away. It seems like I can't really say no if I don't help you guys. Stroking his chin, he was going to keep the elixir and use it when he broke through the 8th realm or even the 9th realm. After all, there were still 8 unused chi condensation pills of the very best quality right now. It was estimated that it would take a month to finish refining it. These 2 days are just right to ponder over the Yin Yang Grand technique. The current martial arts are still too few. Lin Yuya wasn't the type to focus on refinement rather than quantity. In his opinion, as long as it could be used, then it had to be learned, otherwise when it really came time to use it, it would be too late to regret it. Sitting down on his knees, the catalogue of the general outline of the Yin Yang Dharma appeared in his mind. One by one, it appeared that it was either the method of double cultivation that made people restless, or the method of extracting yin to complement yang or extracting yang to complement yin. However, it was good that he had flipped through it no less than 10 times, and soon found out about where the martial arts were located. The yin and yang hands are enough for now, just yet a set of weapon techniques. Looking at the martial arts on top of the general outline, Lin Yuyao found a martial art in the category of sword techniques. Rain Strike's Flying Flower Sword, 7-stringed Invisible Sword, Yengu Sword, Divine Gate 13 Swords. Divine Gate 13 Swords? That name sounds overbearing. Lin Yuyao's divine sense flipped, and the sword techniques and stances of the Divine Gate 13 Swords were instantly integrated into his mind. Divine Gate 13 Swords, the sword technique breaks into 13. 13 changes for the beginning, transforming into thousands before returning to the truth. The first sword, stabbing sword potential, the second sword, cleaving sword potential, the third sword, drawing sword potential. Looking at the so-called God's Gate 13 swords, Lin Yuyo had a black line on his brain. Stabbing, chopping, pulling? Isn't this a proper entrance sword move? But when he saw the back, he didn't think so anymore. The 10th sword, break the air potential, the 11th sword, the sword chi transforms into a dragon, the 12th sword, feeding the sword with the body, the 13th sword. Sword for my body. As the sword technique kept shifting in his mind. It was as if there was a little man performing it in his mind, stabbing and splitting and drawing, to the final sword chi turning into a dragon, feeding the sword with the body, and the sword for my body. Especially the sword for my body, at this moment, it was as if there was only a sword left in heaven and earth. This is a sword technique I can learn? Lin Yiwu withdrew the spit he had just made. His eyes were filled with shock. If this was truly placed in reality, it was estimated that even the Yuaning ancestors were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand this strike, right? Who exactly is the person who wrote the yin-yang general outline? At this moment, Lin Yuyo became more and more curious about the person who wrote this general outline. At first, it was estimated that that corpse shouldn't be the real owner either. It seems like I'll have to ponder on it more in the future. Lin Yuyo secretly made up his mind, then he withdrew his consciousness and got up to walk out of the room. 13 swords of the Divine Gate, stabbing sword momentum? Let's start with you. Taking out the battle-damaged version of the spirit sword that he had gotten from Zhang Han earlier. I don't know how many times this thing had fallen out of hand, so I guess I'm afraid that if I use it for a while longer, it will be directly scrapped. Stab. Lin Yuyo held the longsword and began to stab forward. Seeing this scene, the Wanjian sect disciples staying around stopped to watch. After all, Lin Yiwu was also considered a popular person beside Lu Qingyun. It was natural that he received quite a lot of attention. However, when they saw that Lin Yaya was repeating the stabbing motion over and over again, they immediately lost interest. In their opinion, this was just claptrap. Did he really think that he could stay in the 10,000 sword sect by showing that he wanted to learn swordsmanship first? As the people around him became fewer and fewer, Lin Yiwu was getting more and more excited. Because he could feel that every time he stabbed out a sword, he would be able to understand one more point of the stabbing sword momentum. Even the body of the sword was trembling slightly, as if it couldn't withstand the sword momentum. Chapter 70 Elder's Entrance. Sword intent rises up in the sky, and rain falls on everything. In the sky, the entertaining Gonjiesho 7 can startled one Huan. Lin Yuyo stabbed forward with sword after sword, but everything in front of him became clearer and clearer. The raindrops fell as if they were all avoiding his sword blade. Stabbing sword momentum. A violent shout came out from his mouth. The longsword instantly condensed sword light, and above the tip of the sword, a white light flowed. Break! The rain curtain in front of him was directly broken into a vacuum by his sword momentum. It's done! Lin Yiwu looked at the longsword in his hand that was already cracked. Although the sword body had ruptured, his heart had long been covered by sword intent. Although I can't reach Lu Qingyun's kind of height right now, if I cultivate the 13 swords of the Divine Gate to the sword drawing momentum, I should be able to comprehend that so-called sword intent. Thinking of this, Lin Yiwu took another chi condensation pill. 1 day, 2 days, Lin Yao repeated the action of stabbing week after week. Those people from the 10,000 swords sect had long since become accustomed to it. Until the evening of the second day, Lin Yao was still practicing the stabbing gesture. And in the sky, 5 figures swept past from the distance, flying straight towards Tianqing City. Lu Highlander, your 10,000 swords sect speaks of itself as a famous and righteous sect, but I didn't expect to produce a person who slaughters his fellow disciples. It really gives people the chills. I say Wu Shan, this matter has not yet been finalized. If you keep talking like this, don't blame me for flipping you the bird. Lu Gaoyuan snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with indifference as he looked at the 4 people around him. There was no doubt that Lu Qingyun was the kind of person he knew in his heart. Killing fellow travelers was bound to be impossible. So it must be ascertained as soon as possible, otherwise messing up Lu Qingyun's sword heart could really be making the 10,000 sword sect less of a genius, making their Lu family less of a Kirin son. And the west side of the city. Above the sky, 7 figures glided by. Lu Qing, Sun Ling, and 5 elders of the Devil Dao's strength arrived within Tianqing City. Other than Lu Qing, all of them were Yuaning-level bigwigs. Elder Wu, those 2 brats from your family aren't still upset with you right now because of what happened earlier, are they? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in fancy clothes. This person was Feng Dao, one of the 6 hall masters of the Hateless Hall. One's strength had already reached the 5th level of the Yuaning realm, and could be said to be the highest strength amongst these people. I say! You, a hall master of the Hateless Hall, why are you always worrying about our martial peak? If you have nothing to do, can't you take a look at the disciples within your hall more often? I heard that before there was a kid named Feng Lu in your hall who was entangled with Chu Hong's sleeve of the Acacia sect. What? What's wrong with that? Wu Donglin did not give the other party any face at all and opened his mouth to reveal his shortcomings. Although this one was not as high as the former's realm, Martial Forest Peak was originally known for its physical cultivation. There was once a Peak Yuaning big brother who wanted to attack Martial Peak and compete for its resources. But it never occurred to him that the peak master of Martial Forest Peak, Wu Changhai, although his strength was only at the 7th level of Yuaning. But he actually hardened his physical body and rubbed that Peak Yuaning big brother on the ground. It was because of this time that no one dared to underestimate physical cultivators anymore. I'm not asking? Feng Dao looked at this one helplessly, but he didn't say anything else. The others looked at the bickering duo, stifled their laughter, and landed in Tianqing City. Alright, gather the disciples. I guess those hypocrites from the righteous path will have arrived by now. This time, the one who spoke was a man with a demonic aura, wearing a cloak, but with an ineffable majesty. Once he spoke, the others nodded their heads. It wasn't that he was so strong, but this was a person from the Holy Sect. Respectfully following the Holy Envoy's orders. The 5 spoke at the same time, then swept towards the separate courtyards where the disciples of each family were located. At the same time. This side of the 10,000 Swords Sect's separate courtyard. Lu Gaoyuan had already gathered all the disciples over. Lu Qingyun, Lu Jie, and Zhang Wuxin led the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect had gathered in the courtyard. Where's that kid Lin Wu? How come I haven't seen him come over? The one who spoke was Lu Jie. After all, he was the only one with the most fiery temper. Hearing his words, Lu Qingyun frowned. Isn't he in the backyard? Let me go call him. Saying that, Lu Qingyun got up and was ready to head to the backyard. At that moment, Lu Gaoyuan called out to him. Wait, I'll go over with you. The others were stunned. How much face must this be, to have an elder personally go over? Lu Gaoyuan naturally noticed the gazes of the others. It's fine, if we go by your words. This kid is also considered a rare talent. If he can be absorbed into our 10,000 Swords Sect, it would be 100 benefits and no harm. Lu Gaoyuan waved his hand, got up and followed Lu Qingyun out of the hall. But once he left, everyone else naturally had to follow. In the backyard, Lin Wu was still repeating the stabbing motion. It wasn't that he had forgotten that the elder was coming over today, but he had forgotten the time. At the moment, all that was left in his heart was the thorn, piercing through everything, piercing through nothingness. Stabbing sword momentum. Drink! The long sword in his hand began to tremble as the sword potential condensed in his hand. Along with the spiritual energy running, it was poured into the long sword. The cracks on the sword body grew more and more dense, as if it was like glass that was about to break. Open. 2 days, in just 2 days, Lin Wu seemed to have stabbed tens of thousands of times. At this moment, the sword momentum had reached unprecedented heights. As a sword stabbed out, the sword body could no longer withstand his sword momentum. Kala. The sword body instantly disintegrated and turned into countless tiny fragments that scattered. The crowd of the 10,000 Swords Sect, who had just stepped into the backyard, happened to see this scene. The leading duo, Lu Qingyun and Lu Gaoyuan, looked startled. Sword momentum? This was the thought that flashed through the duo's minds at the same time. A thrusting sword had actually really allowed Lin Wu to play a trick. Sword momentum was the foundation for a sword cultivator to truly get started. Similarly, with sword momentum, the sword in one's hand could truly be considered to have a soul. Now, Lin Yuyo had actually comprehended the sword momentum with just a stabbing sword. If this was placed in the 10,000 Sword Sect, it would also be a rare genius. Lin Yuyo also reacted, and he turned his head to look at the crowd that had stepped into the backyard. Brother Lu? Why are you guys here? Lu Qingyun heard the voice and snapped back from his surprise, asking without answering. What kind of sword technique did you just practice? Oh, I'm just practicing blindly. Didn't I just get mesmerized? As Lin Wu spoke, he had already noticed the man beside him. Although he didn't know who it was, he could tell from the eyes of the others that it was definitely not simple. Plus, Lu Qingyun had just entered and was still half a step behind him. This one is? Lin Prosperity continued to speak. Oh, I forgot to introduce. this is the 6th elder of our 10,000 Swords sect, Lu Ruyan. Second uncle, this is Lin Easy, brother Lin. Lu Qingyun snorted, just now he was genuinely surprised by Lin Yiwu's sword power. Chapter 71 Wind and Clouds Rise, Sword Power Born. After all, if one were to say who most Lin Yiwu knew best, that was bound to be Lu Qingyun himself. When he had just come to Tianqing City, Lin Yiwu was only a small kara of the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. But now not only had his strength reached the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, even the sword momentum he had just used had taken a mere 2 days to realize. One must know that he had actually heard about Lin Yuyao's sword practice 2 days ago. Although he didn't want to look down on it like the others, he was still somewhat arrogant in his heart. As a genius of the 10,000 Swords sect, when he started practicing the sword, it was only because he had a famous teacher to guide him that he was able to comprehend his sword momentum in half a month. But Lin Yuyao was good. Without a teacher, he actually used just 2 days to comprehend his own sword posture. Little brother, I don't know where my teacher comes from. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Yiwu suspiciously. Although Lu Qingyun and the others had already recounted his origin, he still couldn't help but ask this question. Lin Yiwu froze, then replied, no sect, just a casual cultivator. If it wasn't for Master Lu saving me, I'm afraid that I'd have died in the hands of the people of the Devil's Path by now. Lu Ruyan nodded his head and turned his head to look at the surrounding 10,000 Swords sect disciples. Have any of you just comprehended sword momentum? When these words came out, the people around them immediately froze. You looked at me and I looked at you. No matter what, they were all disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect. How could they not have comprehended their own sword momentum? Lu Ruyan also reacted. Out comes a disciple at the peak of Foundation Establishment. Go, compare yourself with Lin Yiwu. Before the words fell, a youth walked out from the crowd. It was clearly none other than Li Quan, who had fought with Lin Yiwu before. I'll do it. Li Quan's face was unconvinced. Last time it was because he didn't use his sword, which caused him to lose easily. But now, he naturally wanted to regain his face from new. Hee, brotherly, you don't want to be defeated in one blow like last time. Come on, last time I didn't use my weapon, this time is different. I heard that senior brother Li Quan has already raised his sword power to the middle level. I'm afraid that it's impossible for Lin Yiwu to win. Listening to the words coming from his ears, Lin Yiwu froze a little. What's this with isn't he just practicing his sword? How do you suddenly have to fight? Moreover, he also has that one battle-damaged version of the spirit sword, also ing broken, with what to fight Thinking of this, Lin Yiwu's eyes rolled. Elder, I don't have a sword. Lu Ruyan froze for a moment, thinking of the image of Lin Yiwu's last sword thrust just now, the sword disintegrating. It's fine, you use this one now. With a flash of white light in his hand, a long sword emerged in his hand and was directly thrown out. Flowing cloud? Isn't this the weapon the 6th elder used back then? This brat is really blessed. The sword intent condensed on it is said to allow one to comprehend their own sword intent faster. The crowd was surprised. Even Lu Qingyun looked at his second uncle with some curiosity. Second uncle, you. There's no harm. If this kid is truly talented, what's the harm in gifting this piece to him? Lu Ruyan interrupted. Lin Yiwu took the longsword and drew it. Clang. The longsword was sheathed and a sword sound rang out. Good sword. Lin Yaoyao secretly sighed. This flowing cloud sword was many times better than the one he had used before. He could even clearly feel a solid sword intent coming from it. Brother Lin, I was careless last time. This time, I won't give you a chance. Li Quan looked over at Lin Yiwu's side, jealousy flashing in his eyes. He wanted it too, but as an outer disciple, he usually couldn't come into contact with the 6th elder at all. Now that it was only a one-sided relationship, the 6th elder actually let Lin Yiwu use his sword. Li Quan could be sure that if he lost, then the 6th elder's sword might really be given to Lin Yiwu. But if he won, perhaps the 6th elder would still be able to give the flowing cloud sword to himself. Thinking of this, the battle intent in Li Quan's eyes grew more and more intense. Good. Senior brotherly, you can catch it then. Lin Yuyao walked slowly to Li Quan's front and cupped his fists, saying, Yes? Li Quan didn't mope around and took out his own sword. Then you have to be careful. The sword coalesced, and a small hurricane surfaced around him. Wind intent? Lin Yiwu also had some understanding of sword intent nowadays. Wind intent was considered to be the easiest and fastest sword intent to understand in sword arts. After all, wind, it was everywhere, unlike rain, thunder, and these, which still needed to depend on the sky. What he comprehended was considered the sword intent of rain. But compared to a demon like Lu Ruyan, who had comprehended the wind and thunder intent, it was still a little bit inferior. Wind and clouds rise, sword potential is born. Before the words fell, Li Quan's sword had already stabbed towards him. Lin Yuyao didn't dare to underestimate the other party. No matter what, he was a peak foundation establishment sword cultivator. He had just comprehended sword intent himself and had yet to experience a real battle, and he didn't know where his limits were. Stabbing sword momentum. The sword momentum coalesced like a spring breeze. Between the flow of the sword's body, Dao's sharpness flashed out like rain falling. Ding dang. The two swords intersected with a crunching sound. Good. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shout, but after shouting he realized that no one else spoke. Instead, they were looking at the battle in front of them with unblinking eyes. When he looked at Liniwu again, for some reason, he always felt that there seemed to be a lot more water vapor around Liniwu. Sword intent? Lu Ruyan was confused. Generally speaking, sword momentum would only have its shape, but sword intent was different. He would condense his own intent based on the changes in your surroundings. Just like his wind and thunder intent, once it was condensed, the wind and thunder materialized, and fighting across levels was not a problem at all. And right now Lin Yuyao's state was similar to his. Although he hadn't reached as high a realm as he had, it was important to realize that Liniwu was only a foundation establishment realm. Falling rain. Stabbing sword momentum. Liniwu didn't notice the gazes of the others, not even the changes in his surroundings. At this moment, he only had Li Quan in his eyes. Damn it, what a freak this kid is. As the person in question, Li Quan was the first to realize that something was wrong with Liniwu's body. But he was also riding a tiger today. Borrow the wind. Transform the sword. Wind and cloud sword. Li Quan roared as a wind blade coalesced around him. Accompanied by the swing of the long sword in his hand, the wind blades around his body instantly swept towards Liniwu. Lin Ichio didn't dare to be careless either. Open for me. The flowing cloud sword stabbed out, and that unrelenting aura erupted from his body. The surrounding water vapor filled the air, instantly transforming into countless sword blades as they stabbed at Li Quan. The sword intent of the two collided together, causing the surrounding winds to howl. But the next moment, an intense danger struck the mind. Not good. Lin Yi's eyes were fixed on the oncoming sword. Swish. The figure retreated sharply, avoiding this surefire move. Boom. Li Quan's attack did not have any lag and directly chopped on the ground. Dust flew across the entire venue, leaving a deep crater in the ground and a cloud of smoke. Chapter 72, The Crooked Man. Li Quan lost. Lu Gaoyuan muttered as he looked at the mist in front of him. What? Li Quan actually lost? This surname Lin is so strong? I saw him stabbing his sword yesterday, how come? Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, he similarly saw the end of the field. Just now when the two-side swords clashed, it was obvious that Liniwu's sword was superior. Even Li Quan's wind blades were all disintegrated by his sword momentum. The water mist dispersed, revealing the two people in the courtyard. Lin Yuyao was fine, his body was scratched by a few wind blades, all of which were superficial wounds. But Li Quan was different. There didn't seem to be any injuries on his body, but those present were all cultivators. It was obvious to see that this guy had been heavily injured. Cough. A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. The 10,000 sword Sect disciple who was on good terms with him rushed forward to check. It didn't matter if they didn't look, but when they did, they immediately realized that Li Quan's body actually had many holes that had been directly penetrated through his body. That disciple drew a breath of cold air. Seeing this scene, Lu Gaoyuan took out an elixir from his storage ring and threw it over. Give this to him to take. Seeing this, the disciple hurriedly took it and then placed the elixir into Li Quan's mouth. It was only a few moments later that Li Quan's complexion got a lot better. I lost. Unlike last time, this time, his loss was convincing. Similarly, he also saw that this kind of thing, talent, was truly innate. It wasn't a matter of the length of time spent cultivating at all. Brotherly, I apologize. Lin Yuyao cupped his fists. He also hadn't expected that a single stabbing sword gesture would actually have so much power. So much so that he had just been subdued himself. Well, we're all family members, no need to say so much. Lin kid, how about it, are you interested in worshipping old man as a teacher? Lu Gaoyuan's voice came out. Lin Yiwu was instantly confused. He turned his head to look at Lu Qingyun beside the other party. A look of what's going on here. Second uncle, shouldn't we talk about Zhang Junshan first? Lu Qingyun reminded. He could naturally tell that Lin Yiwu was talented in the sword path. But right now, Zhang Junshan's matter had not been resolved, and quite a few righteous forces were waiting to see the jokes of their 10,000 sword sect. Hey, the open mountain sect is nothing. Just a bunch of wallflowers. Back then, if it wasn't for. When he said this, Lu Gaoyuan seemed to have thought of something and stopped his mouth in a hurry. He then looked at Lin Yiwu once again. Kid, tell me, what are you going to do? Although Lu Qingyun and the others had already spoken about Lin Yiwu's plan. But he still wanted to hear what Lin Yiwu himself had to say. After all, if something went wrong in the middle, the 10,000 sword sect would become a target at that time. Lu Qingyun had to be protected, but there was always a need for someone to take the blame, and as for who that person was, it was naturally self-evident. Lin Yiwu didn't hide it either, and recapitulated the plan he had previously told Lu Qingyun and the others from the beginning. So sixth elder, now we just need to wait. It's estimated that it won't take long for them to make a move. At that time, you only need to ensure my safety and let me finish what I know, and all things will be solved. Lin Yiwu said with a serious expression. Lu Gaoyuan couldn't help but nod his head, but his gaze couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyun by his side. This nephew of his was good at everything, but he was just too stubborn. But if his brain was a little bit brighter, even if he went to compete for the next 10,000 sword sect leader, he was afraid that he wouldn't be without a chance. Good, you can rest assured on this point, with the old man in, that group of crooked dates definitely can't move a hair on your head. Lin Yuyao nodded his head. In front of him, Lu Gaoyuan was at least at the 4th level of the Yuaning realm. Coupled with the identity of a sword cultivator, fighting across levels was not a problem at all. Then I'll thank the elder for his love first. As for the flowing cloud sword that arrived? Naturally, it was rightfully given to Lin Yiwu. Time flowed and the next morning dawned. Lin Yuanyuan had just stepped out of his room when he realized that the entire 10,000 sword sect's other courtyard had a heavy atmosphere. Upon walking to the front courtyard, one realized that not only the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect were present at this moment. People from other righteous forces had also gathered here. Lu Plateau. Don't you go too far. Your 10,000 sword sect disciples killed my disciple, is it any wonder that there's a lie? An old man in a yellow robe shouted. Behind him was Xian Miaozhen, as well as a group of Xian Tian sect disciples. However, the two people beside Xian Miaozhen caught his attention. A middle-aged man with an aura that was a few points stronger than Lu Gaoyuan's, and should be at the level of Xian Heavenly Sect's elder. The other was a youth who looked somewhat similar to him. Elder Lu, whether we're falsely accused or not, soon you'll know. Lin Prosperity, come here. Didn't you claim that you witnessed Lu Qingyun killing people that day? Xian Miaozhen had just noticed Lin Prosperity the moment he came out of the backyard. At this moment, he even directly opened his mouth and shouted out. Lin Yaoyao said in his heart, his eyes were really sharp. He was just about to greet Lu Qingyun when this guy called out. However, he didn't care. Anyway, if he said it sooner or later, he was still saying it. As the eyes of the crowd fell on him, Lin Yiwu slowly walked to the center of the crowd, but of course, he was still a little weak. After all, the elders present were all at least at the Yuaning level. Casually moving their fingers could easily pinch themselves to death. Without moving, he leaned towards Lu Gaoyuan's side, and only then did Lin Yuyao open his mouth. Cough cough, senior brother Xian is right, I did see the entire process. Before the words left his mouth, the yellow-robed old man suddenly became agitated. Look! Lu Gaoyuan, what else do you have to say? Let Lu Qingyun pay for my grandson's life. Zhang Bao, don't force me to slap you. Lu Gaoyuan coldly looked at the other party. Originally he was a sword cultivator. At this moment when he got angry, his sword intent coalesced, and it was as if there were countless sword chi flashes all over his body. Zhang Bao? Lin Yiwu couldn't help but look at the old man, not to mention, he really did look a bit like Zhang Junshan. Wang Dagger, Lu Yu, doesn't anyone have a voice for me? We'll just give it away for nothing? Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhang Bao hurriedly took a step back and looked towards the Xian Tian sect's side. Elder Xianmei. You must speak up for my open mountain sect. This 10,000 sword sect is simply bullying people too much. Xianhua was the third elder of the Xian Tian sect, and his strength was already at the peak of the Yuaning 7th realm. It was only one step away from the 8th level of yuaning. Lin Yuyo looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, hawkish nose, triangular eyes, dressed in a way that looked very elegant. However, the whole person's aura was extraordinarily chilly. One look would make one feel that this person was definitely not to be messed with. Brother Gao Yuan, this matter is your fault. Zhang Bao's grandson died at the hands of your 10,000 sword sect disciples. How can you say that you should give an explanation? Also, that one called Liniwu, come here and speak. As Xian Mo spoke, he placed his gaze on Liniwu. Chapter 73 Worshipping Lu Gao Yuan. Liniwu instantly felt a chill run down his spine. I'll say it here. He didn't dare to go over there, jokingly. If he didn't say a word right later, Xian Mo would definitely slap him to death. Upon hearing this, Xian Mei frowned. He actually thought the same as Lin Yu, afraid that he would be slapped to death by Lu Gao Yuan. After all, in his heart, Lin Prosperity was someone on their side, and Xian Miaozhen had also told him about it. Lin Wu had taken the heart-devouring pill, and without an antidote, he wouldn't live long at all. Just say it here. I want to see how it's going to be. Lu Gao Yuan pulled Lin Wu with one hand. Lin Yuyo was yanked so much that he smoothly came behind him. His heart warmed, he knew very well that this was protecting him in disguise. Cough, then I'll say it. Lin Yuyao glanced at Xian Miaochen behind Xianhua. This guy was still there making eyes at him. Then I'll make it short. Lin Wu wasn't looking at the other party, instead, he faced the crowd. He directly told the original story of what happened starting from the Zhao Mansion and ending at the Jade Maple Forest. Of course, among them, the matter between himself and Miss Zhao was deleted by him. But just listening to the things in this, it made the people in the reenactment room furious. Damn things. Xinyan killed it well. The one who spoke was Lu Gao Yuan. After all, no one dared to speak at this time except him as well. And at this moment, Xian He, Xian Miaozhen, and even Xian Miaokai, who had been hiding behind the curtain, were all somewhat stunned. Xian Mei couldn't help but look at Xian Miaozhen. The meaning was obvious. Didn't you give this kid the heart-devouring pill? Xian Miaochen's face turned blue. He was sure as well as certain that there was absolutely no problem whatsoever. But when he saw Lin Yuyo, who was still there talking eloquently, Xian Miaozhen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that this kid really isn't afraid of death? Without waiting for this side to ask questions, Lu Gao Yuan had already arrived in front of Zhang Bao. Old Zhang too, you really raised a good grandson, bullying ordinary people? You can really go down on them. Zhang Bao had already known his grandson's nature, but what had clearly been calculated, happened unexpectedly at this time. Xian. Good you Zhang Bao. Your grandson did such a thing. I didn't realize that you would actually want to fight back. Xian Mo did not give the other party a chance to speak at all, and directly and bluntly pushed him out. How could Zhang Bao not understand what he meant? This was to withdraw himself as that scapegoat. The other elders of the righteous forces took a look at the situation and spoke out. Zhang Bao, I think you'd better investigate the disciples of the Open Mountain Sect. It's obvious that they made the mistake themselves, but they still have the face to question it. While the crowd was talking and crusading against Zhang Bao, an old man with white hair came to Lu Gao Yuan's side. I really didn't expect that this kid is quite righteous. The old man was the 100 Flower Valley's second elder, Qi Lin, and although his cultivation level was only at the first level of the Yuaning realm, he was a 4th grade Dan master. Uncle Qi, don't watch the show here, look at those people, which one of them isn't in the same pit as the Xiantian sect? Lu Gao Yuan skimmed his mouth. He wasn't stupid. How could he not see what these people were planning to do? It looked like they were verbally attacking Zhang Bao, itching to scold him. But the more this happened, the less he could say anything. After all the dirty words had been let out of these people's mouths, and if he were to say anything later on, these people would definitely say again, Brother Lu is well, an old man Zhang doesn't know what's going on. Yun words to block him. Lin kid, how are you considering it? Lu Gao Yuan turned his head to look at Lin Wu. Right now, Lin Wu would definitely be hated by the Open Mountain Sect and even the Xiantian sect. If he didn't give some attitude, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for Lin Wu to be hunted down by these people. What else can I do? Lin Yao sighed helplessly. He was already in a hostile relationship with those people now anyway. If Lu Gao Yuan hadn't been there, he would probably have been slapped to death by the bigwigs in front of him by now. Gentlemen! Lu Plateau didn't hesitate and immediately shouted. When the crowd heard that he was about to speak, they immediately converged their gazes. As for Zhang Bao, the side band didn't say a word. Lin Yichu is righteous, and my 10,000 Swords sect is not unaware of people, so all of us here today will be witnesses, and I will accept him as a registered disciple. Whoever dares to make a move on him, when the time comes, don't blame me, Lu Plateau, for turning the other cheek. Accompanied by the Land Plateau's voice fell in, all the people present did not draw a cold breath. Not for anything else, what is the status of Lu Plateau? That is a real Yuaning big brother, in the whole of the righteous way is also ranked in the number. They were naturally clear about Lin Yiwu's identity, a small cultivator. Even if you help Lu Qingyun, at most give some resources to compensate for it, directly accepted as a registered disciple? This was definitely unique. Highlander, aren't you thinking about it? Shi Lin advised. He had also heard about Lin prosperity from Qi Muyu's mouth. Saying this now, he naturally wanted to give Lu Gaoyuan a step down. There's no need. A man with a mouthful of spit is a nail, how can I take back what I said? Lu Gaoyuan waved his hand. Lin Yiwu. Why don't you come over and pay your respects? Lin Yiwu didn't even think about it and directly knelt down to Lu Gaoyuan. Master is above, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Good. From today onwards, you are my Lu Plateau's disciple. Whoever dares to bully you and insult you, you tell Master, and Master will help you out. Lu Gaoyuan gladly helped him up. At this moment, Lin Yao suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. This is what it means to worship a master. That old man Empty Void Z clearly let himself worship a master, but he didn't let it be said out. You see now, before he said anything, he directly put the words out. Cool. There was only one word in Lin Yiwu's heart. Looking at the other people's eyes again, although the faces of those Yuaning big brothers were ugly, none of them spoke. As for those disciples of the righteous path, they even hid their dissatisfaction with Lin Yiwu in their hearts. Just kidding, if they let a Yuaning big brother get on their mind, it was simply like lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. Besides, the 10,000 Swords sect was famous for protecting its calves. If you are targeted, even if someone protects you, they can't protect you for the rest of your life, right? Congratulations to fellow Daoist Lu for accepting a disciple. Xianhua was the first to speak, but there was a sneer in his eyes. Accepting a loose cultivator, not to mention the fact that he had fallen from grace, there might be a lot of people spitting at him behind his back. As his words left his mouth, others also came forward. Only in their eyes, they were similar to Xianhua. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Lu for accepting a disciple. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Lu for taking on a disciple. Don't, after things are made clear, old man Zhang, don't you have to give my 10,000 Swords sect an explanation as well? Lu Gaoyuan placed his gaze on Zhang Bao. Hearing his words, Zhang Bao immediately shivered. It was really a case of stealing a chicken and not having the benefit of it, but also having to pay for it backwards. Chapter 74 Sacred Sect Elder, Sikong Su. Zhang Bao's face was ugly as hell as he looked at Lu Gaoyuan, whose eyes flashed with killing intent. He knew very well that there was probably no way to make good without some blood today. Elder Brother Plateau, this time it was my fault, I didn't check it out clearly, so I put a cap on the 10,000 Swords sect, but the matter has come to this point. Zhang Bao has no more grandchildren, so how about letting this matter go, how about it? Xian Mei walked out to round up the situation. But Lu Gaoyuan didn't give him face at all. What do you mean, should we let our 10,000 Swords sect suffer for nothing? Or does it mean that that kid can do whatever he wants? If that's really the case, then I don't see any need for the righteous path to make an alliance, the rules in there are all empty words anyway. Xianhua's face also turned ugly. He was at least considered an elder of the Xian Heavenly Sect, and truly speaking, he was considered one of the top group of people in the righteous path. Furthermore, it was even if Lu Qingyun didn't have to be punished for the death of Zhang Bao's grandson, but he still had to ask him to give an explanation. Wasn't this bullying an honest person? But he didn't say this out loud, otherwise, he was afraid that his Xianmei's reputation amongst the righteous path would be stigmatized. After all, the things that Zhang Junshan had done were really against the Tao of the righteous path. What do you want? Zhang Bao was clear that if he didn't give an explanation, the entire 10,000 Swords sect would probably kill the mountain gates of the Open Mountain sect when the Tianqing city matter was over. What about it? You slandered my 10,000 Swords sect disciples, and now you're asking me how it is? Shouldn't I be the one to ask you this? Lu Gaoyuan looked at him, and the Wanjian sect disciples around him all brushed their hands on the long swords at their waists. You? Zhang Bao was speechless, then bitterly smiled as he took out an elixir from his storage ring. This is a top-grade realm-breaking pill, it can help one break through the Jindan realm, it's considered the compensation I gave. At this moment, his heart was dripping blood. This was originally something he had prepared for his young grandson. But now, it could only be taken out to quell the anger of the 10,000 Swords Sect. All of you are watching, this isn't me being a bully. Lu Ruyan took the mirror breaking Dan in the other party's hands as soon as he could, and then directly threw it to Lin Yuyo. This? Lin Yuyo subconsciously reached out and took it. This thing required many cherished herbs to refine, not to mention being expensive and critically priced. Lu Qingyun saw the scene and patted his shoulder. Just keep it if you're given it, second uncle, this is considered a gift to you for worshipping your master. Lin Yuanyun pursed his lips and didn't say anything else as he put the mirror-breaking Dan into his storage ring. Cough. Xianhua cleared his throat, then looked at the elders of the major sects. Since things have all been said and done, shouldn't we also have a chat about the plans regarding Heavenly Green City? The surrounding elders glanced at each other when they heard this. Let's go, to the city lord's mansion. The one who spoke was Soul Severing Cliff's elder, Soul Marshal. As the words fell, his figure shifted for a moment and then disappeared in place. This guy is still so unflappable. Qilin stroked his beard and looked at Soul Marshal, who had disappeared in place. Shall we go as well? Go! Lu Gaoyuan replied, turning his head to look over at Liniwu. You guys just stay here, you'll be ordered to do something later. Liniwu nodded, apprentice understands. The others were also ordering their own disciples. A few moments later, the elders left and the only ones left were the disciples of the major powers. Xian Miaochen, Xian Miaocai and the two of them were coldly gazing at Lin Yuyo at the moment. Big brother, should we find a chance to finish this brat off? Xian Miaochen didn't hide his killing intent, he just looked straight at Lin Yuyao's side. If it wasn't for him, he definitely wouldn't be as passive as he was now. In fact, it wasn't just him, even Xian Miaocai wouldn't have gotten off the ground. Xian Miaocai was silent, but the killing intent in his eyes already said it all. Now is not the time, wait a little longer, when the matter of Tianqing City passes, at that time, not only Lin Prosperity, but also the people of the 10,000 Swords Sect, all of them will have to die. The voice that spoke was not loud, just enough for Xian Miaozhen to hear. And at this moment, Liniwu also noticed the two men's line of sight. A vicious chill emanated from the bottom of his heart, the eyes that carried killing intent made him shudder a little. It seems like it's really a thief's heart. Originally, he thought that by relying on Lu Gaoyuan's shelter he would be able to dispense with the killing intent in these people's hearts. But now it seemed that it was afraid that it wasn't that simple. Lin Yuyo wasn't thinking about these things and turned his head to look at Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun. These two people's strength was on par with Xian Miaochen's and theirs, so as long as they followed them closely, even if Xian Miaochen and his men wanted to make a move, they would still have to weigh it up. Senior brother Zhang, senior brother Lu, what are we waiting for? Should we wait for my master to give the word, or should we go and investigate the situation on the devil's side first? Oh, there's no rush first, the elders already have a clear plan since they've come, and it seems that there are elder-level figures arriving on the Devil Dao's side as well, so the battle should be nothing for us to do afterward, but it's still important to prepare first just in case. Zhang Wuxin replied with a sentence, then looked at Lu Qingyun beside him. Should we notify the others? If nothing happens, we should evacuate tomorrow. Lu Qingyun nodded, just do as you say, after all, a Yuaning-level battle is simply not something we can participate in. Easy, you are also considered a disciple of our 10,000 Swords Sect now, just follow us. Liniwu naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright, I'll go get ready. As the words fell, Liniwu turned his head towards the backyard. Staying here now wouldn't be of much use. If I can truly enter the 10,000 Swords Sect, even if I don't go back to the Harmony Sect, it seems like a good choice. Muttering a sentence under his breath, Lin Yuyao returned to his room. At the same time, inside the Devil's Ways Council chamber. Everyone, the group of hypocrites from the righteous path are probably about to be unable to hold back, so it's time for us to get ready. The disciples of all the major sects are ready to retreat, right? The Holy Sect elder, Sikong Su, had removed his hood at this moment. His aura was restrained, and ordinary people could not see his strength at all. Wu Donglin was the first to speak. Those few boys from my family are already ready to withdraw, just waiting for your side to give the word. Sikong Su nodded, then placed his gaze on Sun Ling. Linger, how are the people from your Acacia sect doing? Sun Ling sniffed, with a soft expression on her face. Langjun, those things Elder Lu has already gone to do, as for the others, I think they should all be ready as well, right? Sun Ling turned her head to look at the elders of the other Devil Path sects. Hadeless Hall Feng Dao, Six Ghost Sect Lu Yukai, and Wu Mountain Sect Wu Yu. The three of them glanced at each other and nodded their heads at the same time. We're almost done, just waiting for your order. Yeah, those people from the righteous path can't hold back much longer, I'm afraid. I wonder if that old rival of mine has grown. Hearing the words of the others, Si Kong-su shook his head. You guys remember, this time, our goal can't just be to kill people, but we also need to keep our place in the empty sect mystic realm, do you understand? Chapter 75 Preparation before Evacuation. West of the city. Inside the Acacia sect's separate courtyard. Sister, why isn't he back yet? Will he encounter any danger? Bai Chiodong's eyes were worried as she looked in the direction of the east of the city. Dressed in a snow-white dress, she looked like a lotus flower. What are you worried about? He has nothing to do with you even if he dies. Better mind your own business. Bai Xiushan coldly grimaced. For some reason, she was now disgusted with others hitting on Liniwu. Even before this, perhaps even if her own sister had used Liniwu to cultivate. The reason she was angry was because her sister had used her things without her consent. But ever since the last incident with Chu Hong's sleeve, she was especially concerned about Liniwu, and now, although she didn't say anything on her lips, she was worried to death in her heart. It's just a stove tripod. If it dies, it dies. Is that so? If senior sister Bai says so, then I can reluctantly take Liniwu in. Chu Hongso appeared in the other courtyard at an unknown time. Bai Xiushan turned her head violently, a flash of panic in her eyes. I didn't say I didn't want him. Only, as long as he's still alive, then he's my cauldron, and I did sign a contract with him. Oh? This thing called a contract, isn't it something that you can break just because you want to? 10 golden spirit pills. How about letting Liniwu to me? Chu Hongsleeve waved her hand, her reddish-brown skirt fluttering in the wind. Even if she was a woman, she would feel that she was feminine at this moment. Humph. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Bai Xiushan also reacted at this moment. Chu Hongso was obviously here to give her a hard time. Well, not to tease you, how are you two sisters preparing? The elder's side has already sent word to be ready to evacuate at any time. Bai Qiushang was a bit annoyed, coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Bai Qiudong to nothing, glanced at her own elder sister, turned her head and said, it's almost ready, it's just that there's no news from Liniwu's side, I don't know when he'll be back. There's no need to wait, now at this time, if Liniwu dares to come back, not to mention what will happen on the side of the righteous path? Do you guys think that Elder Sun will let go of this opportunity? Chu Hongso directly punctured the two's fantasies. Bai Xiushan froze. Yes, I heard that the elder sent over by the Holy Sect this time was Sun Ling's old lover. At this time, if Lin Yuyao came back and Sun Ling wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, the others definitely wouldn't say anything more. It was just a stovepipe, no one would care if he lived or died. Even more so, no one would be willing to offend an elder of the Holy Sect for the sake of a stove tripod. Let's go, there's no need to stay behind. After Chu Hongso finished speaking, she walked towards the gathering point of the retreating demonic path without even turning her head. Inside the city lord's mansion in the eastern part of the city, Xianmei, Lu Ruyan, Solwu, Qilin and a bunch of other Yuaning realms gathered. Gentlemen, the plan is finalized. When the time comes, let the disciples under our command intercept those Devil Dao disciples. As for us, we'll be responsible for holding back those old rivals. Xian Moa stroked his palm and swept a glance across. Let the representative disciples of the major sects lead the team. If there are no problems, that's how it'll be arranged. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything. Anyway, their 10,000 sword sects Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun duo could completely pick up the slack. In comparison, the Xian Miao True Brothers, Nameless Guest, and the others were equally unimpressed. It seems that all of you have no objections. Since that's the case, let's go back and make the arrangements. No one spoke, and Xian Miao had no desire to chat any longer. Lu Gaoyuan glanced at Qilin beside him. Old man Qi, let's go, it just so happens that I haven't met my great niece in a long time. Qilin smiled helplessly. You can't keep your head steady. The two of them took a step and walked out of the council hall. But they didn't notice that the others didn't leave. Instead, it seemed as if they were just waiting for them to go. Still really arrogant. Sol Wu sneered, looking at the backs of the two as they left, sneering. Brother Sol, Elder Zhang, your disciples are ready, right? Xian Mo spoke, but his gaze was merely fixed on Lu Gaoyuan who disappeared in the doorway. Almost ready, this time, those little people from the 10,000 Swords sect, none of them will be able to leave. Zhang Bao's face was sinister. To say who suffered the most this time, he was definitely the unluckiest one. His grandson had died, and the valuable pills were gone. It was simply a case of losing his wife and his army, and he had to swallow his broken teeth in his stomach. At the moment, I just don't know what those people from the Golden Buddha Temple think, and they didn't come this time either. Xian Mei spread his hands helplessly. He was torn about this. If the Golden Buddha Temple were to side with the 10,000 Swords sect, then they would not be in a good position. Don't worry, which time didn't that group of vultures remain neutral? Like a wallflower, anyway, as long as they don't get in our way, it doesn't matter no matter what. Soul Marshal clasped his hands to his chest with a violent look in his eyes. If one were to look at his shadow at this moment, one would realize that there was a figure roaring vaguely in the dark shadows at this moment. Inside the 10,000 Swords sect's courtyard, Lin Yuyo was alone in his room thinking. Shen Tian sect, Kaishan sect, Sunling, Li Chen Shang, it's really all offended. But wanting to kill me isn't that easy. He had already planned that when the time came to evacuate, he would find a chance to just run away. Although Lu Gaoyuan accepted him as a disciple, and even more directly dialect to protect him. But Xian Miaozhen's eyes were not fake, and there was no way those people would let him go. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to say goodbye to Brother Lu. Lin Yuan muttered and put the realm-breaking pill given by Lu Gaoyuan into his storage ring. Suddenly, Lu Qingyun's voice came from outside the door. Brother Lin, it's time to leave. Lin Yiwu froze. It was really fast. He got up and walked out of the door to see Zhang Wuxin and the others looking like they were ready to go. Lu Qingyun patted his shoulder. Brother Lin, this time, we aren't just going to evacuate as simple as that, we also have to intercept those people of the Devil's Path. Just in time, if we can run into that enemy of yours, I'll settle it for you as well. Oh? There's still an enemy? Zhang Wuxin looked at the duo unexpectedly. Lu Qingyun recounted the story that Lin Yiwu had made up earlier to the crowd. When the disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect heard this, it suddenly dawned on them that no wonder Lu Qingyun was so protective of him before. Li Quan was also a bit embarrassed at the moment. Even though he had lost to Lin Yiwu in the morning, the words he had said before were still very hurtful now that he thought about it. Brother Lin, I'm sorry for what I said before. It's fine, we're all brothers in our own family now. In the future there might be places where we still need Brother Li's help. At that time I hope that Brother Li won't excuse himself. Lin Yiwu had a generous look. After all, after taking so many favors from the human 10,000 Swords sect, the face that should be given still had to be given. That's natural. In the future, if there's anything you want to do, just say it. Li Quan, will do what I say. Li Quan slapped his chest. Ha, good. I'll testify. Zhang Wuxin laughed, then swept a glance at the disciples present. But after we leave the city later, we still need to be careful. After all, this time it's an official war with the Devil's Path, and the elders from both sides have already reached a tacit agreement. As long as these disciples of ours leave the city, they should make their move, so it's better to be careful. Chapter 76 10,000 Swords Formation vs 100 Ghosts Formation. Outside of Tianqing City, dozens of righteous disciples gathered at the head. The Xian Miao True brothers led the Xian Tian sect, Nameless Guest led the Soul-Breaking Cliff, and behind Ling Xian was a group of monks from the Golden Buddha Temple. As for Lin Yiwu, he was following behind Lu Qingyun and the others. However, at this time, Shimu Yu actually led the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley to stand together with the 10,000 Swords sect. It seems that already someone in the righteous path has been divided. Lin Yao Yao said in his heart. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Soul Severing Cliff and the Open Mountain sect as well as those second-rate forces were all in league with the Xian Tian sect. As for their side, there was only the 10,000 Swords sect and the 100 Flowers Valley. It was the attitude of the Golden Buddha Temple that was a bit rather puzzling. Fellow Taoists, the route has been arranged. I, Xian Heavenly Sect, will lead the group and intercept the Demon Sect and 6 Ghost Sect in the east. 10,000 Swords Sect 100 Flowers Valley, you will intercept the Acacia Sect and Marshall Peak. As for the Golden Buddha Temple, there shouldn't be any problem leaving the Hall of No Hate to you guys, right? Leave it to the little monk. Ling Xian nodded, then glanced at the monks behind him. Senior brothers, let's set off. As his words fell, the people from the Golden Buddha Temple swept away. Lu Qingyun and Zhang Wuxin glanced at each other. Let's go as well. Zhang Wuxin turned his head and commanded, then took the lead and flew out. The others similarly followed. Lin Yuanyun glanced at the Xian Tian Sect's side before he left. He always had the feeling that these people were holding back something bad. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. No, it looks like we have to find a chance to bolt. Thinking in his heart, his body had already rushed out after the people from the 10,000 Swords Sect. On the Xian Tian Sect's side, Xian Miaocai looked at their departing backs, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Miaochan, that side is already spoken for, right? It's been arranged long ago, we'll just go over directly. Xian Miaochan similarly grinned, then looked at the crowd behind him. Everyone, this time, whether or not you can be amongst the first-rate forces will depend on your performance later on. Nameless guest didn't say anything, because the soul-severing cliff he was in was originally a first-rate force of the righteous path. However, the others were different, their eyes filled with fervor. It seemed like they already knew what would happen next. Obey senior brother Xian's orders. The Open Mountain Sect's eldest disciple, Kuei Bing, knelt down on one knee. The other second-rate forces, and even those from the third-rate forces, followed suit. Respectfully following senior brother Xian's orders. Alright, the big guys have made their plans, so let's set off as well. Tianqing City, Jade Maple Forest. It happened to be the path that the Acacia Sect and Martial Peak must take to return to the sect. Lin Yiwei couldn't help but sweat for Bites Yushang and the others at this moment. The main reason was that the lineup responsible for the interception was just too luxurious, Lu Qingyun not to mention, Zhang Wuxin, Lu Jia, and even those core disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect, each of them were Jindan realm cultivators. Together with the 100 Flowers Valley people, although Qimuyu's combat power is not high, but if you let the provision of pills to restore spiritual power, doubt, and his healing pills, simply do not be too much. And just arrived at the time has been allocated to reply to the spiritual power of the spirit replenishing pills. Although it wasn't very precious, it couldn't be helped that there was a bottle for each person. Calculating it out, it would also require more than 200 pieces. Still really rich and generous. Lin Yuyo looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand, just this one bottle, if he exchanged it for spirit stones, he could exchange it for at least 100. 100 spirit stones would be enough for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator to cultivate for a month. Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Li Quan came over from the side. After apologizing to Lin Yiwu, this guy changed his appearance. He was like a chatterbox, blah 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 blah. Lin Yao didn't care about this, on the contrary, he liked this way of getting along. It's nothing, I'm just curious if the Acacia Sect and Martial Peak have any preparations. If these people counter-ambush us, I'm afraid that even with senior brother Zhang and senior brother Lu, we'll still have to suffer a big loss. At those words, Li Quan looked indifferent. With senior brother Zhang and senior brother Lu, these are not things we should worry about. At that time, even if those people counter-ambush us, they will have to weigh whether they are senior brother's opponents or not. In fact, he was right, as a sword cultivator, fighting at a higher level was commonplace. If Zhang Lu two people together, even if it is a half-step baby can fight. But what you fear is what you get. Lin Yuyo was just about to speak when he suddenly felt as if everything around him had dimmed. Not good. Zhang Wuxin's voice rang in everyone's ears. In the next moment, black mist enveloped the entire jade maple forest. Within the black mist, there were faint flashes of ghostly shadows accompanied by a sound of ghostly cries and howls. The hearts of the crowd lifted up. Don't move around, approach my side. Zhang Wuxin didn't care about the issue of being exposed or not, and directly shouted at the top of his voice. This is the 100 Ghost Formation. The 6 Ghost Sect's tactics. Lu Qingyun recognized the origin of these black mists at a glance. 6 Ghost Sect? Lin Yiwu's heart was shocked. I see, no wonder Xian Miaozhen and the others were doing this. If he hadn't guessed correctly, the people who were counter-ambushing them at this moment shouldn't just be the people from the Acacia Sect and Martial Peak, they should be adding the Devil Cult and the 6 Ghost Sect to the mix. The 4 top forces of the Devil Dao were surrounding them at the same time. Even if Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun were strong, they couldn't stand up to the fact that they were outnumbered. As expected, as Lu Qingyun's words fell, dozens of figures steeply appeared in the surroundings. Ha ha ha, hypocrites of the righteous path. I knew you guys would come. Giggle giggle, sisters, I heard that Mr. Lu is a sword body, I don't know what it's like, don't steal it from me later. 6 Ghost Sect disciples, listen to the order. Run the grand formation with all your might. Trap them to death inside. A voice rang out, and dozens of attacks erupted around them. Everyone. Form a sword formation. Zhang Wuxin shouted and drew out the long sword at his waist, turning it into the eye of the formation. Lu Qingyun also followed suit and exerted his sword intent, becoming the second formation eye. With the support of the two, the others were not as flustered as they were just now. 10,000 Swords Formation. Rise. Behind the 10,000 Swords Sect disciples, the 100 Flowers Valley disciples led by Qinmuyu also offered their weapons. Transmit the spirit to the 10,000 Swords Sect disciples with all your might. Qinmuyu let out a petulant cry, and the pills were crushed as if they didn't need any money, directly crushing them and transferring the escaping spiritual energy into the 10,000 Swords Formation. The people on the Six Ghost Sect side seemed to be under immense pressure. Lord Saint's son, we can't hold out much longer. In the 100 Ghost Formation, countless ghosts cried out and struggled to pounce towards the side of the 10,000 Swords Sect disciples. However, the 10,000 Swords Formation was activated, and a long sword that was formed by the convergence of spiritual energy slowly emerged. The intent of wind and thunder surged within it, and at this time, Lin Yuyo also saw Zhang Wuxin's sword intent. It was a transparent sword intent, and it was also the most difficult sword intent to comprehend. Heart Sword. Everything was a sword, the sword followed the heart. Looks like this one isn't a lightweight either. Lin Yaoyao secretly said, at the same time he poured his sword momentum into his spiritual long sword. Chapter 77 Second Heavy Heart Sword. The giant sword coalesced, and it was as if all the black mist had met its nemesis. The method of 10,000 swords, the intent of wind and thunder. With a sword in my heart, everything is a sword. Along with the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect converging all their sword intent. The duo of Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun each stood in mid-air with a huge sword of spiritual energy. Wind and thunder. Chop. Heart trace. Chop. As the two giant swords chopped down, the 100 Ghost Formation seemed to have received a huge shock. The ghosts inside screamed miserably and disappeared, while the entire 100 Ghost Formation also seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. Like glass breaking, it clicked and shattered. But Lin Yuyao didn't let his guard down. Just now the two of them could be said to have used all their strength. But there were still many more means that hadn't been used on the Devil Dao's side. Looks like it's another 9 deaths in 1 life innings. Lin Yaoyao secretly sighed. He hadn't thought that the Xian Tian sect would be so shameless even after 1,000 calculations. It would trip over such things. Lin Yaoyao could be certain that Xian Miaozhen had definitely had someone tipped off the Devil Dao side. Otherwise, how could these Devil Dao disciples appear together in the Jade Maple Forest? Worthy of being a Sword Dao genius. Based on this hand alone, Xian Miaozhen is no match for you. A young man flashed in mid-air, dressed in a long green robe with white hair flowing. Along with that handsome face, it was quite like an exiled immortal, completely unlike someone from the Devil's Path. Junyu, what a surprise, you actually came. Zhang Wuxin did not recognize the youth in front of him in the slightest. Killing intent surfaced on his body as he directly spoke the other party's name. Junyu? Lin Yiwu froze. Wasn't this the name of the demonic sect's holy son? Although he hadn't come out much in the Acacia sect, there were still some legends. Junyu, rumor had it, had already reached the peak of Jindan, and his Devil Dao techniques were even top-notch. There were even people who said that this guy was on the verge of breaking through to the Yuaning realm. What, I can't come? Speaking of which, I really have to thank the Xian Heavenly Sect, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to trap you guys so easily. Hearing these words, the faces of the 10,000 Swords Sect and the 100 Flowers Valley both turned ugly. Damn it! It must be that bastard Xian Miaozhen. Lu Jia immediately cursed, but now this was seen as annoyance in the eyes of others. But it couldn't be helped that the disciples around him were talking about it. After all, being betrayed by one of their own was simply unheard of in the previous righteous path. But once it was done, it meant that those people would definitely not let them or leave. Otherwise, once it was exposed, the Xian Heavenly Sect as well as those strengths that followed them would be scorned by countless people in the same path, and even if some of them were forced by the other party's powerful strength, they definitely wouldn't be in a position to have any cooperation afterward. So you guys are calculating? Lu Qingyun looked at the opposite side from across the sky, his eyes bursting with battle intent, and the long sword in his hand was already sheathed. Even if there was no calculation, so what? Do you guys think you can still leave alive? Junyu's side at this moment already had a few more figures, all of which were Devil Dao genius characters. Chu Hongso, Ghostyu, the Bai family sisters, the 2 Wu Yunpeng brothers, all of them were Jindan cultivators. The strength of the lineup could not be described as not luxurious. Originally, Lin Yiwu was still worried about whether or not the Acacia sect would be intercepted, but now it was completely reversed. Damn it, it seems that this time is this robbery. Zhang Wushu's eyes were surrounded and he turned his head to look down towards Lu Qingyun. Qingyun, wait, you take the others and go. I'll stop them. How could Lu Qingyun give up on Zhang Wuxin? Can't. If I leave, you will definitely die. Lu Jia, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll stay with senior brother Zhang to stop these people. Lu Jia was also a bit confused. How come he was asked to be a deserter in the end? Nope. I'm not leaving either. Lin Yiwu looked at the three people. This guy, put aside this set of baby? You don't go, I don't go, talking like I can really go. It's hard not to believe that the surrounding devil disciples are all dry rice. Other not to mention, say the Acacia sect of those female cultivators, each is a human essence, as well as those disciples of the martial peak. Just look at that attendant meat let a person's heart cold. Not to mention the six ghost sect and these disciples of the devil's cult. In the end, Shimu, you couldn't stand it anymore. Don't fight. Let's break out together. As long as we go back to the heavenly green mountain, we'll be safe. Tianqing Mountain was located exactly on the east side of the city, where there were disciples of the righteous path stationed, so as long as they returned to the east side of the city, even if the disciples of the devil's path were rampant, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in this place. You guys don't have a chance. All disciples listen to the order. Kill for me. Junyu seemed to be a little impatient, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding Devil Dao disciples rushed out. Lin Yiwu looked over at the side of the Devil Dao, and a familiar figure rushed straight over to his side. Li Chen Shang. Still really a thief's heart. This guy had probably noticed himself a long time ago, making it clear that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cut himself down. And after Lu Jia, who was the closest to him, saw the scene, he seemed to have guessed that the other party was the enemy that Lin Yuyo had mentioned earlier. Brother Lin, go help the others, I'll deal with him. Lu Jie said, carrying his long sword, and rushed over. Lin Yiwu didn't have any nonsense. He knew how many kilograms he had, at the foundation stage, or even a half-step Jindan. He was sure he could deal with it, but Li Chen Shang was no longer at the 6th level of Jindan. Even if he had the delusion-breaking bead, or even the 13 swords of the divine gate to add to it, he still couldn't with the other party. Brother Li Quan, I'll come to your aid. With a loud shout, Lin Yuyo turned his head and rushed towards the crowd in the melee. However, he still kept a watchful eye. After all, how could he be considered a member of the Acacia sect? Even if it was no longer the case, he absolutely couldn't kill anyone. Otherwise, when he regained his identity and others were looking for him, he wouldn't dare to be sure that old man Empty Void Z wouldn't care about himself. Perhaps it was because of this period of time of practicing sword techniques. Lin Yuyo felt like he was dealing with these cultivators of the same realm with ease. In front of his eyes, a Peak Foundation Establishment's 6 Ghost Sect cultivator rushed towards him. Lin Yiwu held the flowing cloud sword and his stabbing sword stance was executed. Break! The 6 Ghost Sect disciple didn't react at all and was instantly sent flying by the powerful sword momentum. Seeing this, Li Quan could not help but shout. Good job! The surrounding crowd seemed as if they were inspired by his words as well. All of you. Kill together. Slaughter these scums of the Devil Dao. At this moment, the two of them, Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun, were in agony. There was no way around it. With 6 Jindan cultivators, each of whom was armed with great skills, even if the two of them were as strong as they were still struggling a bit. Zhang Wuxin. I didn't expect you to actually raise your heart sword to the 2nd realm, worthy of being my chosen opponent. Lu Qingyun, who was fighting on the side, heard these words and immediately looked over in surprise. To be honest, after he had comprehended the sword intent, he had always been very arrogant. After all, to him, having comprehended the wind and thunder intent at such a young age, he was definitely considered a genius among geniuses. Although he didn't say it on his lips, in his heart, he also ranked himself above Zhang Wuxin. Chapter 78 Snake Scale Whip Technique. Junyu, let's talk, how can we release them? Zhang Wuxin ignored the shock of the others, his eyes looking straight at Junyu across from him. He was confident that if it was a fight to the death, Junyu and these Jindan realm might not be able to die. But those Foundation Establishment realm and even a few of the early Jindan below the 4th level disciples would definitely not survive. What qualifications do you have to talk to me now? Junyu signaled him to look behind him, and Zhang Wuxin, puzzled, turned his head to look. With just a glance, he understood why Junyu was so confident. Only to see a figure coming from afar, it was no one else, it was clearly none other than the people from the Xin Tian sect and the Soul Severing Cliff. If it was before, perhaps he would have thought that these people had come to save them. But now Shen Tian Sect had already betrayed them openly and honestly, and now coming over, he was afraid that they were not coming with these people from the devil's way to silence them. What, do you think that with just the two of you and Lu Qingyun, you can still turn over the sky? Jun Yu launched another attack as he spoke. Zhang Wuxin didn't say anything as he held his longsword and similarly charged out. And at this moment, on Lin Yiwu's side, he similarly saw the Shen Tian Sect's crowd attacking in the distance. Damn! How did they come over at this time? Just now, he was pondering whether or not to reveal his identity and then divert attention to help these people escape. But once the Shen Heavenly Sect's people came, if he were to expose himself, there would be no need to wait, both sides would kill him. Brother Lu, Brother Zhang, it's not that brothers are unkind, but there's really no way out. Lin Yiwu looked at the situation on the field, just as he was about to rush over to bite Xushang's side. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure that was rushing towards his side. Sun Mayor. His heart thumped, bad. He had just seen only Li Qinsheng, so his attention had been drawn to the other party. Never would he have thought that not only did Sun Mayor not leave, but instead, she had been hiding in the crowd waiting for her chance. Just want me to die so badly? Lin Yiwu's anger value rubbed up. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly flashed through his mind. Grab Sun Mayor, her father is the demon cult elder leading the group this time. Empty void sun. Lin Yao Yao looked around and didn't find the other party's figure, but he was pretty sure that the old man was here. AI. Sighing helplessly, the human Sun Mayor was at least a Jindan realm. How could he, a cultivator at the peak of the 7th level of Foundation establishment, be an opponent? Can't be done, must be done. Lin Yao Yao's heart was fuming, looking at Sun Mayor who was charging straight towards him. It was too late to call for help at this moment. Lu Qingyun was being entangled by those people from the Six Ghost Sect. Sister Bai Qiushan was also fighting the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley. Little. This time, I'll see who can still save you. Ever since the last time she was humiliated by Lin Yiwu, Sun Mayor's heart was a little twisted. From the time she was born until now, it could be said that she had everything she should have, and what she shouldn't have, her parents would try to let her have. So in her eyes, as long as she wanted something, there was nothing she couldn't get. But it was different in favor of Lin Yuyao, giving pills and resources, but there was just no good face. Even at that time, she was ready to fall back on her favor, but Lin Yiwu left her within the valley, so it could be said that her high and proud heart was hit extremely hard. Hee that 1,000 people ride and 10,000 people curse. How dare you talk about me? If it weren't for a good parent, you'd be nothing. Lin Yiwu's mouth was also really poisonous, it was straight to the face and opened wide. Sun Mayor's face flushed red, and the long scarlet whip in her hand lashed out at Lin Yiwu. Little. Today this young lady will tear your mouth apart. What Lin Yiwu wanted was for the other party to be angry. The angrier they were, the bigger the breach would be. Empty Void Z also explained that the one leading the group this time was Sun Mayor's father, who was an elder in the demon sect. So as long as he took down Sun Mayor, he could use this to threaten Junyu. At that time, the initiative would be completely in his hands. Tear my mouth? I see that you just let me say it. If I were Qinhu, I wouldn't be your furnace even if I were to die. As Lin Yiwu's solid words were spat out like machine guns. Sun Mayor felt like she was really about to be infuriated by this brat. Damn it. Damned. Bai Qiushan deserves to die as well, and you deserve to die even more. Snake scale whip technique, red refinement. The long whip in Sun Mayor's hand transformed into a red refining snake, and under the infusion of spiritual energy. A fatal crisis instantly surged in. Lin Yiwu didn't panic, his eyes were dead set on that attack. Found it. Under the blessing of the yin-yang eyes, Lin Yuyao saw that there seemed to be a node in the body of the red refined snake that the spiritual energy had transformed into. And this node was precisely the spiritual power gap. Stabbing sword momentum. Lin Yuyao flung out the flowing cloud sword directly from his hand. The long sword swept and stabbed straight towards the spiritual power gap. He didn't dare to rush towards it on his own. No matter what, it was still a Jindan realm cultivator's rage-containing strike. The power was definitely not something that he, a small foundation stage, could catch. But with the toughness of the flowing cloud sword, it was still possible to break the attack. However, Lin Yiwu still underestimated the power of the strike. The flowing cloud sword pierced into the gap, and the red refined snake was broken, but the aftermath of the spiritual energy all heavily slammed into his body. Holy! A dark curse was uttered. Lin Yuyo only felt that his internal organs were trembling. He was definitely suffering from internal injuries. Put. A mouthful of blood stayed out of his mouth. Sun Mayer on the opposite side laughed out coldly. Today, no one can save you. When I say you die, you must die. The most poisonous woman's heart, this saying really wasn't just words, compared to Li Chen Shang's kind of explicit killing intent. This kind of woman is the most difficult to deal with. Hanging onto the heart does not say, but the next hand is really not give you the slightest opportunity. Bah! You have the guts to kill me today. Otherwise I'll definitely throw you to South Mountain. Lin Yiwu was also angry, being beaten and scolded every day. He was careful in everything he did. Afraid that one bad move would lead to a killing. But what is a cultivator? Isn't it just a bloody storm of deceit? He is considered to understand, the more you hide, the more others bully you. The softer you are, the more others press you. Don't you want to kill me? Come. I'll stand here today. Sun Mayer didn't expect him to be so tough at this time. Hee, tough talk, huh? I'll see when you can be tough. Before her words fell, Sun Mayer rushed over with a flash. But she didn't notice that the moment she rushed over, the joy in Lin Yiwu's eyes flashed away. Closer. Closer. Sun Mayer's hands condensed spiritual energy, and immense pressure converged on Lin Yiwu. It's now. Human Sect Shield Technique. Lin Yuyao recited in his heart, his figure flashed steeply and disappeared in place. Sun Mayer froze for a moment, but without waiting for her to react, Lin Ear had already hugged her from behind the other party. Chapter 79 Traitor within the 10,000 Sword Sect. Delusion Breaking Bead. Suck it for me. Lin Yuyao cried out in his heart as a spirit elixir emerged from his storage ring and was directly swallowed into his body. Although Sun Mayer didn't know what was going on, she vaguely had a bad feeling in her heart. Untie me. Sun Mayer's body trembled with spiritual energy, and it was also because Lin Yuyao swallowed fast, otherwise the spirit dan that had just reached her mouth would have been shocked and spat out. The delusion-breaking pearl began to run wildly at this moment. In just less than a few seconds, the spiritual energy in Lin Yuyao's body was squeezed out. In turn, Sun Mayer also noticed that the spiritual energy in her body was actually rapidly passing away. Damn it! Loosen up for me. Loosen it. Sun Mayer frantically operated her spiritual energy, wanting to break free from Lin Yiwu's control. But Lin Yuanyue was also fuming at the moment, spitting out blood in large gulps, all of which landed on Sun Mayer. However, his hands were holding her back waist in a death grip that just wouldn't let go. I said. Today, you can't kill me. Suck me. The delusion-breaking pearl was on fire, and at first Sun Mayer was able to struggle, but as she ran her spiritual energy, the spiritual energy flowed faster. Yikes. Loosen up for me. Quickly let go. Sun Mayer was about to be exasperated and cry. Since she was a child, no man had ever treated him like this. Lin Yiwei didn't care. As the delusion-breaking bead fed back, spiritual energy began to converge within his body. The roles have switched. The yin-yang technique was running on its own after 1 week. An intense vitality was bursting out from the inside out. The injuries on his body began to gradually repair, and Lin Yuyao's realm broke through to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Sun Mayer could naturally feel the change in the man behind her. How did you? There's more you don't know. Lin Yiwu gave a hard slap to her ass. Kill her? Impossible, but the anger that should come out still had to come out. Right now Sun Mayer was like a mage without a blue bar, not enough at all. Besides, at the first moment Lin Yiwu had already stripped the other party's storage ring, so he didn't have to worry about the other party escaping with a divine traveling talisman or an earth-shrinking talisman. If eyes could kill, at this moment, Lin Yiwu would have died many times already. Seeing this, Lin Yayao reached out and gave another blow. Snap. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll strip you naked and throw you out right now. Sun Mayer was trembling with anger, but she didn't dare to make any moves in. She was a watery woman, but if she was really stripped naked and thrown out, it would be a laughingstock in the entire righteous and devilish paths in the future. What do you want to do? Lin Yayao ignored the other party and instead looked towards those who were fighting. Phew. Taking a deep breath, he then ran his spiritual energy. Stop. With the addition of spiritual energy, Lin Yiwu's voice could not be described as loud. The entire battlefield was interrupted by his chorus. Jun Yu. You should know her, right? Lin Wu pushed Sun Mei out. What's going on? This brat seems to have been following Lu Qingyun all along. No, isn't Sun Mei at the Jindan realm? How could she be restrained by the Foundation establishment? The duo of Bai Xiushang and Chu Hongso also noticed the situation over here. What is Lin Wu doing? Bai Xiushang murmured, but she had no intention of going forward to recognize him. Chu Hongso also looked over here without saying anything. Zhang Wuxin, Lu Qingyun, Lu Jia, and the people from the 100 Flower Valley all retreated back to Lin Ichou's side. On the contrary, those Xian Tian sect disciples who had been blocking their path of retreat were also a little puzzled. Junyu, what do you mean? Hurry up and make your move? Xian Miaozhen couldn't help but urge, looking at the scene in front of him very impatiently. How could the fight stop right after the fight? He had made a promise with Elder Xian Miaozhen that this time, there was absolutely no way for the people from the 10,000 Swords sect and the 100 Flowers Valley to go back alive. When the time came, it could be said that the two sides had fought a great battle with heavy deaths and injuries. Even if it was investigated, without any evidence, the 100 Blossoms Valley and the 10,000 Swords sect would not be able to say anything. Junyu glanced at Xian Tian sect's side with some disgust. Although he had utilized the Xian Heavenly Sect's people, he should still be disgusted. After all, betraying their fellow disciples was not something they could do amongst the Devil's Way. I have my own rhythm. No need for you to talk too much. But before the words were finished, Lin Wu's undisguised voice was heard. Senior brother Zhang. Senior brother Lu. Let me tell you, this woman is the daughter of a demon sect elder. Or the daughter of the third elder of the Acacia sect, as long as she's around. These people of the devil cult will definitely not dare to make a move. Junyu's face was gloomy. On the other hand, Li Chen Shang and the crowd of the devil Dao suddenly shouted loudly. Lord Saint's son. This brat is the Harmony sect's furnace cauldron. Bai Qiu Shang is even his covenant master. At those words, Junyu froze and his gaze went to Bai Qiu Shang and the crowd of the Acacia sect. This kid is one of yours? Bai Qiu Shang's complexion was a little unsightly, and without waiting for her to open her mouth, Chu Hongso beside her stepped forward. Sage Jun, this son has long been removed from our Acacia sects. Who would have thought that he would again have attached himself to a disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect? Yes. Brother Jun, this son has evil intentions. Not only did he cheat my sister of her pills and resources, he even took her storage ring. Bai Qiudong's eyelids were alive and well, so of course he would not watch his oldest sister get screwed over. With the duo's endorsement, Junyu's complexion then looked a little better. After all, if there was a traitor on his side, it would truly be a disgrace. Junyu, we should be able to talk now, right? Zhang Wuxin smiled coldly and raised his hand to put his long sword into its scabbard. The daughter of a devil called elder, this weight even if Junyu was a saint's son must be weighed properly before he could do so. After all, he was not the only saint's son in the entire demon sect. What do you want? Junyu looked indifferent, as if he did not care about Sun Mei's death. But who didn't know that? But if it was to be true, directly ordering the attack to continue wouldn't be enough. Why waste words here? I don't want anything. As long as you let us go, I can guarantee that she can definitely return to you guys unharmed. Zhang Wuxin was very clear that Junyu was in a very awkward situation at this moment. If the other party ordered an attack, then Sun Mei's death would definitely be attributed to him. But if he did not order it, then he could only watch them leave. At that time, the others would surely hold dissatisfaction in their hearts. Just when both sides were at a standstill, Lin Wu suddenly felt a killing chance coming from behind him. Not good. Without waiting for him to turn around, a sword light sliced through behind him, directly severing Sun Mei's neck. Everyone didn't expect that someone would kill Sun Mei at this time. Lin Wu looked in the direction where the sword light had just come from. It was a disciple wearing the inner sect clothing of the 10,000 Swords sect. Zhang Yan. You traitor! No one had thought that there was actually a traitor within the 10,000 Swords sect. Chapter 80 Elders gather at Jade Maple Forest. Zhang Yan's sudden betrayal threw the scene into chaos. However, Zhang Yan seemed to have prepared for this and turned his head and rushed towards where the Xin Tian sect was. Everything was clear. Zhang Yan must be the mole that Xin Tian sect had left behind in Wanzhen sect. It was probably because he saw that the situation was not right and could only be exposed now. Zhang Wuxin and the others were also furious at this moment. But there was simply nothing that could be done about it, with the Xin Tian sect eyeing them and the Devil's Ways side pressing in. Seeing that the hostage was dead, Junyu immediately ordered the people of the Devil's Sect to launch a general attack. Kill. Leave no one behind. His icy voice resounded through the valley. Dense black mist surged out from his body. It transformed into a huge black devil's claw and grabbed viciously towards Zhang Wuxin and the others. Lin Yiwu and Zhang Wuxin and the others were fighting and retreating. Their situation was precarious. Lin Yuyao cursed in his heart. This sudden change had completely disrupted his plans. Although the delusion-breaking pearl could purify spiritual energy and enhance his cultivation, in the midst of this melee, there was no time for him to slowly absorb and refine it. Senior brother Lin, you quickly go. We'll cover you. Zhang Wuxin shouted to Lin Yiwu while fending off the attacks of the demon sect disciples. Go? Where to go? Lin Yuyao smiled bitterly. There were demon sect disciples on all sides. They were already surrounded. Instead of sitting around waiting for death, it was better to let go. He took a deep breath and operated the yin-yang skill. His hands formed a seal and a wave of yin and yang qi converged in his palm, forming a rotating taiji diagram. Yin-yang hand. He let out a low shout. His palms came out in unison, and the two yin and yang qi transformed into two dragon shapes, blasting straight towards the direction of the Xian Tian sect. Xian Miaozhen had originally come to intercept them. If Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun could still catch his eye, but Lin Yiwu? Just trash. Really take yourself seriously. Xian Miaozhen snorted disdainfully. The black demonic claws effortlessly slapped the yin-yang tu qi apart. Damn, this 250. Lin Yiqiu looked at Zhang Yan behind Xian Miaozhen. If it wasn't for this grandson, they might have left by now. Now it was good. If no accidents happened, then the entire jade maple forest would become their burial ground. Kill Lin Prosperity with all your might. Xian Miaozai suddenly shouted violently, and the Xian Tian sect disciples behind him immediately swarmed. Attacked from both sides, Lin Yiwu could be said to be so desperate for the first time. Just as an attack was about to fall on him, a burst of white light abruptly erupted in the crowd. When the crowd looked ahead again, Lin Yiwu's figure had long disappeared. The only ones left were the disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect and the 100 Flowers Valley. Dead. Ah, this brat is finally dead. Li Qinqing's voice resounded through the crowd. His words were like igniting a cannonball. No. Impossible. Bai Xiushan had originally planned to secretly transfer Lin Yiwu out. But now, the person was gone, transferring AF King transfer. Nope. Just now that seemed to be the old Patriarch's aura. Xu Hongsleeve murmured in a low voice, and no one heard her. And at this moment, Lin Yiwu appeared on the other side of the jade maple forest. He had already slowed down from the despair he had just experienced. Master. How did you? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lin Yuyao could be sure that he was Emptiness Z. With his white hair, a long basalt-colored robe, and a jade pendant hanging from his waist, he was simply a top-notch young lady killer. Watch well, I really didn't expect that in such a short period of time. Not only did your kid break through 2 realms, but he also stirred up the entire Tianqing. Empyrean Sun looked at the besieged 10,000 Swords sect and 100 Flowers Valley in front of him. If there was no one to support them, the disciples of these two forces would definitely all be accounted for here. Master, you. Lin Yiwu was just about to speak when Empty Void Z interrupted him. I can't save them. Why? The moment you make a move, there's definitely no way for these people to resist. Lin Yuyao was a little anxious. The 100 Flower Valley was nothing, but the 10,000 Swords sect had actually really helped him. You kid, what, you want to rebel and join the 10,000 Swords sect? Also, I heard that Lu Plateau that kid accept you as a disciple, now do not want to recognize me as a master? Empty Void Z looked at him with a smile and no intention at all to make a move. Lin Yuyao was speechless for a while. Speaking of which, he was the one who first looked down on Empty Void Z. But instead of looking down on, to say some rebellion, other people's masters or calf protection to protect the life, Emptiness Sun is completely free-range state. If it is not this time out, he really feel that even if he died this old man will not care. Okay, no you kid worry, estimate not long those elders will rush over. Empty Void Z was not teasing him. In fact, just now he left for a moment. The purpose was to lure all the elders of the major forces over. After all, if there was suddenly an extra Yuaning realm cultivator who was running towards his own disciples, anyone would panic. However, it was also because of the moment of departure that Zhang Yan, that second half, had the opportunity to kill Sun Mayor. Otherwise, with Sitisu's name alone, Empty Void Z would have said anything to protect her for a bit. But now that things had come to this, it was not good for him to be showing his face. Coming. Empty Void Z looked at the sky and said in a low voice. Then he cast a secret technique to completely shield his and Liniwu's aura. Liniwu followed Empyrean Z's line of sight, only to see Lu Gaoyuan rushing ahead at the very front. Behind him, the elders of the righteous Dao and the elders of the devil's Dao were following closely, fearing that if they came a step too late, their own disciples would be slaughtered. In just a few short breaths, these people arrived in the sky above the jade maple forest. Lu Gaoyuan's expression grew colder and colder as he saw the besieged disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect in 100 Flowers Valley below. Not only that, Qilin similarly looked down below, only to see that the several wounds on Qi Muyu's body that had been cut by weapons were still bleeding. Without being able to think about it, Lu Gaoyuan directly rushed downwards. All of you, get out of my way. Yuaning's aura instantly suppressed the entire field, and those surrounding disciples who were besieging dodged out of the way. Xianhua also returned to the Xiantian Sect's side. The others came in front of their own disciples. What's going on? Lu Gaoyuan looked furious as he looked at the 10,000 Sword Sect disciples in front of him who didn't even dare to breathe. Second uncle. Brother Lin, dead. Lu Qingyun could be said to be the one with the deepest feelings towards Liniwu. From the initial acquaintance to the later recognition, it could be said that he had witnessed Liniwu's growth during this period of time. If it wasn't for Lu Gaoyuan and the others coming in time, it was feared that all of them would be buried here. Zhang Wuxin sighed when he saw Lu Qingyun in this state. Sixth elder, let me speak. Zhang Wuxin succinctly stated so things. Seeing that the others did not refute, the elders who had just arrived were silent. What did you say? My daughter is dead? Sunling suddenly screamed as the Harmony Sect's team rushed out. Sikong Su had likewise learned a generalization from Jun Yu's mouth. Although Jun Yu was also responsible, but he did not order it, then in the final analysis, the responsibility could not be spread on him. Chapter 81. Whoever dares to intervene will be killed without amnesty. Sikong Su's demonic aura soared as he turned his head to look down at the Xiantian sect. Not only him, Lu Gaoyuan, Qilin, plus Sun Ling, their gazes were all locked on the Xiantian sect's side. Good. Ha, what a surprise, what a Xian heavenly sect. Lu Gaoyuan was truly not expecting that even at this time, the Xian heavenly sect would actually still cause a stumble. With the 4 Yuaning stage elders shaking with rage, they all pointed their spearheads at the Xiantian sect. The monstrous pressure poured down like a mountain, pressurizing the Xiantian sect disciples to the point where they could barely breathe. Some of the disciples with weaker cultivation were even directly paralyzed on the ground, their faces pale and trembling. Facing the pressure from the 4 directions of forces, Xianhua could only stand out with a stiff upper lip. Everyone calm your anger, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. However, he was rudely interrupted by Lu Gaoyuan before he finished speaking. Misunderstanding? My disciple is dead, you say it's a misunderstanding? Your Xiantian sect disciple brutally killed his fellow disciple, the evidence is clear, now you still want to deny it? Lu Gaoyuan's beard and hair were all wide open, his eyes were wide open in anger, coupled with that Chinese character face. The whole thing was an angry lion. Although Qilin was not as agitated as Lu Gaoyuan, his tone was equally icy. Elder Xianmei, you'd better give us a reasonable explanation, otherwise, today's matter, 100 Flowers Valley, will never let it go. Sun Ling was even more grief-stricken as she hissed and cried. Mayor! My mayor You died so tragically. Mother will definitely avenge you. But Sikong Su didn't even give the other party a chance to explain, and with a wave of his hand, Zhang Yan was directly carried out from the crowd. Zhang Yan was scared out of his wits by this sudden turn of events. His face was pale, his legs were trembling unceasingly, and a foul odor was coming from his crotch. The person who killed my daughter, it was you, right? Sikong Su's voice was like a demon from hell, cold and terrifying. Zhang Yan was scared to death by Sikong Su's eyes that were filled with killing intent. He stammered, it's not me, I don't know anything. How dare you argue? Sikong Su roared angrily and his 5 fingers tightened violently. Zhang Yan immediately let out a mournful scream. It was as if his body was viciously pinched by a large invisible hand, and his bones emitted a creepy cracking sound. Stop! Seeing this, Xianhua hurriedly shouted. He was well aware of Sikong Su's ruthless methods, and if he did not step in to stop it, Zhang Yan would definitely die. However, Sikong Su acted as if he didn't hear him, and the force on his hands increased instead of decreasing. Zhang Yan's screams were getting weaker and weaker, and he was about to die. Sikong Su, do you really think that my Xian Tian sect is easy to bully? Xianmei roared angrily, and a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from within him. It instantly shook Sikong Su's pressure away, but he had underestimated Sikong Su's determination. Although Sikong Su was not deterring with his spiritual pressure, a black mist appeared in his hand and drilled down Zhang Yan's 7 orifices into his body. Soul Search. Ah! Zhang Yan's miserable screams resounded through the clouds. At this moment, no one spoke, even Xianhua was not making a move. He knew very well that if he didn't take care of this matter, the entire Xian Heavenly Sect would be under siege from the 4 major forces. Xian Miaocai? Lin Prosperity? As the soul search ended, Sikong Su loosened his palm that was squeezing Zhang Yan's neck and muttered under his breath. Hand over Xian Miaocai, or else, all these people will be buried with my daughter. Just now, in Zhang Yan's memories, he saw some images of the other party before his death. Lin Prosperity had controlled Sun Mayer and wanted to use her identity to escape, while Xian Miaocai had secretly sent a message to Zhang Yan and killed Sun Mayer. But now that Lin Prosperity was dead, there was only one Xian Miaocai left. Xianhua's face was ugly. Xian Miaocai was the Xian Tian sect's eldest disciple, the face of the entire sect. If he handed it over here, not to mention what would happen to the others, he wouldn't have to continue as an elder. Moreover, Xian Miaocai had another identity, the son of the Xian Heavenly Sect's Patriarch. Elder Sikong, can you change it, or what compensation you want? I, Xian Heavenly Sect, will accept it all. Xianmei was also a bit at a loss as to what to do, and could only say so. Lu Gaoyuan had no intention of just letting it go, and immediately spoke. Is this the temperament of your Xian Heavenly Sect? Also, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Joining forces with the Devil Dao to massacre our sect's disciples, you're really giving our righteous path a long face. At this moment, it was clear to everyone in the forces of the Righteous Path that the Righteous Path Alliance? It would only be a joke in the future. From today onwards, the entire Righteous Alliance would be completely disbanded. Compensation? What will you take to compensate for my daughter's life? Sikong Su laughed back in anger, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Today, I need Xian Miaocai to pay in blood. After saying that, his figure flickered and transformed into a black shadow, heading straight in the direction where the Xian Heavenly Sect's disciples were. Bold, don't go wild. Xianhua shouted and also transformed into a stream of light, chasing after them. The 2 great Yuaning experts were at war in the blink of an eye. In the air, spiritual energy stirred and strong winds whistled. Sikong Su's attacks were ruthless and deadly. Xianhua, on the other hand, used defense as offense, relying on his profound cultivation, barely resisting Sikong Su's attacks. Below, those righteous forces that were in league with the Xian Heavenly Sect saw the situation and sacrificed their magic weapons, preparing to support Xianhua. Whoever dares to intervene will be killed without pardon. Sikong Su let out a cold shout, scaring those people into retreating and not daring to come forward. Although they were outnumbered, Sikong Su's reputation was too strong, and besides, no one dared to easily provoke them. And at this moment on the hill, Emptiness Z suddenly asked, "What do you think will happen to these people?" Lin Yuya was stunned, but soon he reacted. This was testing him. I have a feeling that they will still want compensation. After all, the people are all dead. It's useless to dwell on it any longer. Besides, they seem to be fighting for something this time, but it's definitely not Tianqing City, so in the end, it will still end up as a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Empty Void Z smiled and laughed out loud. You kid, you're really direct. However, you're right, but you're wrong about one thing. With Sikong Su's temperament, I'm afraid that he definitely won't stop until Xian Miaocai is dead, but there's also the point that if you let him know that you're still alive, you should also be on his mandatory kill list. Lin Yuya was a bit helpless. It was said that lice were not afraid of itching. But this wasn't a louse, it was a real lion. Being thought of by a Yuaning stage person, it's unnerving to think about it, okay? So, what are they fighting over? Lin Yuyao asked curiously. After all, there was no use talking about it. It would be better to improve his strength as soon as possible. Emptiness Z stroked his beard and smiled mysteriously. Soon you'll know. Let's go. When those really old guys come over, you can't even leave if you want to. Lin Yuyao listened in confusion, not understanding the meaning of Empty Void Z's words. Chapter 82: The 3 Great Old Ancestors. Above the jade maple forest, 3 figures emerged. The old ancestor of the Holy Sect, the old ancestor of the Xian Tian Sect, and the old ancestor of the 10,000 Swords Sect. Xian Daozi, sword dust, I didn't expect you two old guys to still be alive? A figure wrapped in black chi slowly spoke. And opposite him, two old men with white hair stood in the void. One of them was dressed in a purple Dao robe with long eyebrows, but the entire person looked refreshed. The other one had a white robe, carrying a wine gourd in his hand, and looked like his entire person was sprightly. Old devil, I don't want to go down until you die, after all, how meaningless that would be. Jian Shan took a sip of wine and barred his mouth. It seemed casual, but the undisguised killing intent in his eyes was alarming. Xian Daozi, on the other hand, was looking down. I say Jun Xianqiu, do you want to control your disciple first? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist suppressing him directly. Below, although Sikong Su was tangling with Xian Hua, he launched an attack on Xian Miaocai whenever he had the chance. And although Lu Gaoyuan didn't make a move, the killing intent that flashed in his eyes from time to time was all clear to him. If he didn't say something, it was estimated that he took his heavy grandson for fear that he would really die on the spot. Hee old Shen Daozi, that grandson of yours is really just like you, insidious and cunning. If it wasn't for the fast pass of the plateau, I'm afraid that he would have died by now. Sword dust on the surface and Shen Daozi are both righteous, but truly speaking, at their level, there is no righteousness or devilry to speak of. Strength in is everything. I'm willing to let out 2 places in the secret realm, how about it? The moment these words came out, both Jian Shan and Jun Xianqiu did not speak, similarly falling into deep thought. Seeing the two of them in such an MO, Xian Daozi was instantly furious. Ha! I say, do you two want to act a little more like it? If you don't speak up, Master Dao will take back the words he said just now. Don't I don't have a problem with it, you'll have to ask him about it. Sword dust threw the words to Jun Xianqiu. After all, in the end, it was still a matter between the Xin Tian sect and the sacred sect. He was just following along and picking up the slack. If Jun Xianqiu was not willing to spare Xian Miaocai, then even if he agreed, it would not help. 2. Jun Xianqiu's body swirled with mist and 2 white fingers reached out from the black mist. Good. Xian Daozi agreed without even thinking, because if he didn't agree before, Sikong Su was going to pinch Xian Miaocai to death. Below, Sikong Su pinched Xian Miaocai to death, as if he was pinching a dead dog. Kill my daughter? Kid, even if the Xian Heavenly Clan, what can you do? Die all the same. Before the words fell, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Sikong Su, bring people back to the sect. The voice was like true thunder, and endless black mist enveloped the entire sky. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. A voice of old ancestor came out of the mouths of the demon sect disciples. These people knelt on the ground one after another, and the other devil Dao forces also knelt and saluted even though they did not have honorifics. Although Sikong Su was tempted to pretend that he did not understand Jun Xianqiu's meaning and directly pinch Xian Miaocai to death. But he did not dare. Although Jun Xianqiu was no longer inquiring about the affairs of the holy sect, although the dragon was old, its might was still there. I will obey the decree of the old ancestor. Sikong Su directly threw Xian Miaocai out. Although the force was collected, it was not something that a Jindan stage could resist. Bang! There was a deafening thud. Xian Miaocai was directly set on a distant cliff wall. Xian Miaocai hurriedly rushed over, while taking out an elixir from his storage ring and giving it to the other party. As for Lu Gaoyuan, he was still about to say something when he heard Jian Shen's voice coming from the sky. Highlander, take the people and return to the sect. 6 simple words, but they revealed endless majesty. Lu Gaoyuan glared fiercely at the Xian Tian sect's side, then looked at the disciples with injuries behind him. Go! When the other forces saw this, who dared to stay longer? The old ancestors of each family had spoken. What were they doing staying here? Role play? At the same time, Acacia sect, on top of the South Mountain. The small broken thatched hut at this moment has been repaired into a courtyard. It looked mountainous and beautiful, very much in line with a place where only a worldly superior would reside in Lin Prosperity's eyes. It seems that this old man didn't have any peace during the time I was gone. Muttering in his heart, he walked straight into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the original old donkey had transformed into a white horse, and the yellow dog, too, was majestic. Obviously all of them were demonic beasts with high strength. Although they didn't know what species they were, just by looking at their appearance, they knew that they were extraordinary. Easy, you still have a month's time. Emptiness Z suddenly said. Lin Yiwu was a bit puzzled. What 1 month's time? Looking at his puzzled eyes, Empty Void Z explained, in another month's time the secret realm will open. At that time, only disciples at the Jindan stage will be able to enter, and I've secured a spot for you. 1 month, to advance to Jindan? Lin Yiwu was a bit bewildered. He had only just broken through the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Even as he had thought about it, breaking through to Jindan within half a year would be good, and a month? Even if he wanted to, but his body, his talent wasn't able to. Emptiness Z raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I've already arranged it for you. For some reason, Lin Yuyao always felt a bad premonition when he listened, ever since the last time he was caught in ice and fire. He had been quite critical of Empty Void Z, and that what secret realm, he didn't want to go at all. Okay. Fighting to the death was not his style at all. You don't have a choice. Do you think that when Li Qinshang, Sun Ling, and the others come back, they won't be able to discover you? Or did you just decide to go incognito from now on, never contacting the White family sisters again? Empyrean Sun seemed to have expected him to be like this. And I can tell you very clearly, as long as Li Qinsheng can come out alive from inside, then advancing to the realm of Yuaning is the nail in the coffin. If you don't go, and then you're hunted down and killed again at that time, I may not necessarily be able to protect you. This was a case of going or not going. Lin Yao wanted to curse his mother. Wasn't this rushing the duck to the shelf? But the problem was that he really didn't have a way to refute it. After all, people also gave you a word. Unless he is anonymous for the rest of his life, he can't help but not contact the White Sisters. Isn't that a pure joke? What are you going to do? Lin Yiwu resigned himself to his fate. Since he couldn't resist, he would just lie down and enjoy himself. Good boy, the master really didn't misjudge you. Follow me. Empty Void Z pulled on the back of Lin Yuyao's neck collar, and in a few breaths, Lin Yuyao appeared in the depths of the southern mountain range. Master. You old man wouldn't be planning to let me destroy myself here on my own, right? Lin Yiwu looked around at the scene. Demonic aura filled the area, and there were even many great demons hibernating in the area. If he had broken through the Jindan realm, he might be able to put up a fight again. But he was just a Foundation establishment here? Is it hard to add rations to these great demons? Chapter 83 Little Harm, extremely insulting. Deep within the southern mountain. Lin Yiwu looked at Empty Void Z's back without tears. There were no accidents. Empty Void Z had just left him here to fend for himself. The earth-shrinking talisman in his storage ring was also taken away by him. It was beautifully called in order to test his limits. Although it seemed to sound inhumane, there was one thing about the other party that Lin Yuyao had no way to refute. That was the unlimited supply of pills. At the moment, in Lin Yuyao's storage ring, there were 20 bottles of Qi Condensation Dan, 20 bottles of Qi Replenishment Dan, and with the ones he had gotten before, the entire space was stuffed with pills. With these pills alone, breaking through the Jindan realm isn't a matter at all, but the problem is that it takes a month to break through. Hey, we can only take one step at a time. Lin Yuyao didn't linger. The demonic beasts around him made him uneasy in his heart. If he waited for the Yuaning aura left behind by Empty Void Z to dissipate, he was afraid that these demonic beasts would instantly tear him to pieces. The human Sect shield technique was executed, and Lin Yuyao quickly rushed towards the east where the demonic Qi was thinning. Even though he needed a month to break through, he still chose the safer way. After all, he couldn't guarantee that if he really reached the edge of life and death, in case this old guy wasn't there, he wouldn't die. Quite good at choosing, but I remember that there isn't a third-order Jinshan tiger present in the east? If Lin Yiwu was here, he would have seen it. At the moment, Empty Void Z, Red Eyebrow Immortal, and even a man he hadn't seen before stood at the place where Lin Yiwu had just stood. The man was covered in a dark aura, and unlike the Devil Sect yet, this man seemed to have an even more gloomy chill on him than the Devil Sect. It was as if there was a hand and claw peeling out from his shadow. Don't worry, this kid is very smart, and with the help of Yin Yang Eyes, even if he can't beat that Jinshan tiger, he can still escape. Emptiness Z turned the trigger finger on his thumb, then turned his head to look at the man. I say, Ghost Taoist, doesn't your 6 Ghost Sect also have 5 spots? Who are you going to let go? Ghost Taoist was precisely the man's name, and his identity was precisely the 6 Ghost Sect's contemporary sect master. I don't need you to worry about my matters, right? Moreover, there seems to be something different about this disciple of yours. The Ghost Taoist's voice was hoarse, as if it was being held out of his throat. Hearing the Red Eyebrow Immortal on the side, he frowned straight away. Different? It should be because of the Gong method. Empty Void Z said, then looked over to Red Eyebrow's side. Is Lu Qing ready yet? It's time for her to break through to Yuaning. Ready is ready, but if she knows it's this brat, I don't know what she'll probably think in her heart. Fairy red eyebrows seemed to have imagined Lu Qing's expression after she saw Lin Wu. After all, she had also been paying attention to Lin Wu before. The things that Lu Qing had done, she knew all about them as well, and after this return. Lu Qing, all three of the Bai family sisters seemed to be as if they had lost their souls. I really don't know, what kind of magic does this kid have? The red eyebrows fairy turned her gaze to Lin Wu, who was running wildly below. If Lin Yuyao knew that there were three big brothers who had been paying attention to him, he wouldn't be as fearful as he was now. Even if he encountered a demonic beast that he couldn't solve, could the three Yuanning still not be able to solve it? As Lin walked, he observed the fluctuations in the aura around him. As long as there was a place with a great demon, the aura would be much more dense compared to other places. No, it's been at least half an hour since we just walked here, why isn't there a single demonic beast? Lin Yuyao was a bit puzzled. This was the depths of the southern mountain, demonic beasts weren't said to be all over the place, but they wouldn't be like this, there wasn't even a single one. There shouldn't be a great demon in existence, right? This thought flashed through Lin Yuyao's mind, and in just a moment, he realized that something wasn't right. There's definitely a great demon present. This place was rich in spiritual qi, not to mention that there were no demonic beasts, so it was clearly the territory of a great demon. Lin Yuyao was just about to turn his direction when he suddenly felt himself being locked by a killing opportunity. Bad. Without waiting for him to react, a deafening roar came from not far away. With his yin and yang eyes turned on, Lin Yuyao's eyes turned black and white, the entire dense forest became translucent and clear in his eyes, and his perception reached its limit. About 500 meters away from him, a huge yellowish-brown giant tiger was coiled up. And at this moment, the other party seemed to have discovered him and was galloping towards the direction he was in. Third-rank demonic beast. Mountain-suppressing tiger? Lin Yuyao's heart trembled, this thing was a demonic beast comparable to a Jindan stage. Compared to the red flame tiger that he had solved before, it was simply not in existence in the same segment. The reason why the Jinshan tiger was named Jinshan was that where he was, there wouldn't be any demonic beasts present. Moreover, when the other party went hunting, they would always go outside of their territory. Without waiting for him to think more, the figure of the mountain-suppressing tiger had already quietly approached. The large body was at least 5 feet, a pair of tiger eyes that took in the heart, along with the sharp claws. Every time he ran on the ground he could bring up a hurricane, and even some of the boulders on the ground were shattered by his thrust. Lin Yuyao only had one thought in his mind at the moment. Run! It wasn't that he didn't want to advance quickly, but the gap was too great. As mentioned before, between the same rank, demonic beasts were already much stronger than humans. And a third-rank Jinshan tiger could be said to already be comparable to a mid-Jindan realm cultivator. He was a Foundation Establishment 8th level, a fart fight. Lin Yuyao's speed was extremely fast, compared to his previous arrival. At this moment, it only took him less than half a moment to run out of the Jinshan tiger's territory. Just as he was about to take a breath, Lin Yuyao suddenly realized that not only did this Jinshan tiger show no signs of stopping, but instead, there was a slight crimson redness in its eyes. This was clearly a sign of being enraged. What's the situation? Lin Yuyao was a little confused. Old man, kill your father or kill your son, you play like this, still let people live. But what he didn't know was that before Empyrean's son left, the other party deliberately left some powder on him that could attract demonic beasts. The reason why no demonic beasts came over just now was because it was in the territory of the Jinshan tiger. And now that they had run out of the territory, those demonic beasts that were originally dumbfounded also hissed at this moment. Roar, roar, roar. Groove, 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 groove. Lin Yuyao's mind went blank. The densely packed group of demonic beasts seemed as if they had been waiting here for a long time. The Jinshan tiger behind him looked like it was about to catch up close. Not right. These demonic beasts don't seem to be charging over, it seems like they're afraid of the Jinshan tiger. Thinking of this, Lin Yiwu's pace, which was about to pause, steeply accelerated. Even in order to make the Jinshan tiger a little more vicious, he picked up a stone from the ground, infused it with spiritual energy, and then threw it out with the yang pole in his yin-yang hand. There was a bang. The stone hit the Jinshan tiger's proper brow. The damage was not great, and the insult was extremely strong. Chapter 84. The mountain is at a dead end. Roar! The Jinshan tiger roared, endless pressure blossoming. Those demonic beasts that had originally blocked Lin Yiwu's path felt the pressure and retreated. If only the Jinshan tiger could talk. Then this roar could be replaced with 4 words. Thorough. Crazy. Lin Yuyao's feet generated wind. If he didn't run at this moment, when would he wait? Running and observing at the same time, he remembered that there was a gathering place of demonic beasts not far from the crater before. Exactly what level it was, at that time he was too far away in the air, so he didn't feel it out. Sick cat. Have the guts to come over with me. Lin Yuyao turned his head to taunt, then he reversed his direction and quickly ran towards the crater. Roar! The Jinshan tiger was truly furious. Other than the human who had suppressed him to this point, no one had ever been so arrogant in front of him. If just now it was because of the scent on Lin Yuyao's body, then right now, Jinshan tiger really wanted to tear him apart. Lin Yaoyao ran all the way and soon lured the Jinshan tiger to the vicinity of the crater. Just as he was pondering how to lure out the demonic beast he had detected earlier, a violent vibration suddenly came from the ground. Mountain rocks rolled down and trees shook as if some huge thing was about to break out of the ground. It shouldn't be stabbing another problem, right? Lin Yuyao's heart flinched, secretly saying that it was not good. The next moment, a lava giant lizard that was several times larger than the Jinshan tiger broke out of the ground. It was covered in crimson scale armor. A blazing flame burned on its back, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. The peak third-order lava lizard let out a deafening roar, declaring its sovereignty over this territory. This is the real overlord, isn't it? Lin Yuyao looked at the huge beast in front of him. The oppressive feeling of this thing was even more powerful than the Jinshan tiger. He then turned his gaze to the Jinshan tiger behind him. He only saw that the Jinshan tiger had stopped chasing Lin Yuyao at this moment. There was a slight fear in its pupils. You can't run! Lin Yaoyao cried out in his heart, in order to avoid the other party leaving. He drew out the flowing cloud sword from his storage ring. Sinful animal! Aren't you quite arrogant? Take a move from your grandpa Lin. Spiritual energy was poured into the sword body. Liniwu could be said to be on full power, and the sword chi that swung out from the stabbing sword momentum went straight for the Jinshan tiger's head. Stab! A sound of metal meeting metal rang out. Liniwu was confused, knowing that even a peak foundation establishment, or even an ordinary Jindan stage cultivator wouldn't dare to resist this move of his. Even if the Jinshan tiger was a third-stage demonic beast, it shouldn't be like this when facing this strike from him, right? And at this moment, Jinshan tiger was also pulled back to reality from his daze by this strike. Just now that sword directly cut through its left eye, although it did not suffer much damage. But already, the stimulation of pain made this great demon that had been entrenched in the southern mountain for many years tremble with rage. Roar! Facing the lava giant lizard whose size and strength far exceeded its own. Instead of retreating, it erupted with a ferocious aura and took the initiative to attack the lizard. The two behemoths instantly twisted together. The ground shook, sand flew, and the entire crater trembled from their battle. Hee, what a heavenly help! Liniwu hurriedly executed the human sect escape technique to take advantage of the chaos and escape from this place. But the aftermath of the battle between the two demonic beasts was just too powerful. Even though he had left fast enough, he was still lifted off by a huge shockwave and fell straight into the volcanic fissure. Holy! Lin Yuyao couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. This was too damn unlucky. During the process of falling, he struggled to twist his body, trying his best to get close to the cliff wall. However, the pain in his internal organs from the shock, coupled with the force of the fall, was too strong. Lin Yuyao directly followed the cliff wall and began to tumble downwards. Right at this moment, the delusion-breaking pearl in his arms suddenly became hot. Immediately afterward, the fire poison emanating from the surrounding magma began to coalesce around his body. Why did I forget about this? Lin Yuyao was delighted in his heart. He had used the magma to quench his physical body before, even though it was still mostly to absorb the extreme yang power in it. However, his body had been realistically quenched. Along with the fire poison being absorbed and transformed by the delusion-breaking bead, a stream of spiritual energy began to converge in his dantian. Liniwu instantly felt a sense of relief all over his body, and his cultivation level began to rise rapidly. 9th level of Foundation Establishment Realm? Lin Yuan was ecstatic in his heart. He didn't expect that falling into the volcanic fissure would be a blessing instead. Now that he was still one level away from the Jindan realm, the extreme yang power within the volcano coupled with the pills within his storage ring. As long as he went about cultivating step by step, it was not impossible to advance to Jindan in a month. Listening to the commotion coming from outside, Lin Yaoyao secretly laughed. It's really a case of the mountain being at the end of its rope, and the darkness giving way to a new spring. Lin Yuyao took out a bottle of qi condensation pill and poured it all in his mouth, then immediately revolved the yin-yang skill. Between the spread of spiritual energy, the delusion-breaking bead had its full horsepower on, instantly absorbing the spiritual energy within. The surrounding extreme yang power, the fire poison, was also quenched by the delusion-breaking bead within it. Lin Yaoyao only felt his body begin to swell. However, he didn't notice that with the rapid absorption of the power of the extreme yang, those cold qi remaining in his body were rapidly dissipating. Ninth Foundation Establishment, Peak Ninth Foundation Establishment. With the sixth bottle of qi condensation pill consumed, Lin Yiwu's cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was only one step away from consummation. Lin Yaoyao opened his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. But now he couldn't tell. Looking at the only realm-breaking pill in his hand, Lin Yiwu fell into a tangle. It's all come to this point. How can I give up? Lin Yaoyao gritted his teeth and directly swallowed the realm-breaking Dan into his mouth. Boom! The immense medicinal power of the realm-breaking Dan instantly exploded within his body. Compared to the best extreme qi condensation pill he had taken before, the medicinal power of this realm-breaking pill was at least 10 times that of the former. No wonder this thing has a price. If this was swallowed directly by an ordinary Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, I'm afraid that he would be propped up and explode to death, right? Lin Yuyo said in his heart, but he didn't dare to stop running the yin-yang technique. At this moment, he had already reached the most crucial moment for breaking through the Jindan realm, condensing the Dan. As long as the spiritual energy in his body was condensed to support a Jindan, then he would be considered to have truly succeeded in forming a Jindan. Under his internal vision, Lin Yuyao saw that the spiritual liquid in his dantian had begun to squeeze and condense. As the spiritual liquid condensed over and over again, it became more and more viscous. Success! But it must succeed. In a flash of time, half a month had passed. Previously, Lin Yuyao had always thought that conjugating the Dan would be easy. After all, the two sisters, Bai Qiushang and Bai Qiudong, had the previous experience of both of them successfully conjugating the Dan after they had dual cultivated with him. But how could he have known that they were both originally at the half-step Jindan realm? The spiritual energy in their bodies had been quenched many times, and they were just one step away from successfully forming a Dan. Lin Yuyao was a little annoyed as he felt the changes within his body. How could this happen? Chapter 85 Broken Jindan. Lin Yaoyao stood up and felt the changes in the power within his body. If there were outsiders around, they could feel that at this moment he was like a walking sun. The yang qi emanating from his entire body would probably directly scorch the female ghost to ashes if he were to run into her. It's not right, it's very much 12% wrong. Lin Yuyao could clearly notice that the spirit liquid in his body was actually starting to show signs of solidification. This was not a sign of conjugation. If it was a bad one, his entire dantian would be ruined. Hiss! Just as he was about to walk, a sharp stabbing pain came from within his dantian. Sure enough, the spiritual liquid that had begun to solidify had torn his dantian. Yin-yang technique, yin-yang, not good. Lin Yuyao reacted. From the moment he entered the volcano, the extreme yang power in his body had begun to converge. And there were only a few threads of yin qi still remaining in his body. When the yin qi completely dissipated, then his dantian would be like a stone. Without feeling the slightest bit of delay, Lin Yiwu immediately began to transform his spiritual energy into yin qi by utilizing his gongfu. However, being in the hottest part of the volcano, the difficulty of condensing yin qi could be imagined. At the same time, outside the crater, the two big demons that were originally still fighting had already stopped. At this moment, they were trembling on the ground. And in front of them, two figures stood on the crater. Lu Qing, the opportunity for a breakthrough is down below. We came to the harmonious sect together, and now I am at the 8th level of Yuaning, while you have been stationed at the peak of Jindan for 10 years, why bother? Red Eyebrow Fairy looked at the worried Lu Qing, and with a wave of her palm, the magma below separated. Below the magma, only a figure was seen sitting cross-legged. The yang qi emanating from his body could be felt clearly from a distance. Lu Qing trembled, and a hesitant color flashed in his eyes. Is it possible to wait? Wait? Sister Lu, you can wait, but don't forget, back then who slaughtered your Lu family's entire family, and who saved you at the last moment. Now you don't think about repaying the favor, that's all. The master doesn't care, but what about the revenge? I can hear, Xian Tian Sect's that person has reached the 6th level of Yuaning. The moment these words came out, it was like a heavy hammer hitting her mind. The memory also instantly returned to 36 years ago. Just like the dog-blooded plot, the Lu family was also a righteous immortal cultivation family back then. However, there was a time when the head of the Lu family, who was also Lu Qing's father, had found a supreme treasure from a secret realm. At that time, the Lu family was an affiliated family of the Xian Tian sect, so naturally they needed to report it. The Lu family head got greedy and hid the matter, but where in the world is there an impermeable wall? Soon this matter reached the ears of an elder of the Xian heavenly sect. This elder was equally greedy and suppressed the whole thing, and when he found the opportunity, the Lu family was tragically exterminated. At that time, Empty Void Z traveled to the Red Dust, just happened to see it, and then Lu Qing saved her by hand and brought her back to the Acacia sect. This was also the reason why she, a Jindan realm, was able to become an elder and still have such a high status. Although she hadn't been accepted as a disciple, if it was true, Lu Qing had still been brought up by Empty Void Z. Those elders naturally had to sell her face. I'll go. Lu Qing's eyes were slightly red, and after breaking free from the memory, she jumped down in one long leap. The bottom of the magma. Lin Yuyo was about to be tortured to the point of suffocation by the extreme yang power in his body. The yin energy was gradually decreasing, and if it wasn't for him controlling it, he was afraid that he would have become an invalid by now. Thieving heavens, do you want to play with people like this? Lin Yaoyao hissed in the bottom of his heart, when suddenly, a sense of clear flow came from the back. Immediately afterward, he felt someone touching his shoulder with their hand. He wanted to open his eyes to check, but the injuries in his body forced him to run his gong methods with all his might. I didn't expect that you were actually still alive? A familiar voice rang in his ears. Lu Qing looked at the man who had once made her dream for a while. Although Liniwu was not the first man to enter her eyes. But it had to be said that Liniwu was the first man who gave her the urge to be a woman. When she stroked her hands over its body, the pure power of the extreme yang made her tremble inwardly. She naturally recognized the identity of the person in front of her. Lin Yuyao, I didn't expect that in the end, it was still you. As the words fell, the purple dress on Lu Qing slowly faded away. Her white as snow shoulders and that delicate body were covered by holy light. Lin Yaoyao was still guessing who it was, but he felt a softness coming from behind him. There was also that slight sense of femininity, and under the torment of the power of the extreme yang, he only felt as if he had been in a drought for a long time. Refreshing, penetratingly refreshing. The power of extreme yang burned and intersected with that power of yin and cold. The spirit liquid that had already solidified within the original Dantian circulated once again. The body was also not as painful as before. Opening his eyes, Lin Yuyo was instantly stunned. Lu Qing? It was actually her. He hadn't counted in 1,000 calculations that the person beside him was actually this one. But there was no time to think about it more, as the spiritual energy within both parties began to intersect. Lin Yuyao's benefit was also great, moreover compared to Bai Xiushang and the others, this one was at the peak of Jindan. Only one step shy of edging into the Yuaning realm of power. The delusion-breaking bead rotated madly, and Lu Qing only felt as if the strength in his body had been drained. Was this the special physique that Chiu Frost had spoken of? As time passed, the strength of both sides evolved within the delusion-breaking bead. The feedback began, and the pure spiritual energy passed down Lin Yuyo back into Lu Qing's body. Lu Qing only felt a tingle go straight to her head. Is this what they call dual cultivation? Lin Yuyo naturally didn't know what the other party was thinking, he had now begun to condense his Jindan. As the spirit liquid in his body continued to quench and filter, a golden inner Dan the size of a fingernail cap appeared in his Dantian. Golden Dan realm. Lin Wu was incomparably excited. At this moment, he was no longer the same foundation establishment brat who had been bullied by others before. Lin Wu had even begun to fantasize about riding Bai Xiushang underneath him. He hadn't forgotten that in a blood contract, when the contracted party's strength exceeded that of the contractee, as long as that indentured party wanted to, they could turn against him. Just as he was caught up in his fantasies, a terrifying pressure emanated from Lu Qing's body. Yuaning? Lin Yaoyao looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. Just now, he hadn't forgotten what he had done, from being forced to operate just now to the back when he himself had become the dominant one. In terms of sideways words, Lin Wu was considered to have successfully pressed a Yuaning big brother underneath him. Didn't dare to move at all right. You go, I need to stabilize my cultivation. Lu Qing's cool voice rang out, as if nothing had just happened. Once Lin Wu heard this, he immediately bowed. Many thanks elder, disciple will retire. As the words fell, Liniwu pocketed his pants and rushed out of the crater. As soon as he came out, Liniwu realized that the two demonic beasts that were still fighting earlier were currently guarding the crater. An empty Void Z was standing in the middle of the two demonic beasts. Seeing him come out, Empty Void Z had a smile on his face. Hee, disciple, you can come out, the master has already prepared the demonic beasts for you to practice on. Chapter 86 Empty Spirit Ring. Where could Liniwu not understand that Lu Qing must have been arranged by Empty Spirit Z? However, he didn't have any complaints, on the contrary, he was grateful to the other party. Lin Yaoyao moved his muscles and the corners of his mouth hooked into a confident smile. Good. Emptiness Z also gave a rare compliment. It seems like you kid is blessed with a lot of color. To be able to have such an aura just after entering Jindan, it seems that this dual cultivation has yielded quite a lot. However, the road to immortal cultivation is long, having a realm alone is not enough, practical combat experience is equally important. Take these two heads as a congratulatory gift after your breakthrough. After saying that, Empyrean Sun waved his sleeve. The Jinshan Tiger and Magma Giant Lizard simultaneously let out deafening roars. Lin Yudao didn't dare to be careless, he operated the yin-yang skill, the two streams of yin and yang flowed in his body, and his hands formed seals. The two energies, one yin and one yang, converged in his palm, forming a black and white ball of energy. Yin-yang hand. He let out a low shout and pushed the energy ball out. The energy ball surged against the wind and collided with the fiery flames of the mighty tiger, erupting with a loud sound that shook the heavens and moved the earth. The manticore was shaken back a few steps, and the flames on its body dimmed by a few points. At the same time, the magma giant lizard opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Liniwu. Lin Yuan performed the human Sect escape technique and instantly appeared behind the lizard, slapping his palm on its neck. The magma lizard let out a hiss as it suffered pain. The huge body rolled up violently, and in the blink of an eye, the body that was originally covered by the firelin actually formed a layer of frost. Kind of interesting. Liniwu had excitement in his eyes, even though he had just broken through Jindan, he had a feeling in his heart that even if a Jindan 5th level cultivator came, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits in his hands. Again. He once again executed the human Sect escape technique entangled with the two demonic beasts. As the battle progressed, Lin Yuyo became more and more comfortable. He realized that the difference between the Jindan stage and the Foundation Establishment stage was even greater than he had imagined. Not only was his spiritual energy more robust, but his control of spells was also more subtle. He even comprehended a new divine ability during the battle, Yin-Yang Unity. It was possible to fuse yin and yang and explode with even greater power. There was also the yin-yang conversion, which could instantly switch the attributes of the two qi, restraining the enemy's attacks. Although the two demonic beasts were not bad. But under Lin Yuyao's fierce attack, they gradually fell behind. The Jinshan Tiger's attacks were getting weaker and weaker, and the magma gargoyle's scales were covered in frost, slowing its movements. Time to try this move. Lin Yuyao took out the flowing cloud sword. 13 Swords of the Divine Gate, Second Stance, Splitting Sword Stance. Divine Gate Sword, Splitting Mountain. Lin Yuyao revolved his entire body's spiritual energy, and channels of cold aura shone on the blade of the sword. Chop. As the sword chopped out, the two demonic beasts actually showed a humanized panic in their eyes. They were puzzled as to how a human, who they had previously regarded as a mole, had become so powerful after not being seen for just half a month. Liniwu wouldn't explain it to them. Sword Chi rose up across the sky, sword blades breaking dragons and snakes. Roar, roar, roar. The Jinshan tiger roared, the demonic aura that erupted from its body instantly flashed away. The tiger's claws vaguely carried streams of light on top of it, and it slapped down fiercely against the sword chi. The magma giant lizard was equally unwilling to show weakness, a mouthful of magma spat out from its mouth and rushed straight towards Lin Yuyo in midair. The sword light shattered, but not waiting for the two demonic beasts to react. Lin Yuyo had already rushed out again. Stabbing sword momentum. A loud shout rang out, and a sword light appeared at the back of the giant lizard. From top to bottom, it directly penetrated its head. After the white light dissipated, one could only see Lin Yuyo holding the flowing cloud sword, nailing the magma gargoyle to the ground. Hee, you're all that's left. Lin Yuyo grinned, his eyes staring deathly at the Jinshan tiger that froze in place. You weren't quite fierce before? Chasing the little master all over the mountain? Drawing out the flowing cloud sword, drops of blood red fell from the sword. Woo woo. The huge Jinshan tiger actually revealed a pleasing look at this moment. It prostrated itself on the ground, just as if it was submitting. Lin Yuya wasn't confused by this scene. On the path of immortal cultivation, the strongest was supreme. If it wasn't for the magma giant lizard, if it wasn't for escaping to the crater, if it wasn't for breaking through the Jindan, maybe he really would have become this demonic beast's ration. If you want to blame me for not killing me in time. As the words fell, Lin Yuyao swung out the flowing cloud sword in his hand, his sword awnings forcing his way through. One after another, the Jinshan tiger's eyes flashed ferociously when it saw that submission didn't work. But facing the sword chi that was like a torrential rain, its body was soon scratched by the sword chi. Don't show off, know what you kid is thinking, here, this is a reward for you. Empty Void Z's voice sounded in the air. As the voice reached Lin Yiwu's ears, a flash of white light floated in. Lin Yuyao's complexion was delighted as he took it and saw that it was an exquisite storage ring. Compared to the one he was currently using, it was simply a heaven and a hell. Especially the top-grade spirit stone set on it, which also had a small spirit gathering array engraved on it. If this was released, it would be worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Master Atmosphere. Later on, my disciple will kowtow to you. Lin Yiwu also had no desire to continue and condensed his spiritual energy and swung his long sword. Break! The sword light cut through the air and landed at the back heart of the Jinshan tiger. Roar! An unwilling roar emitted from the Jinshan tiger's mouth, as if it was regretting that it didn't decapitate Lin Yuyao first. Heh, trash. At this moment, Lin Yuyao could be said to be in a springtime mood. Before, when he saw these Jindan realm-level cultivators or demonic beasts, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. But now it was different. He, Lin Yiwu, was also a genuine Jindan realm cultivator now. Don't be complacent, you've just been promoted to Jindan. Do you think that if you were to go and fight with Lu Qingyun's stream, you'd be able to beat them? Empty Void Z was like the great patriarch who lectured his children. Lin Yiwu was naturally unconvinced, even though he couldn't compare to those people right now. But to be clear, from the time he cultivated until now, it was less than half a year. That's him, just replace him with another person. I'm afraid that he would have been played to death a long time ago, right? I say, Master, can you stop throwing cold water all the time? Lin Yuyao said helplessly. Say you're still unconvinced. I can tell you, I just gotten news that kid Li Qinxing has already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of Jindan, and he'll be going to the secret realm this time as well, so you're sure to run into them at that time. Don't blame me for not reminding you of the disciples who have only entered the secret realm this time. They are at least at the 5th level of Golden Dan. Empty Void Z slowly dropped down from the air, looking at Lin Yiwu below with satisfaction. But when coming before him, the satisfaction in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a faint sneer. I've never seen this kind of master, Lin Yiwu said in his heart. But he wasn't fighting with the other party, instead he looked at the storage ring in his hand. After removing his own one, he transferred the contents to the one he had just gotten. Empyrean ring? At this point, he was noticing that there were actually 3 small characters engraved on the inside of the storage ring. Lin Yuyao turned his head to look at Empty Spirit Z. Master, this ring couldn't be from one of your old lovers, right? Chapter 87, Master. You don't speak martial virtues. Empty Void Z raised his hand and droned at Lin Yiwu with an angry face. Brat! Are you living too long? Seeing this, how dare Lin Yiwu to stand still, he took 2 steps back and grinned. AI, Master, don't do it. How dare my disciple offend you? Besides, this is not a joke. Your old man is a dashing, handsome, countless confidants, my little disciple is just casually asking. Such a flurry of smooth words made Empty Void Z freeze, the movement of raising his hand froze in mid-air. He stared at Lin Yuyao, wondering in his heart. This brat has hardened his wings, he's not small in guts. A few seconds later, he jerked around and shouted at the side. Big Yellow! This shout was like a thunderbolt, and Lin Yiwu's expression froze. He hadn't paid attention to it just now, but now when he raised his eyes, he realized that Big Yellow, who was lying on his back not far away, was slowly standing up. Master! You don't speak martial virtues. Lin Yiwu's neck shrank and he scattered his legs. In his heart, he had long since cursed Empty Void Z. When he first saw Big Yellow, he had always thought that the other party was a pet that Empty Void Z had casually raised, but now, looking at the Big Yellow that was a few points stronger than the Jinshan tiger he had just seen. According to his observations these days, it was at least a 4th class level. Don't look at the name of the earth, this goods is a real big demon, fighting strength than the Yuaning cultivator is also strong. Big Yellow did not rush to chase, but also deliberately rubbed his claws, slowly pacing to empty Void Z's side. One person and one dog stared at each other for a moment, then together they looked at the small figure that had fled in a state of distress, and the corners of their mouths simultaneously spread into a teasing smile. Big Yellow shook his fur, his eyes animated like obsidian, and spoke leisurely. "Boss, you're really ruthless in this. Don't scare him, his fur hasn't even grown yet." Empty Void Z spread his hands out, his tone was quite disdainful. "Scare him to death? I see that he eats hard but not soft. If it wasn't for me taking him in as a disciple, he would have died somewhere." When Lin escaped halfway up the mountain, determining that he had gotten rid of Empty Void Z and that soulful rhubarb, only then did he stop to catch his breath, holding his hands on his knees, cursing under his breath. This dead old man, actually releasing dogs to chase people. Is this something a human being can do? The words were said so, but when his mood calmed down, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart again. Then again, this old man usually pickles H to death, but he's still not bad to me. He raised his hand and his gaze fell on the Empyrean ring on his finger. After scrutinizing it carefully, Lin Yuyo realized that this ring was an unknown number of times larger than a storage bag. It could even automatically absorb spiritual chi, just like a super cultivation aid artifact. He was bubbling with joy in his heart. Once this thing arrived, the speed of his cultivation progress would only skyrocket. With this kind of good treasure in hand, when we enter the secret realm, won't we shock some people's jaws off then? He thought freely with the empty spirit ring in his pocket, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The secret realm, it was full of crisis, but there were just as many opportunities to be coveted. Heavenly treasures, rare beasts and insects, just thinking about it made one's heart itch. Lin Yao stood up straight, his gaze turned to the distance, and a few familiar names surfaced in his mind. Li Qin Shang, and those Jindan 5th level assholes, let your horses come over. After a few months, let's see me no longer be on par with you guys. With that, he clenched his fists, his fighting spirit burning brightly. Meanwhile, in the Acacia Sect, within Baiqiu Frost's small courtyard. In the past 2 days, Baiqiushin had been inexplicably throbbing in her heart. It was an indescribable feeling. It wasn't that she hadn't searched for Lin Yuyo through the blood contract. But ever since that day, the blood contract that was still sensed had directly disappeared. This was considered to be a direct break in the idea that Lin Prosper was still alive. Could it be the thought of him? Ever since the battle at Jade Maple Forest, Baiqiushan was as if she had lost her soul. "Missy, no, you're looking for one? I've heard that there's a new batch of stoves over at South Mountain, and there's even 2 Jindan cultivators, so with your looks and status, miss, it's definitely not a problem to ask for one over here." The young maid Jiyun couldn't help but advise. She and her own sister were both rescued by Baiqiushan from those evil cultivators. Although they were on good terms with Lin Yiwu, they couldn't bear to see Baiqiushuang in this state every day. "Hey, it's fine, you don't have to worry about me, right? What is Zhou Dong doing lately? How come I haven't seen her?" Thinking of that sister who compares herself to herself every day. Baiqiushan was also quite curious. After all, before, Baiqiu Dong came at least once in 2 days to show off with herself, although it was all some worthless stuff. Jiyan thought for a moment before saying, "Second Miss has been in seclusion since she came back. Speaking of which, the smile on Second Miss's face seems to be a lot less, but yesterday she seemed to have gone out, saying that she wanted to go to the southern mountains to take a break." Baiqiushan nodded. Now that there were still 7 days before the opening of the Empty Gate Mystic Realm, going out to take a break from the world was not a lack of cultivation. Well, I guess she'll run back on her own when a few days pass. In the Eastern Continent's righteous path, within the 10,000 Swords Sect. From a distance, the entire 10,000 Swords Sect looked like it was made up of 3 giant swords running down from the sky. And the allocation of the 10,000 Swords Sect was also named with this. 3 swords and 6 peaks. Tianke sword, Beijian sword, and Yuhua sword, respectively. Inside a quiet courtyard above the heavenly K sword peak, Lu Qingyun's figure was sitting in a coiled position, and from time to time, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. And by his side stood 2 middle-aged men. One of them was none other than the master that Lin Yiwang had worshipped halfway, Lu Gaoyuan, while the other was Lu Qingyun's father, Lu Tianqing. At the same time, Lu Tianqing was also the peak master of the heavenly K sword blade. This state isn't right. Why does it have the feeling of going off the deep end? Lu Gaoyuan frowned tightly as he looked at this great nephew of his heart indescribably gripped. Lu Tianqing, as the peak master, had neglected Lu Qingyun since he was a child, and it could be said that he had brought him up single-handedly, so he naturally knew everything about Lu Qingyun's temperament. A person who possessed the heart of a naked child actually had the precursor of going off the deep end. This would definitely be impossible if he hadn't received a major blow. Lin Prosperity, hey. At the mention of Lin Prosperity, Lu Gaoyuan sighed helplessly. He had just taken in a disciple, and had even gone out in tongues that whoever interfered with him would be killed. But what about now? Lin Prosperity is dead, and this gifted nephew of his is about to go off the deep end. He also wanted to take revenge to go, but the three old ancestors opened their mouths at the same time. Even if his nature was strong, he couldn't refute it. Highland. Lu Tianqing's face was indescribably ugly or worried. You go out first, I'll talk to Qingyun alone when he wakes up later. Lu Gaoyuan was puzzled, but still nodded and turned his head to walk out. Just the moment he went out, Lu Tianqing reached out and waved his hand, a barrier enveloping the entire small courtyard. Looking at his son, Lu Tianqing spoke expressionlessly, "Don't pretend, I know you're awake." Chapter 88, My name is Lin Feng. Lu Qingyun moved his body and trembled violently as if he had touched lightning. He closed his eyes tightly, like he was trying to isolate himself from the outside world. The silence was excessive. Still pretending? Your second uncle has already gone out. Lu Tianqing coldly grunted, his voice was not hurried but pressurized. I've heard that kid Lin Prosperity is stubborn, but he has a good heart. He sees you as a brother, but it's like you're running away from yourself now. Lu Qingyun's eyes snapped open, and the blood in his eyes were like spider webs. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words in a low voice. It's all my fault. I'm the one who harmed Brother Lin. He shouldn't, it was me. Enough. Without waiting for him to finish, Lu Tianqing cut off the words that followed with a low gulp. You think blaming yourself is useful? Can you shout like that and bring someone back? Lu Qingyun covered his head, his pain unrelieved. I don't know. Really don't know. Lu Tianqing looked at him with eyes as sharp as swords. Only what? You can't let go of your ridiculous pride? Or can't let go of the so-called chivalry you read about in your books? He pressed a step closer, again in a condescending stance. Lu Qingyun's body was like a leaf in the autumn wind, shaking so much that even his voice was unsteady. He bit his lower lip, stiffened for a few seconds, and stifled a sentence. Father, I can't understand. Can't understand? Lu Tianqing stepped in front of his eyes and said in a tone that was not a teaching but more like a pronouncement. The immortal cultivation world wants strength, not emotion. The weak are the strong, the king is the loser, such a simple truth, you should understand. Lu Tianqing paused for a breath and hit the nail on the head. Emotions? Now that we've ended up like this, it's not certain who should regret it more. Lu Qingyun raised his head. In this instant, he heard his father say several times more words than before. The shock and strangeness made him speechless for a moment. Lu Tianqing laughed coldly. Do you still look like a heaven's pride with this appearance? After the questioning, there was a long, wordless silence. In the silence, grief surged into Lu Qingyun's mind. He was slow to let go of the image of Lin Yiwu when he died. Shengyun, tell me, what exactly do you want to do? The air almost condensed. Lu Qingyun closed his eyes and suddenly clenched his fists like he had grabbed something. Revenge. That was the day Lu Qingyun couldn't forget in his memory, the Battle of Jade Maple Forest. Lin Prosperity was under siege. The image of dozens of people pouncing on his face, he couldn't even catch his breath for an instant. In his heart, it wasn't anger, but hatred that burned like a tsunami. I'm asking you, who are you going to kill? His father actually pressed the path step by step like he was urging. Lu Qingyun raised his head violently, his teeth almost clenched into powder. Kill. Kill everyone involved in the siege. His sword sheath surged along with his words, and the room was shrouded in sword intent, a chill rising in all directions. Lu Tianqing stared at him coldly, and suddenly the corner of his mouth tugged to the right. Not bad, this is like my son. Lu Tianqing patted Lu Qingyun's shoulder. You can kill whoever you want. As long as you have that strength, even if you pierce the sky, my father will take it for you. Lu Qingyun froze for half a second, looking at this man like he was in a maze by mistake. Lu Tianqing's voice paused for a moment, echoing again. Remember, don't carry all the useless emotions. You only need to be strong, the rest is trivial. With that low voice and those words, his blood surged throughout his body as he listened. And then, Lu Qingyun raised his head, as if a blazing fire was burning in his eyes. Father, I understand. Good. Lu Tianqing laughed out loud, his eyes filled with relief. This is my Lu Tianqing's son. Acacia Sect, at the foot of the southern mountain. A man with a mask slowly entered inside the Hearth Din special courtyard within the southern mountain. This man was no other than Lin Yiwu, who had completely changed his face. Empty Void Z had already said that until he had absolute strength, he would not be able to show his true face in the future. Lin Yuyao actually understood that Li Chensheng and these people were minor matters. The main thing was that elder of the holy sect, Sikong Su. Since the other party had already viewed Zhang Yan's memories, he should have already seen that he was the one who brought Sun Ling to the side of the 10,000 Swords sect before he was killed. So the source of everything was due to Lin Yiwu. If he appeared now, not only would the Devil's Way kill him, the side of the Righteous Way wouldn't be able to give a good explanation either. Just as he was about to return to his former small courtyard, a familiar figure suddenly entered his vision. By Dongxue? Why is she here? Looking inside the small courtyard, Bai Dongxue was currently sitting on the rocking chair he had made, squinting and faking sleep. Seemingly sensing his aura, Bai Dongxue opened her eyes. What person? The voice was clear and cold, with a slight chill. Compared to the Bai Dongxue in Lin Yiwu's memories, she was now exactly the same as Bai Xiushang's high spirits in front of strangers. Worthy of being sisters. Lin Yaoyao secretly sighed, then slowly walked into the courtyard. This senior sister, I'm new here and have just been assigned to this small courtyard. Bai Dongxue looked at the man with a half mask in front of her. For a moment she was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't say where she had seen him before. This was because Lin Yiwu had not only changed his appearance just in case, he had also purposely covered half of his face with a mask. What's your name and why did you come here? Bai Dongxue didn't stop and continued to ask. My name is Lin Feng. I was stranded here because my master's clan was massacred, and thanks to the Acacia Sect taking me in, I have a place to settle down. Lin Yiwu had made up his identity a long time ago. I didn't expect to use it just after coming over. A Jindan realm? How come I've never heard of that sect of the Devil's Way that still has a character like you? As Bai Qiudong spoke, she had already walked over towards Lin Yuyao's side. The fresh fragrance of a young girl poured into her nostrils, still that familiar flavor. Lin Yuyao didn't say anything, saying more is more wrong, not saying it out loud, letting the other party guess, this is the best choice. After all, people believed in what they dug out, not what they got from others. Suddenly, Bai Qiudong's hand violently grabbed at his mask, and Lin Yuyao was too late to block it. He hastily reached out to cover the left side of his face. Brightness flashed in Bai Qiudong's eyes as he turned the white mask up and down in his hands. Loosen your hands, let this lady see what kind of person you really are. I'm afraid of scaring you. Lin Yiwu had a coy look on his face. Scare me? Before Bai Qiudong could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Yiqiu who had already loosened his grip. He only saw that the entire left side of his face looked as if it had been burned, full of creases, and even his nose had collapsed a bit. It looked very oozy. Right, sorry. Lin Yuyao hurriedly apologized, then quickly snatched back his mask and put it on. You. Bai Qiudong wanted to say something else, but thinking about what she had just done, it seemed a bit excessive. But she wasn't going to admit her mistake. Humph. Go inside, this young lady won't bother with you in general. After saying that, she swung her little hand and walked quickly towards the outside. Chapter 89 Bai Qiudong's Temptation. After Bai Qiudong left, Lin Yuyao slowly stepped back into his room. Closing the door, he leaned against the wall in deep thought, his mind turning over and over, all about Bai Qiudong's performance just now. It was certain that Bai Qiudong didn't recognize his true identity. The matter of disguise could not be half-hearted. The only way was to deal less with these Harmony Sect disciples, the less the better. In the next few days, no one saw much of Lin Prosperity. It was like he was buried in some lightless cave, almost eliminating all contact with the outside world. Inside the room, Lin Yiwu sat cross-legged, the breath gradually flowing from his body. He cultivated the yin-yang skill while pondering the delusion-breaking bead. With day after day of grinding, the delusion-breaking bead could already seamlessly integrate with his cultivation, and its effects were becoming more and more obvious. The yin and yang qi in Lin Yiwu's body gradually moved towards balance. The cultivation of the entire person also began to rise. That feeling of power being filled up was a real head-turner. On the other hand, such a day was like a stone in Bai Qiudong's heart. She couldn't get rid of the fact that she had always seen Lin Feng somewhere, and it seemed like that familiar shadow was stuck in the depths of her mind, lingering. Lin Feng? She whispered a few times. She had asked around from other disciples of the sect, but had only gotten a very common piece of information. Lin Prosperity didn't like to talk to people at all and didn't show his face much. It deepened her curiosity even more. On the 6th day, she finally couldn't help herself. This time, Bai Qiudong made elaborate snacks and stood outside Lin Yuan's small courtyard carrying a food box. First, she knocked on the courtyard door, and no one answered. She patiently pushed the door in, and then walked to the inner doorway, holding up her small fist and gently knocking on the door. Lin Feng, are you there? A fluttering voice came from inside. Who is it? I'm Bai Qiudong. The door creaked open and Lin Feng stood behind it, obviously a little surprised. He looked at her and then at the food box in her hand. Senior Sister Bai, what are you doing over here looking for me? Bai Qiudong tensed her face, exhaled, and forced a smile. I did go a bit overboard when I think about what happened before. Today is specially coming to make amends to you. She held up the box and shook it. The dim sum was made by my own hands, for you to try. Lin Yuyao glanced at the dim sum in the box, a perfunctory smile on his lips. With his understanding of Bai Qiudong, to say that he would bow down for something, it must be for another purpose. To send something for no reason, it was most likely pondering on some crooked idea. Without taking the things in the other party's hands, Lin Ichio arched his hand with a flattered look. Senior sister is too polite. It's already a huge favor for the Acacia sect to take in someone like me, otherwise, if you were to stray, you would definitely be hunted down by your enemies as well. What? It's not rare. Bai Qiudong didn't stop there, acting as if I won't leave until you take me in, causing Lin Yuyao to have quite a headache as well. How is this girl like a dogskin plaster? Unable to do anything about it, Lin Yuyao could only take the food box in the other party's hand. Then, thank you, senior sister. Seeing this, Bai Qiudong revealed a smile. Then how are you going to thank me? Saying this, she lifted the hem of her shirt and walked into the room, carrying her skirt. Sweeping her eyes around, there was a bed, a table, plus a futon, and nothing else. This Lin Feng's senior brother was really able to live the life of a bitter cultivator. Lin Yaoyao looked at Bai Qiudong inside the room. He was really afraid of something. Lin's senior brother, the injury on your face. Bai Qiudong turned his head to look at Lin Yiwu. His words stopped for a few seconds, as if he was waiting for a response. Lin Yiwu pulled on the edge of his mask, his voice deliberately lowered. What's on your face isn't worth mentioning. Bai Qiudong barely tugged at the corners of her mouth, knowing that he didn't want to talk about it, so she had to stop and set the food box on the table. When she pulled open the lid of the box, she also pretended to smile mysteriously. Come and try the pastry I made. This is still something my mother taught me when I was little, and I haven't been making it since I've been cultivating. Lin Yuyao was clear that if he didn't do what the other party said, he was afraid that this ninny would be able to live here today. He then picked a piece and put it in his mouth. The taste of the dim sum was truly praiseworthy. It was sweet and soft, with an excellent flavor. However, the more he savored it, the more he felt that there was something wrong, a faintly foreign fragrance that instantly caused alarm bells to ring in his heart. Not right. In an instant, he operated his spiritual energy and quietly drove the trace of foreign fragrance out of his body. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Is what I made good? Bai Qiudong cocked her head, pure concern in her eyes. Lin Ichio, however, raised his head and acted harmless. The pastries are a bit more sweet, for me. It's really a bit hard to eat, if I can. But before the words were even, he sensed that something was wrong. What did you call me? Brother-in-law? Oh, still pretending? Lin Yiwu, do you know how much my sister is worried about you? Bai Qiudong changed from the petulant and cute look she had just had. With frosty eyes, she looked at Lin Yiwu and said word for word. Lin Yiwu wasn't intimidated by the other party's words. Instead, he asked with a bewildered look on his face. Lin Prosperity? Who is he? In the next moment, Bai Qiudong swung his hand violently and slapped his palm at Lin Yiwu. Still pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend. Lin Yuyao really didn't expect the other party to make a move when he said he would, but he knew very well that he couldn't admit this even if he was beaten to death, or else with Bai Qiudong's nature, he would definitely go and tell Bai Xiushang at the first opportunity. What are you doing? He swung out his palm and clashed with the other party's palm. A burst of spiritual energy erupted between the two of them, and the entire room was shaken by the force. The food box on the table was also sent flying. Senior sister, bye, I'm a parasite, but I won't suffer from this injustice. If you don't like me, you can think of a lawsuit from the sect, I'll just leave. The half of Lin Yiwu's exposed face was filled with anger, as if he had been wronged by the heavens. Bai Qiudong didn't expect his reaction to be so great. But in her heart, she actually missed Lin Yiwu tightly, only on her mouth, she attributed this thought to Bai Qiushang. Please leave this place. Lin Prosperity pointed at the doorway, grief written all over his face. Bai Qiudong gave him a complicated look, as if he was still determining whether the person in front of him was Lin Yiqiu or not. A few breaths passed, and Bai Qiudong sighed. I'm sorry, senior brother Lin, I'll leave now. Bai Qiudong left. This time she was out the door and swept directly towards the location of the main peak of the Acacia Sect. Lin Yuyo looked at the other parties back and sighed in utter relief. The moment he had just been swindled, he had thought that he had really been exposed. Did this ninny shed tears when she turned her head just now? He muttered a sentence, and as the other party turned around, a drop of crystal seemed to have slipped from the corner of her eye. Forget it, it's better to cultivate honestly, there's still one more day before the secret realm opens. Li Chenshang, just wait. Chapter 90 Senior Sister Takes You Flying. Time flew by, and the day of the opening of the Empty Gate Mystic Realm had finally arrived. At the dawn of day, Lin Yuan walked out of the small courtyard and arrived at the top of the southern mountain. Just to the entrance of the courtyard, Lin free to see, emptiness sun looked serious standing in the door, just like a look of waiting for a long time. Next to the big yellow and white one-horned horse, two demonic beasts are not convergence breath, a left and a right, can be described as full row. But this kind of picture didn't last long. Empty Void Z couldn't help but start lecturing Lin Yuya. Little brat, this time go in and bring me your brain. The secret realm is full of dangers, even a small mistake could cost your life cleanly. Lin Yuya nodded, got it, can you old man change your words, just for a moment, you've already said it 6 times. I'm carrying the delusion-breaking pearl, is there any place in the world that I can't reach? The words didn't come out, but in his heart, he silently bragged. You know. When Emptiness Z heard this, his liver fire came up. Don't be slick with me. This time when you enter the secret realm, the most important thing is to find the yin-yang amphibious fruit, understand? It will allow your yin-yang skill to break through to the second level, yin-yang reversal, and then you won't have to worry about the imbalance between the yang qi and yin qi in your body. At that time, the Yuaning realm will all be a matter of course as well. Yin-yang amphibious fruit? Lin Yuyao froze slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't read the illustrations in books of heavenly treasures, but this was really the first time he had heard of this yin-yang amphibious fruit. On second thought, Lin Yuyao asked, Master, did you rely on this to break through to the Yuaning realm in the first place as well? Emptiness Z seemed to be waiting for him to ask this, both hands behind his back, rather godly. That's for sure. Your master, I was also the man of the hour in the entire immortal cultivation world back then. As he was saying that, he stared at Lin Yiwu and skimmed his mouth, the corners of his eyes were full of disdain. And look at you, running for your life today and getting injured tomorrow, can you still fight for your life? Lin Yiwu instantly moderated his feelings. Why did you bring it to me again? Aren't we talking about the secret realm? He pinched his nose, his heart slandered countless times, but he can only endure not saying anything. A soft sound came from the distance, and a red light came from far and near, cutting through the sky. Lin Yuyao subconsciously raised his eyes to look in frozen place with wide eyes. A familiar figure gradually appeared in front of his eyes, and it was the Patriarch of the Acacia Sect who came face to face. Red Eyebrow Fairy? He muttered out, his brain instantly going down. The other party's red hair was flying, and her stance and temperament were all unique. More importantly still, those long legs that had attracted him before were simply iconic, alright. Suddenly, a light laugh broke the silence. Yo! This outfit is quite hard work. If it wasn't known in advance, who could recognize this? Lin Yuyao was thinking of responding when the empty void sun next to him spoke up. Don't underestimate this mask. This is what I left for him, there are too many people out there who miss him. Cover it up if you can, and it's only right to be careful. Lin Yao's heart thumped as he looked at these two people in front of him, his heart was puzzled. What was this situation? Wasn't Empty Void Z being suppressed by the clan elders of South Mountain? Why was he still interjecting here? Empty Void Z looked at him frozen and waved his hand in front of his eyes in disgust. Stupid? Still not calling senior sister. Lin Yiwu was instantly dumbfounded. Ha? Senior sister? His heartbeat felt like it had missed half a beat, and his head was a bit spinning. Turning his head to look, he only saw the corners of the red eyebrow immortal's mouth slightly raised, her eyes full of playfulness. Being stared at by this one, the pressure directly pulled full. Senior sister? Could he call? What if he called the wrong one and the person flipped out? This little life of his own was still not a matter of a slap? A series of spits flew over Lin Yi's head. Scared? Or you don't want to call senior sister? The red eyebrows fairy took a catwalk and came in front of Lin Yiwu, her mountain peak trembling as she followed her walk. The corners of Lin Yiwu's mouth twitched, and he gulped lifelessly. He finally hardened his head and his voice was like a mosquito. Senior sister. Good. The red eyebrow fairy heard this, and the smile between her eyebrows increased. Ha ha ha. She raised her hand and covered the corners of her mouth, but the laughter wasn't completely hidden. Since we're ready, we'll leave first. Without waiting for Lin Yuya to react, he saw fairy red eyebrows wave her jade hand, and a soft power surged throughout her body. Senior brother, senior sister will take you flying. As soon as the words fell, she transformed into a red light and slashed through the air once again. Without even a chance to think, there was only a residual shadow in front of Lin Yiwu's eyes. In his ears was the sound of the wind whistling, while the sights in his vision turned into blurred light. He didn't even have the means to adapt to this fast-moving scene, and there was only one thought that repeatedly echoed in his mind. Tidbits of information really can't be trusted. When he finally slowed down, the scene in front of him was completely still. He lifted his gaze, and he suddenly saw the Acacia Sect Patriarch's great hall standing majestically. Lin Yao's sight turned behind him and realized that there were 4 people standing right in front of the grand hall. The Bai family sisters, Xu Hongso, and Li Qinxiang. The 4 of them were also sizing him up at the moment, especially Bai Qiudong, the look of surprise in his eyes obvious. Lin Yiwu didn't say anything, or else he might have known that this little ninny would say something counterintuitive. The red eyebrow fairy had resumed that lofty stance at this moment. Sweeping a glance at the 4 people below, she then spoke. Let me introduce you guys, he's the foreign aide I found for you guys, Lin Feng. Lin Prosperity was afraid that the other party would say the wrong thing, so he hurriedly answered. Well, Lin Feng, get to know them yourselves later, I won't introduce you. This time when you enter the empty door secret realm, you guys try your best to find your own chance. Whether you can break through Yuaning in the future or not depends on how big the chance you get this time, understand? Understood. The 4 replied at the same time. Lin Yiwu stood in place, his face didn't change in any way. However, he had already seen Bai Qiushan on the opposite side of the room staring at him with a deadly stare. Even though he had a mask to add on, he wasn't afraid of the other party seeing anything at all. But the feelings that had once been brought to him by that strength wasn't something that could just be erased. But what Lin Yao didn't know was that in fact, the moment he appeared, Bai Qiushan's gaze hadn't left his body. Familiar, too familiar. If one were to just look at his back, it was simply the same as if he had been carved out of the same mold as Lin Yihai. But when he turned around, Bai Qiushan was a little disappointed. But she didn't give up, instead she immediately revolved her spiritual energy and sensed the blood contract within her body. Nay, nowadays, Lin Yuyo had already been promoted to Jindan, and at the same time, there was a mask shielding his aura. Even she, the owner of the blood contract, had no way of sensing anything wrong. Sister, don't you feel familiar? Bai Qiudong's hand nudged Bai Qiushan behind her. Bai Qiushan froze, then froze and looked at Bai Qiudong. How did you know? Seeing this, where did Bai Qiudong not understand that his sister was just like himself, thinking of the other party as Lin Yiwu? Hey! Chapter 91. You're right. Bai Qiudong hummed softly and muttered in a low voice. Look at that cold look of his, does he really think he's superior? This slightly resentful tone was clearly heard by Bai Qiushan on the side. She slightly raised her hand to gently pull the corner of her sister's coat, half chiding and half pacifying. Qiudong, don't talk nonsense, there may not be any changes when we enter the secret realm. Bai Qiudong nuzzled her mouth, although her face was full of reluctance, she obediently shut her mouth. Lin Yuyo swept his gaze over the two and took in the scene. In his heart, he had already guessed that Bai Qiushan and Bai Qiudong were most likely hitting on him. At this moment, however, he didn't move on the surface, seeming to not take this at all to heart. The red eyebrow immortal stood on the side, her expression bland, her 2 sleeves gently swinging as she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at the crowd. All of you prepare, Elder Lu will personally come over to pick you up later, and will then ride you to the entrance of the secret realm. As the words fell, her sleeve robe flicked up and her figure disappeared in mid-air in a flash. Not long after the red eyebrow fairy had left, the silent atmosphere was broken by Li Qianshang. He quickly walked up to Lin Yiwu, his face full of smiles, his tone tinged with a bit of currying favor. Brother Lin, I've heard about your name for a long time. I'm Li Qianshang. I'm really honored to meet you. Lin Yiwu looked at the other party. From the time he met until now, this was the first time he had seen Li Qianshang put on this stance. It was really strength only. He dared to assert that if there was no red eyebrow immortal to bring him over, just relying on him personally. It was estimated that the remaining duo of people present, other than Sister Baiqiu Shan, wouldn't even give him a second glance. You're right. The half of Lin Yiwu's face that was exposed squeezed out a smile. Nothing? Li Qianshang was a little confused. What did it mean? Brother Lin, you and I are on the same path on the trip to the secret realm after all. We still have to support each other when the time comes. Lin Yiqiu nodded his head slightly, his speech still not salty. Well, it can be understood. Chu Hongsleeve on the side lightly moved her lotus steps to walk in front of Lin Yiwu. Mr. Lin, I'm Chu Hongsleeve, the personal disciple of Immortal Redbrow. She nodded slightly with a polite smile on her face. However, the occasional reveals in her eyes came to flirtation, but it made Lin Yuyo somewhat puzzled. Does this woman see something? Lin Yaoyao's heart was fuzzy, and he didn't dare to talk to the other party more. At this time, Bai Qiudong, who had been silent next to him, finally couldn't hold back. Look at his high and mighty look. If it wasn't for our Acacia sect taking him in, he might still be running for his life somewhere right now. She quietly glanced at Lin Yiqiu, her face full of disdain. Seeing this, Bai Qiushang sighed slightly and reached out to pull on Bai Qiudong's sleeve. Mr. Lin, I'm Bai Qiu Frost. This is my little sister Bai Qiudong. I hope to teach you more. Lin Yiwu looked at the two women and thought of the matter that Bai Qiudong had even intentionally tried before. He coldly glanced at the two of them and shrugged it off without saying anything. Bai Qiushang didn't back off because of this. Instead, she continued to speak. Mr. Lin, I see that your figure and appearance are slightly similar to a deceased person of mine. I wonder if you know him? As soon as these words came out, not only the Bai Qiushang sisters, Chu Hongso, and Li Qiansheng's gazes likewise fell on Lin Yiwu. This deceased person in Miss Bai's mouth, is it someone called Lin Yiwu? Lin Yiwu shook his head, with a look like he knew you would ask. However, his words fell like thunder in Li Qiansheng's ears, and his eyes stared this way without blinking for fear of missing any details. I also heard about it before in South Mountain. Lin Yiwu is your stove tripod. A foundation establishment stage cultivator is just a cultivator. Senior sister Bai Qiudong Bai also told me about it. Of course, if you still need a stove tripod, with senior sister's your looks, it's not like I can't do it. As Lin Yiwu spoke, his eyes suddenly became ambiguous. However, before Bai Qiushang could speak, Bai Qiudong stepped forward. What do you mean? You think you can match my sister? Bai Qiudong made a gesture to come up for a theory. Bai Qiushan looked gloomy, and Chu Hongso hurriedly went up to stop Bai Qiudong. No matter what, Lin Yiwu had been brought here by the Red Eyebrows Immortal, and she wasn't sure exactly what his identity was. As for Li Qianshang, after hearing the words spoken by Lin Yuyao, he completely cut off that suspicion in his heart. He then stood directly beside Lin Yiwu. I said Bai Qiudong. Did Brother Lin say anything? You guys keep asking and asking. Where did all that nonsense come from? I think you guys are just looking for trouble over nothing. Lin Yaoyao looked at him in confusion. This guy has changed his nature. Why is he suddenly with his own brother and sister's feeling? This guy has changed his nature. Why is he suddenly with the feeling of his own brother and sister? Li Qiansheng suddenly swung his arm around Lin Yuyao's shoulders. Brother Lin, forget it. Let's not bother with them. Women, they are not moving, they will make some noise. What is the point? We should have the temperament or have to have. When Bai Qiudong heard these words, she was immediately furious. She stepped forward and pointed her hand straight at Li Qiansheng's nose. Li Qiansheng, what are you farting about? Who's being unreasonable? The one who is bolting is clearly him. Furnace tripod? You're the one who needs a cauldron. You're the one who needs a tripod. She was so angry that her face turned red, her shoulders slightly shaking, almost able to write her anger on her face. However, she didn't see Bai Qiushan next to her chime in, just frowning. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Lin Yuyao hurriedly reached out and yanked Li Qiansheng away, owing his body to rush Bai Qiushan. Senior sister Bai, this is all my fault for speaking out of turn. If I have offended, please don't be too concerned. As for the deceased person you mentioned, with all due respect, I really haven't heard of the name. As he spoke, there was a bit of helplessness in his expression, as if he felt weak at his abruptness. Baitsushan looked deeply at Lin Ichio and sighed lightly. He then shook his head, his tone not sad or happy but filled with some darkness. It's not a problem, it's because I'm overthinking. Just when the air was somewhat stagnant, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the hall, and everyone turned around in unison. Only to see Lu Qing clad in a purple robe, slowly pacing from outside the door, the sunlight hitting her plump body. Lin Yiwei couldn't help but think of the crater that day. Naturally, Lu Qing noticed Lin Yuyao's gaze, but her gaze only lingered on him for a moment before she turned her head and said, "Are all ready?" The crowd immediately stood up straight and saluted, neatly organized and appearing respectful and courteous. "Ready." Lu Qing didn't waste any time and said indifferently, "The matter of entering the secret realm has already been told to you by the sovereign. As for what exactly you can achieve, you still need to look at yourselves." Lin Yuyao looked at her and said in his heart. Still really able to pretend if he hadn't seen the other party's madness, he simply couldn't believe that Elder Lu, who had always been hailed as an iceberg beauty, would actually reveal that demeanor. Before leaving, there are a few words I have to bring up that tell you guys, after entering the secret realm, I don't care if you guys will help each other, but if you let me find out that someone is victimizing fellow disciples, then you guys should be clear about the consequences. Lu Qing said and turned his head towards the outside of the hall. Lin Yiwu and the others followed and got on the flying boat that was already prepared outside the main hall. Chapter 92 Reiki Turbulence. The flying boat traveled through the sea of clouds, gliding smoothly yet swiftly. Lu Qing stood at the front of the boat, her hands gripping the helm, her gaze occasionally skimming over the back of the boat. She stared at Lin Yiwu, her thoughts seeming to drift a little. Lin Yiwu didn't respond at all, just leaning against the back of the chair with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a huge tremor struck, and the flying boat shook violently, nearly losing control. It seemed like some invisible barrier was blocking its way forward. Baiqiudong let out a shriek as his legs went weak and he almost fell. "What's wrong?" The others all looked horrified. Although they were at the Jindan realm, they were currently at a height of 10,000 meters. If they really fell, they would have to molt into skin without dying. It was nothing in normal times, but now they were about to enter the secret realm. When the time comes, if they are all dragging their heavily injured bodies, then they will not suffer? Or a turbulence. Everyone hold steady, don't let go. Lu Qing drank lowly and quickly pinched her hands together. Her forehead was already sweating, and the extra exertion of her mind was instantly apparent. Lin Yiwei furrowed his brows slightly, secretly analyzing the situation at hand. With this level of turbulence, even Jindan cultivators might not be able to carry it, right? Just as he wanted to do something, another violent tremor struck, and Baitsushan lost her center of gravity. She violently swayed to the side, almost falling out of the deck. She reached out to grab something, but her grip was empty. In an instant, the atmosphere on the flying boat was tense to the extreme. Not waiting for the others to make a move, Lin Yiwu suddenly launched the human door recluse technique. He quickly stepped around the deck, not wasting even a moment, and wrapped Baitsushan into his arms, protecting her safely. Her small face was raised, and her eyes unintentionally met Lin Yiwu's, causing her to be stunned with just one glance. Baitsushan slowly opened her mouth and whispered, "Thanks." "It's nothing, if other people saw it they would do the same." Lin Yuyao let go of his arm, and then grabbed the fence on the side. Lu Qing stood at the bow of the boat, silently watching the entire process. A soft hum spilled out from between her nostrils, and she muttered darkly in her heart. "Quite compassionate." But as if she thought of something, this iceberg elder's face revealed a flash of scarlet. But hesitantly, her face was facing forward, so no one noticed this elder's abnormality. The turbulence gradually dispersed and the flying boat returned to its steady state. Lu Qing withdrew her mind and resumed her appearance of skillfully controlling the helm. The long winds crossed the border, and the sky gradually revealed a peaceful color. Half a day later, they finally arrived at their destination. The aura lingered in the valley, and the flying boat hovered over the valley. Looking extremely far, a curtain of multicolored light stretched across the sky. Lu Qing looked at the crowd and then pointed his finger at the curtain of light in front of him. "Where is the entrance to the empty gate mysterious realm? Later on you guys will just follow the team in, but after you enter, the location of the teleportation is all with you, so you can try to leave as many marks as you can so that it's good to rendezvous." Lin Yuyao swept through the surroundings and realized that the entrance to the secret realm was already filled with people. The flying boats of various sects were stacked on top of each other, and the atmosphere was more than a little tense with swords. Sacred Sect, Xian Tian Sect, 10,000 Swords Sect, as well as Six Ghosts Sect and Hateless Hall. The forces of the immortal cultivation world had almost arrived everywhere. Lin Yuyao's line of sight passed one by one, and many familiar faces came into his mind. All of the people who had fought during the Jade Maple Forest were there. This time, there should also be a conclusion. Lin Yuyao's eyebrows twitched slightly, his eyelids pressed forward, and his gaze suddenly swept towards a flying boat hovering in the distance. The boat's body markings were eye-catching, allowing one to instantly recognize the clan it represented, the 10,000 Swords Sect. The leader on the boat was none other than Lu Ruyan. To this cheap master, he couldn't say in his heart whether he respected or disliked him. In short, the flavor was mixed. Behind Lu Ruyan stood several people, Zhang Wuxin, Lu Jia, and two unfamiliar faces. His eyes had just swept over these people, but he suddenly stopped, his gaze locking onto Lu Qingyun at the very front. What's going on? Lin Yuyao's brows furrowed slightly. He clearly felt that there was something different about the other party. There was a time when no matter when he saw it, the other party would always carry a vast aura on his body, raising his hands and feet to inspire awe. But now? Far away from the air, he could feel the killing intent shooting out from those eyes. What exactly has this guy gone through? Could it be that there was some kind of accident within the clan? Doubt swirled in his heart, but he wasn't watching much longer. Because Lu Qingyun had already sensed this side and his gaze converged with Lin Yuya. But after seeing that half of his face, he wasn't paying attention. At this time, Lu Qing's voice suddenly broke his silence as she stood at the bow of the boat. All ready, right? Come down with me if you're ready. As soon as the words fell, everyone nodded in response. Lu Qing made a direct leap, her figure swept towards the light curtain like a light wind. The others followed one by one, and Lin Yuya wasn't lagging behind either. He got up and gently stepped onto the deck, his body similarly rising up in the air to follow the large group. Only, his line of sight never moved away from the 10,000 Swords Sects group. Whether it was Lu Ruyan, Lu Qingyun or the others, they all stirred a ripple in his heart. Outside the light curtain. Sacred Sect Representative Elder, Sikong Su. Xian Tian Sect Representative Elder, Xian Long. The two of them were facing each other, and behind Sikong Su, the disciples of the Devil's Path were arrayed one by one. Similarly, behind Shen Long, the disciples of the Righteous Path were also neatly arranged. All disciples listened to the order. The two spoke at the same time, then looked at the disciples behind them. All of you entering the secret realm to compete for the opportunity, everything is based on your own abilities. Definitely don't victimize your fellow disciples, or else the Holy Sect's Alliance of Righteousness punishment is not just words. As the words fell, the two of them turned to look at each other, and then each took out half a token in their hands. Empty door opens, the spirit of all religions, heavenly spiritual treasure, the martial way is long and constant. The tokens floated in the air, a golden light flashed, and the tokens slowly merged in everything. At the moment of merging into one, the token instantly merged into the curtain of light. Rumble. A deafening sound came out from the light. The expressions of the elders of the major powers didn't change much, but those disciples had shock on their faces. The empty gate is wide open. The duo of Sikong Su and Xian Long shouted at the same time. Two channels of spiritual energy were injected into the light curtain. Lin Yuya then saw that the light curtain was like a gate and actually began to reveal the scene inside. Is this the secret realm? The scene behind the light curtain gradually unfolded, the thick cloud spread out, the spiritual chi was overflowing, it looked like a paradise beyond the world. Lin Yuya looked at the scene inside from afar and couldn't help but be attracted. Lu Qing reminded, don't froze. Hurry up and follow the team. Lin Yuya was brought back to reality by this voice, and then silently followed the team of Devil Dao disciples inside. Before entering the secret realm, he moved out of the corner of his eye and glanced at a familiar figure. It was none other than Xian Miaozhen. If it wasn't for this asshole, could we end up in this situation today? Lin Yao held back from moving and took a step to follow, walking towards the entrance of the secret realm. Walking up to the entrance of the secret realm, Lin Yao took a breath and swept his remaining light behind him. Lu Qing was also staring at him, and as soon as the two of their eyes touched, it suddenly dawned on Lin Yuya in his heart. Looks like she recognized it. Chapter 93 Everything Depends on Fate. Lin Yuya didn't continue to dwell on it, turning around and taking a step across the threshold of the secret realm. The suction force came steeply, and in an instant, the body felt like it was being torn apart, and the entire person was instantly swept up in it. The world within the secret realm was very different from the outside world. Spiritual chi poured out, so dense that one's bones felt soft. Lin Yuyao couldn't help but take a deep breath. This place is simply like it was tailor-made for cultivators. Turning around, strange flowers and plants bloomed everywhere, many of which he couldn't even name. But before he could think about it in detail, the entrance to the secret realm changed. After the last person came in, the light curtain at the entrance shrunk dramatically, and in a moment it completely disappeared. Accompanying it was a voice. You and others will compete for the chance, everything depends on fate. After 77-49 days, the exit will be opened. At that time, you and others must return quickly, if not, will be trapped in the secret realm never to return. A foreign power spread out from within the secret realm, attacking the crowd like a gale. That feeling of their bodies being torn apart came again. Before Lin Yiwu could react, the people had already been teleported to a dense jungle. It's still marvelous. Lin Yuyao muttered in a low voice, but the strangeness of his surroundings made his guard pull full. He luckily tuned his breath and realized that the aura in the secret realm was several times stronger than the outside world. No wonder all the major forces are squeezing their heads to get a piece of the pie. He understood that although the aura was thick, the secret realm was more than a little dangerous. The glimpse he had just had, apart from those spiritual herbs and medicines, there were also many great demons that he had only seen in the secret books. Lin Yuyao explored along the forest. From time to time, he could still see spiritual herbs and elixirs dotting the landscape. He wasn't polite, and brainlessly put them into the empty spirit ring. Suddenly, a faintly strange light in front of him attracted him. Fixing his eyes on it, the spirit herb was actually glowing with a faint golden light. Golden sun grass. Lin Yiwu's heart was overjoyed. This was the main ingredient for refining the Foundation establishment pill, and outsiders had to rely on luck to encounter it. He immediately quickened his pace and approached the spirit grass. Just as he was about to lay his hands on it, a subtle but extremely oppressive movement suddenly came from the side. Hiss! The nearby bushes instantly exploded, and a flaming red python scurried out. Its carnelian-like body was 3 zhan long, and with its bloody mouth open, it lunged straight towards Lin Yuyao. Once Lin Yuyao saw this battle, he coldly snorted out, "Don't want to live?" With a slight swipe of his feet, he acted quickly to avoid the python's attack. With his fingers simultaneously pinching, a yin and yang handprint instantly coalesced and struck towards the giant python. The yin and yang hand seal fell with a loud bang. The giant python screamed miserably. Its huge body was directly blown away, falling to the ground, rolling over a few times and then completely immobilized. Lin Yuyao relaxed a few points and walked towards the spirit grass, moving with unusual care to dig it out. Things in the secret realm really aren't that easy to take. Glancing at the huge corpse of the giant python, even though it was only a first-rank demonic beast. But it was important to understand that it had only just come in now. He was going to be inside for 77 or 49 days, and what he would encounter was anyone's guess. Yin-yang amphibious fruit, according to the degree of preciousness, this thing must be within the range of the center area of the secret realm. Lin Yuyao pondered, when suddenly a killing chance came from the back. Who? Get out! Turning his head to look, he saw a cultivator wearing the 6 Ghost Sect's attire walking slowly. First level of the Jindan realm? The 6 Ghost Sect disciple walked slowly with contempt in his eyes. What do you want to do? The question was so asked, but Lin Yiwu had already read from the other party's expression, the 4 big words, kill and seize treasure. Alright, don't play small-minded, hand over the storage ring, same devil path, I won't kill you. The 6 Ghost Sect disciple let out a cold laugh, then his body swirled and his spiritual energy spread. 5th level of Jindan? No wonder it's so rampant. Lin Yuyao looked at the other party with disdain. If he were to face this kind of Jindan realm cultivator a few months ago, he would definitely bow his head in obeisance. But now, times were different. Want my things? Come get it yourself. Lin Yuyao took out the flowing cloud sword and held it single-handedly, facing the other party. Kid, you're refusing to drink until you're punished. Since this is the case, then don't blame me for not speaking of the love between fellow disciples. The 6 Ghost Sect's disciple's eyes turned cold, and a soul streamer wrapped in white cloth appeared in his hand. Just in time, I'm still missing a Jindan soul in my soul streamer. Before the words fell, Lin Yuyao saw the other party wave the soul streamer and a black mist gushed out from within. It was accompanied by a mournful wailing sound. In souls is it? Lin Yuyao grinned as he directly retrieved the flowing cloud sword. In Yan skill. Open. The power of the extreme yang converged, and those nether souls that had originally lunged towards him looked like they had seen something terrifying. Looks like it's still true. Yin's souls were already afraid of things with heavy yang energy. And Lin Yuyao's extreme yang power in front of these things with extremely heavy yin qi was simply pulling them under the sun. Extreme yang. Lin Yiwu wouldn't stop just because the other party retreated. Break. Extreme yang power converged in his right hand. Yang qi swung away with the wind of his fist, and a golden light instantly enveloped those yin spirits. When the 6 Ghost Sect disciples saw the scene, they immediately roared. Stop! Lin Yiwu didn't care what happened to the other party. Not only did he not stop, he instead increased the output of yang qi. In an instant, the nether souls shattered and mournful screams came out from those ghosts. When the golden light dispersed, the original dozen or so nether souls, tightly only 3 remained, had begun to appear and disappear. You actually dared to destroy my treasure. Listen, what kind of words are these? Lin Yiwu brought a look at the little cutie. Eyes at the other party. Hoping that I should just stand still and wait for your shadowy soul to come over and bite me to death? Kid, you deserve to die. The 6 Ghost Sect disciple was so angry that his brain was shaking. Without saying a word, he copied the storage bag and pulled it out fiercely in his hand. When he lit up the blood-red bead in his hand, the black gas on the surface of the bead looked like it was alive. And what's even more human are the faces inside that are so distorted that they are about to emerge out of the screen, looking like prisoners who have been driven mad. Brat, what an inch! Forcing me to use the soul-refining bead? Fine, don't blame me for laying my hands on him. Swallow him. The 6 Ghost Sect disciples stormed out after roaring this. As soon as the soul-refining bead came out, the atmosphere directly turned into a disaster movie scene. The ghastly wind scraped away everything and it sounded like hundreds of stern ghosts were wailing. Lin Yiwu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. He didn't have time to hesitate, immediately operating the yin-yang skill in his body, pushing the extreme yang power to the extreme to block the attack of the soul-refining bead. But the collision between the breaths was only frozen for a short while before Lin Yiwu realized that the situation was not good. Relying on the extreme yang force alone, suppressing this thing is simply a waste of effort. Lin Yuyao's brows twisted into a knot viciously as his mind began to race. Just as he was pondering hard, inspiration suddenly flashed. As soon as he said he would do it, he quickly modified his strategy and switched his yin-yang skill to yin soft power, preparing to absorb the black qi from the soul-refining bead. The heavens were clearly not on his side. The unjust souls in the soul-refining bead seemed to have been enraged by this move and began to make even more trouble, directly battling with the power of yin and soft. Instead, the black qi became even more frantic, like a group of evil ghosts that had just escaped from their cages, tearing their teeth and lunging at Lin Yuyao. Chapter 94 Demoness of the Devil's Path. The 6 Ghost Sect disciples stared at the scene, watching in delight. Ha 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 ha. With your little Taoist skill, you still want to swallow my soul-refining bead? Save it. He directly strengthened the soul-refining bead's activation, wanting to completely crush Lin Yiwu to death. Only to see the black qi forming a huge black curtain, pouncing on the target like an annihilation. The image of Lin Yiwu being powerless to fight was simply old and tragic. He was almost on the verge of losing consciousness in the mutual repulsion of the yin and yang qi. His body was tormented by severe pain to the point where he could barely catch his breath. Seeing that he was going to die in the Yellow Springs, the delusion-breaking bead in Lin Yao's body awakened violently and silently began to resolve the crisis. The delusion-breaking pearl released a soft golden light. Although weak, it was exceptionally tough. The entire space twisted with it, and bizarre scenes surfaced one by one. The once raging black qi on the soul-refining bead was actually gradually digested by the delusion-breaking bead, continuously weakening. At this moment, the 6 Ghost Sect disciples' arrogant smile hardened and jammed. His face instantly turned into a live written question mark expression. He wanted to stop this, but he felt that his connection with the soul-refining bead was rapidly disappearing. At this moment, his mouth shivered as he involuntarily shouted. No, it can't be. How can this be? All resistance was ultimately vain. The threat of the soul-refining bead was completely emptied. The power emanating from the delusion-breaking bead stabilized the surroundings, and the 6 Ghost Sect disciple was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. He severed the soul-refining bead's enchantment. As a result, his own self was countered by the yin qi, and his breath went out of control as if he had gone off the deep end. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body's strength felt like it had been taken away from him. Lin Yiwu certainly wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He quickly experienced the increase in strength without any nonsense. A flash of white light flashed as he gripped the flowing cloud sword, the tip of the sword pointing towards the target's throat. Stabbing sword momentum. The aura that erupted from the flowing cloud sword was so desperate that the disciple didn't even have a chance to struggle. It was directly emptied of all movements that could counterattack in seconds. Bang! The disciple's head exploded and his headless body slowly fell to the ground. 6th level of the Jindan realm? Nothing more than that. Lin Yuyao proudly flung the longsword in his hand. He then walked over to the corpse and picked up the other party's storage ring. Golden spirit pill, spirit mending pill. What is this? Lin Yuyao looked at the talisman surrounded by black qi that was quietly placed in the middle of the elixir. With a movement of his divine mind, the talisman instantly appeared in his hand. Evil spirit talisman? The small seal script written on the talisman would have been impossible to see if Lin Yuyao wasn't originally from a Taoist temple. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yuyao operated his spiritual energy, which was then inputted into the talisman. Not good. Black light exploded into existence, and he hastily threw the talisman in his hand out. After the talisman was thrown out, it stayed in mid-air. In the next moment, a spell formation actually slowly coalesced in the air. A chill rushed up from the soles of his feet, and Lin Yuyao trembled. Run! Although Lin Yiwu didn't know what this thing was, the feeling that he would be abused at any moment definitely couldn't fool anyone. At this moment, he was both fortunate and unlucky. The fortunate thing was that he hadn't given that 6-ghost sect disciple the chance to cast it just now. The unlucky thing was that curiosity killed the cat. Lin Yiwu ran away, but the talisman began to coalesce in the same place. The surrounding spiritual energy was sucked in by the formation, and a shadow slowly coalesced on the formation. Finally, out. 6 paths, this time, I definitely won't lose. The silhouette raised its hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy converged even more rapidly. Until it coalesced completely, although it was still impossible to see the face, it was already obvious that it was a humanoid. He looked around and realized that there was nothing else around except for a headless corpse. How could there be such a strong yang qi? With a flash, the silhouette arrived next to the corpse. Looking at the clothing on the other person, a burst of killing intent abruptly erupted from his body. The 6th way's aura? No, could it be his disciple? The silhouette muttered, then looked in the direction that Lin Yuyao had left. It should be here. In the next moment, the shadowy figure burrowed inside the corpse. If Lin Prosper saw this scene, he would definitely be scared straight into a cold sweat. This was because after the other party drilled inside the corpse not only stood up from scratch, a black flame rose from its head, transforming into the likeness of the shadowy figure just now. What a disgusting shell, but... His gaze landed on the place where Lin Prosperity had stopped the most just now. Yin and Yang dual cultivation, it's barely usable. At the same time, Lin Prosperity discovered a location marked by a Harmony Sect disciple. This area emitted a smell of acacia dan. This was something that was sent out in advance before Lu Qing entered, with a special spirit herb added to it that ordinary people wouldn't even care about. Who could it be? Lin Yuyao pondered. If it was Li Qinsheng, should he directly finish off the other party? Or should he trick the other party into doing it, and then he himself would do it later? As he thought in his heart, a sound of a fight came from the front. Demon Road Demoness. Today you have to submit even if you do, and you have to submit even if you don't. Lin Yiwu's heart moved, and he quickly swept towards the direction where the sound came from. The Acacia Sect seal, coupled with the title Demon Road Demoness, so it definitely wasn't Li Qinsheng. As the sounds of the fight grew louder and louder, Lin Yuyao also got a clear view of the scene in front of him. He only saw Bai Qiudong fighting with 2 soul-breaking cliff disciples. The red mist in her hands was constantly drifting towards the soul-severing cliff disciples. But she didn't know that the soul-severing cliff disciples were actually similar to the 6 ghost sect disciples, practicing soul power. Hee, little girl. Don't all of your Acacia Sect's disciples use stoves to cultivate? Why, the 2 of us are here to be your cauldron today. The one who spoke had a sinister smile on his face. Lin Yiwu's face was instantly covered in killing intent after he got a good look at the faces of the 2 men. So it's you 2. Although he didn't know the names of the 2, Lin Yuyao clearly remembered that in the battle at the Jade Maple Forest, these 2 had stood behind Xian Miaochen. Later, when they were besieging themselves, they similarly rushed at the front, afraid that they wouldn't be able to die. Today, I'll collect some interest first. Lin Yuyao drew out the flowing cloud sword at his waist, and after the fight just now, he pinned it to his belt. Without moving, he just concealed his figure and circled around from the back. Coming to the back of the duo, at the moment, they were completely attracted to Bai Chodong. Haha, little beauty, you're going to suffer old age today. The two cornered Bai Chodong. With their eyes on the verge of getting their hands on her, Liniwu didn't hesitate any longer and directly executed the human Sect shield technique. Bai Chodong was originally desperate and was even thinking about hanging himself. But suddenly a masked figure appeared behind the two. Splitting sword power. With a horizontal slash, Lin Yuyao almost used all his strength. But the two of them obviously sensed the killing opportunity behind them, but it was already too late. Senior sister Bai. Hurry! Seeing that the two were about to dodge, Lin Yiwang hurriedly shouted. Bai Chodong immediately understood what he meant, and a red ribbon appeared in her hand, instantly wrapping around the two men's waists. Die! Chapter 95 Identity Exposed. The sword light flashed with a muffled sound. Blood erupted. The two Soulbreaker Cliff disciples didn't even hum out, having been chopped off by Lin Yiwu's waist. Lin Yuyao was just about to let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt his body tighten. Bai Chodong's red silk flew in and directly bound him to death. What are you doing? Lin Yaoyao was puzzled, very puzzled. This woman was brain dead, wasn't she? After saving her, she came to harm herself? Bai Chodong simply ignored his questioning, and with a flick of her wrist, she directly ripped off Lin Yiwang's outerwear. Wait! What are you doing? Lin Yaoyao snapped out of it. This niece was coming at his chest. 7 blood marks on his chest. Lin Yiwu's mind flashed back to the image of the two of them double cultivating back then. She had asked about these marks, and she had casually pulled off the excuse that she had been injured as a child. Lin Yiwu. Bai Chodong's eyes lit up like they were about to burst into flames, shock mixed with anger leapt out. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yiqiu rushed up and broke free from the red damask. Are you crazy? Want to pit me to death, don't you? Bai Chodong froze for a moment. Her mind was already flexible and she instantly understood what Lin Yiqiu meant. This was a secret realm, and someone could appear at any time. But she was a bit unwilling, but letting him press her like this made her look humiliated. Then again, this guy had lied to them for so long. When he was in the South Mountain, he even acted cold and heartless. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Bai Chodong nudged his mouth and glanced at the two bloody corpses next to him. Lin Yiwu immediately understood and turned to the side of the corpses, removing the storage ring. Follow me. Without waiting for Lin Yiwang to retort, Bai Chodong grabbed his hand and drilled deeper into the depths. Lin Yuyao stumbled as he was pulled, but he didn't resist, letting the other party pull him forward. A few moments later, the two arrived at a quiet valley. Lin Yiwu didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. After all, it was indeed himself who had lied to them when all was said and done. Bai Chodong stopped at the entrance of a cave that looked fairly clean. Tell me, when did you come back? And also, it's clear that you were only in the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm before. How did you suddenly become in the Jindan realm? Although Bai Chodong was furious, the curiosity in his heart was equally suppressed. Breaking through to the Jindan realm in less than 2 months, one must know that small realms were fine, but a breakthrough in a large realm was not something that could be achieved with pills alone. Moreover, how long had this been going on? Even if one used pills against piles, it would still take time, wouldn't it? This I can't tell you clearly in a moment, but my identity, you absolutely can't let a third person know in, even if it's your sister. Understand? Lin Yaoyao looked serious. It wasn't that he suspected Bai Qiushan, but with the other party's nature, once he knew, he would absolutely run over. Other people might not care, but Li Qinsheng, Xu Hongso, and these people would definitely be able to tell a thing or two. At that time, his identity would definitely be exposed to the continent. At that time, not to mention retaliating against those who had besieged him, he was afraid that wherever he was in would become a target. Then how are you going to compensate me? Bai Chodong shook his hand and looked at him with an ambiguous expression. She also understood the current situation, so she didn't dwell on Lin Yihai's concealment. Lin Yuyao froze, then noticed that the other party was still pulling on him, and wanted to break free, but after shrinking his arm a bit he realized that the other party was pulling even tighter. He looked somewhat helplessly at the quirky girl in front of him. Just now, she was still in a dying stance, but now she suddenly transformed. What compensation do you want? The corner of Bai Qiudong's mouth picked up, a few hints of cunning in her eyes. She leaned down close to Lin Yuyao, her lips coming up to his ear. "What do you guess, my good brother-in-law?" This voice hooked straight into Lin Yuyao's body. "Stop it, this is a secret realm, there might be some danger later." Bai Qiudong rolled his eyes. Who can there be here besides us?" As she spoke, a dark current surged out from her body. This was the Acacia sect's unique secret method of aphrodisiacs, and it was conceivable that if said secret method was suddenly used during a battle, then the enemy on the opposite side wouldn't say their battle power was greatly reduced, but they would definitely be caught off guard. And although Lin Yuyao wasn't an enemy, the delusion-breaking pearl wouldn't absorb this type of substance. It wasn't even spiritual energy at all, but a foreign fragrance. Without waiting for Lin Yuyao to make a move to resist, Bai Qiudong ruthlessly pushed him down to the ground. Lin Yuyao only felt a sudden rush of warmth into his body, a feeling of euphoria going straight to his head. Bai Qiudong leaned down, didn't say another word, and gently pressed his lips against Lin Yuyao's. A soft and fiery touch instantly made Lin Yuyao's brain buzz sound. Outside the cave, the night was already deep. The full moon hung high, coldly illuminating the valley. The moonlight poured over the cave, and the two silhouettes were entangled together. Lin Yuyao could feel the spiritual energy within his body entangling with the other person's spiritual energy. The yin-yang technique quietly activated, seamlessly combining the two people's spiritual energy. Bai Qiudong's benefit wasn't small either. The spiritual energy that had been purified by the delusion-breaking bead dispelled her original cultivation bottleneck, and her cultivation began to loosen. The two of them didn't know how long they had stayed in this peaceful atmosphere. Bai Qiudong lay in Lin Yuyao's arms with a contented look on her face. The sky was slightly bright, and the outside of the cave was vaguely white. The sunlight poured onto the two of them through the bright light of the cave entrance. "Brother-in-law, thank you." Bai Qiudong reached out and touched the 7 scars on Lin Yuyao's body. "Actually, this time, my sister and I entered the secret realm because we wanted to look for a spirit medicine called the Heavenly Spirit Fruit." Lin Yiwu froze and couldn't help but ask. "Heavenly Spirit Fruit? What's that?" Bai Qiudong didn't feel surprised, so she continued, "The Heavenly Spirit Fruit is very rare, it can make up for the defects of the innate spiritual roots. My physique is very special, and so is my sister's. We both need this kind of medicinal herb to enhance our qualifications." After hearing this, Lin Yuyao came to a sudden realization. This girl looked quirky, but in her heart, she missed her sister. Lin Yuyao curiously asked, "Then do you know where it is?" Bai Qiudong shook her head, her face somewhat lost. "I don't know, this secret realm is so big, we can only depend on luck. Don't worry, I'll help you guys look for it piece by piece, we'll definitely be able to find it." Lin Yuyao had just finished speaking when he heard a oo-at sound coming from outside. The two of them were alert, and Bai Qiudong looked aghast as he gazed in the direction of the sound. "Brother-in-law, it seems like something is coming over." Lin Yiqiu hurriedly put on his clothes, disguising his appearance from before and putting his mask on before he slowly walked towards the cave entrance. "You follow behind me." Bai Qiudong had also put on his clothes at this moment. The two of them came to the cave entrance one after the other and looked out. Only to see that outside the cave entrance, there was about to be a group of people skimming over the top. Lin Yuyao vaguely heard someone say again that the disciples of the 6 Ghost Sect seemed to have discovered some extraordinary treasure. "Should we go over and take a look?" Bai Qiudong looked a little excited, although he was asking, at the moment his heart was probably already drifting to the treasure those people were talking about. Chapter 96, The First Chance. Definitely go. Otherwise, what are we doing here in the secret realm? Lin Yiwu wouldn't let go of this kind of opportunity, this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, it wasn't something that was yours if you got it. Even if you're lucky enough to find a treasure, you have to be able to keep it. Otherwise, in the end, it would be a basket case. Go! As the words fell, Lin Yao directly swept into the air. Brother-in-law, wait for me." Seeing him leave as soon as he said he was leaving, Bai Qiudong couldn't help but be petulant, and then immediately cast a body technique to chase after him. In the secret realm, on top of a mountain range covered by snowy mountains. It seemed that because of the uniqueness of the secret realm, while other places were lush and green, this place was covered in snow. Not only that, the temperature was also quite a bit colder than other places. Even a Jindan stage cultivator felt a chilly power invade his body. No, there should be a Yin Dragon cave down here. Lin Yuyao followed these people to the snowy mountain and then sensed that this place was not ordinary. This was also attributed to the yin-yang skill he practiced. Ordinary Yin and cold Qi didn't have any effect on him to aid in his cultivation at all. After inhaling it into his body, this Yin Qi would instead be directly swallowed or vaporized by the extreme Yang force in his body. However, these in front of him were different. Not only did they suppress the bursting extreme Yang after being inhaled into his body, but they also replenished his already small amount of Yin Qi. Yin Dragon Cave? What's that? Bai Qiudong didn't have a physique like Lin Yuyao's, and although his realm was higher than his, he still ran his spiritual energy to protect his body. Yin Dragon Point, it's actually a spirit vein. It's just that this kind of spirit vein is different from those other ones that condense spiritual energy. This kind of spirit vein will condense the surrounding Yin Qi, thus triggering changes in the surrounding things. Lin Yuyao looked at those figures in front of him and chased after them while speaking. Wow! Brother-in-law! Why didn't I realize before that you know so much? Bai Qiudong quickly followed and came to his side. Hee, there's more you don't know, but let me remind you, you can't call it that in front of the bystanders. No one is a little cutie. Lin Wei reminded a sentence, and just as he finished speaking, he saw that there were already quite a few people gathering in front of him. Almost there. Alright, I know, why are you like my sister? You just know how to talk about me every day. Bai Qiudong's small mouth curled, but the steps on her feet were not slow. Soon, the two came close. At first glance, they saw 4 cultivators wearing the 6 ghost sect's clothing standing at the entrance of a snow-covered cave. I say mountain ghosts, you guys still get out of the way. The big guys are not bullying you guys, right? The chances well, those who can learn. You say you guys stand here and do not go in. You can stop us one. It's hard not to stop all of us? That's the mountain ghost. We are all in the devil's path. If there were that bunch of hypocrites from the righteous path, then what do we say? We will also stand with you, but now it's all our own people. What do you think you have to hide? Lin Wei scanned the crowd around him. The 2 people who had just spoken, one was from the Hall of No Hate and the other was from the Martial Forest Peak. Judging from their aura, both of them were cultivators at the 8th level of the Jindan realm or above. Moreover, he also saw 2 familiar figures in the crowd, the 2 brothers, Wu Yunpeng and Wu Yunjie. The other party had naturally noticed Lin Yunchang and Bai Qiudong who had just arrived here. However, because Lin Yao had changed his face, they didn't come over to strike up a conversation. Absolute hatred. Wukong, don't bully others too much. The cultivator known as the Mountain Ghost had a flushed face and was clearly infuriated. The disciples of the 6 Ghost Sect had actually met up a long time ago because of their cultivation techniques. And the one who had been decapitated by Lin Wu before had actually met them on the way to meeting up. Otherwise, at this moment, the 6 Ghost Sect was 5 disciples. Ha! Deceiving people too much? Mountain Ghost, you're giving your face away. Wukong angrily shouted. That huge physique was like a small mountain, as his spiritual energy exploded. The blood aura on his entire body was like a dragon, and those snowflakes that had drifted down around his body had begun to gradually melt. You! The Mountain Ghost was helpless. It would be fine if it was just one Powers people, but now there were more and more people coming here with them. If it persisted, there was no need to think that these people would definitely make a move. At that time, not only would the treasure not be obtained, but the people would probably have to get hitched. After all, when you get out of the secret realm, no one will care who died inside. The only thing the clan cares about is how much your talent strength has increased after you came out alive. I don't know which damn thing exposed the news. Mountain Ghost cursed in his heart, then clenched his teeth. Good. I'll admit it. Going in is fine, but I have one condition. You say, what condition? Absolute Hate immediately spoke. As the leader of the Hateless Hall, he was qualified to come out and speak. Wukong wasn't pushing the other party either. He was a big blockhead, but he wasn't the kind of guy who was limber and simple-minded. On the contrary, this guy was considered to be the most level-headed person in Martial Peak. Moreover, the words had been said here, if he were to say anything, then the people of the 6 Ghost Sect would definitely hold a grudge against him. Wu Lin Feng. My condition is very simple, enter inside to look for something, whoever gets it first is the one who gets it, there can be no competition, if anyone violates it, then they will unite with the others to expel him. Mountain Ghost gritted his teeth and spoke sentence by sentence. Of course, he also had a heart, the reason why he was able to come here in the first place. It was that a long time ago, someone in the 6 Ghost Sect had discovered this Yin Dragon Cave, and later realized that this place could not only stimulate the power of their inner body souls, but also increase the strength of the Yin souls. So every time the secret realm opened, the cultivators of the 6 Ghost Sect would come here to further their training. This was also the reason why the 6 Ghost Sect had stood for so many years. Alright, I agree. Wukong was one step faster than absolute hate this time. After all, the good guys can't let the other party be all the time aw. Then Mountain Ghost looked at absolute hate. As for the latter arrivals such as Lin Prosperity, even if there was really something good, then they would have to see if the three of them would agree or not. What are you looking at me for? Brother Wu has agreed, what else can I say? After Jia Hate finished speaking, the gazes of the three of them simultaneously landed on Lin Wu and the others. Hee, three senior brothers, we'll definitely listen to you. When the time comes, you'll eat the meat and we'll have some soup. A cultivator beside Lin Wu opened his mouth and said. This person had a slightly chubby figure, but he was all rich and dignified, his earlobes were erect, and when he smiled, his eyes would squint into a slit. Ha, Fatty Wu, if not to say that you are the Bai Xiaosheng of our devil Dao, you just know how to talk. Wukong laughed out loud, then looked down towards the people around him. All of you listen to me. We're not that unforgiving. If you guys get something inside, just hand over half of it, but if I know that someone is entrapping a private job, my methods, I believe that everyone here is also aware of them. Before the words fell, he saw Wukong rushing forward and waving his fist. In the next moment, a fierce tiger rushed towards the cliff wall in front of him. Rumble! The cliff wall shook, and a more than 10-meter deep pit appeared above the cliff wall. Chapter 97 Entering the Dragon's Lair. Lin Yuya wasn't sure if this group of people would really be of one mind, but he could only be vigilant. On the surface, they had reached a consensus, but who could guarantee that they wouldn't flip out in the face of benefits? Bai Xiushang's hand suddenly gripped Lin Icho tightly, her eyes flickering slightly. These guys don't look very reliable, how do you feel? Lin Icho swept a glance around, the corner of his mouth not moving as he wiped over a trace of arc. You're thinking right. But what better choice do you have if you can't go into the Yin Dragon's cave? The words were smooth, but Bai Xiushang could hear that it was more like a rhetorical question. Lin Yuyao knew very well that these people had dragged them in just to use themselves as a tool to test the dangers. He also had to share half of the loot when he entered the cave. Even if they did find the treasure, who could compete with these people? It's clearly a losing proposition. Lin Yuyao didn't say any more, silently leading Bai Xiushang to follow the team and step towards the Dark Yin Dragon cave. Right now, other than following the large group, they didn't have a better choice. Upon entering the cave, the sudden onslaught of coldness and dampness couldn't help but make people shudder. The dense fog that filled the surroundings almost obscured the line of sight, and even breathing seemed to have an extra sense of oppression. The 7 scars on Lin Wu's chest glowed slightly, bringing warmth that dispelled much of the chill. Bai Xiushang keenly captured his abnormality. What's wrong with you? Lin Wu waved his hand. Don't be nervous, probably the scent is too odd, his body is just a bit uncomfortable. Seeing that the team continued to search deeper, he suddenly had the idea of breaking away from the team. Lin Wu asked, should we go by ourselves? Go by ourselves? Are you sure? It wasn't that Bai Qiudong hadn't thought about it, but this was an unfamiliar place, and no one knew if there were any dangers inside, so if he went by himself, the possibilities would be too many. Well, even though I didn't enter the Yin Dragon cave, the general structure should be similar. As long as I don't touch the Yin Qi inside, there shouldn't be too much danger. Lin Yuyao replied, but there was one thing he didn't say. That was that the power of extreme yang could perfectly neutralize the Yin Qi. At that time, even if they encountered danger, it shouldn't be difficult to get out of it. It would be better to search for the chance on his own than to walk with these people. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Bai Qiudong didn't know where he got his confidence, but following Lin Wu was better than following these people. She hadn't forgotten the sneak attack by the soul-breaking cliff disciples earlier. And it was all male cultivators except for her, in case. Lin Wu also didn't ink, deliberately slowing down his pace. Gradually the two of them came to the end of the group. Just as he was about to take a step away, suddenly a figure emerged from behind. Are the two of you disciples of the Acacia Sect? My name is Wu Dekai. If the two of you don't mind, then let's walk together, we can still take care of each other. Lin Yuyao looked down and sized up Fatty Wu. That smile had been seen so much that the treachery between his eyebrows just couldn't be faked. He sank his face and didn't squeak, while Bai Xiushang sneered. Fatty Wu, don't think we don't know what you're playing at. As the words fell, Wu Dekai didn't get angry, but instead laughed even more joyfully. Fairy Baya, look at what you're saying, but I do have important information here. If you two give me face and travel together, I wouldn't mind sharing it with you. Lin Yaoyao squinted at him, his tone as calm as water. Then say it. Since it's been brought up like this, you can't still hide it. Wu Dekai looked slightly interested and came forward to lower his voice. I heard that there are many soul beads within the Yin Dragon cave. This is something that enhances the soul, that's priceless. Originally I didn't believe it, but now it seems like I'm betting that it's 80% real. And before he could say anything else, Bai Qiudong directly opened his mouth to interrupt. There's no need to say anything else, we've known all of this for a long time, if there's nothing else, hurry up and get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Yuyo had thought that the other party would be annoyed, but what actually appeared on the face of Fatty Wu in front of him after hearing this was astonishment. How did you guys know? Wu Dekai subconsciously asked. Bai Qiudong had a smug look on her face, of course it's Lin. Seeing that she was about to say it, Lin Wu hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Qiudong. Bai Qiudong reacted, but Wu Dekai's gaze had already landed on Lin Ichio. He, the two of you don't need to hide it from me, if I guessed correctly, it should be this brother, right? Wu Dekai looked over at Lin Yuyue's side with a smile on his face. His eyes were narrowed, the whole thing was like a Maitreya Buddha. What are you going to do? Killing intent flashed in Lin Wu's eyes. If this guy wanted to expose himself, he didn't mind killing one more person. Brothers, don't be impulsive, I genuinely want to go with you guys, I'm not stupid, following those people, drinking soup? Bah! I'm afraid that in the end, even the bones will be gnawed away by peopledom. Wu Dekai spat. Both of you, as long as you don't mind, but if I, Wu Dekai, betray you, I shall not die. Looking at the fat man who had already stretched out 3 fingers, there was no way out for Lin Yuyao. Wanting to shoo away was impossible, not to mention whether or not it would be exposed, just this guy's cheek, I'm afraid that even the flowing cloud sword wouldn't be able to poke through it. Alright, no need to put on that look, but I can give you a good deal in advance, if you come across anything good, you also have to come close to us first. That's natural. As long as there is a mouthful of soup for me. Wu Dekai patted his chest, his fat knee trembling. Lin Yuyao turned his head to look at the group, only to realize that without realizing it they had already fallen a long way behind. However, to his surprise, the 3 of them weren't the only ones who had broken away from the group. There were also 7 or 8 figures that detached from the group and then directly disappeared into the darkness. As for the ones that stayed behind, Lin Yuyao thought that they should be afraid of encountering danger and not dare to act alone. Alright, let's go too, or else all the good stuff will be snatched up by others later. Saying that, Lin Yuyao took the lead and swept towards the location of the dragon's head of the Yin Dragon Cave. Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, in the outside world, there were likewise many people who had discovered similar places of opportunity. Towards the side of the 10,000 Sword Sect, after entering, they headed straight towards the Sword Mound. On the Xian Heavenly Sect's side, they rushed towards a palace right after entering. As for the Devil Dao's side, those holy sons and daughters of the Holy Sect headed straight towards an abyss after entering. The other first-class forces were also not even close, each having their own sex arrangements. Inside the Yin Dragon Cave. Brother Phone, how did you know that this place would lead to the Dragon Head location? Wu Dekai looked at Lin Yuyao with a shocked expression. He didn't know Lin Yiwu's true identity, he only knew that his name was Lin Feng from Bai Qiudong's address. There's a lot you don't know. Bai Qiudong spoke at the moment without the hostility from earlier. It's coming soon, all protect your bodies. Lin Yuyao reminded, although he could resist the Yin Qi of the Yin Dragon Cave. But Bai Qiudong and the others couldn't, especially the location of the dragon's head, where the Yin Qi was the heaviest. If they were not careful, if the Yin Qi entered their veins, they would be seriously injured, and if they were not careful, their cultivation would be completely ruined. Chapter 98 Yin Dragon Pearl. Lin Yiwu led the duo to all the way towards the depths of the Yin Dragon Cave. In fact, he wasn't quite sure if he was going the right way, relying on all the introductions he had seen in the Taoist temple's books. However, as they walked, Lin Yuyao realized that the Yin Qi around them was getting denser and denser. Watch your step, the terrain here is very unstable. Raising his eyes, the Yin Qi here was so dense that it had almost turned into substance. Why do I feel like I'm about to reach the location where the dragon head is? Wu Dekai looked at the scene in front of him and not only asked a question, he had already studied the Yin Dragon Cave, and the current turn of events made him think of some legends. It's not clear, but 8 or 9 is not far from it, this Yin Qi alone is more than 10 times heavier than just now. Follow me, don't go anywhere. Lin Yiwei reminded, below was an abyss of 10,000 feet, no one was sure what was inside. The 3 of them cautiously moved forward. The ground under their feet made creaking sounds from time to time. Every step they took required twice as much strength as usual. This Yin Qi is too overbearing. Wu Dekai squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Although he had Jindan cultivation and could be considered a genius in the outside world, yet at the location of the dragon's head of the Seen Dragon Cave, the Yin Chi eroded his face to the point that his face turned blue and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead and slid down his cheeks, and before they hit the ground, they were frozen into ice crystals by the surrounding Yin Chi. Are you all right? Bai Chodong looked at the other party, but still couldn't help but ask. After all, the three of them were now in a group. If anything happened to this guy, she would still be a little overjoyed. I can still hold on. Wu Dekai gritted his teeth and replied as an amulet appeared in his hand. The aura on the talisman, however, gradually dimmed under the erosion of the Yin Chi. Bai Chodong was still barely able to resist with her Acacia Sect's secret method, as strands of pink aura flowed across her body surface, blocking the Yin Chi out. Fairy Bai, your Harmony Sect's secret method is truly extraordinary. Wu Dekai squeezed out a smile with great difficulty, his voice tinged with a bit of envy. The words were spoken, but along with the gradual deepening, Bai Chodong's face gradually turned pale. Sister, senior brother Lin, this Yin Chi is too weird. I'm afraid I won't be able to support it for too long. Lin Yuyo was unaffected by the delusion-breaking bead, his face was as normal, his breathing was steady, and his pace was calm. The delusion-breaking bead in his body slowly rotated, constantly absorbing the Yin Chi. When he heard Bai Chodong's words, he turned to look, only to see that a thin layer of frost had formed on the two of them. You guys come closer to me. Hearing this, Bai Chodong and Wu Dekai hurriedly leaned closer to him. Just as they got closer, the two felt a sense of relief, and the Yin Chi around them seemed to have weakened quite a bit. I'll go. What's going on here? Did Brother Lin cultivate some secret technique? Wu Dekai was filled with shock, he was freezing to death, but Lin Yuyo was acting like he was fine. Maybe it's the physique. Lin Yiwu didn't explain too much and continued to lead the way. While Bai Chodong was pondering, her dual cultivation with Lin Yiwu was for the other party's so-called power of the blazing sun. I didn't realize that brother-in-law's physique still has this function. Her heart secretly muttered a sentence, but where was she clear that from the moment she entered, Lin Yuyo had secretly condensed the power of the extreme yang. Otherwise, with the delusion-breaking bead alone, the yin and yang in his body would soon become unbalanced. The last time the yin and yang imbalance almost didn't cause him to lose all his cultivation. Lin Yao didn't want to try that feeling again. Passing through the heavy yin chi, the sight in front of them made them all hold their breath. In the center of the dragon's head was a black as ink soul pearl. About the size of a fist, the surface was as smooth as a mirror, but as deep as an abyss. Wu Dekai's eyes widened. Is this the legendary Yin Dragon Pearl? Bai Chodong couldn't help but admire it as well. It's worthy of being the essence accumulated by 10,000 years of Yin dragons. Lin Yiwu didn't say anything, he slowly raised his right hand and a hint of golden light flooded his fingertips. Be careful. Wu Dekai suddenly voiced out a reminder. The black gas on the Yin dragon bead is not ordinary Yin Chi, it is Yin thunder condensed from Yin Chi. Once you are struck, if you are struck, your meridians will be damaged. If you are struck, your soul will be destroyed. Lin Yiwu heard this and stopped his hand movements. Then what do you say? How should I take it? I can't come here just to look at this so-called dragon head, right? When these words came out, Wu Dekai was in trouble. Danger, who doesn't know the danger but is the danger not to take it? If one was afraid of danger, who would still enter the cultivation world? Wu Dekai's complexion was green and white for a while, and soon, he clenched his teeth and seemed to make a big decision. He then stroked his hand over his storage ring and a talisman appeared in his hand. This is the Three Young Talisman, it was drawn with the blood of the three demonic beasts, tiger, deer and bear. Use it when you fetch the Yin Dragon bead, it will increase the yang energy in your body. Lin Yuyao flinched and looked at the other party with interest. Are you sure? If you take that back now, I can pretend I didn't hear you. Wu Dekai was instantly a little annoyed at his words. I say Brother Lin, what do you take me, Wu Dekai, for? Don't worry, this is just for you to use, so if there's anything to be gained later on, you guys can just give me a share. If you say so, then I'll be rude. Lin Yuyao reached out to take the talisman in the other party's hand, but the other party's fingers that were pinching it were secretly hard. Oh, still saying it doesn't hurt. Bring it to you. Lin Yuyao exerted force in his hand and directly seized the Three Suns talisman. Not to mention, as soon as this thing was in his hand, he felt a hot spiritual energy surging through the talisman. No wonder it's so heartbreaking. Lin Yuyao didn't hesitate any longer and directly executed his yang hand, channeling the spiritual energy in this body to grab at the Yin Dragon bead. But just as he touched the surface of the Yin Dragon bead, a huge Yin Qi rushed into his body along with the spiritual energy released by Lin Yuyao. Phew! It's really tenacious. Lin Yuyao said darkly, then he increased the output of his extreme yang power, and his entire body was like a sun. All the Yin Qi around him was faded by him at this moment. Come here for me. Lin Yao let out a low roar, then directly grabbed the Yin Dragon Pearl with his hand. Boom! A burst of Yin Qi erupted from the Yin Dragon bead. The already gloomy cave was a little too cold to carry even Lin Yiwu at this moment. Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai were even more so. Brother Lin. If it doesn't work, just pull back. Big deal. Fatty Wu is right, Brother Lin, if it doesn't work, forget it. However, Lin Yiwu was still holding onto the Yin Dragon bead and didn't let go of it. He used his free left hand to inject his spiritual energy into the Three Yang Talisman. The Three Yang Talisman was activated and a majestic Yang Qi poured into Lin Yuyao's body along his left hand. Feeling the increasing Yang Qi within his body, Lin Yao secretly said, I'll go. No wonder Fatty Wu was so distressed. He then concentrated on putting his mind on top of the yin-yang reconciliation. The yin qi released by the yin dragon pearl continuously flushed his tendons, while the yang qi surged along his tendons once again. The two forces eventually converged within Lin Yiwu's dantian. It ing hurts. Chapter 99, Subjugating the Yin Dragon. Lin Yuyao's face was pale, and his hands were clenched so tightly that it was as if even his bones were about to break apart. The beads of sweat on his forehead slid down in large chunks and smashed on the ground like beads with broken strings. The two qi of yin and yang in his body fiercely fought. Like two furious scaly dragons, they tore and entangled each other, raging so much that they almost tore through the boundaries of the dantian. The delusion-breaking bead hung between the flow of internal energy, flickering slightly. It was like a dutiful mediator, maintaining balance in the violent struggle between yin and yang. It was as if a volcano that could erupt at any time was hidden within Lin Yiwu's body. However, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like a little starburst in the dead of night. In the midst of the pain, he felt a new strength born from the sharpening. It was a feeling that was very different. In the mingling of yin and yang, wisps of pure internal energy quietly grew and traveled between his meridians, gradually growing his jindan. It's really interesting. Lin Yiwu sighed, so this was the feeling of yin and yang harmonizing. He was even thinking at this moment, if he really got the yin-yang amphibious fruit to complete the second stage. It didn't matter at all how powerful it would be after believing in that yin-yang reversal. Time passed quietly. I don't know how long it had passed, but Lin Yuyao violently opened his eyes. Yin and yang unity. After a roar, the black qi on the yin dragon bead in his hand suddenly collected, as if it was a tamed beast. Turning into a ball of black qi, it wrapped down his left hand and onto his arm, molding into a coiled yin dragon. After taking a breath of air, Lin Yuyao felt that his realm had actually risen a few more points. Now even if it's a cultivator at the 7th level of the Jindan realm, I have the power to fight. Even a counter-killing isn't impossible. Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai immediately surrounded him when they saw that he had finally recovered. Wu Dekai's eyes glazed over when he saw the yin dragon on Lin Yuyao's arm. Brother Lin, how are you doing? It's fine, but this time it's thanks to your Three Yang Talisman, otherwise it wouldn't have been so simple to subdue this yin dragon. Bai Qiudong had a slight envy in his eyes, and it was hard to hide the worry in his heart. Senior Brother Lin, this yin dragon pearl is so overbearing. Do you really have a way to completely control it? Hearing this, the corner of Lin Yuyao's mouth lifted as he glanced at her. What, for the sake of caring about me, are you still afraid that it will eat me? Bai Qiudong's cheeks immediately flushed red and ranted back. I've already said that people are concerned about you. Otherwise, who cares about you? Lin Yuyao laughed softly and said leisurely, don't worry, this thing, even if it's strong, it's still just a dead thing. With the right method, even more overbearing is at my disposal. Lin Yuyao slowly raised his arm, and those yin dragons wound even more tightly. The 5 fingers lightly retracted, and the yin qi immediately coalesced into a ball, and then spread violently. The interior of the cave thumped twice, even the stone walls emitted a low echo. Ah! Wu Dekai fell to the ground on his butt, his face turning white. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Yuyao's arm, his mouth shivering like a shaking sieve. Because just now, he had clearly seen the yin dragon in the other party's hand as if it had come to life. Brother Lin, it won't turn around and swallow you one day, right? Bai Qiudong likewise saw it for real, although he couldn't help but feel terrified in his heart. He still stiffly braced himself and put on a calm demeanor. Brother Lin, Fatty Wu is right, the Yin Dragon Pearl is too vicious, you have to be careful, if it backfires on you, then the two of us probably won't be able to walk out of this Yin Dragon cave. Lin Yuyo looked at her serious look, his heart was very flattered. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Even the fiercest thing can't escape me. Next to him, Wu Dekai's eyes turned red as he listened, although he had no way to control the Yin Dragon Pearl. But after all, he had paid for the 3 young talisman, so he had to reap what he sowed, didn't he? Brother Lin, this soul power of mine is really too weak. Can you help me strengthen it as well? The words hadn't even been finished yet when Lin Wu's eyes swept over in an impolite manner. He instantly wimped out and closed his mouth resentfully. Cut the crap. Lin Yao flung his sleeves and stood up, moving his stiff shoulders and waist. He wasn't the kind of person who would return a favor. But people also have to take stock of the situation, have not found anything else. This Fatty Wu was just looking for a fight. If I remember correctly, there will be a Yin outlet in this Yin Dragon Cave. And those ports are where the Yin Qi is discharged, so the soul beads will usually converge there. Let's hurry and turn it over again. The two of them nodded their heads in succession as they heard this. Right now Lin Yuyo was their backbone. With the Yin Dragon beads shelter, the three of them had a smooth and unobstructed journey. Along the way, they also picked up a few soul beads along the way. Although they were nowhere near as conspicuous as the Yin Dragon bead, they were quite profitable after all. Just as the three of them were about to leave the cave, Lin Yuyo suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stared at a certain spot on the stone wall not far away for a long time, watching Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai hold their breath along with him. What is it, Brother Lin? Wu Dekai couldn't help but open his mouth. Lin Yuyo didn't bother with him and only slowly stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on that stone wall. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from the stone wall, the sound of an organ being touched. He also felt a strange vibration coming from his hand. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force suddenly surged out, violently pulling his body and nearly sucking him back. But with a loud clang of stone walls colliding and rumbling, a passageway appeared in front of the three of them. Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai were at a loss for words, shocked with fear. Brother Lin, what's going on? Wu Dekai's squinting eyes opened wide and he couldn't help but shrink back. Are you still a man? Bai Qiudong was all a bit speechless. If this fat guy was timid, right, when he was just in the leading position, he was able to take out such a precious talisman, and even waited for Lin Wu all the time. But now, this guy was actually hiding behind himself. Hee, do you guys want to come over and see what's inside? Lin Yuyo didn't look back at the duo, his gaze dead inside the passageway, as if there was some rare treasure inside. The two of them sniffed, they couldn't help but become a little curious, even the fear in their hearts was pushed down a few points. Only to see the channel in front of them, into a 30-degree angle straight to the ground, and the two sides of the channel, it is a soul bead condensed by the Yin Qi. Sweeping over to look, there must be at least hundreds of them. My God! Bai Qiudong came closer and let out an exclamation just as he skimmed inside. Wu Dekai was even more exaggerated, ready to rush inside without even saying a word. Come back here. Lin Yuyo pulled the other person back. This guy had just been scared to death, but now he was like a gambler who wanted money. Do you want to freeze to death by the Yin Qi inside? Wu Dekai was yanked like this and fell into a butt squat. But at this moment, he also reacted to the fact that he was just thinking about getting the soul bead. If Lin Yuyo hadn't yanked him, he was afraid that as soon as he stepped inside, he would have been invaded by the Yin Qi inside. Chapter 100 Location Exposed, 6 Ghost Sect Attacks. You two follow me, I'll be responsible for clearing the way, you'll be responsible for collecting the soul beads, we'll split them when we get out. Lin Wu set the rules, the two of them naturally wouldn't refuse. But without waiting for the three of them to go in, a messy sound of footsteps rushed behind them. Not good. It must be the sound just now that exposed our position. Bai Qiudong looked behind him into the darkness, and there were vaguely 7 or 8 figures coming this way. Move faster. It's fine if it's those solo cultivators, if it's Jia Hate or Wukong and the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to get any benefits at all. Lin Yuyo commanded and immediately activated the Yin Dragon, a black gas spread and wrapped the three of them. Go! Bai Qiudong and the two of them followed behind Lin Iha. Lin Wu, on the other hand, tried his best to help the two reduce the pressure from the Yin Qi. Soon, the three of them had collected as much as half of the soul beads inside. But the people behind them had obviously noticed the movement over here. There were even already people shouting for them to stop. Listen to the people in front, immediately get the hell out of the passageway. Senior brother, I think these people are trying to run. Hurry. Increase the speed. Definitely don't let them get away. Hearing the voices coming from behind, Liniwu immediately distinguished who was coming. Mountain Ghost. It's someone from the Six Ghost Sect. Lin Yaoyao reminded, at this moment, Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai's hands were already frozen and bruised. But even so, the two of them were still working hard to collect the soul beads under their feet. We can't stay any longer, or we won't be able to leave even if we want to later. Lin Yuyo said in his heart, then said to Bai Qiudong and the two of them. Stop, don't be picking it up, you guys go out first, I'll stop them. The two of them heard this and stopped their hand movements, but they didn't leave towards the outside, instead they came behind Lin Yuan. Senior brother, I'm not leaving, I have to stay with you. That's right, brother Lin, although I, Wu Dekai, am greedy and afraid of death, but I can also see that you are a person who is sentimental and righteous, or else you should have exterminated me just now when you got the Yin Dragon bead, and Fairy White is not leaving, I'm a big man, I'm just going to leave you here, what's going on then? The two of them had one sentence each, making Lin Yuyao somewhat touched. Other than that, just for Fatty Wu's words, when they go out, at least in giving each other an extra layer of share. Well, I know your hearts, but don't worry, I said stop them, since there is a certainty, you guys go out as soon as possible, or else wait I'm afraid I can run, you all have to stay here to give them a burial. Lin Yiwu's complexion was serious and incomparable. Bai Qiudong saw that he didn't look like he was trying to be brave, and wasn't forcing himself. Then be careful, we'll wait for you outside. Wu Dekai didn't say anything, but just silently pulled out a talisman from his storage ring. This is a second-order earth-shrinking talisman, I don't have a few of them, if you can't run away later, use this. Lin Yuyao was a little surprised, a second-order earth-shrinking talisman? He had only seen it once in Li Qianshang's hands back then, it was an excellent talisman to save one's life. Every cultivator even saved it as a life. I'll take the talisman, but if you guys don't leave, these people will really come over. Accepting the talisman in the other's hand, Lin Yuyao looked at the approaching silhouettes and warned. The two of them looked at each other and without hesitating, they turned around and ran wildly towards the ground. Bai Qiudong's mouth was still shouting. Senior brother Lin. You can't lie to me. Otherwise, my sister and I will hold a grudge against you for the rest of our lives. Lin Yuyao pursed his lips and smiled, this dead girl. Upon seeing the duos completely walk out of the passageway, Lin Yaoyao's expression turned cold and he turned his head to look at the cultivators who had just arrived at the passageway. Apart from the Six Ghost Sect's cultivators, there were also 3 disciples from second-rate forces, but they were also at the Jindan realm. Did you not hear us just now? Hurry up and let them come back, or see how I'll clean you up later. The one who spoke was a Six Ghost Sect disciple beside Mountain Ghost. This person was not tall, and he didn't know if it was because of his kung fu, but the whole person looked like a small old man, and the creases on his face were like willow bark. Lin Ichio sarcastically said, when I came in, the elder of the sacred sect had instructed that the chance, the one who was able to learn about it, besides, this was originally found by me first, why should I give it to you guys? Is that so? In that case, then you have to be prepared to bear the price. The mountain ghost stared at Lin Yuyao with a grim gaze. He could feel that compared to before he entered, the yin qi on Lin Prosper's body was much heavier. Vaguely, he also noticed that Lin Yuyao's arm seemed to have a yin qi lingering around it. This made him think of the possibility that the dragon's head had been found by Lin Yiwu. The seniors of the sect had told him before entering that there had always been a dragon head present within the Yin Dragon Cave. It was just that the dragon's head wouldn't always be in one place, but would change over time. The reason why he guessed that Lin Yuyao had found the dragon's head was precisely because back then, when that elder had just come out, there was also this kind of black qi lingering on his arm, but it was only a trace of it. It wasn't like him, where his entire left arm was wrapped in black qi. The cost? I think that I should be able to. Lin Yuyao looked at the cultivator in front of him without a trace of fear in his eyes, instead, he carried a leap of faith. In that case, there's no need to chat. Mastiff Ghost, do it. With impatience on his face, Mountain Ghost waved his hand, signaling his disciples to attack. In the next moment, the short cultivator from just now rushed over. In their opinion, Lin Yiwu was just a small rookie at the early Jindan stage, compared to the likes of them, he was just a stray fish. Kid, watch the move. The Mastiff Ghost's pleated face was like a harpy dog, even on this kind of occasion, Lin Yuyao didn't hold back, and bared his teeth and laughed out. Put. Then let me see what your six ghost sect is capable of. As he spoke, Lin Yiwu directly operated the extreme yang power in his body. With the experience of dealing with the six ghost sect's disciples last time, this time, the yang energy was in full swing. Eh? How come the yang qi in this kid's body is so heavy? The mountain ghost looked at Lin Yiwu in front of him in surprise. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he probably wouldn't take the yang qi on him too seriously. But they, the disciples of the six ghost sect, were different. If Lin Yuyo was the extreme yang, then they were the extreme yin, similar to a vampire sphere of sunlight. Lin Yaoyao's extreme yang could perfectly restrain their power. Of course, they wouldn't be unable to fight, but their strength and the effectiveness of their spirit weapons would obviously be greatly reduced. Humph. Even if the yang qi is abundant, so what? Later, Grandpa, I'll let you enter my soul streamer off in what is called the pain of 100 ghosts devouring your soul. The mastiff ghost let out a violent yell, and as he waved his arm, a soul streamer appeared in his hand. Compared to the one Lin Yaoyao had killed earlier, his soul streamer was obviously heavier in yin qi, and there were more ghosts inside. Chapter 101 in hand. Ghost Transformation Dragon. Lin Yaoyao looked at the blackened soul streamers above his head. Ghosts slowly emerged, and a human face seemed to want to fight its way out to tear so living people apart. Kid, you asked for it. The mastiff ghost smiled grimly. Even if Lin Yuyo, even if his yang qi was strong, it would be hard to escape the fate of being devoured. Facing the threat of the mastiff ghost, Lin Yuyo was completely unafraid. He had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and his left arm's yin qi suddenly skyrocketed, and his whole person was wrapped in darkness as if he was wrapped in darkness. Just in time to try out the power of the yin dragon pearl. In the next moment, a dragon's roar emanated from his body, shaking the surrounding yin qi away. Roar! The mastiff ghost was frightened by this scene and hastily retreated backwards. Lin Yiwu's yin qi was actually stronger and purer than his soul streamer. How is this possible? Obviously, just a moment ago, he had felt full of yang qi, so how did it suddenly turn into such a strong yin qi? Besides, he was the one who cultivated the soul alright, and Lin Yuyo was only a Jindan realm first level. Even if there was yin qi in his body, it couldn't be this pure. What's impossible? Lin Yuyo didn't pause, the black qi in his hand had already condensed into a black dragon claw. You guys, it's time to pay for the deeds. Before his words fell, his body transformed into a bolt of black lightning and pushed straight towards the mastiff ghost. He stretched out his 5 fingers and ruthlessly grabbed at the mastiff ghost's throat. Crap! The mastiff ghost's alarm bells rang wildly in his heart, wanting to dodge, but he simply couldn't avoid Lin Yuyao's amazing speed. In desperation, he could only raise his soul streamer to block in front of him. Shatter! Lin Yuyao's left hand struck the soul streamer with unrivaled power, only to hear a ka-ching sound. The soul streamer surrounded by 100 ghosts was shattered by his claw. Pooh! The moment the soul streamer shattered, the mastiff ghost's spirit was severely traumatized, and his blood sprayed wildly. Even so, he still hadn't reacted from the shock he had just experienced. He looked at Lin Yuyo and trembled as he questioned. What exactly are you? Lin Yiwu didn't answer his words and looked at everyone present with killing intent. Aren't you all asking me to pay a price? Then let's give it a try. He actually had one more card he hadn't used, and that was to detonate the soul beads within the passageway that hadn't been collected in time. This was the exit of the Yin passage, and with the addition of the soul beads, once they were detonated, even a peak Jindan would retreat. Of course, Lin Yuyo had the Yin dragon bead and the delusion-breaking bead, so he wasn't afraid of the impact of the explosion at all. The 6 ghost sect's cultivators might still be able to withstand it for a moment or two, but those cultivators who practiced normally, faced with such a majestic yin qi, even if they didn't die, they would have to retreat a layer of skin. What? Don't dare anymore? Lin Yuyo sneered as he looked at the mountain ghosts and the others who were staring in front of him. The mountain ghost similarly looked at Lin Ichio. He didn't expect the other party's methods to be so clever. That move just now, even he wouldn't necessarily be able to execute it. But just based on that, Mountain Ghost was even more certain of the speculation in his heart. This kid must have gotten the Yin Dragon Pearl. At this moment, his killing heart rose. No matter what, he must leave Lin Yiwu behind. 6 ghost sect disciples listened to the order. Attack together. Definitely don't let him leave. Before the words fell, the 4 remaining disciples cast their spell seals and summoned their spirit weapons. You asked for this. The mountain ghost was not talking nonsense. His yin qi coalesced around his body, and it seemed that his strength was bolstered by being in the Yin Dragon's cave. Ghost King skill, Underworld Claw. The mountain ghost's arm's black chi sword, similar to Lin Yiwu just now, instantly transforming into a giant claw. I'm giving you one last chance to hand over what's in your hand. You're so full of crap. Lin Yiwu sneered, directly exerting the activation of the Yin Dragon on his arm. The dragon claw coalesced and grabbed at the mountain ghost. Yin hand. Ghost transformation dragon. The mountain ghost hurriedly revolved its spiritual energy to resist. Underworld ghost claw. The claws of the two collided with each other, and the surrounding netherworldly chi exploded as the two were shaken. Senior brother. The Mastiff Ghost and the other two disciples of the Six Ghost Sect simultaneously rushed over towards Lin Yuyao's side. It wasn't that they were worried about the safety of the mountain ghost. After all, no matter what, the mountain ghost was also a figure at the peak of the 9th level of the Jindan realm. What they were afraid of was that if they didn't make a move in time, they would be missing out when it came to dividing up the war chest. The mountain ghost took a few steps backward and looked at Lin Yiwu in surprise. Are you really only at the 1st level of the Jindan realm? Just now, although he had only used 70% of his strength, even the 8th level of Jindan would not dare to meet him. On the contrary, on Lin Yiwu's side, it was equally bad, and he opened his mouth and spat out a smear of blood. Put. Is this the peak of Jindan? Lin Yiwu muttered, with his current strength, it was definitely unrealistic to fight hard against a peak Jindan. Of course, if he willed to escape, even a peak Jindan wouldn't be able to keep him. Quickly! Don't let this kid escape. Noticing that Lin Yiwu didn't have the desire to attack, this was clearly the rhythm of escaping. The mountain ghost immediately shouted, if Lin Yuya was caught by someone else, then it would be difficult to want the Yin Dragon Pearl and the treasures on its body. Don't worry, senior brother. The three of them rushed towards Lin Yuya, and Mountain Ghost followed closely behind. As for the two remaining cultivators, they stood on the side, blocking his escape route. Violence flashed in Lin Yiwu's eyes as he looked at the greedy to twisted faces of those people. Come on all of you, later on, I'll show you the big fireworks. Muttering a sentence, he ran towards the interior of the passageway without looking back. When the six people saw this scene, they panicked even more. After all, the passageway was straight to the outside world. When they got out of the Yin Dragon Cave, it would really be a needle in a haystack. You trash! Don't hurry up yet. The mountain ghost fully operated his gung fu, his figure was fast to the extreme, and he rushed directly in front of the others. Soon, Lin Yuya attracted the six people into the passageway. As he ran, he paid attention to the distance of the people behind him. Closer, 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 closer. Lin Yuya counted the distance, and when the six people came to the place where the soul beads were the densest, he suddenly stopped. The mountain ghost who had rushed at the front saw this scene and stopped in place. Why don't you run? I'm telling you, even if you'd kneel on the ground and beg me this time, you'd still have to die. He thought at this moment that Lin Yiwu had exhausted his spiritual energy and couldn't run anymore. But Lin Yaoyao ignored the other party. He was waiting for everyone else to enter the range of the soul bead. The remaining 5 people came close, and when they saw Lin Yiwu stop where he was, there wasn't much of a difference between their faces and the mountain ghosts. All of them revealed a sneering expression, wanting to see how Lin Yiwu struggled in the end. Hee, it's finally here. In that case, it's exploding. Lin Yuya instantly activated the Yin Dragon in his body. A dragon roar rang out, and it seemed as if there was a real black dragon circling out of his arm. It was just quite a bit smaller than that huge big thing, just about 3 meters. Mountain Ghost snorted, is this your bottom card? But before he could finish his words, he saw that Yin Dragon rushing towards the soul beads around them. A bad feeling instantly enveloped his entire body. Not good. Retreat quickly. Chapter 102 Old Acquaintances. Can you still run? Seeing the mountain ghosts and those people fleeing towards the back, Lin Yiwu didn't hesitate. After all, he wasn't a god. If he didn't protect himself properly, the Yin Shi would likewise injure himself. Yin Dragon Bead. Breaking Delusion Bead. Give me the old man to run. The Yin Dragon Bead instantly transformed into a black aura that enveloped him, and the delusion breaking bead also began to rotate, preparing for the Yin Shi that would be absorbed in the following moments. Rumble. 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 A terrifying roar spread throughout the entire passageway. The soul beads on the ground exploded one by one under the guidance of the Yin Dragon. Those cultivators who were close to the soul beads were directly blown away. In just a few moments, the interior of the passageway collapsed all over, and Lin Yaoyao listened to the screams coming from behind. Accelerating his pace, he had to leave as soon as possible. It wasn't that he was afraid of the mountain ghost, but in case this guy became infuriated and told the others about the secret he was carrying, then he would definitely be besieged by the disciples of other forces. There were some things that were better to play it safe. And at this moment, within the Dragon Cave, those people from the 6 Ghost Sect at this moment, only the mountain ghost was still standing. 3 of them were dead. Among them, the Mastiff Ghost who had just fought with Lin Yuyo and a second-rate power were lying on the ground gasping for air. But even so, the mountain ghost was also hung with colors. The whole person was like a beggar. Damn it, Acacia sex people, right? Kid, I'll remember you. When I get out, I'll definitely make your life worse than death. Mountain Ghost gritted his teeth and stared at the passageway that had been blown up. In fact, he didn't know if Liniwu was still alive at this moment, but he didn't dare to go in. The first was that the passageway had been blown up, so if he wanted to go in, it would cost him spiritual energy, and he wouldn't necessarily be able to find it. Secondly, in case if Lin Yuyo only had one breath left, since he could detonate the soul bead, then he could definitely detonate the Dragon bead as well, and now that he was also injured, if he came in for a bit, he was afraid that he would really have to account for himself here today. Stop howling. A bunch of waste things. If it wasn't for you guys, how could I let this kid get away? The mountain ghost kicked at the Mastiff Ghost. As for the other one, with a wave of his palm, a shadowy soul floated out from his hand, and then he saw that a ghostly shadow open its mouth and bite on the disciple's neck. Mountain Ghost. You don't follow the rules, you shall not die. That person screamed miserably, but the injuries on his body simply left him with no strength to resist. As the miserable screams became smaller and smaller, the cultivator gradually lost his voice. Hee, it's not exactly no gain. Black chi coalesced in the mountain ghost's hand, and the soul streamer appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the souls of that cultivator, as well as the 3 disciples who had already died, were stripped out of their bodies. At the same time, Lin Yuyo walked along the passageway and soon saw the light in front of him. He knew very well that it was the exit of the Dragon Cave. At the moment, although his body was not injured, his spiritual energy consumption was enormous, and the delusion-breaking bead had been spinning non-stop for a moment since just now. The spiritual energy in his body was crazily consuming spiritual energy while drawing in chi. Damn, if I stay for a while, I guess I'll really be in the gutter. Lin Yuyo cursed and stepped out of the Dragon Cave with his footsteps. But as soon as he went out, he realized something was wrong. Bai Chodong, Wu Dekai both weren't here. Can't it be that they coveted the soul beads and left early? As soon as this thought popped up, it was pinched down by Liniwu. Just kidding, they had just prepared to die with themselves. Would they still care about that little soul bead? He looked around and realized that there were clearly traces of a fight around him. At a closer look, Lin Yuyo understood the situation. The 2 seemed to have fought here, and it was probably because they were afraid that their opponents would discover the passageway, so they lured them away. No, I have to find them as soon as possible. Wu Dekai was fine, since he was able to take out something like a second-ranked earth-shrinking talisman, then other life-preserving objects must be missing. But Bai Chodong was not the same. Harmonious Sect cultivators were not very strong in terms of fighting in the first place, and mostly relied on their realm to overwhelm people. If encountered as the devil's way of cultivators may still be able to talk a little bit of mercy, pay a little price even if. But if they ran into those hypocrites of the righteous path, or even Lu Qingyun's gang, they would definitely be hunted down and killed without end. Liniwei didn't dare to delay, took out a few spirit-replenishing pills and directly swallowed them into his mouth without looking at the quantity. The delusion-breaking bead would help him absorb them anyway. Then he followed the traces of the battle and quickly rushed in the direction that Bai Chodong and the others had left. After traveling for roughly half an hour, Lin Yuyo heard the sounds of a fight coming from the front, as well as a woman's scream. Not good. It's Chodong. Lin Yao performed his stance, and within a few breaths, he saw the silhouettes that were fighting ahead. Bai Chodong, Wu Dekai were all there, while opposite them were 3 cultivators wearing soul-severing cliff clothing. One of them was also an old acquaintance of Lin Yuyao's, nameless guest. This person had a violent look on his face. Compared to those demonic cultivators, the murderousness and violence in this person's body was rather more like it. Devilish Demonis, do you know why I want to kill you? There was indifference in nameless guest's demeanor, but the blood red that flashed in his eyes from time to time was heart-stopping. Why? Bai Chodong subconsciously asked. Do you think that you can roam the seas just because you killed my soul-severing cliff disciples? Tell me, where is that demonic cultivator with you now? As long as you tell me, I can give you a hard time about it. Nameless guest stuck his sword on the ground in a winning stance. Lin Yuya was just about to step forward and make his move when he realized that Wu Dekai was looking his way, and when he saw that he was about to rush over, he quickly winked. I said, nameless guest, I didn't kill your soul-breaking cliff disciples, right, and I helped you before when you advanced to the 8th level of Jindan, you can't be envious of me. Wu Dekai's body carried knife wounds, the skin and flesh on the next door were rolled out, it looked truly miserable. Fatty Wu, don't think I don't know what you're fighting for, I'll tell you, you guys have been hit by me with the soul-severing seal, no matter where you go, I can sense you. The moment these words came out, Wu Dekai's face turned ugly. He had just thought about it, as long as he had a chance to get close to Bai Chiodong, he would immediately use the earth-shrinking talisman to leave. Now it was good, what could he do if he left? Now that the entire secret realm was blocked, sooner or later, he would be caught by others. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuyao didn't delay, although he didn't know why Nameless Guest cared so much about the death of those two cultivators. But if it went on like this, it was expected that Bai Chiodong would not be able to bear it first. He quietly came to the position that was closer to where the other two cultivators were fighting, suddenly stormed up. Human Sect Shield Technique. The commotion that Lin Yiwu made instantly caught everyone's attention. But when the Nameless Guest turned around, he saw that the sword in Lin Yiwu's hand had already landed on the neck of one of the disciples. Don't! Nameless Guest shouted. Bai Chiodong wasn't stupid either, and immediately took this opportunity to retreat backwards. Never mind whether the other party had been struck with the soul-severing seal or not, as long as they left, then they would have a chance to live. Chapter 103, Removing the Soul-Severing Seal. Die! Lin Yuyao shouted angrily, and the flowing cloud sword in his hand ruthlessly stabbed into the heart area of one of them. The moment the sword blade entered his body, he didn't hesitate. Falling rain, strangle. As the words fell, the sword chi raged, directly churning the other person's internal organs to pieces. It wasn't that he was being superfluous, but once he entered Jindan, the heart was not a cultivator's weak point, and if it didn't kill him with a single blow, as long as it was repaired in time with spiritual energy, at most, it would only be a serious injury. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't elixirs that brought the dead back to life, but those were the stuff of legends. It had never appeared, much less been found. Damn it! Nameless Hack's hostility skyrocketed, and the red light flashing in his eyes turned into substance. Red Soul Possession. As he recited the incantation under his breath, a crimson-colored shadow emerged behind him. Lin Yaoyao looked at the scene in front of him in shock. How was this similar to the 6 Ghost Sect's tactics? However, Nameless Guest didn't give him a chance to react as the red shadow merged into his body. In the next moment, the veins on his body were revealed and a red vein covered his entire body. You're all going to die. Pulling out the long sword on the ground, the Nameless Guest charged straight towards Lin Yiwu's side. He could tell that although the cultivation of the man with the mask in front of him was low, his strength was the strongest among the three. Lin Yuyao swung his sword to block. Only hearing a dang sound, the swords collided and a burst of spiritual pressure erupted from between the two. Lin Yuyao took the opportunity to retreat backwards, while turning his head to Bai Chiodong and Wu Dekai and shouted. You guys run away. The two were already heavily injured, if they waited for Nameless Guest to react, before being caught by the other party. Then Lin Yuyao would really have no way to save the two. What about you? Bai Chiodong worriedly shouted towards the side. Alright my aunt, we're just adding to Brother Lin's chaos here, it's better to pull it. Wu Dekai hurriedly tugged on Bai Chiodong, who wanted to rush over. Brother Lin. Don't worry, I'll take care of Fairy Bai. As the words fell, a white light flashed in his hand. Lin Yuyao was clear that it was a ground-shrinking talisman, but his heart was relieved to see them leave. It's true that a friend in need is a friend in need, but I just said that they've already been planted with the soul-severing seal by me. Even if they run, they won't be able to escape. After I settle you, I'll be going to settle the score with them. Nameless Guest looked at the place where the two left with a sarcastic face. You'd better get past me first. Lin Yuyao held his sword in one hand, the falling rain sword intent condensed in his sword, and the body of the flowing cloud sword was surrounded by a trace of sword chi. Sword intent? No wonder you were able to kill 2 of my broken soul cliff disciples, so that's how it is, but this is the end of the line for you. Nameless Guest stood his sword in mid-air, and as his spiritual energy worked, a red aura gradually appeared on the blade. I'll let you see what a true genius is today. The long blade slowly transformed into a huge crimson sword under the weight of his spiritual energy. Combined with the red lines on his body, it resembled the so-called Shura from hell. Soul-severing technique, blade seal, soul-severing chop. Feeling the pressure coming from the long sword, Lin Yuyao didn't dare to slack off. One didn't need to think about it to know that this move was definitely considered Nameless Guest's crushing signature. Thinking back to 2 months ago, he still needed to look up when he saw these people, but now, he could already fight these people. It was believed that as long as he was given enough time, catching up with these people was not impossible. Yin and Yang Unity. Extreme Yang Conversion, Falling Rain, Born Flowers. Lin Yuyao operated the yin-yang technique while turning up the power of extreme yang to the maximum, and through the spiritual energy in his body, he poured this yang qi directly into the flowing cloud sword. This was also considered a martial art that he had realized from his gongfu and sword intent. Chop. Nameless client raised the long crimson sword with both hands and slashed down fiercely. Divine Gate 13, splitting sword momentum. Lin Yiwu also used his strongest stance. He just wanted to try out how much of a gap there was between himself and these peer-to-peer heavenly prides. Mountain Ghost that was because his extreme young force and Yin Dragon restrained the other party, so he didn't feel much. And now, Nameless Guest was his best testing stone. Die for me. Nameless Guest roared, his long crimson blade had landed on Lin Yiwu's flowing cloud sword. Lin Yuyao was also desperately working his spiritual energy at this moment, the sword chi on the flowing cloud sword weaved along the blade, heading straight for Nameless Guest's face. Just when he thought that these sword chi would be enough to hurt the other party. Unexpectedly, Nameless Guest's body abruptly erupted with red light, blocking those sword chi that were like a fine rain. Not good. Without waiting for Lin Yuyao to react, he saw the corner of Nameless Guest's mouth hook up into a smirk of triumph. In the next moment, he felt a burst of blood chi erupt from the other party's long sword. Go down. Nameless Guest increased the strength in his hand and then ruthlessly chopped down the long blade. Shun. Lin Yiwu's body was vibrated and flew out like a broken sack, rolling over a dozen times on his ground before he managed to stop. His throat was sweet and a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Put. Cough. Lin Yuyao used his flowing cloud sword to support his body as he stood. Is this a top genius? He looked at Nameless Guest in the air without a trace of fear in his eyes, his body was filled with a shocking battle intent. Nameless Clerk was puzzled, he didn't understand. Wasn't this kid afraid of death? I have to admit, if I were to give you some time, perhaps you would become an equal segment to me, but there's a saying that geniuses who haven't grown up are just mole crickets. Although Nameless Guest admired Lin Yiwu, it was only admiration, he wouldn't let go of a character that could threaten him. Geniuses that haven't grown up are just mole crickets? Lin Prosper repeated this sentence, then he looked to the sky. Is that so? Then don't worry, soon, very soon you'll be trampled under my feet. As the words fell, white light flashed in Lin Yao's hand. Not good, earth-shrinking talisman. Nameless Guest didn't expect him to actually have a shrinking earth talisman. Immediately, he was about to go up and block it, but Lin Yiwu had already activated it as he spoke. Nameless Guest's blade fell and smoke filled the air, but he was already far away from the place. You think you guys can escape just like that? I'll tell you. As long as you're with those two, you won't be able to escape. After Nameless Guest finished speaking, he withdrew the red soul from his body, and his entire body changed back to its original form. As for the soul-breaking cliff disciple beside him, he was currently lying on the ground dying. Senior brother, Senior Lu is dead. The man spoke sadly. Don't worry, as long as they are in the secret realm, they are turtles in a jar. After Nameless Guest finished speaking, he immediately ran his spiritual energy to feel the soul-severing seal he had planted on Baiqiudong and Wu Dekai. At first, he was able to detect it, but just as he was about to catch up, a twinge of pain came from his heart area. The soul-severing seal has been removed? Chapter 104 Convergence of the Acacia Sect. A bearing of 100 miles from the battle site. Lin Yuyao was using the delusion-breaking pearl to clear the soul-severing seal from Wu Dekai and Baiqiudong's bodies. He had originally planned to look for the duo immediately after escaping. However, he didn't expect that Wu Dekai had actually placed a restriction on the earth-shrinking talisman, which would instantly appear in the same location as it had appeared in the previous one after using it. It's really gone. Baiqiudong's eyes widened with a look of surprise. Just now, after she teleported with Wu Dekai, her heart had been worried about Lin Yuyao's safety. But now, not only had Lin Yuyao returned safely, he had also removed the soul-severing seal from his body. Brother Lin, it's really thanks to you, otherwise, with that bastard Nameless Guest's nature, he would have definitely chased after him. Wu Dekai also had a look of celebration on his face. He felt more and more that he had followed Lin Yiwu and the others in the right way. If he had fought alone, he he would probably have been robbed of his chance by someone from another power, not to mention the fact that he would have been robbed of his chance by someone from another power. It was estimated that he would have been used as cannon fodder at the Dragon's Den. Now is not the time to talk about this, it's better to talk about what to do next. Should we look for Bai Xiushang and the others, or should we continue exploring? Lin Wu waved his hand to interrupt the other party's compliments. He was already tired of hearing these words. And just because of Wu Dekai's attitude before, he already considered him as his friend. Why don't we go find Sister in them, now that the other forces have converged? If we run into them we will probably still be surrounded. If we find and fight Sister in them, by then, with Senior Sister Chu, even if they want to make a move, they'll have to weigh it up a bit before they can do so. Bai Qiudong blinked her big eyes, worry hanging on her face. She was really a bit scared. She had just come in and was besieged by the soul-breaking cliff, and then there was the life and death experience at the Dragon Cave. If it wasn't for the presence of Lin Wang, she would have already died I don't know how many times. Wu Dekai didn't say anything, but the worry on his face already said it all. Since that's the case, then you guys hurry up and recover, I'll protect you, and we'll set off when you're almost recovered. Lin Wu said, getting up and jumping onto the tallest tree by his side. The two of them looked at his back and without delay, sat down on their knees and began to recover their spiritual energy. Lin Yao watched for a moment and realized that there were no traces of demonic beasts around. Only then did he sit on a thicker tree branch and start recovering his spiritual energy. The fight he had just had with Nameless Guest had already made him clearly realize his shortcomings. The first was spiritual energy, and the second was the gap in cultivation. If it was an ordinary Jindan 7th or even 8th level cultivator, Lin Wu could completely fight with the other party, or even abuse them, such was his confidence. But when facing the same genius, it was a different story. Especially the last move that Nameless Guest used, to be in the same realm. His sword chi could definitely easily break through that layer of red mist in turn to sneak attack the other party. However, it was because of the gap in realm, this led to the attack not being powerful enough and being suppressed by the other party, turning to defeat. Entering the secret realm only 3 days ago and it's already fought like this, I'm afraid that the more we get to the back, the stronger the fight will be, and the ones who stay until the end are definitely the top existences among the major forces, and there's no lack of possibilities of joining forces as well. It seems like we must find the yin-yang amphibious fruit as soon as possible. Lin Yuyao muttered, and with the help of the delusion-breaking bead, his spiritual energy had also recovered. Although he still pulled on his wounds when he walked around, it was no longer a problem. He jumped under the tree, and Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai were already waiting in place. Let's go, Qiudong, you lead the way. Lin Wu waved his hand, signaling Bai Qiudong to lead the way in front. Since Bai Qiudong said she was looking for Bai Xiushang, they must have a unique way of contacting each other. Bai Qiudong nodded, then closed her eyes, seemingly sensing Bai Xiushang's location. This way. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and quickly swept towards a section of rolling mountains. Follow. Lin Ichio said to Wu Dekai and also cast his body technique to follow. Perhaps someone would ask, why don't they fly? Just kidding, this was a secret realm, who knew if there were demonic beasts in the air? Even if there were no demonic beasts, then if Old Six down below saw them and secretly followed, and then suddenly gave them a blow, could they be subjected to it? The three of them didn't pause and traveled straight all the way. At the same time, in a lush mountain forest, Bai Xiushang, Xu Hongso, and Li Chenshang were walking together. The location they were in at the moment was exactly the place of opportunity that the disciples of the Acacia sect had always traveled to. Even though these things were all default, they still had to hurry up, or else they would definitely just come back to snatch them when others finished taking their sect's chances. I also don't know how Winter Snow is doing. Bai Xiushang sighed. After all, she was her own sister, although she didn't say it on her lips, she couldn't help but worry in her heart. What, worried about Dongxue? Xu Hongsleeve could tell at a glance what Bai Qiufrost was thinking. Bai Xiushang didn't deny it and nodded. There were quite a few opportunities in the secret realm, but there were just as many dangers. They had actually been waiting at the agreed-upon location for a day, but in the end, they hadn't waited for Bai Qiudong and Lin Wu, so they had no choice but to leave first. Don't even think about it, it might have been suppressed by the cultivators from other forces long ago. Li Chenshang sneered, he already had a grudge against the two sisters. Of course, the root cause of all of this was still on Lin Wu, even though on the surface Lin Wu was already dead. But there were some things that not even one dead person was enough to fill. Li Chenshang, don't think I'm afraid of you. If not in the secret realm, I have to compete with you. Bai Xiushang was already suffocating, and she couldn't suppress her fire when she was provoked like this. Hey, okay, I'll talk less, we'll soon be here, later you guys help me to protect the law, I will go inside to fetch something, by then if Dongxue and the others haven't come yet, the three of us will share equally. Shu Hongsleeve quickly rounded up the situation, she had the highest cultivation and the strongest strength among the three, and naturally no one would refute what she said. Moreover, if you really fight in the secret realm, then attracted over the surrounding cultivators, then also find what chance, simply wait directly out of the secret realm forget. Shu Hongsleeve saw the two people did not make a sound, understand the two people's mind, immediately opened his mouth. Let's go, everything in said before to do. As the words fell, Shu Hongsleeve took the lead and swept towards the distant mountain peak. Bai Xiu Shang and Li Chensheng didn't say anything to anyone, and they cast their body techniques to follow. However, they didn't know that not long after they left, three more people attacked from afar. Lin Yixiu stood at the place where Chu Hongso had just stood and sniffed his nose. That's right, it's the smell of the harmony pill. Bai Qiudong nodded, she had known about the place of opportunity of the harmony sect, but she had been delayed because of the Yin Dragon Cave. I can sense it, sister and the others should have just left not long ago, we should be able to catch up if we speed up. Chapter 105 Arriving at the Place of Opportunity. Outside the empty sect's secret territory. At this moment, the Devil's Path and the Righteous Path were sitting separately. And the ones sitting at the very top were clearly the three old ancestors who were previously over the Jade Maple Forest. Old Devil, don't provoke me, the strength of my two juniors will surely be able to break through to Yuaning this time. When that time comes, do you think that those few boys from your family can be a match? Xian Daozi was still in the same purple robe, only his face carried the gambling spirit that only youths had. Jun Qianqiu smiled disdainfully at his words. Just those two-faced goods from your family, it would be good to come out alive. I've heard that the Lu family's boy has been eyeing them for a long time now. If that boy is said to have gotten the recognition of that sword, do you think he will directly strike in the secret realm? As soon as these words came out, Xian Daozi's face changed, his eyes flashed with a fine light, and then he looked at Jian Dust, who was sitting on the side and drinking. I said, can you stop drinking? Have you given them a word yet? Don't really start a fight then? Jian Dust glanced at him and didn't say anything, drinking his own wine. Joking aside, he didn't bother with these things, and he was originally a free-flowing swordsman. Establishing the 10,000 Swords sect was also just a whim, as for what would happen in the end, it all depended on fate. However, this was only limited to the people below. If the two guys in front of him wanted to make a move against them, Sword Dust wouldn't just watch. When Xian Daozi saw that he didn't say anything, he was a bit speechless. This old man, always acting like he didn't care about anything, but he was the one who protected his shortcomings to the death. In fact, if it wasn't for Sword Dust, the Xian Tian sect could have disintegrated the entire 10,000 Swords sect last time. Within the secret territory of the empty sect, Lin Yuliao chased after him all the way, and finally he was able to see Bai Qiushang and the other figures under Bai Qiudong's leadership. Sister! Bai Qiudong shouted with excitement on his face. Lin Yiwu had already instructed her in advance that she must not reveal his identity. So after seeing Bai Qiuzhuang and the others, she didn't maintain her previous closeness with Lin Yiqiu. Bai Qiuxing had originally been a little worried, preparing to wait for the chance to be taken, and if Bai Qiudong hadn't come yet, since she was separated from Chu Hongsleeve and the others, she'd also have to go and look for it. But now, her face carried the same surprise. Qiudong. Chu Hongso and Li Chensheng naturally heard the voice behind them. Turning their heads to look, they saw three figures speedily skimming this way. Li Chensheng's eyes flashed with a strange color, and then his face immediately brought on a smile. Brother Lin. As the three of them, Lin Yuyao, came closer, Chu Hongso asked, why are you guys only coming now? What happened? If you can't say that women are meticulous, they came up and asked about the main points. Well, there was a small situation, but it's not a big problem anymore. Wu Dekai. What do you mean, what big problem? The six ghost sect, soul-breaking cliff were all offended to death, and that's not even counting the other forces in the Yin Dragon's cave. If people pursued the matter, it was the same as saying that they had offended 4 first-class forces on this trip. Are you sure? Shu Hongso naturally noticed Wu Dekai's expression, and seeing his ugly face, he once again opened his mouth and asked. Lin Yuyao was all a bit speechless. Why did this fatty always drop the ball at critical moments? There was a small situation, but now shouldn't we go get the chance first? That's fine, let's talk while walking. Shu Hongsleeve wasn't murmuring, after all, no matter what, they couldn't just let the chance go and not wait for others to grab it. The group of 6 people then walked towards the land of opportunity of the Acacia sect. During this time, it was naturally Bai Qiudong who recounted what had happened after entering the secret realm. However, she didn't reveal Lin Yuyao's identity, and the matter of getting the Yin Dragon Pearl. It was the only thing that was not revealed. It would be nothing if it was only her and Bai Qiushang here, but with Chu Hongso and Li Chencheng both present, this could not be said indiscriminately. Humph. These soul-severing cliff disciples are really superficial gentlemen. Bai Qiushang gritted her teeth and said, her own sister was almost defiled. As a sister, it was impossible to say that she wasn't angry. She couldn't wait to go to war with the other party right now. However, Li Chencheng was keenly aware of what was happening within the Yin Dragon Cave. He always felt that it wasn't as simple as Bai Qiudong said, just taking a few soul beads. Was it as bad as being hunted down? Not only him, even Chu Hongso had some suspicions, but neither of them said anything. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If they asked too much, they might instead become enemies. Alright, we'll talk about revenge when we get the chance. Chu Hongsleeve said. The steps on her feet had stopped. At this moment, the 6 of them had already arrived outside a valley that was filled with spiritual qi. Inside, the scenery was beautiful. Inside the valley, a stream was left behind from the mountains, forming a small waterfall. And below the waterfall, a snow-white lotus bloomed within a pond. Lin Yuyao noticed that there were hidden flashes of spiritual light on these lotuses. If he wasn't wrong, these lotuses should be their target this time. First things first, Fatty Wu, these things don't have your share. Chu Hongsleeve wasn't as nice as Lin Yuyao. Before he even went in, he directly cut off his thoughts. No, it's fine if there's a mouthful of soup for me. Besides, this is supposed to be your Hahuan Sect's place of opportunity. Wu Dekai smiled fawningly, although he had known that the other party would say this, but when Chu Hongsleeve really said it, his heart still could not help but feel a little disappointed. This was the Jade Flower White Lotus, a good thing that could wash away the filth in the body and even enhance cultivation qualifications. Compared to those body-quenching pills, or marrow-cleansing pills in the outside world, the effect was not known how many times better. Well, Lin Feng, you belong to the outside world, you'll be given 1 layer of the things inside, is that okay? Chu Hongsleeve turned her head to look at Lin Feng. No problem. Lin Yiwu nodded. He couldn't use this thing at all. When he went through the ice and fire before, the impurities in his body had long since been cleared out. Rather recently he seemed to have discovered that the delusion-breaking bead could also help him to clear out the impurities in his body. You guys don't have any opinions, right? Chu Hongsleeve nodded with satisfaction. If Lin Yiwu really opened his mouth to ask for it, she really couldn't handle it. If she really spoke according to Bai Qiudong's words, people had saved her life. At that time, Bai Qiudong and Bai Qiushan would definitely be on the opposite side. She then looked at the 3 of them, Bai Qiushuang. Let them wait here, let's go in. The 4 of them took a step into the valley, leaving behind the 2 of them, Lin Yiqiu and Wu Dekai, to look at the backs of the 4 of them. I say, Brother Lin, why don't you ask her for it? No matter how you are considered Bai Qiudong's savior, it's not too much to ask for something, right? Wu Dekai wasn't arching fire, but really felt a little bit worthless for Lin Yuyao. Come on, I can't use that thing. When it comes to my layer, give it to you. Lin Yiwu waved his hand, with a look of unconcern. Seeing this scene, Wu Dekai immediately froze a little, feeling sour in his heart. Give it to me? Seriously, this was the first time he had ever felt this emotion. Chapter 106 Yuhua Snow Lotus Seed. Wu Dekai seemed to understand the meaning of the word friend at this moment. From the time he followed Lin Yiwu, he wasn't that fat guy who was looked down upon. To say that he had given anything, it was 2 talismans. But this was something that could be bought as long as there were spirit stones, and Lin Yiha could be said to have saved his life twice. Now that he hadn't even said anything, he actually directly left all of the Jade Chinese White Lotus to himself. No, Brother Lin, I can't take it. Those soul beads you gave me are enough for quite a while. Lin Yuyao hadn't asked for a single one of those soul beads he had gotten in the Yin Dragon's cave earlier back. At this moment, if he was taking things back, he really wouldn't be a person. Lin Yuyao looked at Fatty Wu with interest. This guy clearly looked greedy. On the contrary, the words he said were mesmerizing. I said, giving it to you is giving it to you, and it's something I really can't use. How? Is this? Shut up, if you keep grumbling you don't have to follow me in the future. Lin Yiwu interrupted Fatty Wu, who was still trying to push back. Why is this guy like a girl, grating, more ink than empty void? Brother Lin, a great favor is not to be thanked. In the future, if you need me, Fatty Wu, just open your mouth, I guarantee that you will be obliged to do so. Wu Dekai's eyes were slightly red, a pair of fat hands rubbing his eyes. Why is this secret realm so gray? Lin Yiqiu turned his head, not paying attention to this guy. quietly waiting for Chu Hongsleeve and the others to come out. It wasn't until night came and everything around them turned dim that Chu Hongsleeve and the others slowly walked out from within the valley. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the four people, Lin Yuyao guessed that they should have harvested a good harvest. When the other party came close, Chu Hongsleeve took out a wooden box from within her storage ring. That's a total of 137 jade Chinese snow lotus seeds collected. This is your share. Lin Yiwu took it and didn't look at it, directly placing it into his Empyrean ring. Although he had said that he would give it to Wu Dekai, he couldn't give it in front of others. No. Today is the third day. When the fifth day comes, the demonic beasts inside the secret realm should enter a state of riot. By then the difficulty of trying to find the opportunity will increase quite a bit. What are your plans? Chu Hongso walked into the middle of the crowd and opened her mouth to ask. We'll just follow senior sister. After all, the other forces are all gathered together, and when they encounter danger, they can also take care of each other, can't they? Lin Ichio said. Yeah, I don't want to be sneak attacked by those hypocrites anymore. Bai Qiudong still had an afterthought look on her face when she said this. Bai Qiushan naturally followed her sister's lead. As for Li Chensheng, this guy was acting sneaky. Do you have anything to say? Chu Hongso asked unhappily. Even though both of them were the Red Eyebrow Immortal's own disciples, she always had some opinions about this senior brother. Li Chensheng scratched his head. I naturally want to follow senior sister, but I just want to know, if this is in the event that we come across a treasure, how will we share it then? After saying that, his gaze went to Wu Dekai who was beside Lin Yu. Emotionally, the other party was waiting here. Lin Yaoyao's face sank. If he really drove Wu Dekai away, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Besides, he already had a grudge against Li Chensheng, and now that he had figured out his limits, he naturally didn't need to be giving a good face. Fatty Wu is my man. If you let him go, then I'll go too and forget about it. The moment these words came out, Bai Qiudong froze, and after glancing at her sister, she stepped on her little legs and came behind Lin Ichio. Bai Qiushan wanted to say something, but thought that he had saved his sister before. With a helpless sigh, she looked at Chu Hongso. Senior sister. Where did Chu Hongso not understand that this was to force the palace? But she also understood that if she didn't agree, it was probably only Li Chensheng who would follow her. Alright, Fatty Wu stays. As for the distribution behind, give him a layer when the time comes. When Li Chensheng heard this, his face turned ugly. He didn't expect Chu Hongxing to really leave this fatty behind. In fact, when he had just seen Bai Qiushan leave, there was some joy in his heart. Because if Bai Qiushan were to leave as well, then only he and Chu Hongsleeve would be left. Senior sister, let them go. I'll follow you. After Li Chensheng finished speaking, he realized that Chu Hongso didn't even look at him. Instead, she looked at Lin Yuyao on the opposite side of the room. It seemed to be looking at him to see if he was full of satisfaction. Fine, one layer is one layer. Lin Ichio saw that the other party compromised. He naturally wouldn't make things too difficult for the other party. No matter what, people Chu Hongsleeve hadn't helped him much in the first place. If he had to reveal his identity at that time, Chu Hongsleeve would definitely hold a grudge against him. Wu Dekai hadn't said anything. He understood that Lin Yongkai wouldn't let him leave. Moreover, even if he did leave, he had his own doorway. On the side, Bai Qiudong saw that they didn't flip out and secretly sighed in relief. She actually genuinely didn't want to separate from Chu Hongso, the first being her identity, the second being her strength. The chief disciple of the Acacia sect, plus the strength of the Peak Jindan realm, was a top genius in the entire secret realm. Previously, if Chu Hongsleeve had been with them, she wouldn't have been so passive at all. Senior sister Chu is the best. Bai Qiudong pulled Chu Hongsleeve's arm, causing the other party to roll her eyes. Just now, she had looked like she was about to leave, but now she had turned around to please herself. Just you have a sweet mouth. Chu Hongsleeve nodded her forehead, then looked at Bai Qiushan who was at the side. If I don't agree, do you also want to follow? That was what Bai Qiusheng thought, but now that it was said, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Senior sister Chu, don't tease me. I heard Master said that when she first came in, she found the heavenly spirit fruit on the side of the original mountain. Do we want to take our chances while it's still the fifth day? Seeing her change the topic, Chu Hongxing didn't care about what had just happened. However, Li Chensheng's eyes at the moment flashed with a hint of jealousy and resentment. Damn it! If I could be with Chu Hongsleeve and everything, Laozi's strength would definitely be able to break through to Yuanin within 3 years. It's all because of these damned things that delayed Laozi's proper business. He secretly cursed in his heart. However, he didn't notice that Wu Dekai, who was beside Lin Yuyao, had been watching this side. Brother Lin, there seems to be something wrong with the one called Li Shang. Wu Dekai transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Lin Wei replied with a voice transmission. The two of them passing on information wasn't noticed by the others. At this moment, Chu Hongsleeve and the others were still chatting about whether to set off now or wait until tomorrow's dawn. In the end, Chu Hongsleeve decided to set off tomorrow morning. The secret realm at night was too dangerous. Although the demonic beasts weren't rioting now, there was no shortage of great demons that liked to move around at night. If they ran into a high-ranking great demon, the few of them would definitely suffer a loss. Lin Wei asked, do you guys want to eat something? Chapter 107, A Mouthful of Food. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Wu took out a large pot from within the empty spirit ring. Yes, it was the same one that Empyrean Sun had previously given him to stew tiger bone soup. At this moment, Lin Wu not only took out the large black cauldron, he also pounded out a variety of small ingredients from within. These were all stored in when Empty Void Z gave him the empty spirit ring. The others stared blankly at Lin Wu, who was starting a pot to boil water in front of them. Brother Lin? You still have a mouthful? Wu Dekai asked. Those present were all at the Jindan realm cultivation level and could regain their strength by replenishing their spiritual energy. When they were at the foundation establishment stage, they might still have the habit of eating, but when they reached the Jindan stage, every day they were either cultivating or pondering over their techniques, so where would they have the time to waste on such things? It's not that I have a desire to eat, it's just a habit. Besides, demonic beast meat not only restores spiritual energy, but also strengthens the body. What's wrong with that? Lin Wu didn't care so much. Do you guys want it or not? If you want it, I'll bring it to you. If not, forget it. Chu Hongso and the others shook their heads with a look of disgust. It was Bai Qiudong and Wu Dekai who were quite interested. Senior brother, bring me one. I want one too, it's idle anyway, and I haven't eaten anything in a long time. Alright, then you guys wait first, I'll call you later. Saying that, Lin Wu took out the corpse of the Jinshan tiger from before. The demonic pills inside had long been absorbed by him. In fact, originally he didn't have this hobby. But ever since Empty Void Z had stewed red flame tiger bone soup for him once, he had remembered that flavor. Start the pot. Lin Yuyo split the tree branch and then dropped the cauldron in mid-air. Soon, the water in the pot boiled. Putting the tiger meat and bones and those things that had been peeled in advance into it, he also took out some low-grade spirit medicines from within his ring. Fatty, don't be idle, come over and start the fire. Lin Yuyao eyed Fatty Wu blearily watching from here, so he simply let the other party come over to help as well. In his words, idleness was idleness. An hour later, night fell and the entire secret realm was shrouded in darkness. However, Lin Wu and the others were not affected in the slightest, and the entire cave was filled with a strong fragrance. The tiger meat and tiger bones inside were cooked under the stew of the spirit fire. Chu Hongso and Bai Xiushang were attracted by the scent and slowly opened their eyes. Li Shang, however, thought that the two had been disturbed by Lin Feng, and immediately opened his mouth to scold them. I say Lin Feng, can you move a little quieter? Can't you see that elder sister Chu was woken up by you? Lin Yiwang said in his heart, you dead-licking dog. Anyone could see that this guy wanted to form a Dao couple with Chu Hongsleeve. But the problem was that Chu Hongsleeve didn't even look at him. Even sometimes will directly ignore each other. For example, right now, the crowd rightfully ignored Li Shang. Chu Hongso got up and came to Lin Yuyao's side, and Bai Xiushang naturally followed. Looking at the thick soup that was gurgling and tumbling inside the cauldron, as well as those spirit herbs that were drifting out that had turned into substantial spirit mist. Why do you guys want some too? Lin Wu had already made quite a few, although he could eat them all by himself. But it was still no problem to share some out. Have some. Chu Hongso didn't feel embarrassed because of her refusal just now. Instead, she very generously obliged. Bai Xiushang saw that she had even opened her mouth, so she nodded along as well. The four of them then saw Lin Yuyao take out 4 small bowls from within the empty spirit ring once again. Brother Lin is really storing them in place. Wu Dekai exclaimed, the pots were fine, even the bowls and chopsticks were prepared. Those who didn't know thought that this guy had come out for a trip. If you don't want to eat it, I think I should be able to eat it. Lin Yuyo said as he served soup to the crowd over and over again. Don't, I was just in charge of building the fire, how can I not taste it? Wu Dekai hurriedly went up to carry his share away, fearing that Lin Yao would pour it back for him. A burst of sucking and sucking sounds and gasps rang out from within the cave. The four of them gulped down the tiger bone soup that Lin Wu had stewed. My god, I really didn't expect this to be so tonic. Wu Dekai finished a bowl and felt that his originally consumed spiritual energy was instantly replenished. Even the realm had more than improved in the slightest, although it wasn't much, but for a Jindan realm cultivator, even a trace of it would be huge. Is there more? Bai Qiudong was holding a small bowl, blinking her big eyes as she stared at Lin Yuyao. Shu Hongso and Bai Qiushuang didn't say anything, but their hands were honest enough to place the bowl in front of Lin Yiwang. You guys? Lin Yuyao was helpless, but in the end, he still gave one person a bowl. Then, as if he was afraid that others would grab it from him, he directly put a large spoon into the pot and ate it. As the soup entered his mouth, spiritual energy exploded in his mouth. As a mouthful of tiger meat went down, the entire body also began to become warm. And at this moment, Li Qinshang, who was sitting in the corner, looked at the four people in front of him. The jealousy in his eyes was even greater. He had originally planned to join forces with Lin Yiwu, but now he no longer had such thoughts. He wanted Lin Yiwu to die. Lin Yaoyao didn't know that he had already been set up again. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, the entire harmonious Sect's team except for Wu Dekai, Shu Hongsleeve and the others were all on his side. After a whirlwind, the tiger bone soup in the big black pot was eaten cleanly. Lin Yiwu even felt like he didn't need to scrub himself. Opposite him, Wu Dekai was currently dangling a spirit herb with a very satisfied look. Fatty, come over and clean up. Lin Yaoyao shouted. Wu Dekai instantly felt bad. I say brother Lin, it's not like I'm the only one who ate it, other people should move their hands as well. After saying a sentence as if complaining, he realized that the three women's gazes were looking at him in unison. I'll do it, I just love to work. After packing up, the group sat down to rest inside the cave. Chu Honsleeve looked at Lin Yiwu with some curiosity. Mr. Lin, how do you know all this? When these words came out, everyone else also looked at him. After all, for a cultivator, even if he wanted to eat, he could just give a command to the people below, he didn't have to do it himself at all. Back then when I didn't start cultivating, I did it all myself. If I were to say anything, it would be that practice makes perfect. Lin Yiwei's face was unchanged. These people were always skeptical about his identity. However, he didn't care. Perhaps after he got out of the secret realm, he would be able to restore his identity. The prerequisite was that he had to get to the yin-yang amphibious fruit early. So much like him. Bai Qiushan couldn't help but sigh. As for who she was talking about, everyone present except Fatty Wu knew. Alright, no more chatting about this, I'll grab some rest and we'll set off when tomorrow morning comes. Chu Honsleeve clapped her hands, pulling back the crowd's emotions. Chapter 108 Departure, Original Mountain. Early in the morning of the next day, Lin Yiwu didn't know if the weather here followed the outside world. Outside the cave at the moment, a hazy drizzle was falling. He loved this kind of weather because it was in this kind of situation that his sword intent was comprehended. Although it was only the first level, but even so, it gave him the ability to fight across levels. Gentlemen, it's time for us to set off. Chu Honsleeve came to Lin Yiwu's side and looked at the surroundings outside, unable to help but frown. It seems like we need to be careful. Why? Lin Yuyao was puzzled. The library within the sect has recorded that if there is a change in the weather within the empty sect mystic realm, it means that the entire mystic realm is changing, and according to this situation, there will soon be a different kind of crisis. Shu Hongsleeve finished speaking and swept away with her steps in the direction of the original mountain. Lin Yuyao wasn't asking, anyway, with the other party pointing the way, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. Everyone else also followed. But he didn't notice the smile that Li Qinshang, who was following at the very back, had recently hooked up. It seemed like he knew what would happen to the next two. Meanwhile, inside the sword mound in the empty mountain mysterious realm, each of the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect stood in front of a long sword. This was considered a tradition of the 10,000 Swords Sect. Every 3 years, those who had advanced to the Jindan stage would take a spirit sword inside the sword mound as their original name. Of course, if the talent was not good, or if those disciples who were delayed in breaking through the Jindan realm, they could only settle for the second best, choosing to build their own spirit sword as their birth name. Senior brother, are you sure you want to choose this broken sword? Although Lu Qingyun had changed a lot, the concern for his companion was still there in his heart. Well, let's go with this one. What I cultivate is originally the heart sword, and although this sword is crippled, the heart sword can make up for this lack. As Zhang Wuxin spoke, he placed his hand on top of the hilt of the broken sword. In the next moment, the broken sword began to tremble, and countless sword intent began to condense on the sword. Zhang Wuxin did not dare to be careless and released the sword intent within his body. The heart sword intent burst out, merging with the sword intent emanating from the broken sword. The sword intent of the third level of the heart sword? Feeling the sword intent on the broken sword, a brilliant light flashed in Zhang Wuxin's eyes. He had originally chosen this sword based on his heart, but he did not expect that the sword actually contained the heart sword third grade sword intent within it. In other words, as long as he succeeded in refining and taming this sword, his sword intent could also receive a huge boost. At that time, breaking through to the Yuaning realm could be said to be on the cards. Seeing that Zhang Wuxin had completely entered his state, Lu Qingyun didn't bother the other party and turned to look at one of the long swords in the sword mound. The longsword's exposed blade was roughly around half a meter, and was not embedded very deeply. However, even from this far away, Lu Qingyun still felt an overwhelming sword intent coming his way. Sword Dao Wind and Thunder, Thunder Cloud Sword. Lu Qingyun slowly walked to where the long sword was and slowly placed his hand on it. At the same time, a mist suddenly rose within the secret realm. The mist gradually filled the entire secret realm with time and could only be seen even within 100 meters. It should be known that Jindan realm cultivators could not say that they could see 100 miles at a glance, but things a few kilometers away could still be seen at a glance. And now that they could only see things within the range of 100 meters, that predicted that there would be countless dangers. Lin Wu and the others were walking in the mist. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, the roars of the beasts that came from time to time in their ears made the hearts of the people tense. Lin Wu asked, "Senior Sister Chu, are you sure this is the way to the original mountain?" Unlike the crowd, after he opened his yin-yang eyes, these thick mists were as good as nothing in front of him. At this moment, there were no more mountains and forests around, to the point where there was an illusion of desertion. What are you talking about? How could Senior Sister Chu lead the wrong way? Without waiting for the others to speak, Li Chensheng started barking. Lin Yuyo was helpless. He had previously thought about whether or not to finish this guy off once he entered the secret realm. Later on, he felt that this guy was still somewhat useful. Now that he was listening to the raucous noise in his ears, his heart flashed with killing intent. Don't worry, the direction is definitely right. This should be a swamp. As long as we pass through the swamp, we will be able to directly reach the foot of the original mountain. Chu Hongsleeve remained as usual, directly ignoring Li Chensheng. But Li Chensheng was as if he was on a roll and didn't care, cursing at Lin Wu to himself. I think you just don't know your own strength. If you want to leave, get lost. If it wasn't for Senior Sister Chu, you'd be afraid that you'd have died an unknown number of times by now. Lin Wu was angry to the point that he was also a bit puzzled. According to common sense, this guy shouldn't be so talkative. Or is it? Thinking of this, Lin Wu stopped in his tracks. You want me to leave? The moment these words came out, the Bai family sisters, Wu Dekai, and the three of them stopped their steps at the same time to look at Li Chensheng. The three of them all had complaints about Li Chensheng. If it wasn't for the fact that they were the same Acacia Sect disciples, and Chu Hongshou hadn't given the word, they would have kicked him out of the group long ago. What are you guys looking at me for? He was the one who questioned Senior Sister Chu first. Li Chensheng had anger in his eyes, and he looked like he was looking out for Chu Hongsleeve. Chu Hongshue could endure, but there was a limit. Li Chensheng, you've had enough. I know very well what's in your mind, but I've already told you, even if Master comes over to say it, it's still the same, just die. The crowd froze. This was a melon. In fact, back in the old days, Red Eyebrows Fairy had looked for Chu Hongsleeve, and even explicitly stated that she needed a stove tripod or not. At that time, Chu Hongsleeve was still at the peak of Foundation establishment. But she refused, and with her talent, she broke through to the Jindan realm. But now, she had been in a realm that was as good as locked at Jindan, similar to Lu Qing's situation. So Immortal Red Eyebrows offered to let Chu Hongsleeve become a Taoist couple with Li Chensheng. But in the end, she refused. But from that day on, it was as if Li Chensheng treated her as his own private property. As soon as someone spoke to her, the guy jumped out without hesitation. Even to the point that sometimes when she went out on a mission and met a male cultivator, quite a few of them were secretly killed off by this guy. Senior Sister. If you dare to talk nonsense, immediately get out of the team. Chu Hongsleeve could be said to be unforgiving this time. The original charming face only had a slow indifference at the moment. Lin Wu and the others didn't say anything and just silently watched the big drama in front of them. It wasn't hard to guess that the two had definitely talked about dual cultivation before with Fairy Red Eyebrows. But Chu Hongshou was such a haughty person that she naturally couldn't look at Li Chensheng. Anything else to say? Shu Hongsleeve saw that Li Chen-sheng did not say anything and continued to speak, then follow honestly, when I go out I will apply to my master, if you dare to talk nonsense at that time, don't blame me for not being polite. Chapter 109 Li Chen-sheng's Calculations. Li Chen-sheng's face flushed red, but in the end, he lowered his head and glared fiercely at Lin Yuyo before closing his mouth unwillingly. The team set off again, but the atmosphere was subtle. The Bai sisters stole glances at Lin Ichio from time to time. Wu Dekai, on the other hand, had a gloating look on his face, enjoying Li Chen-sheng's defeat. The swamp was filled with miasma and visibility was extremely low. Underneath their feet were silt and rotting vegetation, and if they were not careful, they would fall into it. Lin Yuyao revolved his spiritual energy, protecting his surroundings, and looked around vigilantly. Be careful. Shu Hongsleeve, who was walking at the very front, suddenly raised her voice in warning. Almost at the same time as her words fell, countless poisonous miasma centipedes surged out of the swamp, their bodies dark green and flickering with ghostly light. Dark green venom dripped from their mouthparts, and it was clear at a glance that they were extremely poisonous. Lin Yuyao glanced back at Li Chen-sheng and realized that this guy also had a tense look on his face, which was a relief. Because from the other party's behavior just now, it was hard not to guess if he had any bad intentions. The crowd immediately drew their weapons and fought against the poisonous miasma centipedes. Although there were a large number of centipedes, those present were also people who had experienced great scenes and didn't panic. Lin Yiwu, however, retracted from his thoughts just now. He chopped off the centipede in front of him with a sword, and then his eyes looked towards Li Chen-sheng. From the start of the fight, until now, the other party had led him to the place where the poisonous insects were most dense several times. This guy is trying to undermine me. Pretending not to notice, he followed Li Chen-sheng's guidance and approached a huge cave. A strong fishy odor came from the cave. Right at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yuyao glimpsed a small piece of black spice appearing in Li Chen-sheng's hand, and was about to crush it. Beast attracting incense. Lin Yao instantly understood Li Chen-sheng's intentions. This spice could attract powerful demonic beasts. It was clear that he wanted to use the hands of the demonic beasts to get rid of himself. When it was too late, Lin Yuyao's body flashed, avoiding Li Chen-sheng's attack, and at the same time, he backhanded a palm, slapping the fragrant powder away. A portion of the fragrant powder stained Li Chen-sheng's lapel. Almost immediately, a deafening hiss came from the depths of the cave. An enormous flying centipede crawled out of the cave. Through the scent check, this fellow was at least a third-rank top-tier demonic beast, and had even vaguely approached the fourth rank. It was covered in pitch black and emitted a terrifying aura. The scarlet compound eyes stared deathly at Li Chen-sheng, who was beside Lin Yuyao. Ah! Save me! Senior sister, save me! Li Chen-sheng had all planned to definitely pit Lin Yuyao to death. But now, not only did he not spill the beast-attracting incense on the other party, but it instead landed quite a bit on himself. At the same time he turned his head, the flying centipede had already stepped countless bars towards the handle and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Li Chen-sheng, its mouthparts opening up like giant scissors, and it was about to devour him. Sinful animal! Seek death! Seeing this, Shu Hongsleeve let out a delicate cry, and a strange fragrance spread out as a powdery mist filled the air around her body. This was the Acacia Sect's secret method, Heavenly Fragrance Lead. It could briefly confuse the minds of demonic beasts. The flying centipede's movements really slowed down, and a trace of confusion appeared in its huge pupils. Lin Yuyao understood that once Chu Hongso made her move, Li Chen-sheng would be able to save his life even if he did. He also did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity, the long sword in his hand swung out a powerful sword chi, cutting off the two tentacles of the flying centipede. The sharp pain caused the flying centipede to wake up and let out an angry roar, frantically attacking everything around it. Taking advantage of the centipede king being enraged, Lin Yiwei quickly retreated and rejoined the crowd. Thanks to senior sister Chu for coming to the rescue. Lin Yuyao arched his hand and said, but his gaze fell on Li Chen-sheng, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just then, Bai Qiudong suddenly exclaimed, "What is this?" She rummaged through the storage pouch that Li Chen-sheng had dropped and pulled out a pair of concentric compotes engraved with the red eyebrow seal. Concentric compulsion? Chu Hongso finally couldn't stand it anymore. She looked at Li Chen-sheng with murderous intent. Concentric compulsion, as the name suggests, as long as the target's body is infected with the lower compulsion, then the other party will madly fall in love with the person who carries the mother's compulsion. I don't dare to imagine what she would become if she was really planted with the concentric compulsion. Li Chen-sheng, I have given you your chance, but the fact that you have repeatedly bridged my bottom line is intolerable. Chu Hongso shot out with anger, between her slender fingers. The pink mist condensed into a sharp blade, aiming straight for Li Qinsheng's throat. Li Qinsheng's face changed greatly, and in the nick of time, he crushed a life-preserving jade talisman. A layer of light golden-colored light shield instantly enveloped him, and managed to block Chu Hongxing's attack. At the same time, the dying flying centipede seemed to sense something. The huge body trembled violently and unexpectedly gave up attacking Li Qinsheng and turned towards Bai Qiudong. Ah! Bai Qiudong let out a cry of alarm as white light flashed in her hand and a lute appeared in her hand. Between sharply plucking it, the sound waves transformed into invisible sharp blades that landed on the flying centipede. Lin Yuyo was originally still looking at the situation of Chu Hongxing's handle. But when he heard the movement behind him, he just turned around and saw that the flying centipede had already pounced in front of Bai Qiudong. The huge mouthparts slowly opened, and the eyes were about to directly slice the latter in two. Lin Yuyo recited silently in his heart. Human Sect Shield Technique. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Bai Qiudong. Splitting Sword Momentum. The flowing cloud sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and a sword Qi Ming chopped on top of the two huge poisonous jaws of the flying centipede. Fishy green liquid gushed out. Lin Yuyo was quick on his feet, pulling Bai Qiudong back at speed to avoid the splash of venom. Qiudong, use your sound wave to attack the 3 inches to the left of its abdomen. Lin Yuyo fended off the flying centipede's attack and secretly transmitted his voice to Bai Qiudong. When he chopped off the poisonous jaws just now, he noticed that the centipede had an inconspicuous old wound on its abdomen, which seemed to be where its weak point was. Bai Qiudong understood, and the tone of the lute in his hand suddenly changed. The sharp and ear-piercing sound waves transformed into an invisible blade and blasted at the flying centipede's abdomen. The flying centipede suffered pain and its huge body twisted violently. The situation here also interrupted Chu Hongso, who was about to decapitate Li Qinsheng here. Everything was forced upon me by you all. Li Qinsheng understood that in wanting to show perhaps Chu Hongxing's favor through performance was no longer possible. He coldly seemed to glance at Lin Yuyo, who was fighting the flying centipede. The palm behind him scratched across the storage ring, and a shrinking earth talisman appeared in his hand. Hee, senior sister Chu, you can only be mine. The corner of Li Qinsheng's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as his spiritual energy revolved, and the earth-shrinking talisman in his hand flashed with white light. Wu Dekai had been staring at Li Qinsheng since the beginning of the battle, and at this moment, when he saw the smile on his face, he immediately said something bad. Brother Lin. This guy is going to run. Before the words left his mouth, he saw that Chu Hongso had already swung out his palm. Die. The palm imprint fell and landed directly on Li Qinsheng, who was about to be teleported away. A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, but the earth-shrinking talisman had already been activated. Li Qinsheng laughed out loud. Ha ha, you guys can't keep me. Chapter 110 Identity Exposed. One could never predict when an accident would happen. Just like now, it was clear that he was close to killing Li Qinsheng, but the flying centipede rioted. This guy also had a shrinking earth talisman in his hand to save his life. The secret realm was this big, in fact, as long as you wanted to, there was no problem catching up with a seriously injured cultivator. But because of this, Chu Hongxing couldn't go after it, once she went after the other party. The cultivators of the entire secret realm would notice, and likewise, it would bring unnecessary trouble to her, as well as Liniwu and the others. Such a situation made Chu Hongxing have no place to vent the fire she was holding in her heart. And so it was that she stared at the flying centipede that was battling against Liniwu. It's all because of you. In the next moment, Chu Hongxing changed her appearance, like a female god of war, and grabbed the 2 tentacles behind the flying centipede. The flying centipede that was originally dead set on attacking Lin Yuyo was directly pulled back. Bang! I believe that many people had then seen the wheel sledgehammer. This was the case right now. Chu Hongxing's slender arm was as if it had inexhaustible strength. A top-tier 3rd-ranked demonic beast became an item for her to vent on. 80. Miss Bai, isn't senior sister Chu a bit violent? Lin Yuyo looked at the flying centipede swinging from side to side like a toy in Chu Hongxing's hands. The original armor-like shell had shattered, and the fishy green juice splashed everywhere. This is also the first time I've seen senior sister Chu like this. Shock hung on Bai Qiushang's face. Chu Hongso, who was known as a demonic daughter of the Devil's Path who seduced people's hearts, was now following a violent maniac like a madman, frantically smashing such a large demonic beast. If this is spread out, I'm afraid that the entire demon road will talk about it for a long time. Seeing that the flying centipede was out of breath and in breath, Wu Dekai behind the trio could not help but shiver a little. Truth be told, he had once treated Chu Hongso as a dream girl. But the scene in front of him directly caused his shadow to fall in his heart. From such a long distance away he could feel the emotion of life being worse than death in the flying centipede's compound eyes. Bang! As the final blow fell, the flying centipede's brain was directly smashed to pieces. Phew! Chu Hongsleeve let out a long breath. Just now she used her spiritual power to protect her body, so there was no green slime falling on her body. That. She looked over to Lin Yuyao's side, but realized that the four of them were a long way away at the moment. Why are you guys so far away from me? It's fine. It's not that we just saw you venting, so we made some room for you. Lin Ichio fawned and opened his mouth. Yeah. Making room for you, senior sister. Bai Qiudong also hurriedly opened his mouth. Well, fine, but no one can pass on what just happened to me. Understand? Xu Hongso was fine in the front, but her face went cold in the back. She was also a little embarrassed in her heart. She had just held back too much. If she didn't let it out, she even felt that she would develop a heart demon. Naturally. Right you say, fatty? Lin Ichio immediately patted his chest to guarantee it. Fatty Wu was about to cry. He hadn't been pitifully angry just because he didn't want anyone to notice him. Lin Iha was good. He came up and sold him out first. Brother Lin is right, I promise you, what happened today, absolutely not half a word will be spread out. Wu Dekai hurriedly responded, afraid that Chu Hongsleeve would come over and beat him up as well. Chu Hongsleeve nodded, you guys come over and take care of it. This flying centipede is a third-order demonic beast. No matter what, the demonic pills are still of great help to you. Hearing this, Fatty Wu, who was still showing fear, immediately became excited. Okay, you just watch, although I can't fight, but I can still do some dirty work. Seeing Fatty Wu start to deal with those centipede corpses, Bai Qiushang suddenly looked at Lin Ichio. You're Lin Wu, right? This time, her words didn't have the previous doubt in them, but instead carried a sense of certainty. Bai Qiudong and Chu Hongsleeve, who had heard these words, were suddenly stunned. The former was shocked, while the latter was puzzled. Hadn't they already tried it before? Why was this matter suddenly mentioned now? What does Miss Bai mean? I don't understand. Lin Wu was a bit puzzled. He was certain that he hadn't revealed his original appearance. But on second thought, he suddenly understood. The human Sect shield technique that he had just used to rescue Bai Qiudong had been used in front of Bai Qiushang. As expected, Bai Qiufrost ignored Lin Wu and looked at Bai Qiudong with a serious expression. Qiudong, you knew this already, didn't you? Bai Qiudong panicked in his heart when he was stared at by his old sister like that. I. She stammered for half a day, but in the end, she still landed her gaze on Lin Yuyao. Missy, don't make things difficult for Qiudong. Lin Yuyao sighed. Now there was no need to hide it in front of a few people. Just how to explain, he didn't know. Don't call me Missy. Didn't you say you weren't Lin Wu? Bai Qiushang roared lowly in sorrow. Unconsciously, her eyes had vaguely begun to redden. She actually wasn't sure what kind of emotion she actually felt towards Lin Wu. From the beginning as a hearth, to later caring, until the Jade Maple Forest death battle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you guys. Seeing her like this, Lin Yao's heart was inexplicably clogged up as well. Sister, brother-in-law has actually been very worried about you. Bai Qiudong hurriedly came out to help him explain, telling all about some of the things that happened after entering the secret realm. But what Lin Yuyao didn't expect was that this niece actually took out a dozen soul beads and handed them to Bai Qiushang. These are actually what my brother-in-law wanted me to give you. I was going to wait until after I got out of the secret realm, but now there's no need. Lin Wu said in his heart, after that, he must make it up to this niece, she was simply too good at aiding and abetting. Bai Qiushang had understood the previous situation, and with the righteous and demonic paths chasing her, hiding her identity was unavoidable. But she had long ago reminded Lin Wu not to lie to her and to tell him anything. But it was as if Lin Yuyao hadn't heard, even Bai Qiushang knew before her. Humph. Cut the crap. I'll settle the score for you when we get out of the secret realm. Bai Qiushang gave Lin Wu a glance. Lin Ichio's complexion was slightly happy. It seemed that this matter was considered to be in the past. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Chu Hongso say from the side. Little brother, have you forgotten that you promised me two things? Lin Ichio shuddered. Where could he forget? But wasn't it a matter of identity now? It wasn't easy to show his face? He, how could I forget what I promised senior sister? Chu Hongsleeve walked up to him and took off the front of his face with one hand. Change back, what's there to hide? Lin Yiwu didn't hesitate and performed the method of transfiguration. His face instantly changed back to what it was before. Chapter 111, The Foot of the Original Mountain. Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? After Wu Dekai took out the inner pills of those demonic beasts and came back, but when he saw Lin Yuyao's appearance, he was a bit shocked. This is what I look like. Before I couldn't be exposed because of Li Qinxing's presence. Now that it's all our own people, it's not a big deal. Lin Yiwu waved his hand, but he didn't put the mask back. The identity was exposed, but it was limited to these few people. He still needed to disguise himself later on, or else he would probably be mobbed in this team just based on his fame. Do you know who his real identity is? Chu Hongsleeve smiled with her eyebrows and suddenly opened her mouth. Wu Dekai was puzzled. Who? Chu Hongsleeve, Lin Prosperity. Who did you say he was? Lin Easy? The one who was wanted before? Didn't he die in the Jade Maple Forest a long time ago? Wu Di had only just finished speaking when he realized that he had said the wrong thing. Luckily no one cared. No wonder he was shocked, because even though Lin Yiwu was only a foundation stage cultivator before, he had hardened the disciples of the righteous and devilish paths in Tianqing City, making them jump up and down. Fatty, today's matter can't be known to the people outside, otherwise you should be clear that even if we don't move you, those people Easy has a grudge against should not let you go. Bai Xiushan reminded a sentence. Although Fatty Wu was on good terms with Lin Yiwu, he was always still an outsider with her. That's natural, Brother Lin is kind to me. If it wasn't for him, I would have died in that nook and cranny of the secret realm without knowing it. Wu Dekai revealed a serious look. Well, without further ado, we should get moving. That guy Li Qinxing's heart isn't in the right place. If he tells the other forces about us, I'm afraid that we'll be in a lot of trouble. Chu Hongsleeve looked around the crowd and resumed her previous charming demeanor, as if the figure that was just like a female god of war wasn't her. Bai Xiushan wanted to say something else, but understood that this was not the time to catch up on old times. Everyone also didn't ask Lin Yuyo how he had risen to the Jindan realm. Everyone had a ruler in their hearts, and sometimes crossing the line would instead leave a bad impression on others. On this journey, other than encountering a few demonic beasts intercepting them, the rest of the time their journey was quite smooth. After all, with the existence of Chu Hongso, a peak Jindan, the unusual demonic beasts could not stop them at all. When they crossed the misty forest, finally, they were able to see a trace of sunlight, and at the same time, they also heard the sound of birds chirping. We've arrived, Chu Hongsleeve said as she pointed at the mountain peaks in the distance. Bai Xiushan nodded. There was the legendary original mountain. Lin Yiwu and Fatty Wu glanced at each other and followed closely. When they arrived at the foot of the original mountain, they could feel the spiritual qi permeating the air. It was obvious that there were extremely many spiritual veins in this valley. You guys, look! Bai Qiudong pointed ahead, only to see a spiritual grass swaying on the mountainside in front of them. Originally, the crowd thought that those were just weeds that had been birthed by the spiritual qi, so they looked similar to spirit grasses. But after being reminded of this, the crowd couldn't help but begin to observe it carefully. Yangu flower, fascia grass, flower of the spirit, tongue snake silk. Fatty Wu spoke the names of those spirit herbs as if he were counting them, his entire fat face reddening with excitement. It wasn't just him, the others weren't even close to him. Densely packed, there were too many. My God! If all of this stuff is refined into pills, it should be enough for us to cultivate to yuaning, right? Bai Xiushan stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. Lin Yiwu had brought back his mask at this moment, but his complexion was filled with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get moving. His words were like trying to wake up the crowd. All of them broke free from their shock and then quickly rushed towards the piece of spirit grass. The spirit grasses here were all of a rather high quality, especially that one Yang Valley flower, which was even more valuable. Moreover, there were more than a dozen Yang Valley flowers here, according to the market price. Every single plant here was worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. Rich. The luck this time is really great. These spirit herbs will definitely fetch a good price when we take them back. The 5 people of Lin Yiwu frantically harvested the spirit herbs. Their appearance was just like that of hungry wolves. There seems to be something here. Lin Yiwu suddenly realized that next to the spirit medicine, there was actually a plant growing. Its leaves were purple-black in color, and it bore 7 fruits that were crystal clear, like crystals. Amethyst Ice Lotus Fruit. The utility of the amethyst ice lotus was to condense pure spirit liquid. For any cultivator, it was definitely considered a rare treasure. "Brother Lin, how do I use this thing?" Fatty Wu asked warily. He hadn't seen this kind of spirit herb before. In fact, Lin Ichio had only learned about it from an ancient book, so he recognized it at a glance. Lin shook his head. "Don't worry, the amethyst ice lotus fruit, not only can it enhance the qualifications, but it can also help cultivators condense their divine sense, so it can be said that the nourishment for the soul is even better than those soul beads." His words weren't a lie, but they weren't accurate either. Just like now, if his divine sense were to spread out, it would be at most a 50-mile radius. Compared to those who had heard of 1,000 miles at a glance before, that would require at least reaching the Yuaning realm to be able to do so. Of course, if it was said to be aided by something like a gong method, it would be another matter. In that case, then hurry up and collect some. Wu Dekai reached out his hand and grabbed towards the front, but this was when an arm reached out in front of him. He only saw that Bai Chiodong had come close at some point and was sizing him up with a disgusted look on his face. "This is what brother-in-law found first, what's your hurry?" It wasn't that she was prejudiced against Fatty Wu, after all, they were all friends who had experienced life and death together. It was just because the person next to Fatty Wu was Linny Wu. Hee, it's fine Chiodong, let him pick it, anyway, when the time comes, it's still unified refining, isn't it? Lin Yao didn't care that much about these details. After all, he doesn't know how to refine Dan either. At that time all these things will be given to Chu Hong's sleeve. When she goes out she will ask someone to refine all these spirit herbs into pills. At that time it will be divided up in a unified way. Bai Chiodong knew she was being unreasonable, but she had no intention of apologizing. Hee, Fairy Bai, don't be so general with me. Besides, didn't I say it, these dirty jobs are for me to do, otherwise if you just split things, it would look bad, wouldn't it? Fatty Wu, the multiplayer savvy hurriedly found a step down for Bai Chiodong. Chu Hong Sleeve and Bai Chiofrost looked this way and smiled helplessly. "Chiofrost, you don't care, she's afraid she'll suffer a lot of losses when she goes outside like this." "It's fine, let her be, she's been like this since she was a child, change I'm afraid can't be changed." Bai Xiushang shook her head and took out a spirit herb from her hand and put it inside her storage ring. Chapter 112 Heavenly Spirit Fruit, White Ape King. Linny Wu and the others didn't know that in fact, when they arrived at the foot of the original mountain, there were 3 teams of people heading this way. Among one of the teams, there was a familiar figure. Li Chen Shang. This fellow didn't know if he was lucky, but after using the earth-shrinking talisman to teleport, he actually ran into the people of the Holy Sect directly. The practitioners of the holy religion were the pinnacle of the devil's way. To be able to become the holy son and holy daughter, their talent was naturally beyond words. Junyu, who had led the devil's way in Tianqing City at the beginning, had only shot to 3rd amongst the 6. And amongst the holy religion, the name of the first holy son, also surnamed Jun, was Mo Xia. Strength has long reached the peak of the Jindan realm, and some people even say that he didn't break through to the Yuaning realm because of this only empty door secret realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have broken through long ago. As for the remaining ones, they were all at least at the 8th level of Jindan. How far is the original mountain? Jun Mo says handsome face carried indifference. Pure white robes were added to his body, and with that pair of Danfang eyes, a straight nose, and slightly thin lips, the whole person was just like that descending exiled immortal. Li Chen Shang, who was leading the way in front, shivered and turned around with a fawning smile on his face. "Lord Saint's son, there should be less than 100 miles from the original mountain, it should take another half an hour to arrive." "Well, speed up a bit." Jun Mo Xian nodded and commanded. A group of 7 people, their figures quickly rushed towards the direction of the original mountain. At the waist of the original mountain. "All be careful, there might be a great demon guarding the top." Chu Hongsleeve walked at the very front of the group. After leaving from that spirit grassland, she had felt an aura if anything wandering around her. And as the group got closer and closer to the top of the mountain, that estimated aura became stronger and stronger. The people didn't speak, but they all silently collected their auras. It was already 10 minutes past noon when the group arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the original mountain, the mist had completely disappeared, looking down at the fog below. It made people feel as if they were immortals who were already about to ascend. The meaning of overlooking the entire heaven and earth below. At the center of the mountain top, a large ancient tree stood. Heavenly Spirit Fruit Tree. Lin Yuyao looked at the fruits that were borne on the tree, each of which was crystal clear. The spiritual energy emanating from it caused one to feel a sense of refreshment. 7 of them, totally enough to share. Hurry up and do it. Chu Hongsleeve stepped forward as that feeling in the bottom of her heart grew more and more powerful. There was even a possibility of a change in the next second. When the crowd arrived below the heavenly spirit tree, an illusion of the soul being washed was soothing. No! Lin Yuyao was already planning to reach out and pick the heavenly spirit fruit, but the killing chance that suddenly emerged in his heart, he stopped his hand. In the next moment, he pulled Bai Qiudong and Bai Xiushan by his side and retreated backward. Chu Hongsleeve and Wu Dekai were not slow to react either. Almost the instant Lin Yuyao's words left his mouth, they retreated towards the back. Griffin actually sensed giving this king something. Seek death. A hissing roar like thunder came from the other side of the mountain top. The crowd followed the sound and saw a 3-meter-tall white ape flashing around, rushing to the edge of the heavenly spirit fruit tree in just a few breaths. White Ape King? Chu Hongsleeve looked at the white ape and was secretly on guard. A 4th-stage demonic beast? Lin Yiwu didn't care about the other party's name. From the aura that the other party exuded, he felt the terrifying power of the other party. What was even more shocking was that the white ape was also grasping a long stick in its hand. The long stick was snow-white like jade, but if you looked closely, you could realize that it wasn't a stick at all, but a weapon polished out of white bones. However, from this, it could be seen that this white ape's spiritual intelligence had already developed to a point comparable to that of the human race. Should we put up a fight? Chu Hongsleeve inquired. If she was alone, she would have retreated without hesitation in the face of a demonic beast of this level. But now, Lin Yiwu existed as a bug, even if she couldn't beat it, she could still escape. Spell. Why don't you fight? Lin Yiwu's complexion was grave, but his eyes were filled with wariness. The heavenly spirit fruit was dispensable to him, but for the Bai family sisters it was an opportunity to break through to Yuaning. If he missed it, then he might regret it for the rest of his life. When Bai Xiushan heard Lin Yuyao's words, her eyes flashed with emotion. She silently took out her longsword and stood beside Lin Yiwu together with Bai Qiushan. Wu Dekai was Lin Yi's #1 junior, so naturally, he would do whatever Lin Yi said. Brother Lin, I still have some talismans here, you guys see which one is suitable for you to use. A dozen or so talismans surfaced in Wu Dekai's hands. Lin Yiwu and the others were a bit shocked. Good guy, this guy really had a treasure bag. Previously, he could clearly remember that Wu Dekai had already wasted 2 second-order earth-shrinking talismans. And now in the other party's hands, there were 8 earth-shrinking talismans alone. Although they were all of the first order, they were completely sufficient for the current situation. Together with those increased class talismans, if this is put in the outside world to sell, no more than 100,000 spirit stones simply cannot buy it, right? Lin Yiwu said, Fatty, when we go out, we'll divide things to give you an extra layer. This time, Chu Hongsleeve didn't even have the intention to retort. Compared to the resources that had been divided out, these talismans could already cover most of it. No wonder Lin Yiwu is so enamored with this fatty, so that's how it is. This was just like when you had a brother. When you were in trouble, your brother directly pulled out his family's wealth for you and said that you would use it first, without even saying when he would return it, and asked if you could get along with such a brother. The crowd shared 1 earth-shrinking talisman each, and then there took away a talisman that could give them an increase. It was only a few breaths after counting. Wait, you guys find a chance to sneak attack, let me deal with the front. Before Chu Hongsu's words fell, her body had already disappeared in place. When she reappeared, she had already arrived in front of the White Ape King. Heavenly Fragrance Guide. Pink-colored mist floated out from her sleeve. A humanoid sneer flashed in the White Ape King's eyes. Hee hee, an ant of the human race, how dare you provoke this king? It waved the bone rod in its hand and slammed it down toward Chu Hongsleeve with vigor. Rumble. As the bone rod fell, Lin Yuyao felt that the entire original mountain trembled. Is this a great demon of the 4th rank? Lin Yiqiu muttered, then glanced at the others. Xiao Frost, you and I will sneak in from the side. Xiao Dong, you're in charge of interfering with the sound waves. Fatty, you'll see what happens, don't go in hard, is that all clear? Good. The 3 of them nodded their heads. Seeing this, Lin Yiwu directly executed his stance and jumped out. The flowing cloud sword in his hand was sheathed, and a sword she chopped out horizontally. At this time, he didn't dare to fight in close combat with the other party. The strength of a 4th-ranked demon wasn't something to talk about. If he was hit by that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured, and then he was afraid that it would be difficult to escape. Chapter 113. A little bit of intelligence, but not much. Original mountain hillside. A dozen or so figures flashed out, all aiming for the top of the mountain. It looks like someone is fighting up there. Hurry! The person who spoke was clearly none other than 100 Flower Valley's eldest senior brother, Shi Hang. And in the crowd, Shi Muyu's figure followed the group. Not only 100 Flower Valley, but the Open Mountain Sect, as well as the Sacred Sect's people were all desperately rushing towards the top of the mountain. The other forces might not understand, but Jun Moxia and the others were clear that there was a top-quality heavenly treasure like the heavenly spirit fruit present there. Li Chenqing followed at the very back of the group, looking at the movement coming from the mountaintop, killing intent flickering in his eyes. On top of the mountain, a spiritual power fluctuation came trembling. Rumble. Everyone could feel the terrifying power transmission. But no one stopped in their tracks. On the platform at the top of the mountain, the battle between the 5 Liniwu and the White Ape King had come to a white-hot stage. Shu Hongsleeve was the strongest, but she was still struggling a bit against the 4th-ranked White Ape King. Bai Qiu Don's waves of sound didn't dare to stop at all. Liniwu was similar to Bai Qiu Shang. As long as there was an opportunity, he immediately went up to sneak attack. Although Wu Dekai wasn't strong, he had a knack for harassing people, spilling out talismans from time to time, making the White Ape King quite a mess as well. Damn! Damn humans! The White Ape King's original snow-white fur was marred with wounds everywhere, and even a piece on its back was directly burned away. As its angry roar rang out, the originally pure white as snow fur suddenly changed. The white hair turned into crimson, just as if it had turned on a berserk state. Quickly, while this is almost, take the spirit fruit. Shu Hongsleeve immediately commanded, and the White Ape King in front of her wanted to enter a berserk state. But there was an interval of more than 10 seconds during this period. Of course, it was impossible for Liniwu and the others to kill the other party. So the moment Shu Hongsleeve finished commanding, Liniwu moved, because it was simply impossible for the others to do it in such a short period of time. But he was different. His heaven, earth, and human shield technique gave him unique conditions. Human Sect Shield Method. Open. In the next moment, he ran his spiritual energy with full force, and after using the Human Gate Shield Method 3 times in a row, he used up about half of the spiritual energy in his body. However, he himself had also arrived below the heavenly spirit fruit tree. Collect. Lin Yuyao's hand speed was extremely fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Without waiting for him to continue in, the White Ape King had already completed its berserking. It naturally noticed Liniwu's movements. After completing its berserking, it didn't pause for a moment and charged straight towards Lin Yuyao's side. Put it down for this king. The White Ape King was burning with rage. These heavenly spirit fruits were the ones he had saved for his promotion to the mid-4th stage. Lin Yuan immediately shouted as he saw the White Ape King rushing this way. You guys go first. Leave me alone. With that, he directly executed the Human Sect Shield technique and swept towards the path he had just taken up the mountain. The White Ape King followed closely behind. Right now it only had Liniwu in its eyes. Seeing this, Shu Hongso and the others, although they were worried, they didn't dare to stay. As for going to fetch the remaining 2 heavenly spirit fruits, that was impossible yet. With the distance they were at now, if they rushed up, the White Ape King would only need a flash to catch them. Go! Without stopping, the group of 4 turned their heads and swept towards the side where the White Ape King had just appeared. At the same time, Lin Yuan cast the Human Sect Shield technique while taking out the Spirit Tonic Pill and stuffing it into his mouth. Delusion Breaking Bead. Quickly absorb it for me. The Spirit Mending Elixir quickly replenished the spiritual energy after being ingested. But even so, it couldn't keep up with his consumption. It was obviously not a wise choice to use an Earth-Shrinking Talisman at this time. A first-rank Earth-Shrinking Talisman could teleport up to 100 miles. With the White Ape King's strength, if he used his full strength to catch up, he would probably be able to catch up with him in a few moments. Just as he was pondering how to escape, a dozen figures suddenly flashed before his eyes. There it is. Although he didn't see clearly who the people coming were, as long as they were cultivators, then he had a way to direct the White Ape King towards the other party. As for whether or not it would pit people to death, big brother, you're about to die, why do you care so much? It's Lin Feng. In the crowd, Li Chenchang recognized Lin Prosperity's appearance at a glance. A green-colored Shin clothes with a mask on his face. Just without waiting for him to say more, he saw that a white ape in a berserk state was actually following behind him. Fellow Taoists. Next. Lin Yuyo had already come close at this moment, and he recognized a few people in the crowd. But to him, none of these people were any good. If the 100 Flowers Valley had helped out in the first place, he wouldn't have been hunted down. As for the Open Mountain Sect, it was a prime target, and lastly, it was the Sacred Sex people, seeing Li Qin Sheng inside. Without thinking, these people must have come to compete with them for the heavenly spirit fruit. The trace of guilt that was originally in his heart disappeared at this moment. Jun Mo Xia, who was walking at the front, subconsciously received the storage ring. But then he heard Lin Yuyao's shout. "Fellow Taoist, you guys take your things and leave. I'll draw him away." He knew very well in his heart that the White Ape King's spiritual intelligence was not even close to that of a human. Now that he saw the scene, he was bound to be attracted by Jun Mo Xia and the others, and he couldn't care less about what was happening at that time. Sure enough, things were just as he expected. At the same time as the words fell, Lin Yao activated the earth-shrinking talisman in his hand. However, the White Ape King did not follow his scent to catch up. Instead, he stopped and stared dead at the storage ring in Jun Mo Xia's hand. Jun Mo Xia was dumbfounded. No one had ever dared to pit him so blatantly when he was growing up. It was so obvious that the scourge of moving water was so obvious that other people could naturally see it as well. But the White Ape King was different. He didn't know if Lin Yiwu had any relationship with these people. But he did see that Lin Yuyo had received something into the storage ring, and now the storage ring was in Jun Mo Xia's hands. So at this moment, if Lin Yao was still there, he would definitely make his own assessment of the White Ape King. A little bit of intelligence, but not much. Damn it! Retreat quickly! Although Jun Mo Xia was at the peak of Jindan, he wasn't a Yuaning after all, so he was still under pressure to face a fourth stage demon. But when he turned his head to look, good lord, everyone had long ago cast their stances and fled down the mountain. Even the group from the 100 Flower Valley had directly used the earth-shrinking talisman to leave. After all, they were all known for their alchemy, so their own strength wasn't very strong, but it was worth saying that as long as it was the 100 Flower Valley's Dan cultivators, it was really rich. What a bunch of Even Jun Mo Xia, who had always presented himself as a humble gentleman, could not help but curse at this moment. He had just sensed the contents of the storage ring. What was stored inside was just a few spirit stones, nothing more. Retreat! Jun Mo Xia threw out that storage ring and then quickly swept towards the back. Chapter 114 Lu Jia, I Deserve to Die. The White Ape King, as a fourth-stage demonic beast, naturally possessed its own divine sense. It sensed the contents of the storage ring and immediately burst out in rage. Damned human! How dare you lie to me? Hand over the item. In the next moment, it stormed up and rushed towards Jun Mo Xia, who was fleeing. It wasn't me, there was nothing inside when that kid gave it to me. Jun Mo Xia was about to explode with anger, and as he ran, he roared. The first saint's son of the hall had been blessed with exceptional talent since he was a child, and some had even long ago defined him as the next sacred sect leader to be cultivated. You said that so many people had thrown the storage ring to himself. This is really outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door, outrageous to the home. Lin Feng, right, you wait, I won't kill you, this position of saint's son let out. Jun Mo Xia secretly hated it, then took out a second-order earth-shrinking talisman from within his storage ring. When he activated it, a trace of heartache clearly flashed in his eyes. Isn't it true, don't look at him as the holy son of the devil's way, but in the holy religion, all the resources have to be fought for on one's own. If one just relies on pills to pile up and cultivate them, then what is raised is not a cultivator, but a pig that can fly. That's why Jun Mo Xia has a title in private, Stingy Saint Son. Meanwhile, Lin Yiwu had completely lost his way at the moment. He had thought that this teleportation would be the same as last time, directly teleporting to a specific location. But when he finished teleporting, he was completely confused. Why didn't Fatty Wu say in advance that it was a random teleportation? Looking at the mound of grave-like dirt in front of him, Lin Yiwu's heart trembled. In fact, he didn't know that the location he had teleported to was none other than the 10,000 Swords Sect's place of opportunity, the Sword Mound. Lin Yao took out the spirit-replenishing pill from the empty spirit ring and took it. The excessive execution of the human Sect shield technique just now had already overdrawn his spiritual energy, and now he just wanted to have a good rest. He sat down on the ground with his knees crossed and began to recover his spiritual energy. Phew! The yin-yang technique was in operation, and with the delusion-breaking beads enhancement, his spiritual energy was greatly boosted. In fact, he had a vague feeling when he executed the human Sect shield technique that he seemed to have touched the knack of the Earth Sect, only that he didn't dare to use it just now due to his spiritual energy being too much spent. A few moments later, Lin Yuyao slowly opened his eyes. Phew. Cool. Should he say no? This feeling of finishing overdrawing his spiritual energy and recovering it in is simply not too pleasurable. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his realm had also received a huge boost. As long as there is an opportunity in, breaking through to the second level of Jindan is not impossible. Lin Yaoyao thought secretly, just as he was about to leave. A burst of rushing sword intent suddenly came from within the grave bag in front of him. What's going on? How could there be such a strong sword intent? Lin Yuyao raised his eyes and looked. Just now, he had only focused on recovering, he hadn't even looked at his surroundings carefully. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yuyao took a step towards the direction where the sword intent came from. He could sense that there wasn't one, but two strands in this sword intent. That meant that there were two swords, or two people ahead. And to have such a strong sword intent, then the person in front was most likely the one he had always wanted to meet. Lu Qingyun. As the sword intent in front of him grew stronger, the scene in front of Lin Yuyun was also changing. From the original grave bag, it turned into a long sword standing as if it was waiting for someone to come and take it. Can't it be that this is the 10,000 Swords Sect's place of opportunity? It wasn't that he hadn't heard that in the empty Sect mystic realm, the 10,000 Swords Sect's place of opportunity was a place called the Sword Mound. Now it seemed that he was afraid that it was not far from the truth. Lu Qingyun, Zhang Wuxin? Just after entering it, Lin Yuyao noticed that two people were standing in front of two swords in front of him. And in the surroundings, it was none other than those 10,000 Swords Sect disciples that he had once met. What people? Lu Jia, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, sensed the unfamiliar aura and instantly looked towards where Lin Yuyao was. Lin Yuyao was a bit helpless, he had just been so focused on walking inside that he forgot to shield his aura. And at the same time Lu Jia's words fell, there were already two disciples who were closer to his side walking over. Don't make a move, I'm just passing through. Lin Yuyao walked out from behind a grave bag with his hands held high. The two disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect were instantly on guard. After all, Lin Yuyao was still wearing the Harmony Sect's attire at the moment, and how could a cultivator of the Devil's Path come here and not make people suspicious? Someone from the Hahuan Sect? How come I haven't seen a character like you before? Lu Jia walked towards the side and looked him up and down. Still wearing half a mask, are you still afraid to meet people? Lin Yiwu said in his heart, he hadn't noticed it yet, but now that he was antagonizing the other party, this guy's mouth was really poisonous. Coming up and picking on other people's soft spots to talk about, no wonder the other forces are not used to seeing this guy. Fellow Taoist, I said, I'm just passing through, if you guys aren't willing to let me pass, I'll just leave, is that necessary? Lin Yiwu said in a pretense of displeasure. In fact, he had a plan in his heart the moment he saw Lu Qingyun. That was to reveal his identity to Lu Qingyun and then cooperate with the other party. He was more willing to cooperate with this friend who had once helped him than those people from the Devil's Way. Who is your Taoist friend? Take him down for me. We'll see what they do with him after Senior Brother Heartless and Senior Brother Lu finish their sacrifices. Lu Jia gave an order, and the two sword cultivators beside Lin Yiwu immediately moved to capture him. Lin Yiwu naturally wouldn't resist, otherwise, he was really afraid that Lu Jia, this kid, would beat the crap out of him. At that time, he would not be able to explain if he wanted to. Don't worry, I won't resist. Lin Yiwu was grabbed by the two men and came to Lu Jia's side. Lu Jia tried to reach out and remove the mask from his face, but Lin Yiwu dodged it with a tilt of his head. I say, that won't be necessary, will it? You're just a prisoner. Still want to resist? As soon as Lu Jia removed his mask, he then froze. The main reason was that Lin Yiwu had made that half of his face so miserable that it was even a bit disgusting. Hold, sorry. Perhaps feeling guilty, Lu Jia suddenly opened his mouth to say sorry. The others actually did not differ much from the expression on Lu Jia's face, they were all shocked with disbelief and even curiosity. Cultivators, in general, were able to recover from injuries on their own bodies. Towards Lin Yuyao's kind, it was really rare. It's fine, get used to it. Lin Yuyao put on a look of unconcern. But with him like this, it made Lu Jia's heart even more uncomfortable, as if it was the kind where he had bullied a handicapped person. No, fellow Taoist, what did you do to this? Is there no way to fix it? Even though Lin Yuyao was wearing the costume of the Devil's Path, at this moment, Lu Jia still felt guilty as hell. Chapter 115 I am Lin Yiwu. Even though Lu Jia felt guilty, he didn't let down the guard of the other Lin Prosperity. You go and stay aside first, but if you want to run, don't blame us for not being polite. Lin Yuyao didn't refuse this, no matter what, this was also someone else's 10,000 sword sect's place of opportunity. Okay, don't worry, I really just know that I'm just passing by. Saying that, he turned his head and made it to the side to start recovering his spiritual energy, waiting for the Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun duo to sacrifice their spiritual swords. Without realizing it, time passed quietly. Lin Yuyao closed his eyes as a shout and footsteps came from his ears. Senior brother Heartless, you sensed the third heavy heart sword? Lu Jie's exclamation came and Lin Yiwu opened his eyes, looking at Zhang Wuxin who was walking from the distance. Third heavy heart sword intelligence, that was truly bringing sword intent into the forefront. If Zhang Wuxin's current strength was taken into account, even if he was facing a strong person who had just been promoted to Yuaning, he would still have the power to fight. There's no need to make a fuss, compared to Qing Yun, this breakthrough of mine is nothing. Zhang Wuxin turned his head to look at Lu Qingyun, who had almost completed his sacrifice. There was nothing special to be seen just from the surface, but those who practiced the sword path could sense it clearly. At this moment, Lu Qingyun seemed to have entered a state of epiphany. In the sky, there was a hidden sound of wind and thunder surging. One must know that his sword Dao was originally wind and thunder sword intent, and now that there was such a big commotion, breaking through the third level of sword intent was bound to be the nail in the coffin. Moreover, the long sword in front of the other party seemed to have revealed some spirituality. Look! Suddenly, a disciple cried out in alarm. The crowd followed the sound and saw that the long sword rose up in the air, and Lu Qingyun, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground, followed suit and slowly floated in mid-air. What is this situation? Lu Jie asked suspiciously. Don't ask, I'll explain it to you later, be alert to the surroundings immediately. Zhang Wuxin commanded, then his gaze suddenly landed on Lin Yuyao. How could there be a demonic cultivator here? Lu Jie hurriedly explained, it's like this senior brother. As Lu Jie recounted what Lin Prosperity had just said, Zhang Wuxin became even more skeptical of his identity. You guys go and guard the surroundings, remember, no one can come near Changyun now. After instructing, Zhang Wuxin walked towards Lin Yiwu. Come with me. Lin Yuan got up and followed the other party to the side. Tell me, who the hell are you? Don't put off with what Gen Lu Jie said, I can tell if you're lying or not. Zhang Wuxin's eyes stared sharply into Lin Yiwu's eyes. Lin Yuyao knew very well that what the other party practiced was originally the heart, although it was used on top of the sword intent, the same, it could also be switched to the human heart. I'm Lin Yiwu. Lin Yiwu didn't hide it and spoke directly. Zhang Wuxin was a little puzzled, still a little angry. Although Lin Yiwu hadn't known him for a long time, from his heart he had recognized this person. Although he was already dead, he couldn't allow someone to defile his name by impersonating him. No, this guy doesn't seem to be lying. Zhang Wuxin was just about to retort, when he suddenly realized that Lin Yiwu's eyes were sincere, and that the words he had just spoken weren't a lie. Could it be that it was the same name? Seeing the other party's doubts, Lin Yiwu slowly took off his mask and then changed his face back. Senior brother, long time no see. Senior brother Easy? It's really you? Under the enhancement of the heart sword, Zhang Wuxin could actually be certain that the person in front of him was Lin Yiwu himself. However, he still couldn't help but ask a question, or one could even say that he was sighing. It's me, I didn't die in the beginning, but used a shrinking earth talisman to escape before those attacks came. Due to the large number of people, I guess those people didn't notice, which is how I dodged a bullet. Lin Yiwu explained what had happened before, all of this was naturally made up by him. He also believed that even if the other party found out that he was lying, they wouldn't ask questions, because this was what the 10,000 Swords Sect owed him. Good, it's good to be alive, you don't know, when you died, Xingyin went into seclusion and almost went off the deep end several times. In the end, it was the Patriarch himself who came down, which pulled him back from the Ghost Gate. As he expected, Zhang Wuxin not only didn't summarize his lies, instead, he directly skipped over the topic and didn't even ask him how he entered the empty sect mystic realm. AI, it's all my fault. Lin Yuyao sighed, he actually still wanted the other party to ask him how he got in. Otherwise, he would still have to explain himself later. So he spoke directly. Actually, senior brother, this time I came in after the Harmony sect. Zhang Wuxin didn't say anything and looked at him silently. Lin Yiwu recounted the whole story, in which things were naturally half true and half false, in which case even Zhang Wuxin wouldn't count too much on the original reason. I didn't expect you to have gone through so much in a short period of time, but don't worry, with us here, those people can't touch you. Zhang Wuxin made a promise. He then landed his gaze on Lu Qingyun, and just then, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Senior brother Easy, since you're here, why don't you go and see if you can obtain an intrinsic spirit sword? Lin Yiwu said in his heart, my good senior brother, you finally said this. From the time he arrived here, Lin Yiwu had been craving for it, and now that Zhang Wuxin had spoken, where else would he be polite? It's still my senior brother who understands me. After saying that, he put his mask back on. After all, the 10,000 Sword Sect wasn't an ironclad one, and since the last incident with Zhang Yan, he wouldn't trust others too much. I'll go and try it out then. Lin Yuyao was ready and walked out from behind the grave bag. When the others saw him go inside the sword mound, they couldn't help but look at Zhang Wuxin. Let him go in, it's fine. Although the crowd was puzzled, they still trusted Zhang Wuxin's words. Lin Yiwu just walked within the sword mound in a bright manner. At this moment in mid-air, Lu Qingyun seemed to have entered a critical node. The top of his head was almost covered by a dark cloud, and a streak of lightning actually started to go straight down, striking at his body. Just looking at it made people pull their hearts out for him. How painful this must be. Brother Lu, long time no see. Lin Yuyao muttered, and without inking, he ran out his sword intent. The sword intent he had comprehended before was considered to be water-related. However, he didn't intend to use it because in his opinion, water was too weak, and it wouldn't be unacceptable if he could touch a spirit sword that contained other sword intent. However, when his sword intent was just emitted, he immediately received a faint response. That fast? Lin Yaoyao followed the response and his gaze landed on a sword grave not far from Lu Qingyun. On the sword grave, a spirit sword that looked like it was about to decay stood. If one were to look at it just from its appearance, it would be similar to a piece of broken copper. He was subconsciously about to swipe past. But at that moment, the other party seemed to have sensed him, and the response was actually a few points stronger than just a moment ago. Somewhat interesting. Chapter 116 Mountain and Sea Sword. Lin Yuyao came to the front of that sword grave. Carefully surveying the long sword in front of him, the length was probably around 1 meter 3, and if it was paired with the hilt, he was afraid that it had reached 1 meter 5. A giant sword? Lin Yuyao muttered to himself. But looking at the sword below, it was probably less than 3 fingers wide. He used his divine sense to detect it, but before he could react, his consciousness was sucked into the sword. Bad, set up. He could be quite certain already that the sword was coming at him. First, it attracted himself over, and then it was using its own characteristics to guide him to use his divine sense to explore. At the same time, Zhang Wuxin froze for a moment after seeing Lin Yuyao standing in front of the sword. The Great River Long Sword? This kid would actually be recognized by this sword? However, when he saw that Lin Yiwu had already closed his eyes, he instructed the people around him. Pay attention, don't bother that kid. Although the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect were puzzled, they did as they were told, but Lu Jie sensed something was wrong. Zhang Wuxin was really too abnormal. In the past, when he encountered those disciples of the Devil's Path, even if he didn't kill them, he wouldn't be so polite. Now it's good, not only let the other party enter the sword mound to take the sword, now it looks like it seems to give the other party to protect the law. Heartless senior brother. Don't ask, you'll know later. Zhang Wuxin didn't wait for the other party to open his mouth and directly interrupted him, using his toes to think of what this guy was going to ask. What stall is it now, the secret realm? Could it be that if the Acacia sect is afraid of Lin Yiwu being exposed, they, the 10,000 Sword Sect, are not afraid? When the time came to be attacked by a group of people, even if he and Lu Qingyun were strong, they wouldn't be able to carry it. Got it, don't ask or don't ask. Lu Jie muttered rather aggressively, what a person. However, he was getting more and more curious about Lin Yihai's side. And at this moment, Lin Yuyao only felt that his consciousness was plunged into a small stream. The brook flowed through the fields, heading forward with no direction. Could this be the prototype of the water sword intent? Lin Yaoyao had a vague guess, but he didn't know exactly what it felt like. As time passed, the stream kept flowing forward. Just as he was pondering how to break free, the next moment, the sky suddenly exploded with flashes. Lin Yiwei's consciousness looked upwards as an endless rain of swords fell from the sky. It was so densely packed that he thought he wouldn't be able to avoid it even if he dodged. He controlled the creek in an effort to break through the range of this rain of swords. But when those sword rains really fell, Lin Yuyao was confused. After those sword rains fell into the creek, they actually fused together. Could this be the falling rain sword intent? The sword rain got bigger and bigger, as it followed the break, from pattering rain to pouring rain, it was as if it was endless. Gradually the small stream transformed into a large river, and the large river transformed into the Yangtze River. The intention of rushing water, boiling water, that full of magnificent feeling fell in Lin Yiwu's eyes, but it was a different feeling. Sword intent of water, brook, falling rain, river. Vast and boundless sea. Haha, it seems like I'm the one who thought about it. At this moment, Lin Yiwu suddenly seemed to understand. Sword intent doesn't refer to a separate bearing, but all the things that contain expansion. As long as you can imagine it and you understand it deeply enough, then the stronger your sword intent will be. So that's how it is. Lin Yuyao felt that his sword intent had also received a huge boost at the moment, but he couldn't differentiate or feel exactly what realm he had reached. But in the outside world at this moment, Lu Qingyun had already broken free from the wind and thunder intent. The long sword at his waist had also been replaced with that wind thunder sword. While everyone else from the 10,000 sword sect was just like him, they had gathered around Lin Prosperity. If Lin Yuyao had been conscious, he would have realized that his body had been surrounded by many mists of water. Those water mists floated in the air and finally condensed into a tiny sword. This kid is good. Lu Jia looked at the scene in front of him. This is at the very least a second-level sword intent, right? Water sword intent? But there seems to be some different flavors mixed in there. Come on, you kids, stop commenting there. This guy should be a great river sword intent, which already has the flavor of the river and the sea in it. If he takes a step forward in it, entering the triple water sword intent won't be a problem. Zhang Wuxin said while explaining. Just now, he had already told Lu Qingyun about Lin Prosperity. At the moment, his eyes were filled with relief as he looked at Lin Yiwu, and it seemed that even the killing intent in his heart had diminished quite a bit. Talent is good, but it's still quite a bit short of wanting to enter the third level, but if you have help from the outside world, you should be able to step into that step before entering the peak of Jindan. Lu Qingyun followed suit. When the others heard this, their eyes widened. One must know that they could be said to have been dealing with swords since they were young, and nowadays they were considered to be among the best in the sword Dao, but even so they were only at the second level of the sword. But this man in front of them, who seemed to have only just come into contact with the sword Dao a short while ago, actually already had the potential to enter the third heavy sword. This is too demonic, right? No, how could a demonic Dao have this kind of talent? Alright. Can you guys have some face? Is it a shame to be surpassed? Shouldn't you guys know the shame before you dare? Lu Jie spoke with an indignant face, but in his heart, he was about to die of envy at this moment. As a member of the Lu family of the 10,000 sword sect, he could be said to have grown up under Lu Qingyun's figure since he was a child. But likewise, he, who had good talent, was also given high expectations. But as time shifted and passed, gradually, Lu Qingyun became the son of the heavenly pride that was in the limelight, and he, in turn, became the follower behind the son of the heavenly pride. Lu Jia looked towards Zhang Wuxin, then towards Lu Qingyun, and finally, his gaze landed on Lin Yiwu. Could it be that I can't? Lin Yiwu slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be flowing water in his eyes, like water waves. And the long sword in front of him seemed to have sensed its master's call. Under the trembling, the rust on top of the sword clattered down. Lin Yiwu stroked the sword with one hand, grabbed the hilt, and raked it upwards. Clang! Not bad. I didn't expect your kid to really reach the recognition of this great river sword. Zhang Wuxin's voice came, and Lin turned his head to look. He only saw that everyone else was watching him. His gaze landed on Lu Qingyun. The other party clearly already knew his identity, and a look of approval hung in his eyes. Thank you, senior brother. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance. There were no unnecessary words, the look that had just been exchanged already said it all. Lin Yuyao looked down and surveyed the long sword. After the rust on the great river sword fell off, the entire body of the sword was already shining brightly. There seemed to be flowing water swimming on it, and with the injection of spiritual energy, the sword surfaced with light. Great river sword? But that should have been your previous name, right? Senior brother. Can I change his name? Lin Yiwu looked up at Zhang Wuxin. Of course. Zhang Wuxin nodded. Good. Then from today you will be called Mountain and Sea Sword. This name, you deserve it. Lin Yuyao flung his arm, and the Mountain and Sea Sword let out an explosive roar. Chapter 117 Sinful Fire. Lin Yuyao followed the people from the 10,000 swords sect out of the sword mound. He wasn't worried about anything happening to Bai Xiushang and the others right now. After all, there was Chu Hongsleeve leading the group. No matter what, the other party was still considered a peak Jindan cultivator. Even if they couldn't beat the other forces, they could still escape if they wanted to. Brother Lin Feng, what do you think? Are you going to follow us, or are you talking about going to those friends of yours? Lu Qingyun was walking side by side with Lin Yiwu, and he didn't call out Lin Yiwu's real name. I have to go find them, they are being hunted because of me. If I don't see them safe, I don't feel at ease. Lin Prosperity was as kind as ever, but he also had a bottom in his heart. As long as he said so, Lu Qingyun would not care. On the contrary, not only would he care, but he would also take this opportunity to go and try out his sword. Sure enough, after Lu Qingyun heard these words, killing intent was immediately revealed in his eyes. I'll join you. The words were light, but the intention was heavy. Yeah, let's join you. Anyway, the side of the righteous path has been rode away by the Xin Tian Sect's gang. We need some allies too, don't we? Lu Jie said with a serious face. When the others heard this, their hearts were immediately a bit displeased as they looked towards Zhang Wuxin, hoping that the other party could persuade these two guys. Go, it's time to let those people know how powerful they are in our 10,000 Swords sect. After so many years of holding back, they seem to have felt that our swords are not as sharp as before. Zhang Wuxin's words landed in the hearts of the crowd like a sledgehammer. Yes, they still remembered that more than 10 years ago, when they had just entered the 10,000 Swords sect, it was a time of great splendor. But now, from the leader of the righteous path in just 10 years, they had fallen from the altar. What do you guys think? Zhang Wuxin was still concerned about what the others thought. This was also the reason why the people below admired this one Jin Sect's senior brother. Even if Lu Qingyun's talent was as good as it was, he could not replace Zhang Wuxin's position. I agree. I also agree. Everyone do it, I definitely won't run. The three of them nodded at the same time, and only then did Zhang Wuxin set his gaze on Lin Yiwu. Brother Lin, lead the way, we don't know the way of the devil's path. Zhang Wuxin had a flirtatious look in his eyes, and he was treating Lin Yuya more and more favorably. Well, little brother will thank you all again, fellow Taoists. Lin Yiwu arched his hand, and then without any more nonsense, he looked in a direction and swept forward with the crowd. But this time, with two great experts sitting in the background, their speed was a lot faster than before. In less than half an hour, Lin Yiwu returned to the foot of the original mountain from New. When Lu Qingyun and the others saw the traces of the battle, they couldn't help but to draw cold air. This is at least a fourth-ranked demonic beast, right? One of the cultivators named Wu Fei spoke up. Yeah, I separated from them right here. There were three forces coming over at that time. If I didn't react in time, I guess I would have been caught in a two-sided attack. Lin Yiwu explained. But when he heard the words two-sided attack, Lu Qingyun seemed to recall what happened back in the Jade Maple Forest. These people, dogs can't change their ways. Lu Qingyun snorted coldly. Zhang Wuxin's face didn't look too good either. Let's go. Looking at the scent left behind, it was less than half a day for those people to leave. Lin Yiwu led the 10,000 Swords Sect's crowd to continue tracking the enemy, following the traces left behind by the demonic beasts deeper into the mountains. The duo of Lu Qingyun and Zhang Wuxin displayed strong tracking abilities. Just by relying on some subtle traces, they were able to accurately determine the enemy's direction of advancement and number of people. The two of them vaguely formed a comparative situation, chasing after each other, not giving way to each other. Along the way, sword chi ran through the air, startling countless flying birds. Senior brother Lu's sword intent is getting more and more powerful. Zhang Wuxin praised. Senior brother's fallacious praise, compared to senior brother's calmness and introversion, senior brother's sword intent is still too sharp. Lu Qingyun responded modestly. Lin Yuyao followed behind the duo, secretly sighing in his heart. Worthy of being the top of the 10,000 Sword Sect, this tracking ability was simply more sensitive than a bloodhound. He didn't move on the surface, but he secretly activated the delusion breaking pearl. Suddenly, Lin Yao's expression changed. The delusion breaking bead sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy not far ahead, and it seemed that someone had deliberately hidden their breath. Wait! Lin Yiwu hurriedly sounded an alarm. There's someone in front. When Lu Qingyun and Zhang Wuxin heard this, they immediately stopped their steps and looked ahead vigilantly. Brother Lin, are you sure? Zhang Wuxin asked. He didn't notice anything unusual. There's definitely an ambush ahead, and there's more than one. Lin Yiwu's tone was certain. Lu Qingyun and Zhang Wuxin glanced at each other, both seeing gravity in the other's eyes. They believed in Lin Yiwu's judgment. In that case, let's strike first. Lu Qingyun snorted coldly and sheathed the Wind Thunder sword in his hand. A powerful sword chi went straight in the direction that Lin Prosperity was pointing at. Boom! The sword chi hit its target with a loud bang. Two silhouettes flew out of their hiding places in a sorry state, wearing costumes that were none other than the disciples of the Open Mountain Sect. It really is you guys. Lin Yiwu recognized these two people at once. Kid, you're surprisingly not dead. One of them blared viciously at Lin Yiwu. You all didn't die, how could I? Oomph, you're dead this time. The other said through gritted teeth. Just with you two losers? With a wave of the Wind Thunder Sword, two sword chi instantly decimated the two. Unworthy. Lin Yuyao looked at the two corpses on the ground, although these two Open Mountain Sect disciples were not strong. But they were not so easily decapitated by Lu Qingyun. Be careful! Lin Yao Yao subconsciously shouted. In the next moment, a roar resounded steeply in front of them. Hearing this roar, Lin Prosper instantly guessed what it was. It's that White Ape King. Retreat quickly! Lin Yao Yao hurriedly shouted, and then his figure retreated violently. The others also retreated towards the back when they saw this scene. However, the White Ape King's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed out from within the woods. However, when the White Ape King's figure fell into the crowd's eyes, everyone was confused. Lin Yuyao froze as he looked at the other party, only to see that on the White Ape King's body, large swaths of wounds were flowing with blood. The extra handful of golden hair that had originally appeared on his head had also been burnt to a charcoal-like state. This is Jun Mosia's means. Sinful fire. Zhang Wuxin exclaimed in a low voice. He still had some understanding of Jun Mosia. As characters from the same period as the other party, the two had fought back then, although it ended in a draw. But the other party obviously still had some strength left, but for some reason he had hidden his clumsiness for a few minutes. Zhang Wuxin did not say anything about this. After all, at that time, he represented the entire 10,000 Sword Sect. If he said anything, it would not be good for the 10,000 Sword Sect. Unexpectedly, now, this fellow was actually able to injure a fourth-order demonic beast. For a while, Zhang Wuxin actually rose with a sense of wariness. In his opinion, if Jun Mosia could do it, then so could he. You guys stand back. Let me try this guy's methods. Lin Yiwu and the others looked at Zhang Wuxin, whose sword intent was soaring, and were somewhat unresponsive. Lu Qingyun, however, didn't have any nonsense. All step back. Make room for Senior Brother Heartless. Chapter 118 The Sword in the Long Sky. After the crowd made room for Zhang Wuxin, Lin Yiwu stood on a hilltop and watched the scene inside. Only to see Zhang Wuxin reach out and pull out the broken sword he had just obtained from the scabbard behind him. Heart Sword, transform. In the next moment, with the injection of spiritual energy, one could only see an invisible sword body actually forming where the broken sword was originally mutilated. Is this the triple heavy heart sword? It wasn't just Lin Yiwu, Lu Qingyun was also staring at the battle within. He vaguely felt that Zhang Wuxin's heart sword was not the kind that had a sword in its heart, but the kind that everything was a sword. It seems that Senior Brother's sword intent has already reached above me. Lu Qingyun muttered. In the mountains, endless sword intent flowed. The White Ape King was already in a mess at the moment, and his anger towards the humans had already reached its peak. You alien humans! This king will definitely not be able to spare you. The White Ape King roared as its body erupted with a terrifying burst of pressure. Is that so? Then let me try how strong a demonic beast of the fourth rank is. Before Zhang Wuxin's words fell, the broken sword in his hand stood across his body. Heart sword technique, sword, and long sky. The broken sword slashed horizontally, a sword chi that was more than 10 meters long slashed out from the blade, piercing the air and disturbing the void. The White Ape King was originally very angry, but now that he saw the scene, he was a bit shocked and frozen. Was this a human's Jindan realm? It wanted to run at this moment, not for any other reason, but this time it felt how each and every one of these humans were like demons. Obviously, they were only at the Jindan level realm, yet their attacks were terrifyingly strong. Damn it! It was the White Ape King that would not be able to curse, otherwise, foul language would have already exploded at this moment. Distraction is not a good habit. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Wuxin chopped out with a sword, and the subsequent blade inoculated itself. The White Ape King was already injured, and was originally thinking of finding a punching bag, but in reverse, it was as if he was the punching bag. After a few breaths, its body had already been chopped out in blood by countless sword chi. Ah! Exasperate me. A roar came out from its mouth, just when the crowd thought that the other party was going to counterattack at the point of death. The White Ape King suddenly made a false move at Zhang Wuxin, then actually in full view of everyone, ran away. Yes, a great demon of the 4th rank had actually fled from the battlefield. Everyone was confused by this scene. Brother Lu, that great demon, ran away? Lin Yuyao looked incredulously at what was happening in front of him. Yeah, ran away. Lu Qingyun sighed with a sigh, his eyes were full of admiration without jealousy. This is senior brother Heartless Sword, the Heart Sword, the Fast Sword. Everyone else was also shocked by this scene. Wu Fei said excitedly, it's too strong. With senior brother Zhang and senior brother Lu, why would the 10,000 sword sect worry about prospering? Let's go. Go down and take a look. Lu Jie said with the same excitement, then rushed towards the bottom. Lin Yiwu also followed the footsteps of the crowd and swept downwards. Coming close, Zhang Wuxin took his broken sword back into its scabbard and spoke, let's go, don't delay, those people shouldn't be far from here, otherwise, that White Ape King wouldn't have been attracted over by our commotion. Lin Yiwu sniffed and nodded, he now very urgently wanted to rendezvous with Bai Xiushang and the others. After all, just now, Zhang Wuxin had said that the injuries on this White Ape King were caused by Jun Moxia. That meant that the strength of the other party should not be too far from Zhang Wuxin. A 4th-stage demonic beast was almost scrapped by 2 people. If Bai Xiushang and the others came across it, even with Chu Hongsleeve, they were afraid that they would have to suffer endlessly. At the same time, about 200 miles away from the original mountain at the Barren Mountain, this place looked like an ancient battlefield. At the moment, Chu Hongsleeve and the others were surrounded by people. The leader was Jun Moxia as the head of the Holy Sect, and behind them, there were the Mountain Ghost, Mastiff Ghost, and Li Qiansheng of the 6 Ghost Sect. At this moment, the Mountain Ghost and Mastiff Ghosts had forced Chu Hongshu and the others into a desperate situation, and they could not wait to make their move. But at this time, Jun Moxia suddenly stopped the crowd. He took a step towards Chu Hongsleeve. Sister Chu, I am one of the Devil's Way, I won't make things difficult for you, hand over the Heavenly Spirit Fruit, I can let you all off the hook, I can even allow you to follow us and wait for the Empty Sect's secret key to appear together. At that time, if there is an inheritance that appears, it would not be impossible to share one of it with you. Listening to his words, Chu Hongsleeve, the Bai Qiushuang sisters, and the 4 Wu Dekai all revealed their vigilance. They had just truly seen the other party's methods. If one were to say that geniuses were divided into levels, then the Jun Moxia in front of them was a genius among geniuses. Obviously, he only had the strength of the Jindan realm, yet he managed to injure a 4th-ranked demonic beast and even forced the other party to leave. Why should we believe you? Chu Hongso said coldly. Trust me? Oh, do you guys still have a choice? Or, if it wasn't for the fact that you guys are still somewhat useful, do you think I would have kept you guys until now? Jun Moxia laughed coldly as a flame surged up in his palm. It was none other than the sinful flame that had seriously injured the White Ape King earlier. Seeing this scene, a look of fear appeared on the faces of the 4. It was this thing that had just forced the White Ape King away. One could imagine what kind of scene it would be if this thing landed on them then. Holy Sun Lord, truth be told, we also want to give but... Wu Dekai's eyelids were alive, and he hurriedly stood out. But what but? Just say what? Jun Moxia directly interrupted Fatty Wu's words, impatience in his eyes. That thing is not on us. Wu Dekai pretended to be in tears, looking truly aggrieved. He was actually just stalling for time by doing so. Instead, the thing was not in his hands. Jun Moxia would definitely not kill them, but if he made the other party unhappy, the torture would still have to be suffered, he feared. So sex he is also not in hiding, is not still greatly admitted down. Something is ours, but not on the body. When the time comes, let Lin Yiwu come over and give you his. In that case, the things are in the hands of that kid called Lin Feng? Jun Moxia withdrew the flames in his palm and stroked his chin, then looked at Chu Hongsleeve's several people. Really? If you don't believe me, you can check our storage rings. Seeing the other party looking over, Chu Hongsleeve made a gesture to remove her storage ring. Jun Moxia waved his hand. Alright, there is no need to check. Anyway, that kid will definitely come back to look for you guys. If you guys lie to me, don't blame me for being unforgiving when the time comes. The moment these words came out, the Mountain Ghost and Li Qiansheng in the back were instantly displeased. What's the matter? This is going to let them off the hook? Mountain Ghost was fine, but Li Qiansheng was panicked. If the Acacia Sect's people were to be spared, when the time came, Chu Hongsheng would definitely have to skin him. Chapter 119 10,000 Sword Sect and Acacia Sect Alliance. Lord Saint's son, don't listen to their nonsense. Li Qiansheng directly jumped out. Now if he didn't come out and do something, he really would have no way to live. Bull? Could it be that you can get me the heavenly spirit over? Jun Mosia sneered and sized up the other party. From the bottom of his heart he had never opened his eyes to this fellow. Selling out his companions was even enough, and now even the people of the same clan were to be put to death. Even demonic beasts couldn't do this kind of thing. Li Chen-shang didn't know what to do for a moment. It was hard to let him go and fight with that white ape king all by himself. What was the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Scram! Jun Mosia gave him a cold look before turning his gaze back to Chu Hongshang and the others. I'll give you all 1 day, if he doesn't come after 1 day, don't blame me. But just as he finished saying this, suddenly several air-breaking sounds came from behind him. The crowd looked in the direction the sounds came from. They only saw 7 figures coming from the distance, being individuals carrying a sword behind them. People from the 10,000 Swords Sect, how did they come here? Jun Mosia looked at the incoming people suspiciously, but when the incoming arrived closer, his gaze suddenly confronted him. It's you! Lin Yiwu stepped out from behind Lu Qingyun. Lord Saint's son, truly still in style. As he spoke, his hand behind his back gestured at Chu Hongsleeve to come over. Seeing this, Chu Hongsleeve and the others glanced at the mountain ghost and the others in front of them. Go! The heavenly fragrance guide operated, and a pink mist spread out from within her body. Before Mountain Ghost and the others had time to react, Chu Hongsleeve and the others immediately rushed out from the side. Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun behind Lin Yiwu also moved at this time. Jun Mosia, it's been a long time since the two of us have fought. Today is just the right day to try. Zhang Wuxin stopped Jun Mosia, who was preparing to intercept Chu Hongsleeve. Jun Mosia's face was green with rage. He had not expected that Lin Yuya would actually be able to pull this group of people from the 10,000 Swords Sect over. What's more, he had not expected that the people from the 10,000 Swords Sect could help the Devil's Way originated Harmony Sect. Zhang Wuxin, didn't you guys never cooperate with people from the Devil Dao? How come you are now involved with the Acacia Sect, or is it that you also want to taste the flavor of the disciples of the Acacia Sect? Jun Mosia said with a sneer. Provocation is useless to me. If you can cooperate with the Xian Tian Sect, then can't we cooperate with the Acacia Sect? Moreover, is there still a division between the righteous and devilish paths now? Zhang Wuxin said expressionlessly, while at the same time, his palm had reached behind his back and slowly drew out the broken sword. Lu Qingyun and the others also drew out their spirit swords. As the two sides confronted each other, Chu Hongso and Bai Xiushang and the others had already come to Lin Yiwang's side. They didn't ask Lin Yiwu what was going on first. Right now, it was imperative to take care of the matter at hand first. Otherwise, when they went out, they were afraid that the entire Acacia Sect would be ostracized by the Devil Dao. Want to fight? Do it if you want to fight, don't be a grunt. Lu Jia, the king of mouth cannons, directly opened his mouth. Junyu, if you didn't run fast last time, I would definitely beat you like a dog. Junyu had been standing behind Jun Mosia like a transparent person, and now that he was named, his face suddenly looked a little unsightly. You seek death. Ha ha ha, I seek death? Have the guts to come over here. Lu Jia laughed and hooked his finger at Junyu. You have the guts to come over. Junyu was equally unwilling to show weakness. The two of them had a word for each other, but they just didn't go over. Shut up. Shut up. Jun Mosia and Zhang Wuxin spoke at the same time. These two were too noisy, and the originally tense atmosphere was directly stirred up by the two. But it was good. Now in wanting to fight, they were afraid that it would be difficult. Brother Lin, these are your friends? Wu Dekai said in shock, his eyes turning from Lu Jia to Lin Yiwu. Lin Yiwu covered his face, with a look of unwillingness to look on. It was mainly too damn humiliating. Everyone else was not even close to Lin Yiwu. Who would have thought that two Jindan realm cultivators would be cursing in front of so many people? Go! Jun Mosia knew very well that even if they fought now, they would not be able to gain any benefits. On their side, counting himself, there were 5 peak Jindan cultivators, while the 10,000 Swords Sect plus the Acacia Sect's Chu Hongso were of similar strength. Even if they really wanted to fight, they would have to wait until the secret key of the empty gate came out. Losing both would only give the opportunity to other forces for nothing. The people of the sacred sect left. Lin Yaoyao looked at the back of these people and his gaze landed on a woman in a long blue dress. The Holy Sect's holy maiden, Jun Yaoyao. The other party seemed to have sensed his gaze and turned her head to look over. As their gazes met, a flash of disgust flashed across Jun Yaoyao's pretty face before she followed the others away without looking back. After the other party had completely left, Chu Hongsleeve couldn't help but size up the people of the 10,000 Swords sect. Mr. Lin, how about an introduction? Lin Yuyao was very clear about his current position as the hub of cooperation between the 10,000 Swords sect and the Acacia sect. Everything needed to be done by himself to relay information for the other party. Cough cough, gentlemen, this is the chief disciple of the Acacia sect, Chu Hongso. After saying that, he looked over to Zhang Wuxin's side. This is the chief of the 10,000 Swords sect, Zhang Wuxin. Actually, asking him to introduce him was just going through the motions. Those present, other than the Bai clan sisters, who didn't know anyone. Right now, Lin Yiwu was merely giving the other party a step up for one person. Well, don't, since we're going to cooperate, let's just say up front, each according to their own abilities in terms of resources, and when the Empty Gate's secret key appears, we'll act together, how about it? Zhang Wuxin spoke. That's natural, everything is based on our abilities. Chu Hongso couldn't wait for such a way. After all, it was the first time they had worked together, and just because she trusted Lin Yiwu, it didn't mean she trusted the people of the 10,000 Swords sect. Zhang Wuxin actually thought similarly to Chu Hongsleeve, he just didn't say it explicitly. There's nothing that needs to be added, right? If there isn't, should we hurry to find the land of opportunity? Right now those people are acting like crazy. If we wait for the Empty Gate's secret key to appear, there won't be any time left. Lin Yuyao appropriately inserted his words. The crowd didn't object, but Lin Yiwu was somewhat speechless. Gentlemen, you're not waiting for me to say where to go, are you? He was now truly regretting that he hadn't asked Empyrean Sun for a map of the secret realm before entering. However, it was good that Zhang Wuxin had it in his hands, and he took out a sheepskin scroll and handed it to Lin Yiwu. Here, take a look. Anyway, now that we've pretty much taken our chances, the rest are out in the open. Whoever snatches it is the one who gets it. Lin Yuyao took it, and after opening it, there were many locations marked on the sheepskin map. Fire Dragon Valley, Ice Plains, 10,000 Beasts Forest. As senior brother, what's this in the middle? Lin Yuyao saw a location marked in the middle of the Fire Dragon Valley and the Ice Plains that didn't have a name, but had a large X mark scratched on it. Chapter 120, Extreme Yan Land and Extreme Yin Land. Here? Zhang Wuxin looked at the place where Lin Yuyao's finger had pointed down and his brows furrowed. I'm not sure, this is what the clan elders gave me. As for the place above, I haven't been there either. Lin Yuyao secretly pondered. For some reason, he always felt that there was something he needed here. Yin Yang Amphibious Fruit. Just by listening to the name, he knew that the conditions for this kind of thing to grow would definitely be extremely harsh. And the location marked on the map was exactly where the Extreme Yang Land and Extreme Yin Land met in the Empty Gate mysterious realm. Let's go here and take a look. Lin Yiqiu looked up to the crowd. Even though people were letting themselves look, the final decision was still in the hands of Zhang Wuxin and Chu Hongsleeve. What Mr. Lin said is what I want to say. Chu Hongsleeve had a flirtatious face, raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Yiha. That look made Lu Jia and the others' eyes glaze over. Lin Yuyao secretly said, really demonic. People calling her the Demon Road Demoness really wasn't wrong. If this was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would have already fallen on their knees under their pomegranate skirts. Just follow what you said. Zhang Wuxin also nodded, and he who practiced the heart sword was not charmed by Chu Hongso. Instead, his tone of voice was heavy with the magical power of calming one's heart. It made Lu Jia and the others break free from the charm. I go. This woman is also too demonic. Lu Jia looked as if he had just come back to his senses, and the people looking at him couldn't wait to beat this guy up. You're the one who saw it for real, and you're still pretending to be a victim. Alright, don't be poor. Zhang Wuxin skimmed him, then took the sheepskin map that Lin Yuyao handed back. Seeing a direction prepared, Zhang Wuxin took the lead and swept out. The others were not talking nonsense and rushed out following his footsteps. Counting the time, it was already the 5th day since the opening of the Empty Gate mysterious realm. Lin Yiwu and the others had encountered significantly more demonic beasts along the way, and even some second and third order demonic beasts had rushed out of the depths of the secret realm to the periphery. However, with the increased combat power in the team, even those facing some top third order demonic beasts could be easily resolved. Before coming to the intersection of the Fire Dragon Valley and the Ice Plains, Lin Yiwu and the others had reached 4 third-ranked demonic beasts just by hunting them. Second-ranked demonic beasts and also first-ranked demonic beasts were a different story. Almost every time they traveled a distance, they would come across them. However, as the fury chi on their bodies became heavier and heavier, those lower-ranked demonic beasts made way early after sensing the aura on their bodies. We're almost there, all pay attention. Zhang Wuxin looked at the ice field that had appeared in front of him and gave a loud reminder. So soon? Lin Yuan was surprised, then followed Zhang Wuxin as he looked at the ice field in front of him. They had picked a good direction when they arrived, so now they only needed to enter the ice plain from the side, and it was estimated that they would arrive at the intersection with the Fire Dragon Valley in another hour. This is still fast? If it wasn't for those demonic beasts, we would have arrived by now. Lu Jia muttered. Lu Qingyun didn't say anything the whole way, but Lin Yuanyun could tell that this guy had a heavy killing heart. Especially the third stage Earth Dragon Lizard that he came across before coming here was completely abused to death by this guy. Lin Yuanyun was still a bit sorry for Lu Qingyun's change. Brother Lu, are you alright? He still didn't hold back and asked. HM? What's wrong, why do you say that? It feels like you're a bit different from before. Lin Yiwu didn't hide it and directly stated what was in his heart. People change, don't they? Lu Qingyun had a smile on his face that was unfamiliar to him. Lin Prosperity silently sighed in his heart. Yes, people change, not just Lu Qingyun, he himself was changing as well. Alright, relax, we're about to enter the ice plains. As a place of opportunity, there will definitely be guardian demonic beasts in there, and the odds are that they're still of the 4th rank, so you'll have to be careful when the time comes. After Lu Qingyun finished speaking, he quickly followed up with the group ahead. Lin Yuanyun froze for a moment, shook his head, and also followed. When they entered the ice plain, a piercing coldness couldn't stop penetrating into their bones. As a place of opportunity in the secret realm, completely ignoring the cultivation realms of the people present, the endless cold wind was like a bone-scraping knife. Except for Zhang Wuxin, Lu Qingyun and Chu Hongsleeve, everyone else was freezing and shivering. Of course, Lin Yuyo was an exception. He directly turned on the extreme yang power to the maximum. The two of them, Wu Dekai and Bai Qiudong, who had experience in the Yin Dragon Cave, came to Lin Yuyao's side at the first opportunity. Bai Qiushan was naturally pulled over by Bai Qiudong as well. Feeling the change in temperature around her body, she couldn't help but look curiously at Lin Yuyao. What's going on here? Bai Qiudong giggled. Sister, have you forgotten that brother-in-law is a blazing sun physique? Hearing this, Bai Qiushan nodded. I see. On top of the ice plain, a snow wolf demon flashed across the white snow in front of them, but it seemed to be afraid of the smell of blood on their bodies and didn't attack. Instead, they avoided them. Lin Yiwu couldn't help but sigh, still really a master of bullying the soft and fearing the hard. But he soon regretted this statement. Just half an hour after they entered the ice field, originally, with their speed, they estimated that they would be able to reach that intersection with the Fire Dragon Valley in another 10 minutes. But now, the appearance of a snow wolf in front of them made them stop where they were. It seems like those snow wolves from before were just spying on our whereabouts. Where did Lin Yiwu not understand that the snow wolves that had just appeared were at best a vanguard? The ones that appeared now were the real main force. Above the snowy region of the ice plains, hundreds of snow wolves ran wildly above it, rushing towards where they were. 2nd rank, 3rd rank. No, there should at least be a 4th rank snow wolf king. Chu Hongsleeve sized up the snow wolves in front of her, her pretty brows slightly furrowed. Lin Yiwu asked, are you saying that all these snow wolves are commanded by the Snow Wolf King? Chu Hongsleeve, right. Otherwise they definitely wouldn't be so disciplined in their attacks, and with the scent of the blood of those 3rd-rank demonic beasts staining our bodies, those lower-rank demonic beasts wouldn't dare to come close at all. Suddenly, Zhang Wuxin, who was in the group, looked towards a snow mound above the ice field. It's there. The crowd looked, only to see a snow wolf of roughly a dozen feet standing on the hill, looking coldly at their side. That snow-white fur blended in with the entire ice plain. Needless to say, this must be the overlord above the ice plain, the Snow Wolf King. It seems like he should have been eyeing us for a long time and was just waiting for us to enter the depths of the ice plain before ordering an attack. Lu Qingyun reacted, looking at the Snow Wolf King with a strong battle intent in his eyes. I say, shouldn't we run first? With so many 2nd and 3rd rank snow wolves, even if that Snow Wolf King doesn't make a move, we won't be able to withstand it, right? Wu Dekai reminded. What time is it now? These people are actually still in the mood to chatter, it's really not the time of day. Don't worry, nothing will happen. That Snow Wolf King shouldn't want to make a move against us, otherwise, at this moment, he would have appeared among the snow wolves to rush over together. Zhang Wuxin waved his hand, then signaled the crowd to follow. Follow me, Go from this side, their purpose is only to evict. Of course, if we go slower or harm those snow wolves, it's not guaranteed that the Snow Wolf King will charge up. Hearing this, Wu Dekai at the end of the group hurriedly followed. Chapter 121, Sinking the Lake Alone. Outside the Fire Dragon Valley, at the edge of the ice field. The intersection of two extremes formed a huge lake. Above the surface of the lake, hot and cold dense water mist filled the air, just like a fairyland. The lake water on the side near the Fire Dragon Valley was bubbling and boiling like magma, while the lake water on the side close to the ice plain condensed into ice blue solid ice. Ice and fire, what a strange sight. Lin Yuyao couldn't help but marvel. The delusion-breaking bead in his body trembled slightly, seemingly reminding him of the existence of a foreign treasure in the lake. Just as the crowd was about to explore their surroundings, the surface of the lake suddenly exploded. A pillar of water shot up into the sky. A fiery red beast, wrapped in scorching steam, leapt out of the water column, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards the crowd. This beast was shaped like a giant lizard, covered in crimson scales. It had a row of sharp ice spikes growing from its back, giving people an unrivaled sense of oppression just by seeing it. Watch out! Lin Yuyao shouted, subconsciously operating the human Sect escape technique, instantly appearing 3 feet away, managing to dodge the attack of the Fey Beast. The Fey Beast let out a deafening roar as its blow fell short. Its enormous tail lashed out and swept across the room. Bai Xiushan had been standing by his side, and when she saw the demonic beast attacking again, she immediately shouted out delicately. Sinful beast, looking for death. A blue longsword transformed into streams of light and met that huge tail. Boom! With a loud bang, the longsword collided with the tail. Powerful shockwaves swept around, shaking the surrounding lake surface into ripples. Bai Dongxue was also not willing to show weakness. Taking out the loot from within her storage ring, between her fingers playing, a sound wave spread out, transforming into countless ice cones that shot towards the beast. The beast's skin was thick, and the ice cones hit its scales. It only issued a clanking sound, and did not cause substantial damage. Roar, roar, roar. The beast roared angrily, and a blazing flame erupted from its mouth. It melted the incoming ice cones and continued to attack towards the crowd. Just as the crowd was about to surround them, the delusion-breaking pearl inside Liniwu exploded. A force surged from his body towards the lake, forming an invisible barrier that shook the beast back. When the crowd saw this, they were all stunned. Lu Jie was puzzled. What's going on? Zhang Wuxing shook his head. I don't know, I'll pay attention. If anything changes later, immediately go up and save them. Lu Qingyun didn't say anything, but had already drawn out the Wind Thunder sword behind his back. As for Chu Hongsleeve and the others, they had already been on standby, ready to fight at any time. The lake surface once again churned. This time, a curtain of water rushed up steeply from the lake surface to wrap Liniwu. Quick! Save him! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qingyun rushed straight towards Liniwu's side. But that foreign beast couldn't attack Liniwu, and when it saw Lu Qingyun rushing, it immediately shifted its target. Roar! How dare a tiny third stage go wild? Sword intent surged from Lu Qingyun's body as the Wind Thunder sword in his hand swung and chopped. Wind Thunder break! The sword she wrapped in the wind and thunder intent cut through the surface of the lake and landed directly on the body of the foreign beast. Bang! The body of the foreign beast was directly split and flew out, its huge body smashing into the water. The lake water erupted like waves. Wow! So strong! Wu Dekai looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with envy. Bai Qiudong couldn't help but retort, so what? Isn't Mr. Lin strong? Brother Lin is powerful, but compared to this one, he's still that much worse. If he's in the same realm, perhaps Brother Lin's strength shouldn't be anywhere close to the other party. Wu Dekai shook his head, he was telling the truth. But as a loyal fan of Liniwu, Bai Qiudong didn't care about that much. It didn't matter to her if someone else was stronger, it was Liniwu who saved her when she was in the most danger. Humph. I don't care. Alright, Qiudong, pay attention, we're going on later. Bai Qiushan didn't even turn her head, staring at the lake in front of her. At this moment, Ling Yuya was close to arriving at the center of the lake. But when he had just stepped out of that area, the entire surface of the lake began to vibrate. That foreign beast that had originally been knocked away by Lu Qingyun actually flashed a humanized fear in its eyes. Liniwu had been watching the battle over here, and at this moment, he happened to catch the fear that flashed through the other party's eyes. Not good. Just as he sensed that something was wrong, Lin Yuyao felt a burst of suction coming from below. At the same time, Zhang Wuxin and the others had already noticed that a vortex had suddenly formed on the surface of the lake directly below Liniwu. Quick! Save the people first! Several silhouettes rushed out of the crowd steeply. Lu Qingyun, Zhu Hongso, the Bai family sisters, Wu Dekai, and Lu Jie were all top-tier Jindan cultivators. But what made people helpless was that they were still a step too late. When they arrived above the lake, Liniwu had already been sucked down. No, I have to go down and save him. Bai Qiudong was about to jump down without even thinking. Bai Qiushan was quick on her feet and pulled her arm in a hurry. You shouldn't be adding to the chaos. Don't even argue. Impatience flashed across Chu Hongso's brows as she put away her long whip and looked to Zhang Wuxin on the side. Your Excellency, what do we do now? When these words came out, everyone looked at him. Zhang Wuxin looked around and then directed his gaze to the bottom of the lake. There were hidden silhouettes flashing inside, but he didn't dare to rush down easily. After all, just now Lin Prosperity didn't even manage to resist. Wait. After a long time, Zhang Wuxin spat out a word. Can't wait. Brother Lin will definitely be in danger if this goes on. Wu Dekai was instantly displeased. Then what do you say? You even picked on it. You have the guts to go down. Lu Jie directly disliked him. Everyone present was anxious. Fatty Wu spoke as if Zhang Wuxin didn't want to care. Wu Dekai's face was suffocating red and he didn't know what to say. Zhang Wuxin listened to their bickering and had no choice. Don't just stand there, I'll go and look for it. See if we can enter the bottom of the lake from other places. This place definitely won't work. If we go down from here, we all might not be able to get up. At the same time, Liniwu was sucked into the bottom of the lake, immediately felt an illusion of his body being torn apart. After a long time, his adapted and looked around. It was pitch black, but it was hard to defeat him. Yin Yang eyes. Open. After the Yin Yang eyes were opened, the scene around him suddenly became much clearer. This. Lin Yuyao looked around in shock. The bottom of the lake on the left had magma flowing while the right side was covered in frost. It was revealed a little more distinctly than the surface of the lake, and it wasn't just these that he marveled at. Rather, there was a lotus platform in the center, with an ice and fire lotus flower swaying on it. Inside the lotus flower, there was a hidden light flowing. Could this be the Yin Yang amphibious fruit? Lin Yuyao stepped towards the lotus platform. Possessing the sword intent of water, he could move freely even underwater. Chapter 122, You already have a way to take your death. At the bottom of the lake, a lantern-like eye slowly opened in the darkness. In the next moment, a black shadow more than 10 meters long swam in the water and quickly rushed towards Lin Yuyao's location. And at this moment, Lin Yuyao had already arrived on the lotus platform. As he expected, inside the ice and fire lotus, there was a crystal-clear fruit. On the fruit, there was a hidden black and white flow, just like the Yin and Yang circle. It's really the same as what that old guy said, the Yin and Yang amphibious fruit has arrived. It's not a wasted trip. What Lin Yiwang wanted the most when he entered the secret realm was this thing, and now that the treasure was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? He stretched out his arm and just touched the fruit. Suddenly a wave of water came. With his current perception he had already detected that something was approaching, and it was very large in size. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to cause such a large wave of water. It's hard not to. Lin Yuyao didn't dare to think too much. He directly plucked the amphibious fruit and took out the box that Empty Void Z had prepared for him from the empty spirit ring, while placing the fruit into it. Go! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yiwu quickly swam towards the water. Although he didn't say it, in his heart, he had just pondered somehow these people didn't come down to save themselves. But on second thought, when he came down, he was forcefully sucked down. Even if Zhang Wuxin and the others came down to save him, they would have to weigh it up. Now it seemed that it was fortunate that no one had come down, or else it was estimated that just after reaching the bottom of the lake, they would have attracted the attention of the monster that Empty Void Z had mentioned. Buzz! A huge wave of water suddenly came from the side. Lin Yuyao hastily retreated a distance, and in the next moment, that water wave swung past him just like sword chi. And he himself was followed by the water wave and was stirred out more than 10 meters away. Damn! There can't really be a giant python that's about to turn into a scaly dragon, right? Before entering, Empty Void Z had reminded him that there were two places where the Yin-Yang dual amphibian fruit was found. The first one was obtained by entering the inheritance through the Empty Sect's secret key, and the second one was this place he was in right now. When the other party had obtained it through the secret key, and where he was now, there would have been a powerful demonic beast guarding it, and from just a few words from Empty Void Z, Lin Yuyo surmised that there should be a huge water demonic beast here, maybe even a python that was on the verge of transforming into a jiao, or possibly a top tier 4 demon that had already finished transforming into a jiao. Anyway, these two, no matter which one it was, were not something that the current him could deal with. Why does it feel like after the breakthrough, it's become even more difficult instead? Lin Yuyo sighed in his heart, but his body's speed was fast to the extreme. Like a water arrow shooting towards the water. He was fast, but the other party was even faster. Right at the moment Lin Yao rushed out of the water, a huge tail flung over from his side. Originally thinking that he was going to escape, Lin Yiwu's heart had just lowered his guard, but he didn't expect the other party to attack at this time. He immediately exerted all his strength to fend off that tail. Bang! Lin Yiwu was hit by this tail and immediately felt his brain go chaotic. Flying up, completely taking off. Good news, directly drawn out of the water. Bad news, Lin Yiwang felt like he was really going to die. He seemed to have seen his long-dead master, the one from the delusion-breaking Taoist temple, beckoning to him at the moment. Easy. Brother Lin. Shitty. These were the voices he heard before he passed out. But what followed was a huge jolt. Lin Yiwu was unconscious, but he didn't know that while he was unconscious, Lu Qingyun, Zhang Wuxin, Bai Qiushan, Bai Qiudong, these people were like crazy. That head of a 12 feet long figure had revealed its true form. A giant python with a unicorn horn faintly appearing on top of its head was just one step away from transforming into a dragon. But it was this step that had to be experienced for hundreds or even thousands of years. In fact, there was originally a shortcut that the other party could take, and that was to take the yin-yang amphibious fruit while crossing the heavenly tribulation. You have to know that demonic beasts generally when entering the 4th stage are actually the same as the human race, both need to cross the tribulation. It was just that the human race was originally born due to the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly tribulation wasn't as terrifying. But demonic beasts are different, their apocalypse can be said to be 9 deaths, and even some demonic beasts do not want to break through the 4th stage in their lives, so they stay at the 3rd stage to live. But now, the chance had been snatched away by Lin Yiwu. Now that so many people were surrounding themselves like madmen, who wouldn't be angry in their hearts? Roar, roar, roar. The one-horned python hissed angrily, the twisting of its body causing the entire lake to quake and huge splashes of water to float in the air. Stinking long worm. Injuring my senior brother. You already have a path to death. Lu Qingyun was truly furious. At that time, he didn't have the strength, he didn't have the ability, and he watched as Lin Yiwu was surrounded by dozens of people. But now it was good that he had the strength, and on the contrary, this long worm actually almost killed Lin Yiwu in front of him. Kill. Bai Qiushang and Bai Qiudong didn't even talk nonsense, one holding a longsword and the other casting a sound wave, attacking frantically. Zhang Wuxin's broken sword had been sheathed the moment Lin Yuyo was bounced off the ground. Heartsword crosscut, everything is empty. This was a move he had only realized when he broke through the 3 heavy heartsword. Even when dealing with the White Ape King, he hadn't used it, but now that he was facing a top-tier 3rd-ranked demon that was less than 4th-ranked, he used it. Of course, if Lin Yiwu saw this scene, he would definitely be pleased to say, "Everyone, if you guys keep fighting, I'll really die." But it was good that Wu Dekai was there. Upon seeing Lin Yao fly out of the water, he immediately came to his side. Seeing that there was less air in and more air out, he hurriedly gave him pills. What kind of spirit tonic pills? Golden spirit pills. Anyway, as long as he had them, he poured all of them in with a brain. If this were another person, he would have been propped up by the fat man even if he didn't die. But the fat man had seen how Lin Yuyo swallowed pills and didn't panic at all. Instead he felt that it was still a bit less. Lu Jie. Quickly give me all your pills. Lu Jie rose, then took out all of his as well as the pills of the other disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect and handed them to Fatty Wu. Here. It's all here. Fatty Wu took the elixir and held Lin Yiwu's head with one hand as his mouth bit open the bottle. It was directly poured into Lin Yiwu's mouth. Hey! Fatty, what are you doing? You're not going to prop Brother Lin up like this. Lu Jie was just about to block when he saw Fatty Wu speak with a serious expression. Don't worry. This is how Brother Lin ate before. Do you have any more there? If you do, bring them all over to him. Said, Fatty Wu opened another bottle, a brain to Lin to the free inn. Seemingly afraid that he wouldn't be able to swallow it, he filled his mouth with another mouthful of spiritual liquid. Done. Wu Dekai looked at the pile of bottles and cans around him and was quite satisfied. And at this moment on the lake surface, that unicorn python had long been covered in blood and covered in scars. The unicorn horn had fallen off, and the scales had been whipped by Xiushang and Chu Hongsleeve's whips to less than 1/10. Zhang Wuxin had even directly chopped off the other party's proud tail. Roar, roar, roar. The unicorn python seemed to have tears in its eyes. I had seen those who bullied demonic beasts, but I had never seen those who did this. Chapter 123, Does this thing smell so good? Lin Yuyao felt like he was in an oven at the moment. The elixir that Wu Dekai had just frantically poured in. As if it had found a suitable carrier, as the delusion-breaking bead rotated it began to wildly reverberate within his body. The majestic medicinal power mixed with the purifying power of the delusion-breaking bead completely repaired Lin Yuyao's dantian. What's wrong with him? Bai Xiushang saw from the air that the entire lake was blocked by aura. Lin Yiwu's body was suspended in mid-air, and a huge vortex of aura curled up around him, converging into a pillar of light. Sensing the abnormal fluctuations of the aura vortex, Bai Xiushang immediately folded back and leapt high into the air. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Yuyao, and at this moment, his body was actually surrounded by golden runes. It wasn't just her, Chu Hongsleeve and the others were likewise looking at Lin Yuyao's side. Those runes were writhing like they were alive, changing into different divine patterns. The shadow of the delusion-breaking pearl loomed in the center of his brow. Like an eternal signal. What's going on here? Lu Jia had forgotten about the idea of blocking Wu Dekai, and gazed at Lin Yuyao with anxiety in his heart. By the looks of it, he's making a breakthrough. Chu Hongsleeve landed beside Bai Xiushang, barely able to believe the sight before her. The crowd had stopped attacking, and the lake surface suddenly surged with an invisible aura that rolled up 1,000 layers of waves and splashed. At this moment, Lin Yiwu had vaguely opened his eyes. A golden light flickered from his eyes, accompanied by a constant expansion and compression of power within his body. Jin Dan second weight. Jin Dan triple. Peak Jin Dan triple heavy. 2 small realms in a row. How many pills did this fatty stuff me with? Lin Yuyao secretly muttered in his heart just now. Although he couldn't open his eyes, his consciousness was still there. Being able to clearly feel the changes around him, it was naturally clear that it was Fatty Wu who was constantly stuffing pills into his mouth. Peak Jin Dan threefold? Thanks to not paying down that yin yang amphibious fruit just now, or else he would have been able to break through to the 5th level at least. If he really broke through to the 5th level, it was estimated that everyone present could be scared half to death. Who was a good person who could break through 5 realms in a row? It was also because Lin Yuyao possessed the delusion-breaking pearl, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to do so. If another cultivator came over, he would probably have destroyed his foundation and would be stuck in this realm for the rest of his life. As the aura around his body gradually turned calm, the crowd came to Lin Yiwu. Bai Xiushang said, "How do you feel? There shouldn't be any major problems, right?" Lin Yuyao scratched his head. He wasn't going to expose the matter of the delusion-breaking bead. Your foundation. Zhang Wuxin asked directly to the point. This was also something that everyone wanted to ask. It's fine, don't worry, my physique is special, and I've taken quite a few spirit medicines before. It's a matter of water and water. Seeing the concern of the crowd, Lin Yiwu's heart warmed up. There was a time when he was surrounded by malice. But now, with this group of people, there was a certain level of confidence when facing Li Qinshang, even the 3rd elder, and that demon sect elder. How long has passed now? It's already the 7th day. You've been unconscious before, and now the demonic beasts have begun to riot. It's only for fear that you won't be able to withstand the bumps that we've stayed here. Lu Jia just now hadn't been able to interject. Now he quickly opened his mouth and said. Lin Yuyao was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that he had actually been unconscious for 2 days this time. Looking at the looks of the people around him again, there was absolutely no expression of concern. Thank you all. This was really a thank you. 2 days of delay in the secret realm. How many less spiritual herbs and medicines must be found? Even if the luck was good, it was not impossible to find a place of opportunity. Now it's good, the whole team, because he was delayed for 2 days. Hey, thank what? By the way, that head of the python's inner Dan, do you want? That guy almost did not kill you. Now just right, you use his inner Dan can also recover a little. How the words were said, but Lu Qingyun had already taken out the Jiao python inner elixir and the corpse from his storage ring. Bang! The dozen-meter-long corpse landed on the ground and instantly splashed a snowflake. I don't know, gentlemen, are you interested in tasting someone Lin's handiwork? Lin Yiwu looked at such a large corpse. If it was possible, it was perfectly enough to make a large pot of snake soup. Of course. I'll be responsible for making the fire. Wu Dekai immediately jumped out. The tiger bone soup from the last time almost made him break through a realm. This time the python was obviously a lot stronger than that tiger demon. What's so good about this? Is it hard for you to eat it? Lu Jia had a disgusted look on his face. Bai Qiudong couldn't help but dislike it back. What do you mean? If you don't eat it, you can stay over again. Qiudong. Bai Qiushan pulled her sister. No matter what, they were now allies, counting the Heping sect as a companion to the 10,000 Sword sect. Although the words are not nice to hear, but the strength is there, it's not possible to not recognize it. But what is Lu Jia? Is that the lord who is willing to be scolded? This fairy you don't have to care, say to make trouble. I Lu Jia never put things in my heart. Little girl, I really told you. Today I Lu Jia is jumping from the lake and playing hold my breath in the water. I will definitely not eat a bite of your dong system. Does this stuff smell so good? Lu Jia looked at the big black pot in front of Lin Yiwu. The pot was really big, but despite that, it only placed 1/10 of the snake meat. As Lin Yuyao placed that strain of low-grade spirit medicine into the black pot, the aroma of the piping hot snake meat spread out towards the entire lake. Finally, Lin Yiwu took out the secret seasoning given by Empty Void Z from the small cloth bag. I'll go. This snake soup looks even better than that tiger bone soup. Wu Dekai was in charge of building the fire, so he was also the closest, and a fragrance that went straight to his head instantly filled his nostrils. Alright. Start eating. Lin Yuyao took out the bowls and chopsticks from the empty spirit ring, and then presented them to the crowd one by one. In one meal, Lu Jia, who had just screamed that he would not eat even if he died, directly dried down most of the pot. Fatty Wu looked at him with a grudging face, only this time he had deliberately let Lin Yiha make a little more. But now, it all fell into this guy's stomach. It smells so good. Lu Jia touched his stomach with a satisfied look. Didn't someone say they wouldn't eat? Bai Qiudong wouldn't let go of the opportunity to ridicule him. Can't I take back what I just said? Lu Jia scratched his head. That's how he was, taking what he could afford. Bai Qiudong, who had originally planned to properly break things off with Lu Jia, was still a little unsure of what to do by this. Well Qiudong, they are all allies, it's better to think about which place to go to later. Lin Yuyao came to her side and patted her shoulder. Bai Qiudong stomped her foot angrily, but didn't say anything more. She understood that Lin Yuyao was giving her a step up. Since you're so good at talking, what else can I say? Chapter 124 Wanshou Mountain. Zhang Wuxi looked at a location on the sheepskin map called Wanshou Mountain. I heard from one of the elders that the last time the Empty Gate Mystic Realm opened, the first Empty Gate Mystic key appeared here. Why don't we just go here? It's fine, anyway, it's a waste of time for us to wait here now. It's better to walk around the secret realm more, maybe we'll even come across some treasures. Lin Yiwu nodded his head. He was curious about the Empty Gate secret realm. It was that it required the Jindan realm to enter it, otherwise if he came in when he was at the foundation establishment stage, he would probably improve even more. Let's go then, but I reckon that there should be someone there by now. Lu Qingyun looked around and then distinguished the direction of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. This way. Saying that, he directly swept out. Seeing this, the crowd followed. 10,000 Longevity Mountain. Green pines stood in the forest, as if it really confirmed the name. Each tree was as thick as if it had grown for 10,000 years. Even some of the ancient trees leaning against the mountainside were even more so, having broken through into the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, a figure that emitted a dragon-like aura stood. These people were all top geniuses from the major forces. Absolute Hate, Wukong, Ling Xian, Qi Heng. Each of them was at the peak Jindan level. And now, they were all waiting for the first Empty Gate secret key to descend. Absolute Hate, have you seen the people from the Acacia sect? At the forefront of the Devil's Way forces, Jun Moxia had his hands behind his back, a high and cool demeanor. Absolute Hatred sniffed and exchanged a glance with the Wukong beside him, then shook his head. No, we, like the mountain ghosts, haven't seen them since we came out of the Yin Dragon Cave. Jia Hate and the others did not know what had happened at the foot of the original mountain right now. Jun Moxia was not speaking. However, Li Chensheng in the crowd was very nonchalant at the moment. While others did not know, he could be very clear very quickly that the Harmonious Sect was now allied with the 10,000 Sword Sect. It could be said that it was the first time in decades that the forces of righteousness and devilry had allied. But what is the strength of the 10,000 Sword Sect, the leader of the righteous path 10 years ago? The strength naturally needs no introduction. Now that he had offended Chu Honsleeve to death, if this came over, wouldn't it crush him to death? No, I must think of a way to do this. Li Chen-sheng's eyes flashed with viciousness. He was able to enter the Harmony Sect from a mortal, and then in from a furnace tripod to become the first male disciple of the Harmony Sect. His talent and strength was naturally not to be spoken of, but his heart was also not lacking. Sweeping his eyes over the surrounding forces, the one who had a grudge against the Harmony Sect now was the Six Ghosts Sect. There! Li Chen-sheng's eyes flashed, then he sneaked over to Mountain Ghost's side. Fellow Daoist Mountain Ghost, there is something I want to talk to you about. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Mountain Ghost turned his head doubtfully. To put it bluntly, he also looked down on this fellow a little. Betraying the people in his division was not even a problem, he even brought people to try to kill those people. If there's something you want to say, if there's nothing else, don't bull me here. Li Chen-sheng saw the contempt in the other party's eyes. In his heart, he cursed how shameless he was. He also had knowledge about the Six Ghost Sect's cultivation method, and he himself would not let it go. Now there was actually a face to despise him? However, now that he had a request, he could only accompany a smiling face. Hee, fellow Mountain Ghost fellow, I have a way to not only help you out, but also get the heavenly spirit fruit. Li Chen-sheng had the look of I'm doing this all for your own good. How could Mountain Ghost not know that this guy's intention was to use himself to fight against the Acacia Sect, and then the other party would be able to logically survive? However, hearing that he could obtain the heavenly spirit fruit, he was still patient. Tell me. Fellow Daoist Mountain Ghost should be clear, now the Acacia Sect is allied with the 10,000 Sword Sect, but this has already violated the moral righteousness of our Devil's Way, and I guess it's similar on the side of the righteous way as well, but if I'm alone, I'm not a big person, so I still need you to help me to say something, and at that time I'll give you a guarantee that I'll definitely help you to obtain the heavenly spirit fruit, and if I don't, I'll do whatever I want to do. Li Chen-sheng directly told his plan. When the Mountain Ghost heard it, he immediately felt that there was a bit of a doorway. The other party was right. If it was just the other party's words alone, it was estimated that no one would take care of him. But he was different. As the chief of the Six Ghost Sect, he still had some friendship with other sects and forces. As long as he told the truth, when the Harmony Sect and 10,000 Swords Sect came over. When the righteous side saw the devil's side making a move, as long as the Xin Tian Sect gave the word, then the other forces would definitely make a move against the 10,000 Swords Sect as well. Good. Let's do it according to what you said. But let's say the ugly words up front. If you don't get me the heavenly spirit fruit, you should understand our Six Ghost Sect's methods. Mountain Ghost reminded a sentence, the killing intent in his words not hidden in the slightest. Li Chen-sheng hurriedly patted his chest to assure him. Don't worry. If I fail to do it, I'll give your soul streamer as a soul spirit at that time. As the conspiracy between Mountain Ghost and Li Chen-sheng was reached, the Mountain Ghost also began to plot in his mind how to spread the information to the other sects. Looking at the various people around him, with his many years of mingling experience, he quickly locked onto a few key figures. The Mountain Ghost put on a perennial smile and squeezed into the representatives of the Cranesong Pavilion. The Cranesong Pavilion and the Hepping Sect had always been well watered, but they were vaguely hostile to the 10,000 Sword Sect. Facing the cultivator at the head of White Crane Pavilion, Mountain Ghost pretended to be intimate and patted the other on the shoulder. Crane Changkong, I heard that your pavilion has been looking for a few rare spirit herbs recently? Don't be polite if you can help me, I have some latest news here. Mountain Ghost deliberately lowered his voice. Crane Changkong was slightly stunned, and without moving, he walked to the side with Mountain Ghost. Fellow Daoist Mountain Ghost, what do you mean by this? Seeing this, a trace of curiosity ignited in Crane Changkong's heart. Mountain Ghost's eyes rolled and a mysterious and unpredictable smile appeared on his face. Brother Changkong, do you know why the Acacia Sect and the 10,000 Swords Sect came to Mount Wanshou this time? Crane Changkong froze and spoke with deliberation. The two families, one being the righteous path and the other the devil's path, I'm afraid that they have other plans by joining forces this time. Mountain Ghost nodded with slight appreciation and continued, rightly so. The two have allied themselves and are pointing directly at these weak clans like us. Do you know what they are going to do? Changkong's face sank slightly. I'm afraid it's for that empty door secret key. Seeing that the other party took the bait, Mountain Ghost couldn't help but smile even more cheerfully. Definitely, the two are working together. Why don't we gather some like-minded Taoists to make these two sects know what to do? Oh? Fellow Daoist Mountain Ghost has a brilliant plan? Seeing that this had already aroused Crane Changkong's interest, Mountain Ghost lowered his voice again to fan the flames. As long as several of our families join hands and create a momentum, spreading rumors of their mischievous intentions, we can definitely force them to lay down their arms. He Chankong pondered carefully for a split second. If that's true, it's not a bad idea. Chapter 125 2/5. Watching Crane Chankong exude an agreeable demeanor, Mountain Ghost couldn't help but nod his head as well. He then spread this information to more representatives through the advantage of his authority. In his words, he described the wolfish ambitions of the Acacia Sect and the 10,000 Sword Sect. Soon, the representatives of those disgruntled sects were agitated. The situation of Acacia Sect and 10,000 Sword Sect's alliance didn't seem like anything to those first-rate forces, but it was different for them, the second-rate forces. Now Mountain Ghost's incitement was tantamount to dropping a heavy bomb. The Acacia Sect is so arrogant now, even the 10,000 Sword Sect is pulling them together. Do they still let us small clans live? Humph. For so many years the Acacia Sect has been staring at the resources of the Devil's Path, and I'm afraid that they'll be even more unscrupulous now that they've made an alliance. Gentlemen, if we don't join forces now, when will we wait? The representatives of the various sects were all talking to each other. They reached a consensus and decided to gather their combined forces before the Acacia Sect and the 10,000 Swords Sect arrived, taking the opportunity to drive these two forces out of the Wanshou Mountain. Li Chen Shang stood far away and couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth as he watched the situation in front of him. This time, let's see how you guys die. At the same time, Lin Yiwu and the others had already arrived at a location roughly a dozen miles away from Wanshou Mountain. Looking from afar, a silhouette could be vaguely seen running towards the Manhwa Mountain. It seems that not only is there someone at the Manhwa Mountain, but there are also many forces rushing this way. Lin Yao Yao secretly guessed. Speed up a bit. Otherwise, later on, all the good positions will be taken by those people, and the fight for the secret key won't be easy. The one who spoke was Chu Hongsleeve. Her feet generated wind and she directly rushed to the front of the group. Even Lu Qingyun was left behind by her. A few moments later, the crowd arrived in the mountain of 10,000 longevity. As soon as they stepped into that area, Lin Yiwu felt a depressing aura come over them. The young disciples present all turned their gazes this way. Especially Chu Hongso and the Bai Clan sisters. These three talented female disciples of the Acacia Sect clearly possessed a considerable amount of fame here. There was no need to say much about Chu Hongsleeve, the chief of the Acacia Sect. Many of the people in the arena again had seen them before. But the Bai sisters are different. As a rising star, the two sisters are like a pretty flower, like a star in the moon, by the attention of all kinds of cultivators. In particular, Bai Qiushang's cold yet seductive face attracted a great deal of attention. Lin Yiwu, on the other hand, stood behind her in a low-key manner. With his personality, he was naturally not keen on attracting too much attention. Chu Hongso looked at the eyes of the people around her. The eyes of some of the leading figures of the forces among them flickered, obviously calculating something. Something's not right. She turned back to look at Lin Yiwu. Lin Yiwu nodded and without moving, he began to look around. Not far away. Lu Qingyun and the others also slowly landed on the side of the righteous path. After all, a large number of people from the Devil's Path and the Righteous Path had gathered here. If the two sides were together, they would definitely attract the attention of other forces. But sometimes it was like this: if you didn't look for trouble, trouble would come to you. Just like right now. Lin Yiwu and the others were just about to find a place to land. Mountain Ghost brought the only surviving Mastiff Ghost from the Six Ghost Sect over from the crowd of the Devil Dao. Yo! Isn't this the people from the Acacia Sect? Why, I heard that you guys have allied with the 10,000 Swords Sect? His voice wasn't small, and the people around him heard him clearly. Those cultivators who were not originally counted by Mountain Ghost also looked over. Mountain Ghost, don't spit blood here. Bai Qiudong immediately opened his mouth to dislike him back. A venomous tongue that could go toe-to-toe with Lu Jia. Naturally, he wouldn't just finish in 3 or 2 tries. I say, Mountain Ghost, do you feel like you've suffered a loss within the Yin Dragon Cave, and now you want to screw our Harmony Sect? If I'm not mistaken, those 3 disciples of the Six Ghost Sect from before, have they already been taken in by you as spirits? How shameless, not even sparing your own disciples. Bai Qiudong's little mouth burst out like a machine gun. It could be described as killing the heart, really poking at the other party's heart. The Mountain Ghost who had originally planned to sneer properly was now as angry as a pig's liver. The surrounding cultivators have also heard of the rumors of the Six Ghost Sect, but most of them still don't believe in it. After all, they can't do it with their own souls as souls. But when they saw Mountain Ghost's face, they couldn't help but have a few more guesses. Mountain Ghost naturally saw the eyes of the people around him, and instantly became even more annoyed. Don't you give me a diversion. As devils, you are actually colluding with the righteous path. Is it possible that you still want to weasel your way out of this? Bai Qiudong also came to force, fighting she can't, but fighting mouth, except Lu Jie can come with her twice, other people she really haven't lost. We collude with the righteous? Then tell me, how did we collude with the righteous? Or are you a member of the righteous path, and now you're here to sow discord? If you ask me, you 6 ghost sect are all some 2 biters. The mountain ghost was confused, and the mastiff ghost was also confused. The 2 of them had come over in a rage just to question. Now how did they become second fiddle? As the colors of the people around them became more and more odd, they also panicked. If it went on like this, they would really be unable to wash themselves even if they jumped into the Yellow River. You're spitting blood. The mastiff ghost hurriedly opened his mouth. Good fellow, a direct 2-level reversal. How did I spit blood? Aren't you guys? How do you guys prove that you're not? Bai Qiudong's sentence exited, and the 2 people directly fell silent. Stuck for words, puzzled, and confused. 3 emotions appeared on the 2 people's faces at the same time. What, can't prove it, right? You guys have been slandering us with your mouths, why don't you say anything now? Bai Qiudong was still unwilling to let them go. Not only Mountain Ghost and the others, even Lin Wu and the others were subdued by Bai Qiudong. Just now, they had even prepared for the worst. But now, the 4 of them glanced at each other and all saw the smirk in each other's eyes. However, to the crowd's surprise, at this time, Lu Qingyun directly walked over from the distance. When the people around saw this figure of the Wanjian sect's first genius, they all moved out of the way. Mountain Ghost had not reacted from his confusion at this moment. But Lu Qingyun's Wind Thunder sword was already sheathed. You guys, slandering my 10,000 sword sect? In the next moment, Lu Qingyun's body was surging with sword intent, and his eyes were about to chop out at this Mountain Ghost and the others. A terrifying demonic intent rushed out from the Devil Dao's side. Stop. It was Jun Yu. From the moment Lin Wu and the others entered the Wanshou Mountain, the sacred sect side had been paying attention to the situation over here. Seeing that this Mountain Ghost fellow was still in a daze, they naturally wouldn't do anything regardless. On what grounds? Lu Qingyun slashed out with his sword, the Wind and Thunder sword chi instantly cutting through the sky. The Wind and Thunder intent, which was already known for its attacking power, pierced and rattled. Jun Yu also didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly revolved the Holy Sect's Gongfu. Battle Demon Skill. Open. The devilish intent rose up to the sky and a shadow appeared behind him. Break for me. The silhouette's hand slapped forward, landing on the Get sword chi with a deafening pop. But soon he was shocked as the sword intent directly penetrated his silhouette and slashed straight towards himself. Chapter 126. You really think you're a dish? Damn. How did it suddenly become so strong? Remembering that the last time they fought was only over 2 months ago, and he hadn't slacked off at all in those 2 months. But now, he actually couldn't even resist Lu Qingyun's sword. The tremendous impact almost caused his internal organs to explode. His figure retreated 7 or 8 feet wildly, his feet stepping more than 10 steps in a row before he managed to stabilize himself. His face was as pale as paper, and a trace of blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, this strike had traumatized him quite a bit. The people of the Holy Sect were shocked. Originally, although they were afraid of Lu Qingyun, they did not really take it to heart. But now with the might of a sword, even Jun Yu, a heavenly pride at the peak of Jindan, had difficulty resisting it? Lu Qingyun's strength, could it be that he had already reached another level? Has this kid not made a breakthrough? Jun Moxia murmured in a low voice, his face wary. Mo Hong, go and try him. As his words fell, a youth behind him who looked 8 times similar to him stepped out. Wearing the black robe belonging to the Holy Sect's holy son, a wild lion pattern was embroidered on his shoulder. The entire person exuded a mountainous and calm aura. It was none other than the Holy Sect's second saint son. Jun Mo Hong, who had stayed at the peak Jindan stage realm for several years, had unrivaled battle power. It was no better than the average early Yuan realm cultivator. Junyu, you're not badly injured, take a moment to rest and leave it to me next. The demon sect side perked up when they saw him come out. It's Jun Mo Hong. It is said that he is just 1 step away from entering the Yuan realm, just like the first saint's son. If Jun Mo Hang is the one to make a move this time, even if Lu Qingyun is as strong as he is, he will definitely not be able to escape defeat. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Qingyun's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes contained battle intent. He looked arrogant, as if he was completely unafraid of the other party's pressure, and then he inclined his head to look at the crowd beside Lin Yiwu. Brother Lin, this time, you must open your eyes wide and see clearly what the true sword Dao is. He naturally didn't say this out loud, but instead secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Yiwu secretly nodded. He also wanted to see just what step Lu Qingyun's strength had arrived at now. However, there was one thing that he could be certain of: after leaving the secret realm and swallowing the yin-yang fruit, his strength would usher in a qualitative change. At that time, even if it was a top-tier heavenly pride like Lu Qingyun, he would still be qualified to fight for it. And at this moment on the battlefield, Jun Mo Hang stepped forward a few steps. The jindan around his body was round and smooth, and the spiritual energy emanating from him flowed unceasingly like a vast river. And at the same time, he gently waved his hand and the halberd in his hand suddenly appeared. The blade of the halberd drove the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air, and with the operation of the gong method, a terrifying demonic intent instantly enveloped the entire arena. Lu Qingyun, I originally didn't want to fight with you, but since you dared to injure my fellow disciples, then today, I will teach you how to be a human being. Cut the crap, let me see just how much your skills are worth. Lu Qingyun stood proudly in place as the wind thunder sword swung once again. Thunder and lightning suddenly roared up like rushing water, and his sword momentum was unrelenting. Both sides were speechless as waves of spiritual force suddenly erupted. Jun Mo Hang's halberd swept horizontally, raising a golden light like the sun rising into the sky. The wind thunder sword and the halberd intersected, and everyone only felt the grass and trees around them crouch to the ground. Lin Yiwu subconsciously took a few steps back. The exchange between the two had far exceeded the jindan level, and this level of power sparring was completely comparable to an early Yuaning cultivator. If he were to be replaced by himself, I was afraid that he would be obliterated by the aftermath in an instant. So strong. Wu Dekai stood at the very back, looking at the battle in front of him from afar. Retreat! Xu Hongso had just spoken, and the next moment, an even more terrifying wave of qi erupted from between Lu Qingyun and Jun Maheng. Wind and thunder sword, thunder flash. Blood dragon battle heaven. Plunder. The two of them roared at the same time. The sword light tilted like a storm of thunder, and the war halberd was wrapped in a cloud of bloodlight. Lin Yao's eyes looked ahead without blinking as his figure retreated violently. Looks like I still overestimated myself. He had vaguely had the urge to think that he could compare himself to people like Lu Qingyun before. It's better to metal up. At this moment, Lin Prosperity decided that when he went back, he would go back to the southern mountain and stay there, waiting for his cultivation to become successful before coming out to amaze everyone. However, Lin Yiwang and the others didn't notice that in the crowd on the side of the Devil's Way, Li Qinxing's eyes had been staring at this side with a deadly stare. He had originally planned well, but the mountain ghost guy was so ineffective. Lu Qingyun, on the other hand, had to come in and cross the line. Those second-rate forces that were planning to join together to dare the Acacia Sect and the 10,000 Sword Sect, who would dare to venture out now? Just kidding, just one Lu Qingyun would be enough to slaughter them all. Plus the Acacia Sect's Chu Han Sleeve, and the 10,000 Sword Sect still has a Zhang Wuxin, the Skykin with Jun Moxie and the Xin Tian Sect's Xin Miaocai arm wrestling character. But anyone who understood this wouldn't want to jump out and be this headbanger anymore. Quickly look. Is that the empty gate secret key? Not knowing who shouted, Lu Qingyun and Jun Maheng on the battlefield stopped fighting at the same time. Their eyes looked towards the white light emanating from the top of the Manhwa mountain. Do it! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qingyun directly charged up towards the peak of the mountain. The surrounding people were not willing to show weakness either. Get lost. The empty gate's secret key is mine. As a physical cultivator, Wukong's speed on this kind of mountain path without flying was definitely considered top-notch. Seeing a cultivator in front of him blocking the way, that mountain-like body directly crashed into him. Not to mention the others, those who were strong directly knocked back the cultivator in front of them, and then quickly rushed up to the top of the mountain themselves. Seeing this, Lin Yiwu glanced at the Bai clan sisters beside him. If you guys can't, just wait here, and Fatty, you all stay here. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. They knew very well that if they followed them now, they wouldn't have a single chance even if they reached the top of the mountain. Moreover, they would have to distract the others from protecting them. Just like this side, the only two people who went up the mountain on the 10,000 Sword Sect side were Zhang Wuxin and Lu Jia. As for Lu Qingyun, he had long since rushed out in the first echelon. Charge! Those disciples of the second-rate forces were all running wildly towards the top of the mountain as if they didn't want to die. Not to mention, each empty gate's secret key represented an inheritance. But whenever these people of theirs obtained it, then at that time, they would also have the opportunity to become top-tier heavenly figures. So even if they were to die, these people were not willing to let go of this opportunity. Lin Yiwu followed behind the crowd, performing the human sect escape technique to overtake the cultivators in front of him one by one. In just a few short breaths, he caught up to the second echelon. There weren't many people in there. Shu Hongsleeve, Mountain Ghost, Absolute Hate, Wukong, and all of these people were there, and there were even a few people he couldn't name. However, there was one person who caught his attention. Jun Yao Yao? Sensing his eyes, Jun Yao Yao looked over. A tiny stovepipe, look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Jun Yao Yao said viciously. She was truly disgusted, and in her opinion, Lin Yuyo was nothing more than a furnace tripod of the Harmony sect. Humph. Bastard. Just a piece of trash with a good birth, really dish yourself out? Lin Yuyo wasn't used to the other party either. Last time he glared at him inexplicably, and now he directly spoke out and scolded him. He really thought he was good-tempered. Chapter 127. Not moving at all is a bastard. Lin Yiwu forgot that in this world, only women and small people are hard to raise. Why would a woman be ranked ahead of a villain? Before his words fell, he saw Jun Yao Yao stop in her tracks. Yes, at such a critical moment, this woman actually directly stopped in place and just waited for Lin Yao Yao to come over. Lin Yao Yao was dumbfounded. What did it mean? This was to make a move. He was just about to spare over when he heard Chu Hongsleeve's flirtatious voice coming over. Little Lindsay, you have to be careful, the Holy Maiden Lord is angry, the consequences are very serious. At this moment, he realized that not only Chu Hongsleeve, but those cultivators around him were looking at him as if they were monsters. Big brother, you're really powerful, the Holy Maiden Lord dares to mess with you. The one who spoke was a cultivator from the Hateless Hall, but as he spoke, he had already rushed past Jun Yao Yao in front of him. As expected, this woman was really just blocking him. No, you're not going to fight for the secret key? Lin Yao Yao stopped in his tracks. He wasn't a little cutie. If he rushed over now, he would definitely suffer a head-on attack from Jun Yao Yao. Although he wouldn't die, he would definitely be injured. The secret key? Big brother and the others will grab it. Jun Yao Yao had a disinterested expression on her face, directly giving him the whole won't. Passing was neither, nor was passing. Lin Yao Yao wanted to call Lu Qingyun and those people to come over to support him, but the problem was that they were all busy fighting for the secret key right now. Who had time to come over and take care of him? Get out of the way. Don't let. You let go. No. Good. Then don't blame me for being impolite. As Lin Yiwu spoke, he made a motion to take out his weapon. But in the next moment, he directly executed the Earthgate escape technique. As the other party's figure disappeared from sight, Jun Yao Yao was in a bit of a trance, and just as he was about to cast his divine sense to check, he heard Lin Yiwu's swishing voice from behind him. Bye-bye within you. Jun Yao Yao turned her head to look, only to see that the other party had already appeared amongst the second echelon. There was some shock, but more than anything, there was anger. You shameless thing. It's hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart if this holy maiden doesn't kill you today. Lin Yiwu didn't care about the other party behind him, how he said it, he was now towards hurrying up to get that so-called empty gate secret key, in a bid to further enhance his strength. It seems like it's still a bit of a struggle. Just now, using the Earthgate escape technique had directly consumed half of his spiritual energy. However, the effect was also quite remarkable, flashing for almost 50 meters. Although it didn't achieve the desired effect, it was already enough for the current him. Stop right there. Jun Yao Yao's petulant voice came from behind him. Lin Yao Yao didn't even turn his head back and immediately accelerated his steps. Truly, being motionless was a bastard, he didn't want to be a bastard. Along with his footsteps accelerating, under the added power of the transportation method he actually surpassed the second echelon and came to the back of the first echelon. Lin Yiwu secretly calculated that he could enter the first echelon as long as he performed the Earthgate transportation technique once more. But he didn't do that. Who were the people in the first echelon? Each and every one of them was a heavenly pride-level character, peak Jindan. The real battle power had already exceeded the category of Jindan. What was he doing rushing up there, looking for death? Not bad. Zhang Wuxin was walking side by side with Lu Qingyun, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Yiwu behind him. Lu Qingyun also looked over, and seeing that he was keeping up, with a smile on his face, he nodded to his side. Lin Prosperity did the same. Soon, the first echelon of people rushed to the top of the Wanshou mountain. The open space at the top of the mountain wasn't large, only a few dozen square inches. However, there was an altar with a radius of 5 meters in the center. At first glance, they saw a ball of light falling from the sky, illuminating the altar in the center. In the light ball, an ancient token was suspended. If he wasn't wrong, this should be the legendary secret key to the empty door. Lin Yuyao stepped onto the top of the mountain along with the footsteps of the crowd, and as soon as he came up, his eyes were attracted by the empty gate's secret key. It can only depend on luck. In his heart, he said, everyone here was stronger than him. Of course, if Lin Yuyao wanted to run, there was one in the room, none of them could catch up with him. This was the backbone of why he dared to come up. There were quite a few people at the top of the mountain, and Lin Yuyao could clearly feel that the atmosphere at the moment had become subtle. Every single person standing at the edge of the altar was alerting the people around them, fearing a sudden sneak attack from the wrong person. Everyone understood in their hearts that this was an inheritance, who would stand here if they didn't want it. Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun glanced at each other and already had a plan in each other's hearts. 1 second, they were slightly nodding, the next moment they were like taut bowstrings suddenly snapping, strongly pouncing towards the center of the altar. The two silhouettes flew towards the secret key with an overwhelming momentum. Jun Moc's side was not to be outdone. Seeing them move, he immediately rushed up with the people behind him. All of a sudden the entire mountain top was in a state of flux. Although Lin Yiwu was standing in the back row, he could not help but be infected by this majestic momentum. At first, he just wanted to wait and see what happened before waiting for an opportunity to act. Seeing that the strength of every participant in the scramble was extraordinary, he was also shaken inwardly. Alas, these lunatics. Lin Yiwu's mind raced, secretly calculating. Even if we get it, it's useless if we can't keep it. Just as he was about to concentrate and prepare to fish in troubled waters, the second echelon came up. Lin Yuyao stopped and looked towards the edge of the clearing, only to see Jun Yuyao looking at him with a face full of anger. This chick is really pestering. You can't escape. Jun Yuyao said coldly as a slender soft sword was drawn from her waist. Lin Yuyao looked at the other party rather helplessly. I said you're done, the secret key of the empty gate is right in front of you, and you still have the heart to fight me? There are plenty of people to snatch the secret key, but you must die in my hands today. Before the words even fell, Jun Yuyao had already rushed over. Lin Yuyao knew very well that this time, I'm afraid that it really wouldn't be possible to make good. Since that's the case, then let me see the strength of this holy maiden of yours. He took out the mountain river sword from the empty spirit ring. The moment the mountain river sword was sheathed, Lin Yuyao noticed that the other party's expression seemed a little shocked. With this broken sword, you still want to fight me? Jun Yaoyao's footsteps quickened and her figure suddenly disappeared. So fast. Lin Yaoyao's pupils shrunk slightly. This speed was comparable to the human Sect's transportation technique already. He didn't dare to be careless. His left foot slightly retreated, his right-hand mountain river sword was raised upwards, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground, assuming a simple defensive stance. Can you block it? Jun Yaoyao's voice sounded like it was coming from all directions. In the next instant, her figure appeared out of thin air on Lin Yaoyao's left side. The soft sword transformed into a silver line and stabbed straight at Lin Yiwu's shoulder. Lin Yuyao did not turn around, but instead, the mountain river sword circled around and gently vibrated, and the water sword intent erupted along the blade, clashing with the soft sword. Chapter 128 I have an idea. The cushion of sword intent caused the entire mountain river sword to vibrate like a wave of water. However, what soft swords looked for was not supposed to be an attack, but to be bizarre, so that people couldn't figure out the opportunity for you to strike the sword was the true meaning of a soft sword. Clang! A clear sound. Jun Yaoyao's attack was slowed down. The silver-colored soft sword tightly wrapped around the tip of Lin Yaoyao's sword. Jun Yaoyao's face changed. She didn't expect Lin Yaoyao to be able to instantly judge the direction of her attack and react so quickly. Without further ado, she stepped on her feet, her figure transformed into a shadow and circled around behind Lin Yuyao, chopping down with a backhanded sword. Humph! Is this your strength? Lin Yuyao sneered, his body's spiritual energy revolved, and the human gate opened. 3 feet away, the silhouette instantly moved, avoiding Jun Yaoyao's strike. Jun Yaoyao was a little annoyed, her toes pointed and she chased after him. And Lin Yaoyao did not move again, instead, his long sword pointed straight at Jun Yaoyao. Are you going to fight or not? Back and forth, is it hard to believe that you are afraid? A line of mockery, hearing Jun Yaoyao's face turn blue, she laughed back in anger. Ha, a small stovepipe, really still want to overturn the sky? As the words fell, the soft sword in her hand seemed to possess life. It instantly transformed into countless sword shadows and stabbed towards Lin Yiwu like a sky, sword energy sweeping across the sky. Second water meaning. Great River Sword Chi. Lin Yuan staggered his feet backward a step, and the mountain river sword swung violently. The yin and yang skill was also operating in an instant, as Lin Yaoyao's momentum of closing his sword turned into a chopping attack. The yin hand merged into the sword intent along with the opening of the sword swing, and the chopping out of the sword chi was harsh with an evil fluctuation in it. The sword shadows released by Jun Yaoyao were dispersed and turned into points of spiritual light. Jun Yaoyao's face became gloomy. She understood that she had underestimated the strength of the man in front of her. I really didn't expect that within the Acacia sect, there was actually a character like you hidden. Lin Yuyao wouldn't be polite with the other party, people want you dead, is it hard to rush up and give the other party a kowtow? Being distracted in battle is not a good habit. Performing the human sect escape technique once again, his figure flashed to the opponent's side. Chop! Lin Yuyao swung the mountain river sword, but this time he didn't use the blade to chop, instead, he used the back of the sword to viciously whip the opponent's ass. Splat! In an instant, Jun Yaoyao felt a sharp pain coming from her buttocks. The endless sense of shame and frustration almost didn't make her go off the deep end. Who would have thought that the holy maiden of the holy sect would actually let someone treat her like this? Aha! You deserve to die. Until now, Jun Yaoyao didn't even know Lin Yuyao's name. This was even more of a source of shame and indignation for her. Hee, wait until you have the strength. Lin Yaoyao had a much better understanding of his own strength at the moment. Among the Jindan, other than those top-tier heavenly prides, the others weren't much of a threat to him. He turned his head to look at those cultivators who were fighting for the secret key to the empty door. The original first echelon had already been repelled. Only Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun were in the lead. They had already rushed to a position less than 5 meters away from the secret key of the empty gate. The two brothers behind them, Jun Moxia and Jun Mohong, obviously did not want to just give the thing away. Not only them, even the Xian Heavenly Sect's Xian Miaojin and Xian Miaokai duo had also taken out their real skills at this moment. Dao Xian Heavenly Destiny. Reverse. Xian Miaozi shouted, and a ray of light was seen landing on Lu Qingyun, who was at the very front, turning the two of them to instantly switch their figures. There's still this kind of operation? Lin Yiwu couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. But he didn't think about it. If his heaven, earth and human transportation technique was cultivated to the heavenly gate, it would be even more of a cheat than someone else's Dao. But at the moment, he couldn't think about it. Gotta add some fire to them before I can do that. Lin Yaoyao's figure flashed, ignoring Jun Yaoyao, who was yelling at the back to kill himself. Falling rain intent. Splitting sword momentum. The mountain river sword chopped out, and a sword chi that was like a fine rain rushed towards the frontmost group of people. None of the few people at the very front thought that someone would come over to attack them at this time. Damned things. Later on, I will definitely kill you first. Jun Mohong turned his head to look over at Lin Yuyao's side, and when he saw that he was still there slashing horizontally, he became even angrier. Brother! I'm going to kill him. Cut the crap. The secret key is important. Jun Moxia directly interrupted the other party. It was now the crunch time. The 10,000 Swords Sect, the Xian Tian Sect, and the two of them. If Jun Mohong were to leave this time, even if he were to snatch the secret key, he would simply not be able to cope alone. But. No buts. You go and stop Lu Qingyun, leave the rest to me. Jun Moxia was not talking nonsense. A sinful fire steeply surfaced in his hand and slammed it against Xian Miaocai in front of him. Right in front of him, he was close to touching the secret key. Xian Miaocai even wanted an escape route. However, the burning sensation coming from behind him caused him to stop the movement in his hand. Looks like it's not going to work without a fight. Xian Miaocai once again revolved his technique, and a Xian Shui appeared behind him, colliding with Jun Moxia's sinful fire. Boom! The terrifying explosion directly connected Zhang Wuxin of the empty gate's secret key. It forced him to retreat backwards. Damn! It was so close. Just now, he was also almost about to touch the secret key, but when he was interrupted by this, even though he was cultivating his heart, he couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Qing Yun. He turned his head to look at Lu Qingyun, who was a few meters behind. The six top heavenly prides at this moment had returned from a new position a dozen meters away from the secret key of the empty door. Do it! Almost at the same time, the six people drew out their spirit weapons in unison. Those who were originally thinking of fishing in troubled waters had no thoughts of rushing up to fight for it at this moment. A great battle of the six great heavenly prides. What were they, little caramels, rushing up for? To go to the toilet? I have an idea. Xian Miaocai was the first to open his mouth as he couldn't fight for it between his eyes. Hold it. Lu Qingyun didn't sell the other party face at all. Last time it was because of this guy that he messed up and almost broke his own Dao heart. Now not going to war directly was considered to be giving face. Xian Miaocai was choked for a moment, his face a bit ugly. They were all people on the scene who could stand talking like this. The situation could not be opened between the eyes. Jun Moca also said directly, how about this, each of us sends out a person to fight for it, whoever wins, the secret key will be taken away, how about it? Not good. Lu Qingyun still didn't sell his face. Zhang Wuxin had wanted to say something, but he knew clearly that Lu Qingyun was taking out his anger. Last time, the Jade Maple Forest almost didn't get screwed over, and now that these people wanted to sit down and talk properly, it naturally wouldn't be that easy. As everyone knew, the triangle was originally a very balanced thing. But now that one side wasn't going to hold the balance at all, it would be a bit difficult. Just when the crowd was in an awkward situation, suddenly, a silhouette flashed before their eyes. Chapter 129 Heart Demon Release. Lin Yao had just been watching the situation here, and originally, when he saw Xian Miaocai switch places with Lu Qingyun, his heart was in his throat. Later on, when he saw Jun Moca make a move, his heart was even darker. Now everyone else had their melons ready to observe the drama of this six-man battle. But it was at this time that the six people actually did not move. So he sneakily groped his way to a position of about 50 feet. Then he operated the Earth Gate transportation technique, and the flickering black shadow seen by the six people on the field was none other than Lin Wu. Brother Lu Zhang. Stop them. I'll go first. Lin Wu's figure had already grabbed the secret key of the empty gate when he appeared. Before he could even finish his words, Lin Wu had already performed the Earth Gate escape technique once again. His figure disappeared, and when he appeared, he had already jumped from the top of the mountain. Clueless fruit on a clueless tree, you and I under a clueless tree. Other than Lu Qingyun and Zhang Wuxing, everyone was in a state of confusion. The empty gate's secret key, gone? It was snatched away just like that? They fought to the death and ended up fighting out a loneliness? Brother, I just said that I would kill that brat, and you still won't let me. Jun Mo Hang's slightly complaining voice rang in Jun Moca's ears. Then why don't you hurry up and chase after him? Jun Moca slapped him on the side of the head. At this moment he did not have the demeanor of the first sacred son anymore, his entire person was trembling with anger. His words were like trying to wake up the crowd present. Those second-rate forces that originally had no chance anymore also moved at this moment. Some of them had seen Lin Prosperity before, and to put it bluntly, he was just a middle Jindan cultivator with a bit of talent. If they were allowed to fight for it, the chances would be much simpler than fighting with these top-tier figures. Hurry! Hateless Hall, Marshall Peak, 100 Flowers Valley, Golden Buddha Temple. None of these forces moved, and all of them rushed towards the location where Lin Wu jumped off the cliff. Want to go over there? Asked us? Zhang Wuxin directly blocked in front of the crowd. Lu Qingyun stood behind them, and Chu Hongso had also come to their side at some point. Counting Lu Jia, there were a total of 4 people. But in front of them, 10, 20, 30. 7 large forces, and some small forces that couldn't be named. Get out of the way, or else, swords have no eyes. Jun Moca clearly did not want to make a move with these 2 people. Do you think it's possible? Zhang Wuxin was holding the broken sword and his spiritual energy had already mended it. Lu Qingyun and the others did not speak either, the battle intent in their eyes already said it all. On! Without speaking nonsense, Jun Moca waved his hand and all the people below rushed out. 4 people against dozens of people, without flinching. Lu Qingyun had long been unable to hold back. Finally I've gotten my chance. These people didn't know how long Lu Qingyun had been waiting for one. A month? Or 2 months? He had already been tormented by that heart demon, and then because Lin Prosperity had appeared from new, his heart demon was able to be suppressed. But now, the heart demon was right in front of him, like the scene in the Jade Maple Forest. This time, he completely released it. The Wind Thunder sword was as if it had sensed the killing intent in its master's heart. An arc of electricity flashed above the sword, along with Lu Qingyun's sword intent being completely unleashed, along with that bloodthirsty will in his heart. Those arcs of electricity that were originally supposed to be blue actually turned blood red. Wind Thunder Slash. Mend. The triple Wind Thunder sword intent surged out, as Lu Qingyun's sword intent chopped horizontally. A sword chi that was more than 10 feet long swept towards the cultivators who were rushing towards his side. In the next moment, the sword intent that flashed with blood-colored thunderbolts landed directly in the crowd. Rumble. The entire Manhwa mountain began to tremble at this moment. Ah, the heavens are good. The heavens have spared no one. Not only Lu Qingyun, but Zhang Wuxin was also not using his heart sword to suppress his heart. Crazy. All of them are crazy. Aren't they afraid of becoming demons? Jun Moxie, Xian Second's Kai, the two representatives of the righteous and devilish paths looked in fear at the duo who were slaying the crowd. Especially Jun Moxie, saying that they were a demonic sect, but the kung fu that they practiced was also a path that was treaded out one step at a time. It was only because of people's stereotypes that they were called people of the devil's way. But nowadays, he felt that these two guys were the real devil cultivators, slaughtering with complete disregard for everything. Xu Hongzhou and Lu Jia, who were originally prepared to follow suit, also did not have the intention of making a move. They stared blankly at everything in front of them. Lu Jia no longer had a playful smile, and there was only strong worry in his eyes. He was afraid that his two senior brothers were infested by this killing. Once a person killed more, it would not be a good thing for cultivation in the future. Not to mention that Zhang Wuxin cultivated the heart sword. Everyone was scared, the two guys didn't take human life seriously at all. Some people would say, then why don't the two Jun Moxie and Xian Miaokai go on? Would it be useful for them to go on? By the time Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun didn't fight them, they just slaughtered those low-ranked cultivators accordingly, and if they made a move, they were afraid that the ripple effect would be even greater. What could be done now was to get those cultivators to withdraw as soon as possible. Evacuate. Jun Moxie's heart was dripping blood at the moment, as the first saint son of the devil's way, he was afraid that he would not be spared a chastisement if he went out this time. As for the name of this saint's son? That would depend on whether or not he could break through to Yuaning within a period of time. Xian Second's Kai's mood was not much worse than Jun Moxie's. As the same first person, he had a greater responsibility. What did the righteous path want? Face. Now that his face was about to be slapped by others, when he went out, it was expected that his old ancestor could scold him to death. It was even possible to directly cut off his resource supply as punishment. 10 minutes later, all the people from the righteous and demonic paths withdrew. There were only a few people left on the entire mountain top, Zhang Wuxin. As for those cultivators from the Acacia Sect and those from the 10,000 Sword Sect, they had long been secretly called up by Lu Jia. After all, if they were to be caught or left alone. If you can kill someone else's men, can't someone else kill your men? Senior brother, you guys. It's fine. Zhang Wuxin's complexion was ice cold. Where was the appearance of a knowledgeable big brother from back then, as if he hadn't yet regained his senses from the killing he had just done? Lu Qingyun, not to mention, was a living killing god standing in place. He was the one who killed the most viciously just now, those people from the small and medium-sized forces. As long as he had seen them in the Jade Maple Forest, he didn't spare any of them. Even though a few of the leaders didn't make a move, just those disciples alone were enough to make those people's hearts drip with blood. You guys take this, maybe you can get better. Chu Hongsleeve thought for a moment and took out a few pills from her storage ring. This was the Harmony Sect's unique meditation pill. Because of the Gong method, the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect would have so many days Luan, Xing, me every month. So there was a need to use this thing. The two looked at her in surprise, but they didn't suspect anything. Just being able to come forward at a crucial time already showed Chu Hongsu's position. One didn't need to think to guess that when they went out, the Acacia Sect, like the 10,000 Sword Sect, would receive ostracism from their own forces. Thanks a lot. Zhang Wuxin still recovered faster than Lu Qingyun. Receiving the pills, he took out one and paid it down, while then handing the pill bottle to Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun didn't hesitate and immediately started recovering after taking the pill. At this time, Wu Dikai carefully asked, "Have you guys seen Brother Lin?" Chapter 130 Token of Love. At the same time. At this moment, Lin Wu had completely run out of the range of the Wanzhou mountain. Originally, he thought that those people would soon catch up, but after so long had passed, he hadn't found a single figure. Now that his spiritual energy had been exhausted, continuously using the escape method, if it wasn't for the power of the delusion-breaking bead, as well as the remnants of the elixir still on his body, he was afraid that he would have run out of spiritual energy long ago. Hey, why did my hands get itchy just now? Lin Yuyao looked at the empty door secret key in his hand. The secret key was about the same size as the token from when he opened the empty gate secret realm before. But the pattern on it he had seen from the feeling that he had seen it somewhere. This seems to be similar to the one on top of the Empyrean ring. He took off the empty spirit ring while looking at those patterns engraved within the ring. It's really the same? Lin Wu was a bit shocked. The empty spirit ring was given by Empty Void Z, and now the patterns inside this were actually the same as the patterns on the empty Sect secret key. Can it be that the empty spirit ring was obtained from the inheritance and the secret key? There was no way for him not to think about it more. In that case, it seemed that when Empty Spirit Z entered the Empty Sect secret realm in the first place, he didn't just get the yin-yang dual amphibian fruit, he even got the inheritance from the Empty Sect secret key. Lin Yao thought for a moment and felt that these didn't seem that important. After all, even if Empyrean's son had gotten the inheritance, it didn't have half the relationship with him. Otherwise it would have been given to him a long time ago. Of course, another possibility existed for this, and that was that the inheritance couldn't be dictated out, and was not even allowed to be spread out. Forget it, it's better to go back and take a look first. The big deal is that the secret key to this empty door will be handed over. Lin Yao was a little worried about Lu Qingyun and their safety. If someone were to catch up with them, he might still be able to continue escaping with peace of mind. He could even find a place to silently wait for the inheritance to open. But now, he couldn't wait. If the others died in battle because of him, he would probably be just like Lu Qingyun, being suffocated by his heart demons. Just as he was about to turn around, Lin Wu's ears twitched as a subtle sound came from behind him. He hurriedly shielded his breath and hid underneath the cliff beside him. A few breaths later, a familiar aura swept past from above. It shouldn't be, huh? I clearly saw him go this way? Jun Yao. Lin Yao immediately judged the visitor. He didn't know that in fact, the moment he jumped off the cliff, Jun Yao broke away from the Devil Dao's group and raced after them from the other side. Later on, she had traced Lin Yao's scent all the way to this place. No! Brat, you get the hell out! I know you're nearby. Jun Yao sensed that his scent broke off when he reached here and immediately realized that he was exposed. Lin Yao didn't move. If the other party was alone, he wasn't afraid. But if there were people behind him, it wouldn't be fun if he went out now. But Jun Yao was like she was at loggerheads with Lin Yuyao. She actually directly made it to the stone platform on the side and took out a few pills from her storage ring and took them. Not coming out, are you? Good. I'd like to see who can outlast who. Another hour passed. Lin Yao still hadn't moved, but he could be sure that Jun Yao was the only one here. With the nature of the Sacred Sect's gang, if they had followed them here, they would have gotten impatient long ago. How could they have held back until now without even a single movement? As he just didn't come out, Jun Yao was also a little skeptical. Could it be that he really isn't here? Jun Yao got up and looked around, and did not find anything unusual. With that, she did not linger and directly swept out. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lin Yao came out from beneath the cliff face. This woman is really sick. He muttered, but just as he came out he felt a hint of something wrong. Swindle me. Almost instantly, Lin Wu immediately activated the human Sect escape technique. In the next moment, a soft sword landed like a viper on the spot where he had just stood. Are you crazy? Lin Yao looked at Jun Yao behind him. He was truly surprised that this woman was actually still around. At this moment, he really understood the saying, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. A woman thinks about it, all day long. I told you, I'm going to chop you up today no matter what I say. Jun Yao's face was cold, her eyes filled with killing intent and annoyance. Lin Yao was the first person who dared to spank her, and the last. What, you got off on being beaten by me and now you're begging to be beaten by me? Lin Wu sneered at the other party while looking for a way to retreat. Previously, he hadn't even had time to recover his spiritual energy, and this woman had been spending time with him, not to mention eating pills. she didn't even dare to absorb the outside world's spiritual energy. Hee, do you think you can still provoke me? Saying that, Jun Yao's figure swayed and the soft sword in her hand stabbed over once again. But this time, the other party had clearly used their full strength. Even if Lin Yao dodged as fast as he could, the depletion of his spiritual energy simply couldn't make up for the current fight. The soft sword cut through his left arm. Stabbing pain instantly surged into his mind. Damn, how ruthless. Lin Yao didn't expect this woman to strike when she said she would. No, if this goes on, it really will be in the gutter. With the other party's vigilance against him getting high? That was basically impossible. But other than getting high, he couldn't think of any way. No, there's still a chance of survival. Lin Yao's eyes flashed, but just this moment was captured by the woman in front of him. Skin, what bad ideas are you playing again? Jun Yao instinctively took a step back, having been hit so hard by Lin Yao, although she didn't look, she could still feel the pain. Am I as bad as you say? Lin Yao spread his hands helplessly, the wound on his next door was tugged, and a wave of pain immediately came from it, causing him to frown. But he also took this opportunity to take out a bottle of elixir from the empty spirit ring. As he was about to take it, Jun Yao was quick on her feet and stabbed him with her sword. Caught off guard, the pill bottle came out of his hand. Lin Yao had indignation in his eyes. Give it back. Jun Yao fiddled with the porcelain bottle in her hand and placed it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. It smelled quite good. This can't be which of your concubines rewarded you, right? Lin Yao looked furious. Give it to me. No. Jun Yao said, and deliberately shook the medicine bottle in her hand. It was then opened directly in front of Lin Yuan. At once, a touch of fresh fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Seeing this scene, a triumphant smile flashed across Lin Yao's eyes, but this time he hit it well. You! Quickly give it to me. That's my love token. He feigned a look of grief. A token of love? Who's a good person to use an elixir as a token of love? Jun Yao snorted, rather unwritten, and poured one out of it, then put it directly into his mouth. At this moment, Lin Yao did not hold back and let out a puff of laughter. Jun Yao froze, and just as she was about to spit out the elixir in her mouth, she realized that the elixir had been absorbed as it melted in her mouth. Chapter 131, Beating the Holy Maiden. What did you give me to eat? Although the medicine hadn't kicked in, Jun Yao had already felt a sizzling sensation down her throat. Lin Yao took a few steps backward to a seemingly safe distance. It's nothing, it's just some pills for dual cultivation. Jun Yao was confused. What did you say? Pills for dual cultivation? Yeah, I come from the Acacia Sect. There shouldn't be anything wrong with using dual cultivation elixirs for a love token, right? Lin Ichio was talking nonsense in a serious manner. He didn't run, because the medicine hadn't completely kicked in yet, and only when the other party was furious and running their spiritual energy, the medicine would instantly spread all over their body, and then it would be the best time to escape. Jun Yao was really pissed off. What kind of person would use something like this for a love token? It must be that this little thief was lying to her again. Little thief, if you don't die, I won't live today. Jun Yao directly ran her entire body's spiritual energy, ready to finish off Lin Yao in one fell swoop. But as the spiritual energy ran through the tendons of her entire body, the medicinal power of the elixir flowed throughout her body. Her cheeks also flushed red with the naked eye. I'm going to kill you. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step, Jun Yao felt her body tremble. The entire person seemed to be a little unsteady on their feet. Fighting me? You're still a bit young. Lin Yao's expression slowly relaxed as he saw the elixir kick in. Slowly coming closer, he looked at the limping Jun Yao. Although I can't kill you yet, a small punishment is still possible. A hint of a bad feeling welled up in Jun Yao's heart. As the two of them grew closer, Lin Yao slowly came behind her. Little thief, if you dare to touch me, my brother and the others will definitely not let you go. There was no reply, and the mountain river sword was not sheathed. As Lin Yao swung, the sword landed heavily on Jun Yao's ass. Snap! It was crisp, loud, and violent. A dozen times in a row, Jun Yao screamed out miserably without Lin Yao swinging once. Between the eyes, Jun Yao was lying motionless on the ground. Did I hit too hard? Lin Yao scratched his head. Walking closer, But what he didn't expect was that this woman was actually pretending. Jun Yaoyao got up with a bounce, but because of the pain brought on by her buttocks, her entire face had a slightly distorted expression. Die. The soft sword stabbed, pointing straight at Lin Yaoyao's neck. Looks like you really won't change until I teach you a lesson. Lin Yuyao reacted and stood the mountain river sword in front of his body. But because the opponent was using a soft sword. With a ding, the soft sword bent and formed an arc, directly bouncing off Lin Yuyao's mask. At the same time, a tiny scratch was added to his face. You! Lin Yaoyao was enraged. He didn't want to kill the other party, but that didn't mean he didn't dare. Jun Yaoyao's eyes gradually dimmed as she saw her plan fall through, but she never believed that the other party dared to touch herself. However, when she saw Lin Yaoyao's face, she froze. You're Lin Prosperity of the Acacia Sect? Damn it, how did this dead woman recognize herself? Because he had used too much spiritual energy before, Lin Yiwu simply didn't continue to maintain the disguise on his face. Now it was good that he was actually recognized. Originally, I was planning to leave you alive, but now, you brought this on yourself. Before his words fell, he took out a bottle of spirit tonic pill and placed it in his mouth. A stream of pure spirit energy replenished the already empty dantian. Jun Yaoyao was not stupid, she understood what Lin Yaoyao was going to do. To kill someone to silence them. You can't kill me. But at this moment, this woman was calm. Lin Yaoyao was curious, why? He wanted to see what other tactics the other party could pop up with. If you kill me, my brother and the others will immediately receive the news and will also know that you killed me. Although Jun Yaoyao's expression was calm, she gasped as she spoke due to the evaporation of the medicinal power. Is that so? Lin Yaoyao laughed. He didn't believe that the other party had this kind of means. But the other party had gambled right, he didn't believe it, but he didn't dare to gamble. If the other party really had it, at that time, he might have a chance to escape in the secret realm, but what if he left the secret realm? At that time, he would be subjected to an endless pursuit. Jun Yaoyao was not the same as those enemies from before. The title of the Holy Maiden of the Devil Cult could already deter many people. But if he didn't finish off the other party, then his identity would still be exposed. There. Lin Yuyao thought of a way in the middle of the rule. Lord Holy Maiden, I cannot kill you, however, today, I will need to slightly aggravate your delicate body. Saying that, Lin Yaoyao directly locked the other party's tendons and resisted her body. Feeling the other party's soft body, there wasn't the slightest ripple in his heart. It wasn't that the other party wasn't attractive enough, but with the Bai family sisters around, he was already immune to some beautiful opposites. Half an hour later, in a cave. Lin Ichio looked at the keto body lying on the stone platform and was somewhat speechless. Just now, he could be said to have used every ounce of his body to beat up the other party to take out his anger. You didn't hear it wrong, just punching. The problem is that this woman is good, the more you beat, the more excited, even to the back of the begging him to beat. The Lin Free himself is a little afraid. Originally he thought of very simple, is to use the Shadow Stone to leave some evidence of bad reputation. After all, it is the Holy Maiden, reputation is still very important. But now he didn't know why, but Lin Yuyao felt that this woman seemed to have a bit of a masochistic tendency. Even just now Lin Yaoyao had the illusion that he seemed to be on the verge of strangling her to death. Hey! Are you alright? Lin Yaoyao asked, but the other party didn't reply in any way. Putting away the staying Shadow Stone, he glanced at Jun Yaoyao, who was lying motionless where she was. There was no telling if it was a fake or not. Lin Yaoyao thought about it, but still took out a bottle of spirit replenishing pill from the empty spirit ring and placed it beside her. Then I'm leaving, you'll be leaving later, remember, your handle is in my hands, if you expose me, then I don't mind spreading this staying Shadow Stone. After saying that, Lin escaped and left the cave. He was truly afraid of this woman. Quirky, explosive temper. As for why he didn't just dual cultivate with the other party. It was impossible to double cultivate. What is the other party, the Holy Maiden, but any high-ranking cultivator, a glance will be able to see if she is like a body of jade. When the time came to ask, wouldn't he still be dead? Lin Yaoyao left, and the cave fell into silence. Jun Yaoyao slowly got up as she endured the pain in her body. Succubus. She cursed angrily, but when she saw the spirit repairing pill beside her, for some reason, her heart actually gave birth to some stolen joy. Still a bit of a conscience. Jun Yaoyao would not admit what was in her heart. In her eyes, when she had the chance, she would still kill Lin Yuyao, the bastard who held a handle on her. Chapter 132 Going on Fire and Feeling Devilish. After Lin Yao came out of the cave, he ran all the way and swept in the direction of the Wanshou mountain. Through the condescending words he had just gotten from Jun Yao's mouth, he already knew what had happened to the Wanshou mountain after he left. Although it wasn't all of it, he had learned a general idea. So many people had surrounded Lu Qingyun and the others, and still none of them had caught up by now. Either something big had happened. Either that, or they were caught in negotiations. But no matter which of these two outcomes was, he had to go back. Something big had happened, which meant that Lu Qingyun and the others had been captured. Negotiations, naturally, meant with besieging Lu Qingyun and the others, forcing them to come to him. Don't let anything happen to you guys. Lin Yuyao came to the back of the Wanshou mountain, which was the place where he had jumped down from above to land earlier. In a few minutes, he came from this side to the top of the mountain. Of course, during this time, he didn't hide his aura in the slightest. But when he arrived at the top of the mountain, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. A corpse lay scattered on the ground. Even the altar at the very center had a corner sliced open by the sword Qi. Xing Yun. Autumn frost. Autumn winter. One name after another was shouted out from his mouth, and Lin Yuyao started searching through those corpses like a madman. How he wished at this moment that he hadn't gotten that secret key to the empty door. Likewise, he didn't want to see the person he wanted to find inside. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Lu Qingyun had gone off the deep end. This heart-wrenching feeling took over Lin Yiwu's entire inner world in just a short moment. It was as if his most precious thing had been crushed by someone. Chou Frost. Xiu Dong. Lin Yao shouted as he turned those corpses over. Just as he was despairing for a moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Wu Dekai. Lin Yuyao looked behind him, and Wu Dekai was instantly startled by his appearance. With eyes full of blood, he seemed to be about to go off the deep end. The yin-yang skill was originally needed to break the balance of yin and yang, and it was very easy to go off the deep end after receiving a huge stimulus when one hadn't reached the yin-yang reversal. However, Lin Yiwu was unaware of it at the moment. Fatty. You guys? We're fine, everyone is fine. Don't get excited first, listen to me. Wu Dekai hurriedly opened his mouth, then used his fastest speed to talk about what happened after Lin Yao left. Hearing that everyone was fine, Lin Yiwu's heart then sighed in relief. The agitation in the bottom of his heart slowly calmed down. Lin Yao asked, then where are they people? Where did they go? I say brother Lin, can you not be so flustered? They've already left and asked me to stay behind just because I'm afraid you'll suddenly turn back and not be able to find them. Wu Dekai looked at him helplessly, then looked around again. Let's leave quickly, or else I guess someone will come over again later. Hearing his words, it wasn't hard for Lin Yiwu to guess that someone had already come before, and there should be more than one batch. In fact, it was just as he expected, after Wu Dekai was placed here to wait. He had been hiding underneath the cliff on the other side, and only later came up to check after hearing the commotion from above. Before Lin Yuyao came here, 3 groups of disciples from different forces had already come over. Senior Sister Chu and Senior Sister Bai, they are now in the Beast Forest with the people from the 10,000 Swords Sect, and from what they said, after that in the appearance of the Empty Sect's secret key will all appear randomly, as for how many pieces appear, no one knows. Beast Forest? Lin Yuan had heard of it there before when he talked to Zhang Wuxin. With all the beasts converging, it could be said to be the most dangerous place in the entire Empty Gate secret realm. However, thinking about what he had done, where Zhang Wuxin had taken his people was not a good choice. After all, even if it was really a full-scale war, people from other forces would not dare to go over there. With so many demonic beasts around, unless they wanted to lose both sides, they would definitely not make a move anywhere. How long have they been gone? Lin Yiwu followed Wu Dekai and quickly swept towards the Beast Forest. Wu Dekai estimated the time. It's been walking for about an hour or so, we should be almost there now. At those words, Lin Yiwu quickened his pace. Although these people were already at peace with each other, he still wanted to see them as soon as possible. Moreover, from Wu Dekai's mouth, Lin Yao could also think of the image of Lu Qingyun and Zhang Wuxin as 2 people slaughtering the 4 directions. But with 2 people killing like that, it would be a hell if there weren't problems in their hearts. At the same time, various demonic beasts were rioting in the Empty Sect mystic realm. Many sleeping great demons also began to gradually awaken. Even some cultivators who were exploring the secret realm alone had already invited the demonic beasts to hunt them. Along the way, Lin Yuyo also encountered many demonic beasts, and compared to before, there were clearly twice as many of them. However, in order to quickly catch up with Zhang Wuxin and the others, Lin Yuyo and Wu Dekai were avoiding them when they could, trying their best not to get into a fight. After just half an hour, Lin Yuyo had already detected the scent of the harmony pill lingering in the air. It seemed that Chu Hongsleeve was afraid that they wouldn't be able to find it, so she had even left some marks on purpose. Really thoughtful. Lin Yuyo said in his heart, then said to Wu Dekai, "Speed up, I guess there is another distance to follow." Alright. Wu Dekai hadn't fought much, plus the other party's escape kung fu was top-notch, so he was able to steadily keep up with Lin Yuyo's pace. There had been roughly 10 minutes. Lin Yuyo had already clearly felt that there was someone in front of him. I guess we're almost there. At the same time, Lu Qingyun and the others were sitting at the same spot to recuperate. Lu Qingyun, Zhang Wuxin and the two of them had taken the meditation pill given by Chu Hongsleeve and were sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover their spiritual energy. Chu Hongsleeve and the others on the other hand were guarding the surroundings. After all, it was a beast forest, so there might be demonic beasts scurrying out at some point. Someone is coming. Lu Jia looked at the dense forest behind him, and a color of vigilance flashed in his eyes. But in the next moment, the vigilance turned into surprise. Brother Lin. The figures of Lin Prosperity and Wu Dekai rushed out from the dense forest. A moment later, they arrived close by. How are Brother Lu and the others doing? Lin Yiwu's gaze fell straight onto Zhang Wuxin and Lu Qingyun. Both of them were recovering with their eyes closed, and the occasional frown could show how unsettled they were inside at the moment. I don't know, it's been like this since I came here. Worry flashed in Chu Hongse's eyes. After all, if it wasn't for others, they wouldn't be able to stand here peacefully right now. Although after going out, they might be ostracized by the others, but that would be something after going out. Besides, it wasn't like the sect and the clan would have fallen out before because of these one or two things. In the end, they were only disciples of the Acacia sect. The ones who truly controlled the Acacia sect were still those who were strong at the Yuaning realm. AI. Lin Yuyo sighed heavily. Bai Xiushan came behind him and gently patted him. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, senior sister has already given them the meditation pill. Yeah, Brother Lin, you're not too pessimistic, besides, didn't we still grab the empty gate secret key? Lu Jia similarly consoled. At the mention of the empty gate secret key, the gazes of the others also looked towards Lin Yiwu's side. Chapter 133 The Gate of Inheritance. Lin Yiwu naturally wouldn't hide anything from them, and his face regained its previous radiance. I knew you guys would be curious. Here, I'll take a look. Taking out the secret key from the empty spirit ring, he threw it to Lu Jia. The guy excitedly took it, and then began to scrutinize it carefully. The others were similar to him. After all, this was the most valuable thing in the empty gate secret realm. This is the empty gate secret key, huh? Wu Dekai let out an exclamation. All of them had fought tooth and nail just for such a small token. Don't underestimate this thing. With it, when the time comes for the inheritance to descend, we are all qualified to go in, but whether we can be recognized by the inheritance or not is up to us. Chu Hongsleeve explained to the crowd. Hearing her words, the crowd revealed their fascination. After all, who wouldn't want to obtain a top-tier inheritance, and when they got out of the secret realm, they would cultivate in peace, then become a truly top-tier powerhouse. Just as the crowd was attracted by the empty gate secret key, a beast roar came out from the depths of the beast forest. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth, and even if they were on the outskirts of the beast forest, they could feel the sense of shock in the air. I'm afraid this is a top 4th stage great demon, right? Fear hung on Wu Dekai's face. A 4th-ranked top demon, even if they all went together, I'm afraid that in the end, they would only end up dead, right? Lin Yiwu didn't say anything as he looked towards Lu Qingyun's side. Sure enough, the two had opened their eyes, but the moment they opened their eyes, Lin Yaoyao saw the scarlet color that flashed in the eyes of the two. Obviously they hadn't broken free from the killing yet. Brother Lin, when did you come? Lu Qingyun immediately got up when he saw that he had returned safely. Just came over, but I think we should leave, or else when that great demon comes out, we're afraid that we'll be the first target of the other party's attack. Lin Yiwu reminded and turned to look at the few people behind him. Zhang Wuxin got up and glanced at the direction where the beast's roar came from. Let's go, what can we do if we don't go? What we should do now is to spend this period of time peacefully and enter the inheritance when it descends. As the leader of the entire team, his words, too, represented the entire team. There was no one to refute it. Just like that, the group had just turned around and set off on their journey once again. However, this time they weren't fleeing for their lives, but selectively avoiding places where demonic beasts gathered. Time passed little by little. While the others were scrambling for the empty gate secret key, Liniwu and the others had already begun to recuperate and wait for the inheritance to descend. In the blink of an eye, the empty gate secret realm had already opened for 35 days. During this time, the competition between the major forces was already intense. And the riots of the demonic beasts had caused the entire secret realm to fall into an even more chaotic state. At 10 minutes in the morning, the sun in the secret realm had just risen. A brilliant light followed the sun as it burst through the air. Lin Yuyo stood at the top of a mountain when he saw this scene. He was certain that the sun in the secret realm was not the same as the sun outside. It was just that the time was similar to the outside world. Otherwise, Lin Yiwu really suspected that the entire secret realm was just a place that was farther away from them. Nope. What is that? Lin Yuyo looked at the several light curtains above him that flickered with the light. The Gate of Inheritance. A cry of alarm rang out from behind him. Turning his head to look, Zhu Hongso had come to his side at an unknown time. As her voice fell, the figures of the others had already arrived on top of the mountain. Is this the Inheritance Gate? Everyone, get ready. Get ready to set off. Zhang Wuxin, as the core of the team, immediately moved after he gave the order and swept towards one of the closest inheritance gates from this side. The time for the empty gate's secret key to open the inheritance gate was only a few breaths. When the time came, they would still need to enter quickly in order to do so. Furthermore, if they could see this inheritance door, then others could see it as well. However, this wasn't something they were worried about because there was more than one inheritance door. There were 6 of them that Lin Yuyo had seen alone. As for other places, it was estimated that there were also, but it was unclear how many. At the sight of the crowd running, they saw a group of cultivators rushing towards them. It was people from Martial Peak. Lin Yiwu saw the brothers Wu Yunpeng and Wu Yunjie in the crowd at a glance. He actually didn't have too much hostility towards these people. The people hadn't participated in the siege when they were in the Jade Maple Forest before, and now he had heard about it when he was at the top of Wanzhou Mountain. After his own departure, not only did the people from Martial Peak not participate in the fight, instead, they directly retreated and began to wait for the next empty gate's secret key to appear. Prepare for battle. Zhang Wuxin shouted, his worries not without reason. If the people from Martial Peak did not have the empty gate's secret key, when the time came, they would launch an attack before going in. Not to mention whether or not all of their own people could get in, if the people from Martial Peak went crazy and blocked the way. This secret key of theirs would also go to waste. The men and horses from both sides came to the front of the inheritance gate at almost the same time. No one moved. Wukong, what do you guys mean? Looking for death? Lu Qingyun's killing intent was not over. Naturally, Wukong had also heard about the previous killing of the two at the top of the Wanzhou Mountain. At this moment, his face was tinged with scorn and he didn't dare to move. Let our people go in for 3, not many. The voice that spoke was very soft, but the determination revealed in his eyes made everyone on Lin Yiwei's side tremble. It seemed that not only did he not have the secret key, but he was also prepared to go in hard. Lin Yaoyao had expected some sort of argument to break out. But to his surprise, Zhang Wuxin's face was calm. Not only did he not get angry, but his words carried the flavor of negotiation. It's fine, but you guys have to be last, and as for how many of you can get in, it's all up to you. Wukong also seemed to have not expected Zhang Wuxin to be so nice. In fact, both sides were very clear and were even ready to fight. All right. A single word fell, and the crowd fell into silence. Zhang Wuxin signaled Lin Yiwu to go open the inheritance door. Go. Lin Yuan didn't speak nonsense and walked straight to the front of the inheritance door. As the one who opened the door, he was naturally the first to go in, and although it was stable, it also meant encountering danger. At first, the original intention was to let Lu Qingyun go in and open the door. But now with this situation, one had to change their strategy and let Lin Yiwu do the job. One should not be afraid to defend oneself against others, in case if the people from Martial Peak suddenly launched an attack, they would also be able to have a helping hand, wouldn't they? After Lin Yuyo took out the token, it was like the scene when opening the empty door secret realm. Spiritual energy was injected into the token, and the patterns on the token acted as if they were activated. After a flash, it slowly merged into the inheritance gate. It's open! Lin Yuyo shouted, followed by a flash to enter it. Marshal Peak sighed, as promised, didn't rush to enter. When they enter, don't hesitate and charge immediately. Count the number of people who can get in, as many as you can. Chapter 134, Betting on Destiny. Inside the Gate of Inheritance. It was very different from what Lin Yuyo had imagined. Inside, it was as if it was shrouded by the starry sky, and the stars and buckets in the sky seemed to be right in front of his eyes. It was even as if Lin Yao felt like he could touch it with a slight jump. He turned his head to look at the inheritance gate. Lu Qingyun and the others entered one by one, followed by the people from Martial Forest Peak. Wu Kong, Wu Yunpeng, and Wu Yunjie, and the moment they entered, the inheritance gate did not flicker. It seemed that it could only go out, not in. Senior brother Heartless, how is this inheritance? Lin Yuyo asked. He really didn't know, Empyrean Z had only told him about some of the double amphibious fruits. It seemed that in the other party's opinion, he wasn't qualified to get the empty Sect's secret key at all. So he didn't even bother to say anything. See those stardusts? Each star bucket represents an inheritance, but selecting the inheritance is one aspect, but whether or not you can actually accept the inheritance depends on your own skills, and everyone can only choose once. If each is recognized, then you will be immediately driven out of the inheritance door, so you must be careful when choosing. Use your heart to sense it. Understand? Zhang Wuxin's words weren't meant for Lin Yiwu alone. Those behind him were also listening attentively. As his words fell, he saw a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Sect take a few steps forward. Senior brother, I'll try first. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense to start making contact with those stars. Soon, a star was seen to start glowing. That disciple also opened his eyes. Found it. The other person with a delighted expression wanted to touch that good star. The eyes were about to touch, but the star suddenly shook violently. It seemed to repel the other party. A color of pain flashed in that disciple's eyes. In the next moment, Lin Yuyo saw the other person's body turn into dots of starlight and was transported out along the door of inheritance. This is a failure? Everyone else looked at this scene in shock. After waiting for the inheritance with 9 deaths, they were just short of the final step. Failed. It seems that senior brother Lu doesn't have the chance for this path. Zhang Wuxin shook his head helplessly. He really hoped that everyone would get the inheritance, in which case the 10,000 Swords Sect would see an unprecedented rise. At that time, after another 10 years, or even 5 years, the 10,000 Swords Sect would return to its peak from new. I'll do it. Zhang Wuxin stepped out from the crowd. He needed to set an example. Otherwise, the morale of the entire team would be cut. The chances of receiving the inheritance would also be much lower at that time. Heart Sword. With a low whistle, a sword aura erupted from Zhang Wuxin's body. Divine Sense. Open. Another cry fell, and the crowd felt a ripple fan out from in front of them, then rushed towards the stars that filled the sky. In the next moment, the crowd was shocked. Only to see that the countless stars in the sky actually began to scatter their light. Although it was not all of them, it was still shocking enough. A moment later, Zhang Wuxin opened his eyes and looked straight at the 6th star that could be very close to him. It's you! Zhang Wuxin dashed out in a flash, stretching out his arm to grab at the star in the sky. Moving forward, with the Heart Sword's boost, his aura had reached its peak. Fall down for me. With a vicious grab with his right hand, the star that could be the size of a dragon's eye was grasped in his hand. Along with this scene, the crowd was excited. It's in hand. Senior brother Zhang has succeeded. Lin Yiwu was equally excited, but he was only happy for the other party. It would be strange if Zhang Wuxin couldn't get the inheritance. Brother Lu, let's do it too. He leapt to look at Lu Qingyun. Who knew that this fellow had long since closed his eyes and externalized his divine sense? It wasn't just him, the others did the same, closing their eyes and releasing their divine sense. But when he was about to release his divine sense, he saw that the fellow Wu Dekai, who had fallen behind the crowd, was staring at his eyes as if he hadn't seen the inheritance. What's wrong with you? Lin Yuyo stopped his movements and came to Wu Dekai's side. Brother Lin, you do your thing, leave me alone, I'm taking a look. You're not afraid you'll fail, are you? Lin Ichio looked at him derisively, who knew that it was as if this guy had his tail stepped on. What words? What words? I, Wu Dekai, am the only successor of the thief sect. How is it possible that I can't even get a small inheritance? Am I not picking? Hee hee, fine, I don't care about you then. Lin Yiwu said, and without changing his position, he directly unfolded his divine sense in place. But along with the unfolding of his divine sense, his heart was slightly cold. There was no response. The divine sense was like falling into the sea, not raising a single wave. Bad, can it be that I'm the clown? Lin Yiwu was at a bit of a loss for a moment. No, can't just give up. He increased the output of his divine sense, which swept across the sky, flashing from star after star. But the more he did so, the colder his heart grew. It still wasn't there. How can this be? Lin Yiwu thought that although his talent wasn't as good as that of a heavenly pride, it was still not bad, it was considered to be in the middle to upper class. But now there was actually not a single star that recognized him. This let there be a blow to his confidence. No, I seem to have forgotten something. Lin Yuyo said in his heart, then immediately revolved the delusion-breaking bead. The moment the delusion-breaking bead began to rotate, the entire starry sky lit up. Those stars that hadn't been captured began to flash, even more dazzling than when Zhang Wuxin released his divine sense earlier. Brother Lin? Wu Dekai, who was beside him, subconsciously looked towards Lin Yuyao, who was still releasing his divine sense. The others seemed to be shocked by this scene as well. Those who were still feeling the stars originally opened their eyes and stared blankly at Lin Yihai's side. Lin Yaoyao didn't know about this, he just felt the stars as if they were desperately calling out to him. One by one, the stars were lit up. The flickering rhythm was like breathing. What's that? Lin Yuyao suddenly realized that one flickering star was different from the others. To say where it was different, it was as if the other stars were just calling out to him, whereas at this moment, it was as if they were somewhat afraid of him. Although it was also flashing, it deliberately fell behind one of the stars. What is this situation? From the initial lack of stars responding to it, to now the stars flashing in the sky. Lin Yiwu sort of felt the ups and downs. It's just you. Anyway, it wasn't known what exactly the inheritance contained in the stars was. Lin Yiwu wasn't being picky, betting on fate? Oh, he had never been afraid of that. Nowadays, even if his inheritance was bad, with the yin-yang dual amphibious fruit and the delusion-breaking bead in place, his breakthrough to the Yuaning stage was already a done deal. Even though he was still only a Jindan third-level Karami. Lin Yiwu opened his eyes, looked in the direction of the star, and charged straight out. Chapter 135 Inheritance, Hegemony Body Technique. After selecting the star that was dodging, Lin Yiwu flew straight over. His heart fluttered. The star's abnormality had piqued his curiosity no matter what. But what he didn't notice was this. Wu Dekai, after seeing the direction of that star, shock flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth even twitched slightly. That's the Ziwei Emperor star? Wu Dekai muttered. As an heir of the thief sect, the book of thievery that he had passed down was originally the famous lines of Tong Tian. Stealing heaven, stealing earth, stealing fate. The word theft was as small as stealing, and as big as stealing the heavens. What it contained was not just as simple as it appeared. It was only due to the fact that Wu Dekai had been pretending to be weak, which caused everyone to ignore him. But they didn't know that this was exactly what Wu Dekai wanted. It's a good thing I'm friends with Brother Lin, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to ride this wind. As the words fell, Wu Dekai turned his head and looked around, realizing that no one was paying attention to him before he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yiwei soon arrived near the star. He could clearly sense that this star was very different from the other silver-white stars, and it emitted a faint golden light. In the midst of these vast stars, it again appeared lonely and domineering. It did not want to be with the other stars, and vaguely carried a bit of a forceful power. Lin Yuyao tried to touch this star with his divine sense. What's going on? The star power that was still dodging the eye as he got closer and closer actually gave birth to a force that was so powerful that it was almost violent at this moment. It even rebounded his divine sense back fiercely. A majestic will even vaguely surfaced in his mind. Mortal body, unworthy. Lin Yiwu's heart shook. Was it hard to fail? He admitted that his talent was not as good as those of Lu Qingyun. But that was just him not practicing enough. If he was given another 3 years, no, 1 year. Lin Yiwu could definitely break through to the Yuaning realm with ease. Even along with the Baiqiushang sisters, they would also advance quite a bit. I still don't believe it. If you can't even fiddle with an inheritance, what the hell is there to cultivate immortality? While desperately struggling, The delusion-breaking bead slowly rotated within his dantian. Along with the power of the delusion-breaking bead stimulated, he once again extended his divine sense and attempted to fight against the star. Endless suction power emanated from the delusion-breaking bead. The star that was originally still rejecting and disdainful actually began to intend to break free from its hold. But no matter how much it resisted, that suction force still grew stronger and stronger. One could almost see the star's golden light flickering dramatically, seemingly angrily resisting, while the power within the delusion-breaking bead was calm with a hidden oppression. Within the entire gate of inheritance, uncountable amounts of star power seemed to be pulled and converged. Lin Yiwu completely ignored the marvels and comments of the crowd behind him, focusing on earning the ultimate ownership of this star. His eyes shone brightly as he manipulated the power of the delusion-breaking pearl to suppress the star, until that star was completely subjugated. The very moment he grabbed the star, a swelling torrent of information surged into his mind. Instantly, his forehead filled with cold sweat and his face went pale. The entire person wearily half-kneeled in the void. This is actually... Lin Yiwu muttered in unconcealed shock. This star's inheritance wasn't an ordinary technique or martial skill. Instead, it was a method called hegemony body. The method was infused with the power of the heavenly Tao, and even though he couldn't even touch that level now, he had more or less heard of it. But he has heard of it. The first baby is above the refining of emptiness. Refining the void is refining the God, and each time it is raised, it requires the heavenly Tao to send down a thunderbolt to baptize it. However, this also meant that one needed to fight with the heavenly Tao for their fortune. This method required absorbing the power of the stars to refine the physical body. Cultivating it to great completion could even possess a power comparable to the vastness of a river of stars. Lin Yiwu was momentarily overjoyed and saddened, his excitement mixed with a hidden scorn. Hegemonic body? Star power quenching the physical body? Lin Prosper combed through the inheritance that poured into his mind, and the more he read, the more he was shocked. This kind of technique was even more tricky and demanding than an ordinary martial skill. It required the power of countless stars. Even the slightest mistake when quenching to the middle stage could result in the collapse of the physical body and the reversal of qi. It seems that the gamble is big enough this time. Gathering up his mind, Lin Yiwu looked at the others. After all, being inside the gate of inheritance, he couldn't cultivate right now either. However, when he saw that Chu Hongso and the others were still there, his heart was vaguely relieved. Fortunately, the people who were important to him didn't let him down. Everyone was sensing the stars in their hands. But there were also several who were directly teleported out. 2 people from the 10,000 Swords Sect, and the people from the Martial Forest Peak were only the Wukong who stayed behind. As for the 2 brothers, they were afraid that they had been teleported out when Lin Yiwu received the inheritance. Meanwhile, in the empty Sect mystic realm, there were many scenes just like this side. However, there was one place that stood out the most. One could only see the people from the Hateless Hall confronting the people from the 100 Flowers Valley. Shihan, I don't want much, just 3 spots. If you don't give them, then you guys don't want to go in either. Absolute Hate stood at the very front of the Hateless Hall's team. They didn't contend for the empty gate secret key either, not that they didn't have the strength to do so. Rather, the point was too backward. After searching for a long time, even 2 people from second-rate forces had gotten it. At that time, he was still thinking of grabbing a piece. But those people were like ground rats, immediately hiding after snatching the empty gate secret key. Even after exhausting all means, they could not be found. Now that the inheritance gate had descended, it was too late to find those people. In desperation, the Hall of Absolute Hate ran into the people of the 100 Flowers Valley. Absolute hate. Don't bully others too much. Do you think that my 100 Flowers Valley is easy to bully? Shi Shan coldly looked at the other party. The 100 Flower Valley disciples behind him were also ready to fight. 3 places in exchange for your 100 Flower Valley's peace of mind. This deal, isn't it good enough? Absolute Hate's tone carried a few hints of flirtation. But the words spoken carried a few moments of table-turning momentum. Absolute Hate, don't bully people too much. Shi Muyu stood beside Shi Hung, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with anger. In the face of repeated warnings, Jia Hate not only did not converge for half a minute, but instead became a few points more complacent. Deceiving people too much? Oh, you 100 Flowers Valley are not clear about the situation, are you? Either hand over the quota, or everyone should not go in. Shimuyu's face became increasingly ugly when she heard these words. Her fists clenched tightly, then she turned her head towards Chi Hang. However, Chi Hang frowned. The purpose of the Hall of No Hate was obvious. They did not have the Empty Gate secret key, nor were they qualified to compete for the inheritance. The provocation at this moment was merely to forcefully squeeze into the inheritance gate. Chi Hang could not help but feel resentment rising in his heart. These guys were simply parasites. Shameless to the extreme. However, he also knew that if he really continued to pester them, he was afraid that it would really be anyone who went in. Absolute hatred. Chi Hang spoke coldly, 3 going in won't work, it's too many, you can only send 1 person at most. Chi Hang's words gave the Hall of Absolute Hate a way out though. Chapter 136 Riotous Demonic Beasts. 1. Absolute Hate's face instantly darkened. How could he not know the other party's intentions if he really agreed? In the future, this big senior brother of the Hateless Hall should not continue to work. Although others would still be afraid of his strength, but in the future, the words he set out. It was probably no different from a fart. Chi Hang, you're too unkind. Chi Hang snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping across Jia Hate's face like a knife. Joke. You, the Hall of Absolute Hate, can't even obtain a secret key to the empty door now, and you still dare to threaten me? At worst, we'll fight to the death and we'll all split up. Humph. Absolute Hatred's face was blue, his eyes staring at 100 Flower Valley and Chi Hang and the others in front of him, and for a while, he was in a dilemma. He was both worried that coming on hard would enrage Chi Hang and the 100 Flowers Valley. But at this moment, he could not lose face. At least 2, that's my bottom line, or else we'll split up. Absolute Hate's voice was grim as he once again threw the topic towards Chi Hang. In the end, the two reached an agreement, and the Hateless Hall followed the 100 Flowers Valley's people to go in with 2 people. But if they knew that even if they went in, they wouldn't necessarily get the inheritance, they didn't know what kind of expression they would have. However, before Chi Muyu entered, he suddenly looked up to the sky as if he sensed something. There seemed to be one of the stars in the sky shining brightly. And the name of that star was none other than the Ziwei star. It was already 5 days later when Lin Yiwu and the others had walked out of the inheritance gate. At this moment, there were only 2 days left before the closure of the Empty Gate Mystic Realm. And these 2 days. It was the most crucial moment from entering the secret realm to the end, and it was also the most dangerous moment. All the demonic beasts would expel the outsiders as if they were crazy. No one knows why. There were once people who wanted to explore, but none of them came back alive. Some said that it was because the secret treasure came out, and it was those great demons who manipulated the demonic beasts to come over and expel them. Others said it was because they had snatched many spirit herbs in the secret realm, annoying the great demons. There were all sorts of claims. But only one thing was certain. Running was right. Lin Yiwu was standing at the edge of the inheritance gate at the moment. He didn't know why the inheritance door hadn't disappeared. Perhaps it was because of the secret realm, and when the secret realm closed, the inheritance door would disappear on its own. But that was only his guess. Because they would soon be heading to the outer region of the secret realm. That is, the eastern part of the Empty Gate Mysterious Realm. There was the exit of the secret realm. Before the exit of the secret realm opened, all the cultivators would converge there. What are you standing still for? Go! Bai Xiushan's impatient voice interrupted Lin Yuyao's thoughts. She was dressed in a white dress that looked dazzling in the sunlight, and her delicate eyebrows were tinged with impatience. Beside the other party, Xu Hongso, Bai Dongxue, Zhang Wuxin, Lu Qingyun and the others were all there. The people from Martial Peak had long since left. However, with this good karma, it was estimated that if they clashed with other forces again in the future, the probability was that they would be on their side. Oh, here it comes. Lin Yixio came back to his senses and quickly followed. He glanced at Bai Xiushang and secretly slandered in his heart. It wasn't when you were chasing me, you were originally calling out little brother, and now you're playing with your temper when you don't move. But he didn't dare to say this. After all, the matter of faking his death before hadn't passed yet, and it was estimated that when he went out, the other party would still pull old scores with him. I have to make up for it first, otherwise I'll have to suffer when I go out. Lin Yaoyao secretly pondered, but his steps were not slow, merely following behind the crowd. At this time, the crowd maintained their due silence. No one asked the others what inheritance they had gotten. It was even as if they hadn't gone in, the excitement that they had before going in had long disappeared. In its place was all gravity. Be careful, we'll pass through the beast forest just ahead, and we're sure to encounter some great demons then. Zhang Wuxin walked at the forefront to remind. Everyone's hearts lifted following the other's words. As the beast forest got closer and closer, Lin Wu could already clearly feel a burst of demonic aura coming. Third rank, at least they are all third-rank demonic beasts. Wu Dekai paused in his steps and came to Lin Yihai's side. Lin Yuyao nodded, he was still very curious about the fatty. Originally, he thought that the other party would not be recognized by the inheritance. But not only did this guy get it, but it was still a dozen stars glowing at the same time. In the end, he didn't know what the fatty had gotten, and he planned to ask. Be careful, later on, you'll just still follow me around, understand? At those words, Wu Dekai's expression was stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. Hee, don't worry brother Lin, you don't have to help me too much later, even though I'm not very strong, but I can still protect myself, later you'll just help Fairy White and the others more, can't you see that they're staring at you? Hearing these words, Lin Yuyao turned his gaze towards Bai Qiushan's side. Sure enough, Bai Qiushan was staring at his side, and when she saw him looking over, she immediately twisted her gaze. AI, it seems like it's impossible to hide. Lin Yuyao sighed. When he went out, it was estimated that he wouldn't even have to go past dark, he was afraid that he would be called over. Soon, the crowd had entered within the range area of the beast forest. A burst of beast roars came out from that dense forest. Lin Wu and the others were fine, but Wu Dekai, Bai Qiudong, and those 3 disciples from the 10,000 Swords sect's faces turned white for a while. Just by feeling the scent, one could detect that there were definitely hundreds of demonic beasts inside. After walking for about half a quarter of an hour, the crowd stopped in their tracks. This time, not only those who had just mentioned their names, even Xu Hongsleeve, Zhang Wuxin, and even Lu Qingyun and the rest of them were subdued by the scene in front of them. This is a ING attempt to crush the entire Secret Realm's cultivators, isn't it? Wu Dekai had just looked like I can do it, but now he revealed an expression of fear. He took half a step back and hid behind Lin Wu. Hundreds of demonic beasts? That was all talking about less, there were at least also more than 500 of them in the beast forest in front of them. Although most of them were first and second order demonic beasts. But they couldn't help the large number of them. No, these demonic beasts seemed to be waiting for orders. Lin Wu felt that something was wrong, and the gazes of the crowd landed on him. After a pause, he continued, we are now only a few miles away from those demonic beasts, it's impossible for them to not be able to detect our presence. If we say that they can sense us coming over but don't attack, that can only mean that there is something controlling them. It can also be said that they are waiting for an order from that thing. Hearing Lin Yuyao's explanation, Zhang Wuxin's brows furrowed. With so many demonic beasts waiting for orders, if they rushed out, not to mention them, the entire cultivators of the secret realm would run. Spare the past. Hurry. Zhang Wuxin did not hesitate and immediately ordered. After all, he wasn't alone, as the core of the team, he needed to ensure everyone's safety. Chapter 137 Wansho Mountain's Vision. Lin Wu actually wanted to take another look at what these demonic beasts would do later on. However, when he heard Zhang Wuxin's order, he couldn't disobey. Thus, the crowd retreated from the beast forest and turned to take a detour, going to the east from the Wansho Mountain on the side. Half a day passed, and the crowd stepped into the Wansho Mountain once again, their footsteps slightly lighter. Wu Dekai touched the cold sweat on his forehead and said with palpitations. The name of this Wansho Mountain is really not bad, Showa. If a demonic beast pops out again in a while, I'm afraid that this show will be gone. Lin Wu sniffed and let out a light laugh. You kid, don't crow. He swept his gaze back and forth between the mountains and forests. Although on the surface everything looked as normal, after activating his yin-yang body, he was very sensitive to the aura senses around him. Compared to before, at this moment, the flow of the aura of the Manhwa Mountain was yet unnatural, and even somewhat counter-current. This weird feeling made him a little more wary. Right at this moment, Zhang Wuxin suddenly stopped and said with a grave expression. There's a problem here. Lu Qingyun followed closely behind, obviously sensing the abnormality as well. Indeed, there is something wrong. Just now I also felt that the aura was converging towards the top of the mountain. This soft sentence caused the originally relaxed crowd to all stop. A tense look once again appeared on everyone's face. Aura convergence? Zhang Wuxin couldn't help but frown as he heard this. I've never heard any elder talk about this situation before the secret realm either. Generally speaking, the Manhwa Mountain is one of the most stable regions in the secret realm. Stable? Xu Hongsleeve was a bit puzzled, her gaze carrying a sense of disbelief. Since it's so stable, what about the aura fluctuations? She had always spoken strongly, and the crowd didn't dare to refute much, so they could only remain silent in response. Wu Dikai cautiously touched his nose and came over to Lin Yuyao's side and whispered. Brother Lin, look at this situation, why don't we withdraw first? Maybe a bunch of demonic beasts are going to pop up again later, those people can protect themselves, we don't have the ability to do that. Lin Yuyao shook his head, pondered for a moment and said. Go in the direction where the auras converge. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the others immediately landed on Lin Yiwu. In fact, there were already people who had their hearts set on the top of the 10,000 longevity mountain. After all, no one wanted to miss out on any opportunity to improve themselves. With this vision, there might be some other exotic treasure coming out. What do you guys think? Do you want to go up and take a look? It's not forced, it's quite safe now. Even if you don't want to go up, there shouldn't be any dangers in traveling directly to the eastern exit from this side. Lin Yiwei turned his head to look at the others. After all, he alone couldn't represent all of them. But even if these people didn't go up, he would still go up himself to take a look. Lu Qingyun stroked his chin and raised his eyes to the top of the Wanshou mountain. At this moment, if one were to feel it with their heart, they would be able to realize that the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be converging towards the top of the mountain. Since there's a vision, if I don't explore it, won't I miss out on the creation? His gaze fell on Lin Yuyao and he added. I would like to accompany you up there to take a look. As his words fell, Xu Hongzhou also stepped forward. This kind of opportunity, how could one possibly give it up? Even if I encounter danger, I'm not afraid of this measly Wanshou mountain. Bai Xiushang sniffed and coldly glanced at Xu Hongzhou, then took a step forward. Since I've decided to go, then I'll naturally accompany you. Several people stated their positions one after another. Zhang Wuxin, however, shook his head and sighed. To say that he didn't want to go would be a lie. However, he could not go because he still had to protect the safety of the others. You guys go ahead, I'll lead the rest of you to the eastern exit first. The atmosphere was slightly stagnant, and in the end, it was Lin Yiwu who took the lead. Since we've decided to split up, don't hesitate to gather at the eastern exit when the time comes. Xiudong, you shouldn't go. Lin Yaoyao saw Bai Xiudong who was approaching his side. This niece clearly wanted to follow. Could the other party's strength, if they really encountered any danger, they wouldn't even be able to run away at that time? Why? Sister can go, why can't I go? Bai Xiudong had an aggrieved look on his face. What can you do if you go? Drag your feet? Bai Xiushang interrupted the other party. Now that she had come to the 7th level of the Jindan realm in strength through this period of hard cultivation and the help of spiritual medicines. Even if she encountered danger, she still had the strength to defend herself. However, Bai Xiudong was different, and was only at the 5th level of the Jindan realm by now. Even Lin Yuyao had already caught up with him. In the end, there were only 5 people left in the group going up the mountain. Fatty, why don't you follow and leave? Lin Yuyao looked at the other person. This guy had detached himself from the group when Zhang Wuxin was leading the group away. He was also slightly surprised by this. With the other party's death-fearing nature, he shouldn't be so risky as to follow him. Rather, it was the kind of thing that even if something did go wrong with them, it wouldn't be blamed on the other party. Hee, Fatty, I'm also interested in the things up there. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about me. I still have a few first-order earth-shrinking talismans in my hand, so even if I run into danger I'll be able to run. Hearing this, Lin Yuyao nodded. He knew that the other party had a lot of such life-preserving things on him. He also didn't say anything more and glanced at the others. Let's go. Lin Prosperity utilized the delusion-breaking pearl's ability to perceive the flow of aura to continuously probe. They walked with extreme caution. As the elevation continued to rise, the trees around them gradually thinned out. The vegetation became oddly shaped, as if it had undergone some sort of aura radiation. Bai Xiushang reached out and touched a tree trunk, but immediately shrunk her hand back. Only to see a little more red stain on her palm, as if it had been burned, and her willow brows furrowed. The aura here has unexpectedly become so unstable. Xu Hongsleeve, however, looked as if she didn't care about it at all. Instead, she said in a slightly flirtatious manner. What? Afraid? If you're afraid, hurry down the mountain, don't get us involved. Bai Xiushang glared at Xu Hongsleeve and was about to say something back, but she saw Lin Yichu waving his hand, signaling to keep quiet. Don't argue, the aura disturbance is still going on. The closer we get to the top of the mountain, the more dangerous it is. The spiritual energy here has already started to clash. His gaze snapped around, staring at a clearing behind the trees in the distance. A faintly visible ball of light oscillated away with the power of the delusion-breaking bead in Lin Yuyao's eyes. Watch out! As the words fell, only an explosion was heard in the air. It wasn't a collision of physical objects. Rather, it was an explosion of aura caused by the aura suddenly solidifying before and then crashing together. Lu Qingyun was immediately alert. Brother Lin, do you have any way to go over there directly? Lin Yuyao clenched his hands and utilized the Earthgate step of the heaven, earth and humankind transportation technique, instantly flashing to 10 feet away. He operated his yin-yang eyes and carefully observed the flow of spiritual energy in the formation. Follow my guidance, step on the points I've drawn out, and don't step on the rest. Chapter 138 Heavenly Material Treasure. Spirit Pearl. Lin Yao commanded the crowd to carefully walk through the formation. After stepping through the formation, the sky opened up before them. At the top of the Manhwa mountain, the empty platform appeared in front of the crowd. It was as if those corpses had once been washed away, even the bloodstains on the ground had disappeared. And right in the center, on top of the cliff, a spirit pearl emitting light floated in the air. It was the size of a fist, but like a sun, it illuminated the surrounding area. The light was wrapped in a strong and pure fluctuation of spiritual qi. A gust of wind blew on the platform, as if the heavens and earth were trembling for this spirit pearl. This is... Lu Qingyun's eyes widened as he murmured. The spirit rhythm bead from the heavenly treasures. Legend has it that only places with rich spiritual qi can give birth to immortal spiritual objects. Wu Dekai was even more unable to hide his excitement and directly stomped his feet and exclaimed. It's a fortune. This time it's really rich. This kind of treasure can create a clan. Chu Hongzhou and Bai Xiushan, however, both didn't speak, only staring at the spirit bead with shocked faces. Desire for possession flashed through their eyes at the same time, itching to rush up and take the treasure into their palms immediately. What was the spirit bead? It was similar to the Yin Dragon bead that Lin Yuyao had gotten, but it was stronger than the Yin Dragon bead. It was a whole spiritual vein that had converged. If a cultivator had this thing to aid in his cultivation, it was equivalent to, alone, occupying a spiritual vein. But Lin Yuyao wasn't in a hurry after seeing this thing, he remained calm. Don't be anxious, how can a place like this have only treasures and no guardians? As if to confirm his words, a low growl suddenly rang out. Black cracks split open from above the platform, vaguely emitting a berserk pressure. Immediately afterward, a huge demonic beast stepped out into the void. This demonic beast was shaped like a tiger, several feet in length, and its hair was as glowing as dark gold. A pair of eyes were like crimson lamps, staring at the crowd with killing intent. What was most appalling was the aura fluctuation on its body. Surprisingly, it had reached the 4th rank. The demonic beast opened its bloody mouth and let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the platform instantly shook. A strong pressure came over the crowd, forcing the crowd, who were only at the Jindan realm, back several feet. Lu Qingyun's face turned pale as he clenched his fists and said, 4th-ranked Great Demon Guardian Spirit Bead, it seems that if we want to capture this item, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Wu Dekai's voice trembled as his legs went limp in fear. My god, how can this be fought? Lin Yuyao, however, always stared at the demonic beast, revealing a few shades of gravity. Since I've come, I can't return empty-handed, this battle. We'll take the pearl. The demonic beast roared, its dark golden fur suddenly exploding. The yin and yang skill in Lin Yiwu's eyes worked extremely fast, and the sound of the wind in his ears unexpectedly became slowed down. Xiu Frost, Senior Sister Chu, you guys take one left and one right to hold it back, don't touch it hard. Lin Yiwu immediately commanded. At the moment, he was the eyes in the entire team. Although his strength wasn't the strongest, but with the assistance of his yin and yang eyes, it wasn't much different from having a perspective. Bai Xiushang's eyes went cold as she raised her palm and her green longsword armchair. Frost splendor roams the sky. Several blades of green-colored light swept by like a rainstorm. Without hesitation, Chu Hongzhou offered a blood-red yarn flag on the side. Heavenly Fragrance Guide. Chaotic Red Dust. This was the Acacia Sect's mesmerizing technique. But at this moment, Chu Hongsleeve seemed to have utilized the technique she had previously used in the Inheritance. The execution of the Heavenly Fragrance Guide was clearly different from the past. The original pink-colored mist actually turned into a light red color. The great demon's actions were slightly delayed for a split second, but it quickly lunged again. Almost at the same time, its huge tiger claws slapped down, the power-driven aura coming like an ocean. Lin Yuyao knew that the difference between life and death was a matter of moments, and his feet suddenly moved. The earth gate steps were restarted, and his figure instantly appeared 10 feet away. On the other hand, Xu Hongso and Bai Qiuxing on the side were obviously also under increased pressure. Bai Qiuxing clenched her teeth and kept moving at flying speed to maintain her attack. The green-colored light blade stirred endlessly, but could only leave some white traces on the demonic beast's hard fur. Chu Hongslee's blood veil flag was even suppressed many times by the demonic beast's overflowing aura. It was almost difficult to continue. Lin Yuyao looked at the stalemate situation in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly and his yin and yang eyes opened once again. It seemed that he had gotten used to the might of the demonic beast, and Lin Yuyao's observation became more and more subtle. His pupils glowed with an icy blue and crimson halo as he stared at the trajectory of the demonic beast's spiritual energy. Finally, he caught a break in its aura flow. The spiritual energy in the tail was especially stagnant, like a chasm in a large river that was clogged. The tail. He whispered a voice to Bai Qiuxiang. Attract its attention and guide me through, leave the rest to me. A trace of shock swept through Bai Qiuxiang's gaze. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and did not linger. The green light instantly focused into a powerful sword on and viciously stabbed at the demonic beast's face. The demonic beast was furious as its eyes coalesced with crimson light flames. It gave up its killing intent towards Chu Hongso and Lin Yiqiu and violently lunged towards Bai Qiuxing. The ground around the platform cracked and collapsed under its impact. Xu Hongsleeve saw Bai Qiuxing's intentions, and her veil flag was violently raised as another red mist roared and spread, enveloping the demonic beast's body. The red mist strangely burrowed into the hair around the demonic beast. Here comes the opportunity. Taking this moment, Lin Yuyao swept past the back of the demonic beast like lightning. His 5 fingers were open, and the yin and yang skill running in his body catalyzed the delusion-breaking bead, inspiring a trace of purifying spiritual energy. In the eyes of outsiders, this spiritual power was like a thin layer of mist. But the real but killing move was not here in Liniwu. The purifying power only caused the demonic beast to freeze for a short period of time. Brother Lu. Hurry! Lu Qingyun on top of the platform finally moved. He was the strongest person in the crowd and had been looking for an opportunity. At this moment, the aura fluctuations of the demonic beast appeared extremely disorganized. He stepped on the ground and his figure crashed into the spirit bead like a meteor. With a lift of his hand, he swept past the demonic beast and clutched the fist-sized spirit bead in a death grip. Retreat! Lu Qingyun's voice followed closely. Before Liniwu could react, a shadow pressed down like it was covering the sky. The demonic beast roared, the wound in its tail sending it into a berserk rage. Undisguised killing intent swept over the crowd. Between the sound of wind stirring, the platform actually cracked open a deep ditch. Damn! Bai Qiuxiang's silver teeth clenched, her gaze fixed on the approaching demonic beast. On the other hand, Xu Hongso's face turned white, and she didn't see the aura for half a day when the red veil flag was raised. However, Liniwu didn't have any panic as he turned his gaze to the person who had been ignored. Fatty! Hurry up! Before his words fell, he saw Wu Dekai, who had been hiding at the back, suddenly make a flash. The appearance of this scene caused Lin Yuyao to freeze for a moment, because the other person's body seemed to be somewhat similar to his heaven, earth, and man escape technique, and could actually flash directly. But now was not the time to talk about that. Then, in less than 2 short breaths, Wu Dekai distributed the earth-shrinking talisman into everyone's hands. You've set your teleportation location, right? Lin Yuyao shouted. Got it done. Just run straight to the east after teleporting. As he spoke, Fatty Wu had already taken the lead in activating the earth-shrinking talisman. The others didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly activated the talismans in their hands. The 5 major rays of light flashed, and the demonic beast clearly didn't know what was going on. But the next moment, the crowd in front of them disappeared. The demonic beast instantly fell into a rage. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 139 Explosive Talisman. When Liniwu and the others reappeared. They had already arrived outside the valley closest to the eastern part of the secret realm. Wu Dekai looked down and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't dawdle, hurry up and cross the valley, further on is the eastern region. Lin Yuyao frowned, vaguely feeling that there was something in the other party's words. But now was not the time to ask about this, then he turned his head and commanded. Everyone follow, wait until we reach the eastern domain and make repairs. The valley was fairly flat. In less than an hour, the crowd had traveled most of the way. Lin Wu walked at the front and suddenly felt what seemed to be some shaking under his feet. Did you guys feel it? As expected, Lu Qingyun and the others also seemed to have sensed something. Without waiting for the crowd to react, a familiar beast roar came from behind them. Not good. Lin Wu quickly arrived at a hillside, only to see countless demonic beasts coming towards the entrance of the valley. The one at the forefront was none other than the fourth-ranked demon from the top of the Wanshou mountain before. Damn! It actually chased it here. Lin Wu couldn't help but let out a low curse. The relief on everyone's faces instantly disappeared. Don't freeze. Run. Lu Qingyun was proud of himself, but he wasn't a cutie. It was fine to defend himself against a fourth-ranked demonic beast, but now that was a tide of hundreds of beasts. Once he was surrounded, even if his skills were heavenly, he wouldn't be able to escape. The crowd had yet to run far, and the roars of the demonic beasts behind them were already close to their ears. Every sound was like a heavy hammer hitting the heart, causing the soul to tremble and the hairs to stand up straight. Wu Dekai was sweating profusely from running. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Another dozen miles and we'll be out of the valley. Lin Wei couldn't think about it and increased his speed to the extreme, turning back several times. His gaze was fixed on the terrifying group of demonic beasts. Damn, I'm afraid that this spirit bead was reserved by that big demon at the top of the Manhwa mountain. Lin Yao cursed as he quickened his pace. Lu Qingyun couldn't help but ask, do you know what kind of demonic beast it is? Lin Prosperity didn't seem to have time to answer, stomping 2 steps to jump ahead first. A demonic beast whose mouth cannot speak is not necessarily poorly talented. Demonic beasts with strong talent have extremely high spiritual intelligence and can even metamorphose in their own body. This one probably wanted to swallow the spirit bead to complete its breakthrough, but it was robbed by us. Before the words fell, a loud noise came from the rear, and the surrounding mountains were viciously lifted up. The demonic beast's huge sharp claws ruthlessly stepped on the stone wall with an appalling momentum, forcing everyone's heart to beat like a drum. We mustn't let it catch up to us here, or all of us will die. Bai Xiushang's face was iron blue as she swung the 3-foot green blade in her hand at the cliff behind her. The sword energy crossed the air and countless pieces of debris rolled down from the cliff. Those low-ranked demonic beasts behind her didn't have time to dodge and were directly hit by the boulders. Although it was briefly blocked for a moment, it didn't have much of an effect at all on that 4th-ranked great demon. Finally, after passing through the valley, the front became much more open, representing the entry into the eastern domain. Flat earth appeared before their eyes. There were no cliffs, no clumps of trees, and no cover whatsoever. But no one felt relaxed because of this. Instead, it was like a basin of cold water pouring down from the head. Flat terrain meant no barrier. They would be completely exposed to the pursuing sight of the demonic beasts. Wu Dekai stopped to cover his chest and panted heavily, his face whitening some more. Wait. Running further is a dead end instead. The crowd stopped at once, and Bai Qiuxing turned back with a huff, glaring coldly at Wu Dekai. What exactly do you know? If you know anything, just say it. Wu Dekai's face was ugly as he gritted his teeth. Honestly, this area might be the territory of a demonic beast, but I actually don't dare to be sure. Lin Yuyao's eyebrows tightened as he sniffed. Suddenly, a war-crying whistling sound came from behind them. Everyone turned around at the same time, only to see that the 4th-ranked demonic beast had gone berserk. Behind it, countless demonic beasts rushed across the valley like a torrent. The target was clearly locked onto them. Can't stop. Lu Qingyun shouted sternly. He carried his sword and swept his gaze behind the others like a sharp blade. Don't care about anything else now. If you stay, you will definitely die, but if you charge forward, there is still a chance of survival. This time, Lu Qingyun also started to gamble, betting that they would reach the exit location before they were caught up by the demonic beasts. Betting that those people would fight with them in order to stay alive. After all, there was only one exit. If it was occupied by the demonic beasts, the big guys would have to play it out then. Hearing these words, Lin Yuanyun's heart shook violently. It seemed that Lu Qingyun had truly changed. The Lu Qingyun of the past would never lead a group of people to their deaths. Even if he was facing these demonic beasts alone, he would never, ever implicate innocent people. But now, everything was different. Lin Yuyun narrowed his eyes and didn't pick up on this. He just accelerated his feet and caught up with the group again. Xu Hongzhou, on the other hand, raised her eyes and coldly scanned Lu Qingyun. Gutsy, but not too conceited. Although her voice was small, it was still clearly heard by Bai Xiushang. Bai Qiusheng swept a ghostly glance at Chu Hongsleeve and lowered her voice. Conceited men always have to pay a price, but don't drag easy down with you. Chu Hongsleeve smiled blandly and didn't respond again, but suddenly sped up her steps to catch up with Lin Yiqiu side by side, as if she was sending some kind of hidden provocation to Bai Qiuzhuang. At this time, Lin Yiqiu's voice sounded once again. The demonic beasts are too fast, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the exit position in time to catch up. Unless there's some means to temporarily block that 4th-ranked demonic beast. Wu Dekai, who was in the second position, stopped violently. Lin Yiwu stumbled and almost crashed into it. What are you doing? Who knew that this guy's palm was caressing the storage ring, flesh pain hanging on his face? I can only use it. With a flash of white light, Lin Yuyo saw a fire-red talisman appear in the other guy's hand. It wasn't a shrinking talisman. Instead, it was a talisman with an aura similar to the Three Suns talisman he had used before. This is? Lu Qingyun stared at the talisman. Even he actually felt a threat on this talisman. Explosive talisman. When Wu Dekai heard someone inquire, the flesh pain on his face turned into smugness. Extremely powerful, it can probably blow up a peak Jindan cultivator, although it can't blow up the Yuaning realm, but blocking it for a moment is still possible. How do I use it? Lin Yiwu asked. This kind of talisman definitely had a threshold. Otherwise, even if you spend a lot of money to buy a few of them, and then throw one of these out when you're fighting with someone else, you're still going to blow the enemy up into the sky. As expected, Wu Dekai was a bit resentful. The method of use is simple, it's to instill spiritual energy into it. The more you instill, the more powerful it is. In fact, it's also that I don't have enough spiritual energy, otherwise, even if it's the Yuaning realm that comes in, it'll have to be molted into skin. Hearing this, Lin Yiwu didn't talk nonsense and turned his head to look at Lu Qingyun. Brother Lu, give me the spirit bead. Lu Qingyun was puzzled, but still did as he was told, taking the spirit bead out from within his storage ring and handing it to him. Chapter 140 Spirit Power Explosion. Lin Yiwu took the spirit bead and instantly felt his entire body being wrapped in spiritual energy. You guys help me stop it. Resist for as long as you can, make sure you don't try to be brave. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Xiushang spoke incredulously. Are you crazy? We are now facing a tide of hundreds of beasts. Even if it's powerful, it won't be able to stop this 4th-ranked demonic beast, let alone the huge group behind it. But Lin Yuyao didn't pay any attention to them at all and deftly slashed his finger from the talisman. Instantly the talisman began to glow. Lu Qingyun only froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He mischievously drew his longsword and said sternly, "Hurry up. We have to buy time for Brother Lin." He swung his sword. He slapped the several low-ranked demonic beasts that were rushing at the front of the line away. At the same time, the sword she stirred up, vaguely forming a blocking path. Chu Hongsleeve, on the other hand, followed with a raise of her sleeves. Her figure was like a red line dancing in the wind. Extremely quickly, she swept to the back, forcing the several demonic beasts that had rushed over, while forcing a few other demonic beasts to stagger back. Lin Yiwu, if anything goes wrong this time, I'll be the first to settle the score with you. Chu Hongso gritted her teeth and coldly shouted. She was actually thinking of continuing to escape. In her opinion, even if she couldn't outrun the demonic beasts, she only needed to outrun the others. Of course, the others here were Lu Qingyun and Wu Dekai. Hearing the words coming from his ears, Lin Yiwei ignored them, only gazing at the talisman in his hand. His eyes were focused, and between the operation of the delusion-breaking bead, majestic aura was drawn from within the spirit bead. When Wu Dekai saw this scene, he was startled. Brother Lin! What are you doing? He knew that Lin Delusion had a backhand, but this explosive talisman wasn't used like this. With such a huge base of aura, when the time came to run, one would have to run for a while to get out of the range of the explosion. As the delusion-breaking bead began to feed back, Lin Yao Yao directly injected all his spiritual energy into the explosive talisman. The explosive talisman between his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like a huge fireball starting to burn in mid-air. It's ready, you guys go first, I'll leave in a free way. When the crowd heard this, they immediately turned their heads to look over. No, we can't just leave you behind. Lu Qingyun immediately spoke. Even if it meant death, he would fight to the bloody end with Lin Yiwu. Determination also flashed in Bai Xiushang's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Prosperity let out a dark sigh. Alright, get going. Don't forget, I have the transportation technique in place, and there are life-preserving techniques in the inheritance I got. You guys go, or else I'll have to take care of you later. Hearing this, the crowd was relieved. Then you must be careful. When we get to the exit site, immediately call out to senior brother Zhang and the others to come and help. Lu Qingyun said that, and without any more nonsense, he turned his head and left. Seeing this, the rest of the people also left at a quick pace, with only Bites Yushan carrying suspicion in her eyes. After the others had left for a few moments, she was still standing still. I say, Missy, if you don't leave before, I won't be able to protect you later. Lin Ichio was furious. Why was this woman so deadhead? Lin Iwu, if you dare to lie to me, even if you become a ghost, I'll still have the 6 ghost sect detain you. As the words fell, Bai Qiushang didn't delay and turned her head to leave. It was only after seeing this scene that Lin Iwu sighed in relief. The demonic beasts were getting closer and closer in front of his eyes. Lin Yudo estimated the time, while the delusion-breaking pearl was also crazily drawing aura to feed back his own consumption. Just kidding, where in the inheritance were there any secret techniques to save his life? He was just planning to wait for the moment the explosive talisman exploded, continuously using the Earth Gate escape technique to escape. But in that case, consuming up spiritual energy was definitely a very terrifying thing. But with the spirit bead in hand again, it would depend on how fast the delusion-breaking bead transformed. If he was a little slower and didn't catch it, he would have to be blown away as well. Faster. Closer. Lin Yuyao's gaze was fixed on the group of demonic beasts rushing in front of him. The densely packed demonic beasts were surging like a tidal wave. Right now. The talisman in the sky exploded violently. Dazzling light shot straight up into the sky, instantly igniting the entire earth. A huge pillar of flame rose into the sky. With a loud boom, a huge sound exploded, thick smoke rolled out, and heat waves scattered in all directions. A mushroom cloud spread crazily between the plains with the momentum of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. The demonic beasts that rushed at the front didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream. They were directly shattered into endless pieces. The soil flew, and even many trees were directly lifted out with the ground. Lin Yiwu opened the Earth Gate escape technique the instant of the explosion. First step. Second step. Third step. Calculations flew in his mind. Spiritual energy was recovering at the limit with the frantic drawing of the delusion-breaking bead. However, the high level of consumption brought about by each instantaneous movement gradually caused his body to develop a sharp stabbing pain. Fourth step. In his ears was the roar of the aftermath of the explosion. Fifth step. A mouthful of blood gushed out from Lin Yiwu. His body was like a bow drawn to its limit, and by the time the 6th step of the transportation technique was completed, his legs had begun to tremble and his aura was almost depleted. However, the aftermath was still in hot pursuit. Damn! Lin Yiwei's face changed. Even though he had the spirit bead in his hand again, he needed to use it after the delusion-breaking bead had converted his aura into his own spiritual energy. Nowadays, the spiritual energy in his body was simply not enough to support him as he continued to perform the 7th recluse technique. There was no chance to react. In the next moment, Lin Yiwu was caught in the middle of the aftermath. He only felt as if his back had been hit by a heavy hammer. Boom! The entire person was pushed by the impact and flew out tens of feet, smashing into the ground. He lay on the ground, blood foaming out of his mouth. His head was drowsy, as if his entire body had fallen apart. Cough, cough. Holy! It really hurts. Opening his eyes with great difficulty, Lin Yuyao realized that his surroundings were all scorched black. The soil was roasted and cracked, and the trees burned to ashes. Still alive. Lin Yuyao muttered, barely holding himself up. Realizing that his clothes were almost shredded into strips of cloth, his body was covered in densely packed wounds. Even the strength to raise his hands felt difficult. However, he didn't have time to stay in place for long. In the distance, Lu Qingyun and the others hurriedly arrived. While the one among them, Wu Dekai, had already left, Lin Ichu was presumed to have been sent back by Lu Qingyun and the others to call for help. After all, there was too much commotion here. As the three of them traveled through the ashes of the explosion, when they saw Lin Prosper's half-dead state, Lin Yaoyao pulled the corners of his mouth and assumed a relaxed stance. Hey, how about it? We're also considered to be a character who has fought a 4th-ranked great demon alone. Stop pretending, I knew it, you'll definitely get yourself half dead. Chu Hongsu's words carried a reproach, but she couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. Bai Xiushan took a step forward, her gaze falling tightly on Lin Yuyao. Have you in the end been injured to the root? The corner of Lin Yiwu's mouth tugged. Don't worry, I have a hard life. However, just at this moment, the ground gradually glowed with a dark purple halo centered on where Lin Yiwu was. Chapter 141, Entanglement of the Righteous and Devilish Paths. Chu Hongsleeve keenly sensed the abnormality. Not good, there's still something here that hasn't died. Before the words fell, in the dust that remained after the explosion, it was a 10-foot-tall demonic beast. The entire body emitted a rich demonic aura, and blood-colored flames burned in its eyes. It was at the center of the bursting talisman. Who would have expected that this demonic beast would have survived as well? When he saw the scene, Lin Yuyao barely managed to catch his breath. How is this thing's life harder than mine? Lu Qingyun walked over to the crowd, holding Chu Hongso and the injured Lin Yiwu behind him. You guys take him away first. This time, I'll block him. Just as Lu Qingyun was about to rush up to block the demonic beast, the demonic beast didn't rush over. Instead, it let out a roar up to the sky. Lin Yuanyun heard the demonic beast's roar. The sound wave was surprisingly wrapped in the pressure of a high-level demonic beast. It forcefully shook his divine sense, as if it wanted to strip his soul from his body. His throat was sweet as he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood once again. And his body lying on the ground curled up into a ball due to the intense pain. Crap! This guy is going to forcefully break through. Although he was currently pretty much wasted, but at least his head was still clear. Lu Qingyun's face was iron blue as his gaze was fixed on the demonic beast. Looking at the fluctuation of spiritual energy around it, this demonic beast is actually utilizing the aftershock of that explosive talisman to devour the excess spiritual energy. It's going to break through to the peak of the 4th rank. Peak 4th stage? That was an existence that could rival a Yuaning realm cultivator. Lin Yiwu's heart sank, and there were more than a few moments of undisguised fear in his eyes. Brother Lu, are you crazy? Lin Yiwu gritted his teeth and shouted, when we get to the exit convergence, we can find someone to do it together. Don't try to be a hero. If you rush up at a time like this, could you still kill it in seconds with a single sword? However, Lu Qingyun didn't reply. Instead, he took 2 steps out and even drew out his own sword. The sword was as narrow and long as a rainbow, the body of the sword vaguely had wind and thunder surging through it, and even the surrounding air fluctuated violently due to the agitation of the sword blade. Chu Hongsleeve and Bai Qiushan were obviously startled by Lu Qingyun's actions. Chu Hongsleeve was so anxious that she stomped her feet and directly opened her mouth to angrily rebuke. Lu Qingyun, is your brain caught in a door? Bringing Lin Yiwu back is the proper thing to do. Joe Frost and I can still escort you guys to evacuate, no need for you to act as a hero. This kind of demonic beast, how can you block it? Bai Qiu Frost didn't say anything, only the cold color in her eyes increased. It was obvious that she had completely disapproved of Lu Qingyun's behavior. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qingyun coldly swept a glance at them, grinned, and raised his sword high in the air. I would like to leave, but as you all can see, that wasn't even directed at me, it was directed at him. As he said that, the sword in his hand shook out a powerful sword chi, splitting it first towards the demonic beast. Kiki. The demonic beast took the blow coldly, not trying to avoid it, but directly carrying it hard with its chest. A violent explosion rang out, and its purple-red scale armor all over its body was actually unharmed. Even my Wind Thunder Sword chi can't help it anymore? Lu Qingyun's face sank as his gaze grew more and more grave. At this moment, Lin Yiwu's mind was instantly electrified. He finally realized why Lu Qingyun had to stay. Lu Qingyun simply wasn't noble enough to be prepared to sacrifice himself, but had other plans. He was going to use the opening when the demonic beast broke through to kill it. With the demonic beast's inner Dan, he would help himself break through the Yuaning realm. Holy, this person is crazy. Lin Yao roared madly in his mind, although his spiritual energy was now depleted. But his mind was spinning fast. Isn't he afraid of losing himself? As he was thinking, Lu Qingyun had already moved, holding the Wind Thunder Sword, and resolutely rushed up. The demonic beast had reached the key to breakthrough at this moment. Instead of absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world, it was its own blood chi and spiritual energy that was constantly quenching the inner Dan in its body. Seeing Lu Qingyun charging towards him, it was as if it was a small bug trying to come over and sting itself. After all, it had just tested the other party's attack, a sword chi coming over was like tickling it. But it soon realized that it was wrong, rather, it was very wrong. Lin Yuyo and Bites Yushang and Chu Hansleeve were already ready to retreat at any time. It wasn't that he didn't want to go up, just the way he was now. Not to mention going up, it would be difficult to escape on his own. Even if he wanted to stay, Bites Yushang and Chu Hansleeve would never do the same. Looking at Bites Yushang, who had a firm grip on his collar, Lin Icho's complexion flashed with helplessness. "My big miss, let go of me, just in my condition, do you think I can still charge up?" When these words came out, Chu Hongso looked over. She saw that Bai Chiu Frost was holding onto Liniwu with one hand in a death grip, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Bai Qiuxing was also a little embarrassed. "You have to die even under my eyes. If you dare to mess around, I won't be able to spare you." Just as Lin Ichiu said, she was really afraid that this guy would be impulsive and directly rush up to fight with the demonic beasts just like that Lu Qingyun guy. After all, the two of them were different from Lin Ichiu, to put it mildly. Their relationship with Lu Qingyun was also limited to just being allies, but rather they were still allies in the secret realm. When they really went out of the secret realm in the end, it would still be your sunny path, and I would walk my solitary bridge. This was the path of righteousness and the path of devils. There was no way around it, but the world's gaze was just like that. Unless it was said that the 10,000 Sword Sect had completely fallen into the devil's path, otherwise, the Acacia Sect would never ally with the 10,000 Sword Sect. Chu Hongsleeve said derisively, "I say, senior sister Bai, you're protecting him tightly, but where can he mess up in this ruined state right now? No need for your nonsense. Lu Qingyun is crazy, I don't want us to follow him to his death." Lin Yaoyao had a headache from listening to this, and was planning to just shake off the topic. Who knew that a loud noise suddenly came from not far away? Lu Qingyun's Wind Thunder Sword had ruthlessly chopped at the top of the demonic beast's head. This sword actually intuitively broke through the opponent's scale armor, but likewise, it also managed to enrage the opponent. It was covered in purple and red scales like streams of light, and its long tail swept out furiously. Rumble! The ground instantly lifted up large cracks. Lu Qingyun's figure was knocked back nearly 10 feet, staggering and tumbling in mid-air. He managed to stabilize his figure, but blood was already spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Qingyun! Chu Hongsleeve's gaze tightened, and the magic weapon in her hand was already echoing out a sharp chirping sound, clearly ready to strike at any time. However, she did not decisively rush out, but instead, her eyes stared at Lu Qingyun, as well as the condition of the demonic beast. Lin Yuyao could see clearly that Chu Hongsleeve was not worried about Lu Qingyun. Rather, she was looking at the demonic beast to see if there were signs of a breakthrough. If the demonic beast opened its blood-red eyes and turned from a breakthrough state to an attack, then she definitely wasn't going to save it, but rather just run away. What a genocidal ally! There really weren't many normal people in this immortal cultivation world. At this moment, however, the demonic beast let out a steep roar. The brilliant purple-red color was as gorgeous as a flame, instantly scorching and distorting the surrounding air. Its inner dance seemed to have reached a critical point, rolling spiritual energy into its body.